Chapter 1. God bestows fear and suffering upon the wretched, while he himself revels in bliss, akin to a noble within a clan, capricious, indulgent, vain, and power-hungry. Quiet. As you know, as it has always been. And this time, what is your identity? The goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, the embodiment of love and grace. As the mechanical voice, soft yet buoyant, resonated, the vast expanse of the ocean transformed, akin to a harp being plucked, sending forth a cascade of shimmering droplets. Or perhaps they were not mere droplets. They were bubbles, rendered a pale white under a faint golden hue. From within the bubbles emerged a tall, statuesque man, his body bare, stepping upon a shell reminiscent of a lotus leaf. His physique was long and athletic, marked by a striking red mark between his brows, vibrant and bold. The golden strands of his hair contrasted sharply with his porcelain-like skin, his well-defined musculature both beautiful and fluid. His slender waist contained boundless flexibility and explosive power. Every inch of his form exuded perfection. This was a body of unparalleled beauty, owned by a visage equally exquisite, transcending the confines of gender, akin to a painting lavishly adorned in rich hues, stunningly beautiful yet fiercely alluring, in existence unmatched by any, the goddess Aphrodite. Your mood seems quite pleasant at the moment. Indeed, for I am thoroughly satisfied with my current identity. In a world unbound by moral constraints, among the licentious Greek deities, there is no need for reservations. Jigen, this time, do not hesitate to embody a qualified seductress. Entice these gods. Make them swoon for you, willingly offering their finest treasures. Ensure you identify your target in this world obsessed with beauty, successfully complete your quest, and become the most exquisite original sin. Quiet. Your emotional score has surpassed 40 points. Jigen severed the connection to his consciousness, lowering his gaze to the ocean beside him, conjuring a stream of pale blue water with divine power, transforming it into a simple garment. His pleasing form concealed, only the slender, fair arms and smooth, lovely feet remained visible. From afar, his entire figure, framed by the not yet fully dissipated white bubbles, exuded a hazy yet ethereal beauty of decadence. It was a profound shock that struck deep within the soul in this visually dominated world. The birth of the goddess seemed to fulfill every being's fantasies of beauty and love. This was not merely for superficial glory, it was intertwined with inner desires, mingled with longings for passion. The goddess of beauty was seemingly created for this very purpose. As the embodiment of love and lust, should he desire it, there would be no one who could resist his allure. The youthful god of the wind, Eros, stood upon the shore, gazing in a daze at the man upon the shell, until the moment their eyes met, when he abruptly withdrew his overly focused gaze. The hint of youthful blush graced the handsome yet somewhat naive visage. Such a beautiful existence. The wind god sighed internally, striving to suppress the insistent quickening of his heart. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not quell the tumultuous emotions within. Fortunately, he had not forgotten the purpose of his arrival, summoning a gentle breeze with his divine power. He gradually guided Ji Gung to the shore. Glancing at the evidently anxious young wind god before him, Ji Gung decided to bypass him and proceeded towards Mount Olympus, in his current identity. He was meant to be the adored deity of beauty, proud, capricious, and imperious, regarding none with reverence. Although he had no intention of adhering strictly to this characterization, he could not stray too far from the essence of his role. More crucially, at this moment, he was disinclined to waste time on inconsequential individuals. After all, to respond would imply granting hope, and he wished to avoid unnecessary complications. His mission was to conquer, yet not everyone met the criteria. This implied that sometimes the one he sought to conquer might not be the intended target. However, such a conclusion could only be drawn after thoroughly conquering a particular individual, thus confirming their status as the intended target. Fortunately, his scope of conquest had always been remarkably precise. The wind god Eros was clearly outside this realm of pursuit. This young and vibrant wind god was merely a superfluous interlude, heralding the birth of Aphrodite, delivering a message of freedom through the wind to every human and deity. Alike the confluence of the vast, profound ocean and the boundless sky, amidst the froth, a deity of beauty, the embodiment of love and beauty, was born Aphrodite. The beautiful goddess Aphrodite. The wind god gazed at the receding figure, reminiscing about the fleeting glimpse of that perfect form. He recalled the moment when those eyes met his, a gaze that, despite its indifference, was laced with an irresistible allure. In Eros' amber eyes, an indescribable obsession and desire emerged, causing his hands to tremble uncontrollably. Why, oh why, did that gaze not linger a moment longer upon him? How he yearned to possess, to cherish, to ensnare that gaze upon the bare, pristine feet, longing to bind those flawless feet with chains of gold, reveling in the sight of that smooth ankle marred with crimson scars as it struggled against confinement. He wished to shroud those enchanting yet distant eyes with a pure black handkerchief, preventing the display of their lofty pride and disdainful coldness. Zhigang, I sense a deeply unsettling malice emanating from you. Eros extended his hand, cautiously reaching forward as if to caress those eyes through the veil of black, yearning to kiss the trembling eyelashes. Let his eyelids be tainted with a hint of sultry moisture. Then he would kiss the lips of the other, which were half-parted in surprise, as if silently inviting him to taste their sweetness, swallowing any words of refusal, leaving only the stirring, uncontainable moans of desire, the very essence of longing. Oris lowered his gaze to the heated arousal nestled between his legs, then abruptly raised his head, fixing his gaze firmly ahead. The heat radiating from his lower body urged him to seek solace and release, and the retreating figure of this deity was the remedy he most yearned for. He wished to seize him and pull him into an embrace, to grasp those flawless hands, as pure as jade, guiding them to slide and soothe between his thighs, allowing the most exquisite of gods to feel the fervent heat coursing through his veins. What a terrifying allure. Zhigang, you have transformed a spirited young man into a creature dominated by desire in an instant. Even if it were merely a silhouette, it ignited insatiable greed within Oris, his gaze uncontrollably following the receding figure. It felt as though some enchantment compelled his eyes to remain fixed upon that aesthetically pleasing form, unwilling to miss a single detail, as if bewitched. His attention gradually shifted from the perfectly straight legs upwards, ultimately resting upon the rounded contours concealed beneath delicate white fabric. As he walked, those elusive curves seemed to embody desire itself, akin to a dream that beckons with sweet temptation yet remains tantalizingly out of reach, like a silent invitation heralding the arrival of a night rain. Oris must be fixated on your pert, peach-like bottom, indulging in various fantasies. He yearned to grasp that shapely behind, to entwine those long, slender legs around him. Then, from the front, to penetrate that soft yet resilient place with fervor, seizing that supple, toned waist and thrusting fiercely, thus revealing the beautiful, smooth arch of the goddess' alabaster chest as it bowed backward. He longed to penetrate him with unrestrained vigor, to possess him. Zhigang, do you not feel a tightening within you now? Zhigang paid no heed to Kuei-in, instead inspecting the character icon illuminated on his consciousness interface. Wind god, Oris. Initial affinity value, 30, affinity 70, current affinity, 100. Goddess Aphrodite, the embodiment of love and beauty. This is indeed a rather provocative and evocative character setting. Oris merely exchanged a glance with him, and his affinity instantly reached its peak, though this was partially due to Eros' inherent innocence, making him easily tempted yet. More so, it stemmed from the nature of his current character. This does not signify a favorable situation. As the saying goes, extremes lead to reversal, and overwhelming possessiveness can, once one succumbs entirely to desire, dilute the purity of love, rendering the most precious of emotions trivial. Thus, he must learn to maintain a balance, that a suitable approach that allows him to swiftly conquer his objectives, while remaining true to the character's emotions without straying too far from their essence, can indeed arise from desire, yet must not be dominated by it. Rather, it should be guided by emotional bonds. The crux lies in how to adeptly navigate this current identity, how to seamlessly embody a captivating enchantress, so that even when the deities are aware of the beauty god's notorious reputation as a libertine, they remain willingly at his feet, singing hymns of glory, offering counsel, and pledging their allegiance. Zhigang, I suddenly recalled a grave oversight. How could the beauty god not be a manifestation of Uranus' reproductive organ? On a dark night devoid of stars and moonlight, ambiguous moans emanated from an opulent chamber, imbued with a certain morbid and forbidden pleasure. The room was shrouded in darkness, resembling a gallows concealed beneath a vast curtain, wherein some fallen sin lay hidden, enveloped in the inky blackness of night, or rather, obscured within the shadowy realm conjured by Nyx. Zhigang stood atop the roof, casting a glance at the starless, moonless sky. Tonight, it seemed, belonged to Leto. He had lost count of how many nights he had spent here. Perhaps several millennia had passed, or even longer. In the realm of mythology, the passage of time is but a fleeting moment, whether for the deities joyously dancing on Olympus, or for the mortals kneeling in blind reverence, beseeching the God King for eternal life. Ji Gung, a voice suddenly interrupted his rare moment of poetic melancholy. Ji Gung lifted his eyelids, glancing at the blood-red puppet perched upon his shoulder. Despite its cold and emotionless gaze, when it tilted slightly, an indescribable languorous allure seemed to emanate. Originally swinging its little feet while seated on Ji Gung's shoulder, the puppet stiffened at his glance, its body trembling involuntarily. So enticing, it was quite unfair, especially in comparison. With a hint of disdain, the puppet pinched its soft, plush arm, its mechanical voice tinged with a faint sorrow. In the past, my body was crafted from 24K pure metal, or at the very least, fine rosewood. And now look at this, it resembles a doll meant for little girls, lacking any strength, merely an illusion of intimidation. Were it not for the task at hand tonight, I would prefer to linger in the sea of consciousness, at least in. Ah, yes, splendid, just like that. A suddenly elevated female voice within the room completely overshadowed the puppet's trailing words. Goodness, impressive indeed. The puppet pouted. This Cypriot prince certainly has stamina. It's been nearly 6 hours. How many times do you think he climaxed? The puppet's voice carried a note of awe. Ji Gung thoughtfully recalled. For times out, Xia Ji Gung, you are truly despicable, counting by yourself in secret. I do not wish to converse. Don't be like that. After a brief pause, Kuei Yin continued, her voice laced with palpable excitement. Ji Gung, I have suddenly pondered a question that if an ordinary person can endure for 6 hours, how long do you suppose Zeus, the king of the gods, could last? Does it matter? Does it not? By the way, how long did the first encounter between Zeus and Hera last? Was it not several hundred years? Ji Gung hesitantly stroked Kuei Yin's golden curls and replied, around 300 years, I believe. In truth, his knowledge of the initial meeting between Zeus and Hera was merely a cursory glance through Greek mythology during his time in the real world. 300 years. What astonishing endurance. Kuei Yin's dark eyes scrutinized Ji Gung's face, her excitement intensifying. I am absolutely thrilled. I believe Zeus has an interest in you, and he is undoubtedly within your reach. Ji Gung paused. What makes you think so? Kuei Yin fell silent, casting a mischievous glance at Ji Gung, and in the depths of her consciousness, she uttered 4 words. Well endowed, skilled. Fool. That should suffice. Ji Gung estimated the time and signaled to Kuei Yin with his eyes. She nodded and promptly vanished into the night. Before long, a woman holding a candle hurriedly approached. Your Highness, my dear princess, are you in your room? Your Highness? The woman, pale and frantic, called out to the room, the queen's sudden summons causing her to neglect the prince's usual commands. Soon, the queen would find this place. Your Highness, Your Highness? The urgency of her calls silenced the sounds within the room. Moments later, the candlelight flickered to life. As clarity returned, the king of Cyprus beheld the visage beneath him, delicate and flower-like, with damp strands of hair clinging to her cheeks, the candlelight revealing a haze of desire, a most enticing sight. Yet, in an instant, all negative emotions surged into the mind of the king of Cyprus. He clutched his head in agony. You are Mira? How absurd. I am with my own. Suddenly, the king of Cyprus lifted his gaze, fixating on Mira. His teeth gritted. It is all you're doing. You, with your venomous tongue, seduced me into committing this unforgivable sin. It must be destroyed. It cannot exist. Kill this woman. Eliminate the one who deceived him and burdened him with sin. Only thus could he remain the beloved king of Cyprus, cherished by the gods. He would continue to be the adored Canillus. The forehead of the king of Cyprus throbbed with visible veins, his countenance transformed into a mask of shock and fury. He seized a long sword from the bedside and lunged at Mira, impervious to her cries for mercy, his movements growing ever more swift and ruthless as she evaded his attacks. Ultimately, Mira could no longer withstand the merciless assault and flung open the door, fleeing with utmost haste. She could not comprehend how the man who had so recently whispered sweet nothings could now exhibit such heartlessness. She had believed that even if her true identity were to be revealed one day, it would not culminate in such a brutal outcome. This was not the father that he had admired. Kineros, this was a demon bearing its crimson fangs. He selfishly laid the blame for all misdeeds solely upon her. Mira cast a reluctant glance back at Kineros, witnessing the foolish maid, who had been shouting just moments before, fall lifeless beneath the demon's blade. The warm blood even splattered upon the tip of her nose. Mira trembled suddenly, disregarding everything else, and dashed straight down a narrow path ahead. Ji Gung and Kuei Yin silently perched upon his shoulder, their gaze fixed on the retreating figure of King Cyprus. Look at this world. Even among humanity, there is not a single soul that is normal. It is mad, capricious, obstinate, and neurotic. This must undoubtedly be a world that aligns perfectly with your temperament. Silence. Events were unfolding precisely as he had orchestrated, filling Ji Gung with immense delight. After gauging the time, Ji Gung summoned divine power to appear before Mira. Save me. The starless, moonless night was too profound, resembling an invisible, colossal net. In the suffocating darkness, Mira felt ensnared, lost, and bewildered, unsure of why she could still discern the silhouette before her. The figure appeared to be an exquisitely radiant being. Even as a mere blur, it stirred her heart. Fortunately, the dread of death swiftly overshadowed the enchantment in her heart. Threatened, she instinctively cried for help. How can I save you? Ji Gung seemed perplexed, tilting his head as his gaze shifted to the rear, where King Cyprus cautiously approached, sword in hand. Vigilant in the enveloping darkness. Listening to the approaching footsteps, Mira recalled her father's incredulous expression and his devastating gaze when the candlelight had flickered. An overwhelming fear caused her body to tremble uncontrollably. Save me. I beg you. Please, most beautiful and handsome god. Mira's senses began to blur. She understood her father, Canilles's cruelty better than anyone. His methods of punishing the guilty were more terrifying than anyone could imagine. What was once a source of her pride now stood as her greatest terror. Save me. Quickly. Save me. No. No, it's too late. Quickly. Turn me into a tree. Yes. Transform me into a tree. It was drawing near. The daughter of Sin moaned in despair. Like a young lamb destined to have its blood shed for a new crown, to be crowned in loyalty to the divine king. Canillus licked his lips. Let the daughter of Sin be struck down, to judge and condemn in place of that most valiant god. This was sacred and profoundly grand. In the darkness, a certain unnameable thrill and bloodlust flickered in Canilles's eyes. Yet when he sprinted with utmost speed, all he beheld were trees that nearly melded into the night, devoid of anything else. Canilles's eyes widened in disbelief, furiously brandishing his sword in every direction, ultimately becoming agitated as he stabbed the blade into a nearby truck. Only pulling it free when the shouts of his soldiers reached his ears, angrily returning to the path he had come from. He needed to maintain a flawless image before his subjects. Your Majesty, how did you end up here? Hush. I am pursuing a wayward lamb. Ah, brave Majesty. The cunning lamb must be desperately fleeing with its soul in disarray. There is no escape. The beast's fangs shall rend the lamb asunder. This must be the punishment for transgressions committed. Now, my most esteemed king and the beautiful queen await you within the chamber. The maid, a woman devoid of shame, took advantage of my inebriation and climbed into my bed. Blessed with the sharpest of swords, I have slain her. The remaining sounds gradually faded into the night, growing distant. No one noticed that in the place where Carnelas once stood, an unremarkable tree began to shed its bark, splitting apart. Perhaps it cannot truly be deemed unremarkable. Rather, in the shadow of the towering trees surrounding it, this myrrh tree appears so pitiful. It seems to weep, for from the wound inflicted by the long sword, drops of vivid red blood trickle forth slowly. The blood, as if guided by some unseen force, spreads along the peeling bark, forming a pattern along the fissures. It resembles the shape of plant roots, yet also evokes the intricate patterns of blood vessels during childbirth. Ji Gung placed his hand upon the tree trunk, where the patterns of blood coursed most vividly and deeply. Channeling his divine energy, he hastened the fracturing of these markings. A soft azure light coalesced at his palm, shimmering intermittently upon his face as the night breeze whispered through, casting an enigmatic yet alluring glow. Do you know what you resemble at this moment? Kuei-in suddenly interjected with a whimsical tone. I have no desire to know. You look like a midwife, the kind that assists in childbirth. I shall end you. Ji Gung replied gently, a hint of darkness in his voice. Kuei-in paused momentarily, her gaze shifting to the azure light, which, under Ji Gung's slender and fair hand, resembled an exquisitely sharp blade. To be honest, it resembles a cesarean section, she said excitedly, struggling to suppress a laugh. Yet, in the next instant, a delicate hand seized her and, at a sorrowful 45-degree angle, unceremoniously hurled her skyward. With a resounding bang, a magnificent firework erupted in the heavens, illuminating the entirety of Cyprus City. How capricious! Kuei-in exclaimed. Is it really all right to cause such a commotion? With her emotional intensity reaching 50, she was on the verge of exploding. For Ji Gung, who could keenly perceive the fluctuations in Kuei-in's emotions, this tactic had proven consistently effective. He paid her no further heed, concentrating intently on his task. Soon, the bark completely shed, revealing within the fissure a naked infant. The baby's fair skin bore slight wrinkles, and though not fully developed, hints of future beauty could be discerned in the delicate features. The infant lay with closed eyes, soundly asleep, unconsciously absorbing the nutrients and strength emanating from the mother. Ji Gung rested his chin in contemplation, quietly observing the infant as the tree trunk enveloping the child was entirely absorbed and dissipated. He watched the baby fall to the ground unsupported, only frowning when the infant emitted an irksome cry of pain. However, he showed no inclination to cradle the child and offer comfort. Kuei-in, charred and stealthy, approached the infant's side, standing at a height that barely reached Ji Gung's knees. Without the need to bend down, he easily prodded the baby's tear-streaked face. The lingering scent of charred remnants from his self-detonation was overwhelmingly pungent, amplifying the baby's wails. TSK, this is the beautiful Adonis. Adored to the brink of madness by the goddess of beauty, Kuei-in remarked disdainfully, retracting his hand. So ugly. After a moment, he scrutinized the infant from above with a tone laced with curiosity. Are you planning to engage in nurturing? Ji Gung shook his head, gradually approaching the child. Nurturing equated to child rearing, a hassle he detested. As Ji Gung neared the infant, the previously weeping child abruptly opened his eyes. Born of nature, in the pitch black of night, the infant's small eyes shone with remarkable brightness. The cries ceased, and the child fixated his gaze on Ji Gung, slowly breaking into a smile. Adonis, the god of plants. Initial affinity 0, affinity 50, current affinity 50. Remarkable, even at birth, he judges by appearances, Kuei-in murmured softly. This affinity rises too swiftly. After all, he is a newborn, blissfully ignorant of everything. By the way, if you're not nurturing, how do you intend to handle him? Ji Gung remained silent. After crouching down and retrieving a finely crafted small knife, he gestured to Kuei-in, indicating her to hold the infant down. Is this for bloodletting? Kuei-in swiftly pressed the baby down, her gaze fixated on the knife in Ji Gung's hand, which emanated a faint azure glow, stirring an inexplicable sense of exhilaration within her. Ji Gung cast a fleeting glance at it, remaining silent. The infant directed its gaze towards the knife in Ji Gung's hand, seemingly on the verge of articulating something, as it opened its mouth and emitted a series of intermittent sounds, not out of fear, but rather out of curiosity. Ji Gung, gazing upon the infant, was reminded of the tale of Adonis and Aphrodite from Greek mythology, and a sudden smile graced his lips. The notion of love so profound it could lead to agony, or desires that remain unfulfilled. How intriguing it is it not? If their roles were to be reversed, the scenario would undoubtedly become even more captivating. The infant stared blankly at Ji Gung's face, seemingly savoring the fleeting smile that had just illuminated his features. Ji Gung directed his gaze towards the infant's collarbone, and under the child's watchful eyes, he mercilessly drew the blade across the delicate skin. Ignoring the baby's cries and protests, he continued unperturbed, meticulously etching a resplendent rose upon the tender flesh. Ji Gung's hands were remarkably elegant, with distinct bones and an exquisite flawlessness. Even while engaged in the most brutal of acts, they exuded an unparalleled gentleness. It seemed that the vivid blood adorning his fingertips was merely an ostentatious splash of crimson vermilion. Under the soft blue glow, Ji Gung's visage appeared extraordinarily enchanting. So perverse. Kuei-in whispered playfully. Is it? Ji Gung replied ambiguously, rising to gaze down at the infant. This time, when their eyes met once more, Ji Gung discerned a profound emotion reflected back. Anger, as if the child sought to etch his image deep within memory, a pure and desperate fury. Ji Gung smiled again. Let us return, he said to Kuei-in. Both the earlier explosive sound and the somewhat irksome cries were sufficient to capture the attention of the king of Cyprus. Kuei-in shook off the soot from her form, cleaning herself before leaping onto Ji Gung's shoulder. Surely, the infant won't be slaughtered by the king of Cyprus? Certainly not. Indeed. Kuei-in nodded, her gaze falling upon the infant's collarbone, where a rose tattoo glimmered in a striking red, nourished by blood, vibrant and alluring. Swans and roses symbolize Aphrodite. Ji Gung favored the bold and flamboyant flower over the pristine white swan. To the king of Cyprus and his subjects, this child bore the mark of the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite. Adonis was a child chosen by the divine. The king dared not harm him. However, the fruit of sin, the offspring born of an incestuous union with his own daughter, was destined for an unhappy existence in Cyprus. After all, chosen by the gods, yet not taken by them, one could conjure a myriad of reasons behind this irony. Kuei-in cast a glance back at the infant. In the night, she could only see the exceptionally bright eyes of the child, which seemed to flicker with pure, unadulterated fury. A simple yet fierce expression mixed with a hint of unvoiced grievance, staring intently at Ji Gung's retreating figure. God of plants, Adonis, affection level -60, current affection level -10. Kuei-in withdrew her gaze and glanced at Ji Gung's expressionless profile. What to do? I find it somewhat exhilarating. Ji Gung, your current demeanor may lead to your weeping under the sun's gaze. 3. The enchanting deity Dionysus, my dear Dionysus, draw nearer. For I have a piece of news to share with you. The joyful messenger's expression bore a hint of excitement as he discreetly led the wine god to a secluded corner. In the sweltering heat of June, he had just emerged from a palace on Mount Olympus, having fulfilled the seemingly endless task of keeping watch for the king of gods as he indulged in his clandestine affairs with the queen. Despite having executed this duty countless times, the mere thought of the queen's excessively cruel methods sent shivers down his spine, compelling him to remain ever vigilant. Indeed, he was a diligent and devoted messenger. Hermes mused upon this, feeling the need to reward himself. Thus, upon learning that Dionysus had recently crafted a new vintage of wine, he was eager to savor the divine elixir that Apollo had extolled to such heights. Yet, the stingy sun god had deliberately flaunted it before him, only to carefully conceal the nectar afterward, seeking retribution for Hermes's earlier misappropriation of his divine cattle. Intrigued, Hermes found himself compelled to leverage the latest tidings acquired from the king as a bargaining chip to entice Dionysus. The cunning Apollo, well aware that Dionysus would never engage in a transaction that would leave him at a loss. Hermes, if the news you speak of pertains to the goddess's eventual consent to attend tomorrow's banquet, I dare say my newly crafted wine may pale in comparison to your prowess as a messenger. Dionysus replied coldly. The news of the goddess Aphrodite's impending attendance at the banquet had swiftly spread throughout Olympus. This deity, coveted by all the gods, had never graced any formal gathering. Not even the king of the gods, Zeus, or the queen, Hera, had had the opportunity to behold her more than a few times. It was as if she existed only in the era dominated by the Titan gods, retreating to a distant palace far from Olympus after that great war, seemingly vanishing from sight. Yet, how could she truly be forgotten? Despite her absence from any gathering, the name Aphrodite never faded from their hearts, remaining as vivid as ever. Whether out of curiosity or the fantasies of love, they invariably extended her the utmost indulgence. Thus, even though Aphrodite consistently declined invitations to the feasts of Olympus, none deemed her actions impolite or arrogant. Consequently, when she finally consented to attend the banquet, the gods regarded it as a tremendous honor. And this joy resonated throughout Olympus at once. Hermes, as the messenger god, might have sought to leverage this well-known tidbit to procure wine from Dionysus. And it was no wonder that Dionysus would mock him. Hermes was a clever fellow, and the sarcasm in Dionysus's words was unmistakable. It was impossible to overlook. Fortunately, their relationship was amicable, and he genuinely required the wine. He believed this news would pique the wine god's interest. I intend to speak of another matter. Another matter? Dionysus detected an unusual undertone in Hermes's voice. The abandoned child of the queen, the limping Hephaestus, would also grace the banquet the following day. Hermes lowered his voice, leaning close to Dionysus's ear, and whispered, "The queen views Hephaestus as a disgrace. Her expression tomorrow will surely be entertaining." Although Dionysus was a dutiful god of wine, dedicated to bestowing joy and compassion, he occasionally revealed negative emotions, particularly regarding matters associated with Hera. Few gods were aware that Hera's schemes had led to his mother's demise, and Hermes was among the few privy to this secret due to his role as the king's confidant. It would bring Dionysus great delight to witness Hera's embarrassment. By informing him in advance of Hephaestus's attendance, Hermes had effectively granted Dionysus an extra day to prepare, enriching the forthcoming banquet with an added layer of drama and poetry. In exchange for a bottle of wine, this was more than sufficient. I quietly observed Hephaestus. He was an exceedingly unattractive fellow, clad in a sleeveless work tunic. Adorned with a pointed hat and wielding a pair of tongs, his dark skin and grotesque visage, coupled with a pronounced limp, rendered him a striking embodiment of the most abject slave. Yet, despite such a portrayal, Hermes bore no intention of disparagement. On the contrary, should this Hephaestus elicit a sense of discomfort in the queen of the gods, he would likely find her rather endearing. After all, while the queen's unwavering fidelity to her marriage is commendable, Her methods of dealing with rivals have incited both admiration and resentment among the deities. If the queen were to forsake Hephaestus, who could guarantee that this most unseemly of gods would not take up the sharpest blade come dawn? Fueled by a fervor for revenge, Hermes regarded Dionysus with a knowing expression, his slightly raised brows lending him an animated, handsome vigor. His innate perceptiveness warned him that Hephaestus would undoubtedly take some action against the queen on the morrow. Dionysus, casting a glance at Hermes' expressive demeanor, could not help but concede that this fellow was both cunning and adept at seizing the essence of a matter. Ah, Hermes, your tongue must surely be laced with the richest tales of old. Such eloquence not only earns him a bottle of wine, but promises an even more splendid spectacle at the feast thanks to his forthcoming preparations. Ah, within my collection of ancient tales, many a divine story lies concealed. Hermes graciously accepted this as a compliment, took the wine from Dionysus, bid farewell, and departed with his winged sandals, the most beautiful and the most hideous of gods. He found himself eagerly anticipating the morrow's banquet. Dionysus watched Hermes' retreating figure before shifting his gaze to the maidens bustling about in preparation for the feast, a glimmer of mischief flickering in his dark-hued eyes. Meanwhile, atop Mount Shivaralaga, situated to the north of Olympus, the goddess of beauty, whom the deities held dear, was currently indulging in pomegranate seeds within her palace. Zhigung, I suspect many gods are preoccupied with thoughts of tomorrow's banquet. Sitting before Zhigung's table, Kuei-in observed him meticulously peeling the pomegranate, her feet swinging idly at the edge of the wooden table. Zhigung replied, remaining focused on the fruit in his hands. Soon, a small mound of plump, glistening seeds accumulated in the dish, their pink flesh reflecting a luminous sheen. The advantage of his obsessive nature was that he would not cease his labor until every seed was neatly separated. With this thought, Kuei-in shot a glance at Zhigung and, in a swift motion, seized a handful of pomegranate seeds and popped them into her mouth, all the while lavishing praise. Such beauty, truly a sight to behold. Zhigung watched as the hills on the plate transformed into a plain in an instant, his expression darkening. What a mess, he exclaimed. Hee. Kuei-in chuckled awkwardly, quickly waving her hand. In the next moment, she straightened her posture, no longer fidgeting, resting her hands obediently on her knees. With tear-filled eyes, she looked up at Zhigung and softly uttered 2 words, well-behaved. Understanding. Zhigung, let us discuss matters of importance. Kuei-in quickly shifted the topic. Regarding the banquet tomorrow, due to your influence, I believe all the deities should be present without exception. Hence, the question arises, whom do you intend to approach first? At the mention of this, Kuei-in's eyes began to sparkle with excitement. Zhigung lifted the corners of his eyes. Guess? Damn it. Guess what? Hephaestus, the god of fire? He asked cautiously. Then Zeus, the king of the gods. No. Poseidon, the god of the sea? No. Ares, the god of war? No. Dionysus, the god of wine? Guess again. Hermes, the messenger of the gods? Kuei nearly recited all the deities entangled with the goddess of beauty in Greek mythology. It can't be Hades, right? Keep guessing. Please. Have mercy. TT the first one. Zhigung curled his lips into a smile. Hephaestus. Come on, are you kidding me? I mentioned the god of fire from the very beginning. Before he could deny it, he continued, fool. Kuei-in replied, stop squatting in the corner like an idiot. Zhigung beckoned Kuei-in, come over and peel the pomegranate for me. It is said that Hephaestus is an ugly and lame figure. As Kuei-in peeled the pomegranate, she remarked, my first impression is that you would pursue him first. This big, silly god likely has a simple mind and pure heart. Kuei-in recalled that in Greek mythology, the god of fire was honest and upright, having only retaliated against Hera initially and later entangling Aphrodite and Ares in a net, without committing any other outrageous acts. Compared to the other gods, it seemed Hephaestus would be easier to win over. Is that so? Zhigung smiled, remaining non-committal. Before embarking on the pursuit of the other party, he always treaded carefully amidst the myriad uncertainties, never making hasty assertions. A word of advice, Zhigung. Tomorrow you might consider dressing a bit more provocatively. Show a little skin to stimulate the gods' visual senses. If you don't stir their desires, you would be remiss in your identity. After all, you are a walking aphrodisiac. Are you done? Zhigung smiled gently, pointing at the pomegranate peels on the table. Once you're finished, tidy this up and mop the floor. Guests should be arriving shortly. Guests? Kuei-in seized upon the keyword. Yes, guests. Zhigung chuckled softly. The pursuers arriving at your doorstep. As if to validate Ji Gung's words, a tall figure appeared faintly in the backlight outside the door, arriving just as Kuei-in finished tidying up. "Since you're here, why not come in?" Ji Gung reclined in the chair, his voice clear and ethereal, emanating from his lips. Despite the crisp and cold tone, it unexpectedly carried a hint of alluring softness due to its languid delivery. The visitor's breath caught in their throat. Pausing for a moment before stepping inside, he walked slowly, yet there was a certain rhythm to his gait. Each step was imbued with remarkable strength. It was not until he reached the end of the corridor that his figure was fully revealed. The newcomer was tall and imposing, with dark skin, and a large scar on the left side of his face that resembled a burn, pockmarked and extending from the left side to the corner of his right lip, creating a grotesque visage that obscured his original features. Perhaps in an attempt to conceal this frightful scar, he had allowed his flamboyant, almost resplendent red hair to cascade messily behind him, intentionally leaving a few strands to drape over his left cheek. Though this arrangement appeared somewhat incongruous, it mitigated some of the scar's menacing nature. On his back, he carried a weapon that was nearly as tall as he was, shrouded in white cloth, which only allowed Ji Gung to discern its general form, resembling either an enormous scythe or an axe with an excessively long handle. His attire was grimy with black soot, and the disfiguring scar on his face, along with the dust clinging to his unruly red hair, conjured the most fitting descriptors in Ji Gung's mind: filthy and chaotic. This man appeared as a pitiable vagabond wielding a massive instrument of destruction, a paradox that bore an indescribable sense of coherence. Backlit, he exuded a weighty and profound aura, reminiscent of an insurmountable mountain. Ji Gung's unabashed scrutiny seemed to render the man exceedingly anxious, his ears beginning to flush a deep crimson. At the moment Ji Gung raised an eyebrow, the man's body tensed, rendering him somewhat at a loss. "Come closer," Ji Gung commanded, his tone brooking no refusal. He remained reclined on the chair, propping his head with one hand, his gaze fixed intently upon the other, and within his melodious voice lingered a trace of indifference. Ji Gung's words caused the man's breath to become heavy in an instant. After a moment of hesitation, he seemed to resolve himself with great determination, clenching the hand that hung by his side, and limped slowly yet resolutely towards Ji Gung, each step deliberate and steady. "Pray tell, who are you?" Ji Gung straightened, looking up at the man who had approached him, feigning ignorance. As Ji Gung lifted his gaze, his exquisitely beautiful features were fully revealed before the man, alluring and striking. Whether it was his fair neck or delicate collarbone, every aspect exuded an indescribable allure, and the slightly raised chin presented an air of arrogance that was undeniably captivating. The man's throat involuntarily convulsed. Despite feeling immensely tense and awkward, his reply came out stilted and wooden. He merely managed to utter a few dry words. "I am Hephaestus." His hoarse voice resembled the sound produced when a blade cuts through desiccated wood, dry and unpleasant, accompanied by a timbre as if scorched by fierce flames. Meanwhile, in Ji Gung's consciousness, another figure frame on the affection interface illuminated. God of Fire Hephaestus, initial value 5, affection 15, current affection 20. The individual before him bore a striking resemblance to the fire god from Greek mythology, both in appearance and temperament. A tall, limping figure with a dark and unappealing visage, coupled with a clumsy yet earnest disposition that was excessively naive. Ji Gung gazed into the eyes of Hephaestus, observing the shyness and evasion reflected therein, and a subtle smile unexpectedly graced his lips. This smile rendered his already handsome visage even more resplendent. Hephaestus' breath hitched, and his heart began to race. Witnessing the shift in Hephaestus' emotions, coupled with the surging affection, Ji Gung languidly extended his hand towards him, in a tone that was both nonchalant and suggestive, urging, "Carry me down." Hephaestus parted his lips, as if to articulate a response, yet ultimately found himself speechless. Such a request was one he found difficult to resist. Steadying his trembling hand, Hephaestus leaned closer to Ji Gung, and just as his hand neared Ji Gung's arm in preparation to lift him, Ji Gung unexpectedly twisted his hand, encircling Hephaestus' neck with both arms, pressing himself intimately against him. Hephaestus' body stiffened in surprise, while Ji Gung buried his head against the exposed chest of Hephaestus. Taken aback by the unexpectedly pleasant scent that wafted from him, which diverged from the anticipated aroma of sweat from years of forging iron. Instead, it was reminiscent of a pale tulip, transformed to ash by the flames within charcoal, exuding a fragrance that was rich yet not overwhelming. Mingling with the warmth of the fire, Ji Gung lifted his head to gaze at Hephaestus, softly stating, "I told you to carry me down." A warmth surged within Hephaestus' heart, compelling him to heed Shi Gung's words uncontrollably. He grasped the other's waist with both hands and lifted him from the chair. The sensation of his palms made it abundantly clear that he held a male form, well-proportioned yet not frail, lean yet brimming with strength. In that moment, Hephaestus felt as if the hands that clasped Shi Gung's waist had ignited with a fervent heat. Once Shi Gung was firmly on his feet, Hephaestus exhaled deeply, though the act seemed to stretch into eternity. It was but a fleeting moment, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of duration. He hastily released his grip on Shi Gung's waist and removed the hand that still clung to his neck, swiftly retreating a few steps. His movements were rapid and tense, and due to the inconvenience of his legs, he stumbled slightly before regaining his balance. With a playful smirk at the corner of his mouth, Shi Gung evaded quickly. As if to say, "I won't devour you." Hephaestus stumbled over his words for quite some time, unable to articulate a coherent explanation. However, upon witnessing the increasingly evident mirth on Shi Gung's face, which radiated a bright and dazzling light, he felt a sense of disarray and turned his head aside. Unwilling to gaze upon this most alluring deity, Shi Gung approached Hephaestus, gently cradling his face with an assertive grip, forcing it to turn towards him. His penetrating gaze locked onto the deep, pristine black of the other's eyes as he slowly inquired, "So, Hephaestus, pray tell, what brings you here?" "I'm here to deliver something." "Yes, that's right, I'm here to deliver something," Hephaestus exclaimed suddenly, raising his voice as if to mask his own discomfort and anxiety. His eyes darted around, avoiding Shi Gung's gaze. "What is it?" Shi Gung inched closer, his warm breath enveloping Hephaestus' face. "See, could you refrain from getting so close?" Hephaestus inhaled deeply, as if desperately suppressing something within. "Why not? Your proximity makes it difficult for me to retrieve the item." Hephaestus attempted to push Shi Gung away, yet found his strength faltering upon contact with his body, caught in an indecisive struggle. At that moment, Shi Gung's hands began to wander across his form. "Allow me to assist you," he murmured softly, his hand gliding down Hephaestus' chest, relishing the sound of his thickening breath. Shi Gung's hand finally rested on Hephaestus' lower abdomen, tracing gentle circles upon it. "Is it situated here?" A shiver coursed through Hephaestus, as if an electrifying current surged along his spine, both pleasurable and exhilarating, causing his very soul to tremble in response. In that instant, he could no longer concern himself with the appropriateness of his actions. He forcefully pushed Shi Gung away, exclaiming, "No, not at all." With that, he swiftly lowered the weapon concealed behind him and began to unravel the white cloth that was wound around it, layer by layer. Shi Gung stood by, leisurely observing Hephaestus. It was only when Hephaestus fully unfurled the white fabric that Shi Gung discerned the true form of the weapon, which indeed bore a resemblance to a scythe, its blade adorned with numerous gears resembling needle tips. The black handle was intricately etched with faint golden totems, and at the junction where the blade met the handle, a slender red chain was tied. The vibrant red intertwined with the profound black, exuding a subdued yet restrained elegance. A quiet grandeur that, upon first glance, emanated an intense and formidable aura of lethal intent. "What are you giving me?" "This chain," Hephaestus replied, removing the delicate chain, casting a gaze towards Shi Gung that was tinged with anticipation and a hint of shyness. "The red thread?" Shi Gung chuckled softly, extending his hand with a playful shake. "Put it on me." Suppressing the flutter of emotions within, Hephaestus lowered his gaze slightly, carefully fastening the red chain around Shi Gung's wrist. The fiery red chain accentuated the pallor of Shi Gung's skin, its heat reminiscent of a binding etched deep within the soul, embodying a fervent devotion that sought eternity, a passionate yearning that danced between the crimson and the pale, manifesting as a profound gray, accompanied by an inescapable, suffocating obsession. In that moment, Shi Gung felt an extraordinary heat radiating from the chain, as if it were searing him with the intensity of a raging fire. He regarded Hephaestus thoughtfully. Due to their positioning, he was unable to discern the expression on Hephaestus' face, only catching sight of the tremor of his eyelashes, reacting instinctively to Shi Gung's gaze. Shi Gung observed that Hephaestus' eyelashes were remarkably long, particularly the lower lashes, which were thick and elongated. When his gaze fell, the slender shadows cast by his lashes lent him an inexplicable air of aloofness. As Shi Gung's heart stirred, just as he was about to speak, Hephaestus lifted his gaze, a dark smile gracing his features akin to that of a beloved receiving a heartfelt confession. Though this smile accentuated the terrifying scars upon his visage, it rendered him less wooden than at first glance. "Why bestow upon me a bracelet?" Ji Gung inquired. Yet before he Huisi Tuasi could respond, he continued, "Does this imply affection towards me?" His gentle tone bore a whisper of intimacy. Just as he finished speaking, Ji Gung moved to close the distance between them, but he Huisi Tuasi hastily shouldered his weapon, leaving with a hasty remark, "I shall take my leave," striding away without a backward glance. His uneven gait bore an air of retreat, almost as if he were fleeing. The instant he Huisi Tuasi's figure vanished entirely, the warmth in Ji Gung's eyes evaporated, his lips pressed into a thin line, exuding an aura of cold indifference, as if the playful, smiling figure that had just teased he Huisi Tuasi were an entirely different person. Ji Gung gazed at the bracelet adorning his wrist, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. At this moment, the voice of Kuei-in resonated within the depths of his consciousness. "Is there something amiss?" "Nothing at all." The fire god Hephaestus, affection level 40, current affection level 60. "See, I told you this big fool is innocent and easy to charm. By the way, little Ji Gung, how did you know the guest would be Hephaestus?" "So, those sounds of forging and smelting I occasionally heard from the neighboring mountain where you're doing to swat mosquitoes? It turns out that the neighbor disrupting the system's peaceful dreams is none other than Hephaestus." Beneath the boundless sky, countless golden rays cascaded through the azure form of Uranus, draping Olympus in a veil of mystery. This was the realm where the gods resided, untouched by rain or frost, even in the sweltering June. The air seemed to carry a hint of a gentle spring breeze. It was a place perpetually filled with laughter and joy, and undoubtedly the most jubilant moments occurred during the grand feasts. On this day, nearly all the deities would gather together, indulging in revelry, chaos, and unabashed freedom. Despite the countless feasts that had taken place, each one brought forth new delights and amusements, ensuring the gods remained eagerly engaged. However, on this occasion, the anticipation among the gods reached an unprecedented height. The reason was simple. The goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, who had never attended a feast, finally consented to an invitation and would make her appearance at this gathering. What exhilarating news this was, especially for those gods who had longed to behold her true form. They rose early, donning their most splendid attire, and after meticulously ensuring their appearance was flawless, they set off toward the grand hall of the feast. The three goddesses of the seasons beamed radiant smiles, tirelessly drawing back the curtains of the great hall for the arriving deities. One of the goddesses, Dike, glanced back at those already seated within and quietly remarked to her sisters, "Oh, Nomia, Irene, look how early everyone has arrived. There is still a considerable time before the banquet begins." "Indeed," replied Nomia, her excitement palpable, as she recalled the descriptions of Aphrodite, her cheeks flushing slightly. "They say she is even more enchanting than Apollo." Irene teased, "Look at your smitten expression. The feast hasn't even begun, and you appear as if you've drunk some exquisite honeyed wine. I heard Dionysus brewed a special grape wine last night to welcome the goddess, and when you see her, don't let yourself get tipsy before the festivities even start." Nomia's blush deepened, and she half-jokingly replied, "I would gladly lose myself in intoxication for that goddess." "How foolish." A brazen male voice suddenly resonated before the three goddesses of time. "Oh, Nomia, you presently resemble those naive maidens enamored with love, foolishly pining for an unseen entity. It is utterly laughable." The voice was rough and deep, imbued with a chilling aura of slaughter and bloodshed. It belonged to the god of war, Ares. With arms crossed and a condescending gaze, he loomed over Onomiya, his handsome, masculine visage bearing an innate arrogance. His exceptional status rendered him indifferent to the presence of any deity, exuding haughtiness and pride, which curiously intertwined with the lethal atmosphere surrounding him. Akin to a ferocious and predatory wolf, strong, frenzied, and imposing, as if everything were a matter of course. Your flattery has caused a mere goddess of beauty to become insufferably conceited, a mere lamb awaiting slaughter despite her outward appearance. Know that only battle is worthy of eternal praise. Ah, Ares, why have you arrived so early? Despite a tinge of trepidation regarding Ares's brutality, Onomiya retorted defiantly, implying that Ares was no different from other gods, hastening to meet Aphrodite. "Do not conflate me with those fools who squander their time endlessly," Ares disdainfully retorted, striding past the three goddesses of time, not toward the banquet hall, but toward the palace of Hera, the mother of the gods. "What an arrogant scoundrel! He is truly a calamity in the realm of Olympus, Onomia remarked, rolling her eyes at Ares's retreating figure, confirming his perennial vexatious nature. Dyke nodded in agreement. Such beings, fixated solely on battle and slaughter, cannot appreciate beauty. Not necessarily. What if he sees the goddess of beauty and transforms into a lovesick fool? Eros mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. A vision of such a scene evidently amused the three goddesses of time, who stifled their laughter behind their hands. Beautiful goddesses. What amusing matters occupy your thoughts? A gentle, magnetic voice interjected into their mirth. The golden-haired deity, Apollo, was steering his chariot, and, upon noticing the exceptionally radiant laughter of the three goddesses, paused, thinking it might pertain to the day's festivities. Ah, it is Apollo, Onomia exclaimed, her voice tinged with delight. The sun god, perched upon his chariot, appeared strikingly handsome, his golden locks cascading behind him, a gentle smile gracing his face, exuding charm and tenderness. Truly, he was the most beloved male deity of Mount Olympus, and Onomia felt herself almost entranced by Apollo's warm gaze. Eros subtly nudged Onomia while replying. We were discussing when the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, might arrive. He believed that their light-hearted speculation regarding the god of war was harmless and did not warrant the attention of other deities. It seems everyone eagerly anticipates the arrival of the goddess of beauty. Apollo cast a glance at the deities already seated in the grand banquet hall, smiled, and remarked to the three goddesses of time, I must hasten my journey across the sky, for I yearn to behold the grace of Aphrodite. His anticipation for the legendary goddess of beauty was no less fervent than that of the other gods who had arrived early. This mysterious figure had initially sparked mere curiosity, which over time transformed into an indelible longing. This yearning propelled him to complete his solar circuit at nearly double his usual pace after bidding farewell to the three goddesses. As he returned in his chariot of sunlight, he could hardly suppress his thoughts. What manner of being was Aphrodite? Did she share an affinity for melody, rich talent, and poetic spirit? He even envisioned the enchanting scene of making music together with her. The very thought quickened his return to Olympus. As he traversed a ridge and passed over a thicket, a strikingly tall figure caught his eye. More accurately, a captivating tableau momentarily stole his breath away, prompting him to halt his chariot and conceal himself quietly. At that moment, he felt a surge of gratitude for having remembered to bring a storage pouch during his solar rounds. Otherwise, concealing such a grand vehicle would have been challenging. Despite knowing that spying was not an honorable pursuit, Apollo found his gaze irresistibly drawn to the enchanting scene before him. Before him stood a remarkably handsome young man, whose flawless features bore no imperfections. He stood half-naked in the water, with the gentle splashes kissing his fair skin. His golden hair, dampened by the water, clung smoothly to his back, while a few strands playfully adorned his chest, artfully veiling his alluring form while accentuating the elegance of his collarbone. Crystal-clear droplets trickled down his forehead, as if caressed by the softest of hands, gliding down the bridge of his noble nose in a tender, intimate manner, eventually cascading onto his enticing lips. Just then, the young man parted his lips slightly, extending his delicate tongue to teasingly lick a mischievous droplet. His eyes half closed as he bestowed a remarkably seductive smile upon the man on shore. In that instant, a thunderous realization erupted within Apollo's mind, overwhelming him with panic yet igniting a thrill he could not contain. He had never comprehended that a man could possess such devastating allure at that moment. The youth in the water seemed even more captivating than the sirens who ensnared hearts. Amidst his racing heartbeat, Apollo abhorred his shameful behavior, yet deep within, an inexplicable tension and exhilaration began to stir, and he felt an uncharacteristic jealousy towards the man on shore. Indeed, there stood another man, a red-haired figure with his back turned to Apollo, bearing an enormous fire tongs upon his shoulders. At this moment, the man in the water was enticing the other man. And upon realizing this, Apollo felt an unsettling sensation within, especially as he observed the man's stance, which was markedly unbalanced. He was a man with a limp, and Apollo could not help but feel that the man's appearance was far from appealing. The limp, the crimson hair, and the enormous fire tongs slung across his back quickly led Apollo to deduce the man's identity: Hephaestus, the infant forsaken by the goddess Hera at birth. Renowned for his unparalleled skills in metallurgy, capable of crafting extraordinary creations. However, Apollo could not linger on the man for long, as something more captivating soon drew his attention away entirely. Particularly as the man in the water began to approach Hephaestus, Apollo's gaze became fixated upon him, unable to waver. He was uncertain whether Hephaestus, engaged in battle with his back turned, had already succumbed to temptation. All he knew was that at that moment, he had been utterly captivated. Feeling his breath grow heavy. Who? The man in the water paused, his clear yet languorous voice cutting through the ethereal dust and reaching Apollo's ears. Accompanying this was the man's piercing and beguiling gaze. In that fleeting moment of their eyes locking, Apollo shivered, as if struck by a force that pierced his heart. Falling prey to love at first sight. Sun god Apollo initial affection, 10 affection increase, 25 current affection, 35 Zhigang. It is evident from Apollo's demeanor that he has already developed an infatuation for you. So why is his affection rating merely at 35? Apollo, with his charming and flirtatious nature, is not an inexperienced innocent. He has encountered the phenomenon of love at first sight countless times. As for Hephaestus, the god of fire, his affection rating has only increased by a mere 5 points, bringing his total to 65. Why has Hephaestus's affection rating increased so little? The scene just now, with him half undressed and damp, was undeniably a prelude to a delightful encounter by the river. He had already shed his trousers, seemingly preparing to witness the grand spectacle of the fire god's affection soaring. Yet the increase was a mere 5 points. Zhigang, this defies logic. Even the master of romance, Apollo, cannot withstand such temptation, yet the innocent boy Hephaestus, directly teased by the goddess of beauty, has only gained a mere 5 points of affection. I am immensely curious about the inner workings of Hephaestus's mind at this moment. I await eagerly. Silence. It is entirely normal for feelings to develop slowly at this stage. After the initial flutter of attraction, emotions tend to settle, encased within a stony exterior, becoming more contemplative. Hephaestus currently finds himself in this very process. However, the more one suppresses the flames of passion, the more fervent they become, and Zhigang harbors no concerns for Hephaestus. Pull me up, Zhigang said, slightly lifting his chin and extending a hand toward Hephaestus on the shore. Hephaestus swallowed hard. This scene felt hauntingly familiar, so familiar that the aroma of the other still lingered at the tip of his nose from last night's dream, and the scorching sensation of holding the other's waist remained vivid in his memory. He distinctly recalled how, just yesterday, the other had similarly reached out, inviting him to embrace him, which ultimately led to their entwinement. With this thought, Hephaestus parted his lips, wishing to speak, yet ultimately remained silent, resignedly grasping the outstretched hand. The anticipation in his heart was undeniable. In the instant Hephaestus pulled him up, Zhigang instinctively leaned towards him, resulting in a collision that sent Hephaestus tumbling to the ground, accompanied by the muffled sound of his fall and the rapid thumping of his heart. Zhigang collapsed onto Hephaestus, their bodies almost melding into one another. The cool river water dampened Hephaestus's attire, yet ignited a fervent warmth within his heart, as a wave of heat surged towards his lower abdomen. In that moment, both Zhigang and Hephaestus appeared to share an unspoken understanding, wholly disregarding the voyeuristic Apollo, who was contemplating how to rationalize his unsavory behavior upon being discovered. As the atmosphere between his object of affection and Hephaestus grew increasingly intimate, Apollo, concealed nearby, could no longer contain himself. Setting aside his role as a mere observer, he swiftly emerged from his hiding place. Though I regret interrupting your moment, allow me to briefly introduce myself. I am Apollo, the god of the sun. His gentle voice carried an indescribable magnetism, exuding elegance and confidence, evoking a sensation akin to basking in the warmth of a sunlit shore. With a soft smile gracing his golden-haired visage, his gaze remained fixed upon the entwined Zhigang and Hephaestus. Since fate has granted us the chance to meet on the way to Olympus, might I have the honor of inviting you both to join me on this journey? Such acts of peeping and deliberately interrupting would typically provoke disdain from any other deity. However, with Apollo at the helm, the situation transformed entirely. This golden-haired god seemed to possess an innate charm, capable of transmuting all anxiety and turmoil into a gentle, warm light, a deity cherished profoundly by the sun. Zhigang arched an eyebrow, rising from he huai si tua si, and donned the garments that had been prepared on the shore. The damp fabric was instantly dried by divine power the moment he stood. Do you know who I am? Zhigang inquired with keen interest, directing his gaze towards Apollo. Indeed, Apollo replied, it is the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite. I believe only such an entity could ensnare my heart with but a glance. Prior to this moment, all the ethereal fantasies paled in comparison to the tangible reality of a single gaze. Might I have the honor of inviting you both to Olympus? Apollo reiterated his previous words, as a splendid chariot of the sun emerged behind him. Zhigung remained silent, turning his gaze towards Hephaestus, who had just risen from the ground. Due to the latter's bowed head, Zhigung was unable to discern his expression at that moment. Hephaestus clenched the hand that hung at his side, and after what seemed like an eternity, he emitted a few dry, brittle words. "No. I shall go alone." His voice was parched and unpleasant, bearing the huskiness characteristic of one unaccustomed to speech, as if it had been scorched by searing flames. Apollo was somewhat taken aback. He had presumed that aside from his lameness, Hephaestus' only flaw was his ungainly appearance. Yet he had not anticipated such an unpleasant voice. He raised his eyebrows slightly, concealing any disdain or sympathy, and simply directed his attention back to Zhigung. Zhigung cast a glance at the silent Hephaestus, who had his head bowed, and then at Apollo, suddenly breaking into a smile. "Very well," he said. Apollo felt a surge of joy and gracefully gestured an invitation. The moment Zhigung stepped onto the chariot of the sun god, the voice of Kuei Yin resonated within the depths of his consciousness. "Oh dear, Zhigung, your strategy of retreating to advance, leaving Hephaestus behind to stir jealousy and awaken his feelings, is sure to boost your rapport." "Not likely. It will diminish," he replied. "Huh. The god of fire, Hephaestus. Rapport -5, current rapport 60. Kuei Yin exclaimed. "What? Emotions truly are a complex affair." Smiley face, stealing a glance at Apollo's rapport interface. Kuei Yin finally felt a glimmer of consolation. The sun god, Apollo, rapport 5, current rapport 40. It seemed that this radiant sun god, exuding brilliance from every pore, would likely progress in a rather normal fashion, perhaps, just maybe. The sun god, Apollo, rapport 5, current rapport 45. Kuei Yin exclaimed, Oh my goodness. Zhiga, why are you currently seated in Apollo's chariot, doing nothing and remaining entirely silent? Yet somehow your affinity has increased by 5 points. Zhigung turned his head to glance at Apollo, who, upon sensing his gaze, offered a gentle smile imbued with a hint of tenderness and affection. It seemed that Zhigung had conjured an image of his own sorrow stemming from Hephaestus. Kuei Yin remarked that the thought processes of the male deity were indeed on a different wavelength. "So, Zhigung, do you intend to allow him to indulge in his own assumptions throughout this journey?" "Not at all. He would initiate conversation with me." "Dearest Aphrodite, with some time remaining before the banquet commences, shall I escort you to admire the breathtaking vistas of Mount Olympus?" Apollo felt a flutter of nerves when he uttered these words. He had always believed himself capable of eloquent discourse in any circumstance. Yet he found himself unexpectedly beset by a tinge of shyness and trepidation. Like a youth uncertain of how to articulate his affections, he awaited the response of his beloved with utmost care. Amused by his own musings, Apollo leaned slightly closer to Zhigung, maintaining a distance that was intimate yet not intrusive. Mount Olympus boasted the most exquisite landscapes. Here, autumn's decay was non-existent. Nor was there the chill of a desolate winter. Apollo's handsome features radiated confidence, his eyes sparkling with a kaleidoscope of colors, at times. The billowing clouds below would darken ominously, and when they gathered swiftly, they resembled a tumultuous army charging forth to conquer the boundless earth. With vivid enthusiasm, Apollo elaborated on the wonders of Mount Olympus, sharing anecdotes that he deemed particularly delightful and worthy of reminiscence with the goddess beside him. He recounted how he had outwitted the god of wine to secure his newly crafted vintage, and how he and his sister Artemis would often set out for outdoor hunts, only to find themselves unexpectedly playing the harp instead. His intentions were somewhat self-serving, as he desired to linger in Aphrodite's company a while longer. As he shared these tales, he deliberately slowed his pace, crafting an atmosphere of intimacy that enveloped only him and Aphrodite. To enhance this cherished ambience, he even chose a secluded path rarely traversed by deities. Zhigung exhibited little interest in the amusing anecdotes recounted by Apollo, languidly reclining against the chair behind him, only occasionally offering a word or two in response. Rather than perceiving this as rudeness, Apollo found himself increasingly delighted, observing the goddess of beauty beside him. Her eyes half closed in a state of languor, bathed in the golden warmth of sunlight that graced her visage, Apollo's smile deepened. He pondered the necessity of fostering a closer bond between himself and Aphrodite. Ahead lay a sea of blossoms, where vibrant red tulips and golden daffodils flourished in splendid abundance. Beyond this floral expanse, one could glimpse the rear entrance of the main hall of Mount Olympus. "Let us proceed through here," Apollo proposed. halting his chariot and extending a gentlemanly hand towards Zhigang, inviting him to alight. Zhigang cast a glance at the outstretched hand. A subtle smile gracing his lips as he swiftly pivoted and leapt down from the other side with remarkable speed and grace, exuding an ineffable charm and elegance that left Apollo momentarily stunned. Wasn't he supposed to walk over? Zhigang raised an eyebrow at Apollo. Once Apollo regained his composure, his smile brightened even further as he retracted his divine chariot and approached Zhigang's side, and together they strolled forward. The atmosphere was idyllic. A delightful walk amidst a sea of blossoms, inhaling the fragrant yet refreshing aromas. Just as Apollo parted his lips, poised to utter something, he was abruptly silenced by the shocking scene that unfolded before them. Reacting swiftly, Apollo grasped Zhigang's hand and pulled him into hiding. Not far away on the grassy expanse, a naked youth was straddling another man, his head tilted back in a blend of agony and ecstasy, moaning softly. As the youth's body undulated, the handsome visage of the man below became visible, his striking features imbued with an innate dominance and wildness. His chiseled and profound facial structure complemented by eyebrows that spoke of his confidence and regal bearing. His deep black eyes shimmered with passion, radiating a mature, intense masculinity. In that moment, the man seemed to sense their presence, abruptly lifting his gaze directly toward the direction where Zhigang and Apollo were concealed. The rapid progression of their heartbeats was palpable. The man's gaze was not menacing. Rather, it carried a languid intoxication, a sense of indulgence that emanated a formidable aura of inviolable strength. Zhigang distinctly felt Apollo's breath hitch beside him, having been caught peeking twice in one day, and just moments ago enthusiastically sharing the beauty of the scenery with his beloved idol. Apollo was now unexpectedly confronted with his father's clandestine affair. The turmoil within him was palpable, a desperate urge to explain to Aphrodite everything that was unfolding, yet the moment felt utterly inappropriate for such discourse. Fortunately, their divine father merely cast a fleeting glance in their direction before returning his focus to the youth's service. With a robust slap to the youth's rear, the man flipped him over, pinning him down with fervor, initiating a fierce and domineering engagement, seemingly oblivious to the presence of his onlookers. It appeared that he was in the throes of passion, with no intention of concluding his exploits anytime soon. During this interval, the man showed no inclination to acknowledge their presence. Apollo, clearly aware of this, felt an acute sense of awkwardness and embarrassment. The reason is simple. If the object of his father's fierce demands at this moment were a woman, Apollo might have offered some purely aesthetic remarks about her beauty and form, thereby easing the tension between himself and Aphrodite. However, it is precisely the case that his father's illicit interest lies with a beautiful and delicate young man. This is where the problem arises. It is crucial to note that the object of his affection is also male and, in every aspect, far more alluring than the youth before him. Moreover, the other is currently positioned quite close, their breaths seemingly intertwining, to the extent that a mere tilt of Apollo's head would bring him into contact with the warm, exquisite visage of the young man. For Apollo, this is undoubtedly an experience that is both exhilarating and fraught with tension. In that fleeting moment, an image of the goddess beneath him, moaning in a suggestive manner, flashed involuntarily through his mind. This provocative and unspoken thought rendered him incapable of maintaining a facade of indifference in front of the living embodiment of desire. Ding. Sun god Apollo, favorability 15. Current favorability 60. A voice echoed in his mind. How could favorability suddenly increase so significantly? Men are creatures who think with their lower halves. He has developed an attraction towards me. Apollo, is this what you refer to as the scenery of Olympus? There was a hint of thinly veiled anger in Giga's tone, which also betrayed a touch of embarrassment as if he felt offended. He had anticipated the beauty Apollo had described but was taken aback by the sordid scene before him. It felt as though he had been deceived. Moreover, this image was particularly shameful. Apollo froze momentarily, and when his gaze met Aphrodite's questioning eyes, the first thought that crossed his mind was not how to explain or apologize, but rather an acknowledgement of how captivating she appeared at that moment. He had assumed that since Aphrodite knew how to entice Hephaestus, she must possess corresponding experience. Yet, he was surprised to find her seemingly innocent, as though she had never encountered such matters. Despite the evident embarrassment stemming from the passionate scene nearby, she was attempting to feign a demeanor of understanding. However, one cannot hide the truth in their eyes. Aphrodite was merely putting on a brave front. Perhaps he need not tread so cautiously around Aphrodite. Being more forthright might reveal a different aspect of this goddess. With this realization, a flicker of delight coursed through Apollo, as he found the slightly irate Aphrodite to be irresistibly beautiful, making it difficult for him to look away. The flushed cheeks, whether more due to irritation or shyness, accentuated the scarlet hue between his brows, rendering it even more resplendent than the crimson tulips blooming beside him. Apollo, the sun god, affection level 5, currently at 65. Dearest Aphrodite, Apollo's voice fell to a hushed whisper, imbued with his characteristic gentleness, yet at this moment, it bore an added timbre of hoarseness and restraint. Tender and profoundly affectionate, he leaned closer to Zhiging's ear. His voice a mere murmur meant only for their ears. I sincerely apologize for allowing you to witness such a scene. I believe that had it not been for my desire to indulge in our moments of solitude together, your emotions would not have been tainted by these inappropriate circumstances. Due to their proximity, Apollo's warm breath brushed against Zhiging's ear, causing a blush to bloom at the nape of his neck, leaving him momentarily flustered. Zhigang, Apollo's demeanor towards you has unexpectedly shifted. Ah, he is flirting with me. The unexpectedly innocent goddess of beauty has prompted this sun god to alter his pursuit strategy. Apollo, satisfied to witness the blush creeping up the other's ears, leaned in closer. Just as his lips were about to brush against the delicate earlobe, he paused, letting out a low chuckle. Then, maintaining a mere half-millimeter of distance, his lips glided slowly down the exquisite earlobe, his breath gradually encroaching upon the sharply defined, beautiful profile. Although his lips never truly made contact, it felt as if a layer of damp, ambiguous traces had already been left upon that flawless visage. Zhigang's face flushed crimson, and he abruptly turned his head to distance himself from Apollo. This action, intended to alleviate his embarrassment, inadvertently placed him in direct view of the increasingly fervent scene unfolding ahead. Accompanied by the man's heavy breaths and the boy's high-pitched moans, the robust figure of the man moved rhythmically, akin to a powerful and agile leopard relishing a delectable feast beneath him. Despite being surrounded by a sea of blossoms, the air was thick with an intoxicating aura of desire, a potent and palpable essence of pure masculinity that made one's heart race and cheeks burn. In that moment, Zhigang felt trapped, unable to look away or turn his head, and straightened his back in an effort to appear unaffected. To escape the awkwardness, he inquired, Apollo, who are these two individuals? The boy is unfamiliar to me, but the man is my father, the great lord of thunder, Zeus. Apollo had no qualms about revealing Zeus's name. In fact, tarnishing the reputation of his father in Aphrodite's eyes could serve his interests well. What shall we do now? We cannot remain here indefinitely, Zhigang remarked, sensing that lingering in such a manner would render him increasingly peculiar. Apollo was delighted by Aphrodite's shyness in this context. Her outwardly alluring and provocative demeanor belied a naivete when faced with such intimate encounters, a striking contradiction that intrigued him. He perceived a peculiar charm in this version of Aphrodite, who was both innocent and artfully pretentious, yet oddly endearing. Surely the male deity has inherited some of Zeus's flirtatiousness, albeit with a touch more restraint, Apollo mused. Aphrodite, let us quietly circumvent them. Upon saying this, he naturally took Zhigang's hand, placing it beside him. Since his father appeared disinterested in their presence, he would not intervene while they pretended not to notice and prepared to depart stealthily. Driven by self-interest, he was solely concerned with preventing his father from spotting Aphrodite. Shielding her with his body seemed the most prudent course of action. As Apollo led him through a less dense path in the flower garden, Zhigang followed closely, successfully circumventing Zeus, who was engaged in his illicit encounter with the boy. It was only after they exited the flower-laden expanse and the embarrassing sounds faded into silence that Zhigang finally exhaled. And the first thing he did upon relaxing was to shake off Apollo's hand. He slightly lifted his chin, reverting to his characteristic haughty demeanor. His exquisite visage adorned with a languid indifference, coupled with a vibrant and subtly seductive allure, as if the previous embarrassment and shyness had vanished entirely. Apollo bore no ill will towards Zhigang's treachery. He gazed at him with gentle affection, an air of tender indulgence evident in his brow. He felt as though he had uncovered a sweet secret, one that belonged solely to himself and Aphrodite, the idol of his admiration, unexpectedly enticing yet astonishingly innocent. Presented a delightful paradox. Apollo's favorability increased by 5, now standing at 70. Meanwhile, it seemed that no one took notice when, after Apollo and Zhiga meandered away from the Sea of Flowers, the king of the gods, who had been reveling in the youth's presence, rose and cast a glance in their direction. A glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes, akin to that of a predator who had spotted a delectable prey. He casually straightened his slightly disheveled attire and spoke nonchalantly. "Hermes, has my indulgence led you to forget your duties?" Though his tone was mild, it carried an undeniable authority. At the instant his words fell, the hidden messenger of the gods revealed himself, appearing before Zeus in a flash, one leg kneeling and head bowed, concealing all emotions save for piety and loyalty. "Father God, please forgive Hermes for this lapse in duty." Zeus's gaze softened, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Silly child, how could I blame you? If you had shielded me as you usually do, how could I have discovered such a splendid quarry? Take this youth away. The banquet's countdown has already chimed 5 times, and it is time for me to make my entrance." He glanced lazily at the bear youth. "Yes, Father God." With the last syllable echoed, the beautiful flower field soon lay deserted, the lingering scent of floral desire hinting at the romance that had once flourished there. On the other hand, Giga was unsurprised to see 2 figures illuminated within the favorability interface. King Zeus, initial favorability 5, 5, current favorability 10. Messenger Hermes, initial favorability 10. 25, current favorability 35. The goddess of beauty finally made her appearance at the banquet. The countdown to the banquet had tolled for the 7th time. And as the event was on the brink of commencing, the much-anticipated goddess had yet to arrive. Even Apollo, who was invariably prompt, was absent. The assembled deities, already seated, felt a twinge of disappointment. Could it be that this time, the goddess merely responded in jest when she agreed to attend? Ares surveyed the surrounding deities, their expressions varied, and a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. He grasped a wine goblet from the table, idly swirling it in his hand before tilting his head back and consuming its contents in one swift motion. As the wine flowed into his lips, Ares discovered that the vintage crafted by Dionysus this time was not merely the usual crisp and fragrant brew, but rather a bold and spicy concoction that surprisingly suited his palate. How irritating it was to see Ares flaunting an air of superiority, as if to imply our own foolishness. Artemis let out a disdainful huff. She had intended to check if Apollo had arrived, but inadvertently caught a glimpse of Ares's scornful and contemptuous gaze from near the entrance. Her intense curiosity regarding the fabled goddess of beauty made her anticipation palpable, and Artemis felt it was entirely natural for the gods to harbor such sentiments. In contrast, Ares, apart from his knowledge of slaughter and bloodshed, was left with nothing but the arrogance and hubris spoiled by Hera. Who was he trying to impress? With a slight curl of her lip, Artemis spoke in a tone neither too loud nor too soft, yet sufficient for Ares to hear. The discord between Artemis and Ares was not a mere triviality. In fact, most of the deities on Mount Olympus, barring a few, had experienced friction with Ares, whether great or small. However, due to Ares' status as the only acknowledged son of the god king and queen, such grievances remained unvoiced. At this moment, regarding the conflict between 2 first-tier gods, those of lower rank could only feign ignorance and maintain silence, while others of equal standing either ignored the matter with indifference or viewed it as a delightful spectacle. A seasoning for the banquet's commencement. "Shall we engage in a contest, Artemis?" Ares sneered, setting down his wine goblet. "With the spear in my hand, I shall compel you to abandon your quiver and flee like a pitiful lamb amidst the resounding war drums." "Ares, your confidence is rather excessive." A gentle male voice interjected unexpectedly. Artemis's heart leaped with joy as she looked towards the entrance, where Apollo stood clad in simple, yet elegant attire, his handsome features radiating charm and grace. Her brother was, as always, strikingly alluring. Just as she was about to speak, a tall figure stepped out from behind Apollo, instantly capturing all her attention. Artemis sensed that not only she, but all the gods present were equally entranced, their gazes entirely fixed upon this man. She struggled to find the most fitting adjective to describe this deity's appearance, for any description seemed inadequate and monotonous. She had always believed her brother Apollo epitomized the pinnacle of male beauty, yet the man standing beside him seemed to embody an entirely different facet of masculinity. Tall yet not overly robust, with a striking visage that was alluring yet not effeminate, he was the perfect embodiment of beauty. It was as if he fulfilled every god's fantasy of beauty, allowing each deity to find their preferred aspect within him: proud, noble, and breathtakingly exquisite, deserving of adoration from all. Who was this man? The answer was unmistakable. Ji Gung cast a glance around, capturing the expressions of each deity in his sight. Simultaneously, the interface displaying the favorability of characters illuminated one by one, each icon representing the identity of a divine being. Ji Gung, take a moment to examine the affinity interface. Under the urging of Kuei-in, Zhigung selectively reviewed several of the future 12 deities. The goddess of agriculture, Demeter, has an initial affinity of 5, increased by 15. Currently standing at 20. The moon goddess, Artemis, boasts an initial affinity of 10, augmented by 40, now totaling 50. The god of wine, Dionysus, began with an affinity of 15, enhanced by 5, presently at 20. The god of war, Ares, commenced with an affinity of -50, diminished by 5, currently resting at -55. I fail to comprehend why, among female counterparts, Artemis possesses a significantly higher affinity than Demeter. The distinction between mature women and youthful maidens is evident. Demeter, with her reserved and dignified demeanor, exudes an elegance and maturity that transcends superficial appearances. In contrast, Artemis, still in her blossoming years, embodies kindness, with a personality that is clear-cut and straightforward. To discover that Ares harbors a negative affinity is utterly astonishing. Little Zhigung, are you certain you have not inadvertently offended him at any point? Have you become so enamored by the flattery of foolish admirers that you have lost your way? Akin to Aphrodite? Ares rose to his feet, his gaze piercingly directed at Zhigung, his eyes sharp as the edge of a blade, radiating the fierce aura of one seasoned in the theater of war. Zhigung did not cast a glance at Ares. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Artemis and took a few steps closer, saying, "Beautiful goddess, I believe you must be the sister of Apollo, who embodies both tenderness and heroic grace." Artemis smiled, a blend of pride and shyness. Just as she was about to respond, her words were interrupted by Ares' somewhat irritable voice. "Aphrodite, who has bestowed upon you the audacity to disregard me?" Zhigung cast a fleeting glance at Ares, his tone laced with a hint of arrogance. "I detest you. Hence I shall disregard you. Who needs courage for such a stance?" Such a forthright declaration of disdain was indeed striking. Ding. God of War Ares, affection level -5. Current affection level -60. Oh no. Gee, what mischief are you concocting? If Ares' affection dips to -100, this character will be rendered useless. I am well aware of my limits. Goddess Aphrodite, it appears, lacks the wisdom one might expect to accompany her alluring appearance. Ares is notorious throughout the divine realm for his brutality and savagery, and Aphrodite's brazen provocation undoubtedly poses a significant risk for the days to come. Such a direct approach is excessively bold and rather irrational. Undeniably, Aphrodite's enchanting visage captivates nearly all, yet her haughty straightforwardness seems to reveal a striking deficiency in intellect. The assembled deities, having observed this, found some solace and even amusement in the revelation. A goddess like her is, to them, decidedly more genuine, and far easier to comprehend and manipulate. Ding. Goddess Demeter, affection level 10, current affection level 30. Moon Goddess Artemis, affection level 20, current affection level 70. Sun God Apollo, affection level 5, current affection level 75. God of Wine Dionysus, affection level 5, current affection level 25. Oh dear. Zhigung, aside from Ares and the peace-loving Irene, the other deities have actually increased their affection for you. Kuei-in exclaimed, "I don't understand. Your recent interaction with Ares perfectly epitomized what it means to be thoughtless and foolish. Moreover, why has Artemis' affection for you risen so swiftly? She has placed me in the camp with her and Apollo." Dear Aphrodite, a brilliant smile graced the lips of Artemis as she shed a layer of shyness, sincerely inviting. "Would you care to sit beside me? Shortly, I wish to perform a piece we have recently composed with Apollo for you." As Zhigung was about to respond, the ever-silent Dionysus suddenly rose and proclaimed, "Aphrodite, I have specially crafted a vintage of wine for you. May we toast and share in its delight?" No one could resist the allure of Dionysus's wine, yet Artemis's sincere invitation seemed equally compelling. The deities could distinctly sense a flicker of hesitation in Aphrodite. She glanced towards Dionysus, and even from the considerable distance, the enticing aroma of his wine wafted through the air, setting it apart from the beverages enjoyed by the other gods, which were markedly less fragrant and alluring. Her gaze then shifted to Artemis, whose eyes sparkled with palpable anticipation, reminiscent of a young deer frolicking across the meadow, vibrant and full of life. What choice would Aphrodite make? The gods were steeped in curiosity, each harboring their own thoughts. Yet for a moment, silence enveloped the assembly. What's this? The countdown to the feast has concluded, and I had expected the air to be filled with laughter and joy. As is customary, a deep, resonant voice shattered the delicate stillness. As this voice resonated, nearly all the deities turned their attention to the speaker. Unlike the varied expressions they had displayed upon seeing the goddess of beauty, now their faces were etched with awe and solemnity. None would dare to act frivolously before this deity, not solely due to his exalted status, but also because of the formidable power that commanded reverence from all creation. This was their sovereign, the paramount ruler of Mount Olympus, Zeus. Hera, adorned in splendid attire, accompanied Zeus, her gaze sweeping over the assembly as he spoke. Eventually, her eyes settled upon Zhigang, scrutinizing him with a keen intensity, akin to a protective hen warding off potential threats. Such a presence was overwhelmingly radiant, effortlessly capturing the attention of all, a fact that stirred unease within Hera. She had not forgotten her husband's propensity for indiscretions, irrespective of gender. Zeus, too, caught sight of Zhigang, though his glance was fleeting, devoid of lingering interest. After delivering his address, he clasped Hera's hand, guiding her toward the prominent throne that awaited them. This display afforded Hera a slight sense of relief. She withdrew her scrutinizing gaze, lifting her chin to meet the awe-stricken stares of the other gods as she approached the regal seat that belonged to her and Zeus, exuding grace and dignity. It was precisely for this reason that she failed to notice, as they passed Zhigang, her husband subtly extended his other hand, lightly brushing the back of Zhigang's hand with his fingertips. Qian exclaimed, "Ah, Zeus, you old rogue. He is flirting with you. How can the other gods be oblivious to this?" The king of the gods, Zeus, garnered a 5 affinity, currently totaling 15. Qian continued, "Oh, how delightful. I implore you, dear king, to grace us with your presence more often." Despite the subtle, ambiguous gestures that played upon his hands, Zeus's gaze remained unwaveringly fixed ahead, as if nothing had transpired, striding towards his exalted throne. The deities who witnessed this display, though their hearts were awash with myriad emotions, collectively composed themselves as Zeus ascended to the throne, bowing in reverence to the sovereign of Olympus. Such as Olympus, where even the prospect of the king engaging in jovial discourse amongst them is overshadowed by an ingrained hierarchy that remains an insurmountable chasm for the gods. Seated upon the throne, Zeus wore a faint smile, casting a glance at the assembly below, his gaze lingering momentarily on Artemis and Dionysus before finally resting upon Zhigang. Aphrodite, he pronounced the name with a deliberate cadence, the lowered inflection carrying an ineffable charm, as if savoring the beauty of the name, and more so, the exquisite goddess it belonged to. His smile deepened slightly. If one found themselves torn between the exquisite sweetness of wine and the tender expectation of a maiden, such deliberation would prove utterly futile. He patted the chair beneath him, inviting, "Come, sit with me, or take the nearest seat below, so I may see you clearly." Though his tone was seemingly casual, it bore an undeniable air of authority that effortlessly overturned the previous choice, imposing another upon the goddess of beauty. "Hera," she exclaimed, rising abruptly from her throne, her stunning visage marred by a flicker of malevolence, just as she was about to voice her discontent. A mere glance from Zeus rendered her speechless, choking her words in her throat. She suddenly realized that, despite being the mother of the gods, this prestige and honor were bestowed upon her by the man beside her. The majesty of the king forbade her from behaving recklessly at any moment. His affections were reserved for the queen who understood her place. After a deep breath, Hera returned to her throne, regaining her dignified composure, though her hands, clenched at her sides, bore the marks of her suppressed fury, her manicured fingertips piercing her palm, drawing blood. With a composed smile, she addressed Zhigang, "Aphrodite, Zeus has granted you the opportunity to choose. Now, I would like to hear your answer." "Qian, how terrifying." The queen possesses a smile that conceals daggers. Her disdain is more formidable than Ares'. Fortunately, the target of my affections is not a woman. However, the great king has indeed established a formidable rival. He is boldly proclaiming his interest in me. Esteemed king and equally esteemed queen, I beg your pardon for any forthcoming response that may not meet your expectations," Zhigang said, inclining her head slightly, appearing meek and harmless. Yet, even in her words, there lingered an indelible pride. To sit alongside the king is an honor that renders me anxious, making me overly cautious. The original joy of attending this banquet would be lost. As for Zhigang, who occupied the seat closest to you below, he paused momentarily, lifting his gaze towards Zeus. The latter was leisurely listening, and upon noticing his abrupt halt, he smiled and encouraged, "Do continue." Zhigang furrowed his brow slightly. There are already 2 deities seated, and the exquisite wine and delicacies on the table have been savored. I prefer things that wholly belong to me. The prospect of replacing them makes the waiting feel interminably long, erasing the initial joy of attending the banquet. Aphrodite. Hera concealed her insincere smile and coldly remarked, "Your arrogant demeanor may become more renowned than your striking appearance after this gathering." Apollo stepped forward, shielding Shi-gung behind him. Aphrodite was merely articulating her thoughts candidly. "Before you and the Father God, there is no pretense or disguise. This sincerity, presented to any god or mortal, is undeniably endearing." Apollo. Why the desperate need to defend? In truth, I have not imposed any punishment for his seemingly arrogant behavior, have I? Hera raised an eyebrow. Since you claim that is a lovely and forthright heart, then Aphrodite deserves forgiveness. Am I correct, Zeus? Zeus suddenly burst into laughter, gently stroking Hera's hair that cascaded over her chest, then shifting his gaze to Apollo, who was entirely blocking Shi-gung. His laughter carried a hint of profound meaning as he narrowed his eyes and said leisurely, "The goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, can conquer all merely by her appearance. You may choose from any of the available seats here." The voice of the god king was indulgent and affectionate. "Ding. Shi-gung, can you guess Hera's fondness for you? Has it surpassed 100? How astute. It's actually minus 150. Hera, as the goddess of marriage and the embodiment of jealousy, must remain ever vigilant with a husband known for his infidelities. Each of Zeus's indiscretions only fuels her ire, and over time, she has learned to harbor the greatest malice towards anyone who might pique Zeus's interest, regardless of gender. The current fondness rating, plummeting below 100, was entirely anticipated." Shi-gung cast a glance around the surroundings. Aside from a few spacious seats near the door, the remaining positions necessitated seating oneself between two already occupied deities. Shi-gung pressed his lips together and, without hesitation, strode toward the seats closest to the entrance. On either side of the doorway, the second seat on the right was occupied by Ares, whose excessively domineering temperament had rendered him devoid of deities on either side. As if ensconced in an area of complete solitude, Shi-gung walked straight to the first seat on the left. Feeling the fierce gaze of Ares from diagonally across the room, he cast a fleeting glance at him, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. "Damn it, what right does this guy have to look at me as if I were a pestilence?" Ares, on the brink of fury, restrained himself due to Zeus's presence, ultimately choosing to continue glaring at this contemptible figure across from him with an unyielding intensity. Ding. Ares, the god of war, affection level decreased by 5, currently at minus 65. Kuei-in. Oh dear. It has dropped again. No worries, it will rise soon enough. Shi-gung lifted the wine glass before him, tilting his head slightly to drink. The exquisite and striking Adam's apple moved rhythmically on his fair neck, a perfectly ordinary phenomenon, yet when he performed it, it inexplicably exuded a hint of allure and seduction. Ding. God of War Ares, affection level 5, current affection level minus 60. Kuei-in. Oh. Ares initially intended to fixate his gaze on Aphrodite, hoping to make her squirm uncomfortably. However, as he continued to gaze, he found himself somewhat entranced. Due to the positioning of their seats, he could clearly see the way her throat moved as she drank. And he had to concede that this action, executed by Aphrodite, was indeed captivating. At that moment, with her lips moistened by the wine, she seemed less disagreeable. Humph. Ares scoffed, acknowledging that her beauty was worthy of her renowned reputation. God of War Ares, affection level 5, current affection level minus 55. The goddess of beauty possessed such a bewitching charm. In addition to Ares, the other deities have also correspondingly increased their favorability. With a beauty as enchanting as Aphrodite, it is only natural for the gods to be captivated, unable to resist stealing glances. Apollo has gained a modest 5 points of favor. Zeus has increased by 10 points. But Dionysus has surprisingly amassed a staggering 35 points. What could have prompted such an abrupt surge? Shi-gung toyed with the empty wine glass before leisurely pouring himself another drink. Ding. The god of wine, Dionysus, felt his favorability increase by 5 points, now totaling 65. Kuei-in exclaimed, "Do you not yet comprehend?" Due to the allure of wine, Dionysus gazed from a distance at the beautiful goddess, cherished by all worldly beings. Every movement of hers seemed to tug at the heartstrings of those who observed her in secret. He watched as she lifted the wine glass from the table. Her contemplative expression, with a slight arch of her brow, evoking an enchanting charm, a unique allure that belonged solely to men, seemingly intertwined with subtle hints of seduction. Yet, as one yearned to draw closer, it became evident that all such implications were mere figments of one's imagination. The cold detachment in her eyes remained impervious and aloof. However, upon consuming the wine, it felt as if the very essence of everything transformed. The drink imbued his features with a more vivid hue, rendering reality itself more palpable. The previously unintentional air of indifference vanished, replaced by an enticing blend of indulgence and carefree abandon. Aphrodite savored the wine in her hand, relishing the exquisite vintage he had crafted. Realizing this, Dionysus felt his heart race, as if the goddess were intimately merging with him through the rich elixir. The flowing liquid akin to their lips entwined. His Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed, and he downed the wine in one swift motion, initially seeking to mask his escalating fervor, only to find that the effects of the alcohol amplified his senses. Fortunately, every wine had come into existence through him. He bestowed upon each a distinct persona while simultaneously wielding absolute dominion over them. At that moment, under his deliberate restraint, the restless molecules of alcohol within him soon became obedient and docile. He had more pressing matters to attend to, ones that would ensure this banquet became a spectacle of unparalleled brilliance. Dionysus lowered his gaze, concealing the emotions in his eyes, leaving only a faint smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. Zeus, seated at the head of the table, languidly propped his head on one hand, a subtle smile gracing his face as he noted that all the gods had taken their places. He spoke briefly, "Let us commence." With his nonchalant announcement, the Muses, who had long been prepared, glided gracefully from the opposite side, and enchanting melodies instantly reverberated throughout the banquet hall, marking the true commencement of the feast on Mount Olympus. Amidst the gathering, the beautiful and vivacious goddess of youth, Hebe, joined the Muses in a circled dance, their elegant forms resembling vibrant and supple ribbons, each twirl and movement showcasing the exquisite beauty of art, as they radiated grace and lightness. When they dispersed from their hand-in-hand circle, the eternally blessed Trojan prince, Ganymede, brought forth a more delectable divine feast for the gods. This favored and handsome youth began to pour wine for the deities, starting with the king of the gods himself. Unbeknownst whether intentional or accidental, when it came time for Zhigung, Ganymede's pace in serving the wine slowed considerably. He raised his gaze to discreetly observe Zhigung, and in his clear, luminous eyes, a fleeting complexity of emotion seemed to pass, perhaps joy, perhaps sympathy, or even tenderness. Zhigung recalled that Ganymedes was once a prince of Troy, whose exquisite beauty caught the eye of Zeus, leading him to ascend to Mount Olympus. However, the affection of the king of gods is often selfish and fickle, while bestowing endless love and indulgence upon this mortal boy. He was miserly in granting him the strength to face peril. Thus, Ganymedes was transformed by the queen of the gods into a transparent water bottle. Though he later became the satellite of Aquarius, it seemed that his destiny, forever bound to Olympus, could not be altered. Kuwain remarked, "What a capricious Zeus. So heartless. Didn't you previously claim he was impressive?" Kuwain retorted, "Let us keep things separate. By the way, why does Ganymedes regard you with such complex emotions? He thinks I might be the next him. Am I attractive?" Zhigung suddenly raised his gaze, locking eyes with Ganymedes, who had not yet retracted his gaze. A hint of mirth flickered in those deep blue eyes, their corners slightly upturned, exuding an enchanting and profound allure. Ganymede's face flushed crimson. Upon noticing the more pronounced smile in the other's eyes, he was startled, hurriedly averting his gaze. Yet, in his fluster, he inadvertently spilled the wine from the jug he held, the clear liquid cascading down his hand to his fingertips. How careless! Zhigung frowned, disregarding Ganymede's protests as he firmly grasped his hand, retrieving a handkerchief to wipe it clean. The gesture, though not gentle, was executed with utmost care. I dislike beautiful things becoming flawed because of me. Ganymedes watched this most exquisite of deities drying his hand, and despite the unflattering words spoken, an inexplicable emotion welled up within him. Here was a being so proud and self-absorbed, yet capable of such tenderness. Just as Ganymedes steeled himself to speak, he was suddenly called by Zeus. His entire being trembled at the sound. "Ganymedes," Zeus called once more, his voice devoid of the usual affection and gentleness, now laced with an undeniable firmness. Ganymedes quickly withdrew his hand, bowed slightly to Zhigung, and resumed pouring wine. This appeared to be a trivial interlude, however. Due to the presence of the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, even the slightest stir was rendered conspicuously significant. The other gods observed silently, their expressions a facade of joy, concealing myriad thoughts. The king of gods' possessiveness was formidable, whether directed at the consistently cherished, beautiful youth Ganymedes or the dazzlingly radiant goddess of beauty herself. Ah, Glaucus, it seems we have arrived a moment too late. The blue-haired deity, wielding a trident, appeared at the doorway with no forewarning. His strikingly handsome visage was complemented by eyebrows that involuntarily arched when he spoke, and a mischievous smile gracing the corners of his lips. Exuding an air of vitality and rebelliousness, the muses ceased their graceful movements, and the melodious music came to an abrupt halt, plunging the previously boisterous banquet into an eerie silence. Poseidon, the sea god, whose expansive divinity was well known, harbored a fierce aggression and immense ambition that had become common knowledge on Mount Olympus. His past attempt to usurp the throne from Zeus had resulted in his banishment to the mortal realm as punishment, rendering his relationship with Zeus one of mutual disdain. Now, after millennia of absence from Olympus, Poseidon's sudden appearance, accompanied only by Glaucus, protector of fishermen and sailors, stirred a wave of speculation among the gods regarding the potential implications of his visit. After all, Poseidon was a being of boundless ambition, often unpredictable in his actions. While the other deities tensed at Poseidon's arrival, Zeus remained nonchalant, propping his head lazily with one hand against his chair, his expression largely unchanged. Though his tone carried a hint of jest, "Poseidon, your unexpected arrival leads me to suspect a harbinger of some impending tumult." Raising an eyebrow, Poseidon replied, "I believe you're mistaken, dear brother. My presence here is merely to witness the beauty of the goddess Aphrodite." With that, he strode directly towards Jigung, who occupied the last seat on the left side near the door. In mere moments, Poseidon stood before Jigung, who was separated from him by a table of moderate size. After staring intently for a couple of seconds, Poseidon leaned forward, propping himself on the table, his entire form leaning toward Jigung. A tone of warning echoed in Zeus's voice. Poseidon merely chuckled, halting just shy of 10 centimeters from Jigung's nose, his eyes reflecting a sense of wonder. Jigung appeared displeased by the sudden proximity, his wine-stained lips tightly pressed together, and his attractive brows slightly furrowed, his dissatisfaction unmistakably evident. Yet, unbeknownst to him, this display rendered him all the more vivid and alluring. Ding. Poseidon, initial affection level 5, affection 20. Current affection level 25 Aki, wonderful. An increase of 20 points. Yet, it still falls short. Jigung suddenly rose to his feet, and for a fleeting moment, it seemed as though the sleeve of his garment brushed against Poseidon's nose, carrying with it a hint of damp, rose-scented fragrance. Like a wisp of smoke drawn deep into the lungs, ethereal and elusive. This delicate essence stirred a tremor within Poseidon's heart. He licked his lips, a look of astonishment dawning in his eyes, which, upon locking gazes with Jigung, transformed into a yearning desire to possess. Poseidon found himself at a loss for words to describe those eyes. He could only perceive that within the depths of those clean, beautiful orbs, apart from reflecting his own image, there flickered a small, burning flame, an unquenched anger ignited by his own abrupt intrusion, and a radiant light that flared beautifully in response to his presence. Ding. Poseidon, the Sea King, affection level 15, current affection level 40. Are you not yet satisfied? Jigung's gaze, tinged with discontent, bore into Poseidon, his slightly elevated voice tinged with unmistakable annoyance. Immediately after Jigung uttered this remark, the deities who had intended to come to his defense, such as Apollo and Dionysus, halted their movements, opting instead to observe the unfolding drama. It was common knowledge that the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, had agreed to attend this banquet in hopes of reveling in its joyful atmosphere. However, Poseidon's sudden, unannounced arrival abruptly stilled the once vibrant festivities. The graceful dances of the muses and the rhythmic strains of youthful strings fell silent, enveloped in an eerie stillness. This turn of events undeniably intensified Aphrodite's disdain for Poseidon, and, fueled by a personal grudge, it was precisely the scene that certain deities harboring peculiar affections for Aphrodite longed to witness. It would be ideal if she could detest all the gods, save for one who smiles solely at her. Quiet, amazing. Jigung, your magnetic allure magnifies the selfishness and perversion of these deities infinitely. Do not be angered, dear Aphrodite. Poseidon's voice softened, contrasting sharply with his earlier brazen scrutiny. Now, it radiated gentleness and caution. I mean no offense. In truth, gazing at you from such proximity makes me feel like a reckless bard wandering into a rose garden. Overwhelmed by the surrounding fragrance, I cannot help but draw closer. My eagerness may have obscured my sincere admiration for you. I believe I ought to immerse myself slowly in this floral expanse, bearing the unique poetic sentiment and romance of a wandering minstrel. Quiet. Oh dear, I feel dizzy. What should have been simple words have been twisted into a labyrinth of eloquence. Objectively speaking, this may well be the essence of his charm. Poseidon, unlike Zeus, who often favored simplistic expressions that imposed an intangible sense of insurmountable authority, or Hades, whose iron heart and chilling aura of death left many trembling, wielded boundless power, yet was never solitary or tyrannical. He was surrounded by wise companions and fellow revelers, enriching the diversity of his character. In an instant, one may transform from an eloquent bard to a wild and untamed youth. Yet, to the gods upon Olympus, Poseidon's capriciousness might appear akin to that of a petulant and neurotic madman, one who is discontent with the mundane, who plays by no conventional rules, and who revels in chaos. Quina, it seems you hold Poseidon in high regard. Such a madman is rather intriguing, is he not? Though he may seem frivolous, he is, in truth, astute and calculating. I accept your apology, said Ji Gung, a hint of warmth softening her demeanor. You claim to have come here to see me? Indeed, Poseidon replied, his smile broadening. Aphrodite, you may be unaware that from the moment you emerged from the foam, an indescribable sensation surged within my heart. I govern the boundless and profound ocean, and your birth from its depths feels akin to awakening in my embrace. I even consulted Nereus, the ancient sea god who foresees all fortunes. He is my most loyal companion, possessing eyes wise enough to pierce the veil of time. He revealed that your emergence from the ocean is a fated beginning. I perceive it as a bond, an unbreakable connection that belongs solely to you and me. Thus, I have come to express the love that resides within my heart. Poseidon gazed at Ji Gung with sincerity and deep affection. How touching. The Sea King speaks such sweet words, Quion exclaimed, secretly accessing the affection interface. Poseidon, current affection level, 40, no change in affection TT Quion. What a disappointing Poseidon. Not a single point of affection has increased. Quion, you deceitful charlatan. All of it is mere fabrication. Not entirely, he replied. Quion, what do you mean? He indeed came to Olympus to see you, yet that is but one aspect of his purpose. As for the other reason, Quion, what is it? Have you not noticed that Hermes is absent from the banquet? Quion, oh. Moreover, even with his limp, Hephaestus should have arrived by now. Quion, so? Hermes is actually stalling Hephaestus? Perhaps. Yet there is one thing he can be certain of. Another reason for Poseidon's presence here is undoubtedly linked to Hephaestus. Whether out of a desire to witness a grand spectacle of revenge by an abandoned child against the queen of the heavens, or for reasons far more profound. However, these matters are of no concern to him. At this moment, he merely needs to embrace the slight pride and secret joy of being a new admirer of Aphrodite. Behold, even the sea god Poseidon cannot resist his beauty, expressing his admiration in words both direct and poetically sufficient. Fool, Ares suddenly interjected, his voice dripping with sarcasm after casting a fierce glare at Ji Gung before turning his gaze towards Poseidon. It is well known that Poseidon possesses an exquisite taste. His affections are as fleeting as the clouds drifting beneath Olympus. Ares had no intention of engaging in this meaningless romantic farce, in his eyes. Only the clangor of battle, the clash of swords and the valor of warriors merited eternal remembrance. The roars and cries of soldiers fighting to the death are the battle hymn of the brave and the guardians, enough to send shivers of excitement through his very soul. He attended the banquet merely out of habit and a desire to savor the wine that still somewhat pleased his palate. Little did he expect that, due to the seating arrangement, a mere glance would reveal Aphrodite, that foolish creature, reveling in Poseidon's sweet nothings. Poseidon is no simpleton who would recklessly ascend Olympus for mere beauty. His ambition is cloaked beneath a visage even more skilled at deception than Hermes. Ares can distinctly sense the deep-rooted warrior instinct within him, an essence only the god of war can perceive. At this moment, that instinct is surging and clamorous. While Poseidon outwardly presents himself as a romantic poet, smiling gently at the foolish Aphrodite. In comparison, Ares even finds his father Zeus's sweet words to be more sincere than Poseidon's affections. It is evident that Poseidon harbors ulterior motives, yet Aphrodite, in her ignorance, delights in his false pretenses, which incites a peculiar irritation within Ares. Unable to contain himself, he vocalizes his disdain. When did I begin to partake in such meaningless activities? With this thought, Ares felt even more vexed. He grasped his hair and shot another glare at Aphrodite, cursing that foolish being. Ding. God of War Ares affection level -5, current affection level -60 quine, dash. Such a decline in affection is utterly bewildering. Aries. Your one-sided analogy is utterly devoid of logic. Poseidon regards Aries' words with indifference, for clouds are but illusions, capricious and fleeting. However, my love for Aphrodite emanates from the depths of my soul, accompanied by an ardent desire that is both fervent and genuine. Aphrodite, my affection for you is undeniably sincere. Poseidon winked at Zhigang. How sincere? Zhigang inquired. I swear by the name of the king of the sea, Poseidon replied earnestly. Your beauty captivates me. My love is born of you. Zhigang appeared to be in high spirits, just about to speak, when Ares unexpectedly interjected, Hey, Aphrodite. Poseidon has uttered similar words to Demeter and Thelphi. At that time, one took the form of a mare, while the other transformed into a sheep. Zhigang's expression suddenly darkened, as it became evident that Poseidon's peculiar tastes were indeed of this nature. Ah, Poseidon, your affections are repugnant to me. Having uttered these words, Zhigang returned to his seat and resumed drinking, seemingly intent on ignoring Poseidon entirely. The gods, who had silently observed this spectacle, appeared to be divided into two factions. One group, merely entertained by the unfolding drama, withdrew their attention as the show seemed to reach its conclusion, lifting their goblets to indulge in their own libations. The other faction, however, found secret delight in Aphrodite's disdain for Poseidon, relishing in her aversion. Initially, Poseidon's declarations of love for Aphrodite were wholly unproblematic, his compliments flowing with poetic grace. Yet, following Ares' revelations, the tone shifted dramatically, akin to an insidious comparison of the goddess of beauty to a mare or a sheep. This was, without a doubt, an unforgivable affront to Aphrodite, the most beautiful of deities, and one cannot blame her for expressing such sentiments. Poseidon regarded Zhigang, who was treating him with cold indifference, yet the mirth in his eyes remained undiminished. Rather than feeling displeasure or sorrow from Zhigang's words and dismissive demeanor, he looked upon him with the affectionate gaze one might reserve for a petulant child, the corners of his lips curving into a subtle, meaningful smile. However, after just a few seconds, sensing that Zhigang was on the verge of anger from his scrutiny, Poseidon averted his gaze. He tilted his head slightly, and half-jokingly remarked to Ares, It surprises me that the god of war, who is solely interested in slaughter, is so well informed about my affairs. Ares scoffed, choosing to ignore Poseidon. He cast a glance at the observing deities before returning his attention to Zhigang, who was quietly drinking across from him. He found Zhigang's candid display of emotion far more agreeable than the hypocrisy and selfishness of the others. It seemed only fitting that this foolish individual should learn a lesson. Perhaps thereafter he would think twice before reveling in flattery. With this thought, Ares felt an inexplicable lift in his spirits. Ding. God of War Ares, affection level 15, current affection level -45. The increasingly lively banquet unfolded, with Poseidon and the goddess Aphrodite in view, though regrettably, it appeared that he had garnered disdain. Finally, Zeus, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. Seated in his prominent position, he seemed to perceive the undercurrents swirling below, yet feigned ignorance of them all. At this moment, although his words seemed laced with mockery, the overly mundane tone rendered it difficult to discern his true thoughts. Poseidon furrowed his brow and feigned sorrow as he remarked, Indeed, it is quite a vexing matter. However, the very next second, as if struck by a sudden realization, he relaxed his brow and broke into a joyous smile. His flirtatious, peach blossom-shaped eyes arched upward, and the exaggerated curve at the corners of his mouth bestowed upon him an unsettlingly sinister charm. But dear brother, I am in no haste. Time will render all things possible. He paused momentarily, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in his eyes, and added deliberately, Yes, anything. Zeus raised an eyebrow, gently swirling the wine in his glass, allowing the crystalline liquid to ripple along the walls of the cup like the rings of a tree. Your time is perpetually consumed by your overambitious notions, be it past, present, or future. You ought to return, Poseidon, Zeus said with a gentle smile, though his tone carried a slight weight. In truth, you have lingered upon Olympus long enough. Ah, dear brother, you are indeed correct, Poseidon replied with a smile, nodding. Time has indeed passed quite a while. I imagine my beautiful queen Amphitrite is presently hurrying to Olympus. What a delightful burden, she is so lovely. Always fretting that my solitary descent to Olympus with only Glaucus might render her neglected. Zeus paused, his hand lingering on the wine glass, before setting it down and responding with a smile. Olympus has always welcomed beautiful and graceful women. Since Amphitrite is en route, it is only fitting that we present her with a splendid gift. Just the other day, Hera and I discovered a peculiar flower, one that emits different fragrances at varying times. Its exquisite blue exterior resembles the ocean, making it a perfect offering for Amphitrite. He turned to Hera beside him and said, "You shall fetch it yourself and present this fully bloomed flower to the arriving queen." However, Hera seemed somewhat reluctant. In truth, the flower was still in its growth phase and would require at least another day to reach full maturity, which implied that by the time she retrieved the fully blossomed flower, the banquet would have concluded. "Do as I say." Zeus gently caressed Hera's chin, his tender tone imbued with an undeniable firmness. Quion inquired, "What is happening?" Zeus appeared to be intentionally diverting Hera's attention. Quion continued, "Why is it that upon hearing of Amphitrite's arrival, the Lord of the gods seeks to divert Hera? Could there be something amiss?" "It should not be," Quion pondered. "Then why?" "To preemptively prevent certain occurrences," Quion mused. "So those certain occurrences are related to Hephaestus?" "Perhaps, regardless of whether Hephaestus harbors any intentions of vengeance. His mere existence is a source of humiliation for Hera the moment he graces the banquet with his presence. The proud and imperfection-intolerant queen of the gods will undoubtedly experience significant emotional turmoil. For Zeus, however, Hephaestus possesses unparalleled metallurgical skills, signifying that countless works of art, tools, and even lethal weapons will emerge from his hands, precisely what Olympus, and Zeus as the sovereign of the gods, require. This necessity allows Zeus to tacitly approve of Hephaestus's attendance at the feast. From the perspective of the divine king, whether Hera's emotional upheaval leads to uncontrollable outbursts upon seeing Hephaestus, or whether Hephaestus might seek some form of retribution against Hera, is a matter easily managed within his realm of influence. Even Poseidon's anticipated arrival at Olympus at the outset of the banquet is likely a factor he has considered. The long-absent Hermes serves as the best evidence of this. Poseidon's ambition is as renowned as his unpredictable nature once he becomes involved. What was once a straightforward matter is bound to be complicated by Poseidon's propensity for chaos. For reasons known only to him, Zeus has dispatched Hermes to keep Hephaestus occupied, and if necessary, to revoke his right to attend the banquet altogether. However, given the current circumstances, it is evident that Poseidon is not without his own preparations. The deliberate delay of his queen Amphitrite's arrival at the feast is a testament to this. Poseidon likely anticipates Zeus's intentions and has orchestrated Amphitrite's later entrance to Olympus, intending to bring along the detained Hephaestus with Hermes on their way. While Amphitrite herself may lack significant influence, her status as Poseidon's queen instills a measure of apprehension among the deities. Ultimately, whether Hephaestus can make an appearance at the banquet hinges primarily on Hermes. Should this cunning and astute messenger of the gods prove sufficiently loyal to Zeus, he may consider the king's concerns when Amphitrite stands before him and Hephaestus, employing his unmatched guile to stabilize Amphitrite and avert potential chaos. Nonetheless, in the mind of Jigen, a subconscious belief lingers that Hermes, with his suave and versatile nature, is intrinsically not a compliant being. Of course, all of this is merely speculative, rooted in the tales of Greek mythology. However, the faces that appear at the door confirm that his suspicions were not unfounded. "Fantastic! I can already sense the lively atmosphere of the upcoming banquet," exclaimed the illustrious and graceful Queen Hera. The call from Amphitrite halted Hera's movements as she prepared to rise from her seat. Her smile was impeccably poised. Yet the content of her words was far from agreeable. "I believe nothing is more significant at this moment than your reunion with your own child." "Child? What do you mean?" Hera furrowed her brows at once. Observing Hera's apparent ignorance, Amphitrite approached Poseidon with a subtle smile. As she did, Hephaestus, who had been positioned behind her, was suddenly revealed to the assembly of gods. The moment the guests beheld Hephaestus in his entirety, a wave of astonishment swept through the banquet hall. The imposing figure at the entrance bore a wild mane of crimson hair, a massive fire tongs slung over his back, and was clad in a flowing black garment. His countenance was shadowy, marred by a grotesque scar that stretched from the left side of his face to the corner of his lips, rendering his features nearly unrecognizable. A closer examination revealed his stance to be oddly uncoordinated, with a slight hunch of his shoulders indicating the man's lameness. The identity of this unsightly figure became painfully evident. The assembly of gods turned their gazes towards Hera, and indeed, they witnessed the queen of the heavens transformed into a visage of utter dismay, her astonishment betraying the tempest of emotions churning within her. Zeus cast a languid glance at Hermes, then took Hera's hand, resting it upon his thigh and gently caressing it, his movements tender and soothing. Gradually, under Zeus's comforting presence, Hera appeared to regain her composure, though her brows remained tightly knitted, her disdainful gaze fixed upon Hephaestus. "Are you the child I abandoned?" she queried. Hephaestus nodded slightly, uttering a single word in a dry, rasping voice. "Yes." The bluntness of his response, coupled with his harsh tone, elicited further astonishment among the gods. It became evident that Hephaestus's awkwardness and reticence were as genuine as his frightful appearance. Zeus regarded Hephaestus thoughtfully, his deep-set eyes glimmering with an enigmatic light. Then he cast a half-smile at Poseidon and relaxed against the back of his chair, propping his head lazily on one hand, observing the unfolding drama with an air of indifference. Meanwhile, Hera, seated beside him, knitted her brows even tighter. She inhaled deeply before coldly stating, "Hephaestus, even with your presence here, I do not regret having cast you aside." Noting Hephaestus's silence, Hera continued, "If you seek to avenge my past actions, I remain unafraid." Her melodious voice bore the distinct haughtiness and nobility of a queen. "Hera," Zeus gently patted her hand, "I believe Hephaestus is a sincere and honest child, one who harbors no grudges. Look at him. He does not appear to be one contemplating revenge. You ought to be more forgiving." Perhaps Hephaestus has come to this gathering merely to establish a harmonious relationship with you. Am I correct, Hephaestus? Zeus directed his gaze towards the red-haired man below. Hephaestus nodded once more, preparing to speak, when Poseidon interjected, "I have heard from Amphitrite that Hephaestus has prepared a splendid and exquisite gift for you, my queen." "A gift?" Hera's expression seemed to soften slightly. It was indeed an exquisitely lavish gift, one that no deity could possibly resist. Amphitrite leaned against Poseidon, her melodious voice laced with envy. "Hephaestus, have you prepared a gift for me?" Hera inquired, for no one could remain unmoved by a present that would evoke envy among the gods. Nevertheless, Hephaestus maintained the necessary vigilance, for the words had emerged from Poseidon's lips, and given the current circumstances, she could not afford to be complacent. What kind of gift was it? Amphitrite gently suggested, "O Hephaestus, master of unparalleled metallurgy, why not present the gift to the divine Queen Hera now, allowing her to behold its true form?" "No," Hephaestus replied, shaking his head. After a moment's pause, he continued, "I wish to present it after the banquet concludes." Zeus, seated upon his throne, suddenly let out a light chuckle. "Since you have such intentions, you may as well partake in the banquet first. Find a seat, for the music shall commence anew." Seemingly relieved, Hephaestus was about to find a place to sit when a melodious male voice resonated through the air. "Hephaestus, come sit beside me." The sweet tone carried a hint of inebriation, akin to fine sand slipping gently through one's fingers, evoking a tantalizing thrill. Such an enchanting voice could only belong to the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite. In an instant, upon hearing that voice, Hephaestus's heart quivered. Since Amphitrite had begun to speak before him, his gaze had involuntarily drifted towards the goddess. Aphrodite possessed an enchanting allure that captured attention at first sight. He was acutely aware that both the seated deities and Amphitrite, who was conversing with Hera, had cast glances toward the direction of the goddess. To have Aphrodite, the focus of divine attention, choose to sit beside him filled his heart with overwhelming satisfaction, akin to a searing current coursing through him, nearly causing Hephaestus to tremble uncontrollably. Ding! Hephaestus, the god of fire, affection level 5, current affection level 65. At the moment Amphitrite extended the invitation to Hephaestus, the other gods widened their eyes in astonishment, unable to believe their ears. The goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, had indeed invited Hephaestus to sit beside her. It was well known that Aphrodite's seat was the last one on the left side of the entrance, and the vacant spot beside her had been tacitly regarded as unoccupiable by anyone else. Yet now, that place was about to be taken by Hephaestus, perhaps the most unappealing deity in all of Olympus, which was nothing short of a thunderclap for those gods who had long coveted that seat yet felt obliged to adhere to the unspoken rules. Hephaestus was, after all, grotesque, dark, limping, and his visage was fearsome. Yet, it is quite astonishing that Aphrodite would suddenly invite the rather unattractive Hephaestus to sit beside her. Even if Hephaestus genuinely possesses a sincere and forgiving heart, this gesture is difficult for them to comprehend. Fortunately, the rather dull-witted Hephaestus seems momentarily oblivious to the goddess's invitation, his expression of surprise revealing a touch of absurd foolishness. "Oh, goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite, The wine god Dionysus, swaying with his purple vine entwined with evergreen ivy. Gently interjected, "I beg your pardon for my abrupt interjection. I am truly taken aback. Could you enlighten me as to why you chose to invite Hephaestus to sit beside you?" Ji Gung cast a glance at him, then surveyed the surroundings, seemingly perplexed by the displeasure etched upon the faces of the gods at that moment. He nonchalantly explained, "Hephaestus has a limp and finds it inconvenient to seek a different spot. Wouldn't that be a waste of time? On a whim, I noticed an empty seat nearby, conveniently close to Hephaestus, so I extended an invitation, nothing more." "Ah, dear Aphrodite," Hermes, leaning casually against the doorway, suddenly pointed to the seat beside the war god Ares. A sly smile gracing his features as he remarked, "In fact, the vacant spot next to Ares is perhaps even nearer to Hephaestus. He would only need to take a few steps to savor the exquisite and tempting wine." Apollo chimed in at the opportune moment, his smile radiating warmth akin to the gentle sunlight of winter, seemingly capable of melting away all restlessness within that splendid aura, evoking a desire to draw nearer. "Indeed, choosing to sit beside Ares may prove more convenient for Hephaestus," he suggested. "Enough." Ares, feeling unjustly targeted, irritably ran a hand through his hair. He cast a cold glance at Hermes and Apollo before fixing his gaze squarely upon Aphrodite, who, unsurprisingly, was the instigator of this incessant banter. How could one enjoy a drink when such provocative remarks were thrown about so carelessly? Though Ares was naturally combative, that inclination was confined to the battlefield and did not extend to trivial emotional squabbles. Truly, could Aphrodite not exhibit a modicum of restraint? With a hint of annoyance, Ares scoffed, "Isn't your meaningless dialogue merely a waste of time?" Poseidon, who had already settled into his chosen spot, interjected, "I believe Ares makes a valid point." He stroked his chin, adopting a contemplative demeanor. The Queen Amphitrite, seated beside Poseidon, beamed radiantly. "It seems it is indeed due to Aphrodite's overwhelming popularity." Quine mused, "I can't shake the feeling that the dynamic between this queen and the Sea King is rather peculiar. Her demeanor deviates from my expectations. Is it merely an illusion?" It was not an illusion. Amphitrite's initial favorability rating was 45, yet at this moment, it had surged to 80, a development that piqued one's curiosity. "Very well," Zeus remarked casually, his fingertips lightly tapping the armrest. "Let Hephaestus choose his own seat. He will make the most time-efficient decision." Ji Gung furrowed his brow, gazing at the silent Hephaestus, and firmly reiterated, "Hephaestus, come sit beside me." This time, the gods could distinctly sense that Aphrodite was somewhat irked. His tone had shifted from the casual indifference of earlier to one imbued with frustration and a touch of rebellious obstinacy, as if defying others' interference. The slight furrow of his brow seemed to accentuate the vibrant hue of his features, and his tightly pressed lips, moistened by wine, exuded a captivating charm that stirred an uneasy thrill among the gods, igniting a sense of restless desire within them. Fortunately, they all understood that this was not the moment to reveal excessive emotion. Though they still preferred not to see Hephaestus beside Aphrodite, they wisely chose to remain silent. They recognized that Aphrodite resembled a petulant child at that moment, and it was imperative to acquiesce to his whims. Otherwise, they risked incurring his disdain, potentially leading to an even more intolerable situation. Upon reflection, it seemed that Hephaestus's unattractiveness would only be accentuated by sitting next to the goddess of beauty. Perhaps Aphrodite's insistence on having Hephaestus beside him was merely an attempt at contrast? With this thought, the gods found a semblance of solace, albeit tinged with a hint of self-deception. Hera glanced at the deities below, narrowing her eyes slightly, and smiled with elegant grace. "Since Aphrodite insists on having Hephaestus sit beside him, Hephaestus, do not disappoint the goddess's goodwill." Hephaestus did not respond to Hera, seemingly oblivious to the envious and mocking gazes of the gods, as if an automatic filter had muted the irrelevant clamor in his mind, leaving only the presence of the goddess. Noticing the unwavering gaze directed at him, Hephaestus felt a warmth creeping to his ears. He moved his parched lips to speak, but Ji Gung's forceful interruption cut him off. No refusals. No one can refuse the goddess's invitation. Ultimately, Hephaestus hesitated no longer. He slowly approached Ji Gung's side, though slightly limping, each step resolute. The moment he settled into his seat, as Zeus had foretold, melodious music erupted in the banquet hall, and the 9 beautiful and vivacious muses began to dance joyfully. However, at that moment, nearly all the gods were somewhat distracted, with Hephaestus seated next to Aphrodite. The mere thought of it rendered them incapable of fully appreciating the splendor of the feast. Their eyes involuntarily darted toward the two seats nearest the entrance, struggling to suppress the desire to push Hephaestus aside and take his place. Even though Hephaestus sat quietly beside Aphrodite, utterly devoid of interaction, it incited profound envy within them, and a terrifying notion began to take root deep within their hearts. The goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, either belongs to no one or can only be possessed by herself. To attain complete control, it is solely her prerogative, whether it pertains to his hair, his lips, his hands, or his very form. The atmosphere suddenly turned delicate, filled with excitement. Hephaestus, you seem to be a humorless and taciturn figure. Zhigung, slightly annoyed, set down his goblet and turned his body to gaze at the meticulously composed Hephaestus, who was fixated on the table. Am I truly less alluring to you than this food? No, that is not the case. Hephaestus stammered in a flustered manner. Then why do you not look at me or speak to me? I simply... Oh, never mind. Zhigung impatiently waved his hand, declaring that he was not the least bit curious about Hephaestus's response. Engaging in conversation with you is far less delightful than indulging in wine, he murmured, turning away once more, lifting his goblet, swirling it gently before consuming its contents in one go, embodying a demeanor of disregard for Hephaestus. Witnessing this scene, the gods collectively exhaled in relief. It appeared that Aphrodite's decision to have Hephaestus seated beside her was merely a whimsical impulse and a hint of rebelliousness. At this moment, Hephaestus's evident lack of appreciation had undoubtedly earned the ire of the goddess. With this thought, the god's previously gloomy spirits lightened considerably. However, this hard-won tranquility did not endure for long, for in the blink of an eye, they beheld a suspicious flush blooming on Aphrodite's face, akin to vibrant peach blossoms under the glow of dawn. As her gaze began to wander, a hint of intoxicating springtime seemed to envelop her eyes and brow. In an instant, the gods felt as though something had erupted within their minds. It turned out that Aphrodite was utterly defenseless against the potency of wine. The deities, well versed in the art of revelry, understood that to enhance the atmosphere of the feast, the wine poured by Ganymede was always exceptionally robust and piquant. Only such a rich and distinctive flavor could provide an overwhelming sensory delight upon its descent down one's throat. This was Aphrodite's first attendance at a banquet, and she was like an unblemished canvas, entirely unaware of the intricate details that enlivened the festivities on Mount Olympus. Thus, she had partaken of the wine poured by Ganymede, and now she found herself enveloped in a captivating intoxication that would stir the hearts of all, regardless of gender. The intoxicated goddess of beauty boldly flirted with the gods. Ding. King Zeus. Favorability 5. Currently 20C God Poseidon. Favorability 5. Currently 45 Sun God Apollo. Favorability 5. Currently 85 Wine God Dionysus. Favorability 10. Currently 75 War God Ares. Favorability 5. Currently -40 Messenger Hermes. Favorability 5. Currently 40 Fire God Hephaestus. Favorability 5. Currently 70 Quion. Wonderful. The intoxicated Giga is truly a vision of beauty. The inebriated goddess, slightly dazed, glanced around, clutching her head and shaking it in an attempt to maintain her lucidity. To her surprise, this only served to further scatter her consciousness. Her light blue eyes gradually glistened with a shimmering sheen, losing the arrogance and aloofness of her sober self, revealing an enticing vulnerability instead. At that moment, an extraordinary and rich fragrance seemed to envelop the entire banquet hall, emanating from Aphrodite herself. Intertwined with a hint of rose's heat, overwhelming, akin to the searing heat that scorches the throat after consuming fire, dense as an unseen web intricately woven, enticing and captivating, gradually eroding the gods' rationality and subtly provoking their innermost, most forbidden desires. In her drunken state, Aphrodite became the unparalleled beauty of the world. A sudden intake of breath filled the air, heavy and suppressed, laced with a barely perceptible thrill, love, obsession, and a desire for destruction. An uncontrollable urge to caress arose, accompanied by an irresistible longing to ravage. The eyes of the gods darkened further, and the intoxicated goddess resembled a flower in the early autumn morning, dew-kissed and blissfully unaware. Swaying sensuously as her pollen beckoned passers-by, they felt their hearts race, a shiver coursing through them, longing to bend down and kiss those delicate petals, to grasp firmly the seemingly fragile yet resilient stem, and to vigorously shake off the cool dew resting in the heart of the flower, using their warm tongues to gradually lick away the intoxicating nectar within. Despite the terrifying nature of such thoughts, they felt no desire to suppress them. This frenzied exhilaration coursed through them, as if every cell in their bodies cried out and trembled with anticipation. Is this the portrayal of the goddess of beauty in Greek mythology? Quion. Hee, this is specially tailored for you. Impressive, isn't it? The alluring fragrance that emanates when intoxicated. Who could possibly resist? Can the fragrance be dispelled? Given the current situation, it seems inappropriate for it to persist. Quion, yes. It can be, for your current consciousness is clear to your soul. Thus, as soon as you speak, the fragrance will automatically dissipate. So if I am truly intoxicated, will the fragrance linger until I genuinely awaken? Quion, bingo. Always, isn't it fantastic? The perfect setting brimming with allure. It's absolutely splendid. Always, why do I suddenly feel a chilling sensation? Jigung gently rubbed his intoxicated eyes, surveying his surroundings once more. His attractive brows furrowed again in confusion. Why had the dancing ceased so abruptly? Why had the music stopped? At the moment he opened his mouth, the fragrant air dissipated significantly. As if the deities had awakened from a lush bed of desires, yet a faint, whispering voice within seemed to softly chant. Oh, resplendent and mighty gods! You have been sown with the fruit of desire, nestled within the most concealed shadows of your hearts, harboring all that is wicked and malevolent. Oh, that fruit of desire, let it rot, let it bloom. This presents two paths. Some deities may feel shame for harboring such dark thoughts, even loathing themselves, striving to confine this malevolent fruit within the prison of reason, burying it deep beneath the gray soil, denying it the chance to break free, regardless of whether fate might conspire against them. Conversely, some deities, after an initial shock, may yield to their most naked cravings, firmly grasping their desires while allowing them to remain within reach, invincible, neither born nor dying, ageless and indestructible. Aphrodite, you are already intoxicated. Ensnared by a cup of wine too small to drain in one gulp, Zeus spoke languidly, a hint of an indiscernible emotion flickering in his profound gaze. Intoxicated? Jigung raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at Zeus. At that moment, a delicate blush graced his pale cheeks, seemingly tinting the corners of his eyes with a vibrant hue, his gaze alluring and sensual, like a soft hook that quietly stirred Zeus's heart. Ding! Zeus, the king of gods, favorability 5, current favorability 25. I am not drunk, Jigung asserted with a smile, gently shaking his head in denial. After uttering these words, he disregarded Zeus and leisurely poured himself another glass from the wine jug. He lifted the glass to his nose, inhaling the aroma. But just as he was about to drink, he paused, turning towards his neighbor, Hephaestus, and said, "Join me in a drink." Hephaestus glanced at the wine in Jigung's hand, then at Jigung's flushed cheeks, shaking his head in response. You cannot drink anymore. I can drink. Jigung's voice rose slightly. Hephaestus remained silent, merely observing Jigung with his inky black eyes, pure and clean, capable of encompassing everything, heavy yet obstinate. Noticing Hephaestus's silence, Jigung persisted. On what grounds do you claim I cannot drink anymore? How can one become drunk from wine? I have consumed many cups and am not intoxicated. I am quite lucid. Drunk individuals often insist they are sober. This holds true even for deities. At this moment, no one would doubt that Aphrodite was inebriated. Her clingy demeanor was unmistakably a precursor to drunken antics. Yet, despite this, she remained endearingly charming, so much so that one would feel compelled to embrace her, shower her with affection, and engage in more joyous pursuits. Dionysus, contemplatively gazing at his palm, then lifted his gaze towards the man who, despite being thoroughly intoxicated, feigned sobriety. He parted his lips, poised to speak, when the other suddenly rose, wine glass in hand, striding directly towards Hephaestus. Coming to a halt less than half a meter away from Hephaestus, Jigung inquired, "Why have you been silent while I speak to you? Why the lack of response?" He murmured again, crouching down to place the wine glass upon the table before Hephaestus, leaning towards him. Startled, Hephaestus instinctively recoiled. Yet Jigung seemed to have anticipated his intention, firmly grasping his shoulders before he could lean back. Hephaestus attempted to move, but was firmly held in place. At that moment, he could distinctly feel the strength of those hands. This most beautiful of deities possessed a power that rivaled his own exquisite appearance. Aphrodite, what is it that you wish to say? Apollo began, but was abruptly interrupted by Jigung's commanding voice. Do not hinder me. The impatience in his tone and the stern warning in his gaze caused the golden-haired god to halt in his tracks, and deterred others who might have wished to intervene on Aphrodite's behalf. Apollo and Aphrodite were somewhat different. Otherwise, they would not have appeared together at the banquet's entrance, a fact that was well understood among the gods. It was precisely this awareness that made them hesitant to act recklessly, for even Apollo had been placed in opposition to Aphrodite. Should they rashly approach to counsel her, it would only engender further disdain. They could only suppress their burning jealousy, eyes wide, watching Hephaestus while remaining vigilant for the opportune moment to intervene. Hephaestus seemed oblivious to the predatory gazes fixed upon him. In this moment, Aphrodite stood before him, so close that they could hear each other's breaths, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. He yearned to rise and escape this charged atmosphere, yet his shoulders were pressed down more forcefully. "Do not move," he was admonished. "Shoo." Zhigung suddenly placed a hand over Hephaestus's lips, his voice soft and entwined. "Since you chose silence before, let it remain so." After speaking, a thought seemed to flit through his mind, and he broke into a gentle smile. This smile accentuated the alluring blush on his cheeks, as if dusted with delicate light, exuding an irresistible allure. Hephaestus could distinctly feel the delicate and soft hand that covered his lips, akin to the finest white jade, with every knuckle rounded and smooth. His ears began to redden, and his heart raced uncontrollably. Yet, the instigator seemed unwilling to relent easily. Hephaestus felt acutely as the hand that had covered his mouth began to slide down gradually. Noticing the increasing heaviness of Hephaestus's breaths, the smile at the corner of Zhigung's lips deepened. His hand paused at the contour of Hephaestus's lips, and then slowly, he retracted his fingers. 1, 2, 3, until only the index finger remained, lingering there. Zhigung's wrist moved slightly, and with it, the index finger gently caressed the line of Hephaestus's lips. Hephaestus's Adam's apple bobbed as he struggled to turn his head, unaware that this movement caused Zhigung's finger to slip to the corner of his lips, the rounded fingertip sinking slightly into the shallow whirlpool and making contact with the warmth of his mouth. In an instant, the cool fingertip seemed enveloped by the heat within, prompting Hephaestus to instinctively swallow. "How eager you are," Zhigung remarked, narrowing his eyes with a particularly joyful smile. Meeting Zhigung's light blue gaze, which held the alluring charm only visible through the haze of intoxication, mingled with a hint of playful mischief and pride, Hephaestus felt a breathtaking beauty. As he sensed the tender, rounded fingertip moving slowly along the inner walls of his mouth, his face flushed a deep crimson. His tongue darted about, evading the intrusive finger, like an innocent youth ensnared in the quagmire of love, yet unwilling to acknowledge or accept it, desperately striving to break free from the shackles of emotion. Zhigung's laughter grew more exuberant, as if he had stumbled upon some delightful amusement. His hands became increasingly bold, his fingertips skillfully pursuing the warm, retreating tongue of Hephaestus within his mouth. The gods, witnessing this scene, were consumed by jealousy, abandoning all restraint as they rushed forward to separate Hephaestus from the goddess of beauty. However, before they could reach them, they were repelled by the goddess's divine power. "Do not approach," Zhigung warned them, eyes sharp with vigilance, resembling a cruel yet innocent child. He staunchly barred all ill-intentioned souls from encroaching upon his realm of enjoyment. His tone steeped in a profound admonition, "Do not disturb me." In her intoxication, the goddess of beauty not only exuded an alluring charm unseen before, but also grew more capricious and elusive, mischievous, haughty, and assertive, even displaying a hint of malice. The deities hesitated to advance, for despite their fervent admiration for her, they could not bear to harm such a breathtaking being. What had begun as a lively and joyous feast had abruptly transformed into a duet of Aphrodite and Hephaestus, utterly disastrous. Perhaps they should never have allowed Hephaestus to sit beside Aphrodite in the first place. Noticing that the gods no longer dared to approach, Zhigung squinted with satisfaction before shifting his gaze back to Hephaestus. Due to his earlier warning to the other deities, his finger, which had previously ventured into Hephaestus's mouth, was now firmly pushed away. Zhigung tilted his head, observing the moisture that clung to the tip of his index finger. Bathed in the warm glow, it appeared to shimmer with a dewy radiance. With a casual flick of his finger, he exuded an indescribable allure, smiling at Hephaestus. "Yours, Ding, Hephaestus, the god of fire. Affection level 5, current affection level 75. This moment stirred not only Hephaestus but also the male deities who watched, tightening in their lower abdomens, feeling parched. Such a version of Aphrodite deserved to be cherished and adored beneath someone. What to do? Zhigung seemed slightly troubled. furrowing his brow as the saliva clung to his fingertip, glistening. After a moment, he suddenly appeared enlightened. "I understand," he said, leaning once more towards Hephaestus, his voice tinged with the warmth of wine, soft and delicate, reminiscent of an elusive feather drifting through the air. "It should indeed be returned to you, right?" Ji Gang, engrossed in his own thoughts, brazenly brushed aside the strands of hair that concealed Hephaestus' scar, his index finger precisely gliding over the grotesque mark. He sensed the instant Hephaestus' body froze in shock, and with a raised eyebrow, Ji Gang allowed his fingertips' moisture to trail along the scar on Hephaestus' face. At that moment, it seemed as if Hephaestus' rationality teetered on the brink of collapse. His body trembled, akin to a caged beast in anguish, roaring in silent fury from the depths of his soul. How on earth had such a scar come to be? Despite Ji Gang's playful prodding, his tone betrayed an unmistakable disdain. Kuei-in remarked, "It's evident it's a burn. Perhaps it is the price Hephaestus paid for taming the flames?" In Greek mythology, Hephaestus bore no scars upon his visage. Unfazed, Kuei-in continued, "In Greek mythology, even Aphrodite possesses her feminine attributes. Might you be overthinking this?" "Perhaps," came the reply. Ji Gang maliciously remarked, "You were already unattractive, and this scar only serves to enhance your ugliness." He furrowed his brow, fixing his gaze on Hephaestus, shaking his head as he declared, "I have no affinity for repugnant things." It appeared that Hephaestus was profoundly shaken by the final words. The once serene clarity of his eyes seemed to ripple with an unspoken turmoil. Ultimately, he simply closed his eyes, adopting a posture of surrender to Ji Gang's whims. Yet, the incessantly trembling eyelashes and the tightly clenched fists at his sides betrayed the turmoil and helplessness within him. Quian exclaimed, "Oh my, what is this big fool doing?" Looking as though he is about to be violated, Quian encouraged, "Go on, Ji Gang, seize this opportunity. In this grand banquet hall, under the envious gazes of all the deities, take Hephaestus by force." "Idiot, cease your chatter." Ji Gang leaned closer to Hephaestus, expressing genuine curiosity. "It is truly peculiar that you lack that pungent scent of iron that often accompanies one who forges tirelessly. What could possibly have cleansed you of it?" He softly murmured, his nose gently inhaling the fragrance at the nape of Hephaestus' neck. Enough. Ares could no longer contain himself. The scene before him was unbearably glaring, and an inexplicable surge of anger surged within his chest, pushing him toward a state of extreme agitation. All of this was due to Aphrodite, that insufferable creature who, intoxicated, indulged in her whims without restraint. His patience had been utterly exhausted. Indeed, he felt the need to eradicate the very sight that irked him. Ares rose and strode directly forward, refusing to emulate those hypocritical deities who, out of misplaced compassion for Aphrodite, treated her with undue delicacy. Without the slightest hesitation, he shattered the protective barrier that Ji Gang had established with divine power. Ares maneuvered around the table and approached Ji Gang from behind, crossing his arms and looking down upon him with visible displeasure. "Hey, Aphrodite," he exclaimed. Ji Gang turned around, casting a dissatisfied glance at Ares, embodying a demeanor that suggested he had much to say and little patience for preambles. Ares took a deep breath, reminding himself to remain composed. "I implore you, do not assume that inebriation grants you the liberty to." Before he could finish, Ji Gang averted his gaze and redirected his attention to Hephaestus, evidently intending to disregard Ares entirely. Ares's brow furrowed, and in a fit of exasperation, he reached out, seizing Ji Gang by the collar with a rather uncouth motion, lifting him with fervor and nearly bellowing, "Aphrodite, you insufferable wretch, know your limits. You are truly unbearable." Ji Gang swatted Ares's hand away and lifted the wine glass he had previously set on Hephaestus' table, draining its contents before resuming his seat. Kuei-in remarked, "Oh, Hephaestus is already reclining. Why not seize this opportunity to elevate this oaf's affection to its zenith?" Following Ares's interruption, the momentum was lost. Kuei-in continued, "After finally getting tipsy, are we to abandon this endeavor?" "But Ares is still present," she lamented. "Woe is me. A brute. He dares to flirt with two at once." "Hey, Aphrodite, clarify this for me," Ares demanded, approaching Ji Gang's position, ready to confront him with the air of someone prepared for a significant altercation. "Clarify what?" Ares suddenly paused, realizing, what precisely was he asking Aphrodite to elucidate? Was there truly anything to clarify? "Ji Gang, Disinterested in the seemingly entrapped Ares, lost in a spiral of thoughts, poured himself another glass of wine, just as he was about to bring the cup to his lips. It was snatched away by a pair of hands. "No drinking," Ares declared, his irritation palpable. "Who are you to decide? When I say no drinking, it means no drinking." Ji Gung's temper flared. "Give me the wine." "No. Give it to me." "No." Ares' mood suddenly improved significantly. He raised an eyebrow and deliberately held the wine cup a little farther away. "Beg me, the one you despise the most. Only then will I grant your request." Quian interjected, exclaiming, "Ji Gung, your banter is utterly risque. Ah, goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite, you may utilize my wine cup." Hermes suddenly chimed in, extending his own cup towards Aphrodite with a charming smile. "I have not sullied it with my lips, and if you do not mind, this humble vessel shall have the honor of kissing your exquisite lips amidst the fragrant embrace of wine." Seeing Ji Gung reach for the cup Hermes offered, Ares' eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. He remarked, "Aphrodite, do you not detest me? Just watch." He raised an eyebrow at Ji Gung and, in front of him, audaciously drained the cup that rightfully belonged to Ji Gung. The boldness of his action left a few droplets trailing down his lips, which he ignored, instead casting a provocative gaze at Ji Gung. "How do you like that?" Ares asked, a triumphant smirk adorning his handsome face. "Are you not more annoyed with me now?" A sudden chuckle escaped Ji Gung as he seized Ares' collar with lightning speed, pulling him close and using his tongue to lick away the wine that had spilled at the corner of Ares' lips. In an instant, Ares' entire being turned to stone, frozen in place, his expression still reflecting the surprise from Ji Gung's sudden advance. "Hey, Ares," Ji Gung teased, playfully tapping Ares' handsome face. "Are you dazed?" After posing the question, he stepped back a couple of paces, leisurely admiring the expression on Ares' face. After several moments of silence, noticing that Ares remained entranced, Ji Gung pointed at him and remarked to the equally astonished Hermes, "Look, this fellow who constantly derides other deities as fools, doesn't he appear even more foolish now?" As he spoke, he took the wine cup from Hermes. Hermes, now coming back to his senses, glanced between Ares and Ji Gung, concluding that the beauty had indeed been at a disadvantage. However, he could not voice such thoughts. Ares had evidently gained from the encounter. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have engaged in a similar act. Hermes stroked his chin, pondering with a mix of regret and envy. Ji Gung's words to Hermes acted like a switch, instantly unlocking the thoughts that had been obstructed in Ares' mind due to sheer astonishment. In that fleeting moment of clarity, Ares' face flushed a deep crimson, his ears and even his neck turning a vivid shade of red. Ding. God of War Ares, affection level 30, current affection level -10. Kuei-in, to think that such a mere kiss could add 30 points. It seems Ares is truly the epitome of a pure-hearted and Navi soul. You. Ares stammered, pointing at Aphrodite, struggling to form a coherent sentence. Always known for his fierce demeanor, the sudden blush on his handsome visage rendered him unexpectedly endearing. Akin to a seemingly ferocious beast that, in its innocence, could only flail its limbs in a futile attempt to appear threatening, while its true nature compelled it to howl in embarrassment. With his eyes half closed, Ji Gung deliberately softened his tone, articulating each word with meticulous care. "What about me?" Though it comprised merely 3 brief syllables, he uttered them with an exceedingly languid cadence, the final rising intonation imbued with an ineffable significance. His lips, parting and closing, resembled a silent invitation. Ares, captivated by the movement of those lips, could not help but recall the recent incident, when the other's tongue had delicately licked away the wine that had spilled from the corner of his mouth, igniting a sensation that resonated deep within his heart. How peculiar it was, a feeling he had never before experienced, stirring a yearning for more, while simultaneously instilling a fear of becoming even more unusual. Ding. God of War Ares, affection level 10, current affection level 0. Key, amazing. Finally, it's not negative. Key, based on my deductions, Hephaestus seems to possess a reserved nature, while Ares appears to embody an innocent disposition. Ji Gung's gaze fixed intently on Ares, as he reiterated his question, "What about me?" With that, he took another step towards Ares. Upon witnessing this, Ares recoiled as if struck by an arrow, hastily retreating several paces until his hind leg collided with the table, emitting a loud thud. "Hey, Aphrodite, do not approach any closer," he exclaimed, only to realize that his reaction was utterly incongruous with his formidable reputation as a god of war, resembling, instead, a flustered maiden. Contemplating this, Ares' expression darkened as he met Ji Gung's half-smiling gaze. Clenching his fists, he straightened his posture and warned Ji Gung with a fierce glare, "Aphrodite, know your limits. If you believe that your intoxication grants you the liberty to act recklessly before me, I shall make you experience the excruciating agony of your skin being torn apart. Is that so?" Ji Gung raised an eyebrow, his eyes, clouded with inebriation, shimmering like the enchanting scenery of the Siego coast at dawn. Lowering his voice, he replied languidly, "How do you intend to tear me apart?" He took a step closer to Ares, the distance between them shrinking to a mere arm's reach. "With the weapons upon your body?" Ji Gung's eyes roamed over Ares, finally resting suggestively on the inner thigh, posing the question with unmistakable implication. Quian covered her face, exclaiming, "Goodness, I understand now, what a shame." What was initially a perfectly ordinary exchange transformed into something laden with innuendo under Ji Gung's piercing gaze and enigmatic expression. So much so that even Ares, who was solely preoccupied with battle, grasped the underlying meaning of Ji Gung's words. The goddess of beauty, emboldened by her intoxication, stirred a restless yearning within them, igniting their desires. "Experience the agony of my skin being torn apart?" Ji Gung pondered this phrase, stepping forward once more, bringing them within mere inches of each other. "I find myself curious. Which part of my skin do you intend to make feel the pain of being torn?" Quian exclaimed, "Ah, how splendid." Little Ji Gung has already awakened to the notion of offering his flower. Quian added, "Do not hold back. Your body's nectar is surely the kind that remains as taut and exquisite no matter the duration of indulgence." "Fool, you think too much," came the retort. Ji Gung took a step forward, and in that moment, the distance between the two men nearly vanished. Ji Gung, tall and elegantly proportioned, embodied the most exquisite masculine physique. Yet, in comparison to Ares, he still fell half a head shorter. As a result, when Ji Gung leaned in slightly, his forehead brushed lightly against Ares' taut lips. The delicate, smooth skin of his forehead resembled the finest white jade, while a hint of crimson vermilion at the center of his brow seemed to impart a touch of vivid red to Ares' lips. Ares' face flushed a deep crimson, leaving one to wonder whether it was anger or embarrassment that overwhelmed him. Observing Ji Gung's continued inclination to draw nearer, Ares could no longer contain himself. He forcefully pushed Ji Gung away and strode back to his position to grasp his weapon. He then hurled a harsh retort at Ji Gung, "Aphrodite, once you awaken from your inebriation, you shall pay the price for today's transgressions." With that, he departed the banquet hall without a backward glance. Had he just threatened me with consequences? Ji Gung turned to Hermes, who stood closest to him. Hermes chuckled softly, remarking, "As the god of love and beauty, Aphrodite, your beauty is your greatest weapon. You need not concern yourself with Ares' ridiculous and unfounded threats." Ji Gung also smiled, his slightly arched brows and eyes resembling a mischievous child who had successfully committed a wrongdoing. He leaned closer to Hermes, whispering in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Ares has declared he will wait until I am sober to seek revenge. Yet, dear messenger of the gods, I am not intoxicated, am I?" The warmth of his breath brushed against Hermes' ear, eliciting a gentle tickle in his heart. Just as he was about to savor this delight, the warmth receded, replaced by a faint breeze that caressed his ear, bringing a chilling sensation. "You are aware of this, are you not, cunning god of deception?" Ji Gung spread his hands towards Hermes, embodying a paradoxical essence, innocent yet wicked. Ding. Hermes affection level 5, current affection level 45. This is of little consequence, Aphrodite. For him, every facet of Aphrodite was precisely what he anticipated and yearned to behold. Hermes pondered whether any other deities, besides the wine god Dionysus, could perceive that Aphrodite was scarcely inebriated. Yet, even if other gods were aware, what did it matter? At this moment, Aphrodite had exclusively inquired of him, treating this as a secret meant solely for them. How splendid that was! Despite being the god of thievery with countless secrets at his disposal, only the secrets shared with Aphrodite ignited a thrill within him, at least for now, and for a considerable time to come. Hermes believed he would not tire of this intrigue. The joyous yet monotonous Olympus should surely transform with Aphrodite's arrival. Whether it be Hephaestus' quiet admiration, Apollo's gentle pursuit, or Dionysus' fervent obsession born of wine, these three alone would ensure Olympus would no longer be the same day in and day out, languishing in monotony. Moreover, Hermes' gaze drifted to the highest throne, where the king of the gods now regarded him with a warning glint in his eyes, a piercing light that resembled a slumbering lion, emanating a fierce possessiveness that could make any predator covetous of his prey cower in trepidation. And what of the charming King Zeus and the tempestuous sea god Poseidon? Most enchanting goddess, Aphrodite, believe me, Hermes said, gently resting a hand on Ji Gung's shoulder and bowing with a slight, courteous inclination. He spoke with utmost reverence. You shall be the most unique presence on Olympus, deserving of boundless adoration. Ji Gung's lips curled with delight as he remarked, Hermes, surely your tongue has been dipped in honey. He then declared, it seems I must take my leave. With that, he cast a glance around the assembly of deities. Indifferent to their shifting expressions following his words, he merely lifted the wine jug from his table and gently gestured towards Dionysus, the young god renowned for his vinous talents. Such exquisite wine, I wish to savor its splendid flavors at my leisure. Dionysus's lips curved into a smile, his eyes deep and gleaming as he replied, it is my honor. Ding. Dionysus's favor increased by 5, current favorability at 80. Kuei-in remarked, so dedicated. Even before departing, he does not forget to enhance the wine god's favor. Is the handsome young man truly leaving like this? Apollo inquired, a hint of reluctance gracing his handsome visage. He tightened his grip on the harp by his side and, urged on by Artemis's gaze, called out to Ji Gung, who had already reached the threshold. Aphrodite, might you pause your departure for a moment, to allow this woeful youth, who yearns to play a song of love for his beloved, a chance? Upon Apollo's plea, the expressions of the gods varied. It was well known that Apollo's music was akin to celestial harmonies, more enchanting than the nightingale's melodies that danced through the ethereal valleys. If accompanied by Artemis, it would undoubtedly create the most exquisite symphony, leaving none untouched by the soaring, vibrant notes. Apollo's request, beyond its intent to delay, was also a means to win Aphrodite's favor. Apollo, since Aphrodite has resolved to depart, why press the matter further? Poseidon's lips curled slightly, the subtle rise bestowing upon him a handsome, yet mischievous air. In truth, your affections for Aphrodite are no different from those of the other deities. Why adorn your feelings with glimmering finery, attempting to alter her decision with a love that appears more brilliant than that of the others? Ji Gung cast a glance at Poseidon, who, sensing his gaze, turned his head and innocently blinked. Ji Gung chuckled softly and then addressed Apollo, saying, radiant god of light, harbinger of medicine and music, I trust that the enchanting melodies at your fingertips are ever captivating, regardless of the moment they are played. Apollo, not one to be oblivious to the nuances of the moment, discerned the subtle refusal in Ji Gung's words. Though a hint of disappointment flickered across his features, his smile remained warm and inviting, soon returning to his charming demeanor. After a brief contemplation, he playfully remarked, Aphrodite, might I interpret this as your agreement to indulge in my performance at another occasion? Certainly, Ji Gung nodded, fastening the wine jug at his waist before turning to exit the banquet hall. Ki, are you really leaving just like that? I desperately want to witness the unfolding drama. Ki, I am so eager to see Hephaestus present a gift to the goddess after the banquet concludes. I can't shake the feeling that this clumsy giant will, just like in the tales of Greek mythology, gift the queen a splendid chair, only for her to be ensnared by chains that spring forth as she takes her seat. Ki, are you truly not considering staying to watch the spectacle? There's no need to squander time. Remaining may not guarantee a delightful performance. Ji Gung recalled the account in Greek mythology concerning Hephaestus, who ensnared the queen of the heavens, Hera, under the pretense of a gift. The condition was that Hera was unaware that the gift-giver was the very infant she had callously abandoned. However, now Hera was acutely aware of Hephaestus's true identity. Even though Hephaestus appeared earnest and sincere, Hera might not readily accept his offering without reservations. Moreover, Poseidon, who thrived on chaos, was also present, and Hephaestus had entered the hall alongside Amphitrite. Such circumstances would inevitably provoke Hera's suspicions. Faced with Hephaestus's gift, Hera would undoubtedly remain vigilant. If the offering were indeed a chair, she would likely refrain from hastily sitting down in front of the assembled gods in the banquet hall. Quine remarked, if the spectacle is unremarkable, one might as well cultivate goodwill. After all, there must be a retention of novelty, mustn't there? Without the allure of conquest, how can one experience the thrill of triumph? For these deities, a drunken beauty was an unparalleled rarity. Yet, when they sought to admire and approach her, the moment was abruptly halted by her departure. What followed, be it admiration or vengeful jealousy, was the true objective of his attendance at the feast. Any eruption of emotion stemmed from the reflection of inner feelings. Regardless of the nature of these emotions, they served his interests. The more pronounced the emotional shifts, the easier they were to manipulate. Quine anticipated that some deities would be unable to resist visiting Mount Zywila after his attendance. Prior to this banquet, the gods who were curious about him remained merely inquisitive, perhaps because he had never been part of their collective awareness, leading them to refrain from intruding. However, his participation in the feast seemed to implicitly signal to the gods a tacit acknowledgement of his connection with Olympus and an indication of forthcoming interactions with them. Quine inquired, "Upon our return, should I tidy up?" Although it had previously criticized its doll-like form. Having a physical presence was certainly preferable to lingering in the sea of consciousness indefinitely. "Nothing needs to be done," it replied. Quine asked, "Oh, just sleep?" "Indeed. And then?" "Anything else can wait until you awaken." "Is that all? Isn't it delightful to seize the moment? Sleep is considered merriment?" "Well," recalling the host's penchant for napping during idle moments, it found itself momentarily at a loss for words. As Ji Gung returned to Zywila, it was the most sweltering moment of the day. After releasing Kuei-in from the depths of his consciousness, he reclined on a soft chair to indulge in a midday slumber. Though termed as sleep, it was not a deep rest. Rather, it was a habitual retreat, allowing his mind to unfurl and providing his consciousness a sanctuary free from distraction. Meanwhile, the banquet, devoid of the presence of the goddess Aphrodite, though still filled with laughter, possessed an air of peculiarity that set it apart from previous gatherings. The goddess's premature departure cast a subtle yet uncanny ambience over the festivities, lingering harmoniously until the tolling of the concluding bell offered a slight reprieve. Upon awakening, Ji Gung found that the night had enveloped the day, with the silvery moonlight cascading upon the earth, bestowing a sense of tranquility. Kuei-in exuberantly leapt onto Ji Gung's shoulder, dutifully reporting the gathered intelligence. Hephaestus indeed presented a chair, but Hera refrained from taking a seat. "Not long after your departure, Poseidon and Amphitrite returned to the sea, and all was calm, with nothing of consequence occurring," concluded Kuei-in. Ji Gung raised an eyebrow, remaining noncommittal, yet remarked, "Perhaps in due time, we shall reside upon Mount Olympus, when Hephaestus employs his unparalleled metallurgical prowess to enhance Olympus to an even greater perfection. The king of the gods, Zeus, will undoubtedly extend invitations to the select few deities who do not dwell there. At that juncture, for the sake of strategic advancement, there would be no reason to decline. However, before taking up residence on Olympus, it was imperative to visit the unfortunate soul marked by the stain of sin. Adonis? Kuei-in quickly realized. Calculating the passage of time, it had been over a decade since Ji Gung had inscribed a rose upon the infant's chest that fateful night in Cyprus. That child must have grown into the most strikingly handsome young man, Adonis. Should we go now? Though she held disdain for Adonis's wrinkled appearance at birth, she was immensely eager to witness the adult Adonis. After all, he was the most exquisite male among humanity. Although most mortals had succumbed to slumber by this hour, and Adonis was likely lost in dreams, this did nothing to dampen Kuei-in's enthusiasm. Ji Gung let out a gentle laugh, declaring that it was time to depart. The night has the unique ability to temporarily shroud all emotional laments beneath an unseen black canopy, while simultaneously amplifying the suppressed feelings of individuals during the daylight. It embraces the ebb and flow of all emotions, giving birth to the flames of desire. In the darkness, Adonis was conceived, marked indelibly by the imprint of ownership amidst the shadows. After more than a decade, he reappeared before Adonis on this very night. A moment perfectly timed to engrave the initial scene more profoundly in Adonis' memory. The deeper the imprint, the more intriguing it became. Ji Gung mused with a wicked sense of humor. The city of Cyprus is an exceptionally vibrant metropolis, akin to a city that never slumbers. Even under the cloak of night, the streets and alleys are aglow with light. Today, Cyprus is particularly lively, for it marks the day when Prince Adonis officially comes of age. He has now acquired the right to extend the lineage of the Cypriot royal family. Yet this privilege is shackled by the obligation to dedicate his entire soul to the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite. Young and beautiful maidens stand beneath the palace of Adonis, their faces adorned with expressions that are a blend of anxiety and joy. "O Adonis, our Prince of Cyprus," they whisper, though his birth was shrouded in sin. He remains strikingly handsome and remarkably tall. In his presence, all the beauty of spring seems to fade into insignificance. They yearn for Adonis's favor, yet their prince, much like a serpent avoiding the venomous claws of a scorpion, recoils from their advances. At this moment, resentment begins to brew among them towards the goddess Aphrodite, whom everyone has fantasized about. If it were not for the dazzling rose mark she inscribed upon Adonis at the time of his birth, he would surely have chosen one among them as his bride during this coming-of-age ceremony. What an immense honor it would be. Yet, it is precisely that cursed rose mark that prevents their prince from belonging to any of them. Even on the day of his adulthood, he remains elusive, unwilling to grant them even a fleeting glance. I could almost hear the heart-wrenching sighs of the maidens whose affections remain unreciprocated. Kuei-in perched on Ji Gung's shoulder, tilted her head, and inquired, "Goddess, what is your view on this?" Before Ji Gung could respond, Kuei-in continued with enthusiasm. "I sense that Adonis seems to be faring rather well here." Ji Gung's gaze swept across the faces of the young maidens below, ultimately fixating on the palace they were all watching, eager to uncover its mysteries. Silently, he entered the palace, proceeding at a measured pace toward Adonis's chamber, guided by the resonance of the rose emblem. In stark contrast to the brilliant illumination outside, the interior of the palace appeared somewhat dim. The guards, dutifully stationed at their posts, remained vigilant, yet for reasons unknown, the corridor was devoid of patrolling sentinels. As Ji Gung approached the threshold of Adonis's room, he sensed a wafting mist accompanied by the soothing sound of water gently seeping through the crack of the door. The steam, emanating from the bathing handsome figure within, infused the air, moistening the delicate, paper-thin windows and casting a hazy silhouette of a tall and graceful figure, illuminated by the flickering candlelight. Ji Gung stood at the entrance. His hand, which had been poised to push the door open, suddenly halted. Kuei-in leaned closer and whispered softly in his ear, "Why not enter? Isn't it delightful for the ripe fruits to discover my arrival on their own?" The corners of Ji Gung's lips curled slightly. As he spoke, his voice, melodious and clear, effortlessly pierced through the door, abruptly invading the sanctuary within, striking the eardrums of those inside without warning. "Who goes there?" Adonis furrowed his brow. Leaping to his feet, he swiftly donned his bathrobe, grasped his sword, and cast a vigilant gaze toward the direction where Ji Gung stood, his eyes sharp as a blade. He had grown too complacent. Had the other not spoken suddenly, he would have remained oblivious to the presence of someone outside. Adonis held his breath, cautiously approaching the door. Through the flickering candlelight, he could make out the slender figure outside, and as he drew closer, he discerned a small silhouette perched on the other's shoulder, resembling a little infant swaying its feet. No, it would be more accurate to describe it as a swaying puppet. The long, perfect form, with the puppet on his shoulder. In an instant, Adonis froze, as the memories he had long sought to forget surged forth like a mighty tide, flooding his mind with vivid recollections of that fateful night, laying bare the scene without the slightest reservation. Suddenly, he felt the rose-shaped mark on his collarbone beginning to heat, as if being seared by intense flames. A sensation so searing it threatened to reduce him to ashes. A familiar yet alien feeling cascaded over him. He stood still, gazing intently at the figure beyond the door. He had envisioned countless scenarios of reuniting with this individual, fantasizing about taking up his sword and plunging it into his chest, compelling him to experience the agony of the blade penetrating flesh and spilling crimson wounds. Yet, at this moment, he found himself at a loss for what to do. "What's this? Do you not recognize the one who delivered you?" Ji Gung pushed the door open, although his tone seemed tinged with a hint of mockery. His exquisitely handsome face bore no expression, merely observing the startled Adonis, whose surprise at his intrusion was palpable. The chill emanating from Ji Gung's brow instilled a sense of unreachable distance, cold and indifferent. He stood at the threshold, illuminated by the bright, silvery moonlight behind him, while the flickering candlelight before him cast a dim, warm glow. He lingered there, as if at the intersection of light and shadow. When the soft glow from outside intertwined with the candlelight within, it refracted an ambiguous yet utterly frigid aura. This halo illuminated his flawless visage. The contours familiar, yet more vivid and three-dimensional than in memory, a figure unmistakably the same. With a thunderous resonance, Adonis felt the boundless tide of memories flowing through his heart. Ding! The deity of plants, Adonis, has a favorability rating of 10, while my current favorability stands at 0. Otway remarked, "Remarkable. Upon our very first meeting, my favorability has already been restored. Fortunately, It returned to the sea of consciousness the moment Ji Gung pushed open the door. Otherwise, I would have been unable to witness the shift in Adonis's favorability. Alway continued, from this tall and striking figure of Adonis, I sense a potent essence of youthful masculinity. Ah, what a fresh embodiment of vitality. Foolish one, you are a system, not a mere dog. Adonis had believed he had etched the visage of the other into his memory, yet upon their reunion, he realized the recollection was lacking. A mere fraction of the splendor before him. The entire city of Cyprus extolled his beauty, proclaiming him the most exquisite man in existence, yet only I, having beheld his true form, comprehend that I cannot even begin to compare. Time and again, he pondered how such a breathtaking yet vexatious deity could exist. As he approached with eager anticipation, the cold blade pierced his flesh, simultaneously rejecting his goodwill while indelibly branding him with scars, demanding unwavering loyalty in return. A hint of anger flickered between Adonis's brows as he gripped his sword tightly. After a moment of composure, he raised the weapon, pointing it directly at Ji Gung. It seems even the goddess of beauty indulges in the unsightly act of intruding upon other sanctuaries. His voice chilled, laced with a subtle hint of sarcasm, he uttered, "You are my midwife. To me, how could you ever belong to another?" Ji Gung deliberately emphasized the word midwife, then patted Alway on the shoulder. Once Alway hastily departed the room, he approached Adonis with deliberate calmness. "Adonis," Ji Gung softly intoned the name, halting only when the sharp tip of the sword nearly brushed against his chest. He lifted his gaze to meet Adonis's, where endless allure shimmered within those pale blue eyes, captivating yet aloof. "Perhaps you ought to address me as Father God?" "Father God?" Adonis scoffed, "Do not jest." After the initial shock subsided, Adonis regained his composure, asserting, "Believe me, if you draw any closer, I shall not hesitate to pierce you with this warrior's sword." As he spoke, his hand advanced a fraction more, the blade now firmly pressed against the fabric of Ji Gung's chest. The young man's lips remained tightly sealed, his ink-black eyes devoid of any jest. Feeling the coldness and weight of the lethal intent emanating from the sword's tip, Ji Gung held no doubt about the sincerity of Adonis's words. Yet what of it? Ji Gung arched an eyebrow, his gaze wandering freely over Adonis. The youth's bathrobe was loosely tied, revealing the elegantly shaped collarbones, adorned with a resplendent red rose, its beauty enhanced by the swirling mist, resembling a radiant flower of life that entices one toward inevitable ruin. Beneath this lies the broad chest of youth, with graceful lines cascading downward, the robust waist vanishing into the seam of the yukata, the hem enveloping the long, straight legs. Adonis truly lives up to the title of the most handsome of humanity, both in visage and physique. Ji Gung's lips curled into a subtly meaningful smile. "Is this truly the state you present?" From the moment Ji Gung scrutinized him, Adonis sensed something amiss. Yet, it was only upon Ji Gung's remark that he became acutely aware of it. Nevertheless, the fleeting embarrassment within him was swiftly replaced by an intricate array of emotions. "What, pray tell, is your purpose for being here?" Adonis furrowed his brow, disliking the current atmosphere of passivity. Although he held a sword pointed at his adversary, this individual exuded an air of nonchalance, as though everything was firmly within his grasp. He detested the condescending pose his opponent adopted, as if bestowing a favor upon him. "What do you suppose my purpose is here?" Ji Gung chuckled softly, raising his hand and gently placing his index finger upon the tip of Adonis's sword. The cold gleam of the blade reflected off Ji Gung's fair and delicate finger, an intersection of icy sharpness and tender softness. Adonis's gaze darkened as he moved with unhesitating resolve, lunging toward the hand that rested upon the sword's edge. The fierce light of the blade sliced through the misty void, emitting a sharp hiss, and a faint scent of blood swiftly permeated the air. Ji Gung glanced at the wound on his fingertip, where crimson blood trickled slowly from the cut. Though the wound was shallow, the stark contrast against his pale skin rendered it particularly striking. Adonis appeared taken aback by the ease with which he had inflicted the injury. He had sensed that Ji Gung possessed sufficient strength to entirely evade his earlier strike, yet for reasons unknown, he had deliberately slowed his dodging at the critical moment. Adonis steeled himself, once more directing his longsword toward Ji Gung, his dark eyes swirling with a tempestuous emotion. "Answer me. What is your purpose for being here?" "Such a disobedient child." Ji Gung chuckled softly, licking the blood from his fingertip. His blood-stained lips glistened in the night. Reminiscent of a haunting specter that devours human vitality, exquisitely beautiful, yet cold-hearted and merciless. A disobedient child must be properly tamed. Ji Gung's index finger once again rested against the blade pointed at him, gradually sliding along the unsheathed sword, while his body shifted slightly to the right. His steps inching closer to Adonis in tandem with the movement of his hand. This time, Adonis refrained from making any move. He wished to act, yet found himself utterly immobilized, as if ensnared by an invisible force. What have you done to me? The moment you inhaled the scent of my blood, the rose mark upon your collarbone became an absolute tether to my power. Ji Gung's index finger brushed against Adonis's hand that gripped the sword, followed by the extension of 4 additional fingers, gently pressing his palm over the back of Adonis's hand, coaxing it to lower the weapon. Suddenly, Adonis felt an overwhelming discomfort, as if the steam from the hot water in the room had coalesced around his body. Although he should have felt icy, every pore seemed to exude perspiration, enveloping him in a haze while his consciousness remained unervingly alert, a perplexing contradiction. What is your true purpose for being here? Adonis inquired once more. Ji Gung gently narrowed his eyes, pondering the fervent anticipation behind your relentless quest for an answer to this question. Unable to resist the allure of the goddess of beauty, a fleeting expression of embarrassment flickered across Adonis's eyes. Subsequently, as if lost in thought, his handsome brows furrowed even more tightly. Aphrodite, do not presume too much. Ji Gung interrupted him, stating, it is evident that my purpose for coming here is solely to see you. Ding. The affinity with the plant god Adonis has increased by 10, currently standing at 10. As Ji Gung locked eyes with Adonis, he perceptively caught a fleeting glimmer of joy in the other's gaze, perhaps a sentiment even Adonis himself had yet to acknowledge. A playful smile graced the corners of his lips as his gaze began its slow descent from Adonis's captivating eyes. Inch by inch, his eyes glided over Adonis's prominent nose, then to his delicately shaped lips, following the sharp contours of his mouth to the fair expanse of his neck, ultimately trailing down to the collarbone adorned with a rose mark. Adonis felt the rose mark on his collarbone grow increasingly warm, as if ignited by the unabashed intensity of Aphrodite's gaze, inciting a sensation akin to burning skin, half desire, half the searing heat of flames. Do you feel it? Ji Gung teased, pointing to the vivid rose mark, his wicked humor evident in his words. It is responding to me. As Ji Gung spoke, he leaned closer to Adonis, his right hand resting on the small of Adonis's back. Through the thin fabric of the bathrobe, he could distinctly feel the warmth radiating from the young body beneath his touch. In that moment, Adonis's spine stiffened, caught between vigilance and tension. Noticing the shift in Adonis, the smile in Ji Gung's eyes deepened, and his hand leisurely traveled along Adonis's spine, ultimately coming to rest at the nape of his neck. Ding. Plant deity Adonis's affection level 10. Current affection level 20. The coolness of Ji Gung's fingers met the warm skin at Adonis's nape, provoking a cascade of goosebumps. Adonis's breath quickened, as his once vigilant defenses seemed to be gradually eroded. He inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure, and inquired, what do you intend to do? Ji Gung remained silent, exerting a subtle force with his hand resting on the nape of Adonis, pulling him assertively closer until his chin rested upon Ji Gung's shoulder. Do you truly not comprehend my intentions? Ji Gung retorted, indifferent to Adonis's expression after his words. His fingers wove through Adonis's hair, gently gathering it as he tilted his head, his lips softly brushing against Adonis's ear as he murmured, since the fruit has ripened, as its rightful owner, I have come to harvest it. The deliberately hushed tone hung in the air, seemingly infused with a hint of enchanting and intricate ambiguity beneath the swirling mist. At that moment, Ji Gung's lips grazed Adonis's earlobe. He provocatively extended his tongue, enveloping the smooth, rounded lobe in his mouth, gently sucking for a fleeting moment, his tongue sliding briefly over it. Listening to the increasingly disordered breaths near his ear, Ji Gung's voice was chilling yet tender. You see, Adonis, you are my captive. In the instant those words left his lips, Adonis's demeanor shifted dramatically, as if struck by a profound revelation. The long sword, previously relinquished, was once again raised, aimed at Ji Gung. However, this time, it failed to inflict any harm upon him. Adonis, though endowed with extraordinary martial prowess, was but an ordinary human compared to the divine Ji Gung. At that moment, Adonis paid no heed to whether Ji Gung was injured. Instead, he glanced at his own hands, astonishment flickering in his deep, dark eyes. What is this? Have I suddenly regained my ability to move? Ji Gung seemed to discern Adonis's thoughts as he stood half a meter away, observing the tumult of emotions in Adonis's gaze. His exquisitely beautiful face displayed an air of indifference, starkly contrasting with the earlier teasing demeanor. When was the binding lifted? Adonis asked, urgency evident in his tone. Meeting Ji Gung's profound gaze, an unsettling suspicion arose within him, instilling a desire to evade the thought, yet simultaneously igniting a desperate yearning for confirmation. When do you believe it was lifted? Ji Gung replied with a gentle chuckle, casually elucidating. The rose mark merely held you in place for the brief seconds my fingertip rested on the sword. After that, he paused deliberately. Your body was no longer under my control. Adonis, it is not I who commanded your movements. Through the mist, Ji Gung's voice floated softly, mingling with the fog, imparting a sense of distance and ethereality. It is your innermost self that never wished to resist. Adonis, you yearn for my closeness. Is that your purpose for coming? Adonis retorted with a cold laugh, adopting an air of superiority, as if to clarify his stance through an attitude of condescension. By the way, shall we extol the beauty that no one can escape? In the depths of his dark eyes, there seems to be a raging fire, reminiscent of that fateful night many years ago. Yet, upon closer inspection, beneath that flame lies a shadowy hue, elusive and difficult to discern. Why must you complicate my intentions? I have stated my purpose clearly. I came solely to see you, nothing more. Now that I have laid my eyes upon you, why linger? Adonis countered, and before Ji Gung could respond, he continued, oh yes, I almost forgot. You mentioned wanting to pluck this ripe little fruit of mine. Adonis returned his sword to its sheath and adjusted his slightly disheveled robe, asking with biting irony, how does one harvest? Must I sacrifice my body and soul for you? Ji Gung suddenly chuckled. You now resemble a petulant child. I am not a child. The words of Ji Gung seemingly struck a nerve within Adonis, who nearly bellowed those words, his voice resonating loudly enough to alert the guards stationed at a distance. Your Highness, esteemed prince. The soldiers' anxious voices grew increasingly nearer. Listening to the thunderous footsteps approaching, accompanied by the clattering of armor, Adonis, feeling somewhat irritable, rubbed his temples and commanded before the soldiers could enter, none shall come in. With that, he forcefully shut the door. They were all a bunch of hypocrites, openly despising his origins yet feigning obedience due to the rose mark at the slightest disturbance. They acted as if in a state of trepidation. Adonis composed himself, only to turn and discover an uninvited guest seated upon his bed, exuding an air of ownership. Adonis's gaze flickered momentarily, as if contemplating something, his brow furrowing slightly as he stood at the doorway, lips pursed in silence. With Adonis refraining from speech, Ji Gung had no intention of breaking the silence, allowing Adonis to observe him. For a time, the room fell into an eerie stillness. Ultimately, it was Adonis who yielded first. A trace of defeat surfaced on his youthful, handsome face as he spoke with a mix of frustration and resignation. Aphrodite, what do you truly desire? Was it not said that you would sacrifice both body and soul for me? Ji Gung narrowed his eyes. Come here. He gently patted the space beside him, his enchanting gaze slightly lifted, exuding an unmistakably alluring suggestion, yet simultaneously radiating an icy detachment. Adonis clenched and then relaxed the hand at his side, and then strode forward, forcefully pressing Ji Gung onto the bed. Kneeling on one leg at the edge, he positioned his hands on either side of Ji Gung's head, his imposing figure casting both of them into shadow. With vision obscured, the other senses were magnified, and in the confined space, only their faint breaths filled the air. Adonis could distinctly perceive a subtle fragrance emanating from Aphrodite. At a distance, it had gone unnoticed. But now, in this small, darkened space, the delicate scent felt overwhelmingly intensified, suffocating and agitating, although he was the one being subdued. The figure beneath him exhibited no sign of panic, appearing eerily calm amidst the increasingly intoxicating atmosphere. Your breath is unsteady. Ding. Plant God Adonis. Favorability 10, current favorability 30. Indeed, my breath is unsteady. Adonis's gaze darkened as he suddenly leaned down, biting into Ji Gung's neck with fierce intensity, leaving a trail of crimson bite marks upon the fair skin. Ji Gung seemed impervious to pain. He did not even furrow his brow, merely placing his hand upon Adonis's hair. In that moment, Adonis resembled a pitiful beast cast into an endless ocean, clinging desperately to a solitary piece of driftwood while emitting the faintest whimper. Yet, Ji Gung was not the lifeline that could rescue Adonis from his aimless drifting. He was the indifferent tamer, capable of casting the grasping beast into an abyss of despair with a mere flick of his wrist. Adonis. Do not leave your mark upon me like a frenzied hound. I do not appreciate it. Ji Gung's hand tightened in Adonis's hair, mercilessly wrenching his head away. The pain of his scalp being torn seemed to elude Adonis's awareness as he merely gazed at the bite mark on Ji Gung's neck, which healed at a visible pace. Offering a self-deprecating smile, how could the exalted goddess of beauty permit a flawed mortal, burdened with sin, to leave a stain upon her? Despite having anticipated such an outcome, Adonis could not shake a sense of discomfort in his heart. In a moment of distraction, Ji Gung swiftly reversed their positions, pinning Adonis upon the bed, gripping his chin to compel him to meet his gaze. Adonis, you have yet to fully comprehend your role as my possession. Adonis scoffed lightly. The people of Cyprus secretly regarded him as the source of malevolence, despising him as a product born of sin, when it was Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty, who truly deserved punishment, was it not? This most exquisite deity, unabashedly enticing hearts, would subsequently toy with the genuine affections she had ensnared. Adonis looked up at Ji Gung, his tone imbued with a perplexing weight. Aphrodite, you are the true malevolence in this world. Ji Gung gently patted Adonis's handsome face, leaning down to whisper into his ear. I shall consider this a form of flattery. Having uttered these words, Ji Gung withdrew without a trace of reluctance, straightening up to address Adonis. Though you, as my possession, fail to satisfy me, until my interest in you wanes, you shall remain subservient to me, in body and in spirit. Suddenly, Adonis burst into laughter. A blend of wild abandon and madness. Aphrodite, you possess the most exquisite exterior and the most terrifying heart. He placed his hand over his eyes, shielding himself from the moonlight that, although not blinding, he wished to avoid witnessing. Perhaps it was not the gentle warmth of the moonlight that he sought to escape, but rather the impenetrable indifference etched upon the countenance of some exceedingly malevolent deity. Kuei-in remarked, "Oh, the beast. The handsome man now appears as though you have wronged him." Ji Gung's voice softened, revealing a rare tenderness. Adonis, you ought to behave like a good child, rather than attempting futile resistance. I shall return to find you, and when I do, I hope you will not disappoint me. As his words fell, Adonis responded with a soaring sword, its blade slicing through the air like a chilling light, imbued with a palpable aura of menace, as if it were venting his inner fury. In an instant, the piercing sound of the sword rang out, reminiscent of a beast's low growl. The blade pressed closely against Ji Gung's shoe, and the tip embedded deep into the ground, signified the wielder's remarkable control and absolute might. Kuei-in remarked, Ji Gung, you resemble an utterly capricious patron, the kind who, despite having derived great satisfaction, insists on nitpicking like a spoiled heir. It is no wonder that Adonis would launch a strike. Ji Gung cast a fleeting glance at the long sword at his feet, grasped the hilt, and effortlessly drew the blade from its sheath. With a casual flick of his wrist, he returned the sword to its rightful place. Without so much as a glance at Adonis, Ji Gung turned and exited the room. Kuei-in remarked, is that it? You're just leaving like that? Indeed, he replied. Kuei-in continued. So our purpose for being here was merely to assert our presence before Adonis? Pretty much, he confirmed. Kuei-in noted. Our rapport has increased by a total of 40 points. It will continue to rise, he assured, as Ji Gung took only a few steps. A cacophony of overturned furniture erupted from Adonis's room. Kuei-in exclaimed, is it certain that it will increase rather than decrease? It seems the handsome gentleman is quite agitated. Decrease? Ji Gung lifted his gaze to the boundless night sky, a gentle smile gracing his lips. As he awaited the dawn, tomorrow would unveil the truth. Adonis surveyed the disarray of the room, a wave of catharsis washing over him, soon followed by an overwhelming sense of emptiness and confusion. The architect of his turmoil had long departed, yet the essence of Aphrodite lingered in the air, that capricious goddess who had intrusively invaded his sanctuary, recklessly intertwined herself in his existence, only to depart with an air of arrogance after disrupting his thoughts. It was utterly exasperating. Adonis, feeling a surge of irritation, tossed aside his sword and reclined on the bed, closing his eyes in an attempt to calm his restless spirit. Yet, no matter how he endeavored to empty his mind, visions of Aphrodite's visage, her voice, and the intoxicating fragrance that enveloped her whenever she drew near relentlessly flickered in his consciousness. The more he sought to dismiss these distractions, the more uncontrollable they became, spiraling chaotically in his mind. Adonis had anticipated a night devoid of slumber, yet to his surprise, he succumbed to sleep not long after, drifting into an extraordinarily vivid and alluring dream. Everything within that dream evoked feelings of both shame and wonder, electrifying his very soul with a thrilling tremor. When he jolted awake, the first light of dawn was already gracing the horizon. Realizing the sticky sensation between his legs, a faint blush spread across Adonis's face, tinged with both anger and embarrassment. He rose from the bed and swiftly discarded the soiled sheets, stained with a milky substance. He was no naive boy. Despite having just reached adulthood, he was not unfamiliar with such matters. The customs of the citizens of Cyprus were notably liberal, and prior to this, many beautiful maidens had professed their affections for him. Although he had never indulged, he could easily envision the exquisite sensation of souls intertwining within the depths of another's being. He had often fantasized about such an experience, conjured from a vague silhouette. Yet, he never expected that last night's dream would present that once ambiguous figure with a distinct face, form, and voice. How could the tantalizing sensation he experienced in the dream be attributed to that insufferable goddess, Aphrodite? Adonis lowered his gaze, forcefully striking his head with his palm, wishing to expel all thoughts of Aphrodite from his mind. However, as his eyes inadvertently fell upon the crumpled sheets on the floor, they seemed to be irresistibly drawn to the milky traces left behind, and simultaneously, the images from his dream surged uncontrollably into his thoughts. In the dream, Aphrodite lay beneath him, her cheeks flushed, their bodies entwined. Her eyes, suffused with desire, sparkled alluringly, and her hands caressed his face tenderly as she whispered his name. Her legs clung tightly around his waist, synchronizing with each of his movements, producing soft, trembling murmurs akin to playful pleas. Ding! The plant deity Adonis has gained a favorability of 15, bringing his current total to 45. Yet, dreams are destined to remain mere illusions. In reality, Aphrodite will never relinquish her pride to lie submissively in his embrace, as she does in dreams. To Aphrodite, he is merely a fleeting plaything born of whimsy. Adonis hangs his head, ensnared in a cycle of contemplation, as a flicker of unusual color dances in his crystalline blue eyes. Ding! The plant deity Adonis has gained 10 favorability, now totaling 55. Ding! The plant deity Adonis has lost -5 favorability, now totaling 50. Ding! The plant deity Adonis has gained 15 favorability, now totaling 65. As she observes the favorability fluctuating within mere seconds on the character interface, Akiomi silently gulps in her sea of consciousness. Who uttered that a woman's heart is as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean? Indeed, at times, the sentiments of men can be even more capricious. To think that in just one evening, favorability could soar by over 70 points. Truly remarkable. And as for the spring dreams, they are undeniably shameful. Akiomi, oh dear, I suddenly feel a twinge of sympathy for the handsome man. Ah, were your tone not so exuberant, perhaps I would be inclined to believe you. Come, the weather is splendid today, perfect for an outing. Akiomi, where shall we go? To the nearby woods, for a hunt. Ji Gung offered no elaborate explanation. Instead, he swiftly donned a simple yet practical outfit, gathering his flowing hair into a neat bun, revealing his strikingly chiseled features. If his previous attire, adorned with golden threads and cascading locks, exuded an alluring and frosty charm with every movement, then in this sleek ensemble, he resembled a noble beauty brought to life from the strokes of an artist's brush. Kuei-in inquired, isn't it a hunt? Why do you not carry a bow and arrows? Bow and arrows. They are unnecessary, he replied. Ji Gung retrieved a belt that had long been stored within a box. The belt, adorned with exquisite white cloud patterns, shimmered in a soft golden hue. At the point where the clouds intertwined most densely, 2 vibrant crimson roses bloomed in unison. Kuei-in exclaimed with enthusiasm. Finally, this enchantingly captivating belt is about to be put to use. I can hardly contain my excitement. Ji Gung glanced at the belt in his hand, contemplating for a few moments before rolling up his sleeves and slowly winding the belt around his wrist. In the realm of hunting, whether it be of creatures or deities, there resided Adonis, the most handsome prince of our city, Cyprus. Underneath the palace, radiant young women stood, their sweet smiles unwavering despite a night of fruitless waiting to catch a glimpse of the prince. Undoubtedly, their spirits remained undaunted by the prolonged vigil. On the contrary, their anticipation only intensified as they gazed at the towering palace. Beauty often garners additional affection and leniency from others. Even if these maidens harbored a tinge of disdain for Adonis's ignoble origins, they could not resist the allure of the visage of the most exquisite man in their hearts. Your Highness, dear prince, the loyal servant addressed Adonis reverently upon arriving at his door, your father, the most illustrious King Canillas of Cyprus, commands your immediate presence in the Great Hall." After a few seconds of silence behind the closed door, a deep voice responded, "Understood, you may leave." There was a hint of impatience and an elusive emotion within the slightly hoarse tone, yet despite the evident weariness, the voice remained melodious. Adonis sat at the edge of his bed, his hands pressing firmly against his temples, his head bowed, lost in inscrutable emotions. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he sprang to his feet and violently tore the sheets from the bed, casting them to the floor. Though the soiled sheets had been replaced after waking from the dream the previous night, the memory of that shameful vision still haunted him. Aphrodite, indeed, was the most unforgivable entity. Ding. Plant god Adonis, affection level -10, current affection level 55. Quian, Jigung. The handsome man has lost affection. Do not concern yourself with him, Adonis replied, unfazed. Jigung, the innocent young mortal, despite harboring a deep-seated animosity towards him, would ultimately find this blatant malice weakened by the shame reflected from that almost unspeakable dream. Quian. So, today's task is to hunt in the forest? Jigung cast a glance at the azure and crystalline sky, then turned his gaze towards the lush and verdant Anassius forest in the distance, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Rather than merely venturing into the woods for a hunt, it could be more aptly described as embarking on a pursuit. Within the confines of his consciousness, the visage of Kuei-in began to blush with an enigmatic hue following the utterance of those three words. Hunting? Indeed. The endeavor was to hunt, to become a hunter. Kuei-in covered her nose, exclaiming, "Oh dear, it is just as I suspected. To wield a bewitching belt in the thicket to pursue men, how utterly shameful." The Anassius forest, nestled to the south of Mount Olympus, is renowned as a playground for the deities. Here, one can frequently witness the playful frolics of charming fairies, the valiant races of courageous warriors, and even the clandestine rendezvous of two deities entwined in love. Jigung arrived at the Anassius forest in a remarkably short span of time. Perhaps it was due to the early hour, as both the concealed and the unconcealed matters lay dormant in the serenity of the beautiful morning, yet to unfold. Jigung cast a fleeting glance around, selecting a tree of modest height, neither too tall nor too short. With a graceful leap, he ascended, finding the most comfortable spot to settle down, and promptly drifted into a serene slumber. Acuin, wait. There seems to be something amiss with this hunting scenario. Could it be the fabled concept of waiting for a hare? No, rather, waiting for a man. On a morning in April, before the sun fully illuminated the forest, the air still carried a hint of coolness. A man of exquisite and flawless features leaned against the trunk, eyes closed in tranquil repose. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by a man galloping into the forest on horseback. With a ruggedly handsome visage, he clutched a silver bow in his hand, arrows clinking ominously against his shoulder as he rode his steed. Dressed entirely in hunting attire, it was evident he intended to engage in a grand hunt within this woodland. However, upon noticing the man perched in the tree, he abruptly reined in his horse, his entire being momentarily frozen in place. The menacing aura of violence that had surrounded him dissipated almost instantaneously. The lush green leaves framed the man's skin, rendering it as pale as jade. As a gentle breeze rustled through, the dewdrops that had nestled within the intricate patterns of the leaves began to fall, cascading softly onto the man's forehead. Thus, the tiny, crystalline droplets, glistening with clarity, slowly trickled from his brow to the tip of his nose, then slid along his well-defined lips, disappearing into the enticing sweetness of his mouth. Though he remained still, merely resting, the mischievous dewdrops gradually journeyed down his face, bestowing his lips with a lustrous sheen, imbuing him with an air of delicate, innocent beauty intertwined with a hint of alluring seduction. A rare flush suddenly adorned the handsome man's face. Ding. Aries, god of war, favorability 5. Current favorability 5. Aries had initially intended to confront Aphrodite, that vexatious individual, as he had not forgotten the mockery he endured during the banquet on Mount Olympus. At this moment, gazing upon Aphrodite, who slumbers peacefully in the branches above, Aries found himself inexplicably gripped by a sense of trepidation. The bold god, unafraid of heaven or earth, hesitated for the first time before committing to a course of action. Logically, he should have swiftly unleashed the punishing arrow from his silver bow towards Aphrodite's heart, which seemed tainted by venom. Yet, he could not deny that the scene before him was utterly enchanting. Despite his disdain for Aphrodite, he felt an unaccountable reluctance to disrupt this scene, which could easily be deemed aesthetically pleasing. At the very least, he reasoned, it should not be he who shatters this tableau. Perhaps it would be best to spare this wretched being for now. Once she awakens, he could engage in a fair and open confrontation. Having come to this conclusion, Ares instinctively softened his breath, subtly guiding the reins as he moved forward, for the first time restraining his own actions for the sake of another. He muffled the sound of his approach, and just as he was about to exhale in relief upon nearing the tree where Aphrodite rested, a low chuckle floated down from above. This laughter was delicate, imbued with the sweet, drowsy tone of one just roused from slumber, light and somewhat teasing. "Hey!" Ji Gung gazed down at Ares, and at the very moment the latter raised his head in response to the sound. The smile in Ji Gung's eyes blossomed even more radiantly. Ares found himself unexpectedly ensnared by the laughter dancing in Ji Gung's gaze, an encounter seemingly unplanned, yet reminiscent of a fated meeting. A gentle breeze swept in from behind Ji Gung, tousling his hair, which had become disheveled due to his slumber. The deity, adored by all of creation, possessed a beauty so exquisite that even a single stray strand of hair was enough to stir one's heart. Ares, perched upon his steed, lifted his gaze to behold the ethereal figure seated high in the tree. For a fleeting moment, the air was enveloped in silence. "Hey, Ares, were you truly planning to leave just like that?" Ji Gung broke the stillness, tilting his head playfully, his eyes gleaming with mischief, devoid of any remnants of drowsiness. Ares furrowed his brow at the remark, preparing to retort, when suddenly the figure in the tree gasped, plummeting swiftly downwards. The speed so rapid that Ares barely had time to react. Fortunately, it was only a near miss. Sometimes, actions transcend thoughts in their swiftness and authenticity. By the time Ares regained his wits, he had already caught the troublesome individual in his arms. Ji Gung resembled a frightened rabbit, obediently nestled in Ares' embrace, merging with his robust physique. The softness of their contact startled Ares, who was on the verge of casting Aphrodite away, yet she unexpectedly grasped his neck, resting her head upon his shoulder. Her dew-kissed lashes fluttered gently, and her lips pressed together, revealing a hint of helplessness and unease. Ding. God of War Ares, Affinity 5. Current Affinity 10. Although Ares was aware that the individual in his arms was deliberately feigning vulnerability, and that her earlier frantic exclamation was clearly an act, his heart softened instinctively at the sight of Aphrodite's sudden display of reliance on him, and the unprecedented softness of their entwined bodies. Quiet shocked. Such a cliché tactic can actually enhance affinity? The more powerful and proud a man is, the more he finds satisfaction in traditional masculinity, especially when the one exhibiting weakness is an adversary who typically clashes with him. When a usually dominant and aloof deity suddenly retracts their sharp claws, even if it is merely a fade of gentleness, the moment can be enough to stir one's heart. "Hey, Aphrodite," Ares steadied his thoughts, gazing at Ji Gung draped around his neck, and spoke with a hint of impatience. "How long do you intend to maintain this clumsy charade?" As he spoke, he roughly grasped Ji Gung's hand, intending to remove the bothersome appendage from his neck. "Ares," Ji Gung leaned in, whispering softly into Ares' ear, "your breathing has become erratic." As she spoke, her warm lips brushed ever so slightly against the edge of the man's ear. Ares' face flushed instantly, and he forcefully pushed Ji Gung's head away from his shoulder. "Aphrodite, you haven't finished speaking." Ji Gung covered his mouth with her hand. "What are you doing?" Ares conveyed his question through a glance, muffled by her hand. Ji Gung caught Ares' gaze and leisurely adjusted his posture. He straightened his body, slightly distancing himself from Ares' chest. Noticing the evident sigh of relief from the other, he suddenly pursed his lips into a smile, pivoted to the side, and in a flash, leaped from in front of Ares to behind him with astonishing swiftness. Ji Gung possesses a tall and statuesque figure, though not as muscular or defined as Ares. His physique is far from fragile. From a distance, he appears as if he is embracing a man from behind. The valiant god of war inquires what my intentions are. Ji Gung presses his chest against Ares' back, placing his hand gently upon his shoulder, and softly murmurs, "Of course, it is to engage with you." Despite the languid and delicate manner in which Ji Gung utters those words, the proximity of his voice to Ares' ear renders it impossible for him to feign ignorance. Consequently, the typically indifferent god of war finds himself momentarily taken aback. After repeatedly grappling with the bluntness of those two simple words in his mind, Ares finally comprehends their true implication. Simultaneously, he feels his face flush uncontrollably, and the warmth of the figure behind him, along with the rapid beating of his heart, underscores the closeness he shares with Aphrodite at this moment. Ares feels as though his back is ablaze, and an indescribable heat surges from within, leaving him at a loss for how to navigate this unexpected situation. Ares, do you feel my heartbeat? As Ji-gung spoke, he gradually lowered his hand, which had been resting on Ares' shoulder, to the robust waist of the latter. Seizing the moment while Ares' mind was momentarily vacant, he gently pinched the man's waist. Ares let out a low groan, and as Ji-gung's hand inched closer to his thigh, he seemed to reach his limit. Swiftly flipping off the horse and distancing himself from Ji-gung by several paces, as if fleeing from a plague, Ji-gung leisurely changed his posture, sitting sideways atop his steed, casting a subtle gaze towards Ares, who was a few meters away, a faint smile gracing his lips. The distance between them allowed Ares to exhale in relief, swiftly regaining his composure. However, in the very next moment, as he lifted his gaze, he caught sight of the mockery glimmering in Aphrodite's eyes, which incited a wave of irritation within him. Aphrodite, you are as revolting as those sirens by the Lovius River, Ares proclaimed, a rare sense of satisfaction coursing through his veins. With those words, Ares seemed to have found a justification to confront Aphrodite, reverting to the haughty arrogance characteristic of the god of war. He crossed his arms, casting a disdainful look at Ji-gung. You, adorned with the hollow title of the goddess of beauty, can only engage in base seductions. In response, Ji-gung pursed his lips, unfazed, and retorted, isn't it even more repugnant that you are enticed by someone as loathsome as I? Preposterous. Ares frowned, countering. I just felt something. Ji-gung suddenly interjected nonsensically. Felt what? Ares instinctively replied, but he quickly realized he was unwittingly following the rhythm set by his opponent, a wave of annoyance washing over him. Yet, having spoken, he found it difficult to retract his words and could only glare at Ji-gung with a sour expression. Ji-gung was amused by Ares' antics. Perceiving that he had intentionally paused for a moment, his gaze seemingly drifting downwards towards Ares, he articulated slowly, it appears to have responded. The final 6 words were uttered by Ji-gung in a remarkably soft and languid manner. Yet, it was precisely this airy tone, combined with the conjectural prefix seems, that further incensed Ares, despite his awareness that his lower half had not truly defied his will. Undeniably, he found himself subtly beguiled by the warmth of their bodies in proximity. Do you feel disgusted? Ji-gung inquired, meeting Ares' shadowy visage. Without waiting for a reply, he continued in a light, teasing tone, I relish the sight of you being both repulsed and utterly helpless. Your appearance, ensnared and responsive, is utterly delightful. Akin to a pitiful creature with no outlet for its frustrations, both aggrieved and embarrassed. Aphrodite, your definition of pity is both superficial and ignorant. A faint flicker of anger ignited in Ares' eyes. It seemed that whenever he faced Aphrodite, his ire was easily provoked, akin to uncontrollable, surging lava, flowing fiercely and freely, instilling in him an instinctive irritation. I retract that statement. Compared to the beautiful serpents of the river Loviath, you are equal, if not superior. Let us engage in battle. Ares declared, taking a deep breath, weary of their mutual mockery. Such feeble exchanges were devoid of purpose. He had always preferred the brutal clarity of combat to discern the mettle of warriors, relishing the visceral thrill of bloodshed and the resonant clash of weapons. Ares brandished his weapon towards Ji-gung, his voice cold. Let us fight. Both mortals and gods must pay the price for their audacious words. Ji-gung cast a glance at the weapon pointed at him and remarked, I prefer a more gentle approach. I am not here to fight, but rather to compete. Upon hearing this, Ares frowned, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of Ji-gung's words. After a few seconds, he responded, what shall we compete in? Since you initially intended to hunt today, let us see who can acquire the most prey. The location will be right here. Very well, Ares replied readily, for he never shied away from contests of strength. If you lose, you must grant me one request. Ji-gung chuckled lightly, his tone teasing yet somewhat indifferent. Ares scoffed, I cannot possibly lose. On the contrary, should you be defeated, you shall never set foot on Olympus again. Agreed. Ji-gung nodded, and immediately tossed the bow and arrows from his mount to Ares. Ares caught the weapons, his gaze sharpening at that moment. Shall we begin now? Of course, Ji-gung said, simultaneously retrieving another bow from his mount. Observing Ji-gung's stance, Ares smirked derisively, diverting his attention to search for nearby prey. Soon, a pure white deer came into Ares' view. He swiftly drew his bowstring, and with a flick of his hand, The arrow flew forth with a piercing sound, slicing through the air with a blade-like wind, aimed with lightning speed at the white deer. Ares smirked, claiming, "I shall secure the first catch." Yet, before he could finish his thought, his arrow, which was almost upon the deer's thigh, was abruptly deflected by another arrow striking its shaft, causing it to veer off course and narrowly miss the deer. Ares glanced at Zhigang, silent. The arrow he had loosed was not only precise but also powerful, perhaps even surpassing his own, leading to this unexpected turn of events. Yet, he attributed this to his own underestimation. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. Ares collected himself, drawing another arrow as he prepared to seek his next quarry. His focus now significantly heightened, clearly taking the contest more seriously. However, as Zhigang continued to hit Ares' arrows with precision, even through the fourth shot, Ares felt not irritation but a strange exhilaration rising within him. It appeared that Zhigang was not merely a Hephaestus. Ding. Ares' favorability increased by 10. Currently at a favorability level of 20. Aphrodite, use the arrows in your hand to hunt and engage in a true competition. The battle spirit within Ares was ignited by Zhigang, his handsome visage radiating an undeniable excitement, rendering Ares more vibrant and three-dimensional. Very well, Zhigang replied with alacrity. Yet he returned his bow and arrow to their original place. Ares was momentarily taken aback by this gesture. What do you mean? Are we not to engage in a true contest? Your weapon is the bow and arrow in your hands, while my weapon. Zhigang lifted his sleeves, revealing the exquisite and ornate object entwined around his arm. It was none other than this belt. What valuable prey could one capture with a belt that is more show than substance? Though he voiced such skepticism, Ares' heart had begun to harbor a sense of caution after the previous arrows. Who could guarantee that this lavish and resplendent rose belt would not transform into a sharp and chilling frost arrow in the blink of an eye? Ares licked his lips, a hint of anticipation stirring within him. However, Zhigang's subsequent actions were destined to leave him disappointed. With a leisurely grace, Zhigang removed the belt from his wrist and elegantly secured it around his waist. The pale gold belt, adorned with white flowing clouds, gently swayed with the delicate movements of his fingers as he tied it, while the two roses at the densest intersection of the clouds became even more vibrant. What was once merely a decoration on the belt now exuded a faint fragrance, as if it had come to life at the moment Zhigang fastened it. The dazzling red revealing a passionate and fiery allure. The pale gold belt embraced Zhigang's slender and attractive waist, accentuating his tall and elegant figure. Every inch of his physique flawless. The flowers, once symbols of delicacy, now appeared even more lush, blooming at Zhigang's waist, their fragrance acting as a seductive lure, dissolving the willpower of its prey and leading them step by step into a mysterious yearning. Ares stared, entranced, at the sight before him. Aphrodite, fastening the belt, had undergone some transformation. In the instant Aphrodite offered him a subtle smile, a sudden surge of intense and unfamiliar emotion crashed through Ares' chest like a tidal wave, igniting a burning heat within his heart. His gaze, as if possessed, slowly drifted from Aphrodite's face to her waist. He yearned to grasp the enticing form that beckoned him, to knead it tightly and then untie the bothersome belt, revealing the supple skin beneath, before gliding his fingers over the smooth contours of her abdomen. That flat and fair belly would undoubtedly rise and fall slightly with the rhythm of its owner's disrupted breath, and he would extend his tongue, tenderly and affectionately caressing her exquisite navel. Ding. God of War Ares, favorability 5, current favorability 25 quine. Indeed, it is a belt of profound allure. Poor God of War seems to be enchanted by you. At this moment, only one thought resonated in Ares' mind. Possess Aphrodite. Possess this enchanting being before him. Draw closer. Even closer. Let Aphrodite be imbued with his essence, his scent. Quine. It appears that favorability shall continue to rise. Not anymore. Quine, huh? Ares is the god loyal to desire. Yet, this desire does not pertain to romantic love, but rather to the thirst for battle and slaughter. As his understanding of love deepens, the belt's influence on him becomes increasingly fleeting. Zhigang's gaze lingered upon Ares' countenance, meticulously analyzing the emotions that played across his features. When confronted by Aphrodite's enigmatic stare, Ares' eyes initially clouded with confusion before his pupils abruptly constricted. He was taken aback by his recent indulgence. As clarity began to reclaim his thoughts, an instinctual retreat propelled him backward, a primal response to the lurking unknown. What do you mean by that? Ares steadied his racing heart. His tone, typically laced with unyielding arrogance, bore the weight of labored breaths, a remnant of his recent dalliance with enchantment. This deviation from his usual demeanor, coupled with the fine sheen of perspiration beading on his forehead from his struggle for restraint, lent an unexpected allure to the otherwise fierce and volatile young warrior. I am merely employing my weapon for the hunt. Zhigung gestured to the surroundings. If you doubt me, observe the environment. Aphrodite's words jolted Ares into awareness. He then noticed the dramatic transformation of their surroundings. The flowers, once partially opened, now bloomed in a riot of colors, reds and purples saturated as if dipped in vibrant paint, their petals more resplendent than ever. Even the sunlight had grown brighter and warmer, casting a golden glow upon Aphrodite, who appeared enveloped in a haze of ethereal light, a soft, transparent gold, as if embraced by all living beings. The vast forest had been imbued with a peculiar, enchanting magic by the goddess of love. The wind whistled through the leaves, creating a rustling symphony, while the sound of galloping hooves echoed from all directions, foreshadowing the arrival of myriad creatures, each treading heavily upon the earth. In mere minutes, both the majestic eagle soaring through the skies and the formidable king of beasts had converged at Aphrodite's feet, submitting reverently in a display of gentleness and harmlessness. Is this truly permissible? Ares marveled at the unfolding spectacle. Aphrodite required neither silver bow nor sharp arrows, expending no effort or force. All the prey willingly surrendered. Was this what Aphrodite referred to as hunting? Why not? Zhigung reached out to stroke the head of the lion, the soft texture beneath his palm prompting him to squint in pleasure. This does not contradict the rules we established prior to our contest. The one who ensnares the most prey is the victor. He surveyed the animals gathered around him and the multitude still rushing toward them, a soft smile gracing his lips. Ares, in this contest, you have lost. Ares' expression darkened as he observed the ever-growing throng of prey clustering at Aphrodite's feet. A particularly audacious white tiger even shoved him aside, deeming him an obstacle in its path. Reluctantly retreating several steps, Ares gazed at the white tiger, which had brazenly displaced him and was now racing towards Aphrodite with fervor. After a brief silence, he could no longer contain his frustration. In a fit of pique, he cast his bow and arrows to the ground and exclaimed with indignation, "What a preposterous contest! How could the cunning and treacherous Aphrodite possibly engage in a genuine competition as I had anticipated? The outcome of this wager was orchestrated by her from the very beginning. It is laughable that I, Ares, managed to unwittingly step into this trap." Ding. God of War Ares, affection level -5, current affection level, 20. Qian. Zhigung. The affection level has decreased again. Do not fret. Zhigung lowered his gaze towards the white tiger that had pushed aside Ares. In a remarkably brief span, this magnificent creature had traversed past other prey to arrive at his feet. Its size, double that of ordinary tigers, signified its absolute dominion over this forest. Adorned in a coat of pristine white fur and possessing a powerful, agile physique, the tiger's azure, crystalline eyes emanated the fierce intimidation befitting the king of the forest. Ares, whether as the sovereign of the woods or the god of war on Olympus, would ultimately acquiesce to becoming my quarry. As Zhigung spoke, he crouched down to meet the white tiger's gaze, which, despite its initially fierce demeanor, softened into a docile and harmless expression the moment its blue eyes locked with his. Zhigung extended his hand to gently caress the silky fur of the white tiger's cheeks, then leaned slightly forward to bestow a delicate kiss upon its forehead. You too shall succumb to my beauty, irresistibly drawn to me. Zhigung lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Ares. Even if this is something you have always scorned. Ares, there is no escape for you. Aphrodite's eyes shimmered with unabashed intrigue, her penetrating gaze delving deep into Ares's pupils, leaving him utterly exposed and devoid of refuge. A sudden dryness gripped Ares's throat, and he awkwardly averted his gaze, not surprised to hear a soft chuckle. Feeling somewhat vexed, he ruffled his hair, realizing that his deliberate evasion of eye contact was rather uncharacteristic. To reclaim his usual commanding presence, Ares redirected his attention to Zhigung. Yet his focus began to waver as Zhigung's gaze pursued him. Ares rejected the peculiar atmosphere and broke the unspoken silence. This contest shall be counted as your victory. Though internally, he did not acknowledge Aphrodite's absurd means of hunting, he could not deny that it indeed represented her method. Even if he felt that the rules of this contest had been cleverly manipulated by her from the outset. Since I have won, I believe it is time for me to claim my reward. As Ji Gung spoke, he removed his belt and re-wrapped it around his arm. The creatures surrounding them continued to draw near. Now that his objective had been achieved, there was no longer a need to maintain the belt's enchanting influence. He patted the head of the white tiger at his feet, which seemed to comprehend his intent, nuzzling against Ji Gung's leg with reluctance before raising its head to emit a low growl. As the white tiger's roar subsided, the previously congregated animals, as if receiving a command, gradually retreated from Ji Gung, heading back to their original direction, taking with them more creatures that had been approaching. Once the surrounding animals had distanced themselves, the once crowded space opened up, leaving the vast forest seemingly inhabited solely by Ji Gung and Ares, eliminating any barriers between them. Ji Gung regarded Ares, stating that the reward for the contest is that you must grant me a single request. Surely, the god of war would not renege on his word. A hint of playful amusement laced Ji Gung's tone. The tone of Ji Gung caused Ares to swallow hard, forcing him to retract the words he had intended to utter. He moved his lips and, with a hint of annoyance, replied curtly, "No." Even though he was aware that Aphrodite had orchestrated his predicament from the very beginning, he found it utterly unconscionable to renege on his commitment after a defeat. "Now, what is it that you wish for me to concede?" Ares raised his chin, re-establishing his composure, swiftly reclaiming his customary aura of haughty aloofness. Upon hearing these words, Ji Gung smiled gently, lightly tapping his lips with his fingertip and uttering, "Kiss me." Ares, the unrefined and tempestuous wolf dog, widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at Ji Gung. Meeting Ji Gung's amused gaze, Ares's previously restrained emotions surged forth, and a flicker of anger began to manifest in his features. "Are you jesting with me?" Ji Gung retracted his smile, his demeanor growing somewhat aloof. "Do I appear to be jesting?" Ares fell silent, increasingly perplexed by Aphrodite. He could not fathom the advantages of her demands. Was it merely to subject the god of war to the humiliation of defeat, or perhaps to simply humiliate him through this method? The more he pondered, the more bewildered he became, unable to decipher Aphrodite's true intentions. He was accustomed to holding the reins of control, yet now found himself in a passive position. A most disconcerting sensation. "If your intention is to compel me through such means, I shall not repeat myself." Ji Gung interrupted Ares directly, his fingertip once again brushing against his lips. "You should know what to do." Aphrodite placed her fingertip on her lips a second time, a blatant gesture coupled with her unambiguous words, compelling Ares to momentarily relinquish his speculations about the goddess and confront the current predicament. He gazed at Aphrodite, his eyes roaming her face for a moment before settling on her lips. Aphrodite smiled gently, withdrawing her finger to reveal her beautifully shaped lips, parting slightly with her smile. Ares, with his keen eyesight, clearly discerned the faint glimpse of her rosy tongue between her lips. The sharply defined line of her lips, which should emanate a chilling aura, now possessed an alluring charm. Were he to press against them, they would undoubtedly feel astonishingly soft. Contemplating the actions he was about to undertake with Aphrodite, Ares felt his throat constrict. Alongside a burgeoning sense of irritation at being toyed with, a deeper, inexplicable tension began to rise within him. Kuei-in remarked, "You truly resemble a domineering and capricious rogue, cloaked in nobility, pursuing the most reserved yet fiery of men." Observing Ares as he treaded cautiously, Ji Gung stood in place, growing impatient. "Ares, how long will you dither like a woman?" He lacked the patience to wait for Ares to navigate through the tumultuous fluctuations of his emotions. Ji Gung's words undoubtedly ignited Ares's competitive spirit. Being ridiculed by someone who should be more feminine than himself was utterly intolerable for Ares. Dismissing his reservations, Ares resolutely stepped forward, firmly grasping Ji Gung's shoulders, and, with closed eyes, forcefully pressed his lips against Ji Gung's. Rather than a kiss, it would be more apt to describe it as a collision. Ares's actions could hardly be characterized as gentle. In fact, they were exceedingly brusque. Coupled with the fact that Ares closed his eyes at the last moment, as their lips came into contact, it was inevitable that his teeth grazed the delicate skin of Ji Gung's lips, resulting in a faint metallic taste of blood wafting between them. The soft sensation on his lips startled Ares, causing a tremor within him, yet the taste of blood rang like a warning bell, prompting him to immediately withdraw from Ji Gung's lips. Kuei-in remarked, "Oh, surprisingly, there was no increase in affection. Because it was insufficient." Kuei-in continued, "Indeed, the contact of their lips lasted barely a second. If Ares were to discern anything from such a fleeting moment, it would indeed be remarkable. Ares, frowning, declared, I have done what you asked of me. It appears you have not grasped the meaning of my words. Zhigung retorted with a cold smile. Can you not even manage a kiss? Zhigung deliberately emphasized the word kiss, and without granting Ares the opportunity to speak, he roughly seized the fabric of Ares' shirt, forcefully pulling him closer. He then tilted his head and pressed his lips against Ares's. In that fleeting moment, the previously dissipated metallic tang of blood surged back into Ares's mouth. The kiss from Zhigung was anything but gentle. In comparison to the tender lips of the god of war, his were imbued with a hint of chill. He offered Ares no opportunity for retreat. As his agile tongue pried open Ares's mouth, forcefully slipping inside and transferring the essence of the goddess with an intensity that was both overwhelming and aggressive. The moment Zhigung's tongue breached his sanctuary, Ares found himself momentarily paralyzed, his mind echoing with a thunderous cacophony, as if something had exploded within him. The shock rendered him thoughtless, leaving him at the mercy of Zhigung's whims. Thus, it was effortless for Zhigung to entwine his tongue with Ares's, teasing its tip and conquering the territory of his mouth. His hands cradled Ares's face, caressing his gums, and then, with exquisite skill, he guided Ares's lips into an intricate dance of entanglement and suction. Ding. God of War Ares, affection level 15, current affection level 35. Quine, wow. It seems that men are indeed creatures of sensation. Merely a tongue kiss has augmented the affection so significantly. If you were to engage in a full encounter with Ares, would his affection level not reach its zenith instantaneously? No, a direct encounter would have little effect on Ares. Quine, what do you mean by that? When it comes to Ares, one must entice him gradually and methodically. Ares could not articulate what he felt at that moment. The mingling breaths between their lips were potent and unfamiliar, an experience both strange and exquisite. It filled him with a sense of trepidation, stirring emotions akin to fear for the first time. The increasingly intense atmosphere between their lips gnawed at his reason. He could distinctly feel the chill of Aphrodite's tongue, contrasting sharply with the fervent assault of Zhigung's. Ares knew he should disengage, to retreat immediately, yet this unprecedented, exhilarating sensation urged him to remain. The tremor that coursed through him, penetrating to the very core of his being, was unlike any triumph he had ever experienced in battle, a different kind of intoxication that ensnared him effortlessly. As the fervor of Zhigung intensified, a surge of warmth rapidly coursed towards Ares' loins. Ares felt as if a fire had abruptly ignited within his lower abdomen, instinctively responding to Aphrodite's allure. With their tongues engaging in an increasingly fervent dance, the fire within Ares' core blazed more fiercely, as if something was on the verge of bursting forth, accompanied by a faint pang of pain laced with excitement and exhilaration. Ares' gaze deepened, his pupils radiating a fierce and ardent light. He grasped Zhigung's shoulder once more, leaning forward, but just as Ares sought to draw closer, Zhigung unexpectedly withdrew from his lips, stepping back and creating distance between them, unilaterally bringing an end to their previous intimate kiss. Caught off guard by the abrupt retreat, Ares frowned in displeasure. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, he met Zhigung's teasing gaze, which doused his burgeoning ire like a bucket of cold water. The words he wished to utter lodged in his throat, and as he gazed at the half-smiling Aphrodite, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Did you enjoy that feeling? Zhigung inquired provocatively. Don't presume. Ares huffed dismissively, wiping his lips and adopting a disdainful expression. Ding. God of War Ares affection level 5, current affection level 40. Kuain remarked. TSK. The seemingly disdainful, yet earnest Ares. Incorrect. He is merely an untrained little wolf pup, responded Kuain. So shall we continue the training now? No, we shall not. Zhigung smiled softly, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards a distant grand tree. He then addressed Ares, saying so. Is the god of war intending to remain here for the time being? The tone of Zhigung, reminiscent of a decree to dismiss guests, caused Ares to furrow his brow. Yet, perhaps due to the delightful sensation he had just experienced in their intimate exchange, or perhaps for other reasons, Ares surprisingly felt no anger this time. He merely cast several glances at Zhigung before departing without uttering a word. Ares recognized that he indeed required time to sort through his emotions, enabling him to reevaluate his relationship with Aphrodite. Being in the same space as Aphrodite was undoubtedly detrimental to his contemplation. Once Ares had left, Zhigung's gaze once again flickered toward the tree in the distance. Are you not planning to reveal yourself? Chapter 25 Kuein. Huh? Is someone peeking over there? How did you know? A breath, during the moment when Ares and I shared a kiss. At that instant, Ji Geng had discerned the deliberately suppressed breathing emanating from behind the tree. Perhaps the voyeur had witnessed their kiss, causing the previously concealed breath to falter and become erratic, thus alerting Ji Geng to their presence. Kuein. Ji Geng, you are truly peculiar, playing kissy with the little wolf cub while remaining emotionally detached. While Kuein was voicing her thoughts within the realm of consciousness, the figure hidden behind the tree began to slowly shift, revealing a tall silhouette. Clad in worn, antiquated garments that enveloped a somewhat stooped frame, the figure bore a weapon resembling a scythe or an axe on their back. A noticeable limp caused their shoulders to lean slightly, and their disheveled, fiery red hair framed a face marred by grotesque scars. The identity of this clandestine observer was unmistakable. Kuein. So it is Hephaestus. When did he hide there? Perhaps it was while I was fastening my belt. Ji Geng contemplated the enchanting allure of the belt, which, in that fleeting moment, drew all creatures great and small towards him. Amidst the rush of animals, both colossal and diminutive, the figure of Hephaestus was nearly obscured. Kuein remarked, "Let me check the fire god's favorability. It was at 75, but after a series of fluctuations, it has now diminished to 65. With a furrowed brow, Kuein mused, "Is this decline due to witnessing your kiss with Ares? Perhaps." The unspoken resentment and fluttering emotions lay buried beneath a shroud of insecurity. Ji Geng stood silently in place, awaiting Hephaestus to speak. Under Ji Geng's quiet gaze, Hephaestus clenched and then relaxed the hand that hung by his side, repeating this action several times. After noticing Ji Geng's continued silence, he inhaled deeply and said, "I did not intend to conceal myself. Each deity on Mount Olympus possesses a melodious and distinct timbre. If Apollo's voice is warm and rich, imbued with the essence of sunlight, then Hephaestus' voice is its stark antithesis, gravelly, arid, and dull, reminiscent of burnt carbon. Come closer to my side," Ji Geng instructed Hephaestus. The distance between them was not considerable. A person with normal legs would traverse it in less than half a minute. Yet for a limping god like Hephaestus, the journey would demand considerably more time. Ji Geng lacked the patience to await Hephaestus' slow and cautious steps as he approached. Casting a glance at Hephaestus' feet, he remarked, "If you cannot hasten your approach, I shall not remain here to await you." His tone, cold and arrogant, seemed to deliberately vex Hephaestus. Yet upon closer inspection, it was imbued with a profound significance. Hephaestus' body trembled at the realization that Aphrodite spoke with no hint of jest. Her words rang true. If he did not quicken his pace, she would unhesitatingly turn away, and this was merely the beginning. The implication of Aphrodite's statement extended beyond the present moment, signifying that failure to arrive before her in a timely manner would mean forfeiting future opportunities for her attention. The thought of such a possibility filled Hephaestus with increasing anxiety. He could not bear the thought of such a fate. As he pondered this, he disregarded all else and gritted his teeth, hastening his steps. However, his impaired legs did not comply with his will. As Hephaestus quickened his pace, his legs, unable to withstand the sudden change, stumbled, causing him to fall forward. Though he was a tall young man, he now resembled a toddler just learning to walk, tumbling awkwardly to the ground. From a distance, Ji Geng could clearly hear the dull thud of Hephaestus' body hitting the earth. Kuein remarked, "That looks painful." With his head buried in the soil, Hephaestus allowed the dirt to stain his dark complexion. He attempted to rise, but the fall seemed to have aggravated his already misaligned knee, rendering him momentarily paralyzed and unable to move. Kuein questioned, "Has he cramped his leg?" Ji Geng paid no heed to Kuein, instead lost in thought as he gazed at Hephaestus, whose fiery red hair concealed his face as he buried himself in the earth. Ji Geng could not discern the expression on Hephaestus' countenance, but he noted the tightness of his clenched fists, the nails nearly piercing his flesh, as he made several attempts to rise but ultimately failed. As if sensing Ji Geng's gaze, Hephaestus abruptly lifted his head, the emotions in his eyes laid bare before Ji Geng, unrestrained and raw. Never before had he loathed his crippled legs so intensely. In that moment, Hephaestus felt an unprecedented resentment towards the goddess of marriage who had rendered him lame. He would undoubtedly be forsaken. He must rise. This dread surged through Hephaestus' mind, yet his stiff legs stubbornly defied his will. Indeed, he felt like a worthless wretch. All he desired was to walk with greater ease, Yet he could not even accomplish this simple task, stumbling instead and exposing his most humiliating self to Aphrodite. Hephaestus could not bear to meet Zhi Gung's eyes, retreating once more to bury his head. Thus, he lay there, his cheek pressed against the cold earth, surrendering to despair. Eyes closed, emitting a sound that was a blend of choking and anguish. Kuei-in remarked, "I suddenly find Hephaestus somewhat pitiable. Your sympathy flows too freely," she continued. "I can sense his profound suffering." Perhaps. Zhi Gung remained non-committal on the matter. If Hephaestus' emotions at this moment were indeed as overt and easily decipherable as he portrayed, it would undoubtedly be the most favorable outcome. With this thought in mind, Zhi Gung raised an eyebrow and approached Hephaestus. Zhi Gung did not deliberately lighten his footsteps. Sensing his approach, Hephaestus raised his head in disbelief, his eyes betraying an uncontrollable joy. He had assumed that Aphrodite would simply walk away. Zhi Gung stood before Hephaestus, crouching down gently, and said, "You are far too tense, Hephaestus." He made a gesture for silence. Continuing, "In truth, you have already exerted yourself quite diligently, have you not?" Hephaestus moved his lips, his tone somewhat somber. "I apologize." "Why apologize?" Zhi Gung asked in confusion. "I have already witnessed your determination." However, Hephaestus shook his head persistently, and then stubbornly inquired, "Aphrodite, have I disappointed you?" "Why do you ask in such a manner? Have I disappointed you?" Hephaestus was insistent on receiving an answer. Zhi Gung sighed. "Hephaestus, you should harbor no feelings of guilt. Even if you cannot come over, I would not hold it against you. Thus, there is no need for an apology, as I have long anticipated this outcome. There has never been any expectation, so how could there be disappointment?" Kuei-in remarked. "Zhi Gung, you truly are a scoundrel." Perhaps understanding the deeper meaning in Zhi Gung's words, or for reasons unknown, Hephaestus' spirits once again sank. His head drooping like a forlorn creature cast aside. "Hephaestus, cease your futile musings." Zhi Gung gently tapped Hephaestus' shoulder. "At the very least, I have not left. Rather, I have chosen to come closer to you, have I not?" At these words, Hephaestus lifted his head, which had been bowed low, and within his ink-black eyes, a brilliance emerged that had never before been witnessed. This radiance was so dazzling that it transformed his previously unremarkable, even exceedingly unattractive visage into something rather pleasing. Zhi Gung smiled gently and continued, "Does this not sufficiently indicate that you hold significant importance to me?" Ding. God of Fire Hephaestus, affection level 10, current affection level 75. Kuei-in remarked, "What a strategy. This method of striking with one hand and offering a sweet treat with the other proves remarkably effective on the God of Fire. Has this foolish giant forgotten the true architect of his current predicament? Hephaestus, you must steady your breath," Zhi Gung guided him. "If your leg is cramping, it should have subsided by now. Therefore, attempt to rise." Zhi Gung offered a gentle smile and extended his hand towards Hephaestus. Ding. God of Fire Hephaestus, affection level 5. Current affection level 80. Kuei-in mused, this foolish giant, unaware that true emotions are rare in this world, and only schemes flourish. "Do you seem to hold a fondness for him?" Kuei-in added, "I find myself drawn to those of simple nature." Smiling, JPG, Hephaestus gazed at the outstretched hand, white, elongated, and flawless. Supporting himself, he glanced at his own hands, dark and calloused, riddled with hard-earned scars. He pressed his lips together, initially inclined to grasp the offered hand, but ultimately hesitated. Withdrawing his hand, he bore the pain and gradually rose under Zhi Gung's watchful gaze. "Well done," Zhi Gung beamed with delight. Hephaestus reciprocated the smile. As long as Aphrodite was content, he too found joy. Hephaestus's hand brushed against the right pocket, hesitating briefly before he decided to follow his heart. "Aphrodite, I have something for you." "What is it?" Zhi Gung inquired with curiosity. Hephaestus carefully retrieved a slender red chain from his right pocket. Its simple design bore no intricate embellishments, resembling the bracelet he had previously gifted her on Mount Shivara. The only discernible difference was its length. Zhi Gung arched an eyebrow. "This item, this anklet, was crafted by me a few days ago." Hephaestus felt a slight flush on his cheeks. "It would certainly look exquisite adorning you." "Hand it to me." Zhi Gung prepared to receive it from Hephaestus. "May I have the honor of fastening it on you myself?" Hephaestus inquired. A hint of nervousness lacing his tone, coupled with an unmistakable anticipation. Zhi Gung was somewhat taken aback, gazing quietly at Hephaestus for quite a while. Just when Hephaestus believed he would decline, Zhigung suddenly smiled, nodded, and said, "Of course." As Hephaestus breathed a sigh of relief, an overwhelming joy nearly burst from his chest, suppressing his excitement. Hephaestus knelt down on one knee. When Zhigung lifted his pant leg to reveal his ankle, Hephaestus, in an attitude of utmost reverence, with trembling hands, gently adorned Zhigung's ankle with a delicate chain. Zhigung lowered his gaze upon Hephaestus. The smile that once adorned his face now vanished, leaving only a cold, indifferent scrutiny and a glacial glimmer deep within his eyes. "What's the matter?" asked Kuei-in. "Nothing," came the reply. "Hephaestus certainly has a penchant for such things, doesn't he? With bracelets and anklets galore. Though the designs appear simple, the intricacies are extraordinarily refined, clearly crafted with great care. He wishes to protect your resolve. I can sense it," Kuei-in remarked. "Protect, you say? Perhaps it is more akin to restraint." As he adorned himself with the gift, Hephaestus's eyes sparkled with awe. He ruffled his hair, seemingly in search of a more fitting descriptor, yet after much contemplation, he could only utter the most straightforward of phrases. "It looks truly beautiful." "Hephaestus, I am grateful for your gift," Zhigung said with a gentle smile. Once Hephaestus stood upright once more, Zhigung invited, "Shall we return together, my dear neighbor?" Hephaestus was not a particularly loquacious deity. In contrast to the loquacious Apollo, who could engage with anyone effortlessly, Hephaestus's demeanor was subdued and rather dull. The awkwardness Zhigung felt upon first encountering Hephaestus had largely dissipated. Yet as they made their way back, silence enveloped them. Hephaestus attempted several times to initiate conversation in hopes of warming the atmosphere, but alas, his nature held him back. His lips moved, yet ultimately, no words escaped. Fortunately, Aphrodite was unfazed, and the two deities, each with their own thoughts, maintained a harmonious silence along the journey. By the time Zhigung returned to Mount Chivera, it was already midday. He settled onto a stool to finish a bunch of grapes, intending to indulge in a well-deserved nap. Unexpectedly, a visitor arrived. The newcomer bore a head of thick, lustrous black hair, with striking eyebrows and bright eyes, a prominent nose, and a visage that was both handsome and aloof, exuding an air of regal authority. Yet, at this moment, his thin lips curved into a casual, charming smile, softening his originally austere demeanor and rendering him more amiable. Zhigung cast a sidelong glance at the uninvited guest, remaining silent as he awaited the other to break the ice. A rather disconcerting sentiment arose. Dear Aphrodite appeared less than welcoming to my presence. Her languid, magnetic voice carried a hint of indulgence, evoking a tone reminiscent of a lover coaxing a temperamental partner, thereby rendering their relationship intriguingly ambiguous. Kuei-in remarked with palpable excitement that the great god-king could no longer restrain himself. I had assumed that at this moment, His Majesty would be ensconced in a warm embrace, savoring the thrill of defiance against the queen, rather than intruding upon my tranquil afternoon repose. As he uttered the latter part of his thought, a distinct note of displeasure colored Zhigung's tone. Kuei-in commented on Zhigung's audacity, questioning whether he feared inciting the god-king's wrath. Not at all. For this sovereign of deities, he invariably grants ample indulgence before claiming his prey. Indeed, Zeus exhibited no trace of anger. His focus remained fixed upon Zhigung, a flicker of interest dancing in his profound gaze as he spoke with astonishing gentleness. Aphrodite, I am merely drawn to you. Kuei-in interjected, a deceiver. He is clearly fixated on your allure. Meeting Zeus's smiling gaze, Zhigung chuckled softly. To capture the attention of the god-king is indeed a matter worthy of delight. Do not underestimate your charm, Aphrodite, in this moment, before you. I should not be regarded as a deity, but merely as a youth captivated by your grace. Zeus's tone bore no hint of jest. His demeanor was earnest and sincere. His direct and fervent declaration of affection fostered an illusion of being cherished. Aphrodite, I profess my love for you. Your affection astounds me, your majesty. I hold the queen's steadfastness in marriage in high regard, and I am wary of her potential wrath against another unfortunate soul, fueled by her deep love for you. Zhigung's lips pressed together slightly, a shadow of concern flitting across his features. A beauty akin to a painting, her elegance remained palpable even in furrowed brows, captivating Zeus as he admired this fearless goddess. Despite her audacious words, which would seem wildly inappropriate coming from any other deity, he found her deserving of forgiveness. Beautiful things, after all, are entitled to a measure of capriciousness. In this moment, He was willing to grant Aphrodite boundless indulgence. Aphrodite, you need not fear. I shall shelter you beneath my ample wings. Under the wings of the god king? Ji Gung inquired. Indeed, Zeus affirmed, nodding as he approached Ji Gung. In my embrace, you shall be utterly safe. Kuei-yin scoffed. Nonsense. With Zeus's formidable prowess, believe me, in his arms, you will surely weep. As Zeus approached, a potent masculine aura infiltrated Ji Gung's senses, in essence unique to the sovereign of the gods. It bore the weight of authority and the seasoned allure that only one of his stature could possess, thick and intense, tinged with an undeniable sense of pressure. Zeus halted before Ji Gung, his gaze fixated on Ji Gung's eyes, his deliberately lowered voice betraying unmasked desire. Aphrodite, I wish to engage in more pleasurable endeavors with you. Kuei-yin exclaimed. Wow. He finally said it. Kuei-yin added, he wants to have intimate relations with you. It was indeed a rarity for anyone on Olympus to articulate such a proposition with such grandeur, and none other than the king of the gods himself would dare to do so. Kuei-yin remarked, truly befitting of a god king, having met just a few times. And he's ready to go all the way. By the way, why aren't you the least bit anxious? It's merely talk, Ji Gung replied. Kuei-yin interjected, This time he is merely testing the waters, indulging in a fleeting whim. If Ji Gung's intuition served him correctly, Zeus's sudden appearance on Mount Chivera was likely due to the peculiar changes surrounding him after donning that belt, which had drawn Zeus's attention. However, that extraordinary magical aura, which compelled all beings to gravitate towards it, would not only capture the interest of Zeus but also that of other deities residing on Olympus, including his wife, the renowned and envious Queen Hera. Thus, at this critical juncture, Zeus would not genuinely act against him. At most, he would express verbal affection to assert his presence. Of course, it was also possible that Zeus sought to proclaim his dominion to the other gods. The news of the god king visiting the abode of the goddess of beauty would soon circulate throughout Olympus, serving as a reminder to the other deities that, at least until he claimed Aphrodite, she was solely his possession. Your Majesty, I believe the greatest joy for me at this moment would simply be to savor a peaceful afternoon nap. Ji Gung blinked innocently, his tone disarmingly naïve. Zeus remained silent, observing Ji Gung. Even in refusal, Aphrodite could articulate her sentiments with an inherent authority, solely based on her unparalleled beauty. After a brief contemplation, Zeus smiled indulgently, saying, Aphrodite, you are indeed a cunning child. With that, he reached out to caress Ji Gung's cheek. Sensing Zeus's intention, Ji Gung swiftly turned his face away just before the god's hand made contact with his skin. Missing his target, Zeus, undeterred, retracted his hand and feigned distress, stating, Aphrodite, your rejection saddens me. Does it? Ji Gung raised an eyebrow. Your Majesty, yet your eyes tell me otherwise. Intrigued, Zeus inquired leisurely, then tell me, what else do you discern from my gaze? Ji Gung retorted, does your Majesty the god king wish to hear the truth or mere flattery? Zeus placed his index finger upon his lips, yet his gaze remained fixated on Ji Gung's mouth, as long as the words emerged from the lips of Aphrodite. I am eager to listen, regardless of their veracity. Ignoring the ambiguous glimmer in Zeus's eyes, Ji Gung pondered for a moment before speaking, Your Majesty, the King of Gods, regards me as prey. Your gaze indicates that until I fall into your trap, I may indulge in my whims, for you will grant me ample leniency. Ding. Zeus S. Favorability 5, Current Favorability 15. Aphrodite, you are astute and adept at wielding your charms. Upon finishing his statement, Zeus appeared to contemplate something, a faint smile flickering in his eyes. After several seconds, he continued, Aphrodite, I admire your multifaceted nature, and I particularly appreciate how you present yourself differently before me than before the other deities. The latter part of his sentence was delivered in a softer tone, yet it carried an undercurrent of significance. Quine gasped, could it be that Zeus is aware you are intentionally captivating other gods with your varying demeanor? But what of it? In truth, he had never intended to conceal anything. As the king of the gods, Zeus could easily discern the truth if he chose to investigate. Quine queried, what if it jeopardizes your strategy? Aren't you concerned? Why should one worry? Regardless of the facade, at her core, she remained the enchanting Aphrodite. Moreover, such variability might indeed pique the interest of this divine monarch even more. At this moment, he found no need for excessive words. He merely needed to be a quiet listener, which was precisely what Zeus desired. He only needed to engage attentively with the analysis that Zeus believed to be wholly accurate. Aphrodite, I am curious about the facets of yourself yet to be revealed, and I am eager to appreciate the myriad forms you display. For each is a reflection of your essence, and therein lies your allure. Zeus placed his hand over his heart, speaking with earnest devotion. Even I, as the king of the gods, cannot be immune to your enchanting presence. Quion remarked, such sweet words, yet the favorability hasn't increased at all. What a frustrating Zeus. Thus, you may freely exhibit your charm to other deities, enticing them to succumb to your allure and even madness. However, Aphrodite, there is one crucial point you must remember. You must remain ever vigilant and refrain from offering them any genuine responses that stem from the depths of your heart. As Zeus spoke, he leaned closer to Zhigung, his body tilting, and whispered softly into her ear, "For if you do, it would greatly trouble me." Upon finishing, he gently kissed the delicate lobe of Zhigung's ear, and this time, she did not shy away. It was a fleeting kiss, merely a gentle brush against her cool skin before he straightened up once more. This kiss was hardly more than a teasing touch, yet he found great delight in the obedience Aphrodite exhibited at that moment, filling Zeus with immense pleasure. Ding! Zeus, the god king, experienced a surge of affection, gaining an additional 5 points, bringing his total to 20. Having relished the taste of admiration and successfully asserted his presence before Aphrodite, he chose to depart. Once Zeus left, Zhigung removed the belt that had been coiling around his wrist and cast it aside, collapsing onto the bed, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. The belt's intrinsic power was derived from his mental energy, and perhaps due to its inaugural use, his control over it faltered, resulting in unwelcome side effects. Indeed, he required a period of genuine rest. Yet, as is often the case, circumstances unfolded contrary to his desires. Observing yet another uninvited guest, Zhigung rubbed his temples, a hint of irritation surfacing within him. Aphrodite, upon entering, called out Zhigung's name without any pretentious embellishments, her melodious voice laced with palpable disdain. The owner of this voice was strikingly beautiful, possessing a graceful and alluring figure, clad in a white embroidered gown adorned with delicate blue irises at the cuffs and collar. Her golden hair cascaded down her back, and a dazzling crown atop her head signified her exalted status. At that moment, this illustrious intruder regarded Zhigung with evident displeasure, her eyes glinting with hatred and coldness, piercing through the air like sharp daggers aimed directly at him. Under the weight of her piercing gaze, Zhigung sat up expressionlessly from the bed, lifting his eyelids to glance at her. "Is there something you need?" Due to the earlier removal of the belt, Zhigung's sleeves appeared somewhat disheveled. As he rose from his side-lying position, the collar of his garment naturally slipped, revealing a hint of fair skin on his shoulder, adding a touch of softness to his demeanor. Such a posture would elicit admiration from any deity who beheld it. However, the deity witnessing it was none other than Hera, the queen of the gods. "Is this how you ensnare the deities?" Hera remarked with palpable disdain. With Zeus absent and no other deities present, Hera felt no compulsion to temper her discontent towards Aphrodite or to uphold the dignity of her title. "Are you seeking my counsel, dear Hera?" Zhigung retorted, his tone nonchalant. Hera scoffed, stating coldly, "In all of the divine realm, none could rival your shamelessness." "Oh, really?" Zhigung nodded, acknowledging her statement. Hera frowned, maintaining her regal demeanor, and warned in a chilling tone, "Aphrodite, mind your words." At this point, Zhigung could hardly be bothered to respond. He produced 2 cotton balls and stuffed them into his ears, then flopped back onto the bed, turning his back to Hera, ready to drift into slumber. Witnessing this series of swift actions, Hera's eyes widened in disbelief. She never anticipated that Aphrodite would so completely disregard her. "Aphrodite," she called out coldly, only to be met with an oppressive silence. Hera gritted her teeth, feeling as though she had summoned all her strength to strike, only to have her blow land upon a cloud of cotton. The words she had prepared became lodged in her throat, suspended in uncertainty. "How dare he?" Hera's gaze was fixed fiercely upon the silhouette of Zhigung, a flicker of murderous intent gradually surfacing within her pupils. Quion remarked on the palpable aura of hostility. "Aphrodite, you are certain I lack the courage to slay you, are you not?" Hera suddenly broke into a laugh, advancing step by step towards Zhigung. Though her desire to eliminate Aphrodite was intense, reason dictated that she must refrain. No one understood Zeus's fickleness and capriciousness better than she. For that which was lost before it could be possessed, Zeus would only yearn for more, accompanied by a sense of regret. Aphrodite would then become an irreplaceable presence in his heart, leading to Hera's deeper estrangement and his cold retribution. Such an outcome was far from what Hera wished to witness. Yet while I cannot slay you now, I can certainly inflict upon you a fate far more terrifying than death. Hera had reached the bedside, her gaze fixed upon the seemingly unperturbed Aphrodite, her expression contorting slightly. However, her anger soon subsided, and a sudden smile emerged at the corners of her mouth as if a thought had struck her. Aphrodite, I am aware that you are not truly asleep and that you can hear my words. Have you heard of the river Cocytus? It is the river of death in the underworld, formed from the tears of those condemned to eternal suffering. The river often echoes with haunting wails and the lamentations of lost souls. Even gods, should they touch its waters, would. Hera's words were abruptly cut short as Ji Gung spun around with lightning speed, seizing Hera by her collar and forcefully drawing her closer before flipping her onto the bed. The entire maneuver was executed with precision, devoid of any hesitation. Completed in the blink of an eye, Hera felt the world spin around her, and by the time she regained her senses, she found herself pinned beneath Aphrodite. Kuei-in observed, indeed, the rebellious perish from their verbosity. It is, after all, a truth. Hera was taken aback. This individual's speed was astonishing. It was likely that even on Olympus, few could rival such swiftness. However, Hera quickly regained her composure, her eyes narrowing slightly. No one had ever dared to behave so audaciously in my presence. In the midst of her thoughts, her right hand surged towards Ji Gung's throat with remarkable speed. Ji Gung effortlessly neutralized Hera's assault, then seized her wrist, deftly maneuvering over her head and pinning her hand firmly against the pillow with one hand. He gazed intently into Hera's fiery eyes and languidly remarked, "You are quite bothersome. Remove yourself from atop me." Hera, undeterred, lifted her foot, preparing to strike at Ji Gung's lower body. Ji Gung traversed countless worlds, and although he did not inhabit the same body, the alertness arising from the depths of his soul enabled him to develop the sensitivity of his physical form to its utmost potential. In this realm, most deities relied too heavily on their divine powers, neglecting the innate strength of their own bodies. In terms of hand-to-hand combat, few could stand as his adversaries. Moreover, even though Hera was a goddess and held the esteemed title of Queen of the Heavens, she was, at her core, merely a woman with a delicate physique, inherently lacking the physical strength of a man. Upon sensing Hera's intentions, Ji Gung raised an eyebrow and, in a flash of movement, slightly bent his left leg to intercept her action mid-course, swiftly pressing his knee against her legs. As a result, Hera found herself completely restrained, unable to move. Quine remarked, "Heh, shamelessly bullying a woman." "Silence," came the reply. Ji Gung lowered his gaze, locking eyes with Hera's furious countenance, and spoke with measured calmness. "Esteemed Queen of the Heavens, what has led you to harbor the misguided belief that, after brazenly intruding into my domain, you could subject me to a fate more terrifying than death itself?" The more unremarkable his tone, the more it caused Hera's face to flush with indignation. Just as she was about to respond, Ji Gung suddenly smiled gently at Hera, his crystalline eyes shimmering with an unusual tenderness. "Do you know what is truly more fearsome than death?" Hera stared blankly into Ji Gung's eyes and instinctively replied, "Fear." Ji Gung shook his head, stating, "It is you who have miscalculated the enemy's strength. In your attempt to take the initiative, you have instead been captured, putting on a facade of defiance and anger, yet in the face of overwhelming power, you can only engage in a pitiful and feeble struggle, thus more terrifying than death." Ji Gung's tone grew increasingly gentle, the warmth in his eyes long extinguished, replaced by an oppressive depth akin to a cold abyss, fraught with danger. It resembled a one-sided spiritual plunder by a man against a woman. You find yourself restrained by an enemy you would wish to dismantle, oblivious to what this foe might do in the next moment. Chapter 26. Hera's face blanched in an instant. This time, she had indeed been careless, basing her assumptions solely on Aphrodite's beauty, presuming her to be nothing more than a superficial being. Even with the title of goddess, she believed it to be merely a courtesy afforded by the other deities due to her allure, at best a mere facade. However, it now appeared that she had gravely misjudged. Hera, confident in her strength rivaling that of any male deity and esteemed as the most venerable queen of Olympus, possessed half of Zeus's thunderous power. When this formidable strength was bestowed upon her, her physical capabilities were equally augmented, rendering her nearly invincible in punishing those shameless enough to seduce Zeus. Yet, she did not anticipate that she would stumble so easily against Aphrodite, who effortlessly subdued her. Reluctant to accept it, She acknowledged that Aphrodite's physical prowess, speed, and agility far surpassed her expectations. This realization astonished Hera while simultaneously fueling her fury, reminding her of a recent occasion on Olympus when Aphrodite made her debut before the gods. It became evident that this wretched being, Aphrodite, had feigned fragility at the recent banquet, appearing vulnerable and easily bullied, thus eliciting the pity and concern of Apollo and other deities, leading them to blindly defend her. The mere possibility of this enraged Hera, extinguishing her prior fears of what Aphrodite might do to her. Instead, she fixed her gaze upon Ji Gung with unwavering intensity, mockingly retorting, "Ah, Aphrodite, while all marvel at your exquisite exterior, little do they know you are a hypocritical and despicable creature. Poor are those deities who fall victim to your deceptive beauty, willingly offering their affections under the spell of your beguiling words, becoming pitiful creatures ensnared in a false love. I, Hera, swear by the name of the goddess of marriage, that I shall ensure these deities reclaim their armor of reason, allowing them to perceive your repulsive, true nature. In that moment, you will discover that the gaze of the gods will shift from concern to disdain, and their affection will turn to scorn and revulsion. For these exalted deities will not hesitate to reject deception with the utmost severity." Qian Ding. The goddess Hera's favor has diminished by 20. My dear goddess, the protector of marriage, should I perhaps take some action before you unveil my repugnant true self to the other deities? Ji Gung appeared to ponder deeply. After all, as such a despicable and hypocritical individual, would it not be a disgrace to tarnish the praise you have bestowed upon me by failing to act? Ji Gung's gaze grew increasingly profound. As he spoke, a glimmer of brilliance emerged from the depths of his eyes, subtly revealing a weighty sense of aggression. It was akin to an unfathomable abyss enveloped in a shroud of black mist, brimming with unknown perils. Hera, for once, found herself momentarily flustered, her initial anger towards Aphrodite, stemming from the belief that she deceived the gods with her appearance, gradually dissipated, replaced instead by a growing concern for her current predicament. This sentiment was almost an instinctive response of the mind when confronted with the threats of the unknown. "What do you intend to do?" Hera inquired, her voice trembling despite her efforts to maintain composure, betraying the anxiety and unease that churned within her. Ji Gung, amused by Hera, remarked with profound significance, "As a man, with a woman beneath me at this moment, esteemed goddess, what do you suppose my intentions might be?" Ji Gung deliberately emphasized the words noble and respect, the irony of which was palpable. At this moment, although Hera was infuriated by Aphrodite's provocative remarks, what troubled her more was their current posture and the increasingly close proximity of Aphrodite's face. As she observed Aphrodite's visage drawing nearer, Hera finally sensed the impending threat. However, the dignity of the queen of the gods forbade her from allowing her fear to be laid bare, and she could no longer tolerate the audacity and insolence displayed by Aphrodite at that moment. She raised her voice in fury, exclaiming, "Aphrodite, you had better release me at once, or I shall ensure you pay a most grievous price." Ji Gung paused momentarily, then nodded with remarkable composure, displaying an air of indifference as he coolly remarked, "If the Queen of Heaven has any further threats, please continue. I am all ears." Hera's cheeks, flushed from her earlier outburst, now heaved with indignation at Ji Gung's words. "Aphrodite, I am the mother of the gods, the most exalted queen of Olympus. Your blatant disrespect shall not go unpunished. The entire pantheon will exact retribution upon you. I shall confine you to the boundless abyss of torment, where you will be accompanied by the ferocious hellhounds. They will not spare your beauty nor treat you gently, but instead will rend your flesh and feast upon your limbs, while the grotesque and malevolent spirits consume your mind and shatter your sanity." "And then?" Ji Gung inquired leisurely, his free hand deftly twirling a lock of Hera's hair that had fallen beside the pillow, seemingly unperturbed by her threats. Hera's countenance twisted in fury. Even with her dire warnings, Aphrodite remained unmoved, plunging Hera into a state of extreme agitation. She glared at Aphrodite with eyes that radiated malevolence, as if intent on devouring her. Hera had ensnared countless lovers of Zeus, employing various cruel methods to punish them, whether they were exquisite, delicate women or strong, handsome men. They either groveled before her in desperation, only to flee in disarray when their pleas went unanswered, or faced death defiantly, their cold bodies becoming the prey of vultures and wild dogs. Never had anyone dared to act as brazenly as Aphrodite, to so audaciously insult her. Hera swore by her divine essence that she would ensure this audacious interloper paid a grievous price. Yet, in this moment, she needed to remain composed. Currently, Aphrodite's attention was entirely absorbed in her playful manipulation of her hair. Hera recognized this as an opportunity to devise a plan to extricate herself from this predicament. Her mind began to race, conjuring various strategies. In truth, she was not devoid of leverage against Aphrodite. She had come prepared. Though a moment of carelessness and underestimating Aphrodite's agility had led to her unexpected capture in this embarrassing situation, perhaps it was time to attempt to lower Aphrodite's guard. Such a strategy would be more conducive to executing her plan. With this thought, Hera found her spirit unexpectedly calmed. After carefully contemplating how to lower Aphrodite's guard, she was about to speak, only to discover that Aphrodite had relinquished her playful manipulation of Hera's hair and redirected her gaze back to Hera's face. Doubt began to creep into Hera's mind as she pondered whether this had been a calculated move by Aphrodite to grant her a moment for reflection. She fervently hoped that her suspicions were unfounded. Taking a deep breath, Hera tugged at the corners of her mouth, striving to present a semblance of a smile. Attempting to enhance her appearance. Aphrodite, if you release me now, I shall forgive your rudeness and pledge to bestow upon you. Before she could finish, Ji Gung interrupted. In truth, the distorted smile adorning your face has already unveiled your insincerity. He blinked and suggested, perhaps if your demeanor were a tad more sincere, I would be inclined to continue listening to the so-called promises that are to come from your lovely lips. Hera's mouth mechanically curved upwards a fraction more, as she endeavored to render her smile more genuine. How unsightly, Ji Gung remarked with intrigue, observing the rigidity of Hera's expression. I am quite curious about what has prompted such a sudden shift in your attitude. Ji Gung stroked his chin, deep in thought. Soon, a look of enlightenment crossed his face. I figured it out. Surely the Queen of Heaven possesses some formidable leverage against me. Upon hearing this, Hera's eyes momentarily betrayed a flicker of panic, swiftly concealed but not unnoticed by Ji Gung. What could such a potent leverage be? I recall that you initially approached me with the intent to bring me hardship. Ji Gung pondered. Thus it appears this leverage requires proximity to exert its influence. Typically, such objects necessitating closeness imply that it is a tangible item. Ji Gung tilted his head, and after a brief contemplation, he smiled and remarked, could it be that this leverage is currently hidden upon your person, Queen of Heaven? With each word that Ji Gung uttered, Hera's astonishment deepened. Upon hearing his final statement, her heart suddenly contracted violently. She had not anticipated that Aphrodite possessed such keen intelligence, seemingly perceiving all her intentions. Yet, at this moment, gazing into Aphrodite's smiling eyes, Hera's initially tumultuous emotions began to settle into a calm. Composure was returning, prompting Hera to contemplate more objectively. The fact that Aphrodite could discern her thoughts to such an extent in such a brief time suggested that he was far from the foolish, reckless individual he might appear to be. Hera felt increasingly certain that Aphrodite would not take any genuine action against her. Any verbal affront would not inflict substantial harm. Instead, Aphrodite was merely attempting to intimidate and provoke her, deriving amusement from her discomposure. Once Hera grasped this understanding, her initial panic dissipated, replaced by a cold, sardonic retort. Aphrodite, your self-indulgent monologues are as laughable as your false pretenses. The very essence of pretense is inherently deceitful, and Ji Gung remained unfazed, his gaze wandering over the queen. So, where will the queen conceal her trump card, the very weapon prepared to counter me? Under Ji Gung's scrutinizing gaze, Hera felt the suppressed anger bubbling forth again. I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. My dear queen, you are indeed not candid. Ji Gung shook his head, his hand reaching directly for Hera's collar. Beast! Kuei-in exclaimed. Under Hera's incredulous gaze, Ji Gung calmly unfastened her collar and, after a brief exploration within, swiftly retrieved a small, thumb-sized, deep blue vial from her bosom. You! Hera was rendered speechless, her face aflame with fury, her beautiful eyes blazing as if they could incinerate him. Had her gaze possessed lethal power, Ji Gung would have been mercilessly tormented. Kuei-in could not help but cover her eyes, exclaiming, what a sin! Chapter 27. Invincible Aphrodite. Who dares to consume even the heaven's tofu? Kuei-in urged, do not hesitate to share how it feels. Very soft, Ji Gung responded, to which Kuei-in whistled, exciting. Is this what the Queen of Heaven intends to use against me? Ji Gung gently shook the thumb-sized vial, its deep blue translucent body filled with a dark red liquid. Hera glared at Ji Gung in silence, clearly incensed by his audacious act. How did you know Hera concealed such an item in that location? When I initially seized Hera's collar, her gaze instinctively flickered towards her chest for a fleeting moment. Typically, when someone is suddenly grasped by the collar, they tend to search for an escape route rather than divert their attention to their own bosom. This seemingly pointless action indicated that something of significance lay there. What if the Queen of Heaven fears your intentions? After all, in such a situation, a girl would be particularly concerned. Hera perceives me as a rival. If you were in my position, would you not feel that a rival's grasp indicates a certain interest? Your reasoning is strikingly sound, Kuei-in noted. The Queen's current feelings towards you are becoming unbearable to witness. Hera, continuously adjusting her emotions, glanced at the vial in Ji Gung's hand and, with a sardonic smile, remarked, "Since you are so curious, why not pour out the liquid yourself and discover what it truly is?" Ji Gung raised an eyebrow, remaining noncommittal. He had not forgotten Hera's words regarding the river Cocytus as she approached his bedside. He firmly believed that her utterance was not without purpose. Therefore, while he could not ascertain the true nature of the liquid within, he was certain that it bore some relation to the river Cocytus of the underworld. "What? Are you afraid?" Hera taunted. "Dear Hera, the most esteemed queen of Olympus," Ji Gung remarked, gently patting her cheek. "Rather than spending your days contemplating how to deal with the Na'vi young men and women ensnared by the God King's sweet words, you might consider how to rekindle your husband's attention." Hera's face shifted through hues of anger and embarrassment, particularly at his insulting gesture, which left her feeling quite mortified. Just as she was about to retort, he suddenly released her, turning to stand aside. "You have lingered here long enough, my queen. If you do not return soon, the deities of Olympus shall grow concerned." Hera arose from the bed, casting a cold glance at Ji Gung, then at the small vial in his hand. A flicker of malice passed through her eyes as she pressed her lips tightly together and departed in silence. Quine observed, "The queen has suffered a setback at your hands. It seems she will not let this matter rest. Indeed, her unwillingness to relent only adds to the intrigue." Ji Gung lowered his gaze, idly toying with the small vial in his hand, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. Should he dispose of this object? "No," Kuei-in remarked, "you seem quite intrigued by it. It would be a pity to discard it. I believe in making full use of all things." In truth, the presence of this azure vial, containing an unknown liquid, in his possession might not be mere coincidence. It could very well be the intended outcome of Hera's plans following the failure of the first scheme and the success of the second. Although this is likely a product of his own suspicion, if it were indeed the case, would disposing of it not be a betrayal of the Queen's considerable efforts? "Perhaps there exists a deity who could enlighten me regarding the contents of this vial?" Kuei-in inquired. "Who?" "The messenger god, Hermes," he replied. "Shall we seek him out now?" Kuei-in asked. "Not in haste. First Zeus, then Hera. I simply wish to rest for a while." After placing the enigmatic vial alongside his belt into a box, Ji Gung summoned Kuei-in from the depths of his consciousness. Observing the red plush doll on the table, he instructed, "Stay by the door. I do not wish to be disturbed." A note of fatigue laced his voice. "I will handle things. You needn't worry," Kuei-in assured. Patting its chest. Ji Gung murmured, gently ruffling the plush doll's crimson fur, issuing a tender warning. "If anyone disturbs me again, I shall be exceedingly displeased." "How frightening." Kuei-in shivered, obediently leaping down from the table and scampering toward the door. Meanwhile, as Ji Gung finally found a moment of peace upon his bed, Kuei-in sat at the entrance of the Zywila cave, feeling rather lonely. Though in the form of a plush doll, and thus immune to fatigue, remaining at the cave's mouth without anyone to converse with and nothing to alleviate its boredom soon became tiresome. Life is truly as lonely as snow, Kuei-in sighed softly, one hand propped up, gazing melancholic into the distance at a 45-degree angle. The scenery beyond was undeniably beautiful, adorned with clouds of various shapes, tall and stately trees, and charming little birds. Birds. Quine blinked her eyes, filled with enthusiasm as she observed a remarkable scene not far away. Suddenly, a strikingly beautiful little plump bird appeared in the sky. Its downy feathers radiated a golden hue, resembling a miniature sun from afar. Quine swore that this delightful creature was a species she had never encountered before. At that moment, this entirely yellow bird, of an unknown breed, was surrounded by a flock of excited magpies. The magpies chattered incessantly, encircling the bird and confining it within their midst. Some of the bolder magpies even dared to bump into the bird, pecking at its neck with their beaks and nudging its downy plumage with their heads. It was spring, the season of renewal. For the first time, Quian witnessed this interspecies courtship in nature. Among the jubilant magpies, the presumed male bird appeared exceedingly agitated by their antics, flapping its wings in a futile attempt to escape their tactile harassment. However, its struggles seemed insignificant in the face of the eager magpies seeking to mate. Having never witnessed such a spectacle before, Quian found it utterly fascinating. Just as she prepared to shift her position to continue observing this interspecies courtship, she noticed that the bird, overwhelmed by the surrounding magpies, seemed to grow furious. Suddenly, it emitted a dazzling golden light, shimmering with bright yellow undertones, which reflected the vibrancy of its own plumage, captivatingly brilliant and blinding enough to compel Quian to instinctively shut her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, she discovered that the once blinding radiance of the bird had dissipated, leaving only a faint golden halo lingering on its feathers, while the magpies that had encircled the bird had all taken flight. In that moment, Quian felt a peculiar sense of uncertainty, as if the distinctive bird was now aggressively flying toward her. As the distance between them diminished, Quian became increasingly convinced that the bird's destination was indeed her vicinity. What could this bird possibly want? Was it seeking revenge for her earlier amusement at its plight? If it were to retaliate, should she defend herself? As her mind swirled with various possibilities, the bird had already reached the entrance of her burrow, completely ignoring Quian as it charged directly inside. Startled, Quian sprang to her feet, disregarding all caution, and with a swift turn and leap, she clapped her hands together to swat the bird away. Caught off guard by her sudden action, the bewildered bird was flung against the wall, its round eyes sparkling with confusion as it took a moment to regain its composure. Once it recognized the source of the unexpected assault, its expression morphed into one of disbelief. Understanding the emotions reflected in the bird's eyes, Quian found it immensely entertaining. She brushed off non-existent dust from her hands, whistling at the yellow little plump bird, and provocatively exclaimed, "What's the matter? Thinking of flying past me to get inside? You're still far from that." The plump little bird glared at Kuei-in, a glint of coldness flickering in its eyes. Startled for a moment, Kuei-in soon relaxed, thinking to herself, what could a mere little bird possibly do? If it were to fly in and awaken Zhigong, that would indeed be disastrous. When compared to the little bird, Zhigong posed a far greater threat, even if the bird might be dispatched by some deity. With this realization, Kuei-in boldly strode to the center of the cave entrance, hands on her hips and legs firmly planted, striking a resolute stance. No entry. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little bird emitted a series of threatening warnings. What nonsensical bird language? Kuei-in furrowed her brow. Incomprehensible. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Do you wish to fight? Chirp, 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 chirp. Ha! Daring to provoke your father. Chirp. Thus, two species, each speaking their own tongue, commenced a confrontation at the cave entrance, igniting a conflict over a trivial disagreement. Originally, the little bird sought to exploit an opening in Kuei-in's defense to slip inside, but after being swatted against the wall multiple times, its temper flared. No longer avoiding, it boldly pecked at the large swatch of fabric on Kuei-in's arm. Initially, she had been cautious about making too much noise and waking Zhigong, but upon seeing the considerable damage inflicted on her arm, her fury ignited. How dare it? It had torn her skin apart, scattering her feathers everywhere. This personal attack, which marred her image, pushed Kuei-in past her limits. Casting aside her reservations, she rolled up her sleeves and prepared for battle. This confrontation swiftly escalated into a fierce struggle between the plump bird and the fabric doll, the noise echoing far and wide. After a cacophony of sounds, the battleground gradually shifted from the entrance to the interior of the cave. As a palpable aura of menace enveloped the air, both the bird and the doll suddenly became aware of the threat, their bodies stiffening as they turned to face the source of the killing intent. There stood Zhigong, who had awakened from his slumber, his face darkened as he fixed his gaze upon the battlefield. The red fabric doll bore numerous ragged wounds, white feathers swirling amidst the chaos of the room. The little yellow bird was equally tattered, its feathers in disarray, exposing patches of bare skin, from which traces of blood seeped, its entire plumage laden with dust from being repeatedly flung against the wall. The intensity of this confrontation was evident. It was over. Kuei-in's face fell, her expression one of despair, as she stood frozen in place, trembling under Zhigong's scrutinizing gaze, her head drooping in resignation. What a calamity! In stark contrast to Aoyin's despondency, The yellow plump bird appeared remarkably cheerful. Upon spotting Zhigang, its eyes sparkled with delight as it energetically flapped its wings, seemingly intent on soaring toward him. Aoyin, wide-eyed and driven by the camaraderie forged in their recent encounter, initially intended to caution the foolish bird against its reckless pursuit. However, she soon realized it was too late. The bird, as if under the influence of a stimulant, was already flamboyantly heading toward Zhigang. What a foolish creature this bird was. With a chilling glare, Zhigang seized a grape from the table and hurled it towards the plump bird, the force of the throw causing the bird to spin rapidly in midair before it succumbed to gravity, landing with a resounding thud on the ground. The fruit's flesh bursting forth, its purple juice cascading onto the bird's head. The chubby creature staggered to its feet, swaying unsteadily. Clearly, the impact had taken a toll, as a wound that had merely oozed a trickle of blood now gaped open, and with each tremor of its body, more grape juice dripped down, saturating it completely. It was indeed a veritable drenched fowl. Kuei-in covered her face, unable to bear the sight. Yet, before she could extend her sympathy towards the unfortunate bird, she found herself the next target of Zhigang's projectile demonstration, experiencing the same cruel arc of fate. The jarring impact and sharp pain drew a gasp from her, and by the time she regained her senses, she lay sprawled beside the little plump bird. Meeting its bewildered gaze, battered and bruised, Kuei-in forced a grim smile. "Hey there, buddy, what a coincidence." The little plump bird. Zhigang slowly approached Kuei-in and the little plump bird, casting a shadow of darkness over them. Startled, Kuei-in and the little plump bird instinctively blinked and lifted their heads in unison to gaze at Zhigang. Zhigang, undeterred by the filth, promptly seized one with a single hand. "Oh my goodness!" Kuei-in exclaimed, covering her eyes. "Divine Father, I was wrong. Please do not take flight." Zhigang cast a fleeting glance at Kuei-in before shifting his gaze to the plump little bird. Despite its current state of disarray, a captivating warmth flickered in Zhigang's eyes as he regarded it. Its round eyes seemed to smile, radiating a brilliance that was nothing short of dazzling. With a scoff, Zhigang initially intended to send both the raucous interlopers that had disturbed his slumber flying. However, in that moment, he suddenly altered his course of action. Under the watchful and fearful gaze of Kuei-in, Zhigang approached the cave entrance and gracefully dispatched an unfortunate plush toy. "Oh my, how could this be?" Accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries, the red plush toy transformed into a meteor, vanishing into the vast expanse of the sky. Returning his attention to the plump little bird, Zhigang gently caressed its head with his fingertip. At that moment, the grape juice that had adorned the bird's head had dried, revealing a glimmering golden down that shone even more radiantly than its yellow feathers, resembling a resplendent crown woven from laurel leaves. Zhigang pressed his lips together and then suddenly chuckled. "I suppose I have been rather rude, little one. It seems you are in need of a bath to cleanse yourself." Chapter 28. A refreshing bath. The very thought of Aphrodite preparing to bathe him, the sun god transformed into a plump bird, made Apollo swallow hard, his entire avian form feeling a little lightheaded. Was this not excessively thrilling? In this moment, Apollo found himself unexpectedly grateful to the deceitful Hermes. Had it not been for their transaction, he would not be appearing before Aphrodite in the guise of a bird. Thanks to the cunning god of disguise, who had administered a potion limiting his divine powers, he was rendered indistinguishable from an ordinary bird for the duration of the potion's effects. Though this transformation had caused some difficulties on his journey, it was precisely this disguise that allowed him to draw closer to Aphrodite without revealing his true identity. The mere thought of Aphrodite personally bathing him, her delicate hands tenderly gliding over his entire form, ignited a warm anticipation within Apollo as he eagerly awaited the unfolding events. Poor sun god, unaware that the crafty Hermes had intentionally left a flaw in his disguise, allowing the symbolic laurel wreath upon his head to remain, now becoming a part of his feathers after his transformation. "May I wash you with clean water first before placing you in the bath?" Zhigang gently inquired, cradling the little plump bird in his hands. Apollo obediently nudged Zhigang's palm with his head, the soft down tickling the warmth of Zhigang's hand. Zhigang found himself stifling a laugh, as the sun god transformed into a bird reminded him of a tale from Greek mythology, wherein Zeus pursued Hera. Utilizing the power of thunder, Zeus cloaked the sky in dark clouds, unleashing a torrential storm. Subsequently, this king of the gods metamorphosed into an injured cuckoo and flew before Hera, as she, moved by compassion, cradled the cuckoo to warm it against her chest. Zeus reverted to his human form, thus seamlessly embarking on a protracted liaison with Hera that spanned 3 centuries. One might indeed marvel at the similarities between father and son. Zhigang was intrigued to see how Apollo would cleverly employ this guise to approach him under the pretense of innocence. After Zhigang poured water into the bamboo basin, he gently placed Apollo inside. The 20-centimeter-high basin soon submerged Apollo's neck. Allowing Apollo to flounder in the water, Zhigang disregarded the creature's pitiful gaze and stood up, stating, "You need to soak in there for a while to cleanse yourself first." Apollo thought, wasn't it agreed that he would help me with a thorough grooming? Observing Zhigang pause at the edge of the bathing pool, Apollo's initial disappointment swiftly transformed into clarity. He rested his wings on the rim of the bamboo basin for support, keeping his head above water while fixating his gaze on Zhigang. With vigorous splashes to hasten his cleaning, his eyes never wavered from Zhigang's figure. The instant Zhigang beckoned him, Apollo's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he soared out of the bamboo basin, reaching Zhigang in mere seconds. Zhigang raised his eyebrows and gestured towards the bath beside him. Without a moment's hesitation, Apollo plunged into the water, surfacing with his head peeking out, an expression of eager anticipation on his face as he looked at Zhigang. He certainly knew how to make the most of his charming appearance. Zhigang, with an impassive demeanor, gently caressed the wings of the little plump bird, preparing to cleanse them. Suddenly, the little creature grasped Zhigang's sleeve with its beak and tugged him towards the bath. "My dear little one, do you wish for me to join you in your wash?" Apollo mused, as the creature gave a slight pull in response. "Nay," Zhigang shook his head, providing no explanation, and began to wash the feathers on Apollo's wings from his current position. With each motion, the previously regretful Apollo found himself enveloped in a growing heat. The cool touch of Aphrodite's fingertips glided softly over his arm, creating a stark contrast with the warm waters of the bath, sending waves of sensation through his being. As her fingers danced, a tingling current surged through Apollo, igniting desires that flooded his mind. The thought that these delicate hands belonged to Aphrodite sent shivers down his spine. The sensation was exquisite, both pleasurable and exhilarating, inciting a yearning for more contact. Warm steam rose, enveloping the air in a gentle, ambiguous mist, while the little bird's yellow down took on a hint of crimson. Its round, glistening eyes reflected a suppressed desire, revealing the fervor and excitement coursing through Apollo. Ding. Sun God Apollo, affection level 2. Current affection, 87. "Are you comfortable, dear sun god?" Zhigang inquired at that moment. His melodious voice transformed by the steam into an alluring lilt, the rising intonation akin to fine sand brushing against the palm, carrying an almost imperceptible itch. The sound, intoxicating at any other time, now momentarily dulled Apollo's heightened feelings due to the revelation of his identity. Startled, Apollo lifted his gaze, searching for Aphrodite's eyes. Within her beautiful gaze, he discerned mischief, teasing, and jest, yet there was no trace of anger. This realization calmed Apollo's previously tumultuous emotions. How had Aphrodite discerned his true identity? His curiosity piqued, yet the effects of the potion still lingered, rendering him unable to articulate his thoughts. His voice indistinguishable from that of an ordinary bird. As if sensing Apollo's thoughts, Zhigang stroked the bird's head, gesturing for him to look into the water. "Behold, the shape of a laurel crown woven here." Upon hearing this, Apollo lowered his head and noticed that, thanks to Aphrodite's cleansing, the feathers atop his head were now pristine, revealing their true hue, a shade of yellow brighter than that of the feathers adorning his body. The distinct color formed the shape of the crown he had worn for years. Apollo felt a pang of regret. He had been too eager. After Hermes informed him that Hera had gone to Mount Chivera, Apollo, fearing that the capricious queen might bring misfortune to Aphrodite, hastily ascended towards Chivera in the form of a bird. So much so that he did not take the time to observe his avian transformation. Hermes, indeed a cunning fellow, deliberately showcased a flaw in his disguise to provoke Aphrodite's ire, leaving her with the impression of Apollo's ill intentions. However, it appeared that Aphrodite was not angered. A glimmer of contemplation crossed Apollo's eyes. Since Aphrodite was not upset, how could he squander such a splendid opportunity? Estimating the duration of the potion's effects, Apollo resolved to devise a means to divert Aphrodite's attention. In truth, Zhigang would not only remain unfazed, but would also willingly cooperate with the prey that had come to him, although he was unaware of Apollo's current thoughts. This did not hinder his anticipation of Apollo's forthcoming actions. "Wait for me." Apollo inscribed these two words in the damp earth at the edge of the bath with his wet wings before soaring out of the cave. Soon, Apollo returned, his beak filled with small twigs and fine silks. After expelling the twigs and silks from his mouth, he leaned against the bath's edge, using both his mouth and hands to directly craft a harp. Apollo worked with remarkable speed. Within mere minutes, a small harp was born under Zhiging's watchful gaze. Upon completing this task, Apollo mischievously winked at Zhiging, a glimmer of light dancing in his eyes, a sweetness heralding the fulfillment of a little secret. Zhigung recalled the promise he had made to Apollo upon leaving the banquet of Olympus, vowing to this extraordinarily gifted god of music to listen to his performance at another venue. Apollo, aware that Aphrodite reminisced about that commitment made on Mount Olympus, joyfully secured his harp at the edge of the bath and began to play with his wings. Despite the harp's simplicity, with only 5 slender strings, under Apollo's skilled touch, it seemed to be imbued with enchanting magic, releasing a soft and melodious tune. The music flowed gently and melodiously, akin to flowers blooming resplendently in the spring, their petals overflowing with sweet emotions. It resembled a delicate and captivating poem from an ancient picture book, with each pluck of the strings evoking a cascade of notes named love, tantalizingly close, profoundly satisfying, yet igniting a deep yearning. So careful and subtle, it nourished the soul like a gentle rain, silent yet transformative. Zhigung gradually closed his eyes, attentively listening. From the melody, he discerned Apollo's heartfelt sentiment, warm and radiant, transforming all restlessness and fervor into the gentlest of tunes. Time slipped away, and when the music ceased, Zhigung opened his eyes to find Apollo restored to his human form. This remarkably handsome sun god reclined at the edge of the bath, his body bare, the lower half submerged in water, revealing a well-defined chest and a robust waist. Golden strands clung to his supple, honey-toned skin, imparting an air of casual yet languid sensuality. Resting his head on one hand, he tilted it slightly, gazing intently at Zhigung, his deep-set eyes radiating an intoxicating tenderness. When Zhigung turned his gaze towards him, Apollo offered a subtle smile, took Zhigung's hand, and delicately pressed a soft kiss upon the back of it, akin to the most devout of worshippers, Aphrodite. You shall never comprehend how enchanting you appear while lost in the embrace of music. Zhigung chuckled softly upon hearing this, his fingertips brushing against Apollo's eyes. My dear friend, your music is irresistible to all. Ding. Favorability with the sun god Apollo has increased by 1, currently at 88. Apollo covered Zhigung's hand with his own, bringing it to his face, tilting his head slightly to press his cheek more closely against Zhigung's palm, savoring the cool yet intoxicating softness. Aphrodite, I wish my music could bring you everlasting joy. In that moment, he was no longer the majestic sun god commanding his chariot, but rather an ordinary youth ensnared by love. Dearest Aphrodite, my beloved, may I, buoyed by your praise of my music, make a modest request? Zhigung could not help but acknowledge that Apollo was indeed an extraordinarily charming deity. Even amidst the multitude of gods gathered on Mount Olympus, Apollo stood out as the most graceful and eloquent gentleman. Intelligent, radiant, dignified, and proud, this vigorous and youthful god, when genuinely seeking to please someone, was nearly impossible to refuse. Not only would one not decline, but conversely, if fulfilling Apollo's modest request could elevate the already high value of 88 degrees, Zhigung would be more than willing to comply. Perhaps you could articulate it, Zhigung remarked. Though this statement did not convey a definitive agreement or disagreement, it was sufficient to bring joy to Apollo. The handsome sun god pursed his lips, seemingly pondering how to express his feelings for Aphrodite without appearing abrupt or offensive. After several seconds, he delicately articulated his request in the softest tone. Aphrodite, may I have a hug? The author wishes to convey. Apollo, may I have a hug? The goddess of beauty. Of course, but I desire not just a hug. I also want a kiss, and to be lifted high. In this moment, Apollo's request was phrased as give me a hug, rather than let me hug you. Although the essence of both phrases is fundamentally identical, the former carries a tone of supplication, lowering his stance and making it more palatable. This talented deity clearly understood and adeptly wielded the allure of language. Like Zeus, he was charming and romantic, yet in his pursuit of affection, he exhibited a sincerity that surpassed that of the king of gods. This rare sincerity, magnified by his deliberate efforts, effortlessly rendered him the most beloved god on Olympus. At this moment, the handsome youth suppressed his fervent desires beneath the warmth of his gentle gaze. subtly revealing a hint of trepidation and nervousness at the prospect of rejection. Indeed, my dear friend, Ji Gung replied, slightly bowing his head and casting a sidelong glance at Apollo. The air, shrouded in a warm mist, seemed to veil his face with a pale luminescence, accentuating his exquisite features. The coolness of his eyes, reminiscent of mountaintop plum blossoms, became imbued with a flirtatious charm through this casual glance, piercing Apollo's heart like a needle, igniting a heat that coursed through his entire being. Ding! Apollo the Sun God. Affection level 1, current affection level 91. The gentle light in Apollo's eyes began to fade, as a deep darkness, like ink, gradually encroached upon his gaze, causing his rationality to crumble under the enchantment of such a delightful atmosphere. At that moment, Aphrodite resembled a flower blooming solely for him, inciting Apollo's yearning to immediately wipe away the dewdrops adorning her petals, to savor the sweetest essence within her bloom, and then to fiercely entwine her form within his own, merging their beings into an inseparable union. This terrifying thought took root in Apollo's mind in an instant, swiftly invading his entire being, causing a tumultuous fervor within him. His skin flushed under the rising temperature of the water, and fine beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, as something uncontrollable surged from the depths of his soul. Apollo? The suddenly resounding voice cascaded over him like a bucket of icy water, jolting him back to consciousness. He instinctively glanced at Aphrodite, and, upon noticing her lack of displeasure, he felt a slight sense of relief. What had he just been contemplating? The notion of breaking Aphrodite's wings and binding her eternally to his side was utterly abhorrent. How could such a terrifying thought even cross his mind? If he were to act upon it, Aphrodite might forever cast him aside, rendering all his previous restraint and efforts futile, a result he could not bear to envision. Apollo was immensely grateful to have awakened from such a dreadful contemplation, despite the undeniable, secret thrill that accompanied its inception. "Dearest Aphrodite, my love, please forgive my momentary lapse," he murmured, his gaze lowering, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible huskiness. He took several steps to the right, closing the distance between them, now intimately close. One crouched beside the bath, while the other stood in the water at the edge, so near that with a slight lean, Ji Gung's nose could brush against Apollo's forehead. Perhaps it was the enchanting ambience. Gazing closely at Aphrodite's face, every inch of it appeared meticulously sculpted. Beneath her high-bridged nose, her lips, delicate and fluid like water, beckoned him to taste their sweetness. The heat he had just subdued began to rise once more, and he longed to kiss her, to delve into the sweetness of her lips and savor the unique flavor that belonged solely to Aphrodite. Yet, Apollo restrained himself. "No, not yet," he whispered to himself. "Just wait a little longer. Just endure a little more." The turmoil of restraint and struggle within his eyes gradually subsided, replaced by a gentle warmth, flowing like a serene stream, embodying a love as soft and radiant as sunlight. Ji Gung raised an eyebrow. This simply wouldn't do. Ji Gung leaned forward, his hands clasping Apollo's neck. In the fleeting moment when his nose brushed against Apollo's forehead, he distinctly sensed the handsome deity shiver ever so slightly. Ji Gung chuckled softly, his nose gradually gliding down from Apollo's forehead, first brushing against the space between his brows, then slowly traversing his nose bridge until the tips of their noses met. Gentle as a feather, it was as if Ji Gung were savoring the essence of Apollo, yet more akin to infusing his own breath into Apollo's very being, penetrating his heart until reaching the depths of his soul. Ding! The sun god Apollo's favorability 1, current favorability 92. Aphrodite possesses such an allure. Without the need for weapons or strife, with merely a gesture or a glance, she can, in an instant, compel one to kneel and submit, offering unwavering loyalty. Apollo felt as though he were on the verge of combustion. Aphrodite's aura enveloped him, akin to the most potent elixir of spring, instantly shattering all rationality he had previously clung to. A surge of heat coursed towards his lower abdomen, and the formidable entity between his legs stirred to life, subtly raising its head, clamoring for greater solace and release. Apollo's gaze darkened, and with a slight tremor, he extended his hand, his long arm wrapping around Ji Gung's waist, poised to draw him entirely into his embrace when a melodious male voice interrupted his forthcoming actions. The envoy, brandishing a serpent-headed staff, entered with great flourish. Adorned with a winged helmet, his eyes alight with intensity. "Ah, dear Aphrodite, by the grace of the gods, it is truly wonderful that you have remained unscathed." He cast a knowing glance at Apollo and remarked meaningfully, Though I must say, it seems that Aphrodite, you may not have been entirely safe moments ago. Zhigang extricated himself from Apollo's embrace and, standing upright, waved at the radiant Ki, who followed Hermes into the room. Once Ki settled comfortably upon his shoulder, Zhigang spoke with deliberate calmness. Dearest messenger, your concern touches me deeply. However, it cannot disguise the rudeness of your uninvited intrusion. In this regard, you are as detestable as Apollo. Ah, Aphrodite, my dear, please do not say such things. Apollo emerged from the bath, his urgency evident as he approached Zhigang, his flawless physique on full display. Ki let out a whistle, her gaze falling between Apollo's legs. What a magnificent sight! At that moment, Apollo was oblivious to all else. His focus was solely on Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty whom he adored. My love, your casual remark of disdain wounds me more profoundly than any harsh insult could. This burden weighs heavier than a mountain upon my heart, even though I possess countless reasons to elucidate my uninvited presence. They pale in comparison to the weight of long-suppressed longing. I am enamored with you, my exquisite love goddess. A shadow of concern crossed Apollo's brow. He must convey his feelings to Aphrodite, ensuring she comprehended that his emotions fluctuated with her own. He was willing to endure this sweetness, embracing it entirely. Before Zhigang could utter a word, Hermes approached his side, occupying the very space that Apollo intended to occupy. This maneuver not only impeded Apollo's advance, but also obstructed Zhigang's line of sight. In terms of speed, few deities upon Olympus could rival Hermes, the messenger god, who traversed the skies with winged sandals. In response to the displeasure and warning reflected in Apollo's gaze, this cunning and ever-changing deity merely raised an eyebrow, producing a piece of white fabric from seemingly nowhere and tossing it to Apollo. With a smile, he remarked, "Dear Apollo, god of light, shepherding, and music, how endearing and sincere your heartfelt confession is. However, if I were you, I might consider donning clothing and adjusting the crown upon your head rather than exposing your physique, indistinguishable from that of any other man, at such an inopportune moment." "Thank you for your reminder, Hermes," Apollo retorted coolly as he wrapped the white cloth around his waist. "Yet my confidence compels me to elaborate on your last absurdly irresponsible remark. Indeed, my physique bears no distinction from that of any man. However, dear Hermes, my friend, you must understand that there exists a difference between us in certain dimensions. I do not possess the habit of parading about in such a manner as the sun god." Hermes squinted, his deep brown eyes still twinkling with mirth. "Moreover, I have always believed that a man's endurance does not equate to size. Dear Apollo, what should truly be your source of pride is the ability to provide your lover with the most exquisite stimulation and joy." A peculiar tension enveloped the air. "My prowess in endurance does not require the judgment of a silver-tongued deity who spins tales." Apollo adjusted his posture, swiftly regaining his usual elegance. "In contrast to your seemingly deceptive and enigmatic claims, I display my truest feelings plainly to Aphrodite. Before me, there is no need to squander time on trivial suspicions." "Do not speak of your desires so grandiloquently," Hermes replied with a hint of sarcasm. "Perhaps the two of you gods might consider departing from my abode and seeking a more fragrant and splendid locale to continue your lofty discourse on the endurance and dimensions of men." Chapter 30. The rosy twilight enveloped the sky above Mount Chivera, as the setting sun filtered through the drifting, pale clouds, transforming into delicate golden-orange halos, gradually seeping through the crevices of the cave and into the room. Zhigang, with his hair cascading loosely, leaned against the headboard, his gaze tranquil and reminiscent of water as he quietly perused the book in his hands. The soft, warm hues of the dawn light bathed his flawless and handsome visage, softening his overly bold and vibrant features, tempering the inherent aloofness and pride, and revealing a refined elegance akin to polished jade. As he turned the pages, the aged, yellowing sheets contrasted beautifully with his delicate hands, seemingly sculpted from the finest white jade, exuding a subtle, translucent glow. It had been over 10 days since he had summoned Hermes and Apollo from Mount Chivera. For deities, those days were but a mere drop in the ocean of their eternal existence. Perhaps it was the extraordinary identities of the uninvited deities that rendered the situation so unique. Aside from Zeus, the king of the gods, and Hera, the queen, Apollo, the sun god, and Hermes, the messenger god, held significant prominence within Olympus and the entire divine realm. Following the successive visits of these four deities to the goddess of beauty, a delicate equilibrium seemed to have been achieved among the gods, for in the ensuing days, no fifth guest graced Mount Chivera. However, this assertion might not be entirely accurate, for in truth, a distinctive visitor had made an appearance 5 days prior. This visitor was neither a deity nor a human, but rather a robust and valiant king of the forest. The white tiger remained sprawled outside. Kuei-in entered from outside, leaping onto Ji Gung's shoulder, exclaiming, "You can't drive it away. It is unexpectedly persistent. It all began when you donned that enchanting belt, leading to this entanglement. You spoke of hunting, of pursuing men. Yet now, who knows if you'll succeed in your endeavors? The wild beast, however, has been caught. And it is none other than the fiercest and most valiant king of the forest. Just look at its unwavering stance outside the door. If you neglect it any longer, it might very well cling to you like a persistent adhesive." Ji Gung snapped the book shut with a decisive clap, promptly returning the incessantly chattering Kuei-in to his consciousness space. As he exited the room, the magnificent white tiger remained sprawled in its original spot, its robust limbs and agile, colossal body adorned with a coat of pristine white fur, marred only by dark brown stripes upon its forehead. With half-closed eyes and its chin resting upon its forelegs, the creature's tail swayed languidly, exuding an air of indolent grace. The Anaxius forest, known as the playground of the deities, serves not merely as a realm of merriment for the divine, but also as an exceptional hunting ground for many gods. The fauna that thrive here are resilient survivors. Having evaded the arrows of the deities time and again, the perils they face have imbued them with an extraordinary vitality, enabling them to evolve far beyond their counterparts in other forests. The fact that this white tiger reigns supreme in the Anaxius forest attests to its formidable prowess and intimidating presence. Even in its current leisurely demeanor, none could overlook its terrifying potential for aggression. Sensing an assessing gaze from behind, the white tiger's ears perked up, swiftly turning its head. Upon recognizing Ji Gung, its eyes sparkled, and it abandoned its previous haughty and languorous posture, rising to approach Ji Gung and settling at his feet. This majestic creature, towering and robust, surpassed the size of an ordinary adult tiger significantly. When it paused beside Ji Gung, the height of its back aligned perfectly with Ji Gung's waist. Ji Gung extended his hand, gently caressing the top of the white tiger's head. His touch was perfectly measured, as his fingers glided through the deep brown fur, merely grazing the surface with his fingertips. The white tiger, with eyes closed, reveled in Ji Gung's affection, the whiskers on either side of its face quivering gently, reflecting the joy of its master in that moment. Ji Gung gazed contemplatively at the white tiger, which appeared remarkably docile under his gentle touch. In truth, its presence at the Zaiwai mountain came as a surprise to him. Initially, he had regarded this encounter as a mere trifling occurrence, sparked by the allure of the belt he wore. However, he never anticipated that the white tiger would seek him out so persistently. This majestic ruler of the forest had taken to lounging outside his abode for 5 consecutive days, arriving with the first rays of sunlight that kissed the Zaiwai mountain, and remaining there until the shroud of night enveloped the sky, obscuring even the faintest glimmer of light. Only then did it depart leisurely, retreating back into the vast expanse of its woodland domain. This cycle continued unabated. Even when driven away by Kuei-in, the white tiger remained steadfast, refusing to leave. Despite receiving no response from Ji Gung, the tiger exhibited a remarkable sense of awareness, choosing to lie at the threshold, as if standing guard over him. Ji Gung was reluctant to expend excessive thought pondering the sincerity of an animal's guardianship over him. This sentiment did not stem from any disdain for creatures, but rather an acknowledgement that, in contrast to humans, animals manifest their emotions in a more pure and direct manner. If this white tiger merely regarded him as its master, it would indeed be a fortuitous circumstance. However, the tiger's proud nature rendered it unlikely to submit easily to humans, even before deities who tower above mankind. The ruler of the forest, seasoned by the harsh laws of nature, would seldom lower its stature. Moreover, whether it was merely an illusion or not, this white tiger seemed subtly distinct from the one he had once kissed on the forehead. As for the specifics of this difference, Ji Gung could not articulate them at the moment. Yet, one thing was certain: they were undeniably the same creature. From the day this white tiger first appeared on Mount Zaiwila, he had sent Kuei-in to ascertain whether Ares and Hephaestus were present in any particular location. Upon receiving a positive confirmation, he momentarily dismissed the possibility that a deity was deliberately masquerading as this white tiger on that fateful day in the Anaxius forest. Apart from Ares and the voyeuristic Hephaestus, only Hermes, the messenger god who dabbled in espionage, might have witnessed his brief encounter with the white tiger. The king of the gods, Zeus, could learn of Ji Gung's varied responses to different deities through Hermes. Yet Ji Gung did not believe that Hermes would divulge such a trivial detail as his kiss to the tiger. Thus, it was certain that this white tiger was indeed the same as the one encountered in the Anassius forest. Despite their undeniable identity, the sensations it evoked within Ji Gung felt subtly altered. Although this ephemeral sensory difference was elusive and lacked any persuasive power, it made it impossible for Ji Gung to regard this white tiger merely as an ordinary animal drawn by his charm. Consequently, even though he had temporarily ruled out the notion of a deity intentionally disguising itself as a white tiger to approach him, Ji Gung found himself incapable of accurately defining this creature. In light of this uncertain factor, it seemed prudent to keep it close for observation. Rather than succumbing to passive suspicion, he preferred to take an active role, transforming the obscure into clarity. As his thoughts shifted, Ji Gung spoke softly. "I know you can understand my words." His hand glided from the top of the white tiger's head to its ear, his cool fingertips gently caressing the fur. "Do you wish to remain by my side?" The movements of Ji Gung elicited a physiological tremor in the ears of the white tiger. This magnificent creature lifted its head, responding to Ji Gung's inquiry with action. It extended its tongue, cautiously licking the palm of Ji Gung's hand. As it licked, the tiny barbs on its tongue inadvertently grazed the skin of Ji Gung's palm. And with the tiger's deliberate gentleness, Ji Gung felt a sensation of itchiness accompanied by a subtle sting in the center of his palm. Ji Gung retracted his hand and, after using a handkerchief to wipe away the saliva from his palm, slightly bent forward to meet the gaze of the white tiger. Within the pristine azure depths of the tiger's eyes lay a reflection of Ji Gung's visage, akin to an endless expanse of cerulean sky, shimmering with ethereal, flowing brilliance. "Having resolved to remain by my side, from this moment forth, you shall belong solely to Aphrodite." Ji Gung narrowed his eyes, gently lifting his flawless chin to reveal the exquisite, slender curve from his neck to collarbone, resembling the most graceful of arcs, yet imbued with an air of stubborn defiance born from his owner's pride. "I have a penchant for obedient pets," he murmured softly, allowing his fingers to caress the tiger's mouth. The white tiger obediently parted its jaws, and Ji Gung's fingers ventured into its maw, delicately tapping the sharp canines before he stood upright, a faint smile gracing his lips. "While I cherish obedience, I also hope your wild spirit remains untamed. Quian, are you truly intent on allowing this enigmatic white tiger to accompany you? Indeed, it is quite beautiful, is it not? Quian, dare you acknowledge that you are, in fact, enamored with large canines?" Ji Gung gazed upon the resplendent white fur of the white tiger, unable to resist the urge to stroke its back. "Since our fateful encounter occurred within the Anassius forest, I shall henceforth call you Anassius." Kuei-in could not help but remark, "Such a name seems rather arbitrary." Ironically, the newly named creature appeared quite pleased. The white tiger, now known as Anassius, closed its eyes and nestled closer to Ji Gung, facilitating his caress. It gently nudged Ji Gung's waist with its head, pressing its entire body against his thigh, transmitting warmth through the delicate fabric of his clothing with its pristine white fur. Kuei-in mused, "I can't shake the feeling that this fellow is taking advantage of the situation." Although no deities had visited Mount Xiwila for some time, any news regarding the goddess of beauty invariably spread rapidly throughout Olympus. Soon, the gods of Olympus were informed that Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty, had acquired a new companion. In addition to her red plush toy, a remarkably large and robust white tiger, known to inhabit Anassius and reign as the sovereign of that forest. Meanwhile, near the Cape of Tinus, a colossal gate began to rise slowly from the depths of the earth, shrouded in black mist that enveloped its surroundings, with a chilling air permeated by the scent of decay. Guarding this infernal gate was a three-headed hound named Cerberus, devoid of eyes, its mouth brimming with venom, and its back and neck adorned with entwined serpents. Its lower half bore a tail reminiscent of a dragon or serpent. At that moment, it sat alertly with its gaping maw, vigilant against the curiosity of the living, who might dare to enter the underworld, or the souls unwilling to surrender to their demise, seeking to escape the abyss. At that juncture, a melodious male voice resonated from beyond the gate. "O Thanatos, my dear brother, though our king may regard this task with indifference, I swear by the sweet dreams woven from ivy that I shall secure a fair and virtuous queen for our sovereign." As the final note of his statement faded, two tall figures gradually emerged from behind the gate. The leading man was the very god who had just spoken, possessing a crown of golden hair and golden eyes, and a pair of enormous wings, their feathers interspersed with gold and black. "Do not take offense at my candor, Hypnos. Your vows invariably culminate in tragedy," remarked the silver-haired deity, lagging slightly behind with an expressionless demeanor. "Dear Thanatos, this time is different," the golden-haired god retracted his smile, speaking with utmost seriousness. "Securing a queen for our lord is of paramount importance, more so than ever before." 3 days had passed since Zhigung had taken Anashus as his companion. On this bright and sunny day, under a clear blue sky, Zhigung was invited by the moon goddess Artemis to hunt in a mountain range adjacent to the Anashus forest. It was said that this mountain range had been enveloped in an enigmatic dark red mist until just recently, when the fog finally dissipated. Unexpectedly, without the enveloping dark crimson mist, the mountains revealed themselves in exquisite beauty, their splendor heightened by the earlier shroud of fog that bestowed a mysterious allure upon them. For the purpose of hunting, Artemis donned a practical yet elegant waist-hugging skirt paired with hunting boots. With her bow and arrows in hand, a spark of excitement and anticipation illuminated her lovely, youthful face in light of the forthcoming adventure. As one of the 3 revered virgin goddesses, she embodied independence and a passion for the outdoors, cherished as the favorite daughter of the divine king, endowed with divine duties and abilities that rivaled her brothers. When she extended an invitation to Zhigung, her smile radiated with genuine warmth, exuding the vitality and brightness of youth. Naturally, Zhigung could not decline such a rare invitation, and in truth, he held a certain fondness for the candid lunar goddess. For various reasons, he chose not to have Anashus accompany him, leaving the white tiger behind at Mount Ziwila. Quian, TSK, how could you, a canine hairstyle enthusiast, bear to let Anashus stand guard? Fool, I've wanted to tell you for ages, Anashus is a feline. Quian, being called a fool doesn't bother me in the slightest, smiling. JPG, on the path to the mountains, Artemis engaged in lively conversation with Zhigung, exuberantly describing the beauty and mystery of the destination. Despite her knowledge being limited to a few words uttered by other deities, this did not hinder her from articulating her thoughts with enthusiasm. This moon goddess, who dabbled in hunting, shared a talent for enlivening the atmosphere akin to her brother, the sun god. Even the most mundane descriptions of the surroundings, when expressed through her delicate, cherry blossom pink lips, took on a dreamlike quality, a unique romanticism that belonged solely to Artemis. As she spoke with fervor, Artemis's fair complexion flushed slightly with excitement. She stole a glance at Zhigung, noticing his earnest attention to her words, which caused a hint of shyness to bloom within her. The fact that Aphrodite had accepted her invitation and was now accompanying her to the enchanting mountain was undoubtedly the highlight of Artemis's day, filling her with joy. She relished the sensation of the present moment, cherishing the companionship of Aphrodite, and delighting in the sharing of all things beautiful with this most enchanting man. Artemis appeared to possess boundless energy, and it was not until they unconsciously reached their destination that the lovely goddess of the moon reluctantly shifted her focus forward, bringing their conversation to a close. Before them lay a crystal-clear river, bordered by a profusion of vibrantly colored blossoms. These flowers, standing at least half a meter tall, were of a species Artemis had never encountered before. Their petals, delicate and intricate, did not grow upright nor gracefully droop. Instead, they curled inwards, forming exquisite spirals. Each bloom was a tapestry of multiple hues, adorned with slender, meandering veins, captivating and unique. Bathed in sunlight, they shimmered as if coated with a soft luminescence, rendering each petal distinct, akin to abstract ink wash paintings. They flourished in vast clusters, harmonizing with the glistening waters of the river, complemented by the towering, steep mountains in the backdrop. From a distance, it resembled a breathtaking landscape painting of mountains and rivers. How splendid were the peaks, the river, and the flowers. A look of awe flickered in Artemis's eyes, her long, curled lashes fluttering like butterflies poised for flight, casting delicate shadows upon her snow-white skin. They were so remarkably unique. Dear Aphrodite, behold these flowers, crafted by nature's hand, emerging from the dense mist to reveal the long-desired beauty of this landscape. Artemis's voice brimmed with uncontainable joy, her enchanting visage adorned with a gentle, flowing smile, while the sunlight kissed her cheeks with a subtle blush. "Artemis, my beloved goddess," said Zhigang, equally uplifted by Artemis's exuberance, as he gazed upon the youthful and vibrant moon goddess. A faint smile graced his lips as he added, "In this moment, you are no less stunning than these exquisite and rare flowers. Nay, perhaps you surpass them by far. What lifeless object could ever match your spirited grace?" Zhigang gently tapped Artemis's nose with his fingertip, declaring, "At this moment, you are the most beautiful existence in my eyes." Kuei-in remarked, "Flatterer." Artemis's face flushed a deep crimson, her heart thrown into disarray by Aphrodite's sudden display of intimacy. Gazing into Aphrodite's exquisite and enchanting eyes, devoid of any lascivious hues, Artemis could not help but feel an inexplicable allure emanating from their depths. Kuei-in interjected, "This girl has amassed enough affection. It's time to hit the brakes." Artemis's heart raced wildly as she recalled the convictions she had steadfastly upheld, hastily diverting her gaze from Zhigang in an attempt to quell her unwarranted excitement. Had Persephone been present, she would have undoubtedly succumbed to the temptation of plucking some of these breathtaking flowers, eager to uncover the secret behind such miraculous blooms. Seemingly having found a suitable topic to shift her emotions, Artemis quickly regained her composure from the earlier embarrassment. "Persephone?" Zhigang followed her lead. "Indeed. She is one who frequently criticizes the lack of beauty in rice and wheat." Speaking of her friend, Artemis couldn't resist teasing, "Persephone tirelessly defies her mother, the gentle goddess of harvest, Demeter, refusing to extol the miraculous sustenance provided by grains, instead immersing herself in the exploration of the vibrant origins of various blossoms. However, compared to admiring flowers, I find greater joy in the thrill of the hunt. The exhilaration of capturing prey is the most stimulating experience for me. Perhaps we should traverse this floral expanse and see if there lies a dense forest on the other side of the mountains," suggested Zhigang. "There will undoubtedly be a forest, perhaps even a variety of beautiful and cunning prey," Artemis replied, her smile radiant and her clear, watery eyes gleaming with a burgeoning spirit of competition. Kuei-in remarked, "I must say, Artemis shows no mercy or compassion in her hunting pursuits, unlike other goddesses. This is what sets her apart. As she casts a silvery glow upon the earth, she embodies the elegant and noble moon goddess. Yet, when pursuing her quarry with agility and vigor, she transforms into a fierce and decisive huntress. This paradoxical and dynamic nature endows Artemis with a distinctive charm. With such high praise, just be careful not to cross her," Kuei-in warned. "I know my limits." Zhigang and Artemis, riding their splendid steed, cautiously traversed the vast expanse of blooming flowers, soon arriving at the towering peak. From the summit, they gazed down upon a verdant tapestry of lush forests. As they passed a hillside where a crystal-clear spring flowed, Zhigang unexpectedly spotted a youthful maiden, her face partially concealed. She possessed flowing golden locks, adorned with a floral crown, and was clad in garments woven from green vines, intently tending to an oddly shaped daffodil. Noticing Zhigang's pause, Artemis followed his gaze and gasped, "Why, it is Persephone." "Oh, dear Persephone, my cherished friend," Artemis called out, urging her horse a few paces forward. At the sound of her voice, the maiden glanced up, and Artemis, with a warm smile, remarked, "I distinctly recall your mother commanding you to remain at home. Who would have thought you would sneak away?" Upon encountering her old friend, Persephone's expression brightened, and she was about to reciprocate Artemis's enthusiastic greeting when her gaze suddenly fell upon Zhigang, rendering her momentarily speechless, forgetting her intended words, as she stood transfixed. Staring at him, "Persephone?" Artemis called again, and upon seeing her still unresponsive, fixated on the figure behind her, she quickly understood. Aphrodite's beauty was simply irresistible, and Artemis couldn't help but empathize with her friend's current flustered state. To rouse Persephone from her reverie, Artemis deliberately cleared her throat several times, awakening her from her enchantment. Realizing her earlier lapse, Persephone blushed and averted her gaze from Zhigang, turning instead to extend an invitation to Artemis. "Dearest Artemis, esteemed among goddesses, my friend, come. Let us explore this vibrant and wondrous daffodil together." Although her words were directed at Artemis, her eyes could not help but dart back toward Zhigang. Artemis, discerning Persephone's sweet and endearing yet shy intentions, understood her friend's admiration for Aphrodite. This realization delighted Artemis, for it spoke volumes of Aphrodite's allure. Under different circumstances, She would have gladly accepted her friend's invitation. However, today, her primary pursuit was hunting, and Aphrodite was a companion meant solely for her. Thus, she gently declined Persephone's offer. Zhigung cast a contemplative glance at the despondent Persephone, then mounted his steed to follow Artemis as they ventured toward the forest. "What's the matter?" asked Kuei-yin. "I am reminded of a tale," Zhigung replied. "What tale?" inquired Kuei-yin. "The story of Hades abducting Persephone from Greek mythology. In this narrative, Persephone, accompanied by her companions, Artemis, the goddess of the moon, and Athena, the goddess of wisdom, was gathering flowers. However, when she inadvertently strayed from her friends to pluck a single narcissus, the earth suddenly split open, and Hades, the ruler of the underworld, emerged in a chariot drawn by 4 ebony steeds, seizing Persephone and whisking her away to his realm of darkness and death. Although Athena had not yet been born, and Artemis did not accompany Persephone in her floral gathering. The tale's backdrop diverges significantly from our own, yet it still stirred a sense of concern within Zhigung. "Aphrodite, dear Aphrodite," Artemis declared, drawing her bow and arrow. Her gaze fixed on the fauna ahead, brimming with eagerness. "Let us compete to see who can hunt the most exquisite and extraordinary creature." Zhigung's purpose for coming to this mountain range was to accompany Artemis on her hunting expedition, thus he could hardly refuse her challenge. Upon seeing Aphrodite accept her invitation to compete, Artemis's lips curled into a delighted smile as she tightened her grip on her silver bow. At that moment, a golden-horned deer unexpectedly entered Artemis's line of sight, causing her eyes to sparkle with excitement. Among all creatures, deer were Artemis's favorite, and a deer adorned with golden antlers was an irresistible sight for the goddess. "This prey is mine," she confidently declared to Aphrodite before swiftly mounting her horse to pursue the unfortunate golden-horned deer. Since Artemis had established that the contest would be judged by the beauty of the final catch, Zhigung chose not to rush into the hunt, allowing his horse to amble leisurely. However, before he had traveled far, a frantic cry for help echoed from behind him. As Zhigung turned around, he beheld the visage of Persephone, her face awash with terror. The goddess stumbled towards him in a state of disarray, her floral crown askew, and the delicate veil that once partially obscured her features had slipped to her shoulders, revealing her striking beauty. In her frantic flight, the gown woven from verdant vines had become terribly disheveled, with leaves that once served to adorn and conceal her shoulders, thighs, and navel now cascading to the ground, exposing expanse of alabaster skin. Upon spotting Zhigung, she appeared as though she had encountered a savior, hastening to his side and grasping his wrist with urgency, imploring, "Please, help me, dear Aphrodite." Her eyes brimmed with tears, long, dark lashes glistening with crystalline droplets, and her lovely gaze was veiled in a mist of vulnerability, evoking profound sympathy. Zhigung allowed Persephone to tightly grasp his wrist, her voice softening as she inquired, "My dear, please tell me what has transpired." "I am being pursued by 2 fearsome men. I have heard of them from my mother. They are Thanatos, the Grim Reaper, and his twin brother Hypnos, the god of sleep. They claim they require a queen of the underworld and intend to drag me back to the realm of the dead, to that abyss fraught with the essence of death." As Persephone spoke, her fear intensified, causing her entire body to tremble uncontrollably. "I do not wish to go there. It is a place of chilling decay, an endless darkness filled with the haunting sighs of restless souls. I would go mad. I cannot be taken to the underworld. If I am captured, my mother, Demeter, would be heartbroken beyond measure, causing all life on earth to cease, turning the beautiful land into a desolate wasteland." Persephone began to weep, crystalline tears cascading down her cheeks. "Aphrodite, please assist me. Help this wretched supplicant, will you? If only you would don my garments. Adorn yourself with my floral crown and veil to divert their attention. I might gain precious time to escape their relentless pursuit." Noticing Zhigung's silence, Persephone grew more frantic, pleading almost humbly, "Please, dear Aphrodite, they seek a woman to become the queen of the underworld, to bear offspring for that dreadful lord of the realm. Once captured, I shall never return, but you are different." Quine remarked, "This girl is rather selfish. Has she not considered that should you take her place and your true identity be revealed, the wrath of the Lord of the underworld could befall you? Though, if the male in question is indeed you, such a possibility becomes negligible. Help me, Aphrodite. Hypnos and Thanatos have not seen my visage. You are so beautiful that even disguised as a woman, they would not perceive the truth. And should misfortune lead to your discovery, They would surely spare you any harsh judgment due to your exquisite beauty. Only you can aid me. My traps will not hold them for long. I implore you. Kind Aphrodite, please help me. Ji Gung lowered her eyelids, and after a few moments of silence, she replied softly, all right. This single, concise word was nothing short of profound redemption for Persephone. As she expressed her gratitude, she hastily removed her garments, her urgent desire to flee overshadowing any sense of modesty regarding her exposed form before the man. Ji Gung regarded Persephone's physique with an unadorned gaze. Among the pantheon of goddesses, she undoubtedly stood tall, her form elegantly proportioned, and like him, she possessed golden tresses. Were he to don her garments, from a rear vantage, one might indeed discern a resemblance. You shall ride this steed towards the forest, seek out Artemis, and have her guide you to safety. Ji Gung removed his outer robe and offered it to Persephone. Once she had enveloped herself in the garment, he led the horse before her. Persephone, without further ado, cast a lingering glance at Ji Gung before swiftly mounting the horse and departing. Quiet. Oh dear, it's time for the dress-up. Ji Gung removed his undergarments and began to don the attire left behind by Persephone. This garment, woven from verdant vines, was already tattered from Persephone's fervent gallop, and Ji Gung mused that it was perhaps only marginally superior to the grass skirts of primitive societies. Kuei-in remarked, I admire your composed demeanor in the face of trials, demonstrating an unwavering spirit in pursuit of your goals. Once Ji Gung had adorned himself in Persephone's attire, Kuei-in in the sea of consciousness promptly covered his nose and let out a whistle of astonishment. The vine-woven garment draped over Ji Gung's upper body, concealing his chest just above the navel, while a significant portion of his back remained exposed, revealing the charming contours of his lower back. The lower portion of the garment, though a tad better arranged, cascaded gracefully, resembling an irregular skirt of varying lengths. On the left, it reached his knee, while on the right, it fell only to his thigh. With the slightest elevation of his leg, the base of his thigh would be subtly revealed. Ji Gung possessed a slender form, adorned by intertwining green vines that accentuated his skin, which resembled the delicate and pristine nature of freshly fallen snow, subtly illuminated with a lustrous allure. The curves of his abdomen were aesthetically pleasing, revealing a navel that was both exquisite and charming. He let down the strands of his hair, which he usually kept partially tied, allowing his golden locks to cascade gracefully down his back, obscuring the enticing springtime glow. Subsequently, he adorned himself with a floral crown, intentionally leaving some slightly shorter strands to fall naturally against his cheeks. This small alteration softened his features, rendering his facial contours more refined and subtly feminine. After completing these preparations, Ji Gung swiftly concealed his discarded undergarment within the hidden thickets. Noticing he still had time, he plucked a red flower and, using his divine power, extracted its pollen, blending it with the crushed flower juice. With a gentle touch of his fingertips, he applied a hint of this mixture to his lips. Thus, his lips, shaped like delicate petals, were imbued with a sweet, creamy, and irresistible fragrance. Ji Gung adorned his face with the veil of Persephone, leaning slightly forward, propped against the tree trunk, feigning exhaustion from running. To enhance the authenticity of the scene, he emitted breathy gasps indicative of unsteady breaths. Kuei-in mused, feeling an inexplicable sense of shame. When Hypnos arrived, he beheld a captivating sight, the golden-haired beauty delicately supporting herself against the trunk, green vines entwined around her, creating a striking visual contrast against her porcelain skin, which glimmered like refined fat. Her golden, silken locks subtly obscured the spring light gracing her back, and her rounded shoulders rose and fell gently, betraying her fatigue from the chase. Merely her silhouette exuded an ineffable allure. From a considerable distance, he could even hear her soft, gentle breaths, imbued with a hint of pitiful charm. Hypnos' gaze darkened, and he was unexpectedly flooded with a peculiar sense of longing. Fortunately, he quickly recalled the purpose of his journey. The young and handsome god of sleep swiftly composed himself and approached the golden-haired beauty from behind, silently. Whether by design or accident, he placed his hand upon her shoulder, laughing softly. I have found you, the fleeing bride. Sensing her tremor beneath his palm, Hypnos smiled even more broadly, his lips parting to speak, when Thanatos suddenly arrived in a black carriage, tossing him a dark cloak. Do not waste time, Hypnos. Drape this over her. We must hasten back to the underworld. Despite this task being easier than any previous missions, devoid of violence and the accompanying cries of anguish, it was, for Thanatos, more troublesome than ever. They had lingered in the mortal realm for several days, yet had failed to find a suitable candidate. Hypnos consistently belittled the women, declaring them unworthy of becoming the queen of the underworld, insisting that only goddesses could match their king. Thus, they were compelled to conclude their aimless search in the human world, eventually narrowing their focus to this extraordinarily beautiful mountain range. The mountains were shrouded in mystery and enchantment, adorned with wondrous, vibrant blossoms that were bound to attract young, lovely goddesses. Those drawn to such flowers would undoubtedly possess a delicate, fragrant beauty akin to the blossoms themselves. This is the original discourse of Hypolix. They scattered the narcissus of the underworld in various places to entice the goddess, who, driven by curiosity, approached to behold its beauty. Soon, the narcissus planted beside a flowing spring caught the attention of a goddess, who began to investigate and manipulate it. However, to their surprise, the courteous invitation was met with the goddess's terror-stricken rejection and harsh words against the underworld. This disrespectful demeanor infuriated Hypolix, who was fiercely protective of the realm of the dead, to the extent that his brother deliberately intimidated the young goddess, threatening to seize her and bring her back to the underworld to accompany death. Thus commenced a relentless chase. In this regard, despite being twin brothers, Thanatos found it difficult to comprehend Hypolix's obsession. He felt his patience waning. "Ah, brother, dear Thanatos, even with your perpetually composed facade, you cannot truly conceal the impatience and romantic fervor simmering within," Hypolix jested as he took the black cloak, raising an eyebrow. As he unfolded the cloak, preparing to drape it over the golden-haired beauty, she unexpectedly reached out, gently grasping the fabric at his waist. Hypolix glanced at the golden-haired maiden, her head bowed, then shifted his gaze to the delicate hand that clutched his garment. The grip was tender, almost ethereal, revealing a hint of feeble submission, fragile and endearing. "Hypolix, why do you linger there?" Thanatos furrowed his brow. "Oh, dear Thanatos, I have changed my mind. Do not be so harsh with her." Hypolix tossed the cloak back to Thanatos. "Perhaps we can adopt a gentler approach, rather than force her to don the cloak and drag her back to the underworld." Upon saying this, Hypolix retrieved a pomegranate from his pocket. Seeing the pomegranate, Thanatos anticipated his brother's intentions and scoffed. "I hope your choice does not lead to unnecessary complications." Thanatos had not forgotten the goddess's previous fierce resistance. Her sudden display of submission could very well be a guise to lower their guard, allowing her to escape at an opportune moment. The concerns that plagued Thanatos's mind were certainly shared by Hypolix, who, due to his earlier pursuit, had caught a tantalizing glimpse of the goddess's alluring silhouette. After suppressing the sudden pangs of hunger that surged within him, he became acutely aware that the individual before him was markedly different from the previous one. Yet, all these nuances were deliberately overlooked by Hypnos, the god of sleep, who could not articulate the reasons for his selective disregard. Perhaps, on a subconscious level, he believed that this gentle and obedient beauty was undeniably a more suitable candidate for the role of queen of the underworld than the previous girl, who had fled in terror at the mere mention of the realm of the dead. Hypnos was known for his spontaneous nature. He never allowed perplexities to linger in his mind for too long. Thus, in this moment, he dismissed Thanatos's taunts, pried open a pomegranate, and placed a single seed in his palm, addressing Ji Gong, "Beautiful goddess, the future most esteemed princess of the underworld, I am Hypnos, the god of sleep. If you graciously consume this pomegranate and accompany us to the underworld, I assure you, we shall not subject you to any uncouth treatment." Aki's voice chimed in. "Wow, the renowned pomegranate of the underworld, known throughout the divine realm." Ji Gong lifted his head slightly, his gaze resting upon the palm of Zeupulos, allowing Zeupulos to catch a glimpse of his long, thick eyelashes, which, with a gentle flutter, cast a slender shadow upon his eyelids. Ji Gong delicately extended her hand, retrieving a pomegranate seed from the palm of Hypnos. As her fingertips inadvertently brushed against the skin of his hand, the momentary closeness felt as light as a feather, akin to a softly drifting, enchanting leaf, gently descending into Hypnos's heart, leaving a hint of ambiguous warmth and distant autumn. Before Hypnos could fully ponder this inexplicable emotion, he observed that she had already placed the pomegranate seed into her mouth. As she chewed, the sheer veil subtly accentuated the alluring contours of her lips. Though it was a perfectly ordinary action, the partially concealed veil imbued it with an unexpected allure. A voice chimed, "Ding. The god of sleep, Hypnos, has achieved a rapport level of 60. It was not until Ji Gang had finished the pomegranate seed that Hypnos abruptly averted his gaze, turning his head slightly to the side, clearing his throat in an attempt to mask his embarrassment, meeting the profound gaze of Thanatos. Hypnos awkwardly touched his nose before redirecting his attention back to Ji Gang, though this time his gaze remained fixed above her head, never descending further. This pomegranate may render your body temporarily weak, perhaps even induce a brief slumber, but please believe, we have no intention of causing you harm. If you trust me, beautiful goddess, allow me to assist you onto the carriage, Hypnos spoke softly. In response, a pair of hands rested upon his shoulder. Hypnos's expression brightened, his smile becoming increasingly radiant as he bent down, effortlessly lifting Ji Gang into his arms. The voice commented, perhaps the god of sleep is inwardly lamenting. For this goddess appears so delicate, yet her weight is surprisingly incongruent with her appearance. You may continue to emulate his inner musings. The voice continued, no? I choose to keep watching your performance. Ji Gang nestled his head within the embrace of Shupulos, golden strands of hair obscuring his face, revealing only a hint of his fair neck. Shupulos gazed down at the golden-haired beauty in his arms, and in that fleeting moment, an overwhelming sense of satisfaction surged within him. Gently cradling the golden-haired beauty, he placed him upon the plush seat of the carriage and then exchanged a knowing glance with Thanatos. The cold-faced god of death regarded Shupulos with a profound look before shifting his attention to Ji Gang, who lay resting with closed eyes upon the seat. A flicker of contemplation passed through his silver eyes, and after several seconds of deliberation, he moved to the front and took the reins, guiding the carriage toward the underworld. The carriage was resplendent, and Ji Gang reclined upon the seat, affording ample space around him. Shupulos positioned himself at Ji Gang's feet, making an effort to lean as far outward as possible, ensuring that the golden-haired beauty had sufficient room to move. The black steed propelled the carriage through dense thickets, racing swiftly toward the promontory of Tanis. Shupulos was certain that their master, the king of the underworld, would be most pleased with his future queen. With this thought, he tilted his head slightly, a smile gracing his features as he gazed at the golden-haired beauty, whose slumber was induced by the pomegranate of the underworld. His brow soft and serene. What dreams might he be weaving? Shupulos felt a twinge of curiosity, unable to resist the urge to enter the golden-haired beauty's dreamscape, eager to explore the vibrant world within. Once this notion took root in his mind, it burgeoned uncontrollably, akin to bamboo sprouting after the rain. As the god of dreams, he possessed the ability to infiltrate the dreams of others within a certain range, conjuring a myriad of enchanting visions for mortals and deities alike, some filled with sorrowful weeping, others adorned with sweet smiles, some provoking laughter, and others steeped in terror. Shupulos's expression shifted as he glanced at Thanatos, who was earnestly guiding the carriage. He retrieved his staff, declaring, Ji Gang, I intend to enter your dreams. With a flourish of his staff, just as he prepared to delve into the golden-haired beauty's dream, Ji Gang unexpectedly turned to the side. The vine-like skirt of Ji Gang cascaded downwards, with the right side only reaching the thigh. At this moment, due to her slight turn, a substantial expanse of her snow-white skin was unabashedly revealed. As she bent her leg slightly, the hem of the skirt naturally lifted a few inches, barely covering the root of her thigh. Thus, Ji Gang's long and slender legs were exposed before shoe polos, their skin as delicate as the finest cream, with graceful and flowing contours. Shoe Polos was instantly captivated. Completely forgetting his initial intentions, his gaze fixated on Ji Gang's fair and elongated legs, the darkness in his eyes deepening. Shoe Polos, my brother. Do not give me the chance to mock your indiscretion, came Thanatos's cold voice from ahead, abruptly pulling Shoe Polos back to reality. Shoe Polos forced a smile and nonchalantly averted his gaze. However, in the following moments, this handsome deity maintained a straight and proper posture, his eyes fixed ahead, never casting another glance at Ji Gang. Yet, to Thanatos, this demeanor only appeared to be a feeble attempt at concealment. Thanatos furrowed his brow, as if he wished to speak, but ultimately refrained, hastening the carriage's pace instead. Upon reaching the Cape of Thanatos, the massive gates of the underworld rose once again from the depths. The carriage then entered the gates of the underworld, gradually disappearing amidst the suffocating black mist that exuded the essence of death. Chapter 33, The Underworld, a realm unwelcomed by the gods. Even though this subterranean kingdom was vast and rich in mineral resources, countless deities kept their distance. The path from the gates of hell to the depths of the underworld was long. Thanatos drove the carriage through the fleeting phantoms, disregarding their sorrowful laments. His expression cold as he approached the river Acheron. This was a fiery river devoid of bridges, its tumultuous waters named the River of Pain. The surface blazed like molten rock, while the water flowed black, swift, and tumultuous. The ferryman Charon sat upon his dilapidated boat, a bamboo skewer between his teeth, humming an unknown tune intermittently. Upon seeing Thanatos approach with his carriage, Charon removed the skewer from his mouth, holding it in hand as he called out to him. "Look who it is, Thanatos. Oh, my dear friend, I trust your task has been executed smoothly this time." Thanatos nodded with restrained decorum. Charon, unfazed by Thanatos's aloofness, was accustomed to the somber demeanor of the god of death, who was undoubtedly a difficult presence to engage with in the underworld. "Hey, Charon, how many anxious souls have you tricked today with a mere silver coin?" As Hiplos leaned out of the carriage, he greeted in a half-joking manner. "Oh, countless indeed." Charon blinked, furrowing his brow as he exaggeratedly responded, covering his palm. Hiplos was amused by his expression and couldn't help but laugh. Charon joined in the merriment. Standing on tiptoe and craning his neck with keen interest, he asked, "Do tell me, is a beautiful princess reclining on that seat?" It was no wonder Charon was so invested. After all, though their king seemed indifferent to the mission assigned to Thanatos and Hiplos, they both secretly wished that their steadfast ruler, His Majesty Hades, would have a lovely and virtuous queen by his side to experience the exquisite joys of marital bliss. Thus, not long after Thanatos and Hiplos embarked on their task from the underworld, whispers of their mission had already spread throughout the realm of the dead. Everyone eagerly anticipated the future queen. "Hey, you rascal," Hiplos teased Charon, instinctively blocking the view of Zhigung as he sensed Charon's intentions. Thanatos drove the carriage at a swift pace, and with Hiplos' obstruction, Charon could only catch a fleeting glimpse of a slender figure and shimmering golden hair. "What a stingy fellow," Charon muttered under his breath, glancing at the carriage that had already distanced itself, before resuming his leisurely humming of that unfinished peculiar tune. Deliberately speeding up the carriage to prevent Charon from seeing the future queen, "Dear Thanatos, this is not like you," Hiplos remarked with subtle implication. They were twin brothers, easily attuned to each other's emotions, and none understood the other better than they did. Hiplos felt a fondness for the future queen and, harboring this secret sentiment, wished to shield Charon from witnessing her current appearance. As a twin, Thanatos would undoubtedly sense this unspoken connection. "Hiplos, suppress the thoughts that should not be yours. She can only be the queen of His Majesty," Thanatos coolly reminded him. Upon hearing this, Hiplos merely smiled and remained silent. The carriage soon fell into a tranquil silence. As they passed through a desolate gray plain, Zhigung awakened from his slumber. Noticing his awakening, Hiplos crouched beside him, and as Zhigung turned over, their faces drew perilously close. This brought Zhigung's gaze squarely into Hiplos' line of sight. Caught off guard, Hiplos felt as though his heart had been pierced by an arrow, solely due to those exquisitely beautiful eyes. How does one describe these eyes? They possessed a hint of ethereal blue amidst the ink, like the profound, shimmering light of the night sky. At this moment, having just emerged from slumber, they seemed veiled by a delicate mist, lending a soft, dewy quality to the contours around them. While they should exude a timid, gentle softness, the slight red at the corners added an air of pitiable allure. Like a fragile little rabbit, they stirred a deep sense of compassion, yet were irresistibly captivating. Hiplos suddenly felt his throat dry. He was now certain that this golden-haired beauty was certainly not the one who had initially resisted them. However, even if she was not the girl they had originally sought, it mattered little at this moment. Only this enchanting figure, whose mere gaze could enthrall one's very soul, possessed the rightful claim to become the most esteemed queen of the underworld. Ding! The god of sleep, Hiplos, has gained an additional 5 points of favorability. Zhigung gently massaged his temples and, lowering his voice, softly inquired, "Shu Puluos, have I arrived in the underworld?" The voice of Zhigung is exceptionally melodious, a splendid manifestation of the creator's gentle refinement of all earthly sounds. It possesses a captivating quality that blurs the lines between the masculine and the feminine, deliberately softened at this moment, akin to whispers caressing the ear. It resembles the fleeting shadow of a crow gliding past branches, causing the morning dew upon the leaves to cascade onto the grass below, subtly nourishing the emergence of the next season's spring. This evokes a deep yearning within the heart, compelling one to draw closer, in hopes of transforming this delicate hint of spring into a tangible blossom of desire. Then, one might grasp it tightly, safeguarding it with care. Xiao Polos had never found his name to sound so exquisite before. He gazed at Ji Geng, his eyes filled with an incredulous softness. He parted his lips, poised to speak, when Thanatos suddenly scoffed, turning to Ji Geng with an icy remark. Indeed, this is the underworld, and not only that, it is the inevitable path to Tartarus, the abyss of torment. Soon, we shall escort you there to endure the most severe of punishments. Ji Geng's eyelashes fluttered gently as he lowered his gaze, a hint of tears trembling in his voice. Am I not the princess you seek for his majesty? Princess? No, you are not the runaway maiden. You have disguised yourself as her to deceive us. Such treachery in the underworld is an unforgivable sin, deserving of banishment to the anguished depths of Tartarus. Rather than living a life of ease and luxury in a resplendent palace, serenading the winds and moonlight. Thanatos' voice dripped with malice. Thanatos, cease your intimidation, Hypnos interjected, his brow furrowed. It is rare for you to articulate such a lengthy discourse. Please believe me, had this been any other time, I would certainly applaud your transformation. But now, my dear brother, I implore you to halt your remarks and allow this humorless farce to conclude. Having spoken, Hypnos disregarded Thanatos and turned to Ji Geng, saying, I apologize. Thanatos' wicked sense of humor has merely flared up. Noticing Ji Geng's silence, Hypnos continued, we have just passed a three-way junction. To the left lies Elysium, and to the right, the abyss of Tartarus. We have been proceeding straight without any deviation. Ji Geng replied softly, exuding an air of obedience and compliance. Xiao Pelusi was quite pleased with Ji Geng's demeanor. His gaze softened further as he gestured ahead and continued, behold, in the distance stands a magnificent and grand palace. We shall soon escort you there. It is the residence of His Majesty. Once you become the princess, it shall also transform into your paradise. Ji Geng followed the direction indicated by Xiao Polos, and under the illumination of the netherworld's moon, the resplendent palace was clearly visible not far away. Is the king of the underworld fearsome? Ji Geng inquired in a whisper so faint it resembled the buzz of a mosquito. To Xiao Polos' ears, shaped by subjective perception, this voice conveyed a hint of delicate softness, akin to a deer venturing into an unfamiliar realm, seemingly startled by the slightest rustle of grass or whisper of wind. How utterly adorable. Xiao Polos chuckled. Your Majesty is the sovereign of the netherworld. To the restless souls yearning to escape the abyss, he is indeed terrifying. Yet you are different. You are like water, amorphous and formless, capable of shattering the hardest stone in your resilience, and melting even the coldest of hearts with your tenderness. My dear, you must believe in your own beauty. Quian, 666, cheering for the god of sleep, beautifully articulated. Indeed, you are made of water, conceived in its depths. Birthed from its foam. Ji Geng glanced at Xiao Pu Luo, offering a faint smile of gratitude. With this smile, the delicate curve of his eyes resembled a serene crescent moon, akin to the gentle flow of spring waters, and under the flutter of his raven-like eyelashes. He appeared as a delicate orchid in need of tender care, as if a mere brush of a finger would cause it to unfurl its petals, releasing an intoxicating fragrance. Xiao Pu Luo felt a tremor in his heart, fully aware that if he lingered any longer in her presence, he would inevitably succumb to the desire to claim her as his own. Fortunately, their destination had been reached. Regaining his composure, Xiao Pu Luo summoned two handmaidens to escort Ji Geng to a chamber for her accommodations while he proceeded to meet the king of the underworld. The entire realm of the underworld was aware that the mission of Thanatos and Xiao Pu Luo was to seek a queen for His Majesty. Yet the order of the underworld was as iron-fisted as it was dignified. Thus, despite the myriad curiosities the handmaidens harbored for the future queen, they dutifully maintained their decorum. Quietly leading the way, upon entering the room with the handmaidens, Ji Geng declined their offer to assist her with a bath, accepting the fresh garments from their hands and requesting their departure. Kuei-in, how thrilling! Once you are all cleaned up, you shall meet the legendary lord of the underworld. The attire presented to her was a simple, loose-fitting, light green robe, reminiscent of a modern bathrobe, featuring only a sash to secure it at the waist. Ji Geng cast a glance at the steaming bath filled with white mist and stepped toward it. Chapter 34. Ji Geng approached the bathing pool, carefully removing the floral crown from her head and placing it aside. Just as she was about to take off her veil, a sudden, hurried sound of footsteps echoed from outside. In an instant, The door swung open with a loud bang, revealing a strikingly tall and beautiful woman. Clad in a deep indigo gown adorned with delicate plum blossoms and white poplars, she cinched her slender waist with a brocade belt. Her figure was graceful, with curves that accentuated her femininity. Long, dark tresses cascaded down her back, framing a face that was exquisitely beautiful, with an alluring charm evident between her brows. Upon seeing Ji Gung's revealing attire, the woman's vibrant countenance twisted momentarily, her eyes betraying a hint of disdain. How incredulous it was that the esteemed eyes of Hypnos and Thanatos had seemingly diminished to such a degree. The woman's brows arched slightly, her tone laced with unmistakable contempt and disdain. "Wow, who is this audacious beauty? Perhaps Hades' lover?" she remarked. Currently, he was nominally recognized as the queen consort sought by Hypnos and Thanatos for the lord of the underworld. Yet, this woman had brazenly entered without so much as a greeting, clearly indifferent to his status. The audacity with which she acted suggested that, regardless of her standing in the realm of the dead, she held a position of considerable significance. Furthermore, the gaze she cast upon Ji Gung was not only rife with scorn and derision, but also tinged with palpable anger and jealousy, making it highly probable that she was indeed Hades' mistress. Ji Gung recalled that in Greek mythology, the lord of the underworld, Hades, indeed had a renowned lover, Mintha, the daughter of the weeping goddess Cocytus. Once a nymph of the marshes, she was crushed to dust by the wrath of Persephone, the queen of the underworld, and was subsequently transformed into a mint plant by Hades out of compassion. However, it was uncertain whether the haughty beauty before him was that very Mintha. Kuain commented, "This beauty seems rather dim-witted, brazenly insulting one who may very well become the future queen of the underworld." "Who are you?" Ji Gung furrowed his brow and asked. "Do the denizens of the underworld lack manners as you do? You inquire about my identity?" The woman scoffed, tilting her chin with a haughty demeanor. "I am Mintha, the most favored woman of the lord of the underworld. As for your notion of rudeness," Mintha appraised Ji Gung with undisguised disdain in her eyes. "My courtesy is reserved for the most exalted deities, and you, an unidentified outsider brought back at random by Charon and Thanatos, clearly lack the merit." Seeing Ji Gung remain silent, a smirk of triumph appeared on Mint's face. She stepped closer, adopting an air of ownership, and warned with a commanding voice, "Do not presume that being brought to the underworld by Charon and Thanatos grants you the right to be a queen. You are merely a task assigned by His Majesty to appease his subordinates." "Have you finished?" Ji Gung asked leisurely, as he settled onto a bench, pouring himself a cup of tea with an attentive demeanor. "You." Mintha was taken aback by Ji Gung's demeanor, feeling a lump of frustration rise in her throat. Caught in a state of discomfort. Yet, before long, an idea struck her, and her eyes sparkled with a knowing smile. "I wonder if you wear that veil because your appearance is frightfully hideous?" Mintha said, sauntering over to sit beside Ji Gung, mimicking his actions. She poured herself a cup of water, delicately swaying the cup with her slender fingers, allowing the tea to ripple gently against the walls of the cup, leaving a damp trace behind. Suddenly, her expression hardened, and in a flash, she flung the tea towards Ji Gung. As he evaded the splash, she twisted her lithe waist, her straight leg launching a swift kick aimed at Ji Gung's knee. With a resounding crack, the sturdy wooden bench shattered instantly. Kuain exclaimed, "Oh, she has some skill." Observing Ji Gung dodge the bench, Mintha narrowed her eyes dangerously and swiftly advanced, executing a series of precise kicks directed at Ji Gung's knee, her movements agile and unencumbered. Devoid of hesitation, Ji Gung refrained from retaliating, merely evading her onslaught, until he found himself cornered at the doorway. "I shall truly behold your true visage." Ming Ta scoffed with a chilling laughter, abruptly altering her initial approach. As she retracted her feet, she raised her hand and reached towards Ji Gung's veil. Ji Gung raised an eyebrow, his hand poised to grasp Ming Ta's wrist in an attempt to thwart her assault. However, he suddenly sensed the faint sound of footsteps approaching from behind. In a swift mental shift, he altered the trajectory of his hand, using the wall for support to pivot quickly, deliberately slowing his evasive maneuver, allowing Ming Ta to tear away his veil. Due to the momentum, his body was compelled to retreat a few steps, colliding directly with the chest of the individual who had just entered. Instantly, a chilling and formidable aura surged forth, laden with a palpable sense of death. "Quian, Your Majesty the King of the Underworld." "Undoubtedly, the King of the Underworld." "Ming Ta, what are you doing here?" As Ji Gung heard the person behind him speak, although the words were posed as a question, The frigid tone revealed no hint of fluctuation, reminiscent of an unfathomable abyss, an impenetrable, chilling pool that lay shrouded in a millennium of frost, deep and unyielding, capable of consuming all. Yet, at this moment, Ming-Ta seemingly disregarded Hades' words, fixated instead on Ji Geng, her gaze imbued with a barely perceptible hint of obsession. Kuei-in remarked, "TSK, beauty can lead one astray. It appears Ming-Ta's affection for you has indeed increased." Hades called out once more, "You may step outside first." Ji Geng could sense the subtle tremor in Hades' chest as he spoke. Given that Hades did not push him away, Ji Geng leaned back further, his back brushing against a cascade of golden hair, pressing closely against Hades' firm torso. Upon witnessing Ji Geng's movement, Minta finally regained her composure, simultaneously becoming acutely aware of the current situation. A fine sheen of sweat broke out on her forehead, and she moved her somewhat stiff lips, seemingly attempting to articulate something. "Your Majesty, the Lord of the Underworld, please do not make me repeat myself." Hades interrupted Minta, his voice as cold and unyielding as ever, devoid of any trace of anger. Yet, it was this very tone of indifference that caused Minta to shudder visibly. Quian remarked, "Isn't Minta Hades' lover? Why does she seem so fearful of him?" Uncertain, Minta cast a glance at Ji Geng, gritting her teeth, and left with an air of disarray. In an instant, the room was left with only Ji Geng and Hades. "How much longer do you intend to lean against me?" Hades' voice drifted from behind Ji Geng. Standing a head taller than Ji Geng, Hades slightly lowered his head, his breath brushing against Ji Geng's neck, as deep and icy as his demeanor. From the tone of his voice, Ji Geng could not discern any joy or displeasure in Hades. He merely chuckled softly, lowering his voice to reply, "Until you can no longer resist asking, such as now." As he finished speaking, Ji Geng withdrew from Hades' chest, stood upright, and turned to face him, his unmasked visage laid bare before Hades, their proximity allowing Hades to gaze directly into his eyes. It was a visage of flawless beauty, exquisitely crafted, every inch seemingly touched by the hands of a master artist. High cheekbones, lips soft and delicate like cherry blossoms. In that moment, Ji Geng looked at Hades with a serene smile, akin to shimmering light, and in the fleeting glance of his eyes lay an ethereal charm, an alluring grace that transcended gender, a beauty that, under Ji Geng's intentional allure, was irresistible to anyone. Ding! Hades, the Lord of the Underworld, Affinity 3, current Affinity 3. Quian exclaimed, "Oh, what a miserly Lord of the Underworld. With such divine beauty, he has only granted 3 points of affinity. Challenges prevent monotony, do they not?" Smiley face. Ji Geng could not help but acknowledge that the ruler of the Underworld, who instilled fear and reverence in all of humanity and even the divine, undoubtedly stood out among the assembly of handsome deities. This distinction was not merely a matter of his striking appearance, but rather an aura that enveloped him. His dark hair framed sharp, obsidian eyes, and his features were profoundly sculpted, exuding an air of stark, aloof elegance. His complexion was remarkably pale, akin to ancient jade that had lain undisturbed for millennia. It had been meticulously shaped by the passage of time, yet remained untouched by sunlight, quietly settling in the depths of cold shadows, solitary, immaculate, and faintly translucent. When he gazed at you, his expression, seemingly devoid of emotion, intertwined with the pervasive aura of death surrounding him, created an extraordinarily contradictory presence, one that evoked both dread and an unsettling sense of unease, sending shivers down one's spine, yet simultaneously inspiring an irresistible inclination to follow him, accompanied by a yearning for submission to his formidable power. He was a man of exquisite refinement, ascetic, distant, elegantly strong, yet sufficiently restrained and unassuming. As he met Ji Geng's unabashed scrutiny, Hades suddenly reached out and grasped Ji Geng's chin, his ink-black eyes locking onto Ji Geng's with an icy glare that bore an edge of severity, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of Ji Geng's soul and lay it bare. "Who are you?" Hades inquired in a low voice. It was evident, was it not? A faint, enigmatic smile graced Ji Geng's lips as he replied in a tone that was both ambiguous and intimate. "I am the bride sought by your majesty, chosen by Hypnos and Thanatos." Ji Geng's hand rested delicately upon Hades' wrist, which held his chin, his fingertips grazing the skin beneath the intricately patterned black sleeve. A teasing glimmer dancing in his beautiful eyes. "Dear king of the underworld, sovereign of the Ebony Empire, your majesty Hades, rather than maintaining this rigid, cold standoff and mutual suspicion, Might we indulge in more pleasurable pursuits? As he spoke, Zhigung's fingertips gradually slipped beneath the snug cuff of Hades' garment. Hades abruptly seized Zhigung's wandering hand, lowering his gaze to regard him quietly. His long, dense eyelashes cast a slender shadow across his eyes, deepening the chill within, rendering them even more starless and moonless, like an unfathomable abyss. Who are you, truly? Hades inquired once more, his grip tightening incrementally, unfazed by his identity. Speaking boldly with a demeanor that seemed both provocative and composed, Hades was not convinced that this golden-haired beauty, who was enticing him, was as simple as Sharon had suggested. Moreover, his unparalleled beauty was beyond compare. Hades had encountered countless beauties, yet none could rival the one before him. Such exquisite features were rare, even in the pantheon. In his mind, only one deity's beauty could meet such criteria. Though his knowledge of that deity was scant, he was aware it was a male of his own kind. "My lord of the underworld, you are hurting me," Zhigung remarked, glancing at his hand ensnared in Hades' grasp, raising an eyebrow. "If you tighten your grip any further, my wrist may very well be crushed." "I do not believe you to be so fragile," Hades calmly asserted, releasing Zhigung's hand, yet his gaze lingered, shifting from Zhigung's face to his chest, where green vines had been intricately woven into beautiful floral shapes, each tendril intertwining tightly, enhancing the elegance of Zhigung's collarbone while concealing the springtime glow of his chest. Feeling Hades' scrutiny, Zhigung suddenly smiled, and with that smile, his exquisite collarbone seemed to quiver slightly, while the delicate skin at his nape radiated a faint, lustrous sheen. "It appears I need not speak. Your Majesty." Hades has already formed an answer in his heart. Hades slightly averted his gaze, pressing his lips together, his expression inscrutable. Ding. Hades' favorability 2, current favorability 5. Quian. "Oh, I did not expect the Lord of the Underworld to be so intriguingly reserved." Zhigung took a step forward, narrowing the distance between them. He then leaned slightly, bringing his face closer to Hades, and meaningfully remarked, "Your Majesty, rather than merely scrutinizing with your eyes as you did earlier, why not feel with your own hands? Would that not make it easier to ascertain the veracity of your suspicions?" As he spoke, he made a motion to grasp Hades' hand, which hung by his side. Hades deftly evaded Zhigung's advance and replied in a deep, measured tone, "You are Aphrodite." "No." Zhigung shook his head in disagreement. "I am merely your queen at present." Upon hearing this, Hades furrowed his brow, and an elusive emotion flickered across his typically cold, indifferent visage. With a slight lowering of his gaze, he seemed to ponder for several seconds before stating, with an air of finality, "In 1 month's time, I shall have Thanatos escort you back to Mount Shivera." Hades found it incomprehensible that the goddess of beauty, renowned throughout the divine realms, would allow Thanatos and Hypnos to escort him back to the underworld in the guise of his queen, especially considering the multitude of noble suitors vying for her affection. He was reluctant to delve into the reasons behind this, for he knew that this cunning and intelligent goddess would not divulge the truth. The sweetly wrapped lies would only tilt the scales of reason, ensnared by the bonds of emotion, thereby obstructing any fair judgment. Wherever the goddess Aphrodite resides, chaos and discord are sure to follow. Hades had no desire for his realm to become a battleground for the gods vying for beauty. Though possessing the most exquisite goddess of all would be an ultimate glory sought after by many, even deities, it could not sway the iron-willed Lord of the Underworld from his resolve to send Aphrodite away. "Dear Lord of the Underworld, my arrival in your realm is merely the intricate weaving of the fates, a trajectory inscribed upon the tablets of destiny, which even you cannot dismiss as never having transpired," Zhigung said with a particularly sly smile. Thus, for at least this month, Zhigung wrapped his arms around Hades' neck, pressing his face against Hades' cheek to feel the chill of his skin. His lips, either intentionally or inadvertently, brushed against Hades' earlobe as he softly murmured, "In the face of my earnest approach, Hades, please do not coldly and cruelly push me away, will you?" Hades remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. He neither rejected Zhigung's closeness nor reciprocated his affection. His chiseled lips pressed tightly together, exuding a blend of aloofness and cold sensuality. His skin, which had long been bereft of sunlight and bore faint blue veins, appeared to gain a hint of color due to Zhigung's actions. Yet, his eyes remained as dark as ever, shrouded in an impenetrable mist that rendered him inscrutable. Key's voice chimed. Ding. Favorability increased by 2 points. Ah, as miserly as ever. Key's voice continued. What a terrifying man. Had it not been for the increase in favorability, I would have thought he detested your closeness. without receiving a response from Hades. Ji Gung straightened his posture, yet his arms remained wrapped around Hades' neck. Their gazes locked, and their breaths intermingled in the air, tightly entwined. Ji Gung softly called, "Hades?" Hades' lips moved, uttering a statement entirely unrelated. "On your ear, just a touch." Noticing Ji Gung's bewildered expression, Hades chose not to elaborate further. He merely lowered his gaze, reaching out to caress Ji Gung's lips, his icy fingertips gently grazing over them, as he meticulously used his thumb to erase the faint hue of pollen-laden red that adorned them. Such a charged gesture bore no hint of intimacy in Hades' eyes. It seemed no different from his handling of the reluctant pleas of souls condemned to the abyss of Tartarus. Outside, the dark poplars and fruitless coconut trees swayed gently in the caress of the breeze, while the high-hanging moon of the underworld filtered through the mottled branches, casting a soft, cool light into the room, creating an atmosphere of serene tranquility. The moonlight illuminated Ji Gung's profile and highlighted the ambiguous red upon Hades' fingertips, a color gradually extracted from Ji Gung's lips. It was not overly vivid, yet at this moment, it seemed to infuse the cold, lifeless realm of the underworld with a striking brilliance. It was only after Hades had completely wiped away the fragrant hue from Ji Gung's lips that he slowly withdrew his hand. The once exquisite lips returned to their original hue, now radiating a healthy, rosy glow, stripped of their previous seductive allure, replaced by a noble and ethereal elegance. Distinct and crisp, Hades observed in silence for a few moments before tucking Ji Gung's hair, which had fallen gracefully near his cheek, behind his ear. Instantly, Ji Gung's most genuine visage, devoid of any pretense, was laid bare before Hades. Ding. Hades, the lord of the underworld, affection level 3, current affection level 10. Quine. Oh dear. This surge of affection is utterly unexpected. Since you will be residing in the underworld for a month, present yourself in your true form. Hades' voice remained, as ever, cold and devoid of inflection, like the deep mist enveloping ice solidified in the depths of winter, lacking any semblance of warmth or emotion. You need not wear any facade. For this month, you shall be a distinguished guest of the underworld. A distinguished guest, yet not as queen. Ji Gung raised an eyebrow, remaining noncommittal. The title of princess was initially merely a gateway for his arrival in the underworld. Now that he had firmly established himself there, this appellation had become superfluous. What he truly desired was to savor this month spent in the company of Hades. For an immortal deity, a month is but a fleeting moment, yet for Ji Gung, it was ample time. In the following days, Hades treated him as he had promised, granting him the freedom of a guest without imposing restrictions, nor interfering with other speculations and assessments of his identity, and he made no effort to correct his subordinates in their use of the title princess. Adopting an attitude of complete laissez-faire. Under Hades' dominion, the underworld was governed by strict order, even as Ji Gung transitioned from a female to a male deity. Embodying the duality of guest and princess, the astute denizens of the underworld tacitly refrained from questioning his identity. Everyone understood that in the vast pantheon, such exquisite beauty could only belong to the unparalleled goddess of beauty. Nevertheless, the mere presence of a deity who should have remained upon Mount Chivera in their realm was a source of joy and pride for them. Look, those lofty and self-important deities, who typically shun the underworld as if it were a den of vipers, could hardly have anticipated that the beauty they so ardently yearned for would find solace and curiosity in the realm of their lord of the underworld. Beauty, regardless of its location, is destined to draw attention. Although Hades had been preoccupied with affairs in the abyssal tower of Tartarus and had not made an appearance, other deities residing in the underworld frequently sought Ji Gung's company. While these gods were merciless in their bureaucratic duties and unyielding during the judgment of souls, this did not imply that their natures were as cold and lifeless as the abyss itself. However, Ji Gung was somewhat taken aback by the absence of Hypnos, the young and handsome god of sleep, over the past few days. He was certain that Hypnos was aware of his true identity, yet he could not ascertain whether the god's lack of presence was due to tasks in the mortal realm or other reasons. Perhaps it was a combination of both. Ji Gung smiled softly, rising to approach the doorway. In the realm of the underworld, there exists no distinction between day and night. The brightest moon, eternally suspended in the obsidian sky, has no companion to alternate with. Nonetheless, the passage of time in the underworld is akin to that of the mortal world. It has been 3 days since he arrived in this shadowy realm, and yesterday, Minos informed him that Hades would emerge from the abyss today. Ji Gung was deeply intrigued by how this ruler of the underworld would respond to the enthusiastic approach of his guest after having subjected him to 3 days of exposure. Kuei-in, go on. Stir things up. Chapter 36. As the ghostly moon hung high in the sky, its ethereal glow infiltrated the grand hall. Dressed in dark garments, Hades sat upright upon a chair of obsidian, his slender lips pressed tightly together, and his shadowy eyes cast downward, quietly observing the open tome before him. The gentle moonlight filtered through, softening the harsh contours of his visage, casting a blend of light and shadow across his pallid complexion. Thanatos, the god of death, stood expressionless at Hades' right, his countenance betraying no hint of emotion. At that moment, a young attendant entered. Bowing respectfully to the Lord of the Underworld, esteemed Lord of the Underworld, the most revered king of the subterranean realm, the goddess of love, Aphrodite, is approaching. With the message conveyed, the attendant retreated quietly from the hall. Hades displayed no change in his demeanor, his gaze still fixed upon the pages of the book, his brow furrowed in concentration. However, Thanatos raised an eyebrow slightly upon hearing the name Aphrodite. After finishing the last passage, Hades finally lifted his head, glancing at Thanatos, who stood to his right. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Thanatos, you may leave. Thanatos nodded in acknowledgement and, after a courteous bow, made his way towards the door. Just as he reached the threshold, he encountered Ji Gung, who was entering the chamber. In that fleeting moment, Ji Gung distinctly sensed an intensifying chill emanating from the stoic god of death, his gaze dark and foreboding. Kuei-in, it seems Thanatos holds a rather unfavorable impression of you. But what is this slightly better than Thanatos sentiment all about? The bond of twins. Kuei-in, indeed. To conquer one is to influence both. A 2-for-1 deal, quite advantageous. Upon entering the grand hall, Ji Gung intentionally created a cacophony. Yet Hades merely lifted his gaze to cast a fleeting glance at him before returning his attention to the tome in his hands. Exuding an air of indifference towards Ji Gung's antics, Ji Gung remained unfazed, directly making his way to a spot below where he settled himself comfortably. His long, straight legs casually intertwined, one elbow propped on the table while his hand rested languidly against his chin. His golden eyes were fixed intently on Hades above, embodying a blend of nonchalance and a hint of languid indolence. Hades' gaze was absorbed in the tome before him, while Ji Gung's eyes were entirely captivated by Hades himself, his beautiful gaze filled with the latter's image. Time passed in harmonious increments. Ding. Hades' favorability 2. Current favorability 12. Quian remarked, forgive my candor, but it is rather challenging to earn favor with His Majesty Hades. After observing Hades for a while, Ji Gung found staring to be somewhat tedious and rose to survey the interior decor of the grand hall. In stark contrast to the opulence outside, the hall's adornments were exceedingly minimalist, devoid of intricate carvings or refreshing colors. A deep, understated black dominated the space. This was evidently Hades' domain for conducting affairs of the underworld, or more aptly, his study. As the most prominent feature was the enormous bookshelf to Hades' lower left. The vast shelves were crammed with tomes of diverse subjects. And as Ji Gung approached for a cursory glance, he discovered an array that encompassed a multitude of genres, including poetry from various small towns in the human realm. Unlike the deities of Olympus, who relentlessly compress their divine duties to indulge in the enchanting performances of the muses, this lord of the underworld seemed to be estranged from merriment. Apart from his routine examinations of the grievously sinful prisoners confined in Tartarus, he spent his days in the hall, mired in tedious and mundane bureaucratic affairs. On days like this, idly perusing inconsequential literary works was his sole form of entertainment. He was a man devoid of elegance and interest, yet beneath his cold restraint, he exuded a subtle, ascetic allure. Such a man was profoundly indifferent to emotions, however. Once one managed to breach the deep gray shell hardened by reason, one could glimpse the molten lava of passion, hot enough to incinerate all barriers. Thus, the gradual increase in favorability at the beginning would eventually accelerate once a certain point was reached. His current task was to infiltrate Hades' life, facilitating the latter's quicker acclimatization to his presence. With this thought in mind, Ji Gung slowly ascended toward the uppermost level. Despite sensing Ji Gung's approach, Hades' gaze remained steadfastly on the tome, his tranquil, deep-set eyes following the words with an air of utter indifference to the world around him, unaffected by any external stimuli. How intriguing. Ji Gung raised an eyebrow and confidently approached Hades' desk, gracefully perching himself on the far right edge of the table. He gently tapped the wooden surface with his fingers and spoke with an air of audacity. "Your Majesty, the Lord of the Underworld. Is this how you treat your esteemed guests, leaving them in neglect?" At this, Hades finally diverted his gaze from the tome before him, lifting his eyes to meet Ji Gung's. He moved his lips, uttering but two words, "Get down." "A refusal. Unless you carry me down," Ji Gung retorted, displaying a charmingly mischievous smile, his eyes glinting with subtle cunning as he spread his arms in a gesture of request. Hades regarded Ji Gung for a moment. Then his gaze shifted from the smiling face to the outstretched hands. After a brief silence, he closed the book, resting his elbows on the edge of the table. His long fingers intertwined. With unruffled composure, he declared, "Aphrodite, you are challenging my boundaries." "Not at all," Ji Gung countered, shaking his head. "In truth, I merely seek to capture your attention." Ji Gung leaned forward, resting his hands on the writing desk, bringing his face close to Hades. He halted just before their noses almost touched, blinking slowly as he spoke. "Please believe me, dear Hades, from the very beginning. I have had but one objective. I desire your affection." His voice, deep and resonant, exuded a soft, damp texture, imbued with a fervent longing and profound affection. "Kuei-in, is it truly wise to be so candid with His Majesty the Lord of the Underworld?" Ding. Hades' favorability level increased by 1, currently at 13. "Kuei-in, oh, do be even more forthright with His Majesty." Hades reclined against the back of his chair, creating distance between himself and Ji Gung. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his dark pupils gleaming and sharp, his tone low and indifferent. "Aphrodite, I believe your admirers are already quite numerous." Kuei-in, though he speaks thus, his heart honestly adds to his favor. Ji Gung gazed at Hades, yet they were not you. His voice reverberated through the chilling air of the underworld, penetrating Hades' eardrum, as if the latter could perceive a resplendent flower quietly blossoming upon golden grains of sand through Ji Gung's eyes. Ding. Hades' favorability 2, current favorability 15. Kuei-in remarked, "I have a thought that I am uncertain whether to voice." "Speak." Kuei-in continued, "Your Majesty, the Lord of the Underworld. You truly are quite the enigma. This is merely a man's inherent flaw, unrelated to anything else, to be confessed to by someone adored by many, even if one does not harbor affection for them, will inevitably evoke a degree of delight. Dearest Hades, the most esteemed king of the underworld," seizing upon Hades' present good mood, Ji Gung pressed further, "I recently discovered a rather intriguing book upon your bookshelf. Might you read it to me, Your Majesty?" "Read?" "Indeed, dear Hades." Ji Gung offered a gentle smile, providing no further explanation. Instead, he directly retrieved the book that Hades had been reading and set it back upon the desk, his gaze sweeping across the rows of shelves until he extracted a finely bound tome from an inconspicuous corner. He had selected a collection of folk love stories. An exceedingly niche book, its text written in the local dialect of a small town, with peculiar and intricate characters, their strokes rounded and unique, rich in regional flavor. Given the pristine condition of the book, Ji Gung was certain that Hades seldom perused it, perhaps only having skimmed through it vaguely. Placing the book before Hades, Ji Gung expressed keen interest. "I cannot decipher the words within, but its cover suggests that the contents must be extraordinarily captivating." Upon hearing this, Hades cast a fleeting glance at the book Ji Gung had brought, and upon recognizing the title embossed on its cover, he paused slightly. "Your Majesty?" Ji Gung softly called out. Hades turned his gaze to Ji Gung, an elusive emotion flickering in his obsidian-like depths, as he inquired with ambiguous intent, "Would you like to hear it?" Ji Gung, however, did not rush to respond. After pondering for a moment, he rephrased his request. "I hope Hades will grant me this modest wish." Hades remained silent, observing him intently for a considerable time before gradually averting his gaze. At the instant his eyes withdrew, Hades seemed to smile, albeit the slight upward curve of his lips was nearly imperceptible, yet Ji Gung astutely detected it. As he parted his lips, intending to speak, Hades unfurled the cover and began to read at a leisurely pace. "My dear youth, my beloved, you walk forth from the dusk, riding the winds of hopeful light, traversing the verdant, towering thicket. You stand before me, your eyes vast as the stars and moon, your visage radiant as the dawn. In this moment, I yearn so deeply for the favor of love. Oh, my beloved, grant me a fragrant, tender kiss. And with your hands, feel the warmth of my heart." Hades recited the love poem with a voice that was neither too heavy nor too light. imbued with a chilling undertone. His expression remained serene, his tone steady and monotonous, devoid of any fluctuations. Yet, the stark contrast between his cold delivery and the passionate words he uttered lent an intoxicating allure to the verses as they graced the ears of the listener. Kuei-in remarked, "I wager you can comprehend those words. Such a strategy is indeed effective." As he listened to Hades' voice, Zhigang thoroughly relished the moment. Narrowing his eyes in delight, he bent slightly, resting his elbows on the edge of the writing desk, his entire body casually leaning against it. The form of his perfectly sculpted physique, enveloped in a fitted robe, presented an enticing curve beneath Hades' watchful gaze. A faint smile, imbued with a hint of ambiguity and tenderness, graced his lips as he looked up at the strikingly handsome lord of the underworld. In this moment, I yearn so deeply for the favor of love. O my beloved, grant me a fragrant, tender kiss, and with your hands, feel the warmth of my heart. Zhigang softly recited the love poem, his eyes shimmering with brilliance, and his voice flowed like a gentle stream, as if rolling forth from the depths of his throat. Ding. Hades favorability 3, currently, at 18. Kuei-in remarked, "Fantastic. Now you're reciting romantic and refreshing little poems. Soon, you'll be reading Riska literature." Riska literature? Zhigang raised an eyebrow, finding it indeed a delightful challenge. Throughout the afternoon, Zhigang lingered in Hades' study, listening to the expressionless lord of the underworld recite passionate and romantic verses. It was only when Thanatos entered, carrying a stack of newly acquired underworld affairs, that Zhigang returned to his temporary residence in the underworld, under the watchful gaze of the cold-faced Grim Reaper, which seemed to carry a warning. After several hours of this soft and persistent interaction, Hades' favorability towards him rose to 20, though this progress could not compare to that with other deities. Considering Hades' stoic and unyielding nature, it was a commendable achievement. In the following days, with the kind reminders from other deities of the underworld, Zhigang quickly gauged Hades' habitual resting hours. During these moments, he unwaveringly sought out Hades, and after several consecutive days, his favorability increased by another 5 points. While the lord of the underworld attended to his tedious and intricate duties, Zhigang wandered alone. The underworld, an endless subterranean realm, was vast beyond comparison to Mount Olympus. Although it was perpetually devoid of sunlight, it was far from desolate. In addition to the significant rivers of Styx, Cocytus, Acheron, and Lethe, numerous smaller, unnamed streams meandered, nourishing the land of the underworld, sustaining sprawling clusters of barren coconut trees and pale wild tulips. Zhigang often found solace along the banks of the Lethe River, where he would listen to the souls who had crossed into the realm of the dead recount their tales of life. These spirits, emerging from a world brimming with vitality, could not resist sharing their experiences before partaking of the waters of forgetfulness, even in the absence of an audience. Or with only the pale wild tulips to soothe their wounded souls, they would narrate their glories, joys, and sorrows from their mortal existence. Their voices, soft and choked with emotion, resembled the muted rustle of leaves stirred by an autumn breeze. As he absorbed their stories, Zhigang occasionally reflected upon his own existence. Beyond the lengthy years spent in the realm of Greek mythology, he had traversed numerous worlds and epics, losing track of his original life. Yet, he did not dwell in melancholy. Rather, he reveled in the eternal life that others yearned for, experiencing diverse lives across various realms, absorbing boundless knowledge like a sponge. He felt no right to lament the solitude brought by the passage of time or the relentless pursuits he could not escape. Cain, Sharon is approaching again. The voice of Cain interrupted Zhigang's reverie within the sea of consciousness. The ferryman of the Acheron, Sharon, always glided over in his dilapidated vessel whenever Zhigang visited the Lethe, greeting him with palpable enthusiasm. As the ferryman and god of discernment, Charon's appearance was remarkably unkempt. His tattered attire and bearded chin contrasted sharply with his extraordinarily bright eyes. At that moment, upon noticing Zhigang's gaze, Sharon broke into a broad smile, revealing a set of white teeth that shone brightly. His exaggeratedly arched eyebrows lent him an animated charm, rendering his youthful visage oddly reminiscent of a mischievous old man. "Oh, beautiful Aphrodite," Sharon said, docking his boat at the riverbank. He cupped his hands over his mouth, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "I have learned an amusing tidbit regarding the sea god Poseidon." "Oh?" Zhigang's interest piqued. Charon's exuberant nature was a stark contrast even to the gods of Olympus. He was undeniably a vibrant and lively presence. It seemed he possessed an uncanny ability to unearth all manner of gossip. Whether concerning the powerful monarchs of the mortal realm or the exalted deities of the divine, he delighted in sharing these tales with Ji Gang, vividly painting them with expressive language. Not long ago, the sea god Poseidon unexpectedly fell in love with the beautiful Tyro. Alas, Tyro's affections were directed towards the handsome river god Hephaestus. At this, Sharon mischievously winked at Ji Gang. You know, the taste of His Majesty the sea god is rather peculiar, and he has a penchant for engaging in the most bizarre antics. In a bid to confront his romantic rival and assert his dominance, the Sea King, in a fit of rage yesterday, plunged his trident into the waters of the river Olympus, attempting to stir the tranquil depths with his divine power as a means of intimidation. However, to his astonishment, Olympus employed some unknown tactic that not only spared the river from destruction, but culminated in 3 dark, croaking toads, puffed up and bellowing, being impaled upon the Sea King's formidable and finely crafted trident. Can you envision that scene? Karen chuckled heartily, his long mustache quivering with mirth as he recounted. It was said that the Sea King's expression at that moment was even more odious than the foul air expelled by those unfortunate toads. Amusingly, Kuain chimed in. What a ridiculous Karen. You tarnished the image of His Majesty, the Sea King. It was merely a jest, a blend of truth and fiction, meant to be savored. Regardless of the veracity of Karen's tale, Ji Gang wholeheartedly agreed with the notion that Poseidon not only had a penchant for the peculiar, but also delighted in mischief. As Karen continued his animated recounting, he was abruptly interrupted by a melodious female voice. Hey, what are you all doing here, so clandestinely? Mintai, clad in a flowing blue gown, approached, her gaze lingering momentarily on Ji Gang before she scrutinized Karen with her bright, piercing eyes, expressing disdain. As the ferryman of the river Styx, dear Karen, why are you not diligently guiding the souls across Acheron, but instead loitering here? Have the intricately patterned silver coins in the hands of the deceased lost their allure for you? Oh, Mintai, in truth, compared to swindling paltry silver coins from those unwilling to embrace death, sharing delightful anecdotes with Aphrodite brings me far greater joy. Delightful anecdotes? Mintai's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Everyone knew that Karen was the most knowledgeable about the myriad wonders of the underworld. This ferryman, who spent his days navigating the river Styx, always had a knack for uncovering the most tantalizing tales about other deities, making him the most well-informed. Karen shot Mintai a sidelong glance. Not suitable for you. Mintai scoffed. Not suitable for me? Is it more appropriate for this fellow? Karen clicked his tongue, his gaze lecherously scanning Mintai, making her feel increasingly uncomfortable before he cheekily remarked, we were discussing the most pleasurable positions for women during intimate encounters with men, those that elicit the most melodious sighs of delight. Mintai's face flushed crimson, resembling a boiled shrimp. Her eyes instinctively darted toward Ji Gang, enveloped in an unbearable awkwardness. In truth, on any other day, even if Karen had spoken in a more explicit manner, Mintai would have responded with unwavering composure. Yet, due to Aphrodite's presence today, her cheeks betrayed her, heating uncontrollably. Kuain quipped, I bet a pack of spicy snacks that Karen is doing this on purpose. As if oblivious to Minta's embarrassment, Karen continued with a rather malicious sense of humor. Minta, why don't you share what position makes you feel the most comfortable? After all, you are a woman, are you not? Upon hearing this, Ji Gang cast a curious glance at Ming Ta, intrigued by the nature of her relationship with Hades, the ruler of the underworld. What manner of embraces did the king of the netherworld favor during their intimate encounters? Ming Ta pressed her lips tightly together, remaining silent, her expression taking on an odd complexity. A fleeting shadow of emotions crossed her light green eyes, an amalgamation of melancholy and defiance. Ultimately, she shot a fierce glare at Ji Gang, ignoring Ka Long entirely, and stormed off in a huff. Ji Gang gazed pensively at the silhouette of Minta, a subtle curve gracing the corners of his lips. It appeared he had uncovered a momentous revelation. Kuain, is there something going on? Ji Gang, indeed. Kuain, what is it? Ji Gang, Hades and Minta may not have been intimate. Kuain, what? Wait, are you suggesting that Minta, the sole beloved of Hades, might never have engaged in such acts with him? Ji Gang, yes. Kuain, so, the illustrious king of the underworld might still, perhaps, be a virgin. Ji Gang, this is merely a conjecture. It cannot be confirmed yet. Kuain, incredible. To seize the opportunity to claim the first blood of the Lord of the Underworld. Time is of the essence. Hades' character makes him notoriously difficult to conquer. and given the limited time remaining, Zhigung must focus on enhancing Hades' favor. After all, news of Aphrodite being claimed by Thanatos and Hypnos as the queen of the underworld must have already circulated among the gods. As he reflected on his nearly 10-day stay, it was time for the deities on Mount Olympus to be prepared. Chapter 38 on that day. After Zhigung took Persephone's place and was escorted to the underworld by Hypnos and Thanatos, Artemis, who had triumphantly hunted a golden horned deer, was eager to share her joy with Zhigung. However, she was dismayed when he was nowhere to be found. It was only upon encountering Persephone, draped in Zhigung's outer robe, that Artemis, after persistent inquiries, finally learned the truth from her distressed friend. In that moment, Artemis felt an overwhelming urge to strangle Persephone. How could she dare to act in such a manner? Her friend? No, Persephone was no longer her friend. She had become a self-serving goddess of spring, solely concerned for her own interests. Heartless Persephone, how can you shamelessly indulge in the peace and tranquility that was secured by Aphrodite's kindness? Who took your place in the underworld? While your words are laced with sweet, heartfelt honey, beneath your tongue lies a cold, venomous serpent. You speak of gratitude and remorse, yet your expression reveals no hint of concern for Aphrodite. You have never been adept at concealing your emotions, and this once endearing trait now exposes your indifference and selfishness. Artemis grew increasingly agitated, her words tinged with a barely suppressed intent to kill. I am not like this, dear Artemis, my dearest friend. Persephone's voice trembled with a hint of tears. Please forgive my cowardice. I cannot bear to envision my life if I were truly taken to the underworld, a place devoid of sunlight, a hell that would drive me to madness. Moreover, I did not coerce Aphrodite. Truly, Artemis, my beloved friend, please believe me. Silence, Persephone. Artemis coldly interrupted her, her usually gentle gaze now devoid of warmth, replaced by an unending chill. Had I not relentlessly pursued this matter, would you have intended to conceal it entirely as if it had never transpired? Or were you planning to feign remorse only after a long passage of time? Persephone. You ought to be escorted back to the underworld by the harbingers of death. You should spend your days in constant trepidation amidst the mournful and resentful sighs of the departed, accompanying the grim and soulless king of the dead. Disregarding Persephone's insincere display, the moon goddess, utterly disillusioned, severed this once pure friendship. She hastened back to Mount Olympus, promptly informing her brother of Aphrodite's abduction by Hypnos and Thanatos. Despite Apollo's esteemed status as a high deity of Olympus, he found himself unable to freely traverse the underworld, as the sun god. Light and darkness could never coexist. The chilling atmosphere of the underworld would diminish Apollo's solar powers. Moreover, most of the lesser deities aligned with the light could not even approach the entrance to the underworld. Upon hearing the troubling news from his sister, this handsome sun god, though consumed with urgency and longing to rush to the underworld to rescue Aphrodite, forced himself to remain composed, contemplating how he might enter the realm of the dead and ensure the safe return of his beloved. Within all of Olympus, only the messenger Hermes possessed the ability to enter and exit the underworld at will. Although Hermes was clever and astute, he was also cunning and sly. As the architect of deceit, Apollo would not have sought his aid unless absolutely necessary. Yet, some matters unfolded contrary to his wishes. Hermes had inexplicably vanished for 3 days, purportedly attending to divine affairs, though all knew it was merely an excuse for the god king's indulgences. After much effort, Apollo finally managed to contact Hermes, only to discover that someone had carelessly leaked the news of Aphrodite's abduction by the deities of death and sleep. The goddess of beauty held an unquestionable status among the gods, and soon, discussions erupted on how to rescue the most exquisite of mortals from the frigid grasp of the underworld. Consequently, the news reached Hera, whose intent to obstruct delayed Apollo's meeting with Hermes significantly. Nevertheless, regardless of the turmoil on Mount Olympus, the strategy being executed in the underworld by Zhigung proceeded with meticulous precision. At that moment, he found himself alone in Hades' study, absorbed in reading. Typically at this hour, Hades would be in the abyss of Tartarus, monitoring the wretched prisoners. While Hades' heart was as cold as iron, he was not impervious. The increase in his favor from 0 to 20 served as a testament to this. A favorability score of 20 not only signifies Hades' current disposition towards him, but also indicates that Zhigung's existence in the underworld has become considerably more liberated and unrestrained. Hence, even in the absence of his master Hades in the study, Zhigung is free to come and go as he pleases. Kuei-yin remarked. The collection of tomes belonging to His Majesty the Lord of the Underworld is simply overwhelming. Ji Gung remained noncommittal. Reading may well be the solitary source of amusement for the Lord of the Underworld, and it is hardly surprising that he indulges in it frequently. However, while he possesses an extensive array of literature, it is, in certain respects, still lacking. For instance, there exists not a single volume capable of igniting the rapid secretion of male hormones. Contemplating this, Ji Gung abruptly closed the book with a decisive snap, the sound resonating just enough to startle the maid who had cautiously entered to tidy the study. "My lady." The maid instinctively tightened her grip on the broom, her demeanor betraying a hint of confusion. "Did I disturb you?" Due to Hades' lack of clarification regarding Ji Gung's status, the maidens of the underworld uniformly addressed him as "my lady." "My dear, you are far too tense," Ji Gung remarked, observing the maid's slight tremor. "Relax a bit. I have something to inquire of you." At this moment, Ji Gung's voice was both cool and gentle, exceedingly melodious. Upon hearing this sound, the maid was swiftly soothed. She respectfully bowed to Ji Gung and spoke softly, "Your Highness, please proceed." Ji Gung's hand glided over the neatly arranged volumes, and he casually inquired, "Who is responsible for adding books to Hades?" In response to the queen's query, the maid replied, "It is the esteemed god of sleep, Hypnos." Pausing slightly, she pressed her lips together, as if pondering the matter. After a moment of reflection, she continued, "However, as Lord Hypnos has not returned to the underworld of late, the responsibility of adding books has temporarily fallen to his twin brother, Thanatos, the god of death." "Thanatos, indeed." Ji Gung raised an eyebrow, a flicker of amusement crossing his eyes as he recalled the Reaper, who had issued veiled warnings on more than one occasion. "Go and inform Thanatos," he instructed, "that for the sake of the future happiness of the Lord of the Underworld, he should procure some risque, tantalizing literature from the mortal realm. And remember, it is imperative that the books contain both text and illustrations." Upon grasping Ji Gung's intentions, the maid's cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly responded, "Yes, yes, of course. Oh, and once the books are gathered, ensure that Thanatos places them prominently on the desk, preferably in a location that is immediately visible," Ji Gung added with a gentle smile. "My dear, I trust you will convey my message to Thanatos with utmost clarity, will you not?" The maid, entranced by Ji Gung's smile, momentarily lost her composure. But after regaining her senses, she placed a hand over her heart and assured, "Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall go at once and deliver your words faithfully." With that, she hurried out of the study. However, not long after she exited, the maid returned, her face beaming as she said to Ji Gung, "Your Highness, while I was tidying up, I noticed that His Majesty the Lord of the Underworld has emerged from Tartarus and should now be back in his chambers." Kuei-in remarked, "Ah, this maid is quite astute. Is she now on her way to find Hades?" Indeed, the Lord of the Underworld's chamber was located at the innermost part of the palace, heavily guarded, with other deities of the underworld forbidden to enter. However, due to Aphrodite's so-called royal status and her unparalleled beauty, Ji Gung was granted unfettered access to Hades' quarters. At this moment, the doors and windows of the room were firmly shut, with a faint flicker of candlelight visible from within. Ji Gung stood at the doorway, his gaze fixed upon the window. "What are you observing?" asked Kuei-in. "The moisture," he replied. Delicate droplets clung to the sheer window paper, and a white mist silently wafted through the crevices of the window. "How thrilling. Could it be that His Majesty Hades is taking a bath?" Ji Gung rapped on the door, yet without waiting for a response from within, he boldly pushed the door open and stepped inside. Hades' chamber was remarkably spacious, yet strikingly minimalist. Devoid of any elaborate decorations, one could perceive the entire layout of the room at a mere glance. Ji Gung casually swept his gaze across the room, making his way directly towards the screen in the front left. Lowering his voice, he glided around the screen, and what greeted his eyes was the sight of Hades bathing. The Lord of the Underworld leaned against the edge of the bath, most of his body submerged in the water. His sleek, black hair, dampened by the moisture, clung to his collarbone in a few strands, rendering the pure black of his hair even more striking against his pallid skin. Mischievous droplets cascaded over him, showcasing a lustrous sheen that subtly hinted at a burgeoning vitality. At that moment, he had his eyes closed, his long and dense eyelashes casting a slender shadow over his eyelids. As the candlelight flickered, it outlined a black arc sensing Ji Gung's gaze. Hades opened his eyes and cast a faint look towards him. His obsidian-like eyes revealed no trace of emotion. "Aphrodite, you are exceedingly audacious," he remarked, his voice steady and deep. Ji Gung remained silent, gradually advancing towards Hades. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the gates of hell located at the Cape of Tanis, several unexpected deities arrived. Chapter 39. The Stygian moon hung perpetually in the sky of the underworld, accompanied only by drifting gray-black clouds. Though there was no distinction between day and night here, the changing of seasons and the passage of time mirrored those of the human realm. The nights of the human world were tranquil and serene, and the underworld was no different. Traditionally, Hades' chamber was the epitome of cold desolation, pervaded by an inescapable aura of death. Yet, at this moment, the atmosphere shifted slightly due to the swirling mists. With Ji Gung's approach, the room was filled solely with the faint sound of his footsteps. In response to Hades' remark, "You are too audacious," Ji Gung seemingly dismissed it, meeting Hades' deep, inky black gaze with unwavering composure. He retorted succinctly, "Your Majesty Hades, it is you who granted me the liberty to be audacious, and my audacity is reserved solely for you." A flicker of emotion passed through Hades' eyes as he pressed his lips together, remaining silent, seemingly contemplating the sincerity behind Ji Gung's bold reply. Thus emboldened, Ji Gung stepped closer to Hades, squatting by the edge of the bath. His gaze traced down Hades' hair. Hades' skin, perpetually veiled from sunlight, appeared pale and was now adorned with countless droplets of water, where coldness and warmth intertwined, revealing an oddly captivating, morbid beauty. From this vantage point, Ji Gung could easily discern the elegant contours of Hades' collarbone and the broad, powerful chest beneath, which, though devoid of exaggerated muscular lines, exuded strength and a fluid grace. Lowering his gaze further, he reached the limits of his view and, with a hint of regret, withdrew his sight, leaning in closer to Hades as he inquired, "Your Majesty Hades, why did you return early from Tartarus today without sending a maid to inform me?" Hades chose to ignore him. Ji Gung spoke with a remarkable nonchalance, seemingly devoid of any expectation for Hades to respond. It was merely because he had drawn closer that he effortlessly caught a whiff of Hades' scent. This aroma resembled that of ancient wood, steeped in perfume, basking under the sun after centuries of sedimentation, and subsequently cleansed by torrential rains as day turned to night. The fragrance, half damp and half dry, emanated a profound and elusive essence, subtle yet undeniably intoxicating. Ji Gung leaned forward once more, detecting that the scent emanated from Hades himself. At this moment, his nose nearly brushed against the damp strands of the Lord of the Underworld's hair. "My lord, allow me to assist you with your hair," Ji Gung proclaimed, not waiting for Hades to respond before he gently curled a lock of hair. Hades made no effort to halt Ji Gung's actions. Instead, commenting in his characteristically frigid tone, "Aphrodite, the tasks you engage in daily are utterly devoid of significance." Devoid of significance? Ji Gung could not help but chuckle. What actions, I wonder, could truly be deemed meaningful? "My dear Hades, as the goddess of beauty, my divine duty is to convey love and desire, to share passion and fervor. In this moment, I am performing a simple act for the man I cherish. How, my lord, does this become an act devoid of meaning?" Ji Gung deliberately emphasized the word "like," with a subtly prolonged final note that lingered in the tranquil air, as if shrouded in a veil of misty ambiguity. This imbued his cool, melodic voice with an inexplicable hint of unspoken longing, reminiscent of a lover's playful sulk or a gentle reproach born from a petty quarrel. Ding. Hades, the Lord of the Underworld, affection level 3, current affection level 23. Although the words spoken by Ji Gung may not be particularly clever, their impact is undeniably amplified by his beauty and melodious voice, rendering the listeners unwilling to offer any rebuttals to his deliberate provocations. Even assertions that are patently false can be whimsically transformed into truths, compelling others to acquiesce despite their awareness of the deception. The reticent ruler of the underworld, not particularly adept in the art of conversation, finds himself at a loss when confronted with Aphrodite's earnest yet ambiguous declarations of affection, responding only with an icy demeanor. In truth, he possesses the capability to instill fear in Aphrodite through harsh and unyielding measures, yet deep within, he instinctively rejects such an approach. This most exquisite of deities approaches him with an ease that belies all pretense, disregarding the aura of death that surrounds him, candidly revealing her intentions. At this juncture, Hades is compelled to acknowledge his reluctance to have Aphrodite regard him with the same trepidation as other deities do. Perhaps this realization is the very reason he chooses to indulge her advances, although Ji Gung could not perceive Hades' expression at this moment. The heightened affinity he felt clearly indicated that Hades' mood was relatively pleasant. Ji-gung's fair, slender fingers wove through Hades' silken strands, each delicate hair a stark contrast to the cold, hard persona he embodied. The inky blackness of Hades' hair clung to Ji-gung's fingers, accentuating their alabaster hue, with distinct bones and an elegant length. Gradually, Ji-gung descended along the dark tresses, meticulously untangling them with impeccable precision. Ding. Hades' favorability 7. Current favorability 30. Quian. This is splendid. At last, the Lord of the Underworld has shown his support. If Ji-gung's interactions with Apollo were a delightful exchange under the sun god's intentional guidance, and his dealings with Zeus were marked by a deliberate, rebellious compliance, while his encounters with Ares and Hephaestus were rife with intentional provocations, then his relationship with Hades is even more intriguing. Hades never responded to Ji-gung's proximity, yet he never rejected it either. Unlike Ares, who would tense and become flustered under Ji-gung's deliberate seductions, Hades seldom replied to his words, silently accepting his closeness. It is precisely because of Hades' seemingly indifferent demeanor towards Ji-gung's ardor that he could gradually acclimate Hades' body to his touches. After all, habit is a most formidable force. Once it penetrates the very marrow, it becomes exceedingly difficult to forsake. The corners of Ji-gung's lips curled into a delicate arc as he paused in his task of grooming Hades' hair. In that very pose, he encircled Hades' neck from behind. His chin rested gently upon Hades' shoulder as he tilted his head slightly to gaze at the sharply defined profile of the Lord of the Underworld. His expression one of delight. My Lord of the Underworld, do you recall the first poem you recited to me? Ji-gung's lips drew near to Hades' ear, intentionally brushing against it from a mere breath away as he whispered softly, At this moment, I yearn to feel your heart with my hands. As he spoke, the hand that had previously caressed Hades' neck began to glide downward, following the crystalline droplets that clung to Hades' chest, warmed by the steam of the hot water. The instant their skin made contact, Ji-gung distinctly sensed a fleeting disruption in Hades' steady breath. Yet, in the next moment, Hades abruptly seized his wrist, exerting force to cast him away. Ji-gung, however, found himself at the mercy of fate. In a moment of electric intensity, he deliberately countered Hades' force, pivoting gracefully and plunging into the bath. With a resounding splash, water erupted around him. Turning to see Hades splattered with droplets, Ji-gung jested, My Lord Hades, are you so eager to share a bath with me? Hades, with a slight furrow of his brow, glanced at the smiling Ji-gung. The upward curve of his lips accentuated his flawless features, resembling a blooming rose, exuding an air of nobility and beauty, while hinting at a mischievous delight in his audacity. Hades parted his lips, poised to speak, when suddenly the door to the room was forcefully thrust open and a remarkably agile figure darted in. Beyond the screen, only a massive creature was visible, with robust limbs and a powerful physique, emanating an undeniable aura of intimidation. Ji-gung tentatively called out, Anasius? Upon hearing Ji-gung's voice, the ears of the white tiger twitched, and in an instant, it leaped over the screen to stand before Ji-gung. When Anasius beheld the sight of Ji-gung and Hades luxuriating together in the bath, his azure eyes widened in astonishment, reflecting a visage of utter shock. Ji-gung observed the foolish expression on its face and couldn't help but chuckle. Come here, Anaxius. He leaned over the edge of the bath, beckoning the white tiger. The creature bared its teeth in a feigned display of aggression towards Hades before swiftly approaching Ji-gung, obediently lying on the ground, allowing him to stroke its back. Although its vigilant eyes remained fixed on Hades, the soft sensation under his fingers made Ji-gung squint in delight, and casting a sidelong glance at Hades, he teased, Your Majesty Hades, it seems the guards of the underworld are not quite up to par. Though Hades' mood was not entirely dreadful, it was far from pleasant. He cast a cold glance at the fierce-looking Anaxius, casually reaching for the garment hanging on the rack, preparing to dress when another figure unexpectedly dashed in. Hermes, clad in winged sandals, swiftly navigated past the screen with a speed unlike that of any other deity. The god of deception, wielding a caduceus adorned with twin serpents, was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Ji-gung and Hades sharing a bath. However, Hermes quickly regained his composure, a flicker of emotion surfacing in his eyes as he gazed at Hades with a knowing smirk, his expression rife with intrigue. Oh, the supreme ruler of the underworld. Cold and unyielding, heart of iron, have you perhaps succumbed to the allure of the goddess Aphrodite, allowing the suppressed flames of passion to coalesce in this misty, enchanting chamber? There was a hint of mockery in Hermes' tone. Hades, maintaining a calm demeanor, rose to don his attire, carelessly tossing the towel wrapped around his waist onto the rack. He regarded Hermes, an unsettling glint flashing in his inky black eyes, his voice cold and low. Hermes, perhaps you should contemplate how to quell my wrath. Oh, is that so? Hermes suddenly laughed, his tone laden with meaning. Your Majesty Hades, dear Hades. I fear you will soon find yourself lacking the leisure to concern yourself with my rudeness. What do you mean? Ji Gung inquired. Hermes playfully winked at Ji Gung before shifting his gaze back to Hades. Naturally, it is because his words were abruptly interrupted by a rough, violent male voice from outside. Hermes, is Aphrodite in here? This is infuriating. That foolish creature never knows when to cease. As the voice echoed, a tall man entered, his dark hair casually tied back, skin of a rich bronze hue, and features sharply defined and deep-set, resembling a panther poised to pounce on its prey in the night, solitary, aloof, yet exuding an imposing presence. At this moment, his strikingly dark brows, sharp as a sword, furrowed in displeasure, revealing a hint of untamed wildness. His keen gaze swept across the surroundings before precisely honing in on the figure concealed behind the screen. Striding forward with impatience, he muttered, Hermes, that scoundrel Aphrodite. However, before he could finish his sentence, his voice abruptly faltered upon witnessing the scene behind the screen. His eyes fixated on Ji Gung in the bath, his expression resembling that of a bewildered hound. Ji Gung offered him a fleeting smile, the damp golden strands of hair clinging to his shoulders, while his half-wet garments adhered to his form, subtly outlining the exquisite contours of his collarbone. He arched an eyebrow at Ares, the slight upward tilt of his eyes tinged with a hint of rosy warmth, an alluring sensuality emerging from the rising heat. With a tone that was both casual and teasing, he inquired, Pray tell, God of War, why is it that I cannot seem to find peace? As Ji Gung smiled, the ambiguous tone accompanying his laughter unexpectedly brought a peculiar flush to Ares' previously impatient visage. Ding. God of War Ares, Affinity 2, Current Affinity 42. Kuei-in remarked. I failed to comprehend this little wolf dog's method of enhancing affinity. Observing Ares blushing foolishly under Aphrodite's smile, Hermes furrowed his brow and deliberately cleared his throat several times as a reminder. Ares, why are you the only one here? Hermes inquired. Ares, regaining his composure, slightly raised his chin and reverted to the proud demeanor befitting a god of war, disdainfully retorting. That self-assured dandy becomes as feeble as a vegetable on a chopping board upon entering the underworld. How could such a fragile being possibly keep pace with me? Upon hearing the words, Ji Gung cast a glance at Hades. From the remarks made by Hermes and Ares, it was evident that not only these two deities had ventured into the underworld, but there were others who had also arrived, the identity of whom remained a mystery. Nevertheless, the presence of the current few was intriguing enough, Ji Gung mused, relishing the unfolding drama. Hades, too, discerned the implications in Hermes and Ares' dialogue. The once impenetrable realm of the underworld was being breached repeatedly by outsiders, even making their way unobstructed to his very chamber. A subtle hint of displeasure now graced Hades' typically impassive visage. Seemingly oblivious to Hades' burgeoning ire, Ares brazenly approached Ji Gung, disdain dripping from his words as he commanded. Hey, Aphrodite, rise swiftly and leave the underworld with me. He leaned down, intending to grasp the arm of Ji Gung, who was still poised at the edge of the bath, eagerly awaiting the spectacle. However, before his hand could make contact, a shadowy figure materialized before him, obstructing his advance. Hades stood tall before Ares, his thin lips pressed tightly together, and his deep-set eyes reflected a chilling darkness, exuding a palpable aura of death that was utterly disquieting. Ares, you are exceedingly arrogant, Hades intoned. The god of slaughter and destruction, who had never known fear, faced the formidable ruler of the underworld, a being that inspired trepidation in countless deities. Rather than exhibiting any trepidation, Ares revealed a glimmer of latent combativeness, challenging. So, Hades, do you wish to engage in battle with me? Hermes, observing the tense standoff between the lord of the underworld and the god of warfare, remarked to himself. This cunning fellow, Hermes, has taken our innocent little wolf pup for a ride. How utterly devious. Standing aside, Hermes maintained a composed demeanor as he analyzed the confrontation. The valiant war god's prowess was not to be underestimated, while the cold and merciless Hades was unfathomably powerful. In the realm of mortals, the combined might of these deities might not suffice to match Hades. Yet here, within his dominion, Hades was not the reckless brute Ares was, but rather a figure of calm and control, Hermes did not believe that Hades would genuinely engage Ares in combat. His intention in bringing Ares along was merely to ensure that the ruler of the underworld acknowledged the presence of the notoriously reckless god of destruction, instilling a sense of caution in Hades that would facilitate their efforts to extricate Aphrodite from the underworld. After all, should a conflict arise at this moment, even if Ares were to be ultimately vanquished by Hades, the chaos wrought by his bloody bronze spear would be enough to upheave the very foundations of the underworld. Esteemed lord of the underworld, Hermes interjected suddenly, his clear voice slicing through the tense atmosphere. We have come to the underworld solely to return Aphrodite to her rightful abode. The war god Ares is known for his forthright and headstrong nature, and I trust that his majesty would not hold that against us. Hades cast a cold glance at Hermes, fully aware of the cunning schemes that this devious god of deceit might be concocting. Ares also shot a glance at Hermes, expressing his impatience with a dismissive grunt. Hermes, you must acknowledge one undeniable truth. Aphrodite possesses absolute freedom in the underworld, Hades stated, his demeanor returning to its customary indifference. As he spoke with remarkable calmness, he had not imposed any constraints upon Aphrodite's actions. In other words, should she choose to depart, he would never compel her to remain. Hermes, of course, grasped Hades' implication, yet he did not overlook the existence of the pomegranate of the underworld. The eloquent god then turned his gaze towards the silent figure of Persephone. Upon seeing her alluring visage, framed by cascading hair and touched by the mist of the underworld, he paused before gently addressing her. Fair Aphrodite, your sudden disappearance has caused great concern among the gods of Olympus. Artemis has often found herself alone in the night, lamenting her reckless invitation for you to accompany her to that mysterious and perilous mountain, which led to your being deceived by her selfish friend into this cold and lifeless realm of the dead. The beautiful moon goddess is consumed by guilt, and as a result, the radiant moonlight is dimmed. Ji-gung pursed his lips in contemplation before speaking. Dearest Hermes, I have consumed a pomegranate from the underworld, and the faint sweetness that has seeped into my heart compels me to remain in this realm for a full month. Upon hearing Ji-gung's words, Hermes cast a significant glance at Hades and, with a gentle smile curving his lips, remarked, Oh, Aphrodite, if you are troubled by this, then we have already devised a solution prior to our arrival here. What solution? Ji-gung inquired with a hint of curiosity, his soft voice carrying an air of intrigue. His eyes, as clear and pure as the sky, shimmered with a tranquil light, captivatingly radiant. In that moment, his curious expression in the water resembled a siren dwelling in the ancient, mysterious depths of the sea, blissfully unaware of the allure of his beauty. Golden strands of hair danced on the water's surface, while the gentle waves caressed his form as though they were tender hands. He lifted his gaze towards them, and in the flowing currents, he exuded an enchanting charm, appearing as if he comprehended everything, yet also as if he understood nothing at all. Ding. Hermes, the messenger god. Affection level 5, current affection level 50. Ding. Hades, the lord of the underworld. Affection level 3, current affection level 33. Ding. Ares, the god of war. Affection level 3. Current affection level 45. Ares, observing Ji-gung, glanced at Hermes and Hades, both equally fixated on Ji-gung, and could not suppress a frown. Irritation creeping into his voice as he said, Aphrodite, you should rise. What manner of conversation is this, lingering in the water? Ji-gung's expression was one of innocence as he glanced at Hades, who stood close by, then at Ares, equally near. After a brief moment of silence, he promptly made his decision and reached out his hand towards Hades, uttering, Pull me up. Ding. Hades' favorability increased by 7, currently at 40. Hades looked down at the hand extended towards him. It was long, fair, and exquisitely defined, with each joint appearing perfect. His gaze slowly traversed from the hand to Aphrodite's face, where a hint of reliance glimmered in her bright eyes, inexplicably bringing him a sense of joy. Undeniably, he appreciated Aphrodite's choice at this moment. Yet, Hades did not respond. He merely observed Ji-gung with his deep, cold gaze, as if savoring the sight of Ji-gung's dependent plea for help, while also anticipating his next move. Kuei-in remarked, Perfect. The lord of the underworld is quite composed. Composed? Are you suggesting that composure is non-existent? Indeed. Why is that? Because of Ares. As the conflict intensified, it only served to provoke the tension that had long been suppressed within. Ares cast a glance at the impassive Hades and then at Ji-gung, whose hand remained extended towards Hades. A sense of emptiness washed over him, a feeling he found most unpleasant. This discomfort heightened his impatience with Zhigong. The source of his emotional turmoil, Aphrodite, how long must you cling to him? Do you need a hand to pull you up? Ares was now overwhelmed with an indescribable irritation. Furrowing his brow, he noted Aphrodite's apparent determination to remain in the water unless assisted. He moved his lips to speak, but ultimately only managed to mutter a fierce, "Enough." After uttering this, Ares made to pull her, only to once again find his hand brushing past Zhigong's. As another had already grasped Zhigong's hand first. With their fingers interlocked, Hades lifted Zhigang from the bath. Kuei-yin exclaimed, "Wow! The Lord of the Underworld's subtlety is unparalleled." In that fleeting moment, Ares found the scene before him exceptionally glaring. However, his feelings of frustration did not linger long. As his attention swiftly shifted to Zhigang, the white robe, soaked and clinging to Zhigang's form, accentuated his figure, with droplets of water cascading down his golden locks, creating soft, damp lines that outlined his perfect physique. In the flickering candlelight, the delicate fabric hinted at the top muscles of his abdomen and his long, slender legs. Ding. Ares' favorability increased by 5, currently at 50. Ding. Hades' favorability increased by 5, currently at 45. Ding. The divine messenger Hermes has gained 5 affinity, currently totaling 55. Aki's exclamation, 666. This round of operations has remarkably aligned with the increase in affinity. The beauty of the goddess Aphrodite transcends mere appearance. It encompasses her entire form. Unlike the delicate and soft curves typical of women, the physique of the goddess possesses a unique strength and resilience characteristic of masculinity. Every inch of her body appears as though it has been meticulously sculpted, exquisite and flawless. Should she so desire, no one could withstand her allure. Undeniably, the birth of the goddess Aphrodite was destined to fulfill the fantasies of beauty held by all humankind and deities alike. Certain deities are inherently meant to be the center of attention, destined to receive boundless adoration. Ares now finds himself regretting having summoned Aphrodite from the bath. His gaze fixates uncontrollably upon her. The form enveloped beneath her robe resembles a graceful line of Agalaris, extending from her collarbone through her taut waist and hips. The damp fabric subtly reveals her beautiful contours, inciting an irresistible urge to place one's hand upon that enticing curve, and to gradually slide down to the warmth between her thighs. Ares is startled by his own thoughts, witnessing Aphrodite, along with Hades and Hermes. Being unabashedly observed yet remaining blissfully unaware, leaves his throat dry. It is uncertain whether this arises from anger or the heat of desire, or perhaps a blend of both. Confounded by the true source of these emotions, Ares irritably runs his fingers through his hair and, in a rough manner, discards his clothing towards Zhigang. Impatiently commanding, "Put this on, Aphrodite." Zhigang glanced at the war god's outer robe in his hands and, without hesitation, draped it over himself. Ares possessed a towering stature, his physique robust and powerful. As his robe enveloped Zhigang, it concealed his entire form save for his head, shrouding him from neck to toe, effectively hiding all the enchanting and alluring springtime radiance. Observing Aphrodite, who looked so docile clad in his outer robe, Ares was suddenly stirred by a peculiar sensation. The remnants of his warmth lingered on the fabric, creating an illusion that he was cradling Aphrodite wholly in his embrace. This feeling was subtle, yet undeniably pleasant. Zhigang tightened his outer robe slightly and cast a gentle smile at Ares, uttering 2 simple words, "Warm." Strangely enough, this unembellished smile, devoid of any suggestive undertones, coupled with those straightforward words, caused Ares' heart to momentarily contract. Ding. God of War Ares' affinity 5, current affinity 55. Hermes, standing nearby, reluctantly withdrew his gaze from Zhigang's figure. Reflecting on how Ares had abruptly interrupted his previous discourse, he reorganized his thoughts and addressed Zhigang. "Dearest Aphrodite, do you recall the wine god who possesses the intoxicating power of wine, the talented yet neurotic Dionysus?" "Of course, I remember. The wine crafted by Dionysus is one of the rare delights of Mount Olympus," Zhigang replied. Hermes nodded, seemingly casually glancing at Hades before continuing to Zhigang. "We informed him of your abduction by Hypnos and Thanatos, and in his frantic desperation, Dionysus toiled for several days and nights to create a new wine imbued with unique magical properties. Though it may not rival the exquisite flavor of his past creations, it has the power to counteract the influence of the pomegranate within you." "Wine?" Zhigang inquired. "Indeed, dear goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite. If you partake of this newly crafted wine by Dionysus, we shall be able to depart from the underworld." Upon concluding his statement, Hermes turned his gaze towards Ares. "Brave god of war, you should now present this wine crafted by Dionysus to Aphrodite." Ares, taken aback by Hermes's words, furrowed his brow in confusion and replied, "That item is not with me." Hermes was equally taken aback. "Not with you? I distinctly recall handing it to you at your behest after Dionysus completed the wine. Are you now telling me it is not in your possession? Oh, Ares, valiant god of battle, this is hardly the time for jest." Ares's frown deepened. "Hermes, do I appear to be joking?" Meeting Hermes's incredulous gaze, Ares asserted, "I found that little thing cumbersome in my garments, uncomfortable against my chest, so after arriving in the underworld, I casually tossed it to Apollo." "Apollo?" Zhigung interjected suddenly, pondering whether Ares had just referred to the sun god as the feeble deity. If he was indeed referring to the sun god, it would explain Ares's earlier remark. The realm of the underworld has never basked in the warmth of sunlight. Darkness and light are inherently incompatible. The pervasive, decaying aura of death can render even the brightest sunlight dim and lifeless. Hermes cast a glance at Zhigung, then noticed Ares, oblivious to his own transgressions. And with a forced smile that barely concealed his irritation, he uttered, "Oh, dear Ares, perhaps your reliability is solely reserved for that blood-stained bronze spear." Ares responded with a dismissive snort, choosing silence. "My sincerest apologies, Aphrodite," Hermes pondered, considering the complex labyrinthine routes of the underworld that could easily cause them to miss Apollo if they ventured out now. Reflecting on his earlier fervent proclamations, the typically eloquent messenger of the gods felt a rare twinge of embarrassment. He glanced at Zhigung and awkwardly suggested, "We may need to await Apollo's arrival." However, before he could finish, an icy male voice interjected, "Are you not being rather presumptuous?" Thanatos entered the room, approaching Hades, his lifeless gaze first coldly sweeping over Zhigung, before shifting to Hermes and Ares, his tone dark and laden with a stern warning. "This is the underworld." "Oh, Thanatos, we are well aware that this is the underworld," Hermes retorted, his voice laced with sarcasm. "Dear Grim Reaper, since His Majesty Hades, the Lord of the underworld, has yet to voice any opinion, why should you, who spends your days wielding a bloody scythe to reap souls, so eagerly emphasize your loyalty at this moment?" The reticent god of death, confronted by the articulate trickster, found little ground to counter in words. Hades cast a mild glance at Hermes and addressed Thanatos. "Thanatos, inform me of the situation outside." "Your Majesty, the messenger has used his staff to put the guards to sleep, and Charon is returning to awaken them from their slumber," Thanatos reported, casting another glance at Hermes. Hermes blinked innocently at the seemingly harmless Thanatos. His purpose in the underworld was to escort Aphrodite away and to ensure the smooth progression of this endeavor. Hermes had no intention of inflicting any substantial harm on the guards. Putting them to sleep was the simplest method to minimize complications. Hades understood this logic and was somewhat surprised that the typically aloof trickster god showed such concern over Aphrodite's situation. Yet, as Hades turned his gaze toward Aphrodite, he thought perhaps this man was indeed worthy of such attention. Thanatos, noticing his lord's interest in Aphrodite, coldly remarked to Hermes, "Hermes, while you are intent on taking Aphrodite away, have you even considered whether she wishes to leave the underworld with you?" Before Hermes could respond, Ares interjected with an air of entitlement. How could that wretched Aphrodite possibly be unwilling? The usually expressionless Grim Reaper let out a derisive laugh upon hearing those words. Ares, provoked by this unexpected reaction, retorted, "What are you laughing at?" Thanatos cast a fleeting glance in his direction before choosing to ignore him. Ares, now even more irked, was about to press further when Hermes suddenly addressed Zhigung in a gentle tone. "Dearest Aphrodite, please forgive our well-meaning but misguided imposition of our own desires upon you, as we neglected to inquire if you would wish to depart the underworld with us. Now, my cherished friend, do you wish to leave this cold and desolate realm with us?" The moment Hermes posed this question, an unexpected silence enveloped the air, with all eyes fixated on Zhigung, clearly awaiting his response. Zhigung arched an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the deities before finally settling on the impassive countenance of Hades. With a meaningful tone, he remarked, "This is the underworld, and as the sovereign of this realm, no one holds greater authority than His Majesty, the Lord of the Dead, regarding my fate." His words neither affirmed nor denied his position, merely casting the question towards Hades. Ding. Hades' favorability too, currently at 47. Quine quipped, "While the Lord of the underworld has gained favor, our little wolf cub seems rather forlorn." Hades observed the sly glint in Aphrodite's eyes, his own dark orbs, reminiscent of obsidian, flickering with contemplation. He parted his lips to speak, but was interrupted by the late arrival of a golden-haired deity who rushed towards Aphrodite with an anxious expression, radiating concern for her well-being. Hades' gaze flitted between Hermes and Ares, and the words he had intended to articulate suddenly retreated. A faint smile graced the corners of his lips as he altered his statement. What if I were to refuse Aphrodite's departure? Upon the utterance of these words, Hermes and Ares' expressions shifted dramatically, while the sun god, oblivious to the sudden tension in the atmosphere, remained entirely focused on the golden goddess draped in Ares' cloak. He grasped Zhigong's hand tightly, his voice slightly breathless and disordered due to the oppressive aura of death permeating the underworld and his hurried arrival. Yet, this did not diminish the profound concern he expressed. Beloved Aphrodite, my love, tell me, are you injured? Has the chilling air of the underworld cast a shadow upon your spirit? A fine sheen of perspiration glistened on his forehead, a testament to his struggle against the deathly essence that threatened his divine power. Nevertheless, his voice remained melodious and warm, evoking the sensation of basking in the sun on a coastal shore. However, at this moment, apart from Zhigong, no other deity possessed the leisure to appreciate the sun god's graceful, yet weakened tone. Hermes, unable to restrain himself, coughed lightly to remind the golden-haired deity, a symbol of light and warmth, to be mindful of the current circumstances. Hearing Hermes' subtle cough, Apollo paused, glancing back at the stoic Hades and the frigid Thanatos. Realizing that the atmosphere was decidedly unsuitable for him to continue inquiring after the welfare of the goddess he adored, Ares shot a glance at Apollo, who still held Zhigong's hand, and coldly remarked, Apollo, even if light cannot coexist with darkness, the eternal gloom of the underworld will sap your divine strength. You should not have lingered so long. You have arrived too late. Ares' voice carried a hint of arrogance and disdain. In response to Ares' somewhat sarcastic remarks, Apollo chose not to retort. He had indeed been delayed en route for certain matters. Upon crossing the river Styx, he encountered Charon, the ferryman of the underworld, and the Nymphochaonides, who governs this very river. This duo seemed intent on hindering his progress, requiring Apollo considerable effort to extricate himself from their grasp. Nevertheless, he had no intention of elaborating on this to Ares. After all, in Ares' mind, which was devoid of anything but carnage and destruction, any objective explanation would be misconstrued as the feeble justifications of a weakling lamenting his own insignificance. Thus, Apollo deemed it a waste of breath to respond to him. Furthermore, at this moment, Aphrodite was of paramount concern to Apollo. In comparison, Ares' caustic remarks were trivial. He retrieved a bottle of wine from his chest. Dear goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite, I trust Hermes has informed you of the purpose of this wine. My friend, please drink it swiftly, so we may depart from this realm of death together. Apollo recalled that Aphrodite had explicitly stated that her fate rested in the hands of their lord. It had always been Hypnos, the communicator of the underworld, who spoke on behalf of the silent, stoic god of death. At this moment, however, the Grim Reaper seemed to be straining to uphold the honor of the king of the underworld, breaking his usual silence. I trust you all heard our lord's pronouncement. Upon hearing this, Apollo turned his gaze toward Hermes, wondering if something unpleasant had transpired during his absence. From Thanatos' previous comments, Apollo surmised that Aphrodite had entrusted her fate to Hades, who had typically maintained a distance from such matters. It appeared that this sovereign of the underworld had deviated from his customary detachment and opted to refuse regarding Aphrodite's fate. This development posed a significant complication. Under the suffocating miasma of the underworld, Apollo's strength was negligible. If Hades were indeed adamant in his refusal to allow them to take Aphrodite, then in this dark realm, they, the deities of Olympus, would undoubtedly find themselves at a disadvantage against Hades' unfathomable power, especially with Thanatos at his side. Yet, it was precisely because they were in the underworld that Hades might be compelled to consider Ares' formidable, albeit capricious, destructive potential. Aphrodite must be taken with us today. Ares scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at the sun god, who was engaging in a silent exchange with Hermes. He was well aware of the intentions behind their foray into the underworld. Had it not been for his sudden whimsy and curiosity towards Aphrodite, coupled with a fitting mood to venture into the underworld, Ares would have remained impervious to any persuasion from Apollo and Hermes, regardless of their eloquence. Ares, temper your haughty demeanor. This is the underworld, not Olympus, where your volatile temperament is indulged. Thanatos' tone bore an undercurrent of menace. And what of it? Ares scoffed. Having already arrived in the underworld, he he saw no reason to return empty-handed. The desires of that foolish Aphrodite were entirely irrelevant to him. Those who lacked composure held no sway in his presence. Come forth. The battlefield awaits. Hades glanced at Hermes and spoke with a calm yet commanding tone. Ares, are you challenging the underworld? His voice, though steady and devoid of tremor, carried an undeniable authority. Instead of fear, a spark of excitement ignited across Ares's countenance at the sight of the underworld's sovereign. Before Ares could finish his thought, he was abruptly interrupted by a violent tremor that shook the very ground beneath them. A thunderous roar erupted from afar, echoing like a clap of thunder. Hades's expression darkened, and Thanatos' demeanor shifted as he quickly glanced at Hades before hastening toward the exit. However, upon reaching the door, he collided with a poised woman clad in black. Without a moment to consider the rudeness of bumping into the god of death, the anxious woman swiftly approached Hades, exclaiming, "Dear Lord of the underworld, esteemed king, we have received alarming reports of unusual activity from the abyss of Tartarus. The situation is dire. Lord Hypnos has sent me to inform you, and I implore you to act swiftly. If anything were to occur in Tartarus, it would be grave indeed." Hades, now devoid of any inclination to jest, lingered his gaze on the woman before addressing Hermes. "I trust that the disturbances in Tartarus have no connection to you." With that, he and Thanatos hastily departed for the abyss of Tartarus. The woman left behind was a subordinate of Hypnos, the god of sleep, and was well aware of the intricacies surrounding Aphrodite, far more so than the other lesser deities and attendants in the underworld. Though she lamented the departure of the beautiful goddess, she resigned herself to the reality of the situation, patiently awaiting the outcome as these renowned deities from Olympus took Aphrodite away. The disturbances from Tartarus had caught Ji Gung off guard. He had anticipated witnessing a splendid spectacle regarding the deliberation of the gods over Aphrodite's fate, hoping to intensify the conflict and perhaps enhance his standing by inciting their rivalry. Yet, he had not foreseen such a sudden upheaval in Tartarus. Recalling the words of Hades before his departure, Ji Gung instinctively turned his gaze towards Hermes. The abyss of Tartarus does not imprison ordinary criminals, but rather the titans of divine lineage. Although he believed that Hermes, with his keen intellect and ability to gauge circumstances, would refrain from recklessly entangling matters with the depths of the abyss, he felt it necessary to seek confirmation. As if aware of Ji Gung's unspoken inquiry, Hermes shook his head. After a moment of deliberation, he clarified, "Dearest goddess of love, Aphrodite, I swear by the bountiful diversity of my herds, the immense wealth amassed through trade, and the wondrously shifting magic at my command, that the disturbances in the abyss of Tartarus are not connected to our current endeavors." Ji Gung smiled gently and said, "Hermes, the cunning and astute messenger of the gods, I naturally place my faith in the deliberations of your wise mind. Enough of this idle chatter." Aphrodite, with a hint of impatience, interjected, "Hurry and drink that concoction." Upon hearing this, Ji Gung cast a glance at Apollo, the eternally dashing and handsome deity. At this moment, however, his countenance appeared notably pallid. Despite the radiant smile he directed towards Ji Gung, it could not conceal the frailty that lay beneath. Ji Gung said nothing further. He directly took the bottle of wine from Apollo's hands. As he uncorked it, a rich yet invigorating aroma wafted forth from the opening, swirling and enveloping the air around them. Kuei-in exclaimed, "It's time to indulge in some wine." I can't help but feel a surge of excitement. Ji Gung brought the wine to his nose for a brief inhalation before indulging in it. As he tilted his head back to drink, his fair and graceful neck was revealed, the elegant curve from his chin to collarbone sculpted into a slender, resilient line that flowed with an alluring elegance, reminiscent of a delicate blossom whimsically bent, exuding a captivating fragility. Ding. Apollo, the sun god, affection 1, current affection 93. Ding. Hermes, the messenger god, affection 3, current affection 58. Ding. Ares, the god of war, affection 5, current affection 60. Hermes and Apollo's gazes deepened, irresistibly drawn to Ji Gung, their minds involuntarily conjuring the image of Aphrodite at the Olympus banquet, intoxicated and charmingly disheveled. Ares, too, recalled the scene, but his thoughts were simpler and more profound than those of Hermes and Apollo. He vividly remembered how the tipsy Aphrodite had playfully licked the wine that overflowed from the corners of his lips, a sensation etched in his memory. Ares's gaze slowly traveled down Ji Gung's neck to his slightly parted lips, which glistened with the moist remnants of wine, catching the flickering candlelight and moonlight, casting a delicate sheen. From his vantage point, He could discern the faint outline of a rosy tongue within. Suddenly, a peculiar flush crept across Ares's face, and he furrowed his brow, awkwardly diverting his gaze. Quian, please keep me informed of the subsequent developments. Quian, huh? Wait, I feel a bit dizzy. Ji Gung was utterly unprepared for the astonishing concentration of wine capable of counteracting the effects of the underworld pomegranate. While he could not claim to be a seasoned drinker, he was certainly not one to succumb after a single glass. Perhaps this wine contained certain ingredients that could even lull deities into a brief slumber, which might be the very reason for its efficacy against the pomegranate's influence. However, at that moment, Ji Gung clearly lacked the luxury of time to ponder such matters. He rubbed his temples, striving to remain alert, yet his body betrayed him, lurching forward uncontrollably. Apollo, situated closest to him, reacted swiftly, catching him just in time. In that instant, the warmth radiating from Apollo's body enveloped Ji Gung, lulling him into a deep slumber. He had not forgotten the intoxicating power of the goddess Aphrodite when inebriated. Such an opportunity could certainly enhance his favor with her. Apollo gazed somewhat rigidly at the Aphrodite nestled in his embrace, her face buried against his chest, obscuring his view of her expression. Yet, the fragrant allure emanating from her was overwhelmingly potent, saturating the air around them, becoming increasingly intoxicating, weaving an invisible net filled with enticing and seductive aromas that ensnared him in a whirlwind of emotion. Perhaps he was not alone. Anyone caught in this web, be they mortal or divine, would find it impossible to escape. Ding. Favorability with Apollo, 1. Current favorability, 94. Ding. Favorability with Ares, 2. Current favorability, 62. Ding. Favorability with Hermes, 2. Current favorability, 60. Apollo's gaze deepened as he buried his face in Aphrodite's hair, inhaling her scent deeply. In that moment, a jolt of electricity coursed down his spine, bringing forth a fleeting sensation of tingling and shivering. His throat began to dry, and a fire seemed to ignite within his abdomen. Aphrodite, in his arms, appeared as the most innocent yet beautiful temptation, beckoning him to surrender to the chaos of desire. Ding. Favorability with Apollo, 1. Current favorability, 95. Noticing Apollo's head dip into Aphrodite's hair, Ares suddenly snapped back to reality. Striding over to Apollo and unceremoniously seizing Aphrodite from his grasp, the sun god, already lacking in combat prowess in the underworld, was caught off guard by Ares' sudden action. By the time the golden-haired deity regained his composure, it was too late to prevent Ares' forceful maneuver. Ares cast a sidelong glance at Apollo, a bemused smile playing on his lips, seemingly mocking the sun god for his earlier indiscretion. Then, he effortlessly hoisted Jiga onto his shoulder. The motion, while not particularly gentle, was devoid of the usual brutality. As the god of war felt the palpable weight upon his shoulder, the intoxicating fragrance emanating from Jiga assaulted his senses with a fervent intensity, igniting a peculiar exhilaration within him. Moments ago, he had been mocking the peculiar behavior of the sun god, yet now he too was ensnared by the enchanting aroma. Ding. God of War Ares Affinity 2. Current Affinity 64. Hermes observed the state of Apollo and Ares, his delicate brows knitting slightly. The inebriated Aphrodite was indeed a beauty unmatched by any in existence. He needed to devise a strategy to navigate the current predicament swiftly. The youthful messenger of the gods pressed his lips together, his thoughts racing. At that moment, the previously silent white tiger Anaxius approached Hermes, growling softly as it raised its head. Hermes paused, glancing down at Anaxius, Aphrodite's beloved pet, a widely acknowledged secret among the Olympians. The white tiger's blue eyes sparkled with clarity, and after a moment of silent observation, Hermes suddenly addressed Ares. Valiant Ares, renowned for your martial prowess yet lacking in tenderness, it would be wise to place Aphrodite upon Anaxius's sturdy back. As soon as Hermes uttered these words, Ares furrowed his brow, just as he opened his mouth to speak. Apollo chimed in, what a sagacious suggestion from the messenger Hermes. Ares, the illustrious god of war, you are ever clad in armor and excessively brusque. While your shoulders are formidable, they are too rigid, and your movements may leave bruises upon Aphrodite's delicate skin. At this remark, Ares' frown deepened. He was about to argue that Aphrodite, that foolish creature, would certainly not be so fragile. Yet, the supple warmth against his shoulder seemed to remind him that this esteemed figure, Aphrodite, rightfully deserved careful nurturing and protection. He glanced at Anaxius, who was approaching him, then turned his gaze to Hermes and Apollo, who appeared resolute in their intention to bombard him with a series of reasoned arguments. With that thought, Ares, feeling somewhat vexed, ran a hand through his hair, muttering troublesome under his breath, and chose not to voice any further objections. Once Anaxius reached his side, he gently transferred the slumbering goddess of beauty from his shoulder onto the broad, sturdy back of the white tiger. In the process, Giga's face, previously concealed within her flowing hair, was revealed as Ares adjusted her position. The flawless skin, akin to white jade, was tinged with a delicate blush due to the effects of alcohol, resembling the evening glow reflected upon the vast ocean's surface in spring. As the gentle breeze caressed it, the shimmering spring water rippled, leaving behind a trail of damp waves, imbuing the entire lake with the vibrancy and allure of the season. Aphrodite, ensnared in slumber after indulging in wine, exuded an enticing vulnerability, shedding the impenetrable chill and lofty indifference that had been etched into her very being. No longer untouchable, she appeared as a beautiful spirit fallen to earth, radiating a mesmerizing aura that compelled one to possess her, to claim her day and night, fiercely intertwining their desires and leaving their essence within her, marking her from the inside out. Ding. The god of war, Ares, affection level 2, current affection level 66. Ding. The sun god, Apollo, affection level 1, current affection level 96. Ding. The messenger god, Hermes, affection level 2, current affection level 62. Sensing the sudden shift in the atmosphere, now thick with ambiguity, Ananias let out a warning growl directed at the three illustrious deities. His sharp fangs radiated a dangerous and sanguine aura, as if he would not hesitate to leap forth and sever their throats should Hermes or the others entertain any thoughts toward Aphrodite. Ares cast a sidelong glance at Ananias, coldly scoffing, regarding him as a loyal pet of the master. On their way back, Hermes, known for his swiftness, led the group, followed closely by Ares and Ananias, who carried the slumbering Zhi-Gung on his back. The sun god Apollo lagged slightly due to his physical condition. In light of the sudden disturbances within the abyss of Tartarus, Hermes and his companions, despite the intoxicating fragrance emanating from Aphrodite that caused their hearts to flutter as they passed by other deities of the underworld, had to grit their teeth and suppress their impulses to pursue her, constantly reminding themselves of their duty to remain steadfast in their positions. Thus, unaware of how many hearts had been stolen along the way, Zhi-Gung continued to rest peacefully on Ananias' back, seamlessly departing from the underworld. As Hermes was the first to exit the underworld, he cast a reluctant glance back at Zhi-Gung on Ananias' back, a hint of an indescribable emotion flickering in his light green eyes. His lips parted slightly as he spoke softly. Aphrodite, in your drunken stupor, you are utterly enchanting, effortlessly captivating hearts without a single act of war. Yet, more than this, I eagerly await the moment when I may see you again upon your awakening. Regardless of whether Zhi-Gung could hear him, Hermes, having uttered these words, soared towards Mount Olympus, propelled by his winged sandals. The abyss of Tartarus suddenly exhibited unusual activity. This was not a matter to be dismissed lightly. He must promptly report this to his divine father, the sovereign of the gods, Zeus. Once Hermes departed, Ares scrutinized Zhi-Gung for a moment before shifting his gaze to Ananias. The blue eyes of the white tiger met Ares's piercing black ones, and for a brief moment, the god and the beast held each other's gaze. Ares then raised an eyebrow and clicked his tongue, choosing not to speak further before exiting. Since they had already extricated Aphrodite from the underworld, he was disinclined to waste more thought on this troublesome creature. As for Aphrodite's safety after his departure, he had no cause for concern. After all, even as the god of war, he had to concede that Ananias, the white tiger, possessed a speed that could rival that of the messenger Hermes. Ares believed that, were it not for the fear of jostling Aphrodite, Ananias' swiftness could indeed surpass Hermes's. With Ananias carrying Aphrodite back to Mount Chivera, even if they encountered humans or deities attracted by her enchanting fragrance along the way, none could hope to catch up with this regal beast. By the time Apollo finally emerged from the underworld, Ananias' presence was no longer visible outside the gates of Hades. Once he departed from that cold and shadowy realm, the young and handsome sun god visibly regained his vigor. His pale complexion rapidly returned to its customary radiant charm. He stood still for a moment, contemplating that Hermes should be on his way back to Mount Olympus. The tremors from the abyss of Tartarus were indeed significant, and Hermes, as the messenger, would undoubtedly inform their divine father of this occurrence. As for Ares, given his temperament, he surely parted ways with Ananias, who was bearing Aphrodite. Immediately upon exiting the underworld, in a fleeting moment of thought, Apollo summoned his chariot of the sun. nimbly leaping aboard before directing it towards the mountain where the goddess resided. Undistracted by Hermes or Ares, he was eager not to miss the rare opportunity to be close to Aphrodite. As Apollo raced towards Mount Chivera, Anasius had already brought Ji Gung to a room. Approaching the bedside, Anasius leaned slightly, carefully maneuvering Ji Gung onto the bed, then grasping a corner of the blanket with his teeth, he gently draped it over Ji Gung. After completing these tasks, Anasius quietly crouched by the bedside, gazing at Ji Gung. His azure eyes shone like emeralds washed by the icy streams, bright and clear, filled with the image of Ji Gung. After a moment, his eyes suddenly shifted, as if pondering something profound. Abruptly, he rose and grasped the blanket draped over Ji Gung, pulling it aside with his teeth. Then, he gently leaped onto the bed, lying down beside Ji Gung, his body pressed against him, while his tail enveloped Ji Gung's form. This act of Anasius seemed to encircle Ji Gung entirely, adopting a stance of a protector. His fur was soft and thick, long and dense, and his robust limbs and large size nearly filled every inch of the bed. Ji Gung found himself enveloped in Anasius's embrace, sinking into the warmth of his plush fur. Despite his tall and slender physique, in this moment, he appeared diminutive. As Anasius encircled Ji Gung, his long, soft fur nearly concealed him, seemingly masking some of the fragrant essence Ji Gung emitted. At this moment, the sun still hung in the azure sky, the light yet to be carried away by the cheerful birds retreating to the mountains. Thus, a gentle, warm light filtered through the window, bathing both Ji Gung and Anasius, filling the room with only Ji Gung's soft breaths, while Anasius remained still, gazing at him with a gentle and serene demeanor. However, this harmonious atmosphere did not last long, for a tall figure was slowly approaching from outside, silhouetted against the light. As he drew nearer, his features became discernible: tattered, antiquated clothing, disheveled red hair, a dark complexion marred by ugly scars, and a tall yet slightly stooped frame wrapped in garments. Each step he took was deliberate, yet painfully slow. And even as he tried to tread lightly, the uneven scraping of his feet against the floor echoed through the otherwise tranquil room. Although the sound was faint, it resonated starkly in the quietude. As Ji Gung awoke to the sound, his eyes fluttered open to behold a realm of pristine white. Rubbing his eyes, he turned his head and, indeed, it was Anasius. The warmth he had felt in his dreams emanated from the very essence of Anasius's being. Ji Gung could not resist the urge to reach out and touch the chest of Anasius, where the fur was notably softer than in other areas of his body, silky and smooth, as if it could melt beneath his fingertips. Feeling the slightly cool palm of Ji Gung, Anasius withdrew his previously fierce gaze directed at Hephaestus. He lowered his head and gently nuzzled Ji Gung's neck with the soft fur atop his head, instantly transforming into a docile and harmless presence. Ji Gung found himself utterly captivated by the sight of Anasius, who displayed a demeanor of gentleness exclusively towards him, a ferocious, man-eating raptor. It astonishingly sheathed its sharp fangs solely in his presence, a stark contrast that was exceedingly intriguing. Quian remarked, "It was Anasius who brought you back while you were in slumber." "Indeed," Ji Gung replied. Quian continued, "The god of war Ares, the sun god Apollo, and the messenger god Hermes have all bestowed varying degrees of favor upon you. As for the specific values they have contributed, you may consult your attribute page." With a cursory glance at the interface of consciousness, Ji Gung redirected his attention to Hephaestus, who, seemingly awakened from his slumber, stood rigidly in place, his expression one of utter bewilderment, a testament to his remarkable talent in metallurgy. Ji Gung leaned sideways, supporting his head with one hand, as he gently rubbed Anasius's ear and said, "Anasius, you may step outside for a moment." Once Anasius had left, Ji Gung redirected his gaze towards Hephaestus, the grotesque god of fire, who remained in his previous state. Kuei-in remarked, "What a big fool." Ji Gung remained silent, seemingly ignoring his awkwardness and discomfort, allowing him to stand there in silence. Consequently, the atmosphere descended into a profound stillness. As each second ticked by, Hephaestus clenched his hands at his sides tighter and tighter, as if realizing that prolonging this state was untenable. Finally, this honest and taciturn deity parted his lips, and from his parched throat emerged a few words with great difficulty. "Aphrodite, are you all right?" Ji Gung let out a soft hum, casually retorting, "What does it matter if there is something or nothing? Since you chose not to seek me in the underworld, what purpose does this inquiry serve?" I, Hephaestus, wished to offer a rebuttal, yet suddenly realized that I possessed no justification whatsoever. A peculiar ache welled up in my heart, an inexplicable sensation. Although Aphrodite's tone bore no hint of reproach, It stung more profoundly than any words of blame could. I lowered my gaze, momentarily at a loss for words. Ji Gung spoke softly. Now that you can see I am quite safe, if there is nothing else, the god of fire may take his leave. Upon hearing this, Hephaestus trembled slightly, lifting his gaze to meet Ji Gung's for a brief moment before lowering his eyes once more. He remained silent, unwilling to depart. Standing there in a sullen manner, a few strands of crimson hair falling across his forehead, contrasting against his dark brows. In that moment, Hephaestus resembled a forsaken, loyal hound. Forlorn and pitiable, waiting alone for his master's reassurance. Ji Gung suddenly smiled, lightly tapping the edge of the bed with his fingers. Casually and nonchalantly addressing Hephaestus Tuasi. Come here. Chapter 40. For though the voice of Jigo was but a whisper in the stillness of the room, it resonated enough for Hephaestus to hear. The red-haired deity, brimming with metallurgical prowess and capable of crafting various weapons and metallic artifacts. Upon hearing those two words uttered by Jiga, felt a flicker of illumination break through the shadows of his previously melancholic gaze. His hands, once again, clenched tightly and then relaxed, as if attempting to ease his tension. After several such attempts, the divine smith took a deep breath and, with deliberate steps, began to approach Jiga. Though the distance was merely 10 paces, for the red-haired god, whose mobility was hindered, it felt as though a century had passed. Ji Gung observed Hephaestus advancing towards him, resembling a tranquil hunter patiently awaiting his prey to unwittingly step into the snare. Once Hephaestus reached the bedside, Ji Gung gestured towards the bed and said, "Take a seat here." As he spoke, Ji Gung slightly lifted his gaze, casting a gentle glance at Hephaestus. Though his expression was unremarkable, it exuded an irresistible allure. The goddess Aphrodite possessed such enchanting power, with merely a glance. She could inspire a fervent desire to live and die for her, making rejection seem impossible. Hephaestus pressed his lips tightly together, awkwardly settling at the edge of the bed. His hands rested obediently on his thighs, his back erect, and his gaze remained fixed ahead, daring not to meet Ji Gung's eyes. Ji Gung was amused by his antics and sat up from the bed, placing his hand gently on Hephaestus's shoulder. In that moment, Ji Gung distinctly sensed a subtle tremor coursing through Hephaestus's robust form, through the thin fabric. The solid warmth and strength emanating from Hephaestus's shoulder somewhat alleviated the chill in Ji Gung's palm. As he drew closer, Ji Gung became aware of the unique scent that clung to Hephaestus. This aroma, a consequence of his constant companionship with fire and metal, was not the odor of sweat, but rather reminiscent of a pale tulip, its essence transformed into ash by flames amidst charcoal, exuding a heavy yet invigorating aroma that was far from stifling, perhaps due to his frequent engagement in forging and metallurgy. Hephaestus's attire was always remarkably practical and unadorned, neither extravagant nor opulent, devoid of any intricate designs, appearing somewhat antiquated and rustic. Yet, each time he visited Ji Gung, his garments were impeccably clean, devoid of any traces of soot. As Ji Gung leaned forward slightly, drawing nearer to Hephaestus, he noticed the latter's body tensing even further. A hint of a smile appeared in Ji Gung's eyes as he leaned closer to Hephaestus's ear, playfully inquiring, "You have been gazing intently ahead. Is there perhaps something there that captures your fancy?" Ji Gung spoke slowly, deliberately elongating the last 5 words, his slightly rising intonation resembling a delicate hook that stirred Hephaestus's heart, compelling him to focus intently. "There is nothing." Hephaestus's voice was low and hoarse, tinged with anxiety and a hint of stammering. The object of his affection, the sole desire within his heart, had always been Aphrodite. "Since there is nothing here that you cherish, now, dear Hephaestus, I implore you to turn your head and gaze upon me." Ji Gung's tone was calm, yet there was an undeniable firmness that brooked no refusal. In the end, Ji Gung abandoned any patience he had for Hephaestus's response, placing his hands on Hephaestus's face and decisively turning it toward him. "Yes, just like that, behold me," Ji Gung murmured softly, his voice imbued with an irresistible allure. He leaned in with an affectionate demeanor, the proximity so intimate that Hephaestus found himself unable to avert his gaze. His breath quickened and became erratic. At such a close distance, he could see his own reflection in Aphrodite's eyes, ugly, dark, and grotesque. Yet those eyes, flecked with a hint of deep blue, were breathtakingly beautiful, like a gentle stream or the twinkling stars in a profound night sky. Her long, curled lashes were thick and dark, resembling inky butterflies that cast a slender shadow on her eyelids, igniting within Hephaestus a desire to delicately trace that elegant black curve with his fingertips. "Ding! Hephaestus!" The god of fire has gained 5 affinity, current affinity 85. As Hephaestus observed Ji-gung. Ji-gung likewise scrutinized the dark-skinned god of metallurgy and forging from such a close distance for the first time. He discovered that Hephaestus possessed remarkably sensual lips, a prominent nose, and a strong, chiseled jawline. As Ji-gung's hand caressed the ghastly scar on Hephaestus's face, his fingertips traced the jagged edge with delicate precision. This scar, a dark crimson hue, resembled a sinuous serpent coiling menacingly or a grotesque marshland riddled with imperfections. With the slightest pressure from his fingertips, Ji-gung felt a tingling sensation radiate through his palm. Had it not been for this disfigurement, Hephaestus would undoubtedly be a remarkably handsome man, exuding an intense masculine allure. Hephaestus, Ji-gung murmured softly, gently shifting his fingers from the scar to the god's lips. Tilting his head slightly, he spoke cryptically, "What shall we do? I wish to leave my essence here as well." These words ignited a fervent flame within Hephaestus, awakening a long-buried desire. His eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brightness as they fixated intently on Ji-gung, his throat involuntarily constricting. Ji-gung was delighted by Hephaestus' expression. A subtle smile graced his lips as he leaned in, slowly bringing his mouth closer to Hephaestus. Just as their lips were about to meet, Hephaestus suddenly turned his head away, leaning back to evade Ji-gung's kiss, seemingly lost in thought. His hands were clenched tightly, the nails digging deeply into his palms, leaving crimson imprints that testified to the resolve behind his avoidance. Kuei-in remarked, Oh. Could it be that this foolish giant, Hephaestus, feels unworthy of you, thus succumbing to a sense of inferiority and retreat? Ji-gung gazed at Hephaestus for a moment, his body once again drawing closer, this time pressing Hephaestus entirely against the headboard of the bed. Subsequently, he persistently leaned in, leaving Hephaestus with no escape. Ultimately, their lips met in an inevitable union. Ji-gung extended his tongue, delicately tracing the contours of Hephaestus's lips. Then, with assertive force, he pried open his teeth, boldly invading his mouth with a kiss imbued with the essence of roses, a fragrance uniquely belonging to Aphrodite. Hephaestus felt as though his entire mind had exploded. The sensations between their lips were exquisite, causing a tumultuous surge of blood that left him trembling uncontrollably. This was Aphrodite's kiss. She was kissing him. This realization flooded his chest like a tidal wave, making Hephaestus suddenly forget everything, lost in the intoxicating aroma he had yearned for. Ding. Hephaestus, the god of fire. Affection level 5, current affection level 90. Hephaestus' scorching tongue roamed wantonly within the confines of the other's mouth, tangling and sucking at his tongue in a fervent exchange of salival intimacy. A stifled, moist gasp escaped Hepha's throat, like a mighty raptor ensnared by desire, stripped of all ferocity, now pitifully vulnerable and yearning for solace. From this angle, he glimpsed the delicate crimson chain adorning Aphrodite's wrist, a fiery scarlet band he himself had fastened there, glowing faintly against the god's flawless skin like embers radiating heat. Heph adored this version of Aphrodite. To facilitate their kiss, he arched his neck back in utter submission, his Adam's apple bobbing helplessly as he swallowed the ambrosial nectar from the blonde deity's mouth. The chamber echoed only with the wet sounds of their entangled lips and tongues. When Aphrodite finally withdrew, his glistening mouth parted in breathless allure, lips shining with saliva. Hepha's obsidian eyes burned with unconcealed desire, pupils dilated with impossible brightness. This time, without prompting, the red-haired god surged forward to reclaim those intoxicating lips, delving deep to map every heated crevice of that divine mouth. Aphrodite's kisses were rapture incarnate, soul-stealing in their perfection. The stimulation between their joined mouths sent molten pleasure coiling low in Hepha's abdomen, his growing arousal pressing insistently against his garments. He needed more, always more. His assault on those perfect lips grew feverish. Large hands found Aphrodite's slender waist, scorching palms kneading the pliant flesh beneath the fabric with desperate hunger. System notification, excitement overload. Full speed ahead, maximum affinity boost activated. Ji-gung emitted a barely audible, soft moan from his throat. A sound so faint it ignited an inferno within Hephaestus. This was undoubtedly a form of encouragement, urging him to delve deeper into exploration. With a firm grip around Ji-gung's waist, Hephaestus drew him into his embrace. As the god of fire, Hephaestus naturally possessed a body temperature unlike that of other deities. And at this moment, his desire-infused fiery hair made him even more intensely hot, enveloping Ji-gung's previously cool form in a heavy and fervent aura. Held in Hephaestus's warm embrace, Ji-gung felt as though he might be consumed and melted by the god's blazing passion. In the culmination of their kiss, Hephaestus pressed Ji-gung onto the bed, his hands framing Ji-gung's cheeks, gasping for breath as his chest heaved dramatically. Ji-gung reclined upon the bed, his flawless complexion now tinged with a delicate blush, reminiscent of spring willows and cherry blossoms. The glimmer of emotion at the corners of his eyes evoked the essence of early spring, akin to a begonia yearning for the nourishing embrace of a gentle spring rain. Once it absorbed enough moisture, it would bloom with a radiance capable of ensnaring one's very soul. Is this permissible? Hephaestus inquired, his voice deep and gravelly, imbued with an overwhelming, suppressed longing, as if it were on the brink of bursting forth from his throat. Remained silent, simply wrapping her arms around the neck of Hephaestus. Ding. Hephaestus's favorability 5. Current favorability 95. Hephaestus swallowed hard, gazing at the intoxicating allure on Ji-gung's face. He deftly tore away the bothersome long garment belonging to Ares, the god of war, and was about to unfasten Ji-gung's clothing when he was abruptly interrupted by the furious sun god, who stormed into the room. What are you doing? Chapter 45. The golden-haired sun god looked at Hephaestus, who was pinning Aphrodite beneath him and preparing to undress her, first in disbelief, followed by an unusual fury. His handsome features twisted in rage, the anger surging within him like a tide, pounding against his temples. He strode over, gripping Hephaestus's clothing with force, yanking him away from Ji-gung, his arm straining with the effort. What are you doing? Apollo repeated, his once melodious voice now devoid of warmth. He stubbornly pursued an answer to a question that seemed absurd, given the undeniable scene before him. Due to the sun god's sudden intrusion, the desire aroused in Hephaestus by Ji-gung began to dissipate. He sat at the edge of the bed, his clothes in disarray. The loose garment had slipped off his shoulder during Apollo's tug, revealing his athletic chest. Bowing his head slightly, he breathed heavily, offering no reply to Apollo's inquiry. His red hair cascading over his cheeks, obscuring his expression. Apollo cast a glance at the now-sitting Ji-gung before turning to the silent Hephaestus, a rare glimmer of ferocity and malice surfacing in his eyes. He dared not question Aphrodite about why she would allow the deformed Hephaestus to engage in such acts, for his instinct warned him that the answer would be utterly unbearable, even devastating. If only he had arrived at Mount Shiver a little later. Would Hephaestus have continued his previous actions? Would Aphrodite truly succumb to pleasure beneath Hephaestus's touch? The thought of Aphrodite ensnared in desire, overwhelmed by lust, suddenly struck Apollo with a chilling notion. If he were to confine Aphrodite to a place known only to him, would she then be left with no choice but to gaze solely upon him, to be thoroughly penetrated and possessed by him, and to emit a series of enchanting gasps under his relentless pursuit? Apollo's gaze grew increasingly profound, seemingly infused with an intense obsession, exhilaration, affection, and a desire for destruction. His azure pupils, once as beautiful as the sky, were gradually shrouded in darkness, like a veil of inky mist that was both bizarre and distorted, as if it sought to engulf all existence, instilling an inexplicable sense of dread. Qian remarked, Ji-gung, the sun god of pineapples seems off. This is undoubtedly a harbinger of his dark transformation. How terrifying. Are you afraid? Qian replied, yes, indeed. I am utterly terrified. Just the thought of you possibly being confined by the warm and radiant sun god in a dark chamber sends shivers down my spine. Oh, then please temper your excitement a tad. Ji-gung gazed at the sun god, who had succumbed to his own tumultuous emotions. Rising from the bed, he approached Apollo and gently clasped the clenched fist that hung by his side. Apollo, Ji-gung called softly, his voice resonating with the unique charm of the goddess Aphrodite, clear, ethereal, and imbued with an enchanting allure. In that moment, the terrifying thoughts racing through Apollo's mind came to an abrupt halt. He regained his awareness, and the dark haze in his eyes gradually dissipated, swiftly replaced by a serene and azure clarity. He felt a slight chill on the back of his hand, a warmth that belonged to Aphrodite. Turning his gaze towards the exquisite figure before him, Apollo neither withdrew his hand from the gentle grasp nor uttered a word. Instead, he remained in tranquil silence, his eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. Yet, there was a tenderness in his gaze. Apollo understood that it was his radiant self that Aphrodite cherished, and ultimately, he could not bear to let her down. Ji-gung gently lowered her eyelids, gradually prying open the tightly clenched fist of Apollo. On the broad, warm palm, a deep crimson mark had formed, faintly glistening with traces of blood. Ji-gung's fingertips gently traced the crimson scar, and he lifted his eyelids, uttering, Apollo, you are the illustrious god of the sun, and your ever-present radiance dispels all darkness, bestowing warmth upon the world and all its beings. Aphrodite, Apollo gazed into Ji Gung's eyes, his other hand caressing Ji Gung's cheek, his voice resonating with a magnetic tenderness infused with lingering affection. You possess the uncanny ability to effortlessly sway my emotions. Ji Gung tilted his head slightly, allowing his cheek to draw nearer to Apollo's palm. He narrowed his eyes just a touch and, gazing at the golden-haired sun god, remarked, "It is because you have deliberately indulged this that I find myself enamored with the sensation." His final statement was delivered with an air of entitlement, the subtle lift in his tone embodying the caprice and arrogance characteristic of the most exquisite of deities. Within Apollo's heart, no trace of reproach could arise. After all, why would he find fault with Aphrodite? He was merely one among the countless admirers entranced by her beauty. The goddess of love, Aphrodite, represented sin in this world. With a mere flick of her wrist, she could effortlessly command the affections of all men and women. Yet, at this moment, he willingly submitted to the influence of this young man. Apollo exhaled softly, his cerulean eyes shimmering with profound affection and indulgence as he caressed Ji Gung's fair and delicate skin. After a long pause, he murmured a cryptic phrase as if in concession. "Aphrodite, goddess of my adoration, I wish for you to remain thus forever. Forever unrestrained and free from the shackles of this world, and never compelled to alter for anyone, nor for any deity among them." Apollo turned his gaze towards Hephaestus, who had remained silent with his head bowed, a frown of displeasure creasing his brow. He had previously admired this earnest and unpretentious god, despite his physical impairment, and had respected his forgiving nature, for not everyone could extend such grace after being treated so poorly by Hera. However, the qualities that Apollo once deemed commendable in Hephaestus were irrevocably altered in his perception by the events he had just witnessed. This unremarkable god had unwittingly grown so close to Aphrodite while they had overlooked him. Thus, a rift had formed between Apollo and Hephaestus. Ji Gung cast a glance at Hephaestus, then turned his gaze to Apollo, who was glaring at Hephaestus with evident displeasure. In a measured tone, he remarked, "Apollo, perhaps you should return for now." Upon hearing this, Apollo abruptly shifted his focus back to Ji Gung, ready to respond. However, Ji Gung interjected once more, addressing Hephaestus. "You too, Hephaestus. I wish to enjoy a moment of solitude." After Ji Gung spoke, Apollo fell silent for a few moments, then nodded and bestowed upon Ji Gung a signature smile befitting a sun god. His arched brows and bright eyes evoked a sensation akin to the gentle caress of spring, exuding purity, warmth, and radiance. "Dear Hephaestus, shall you accompany me outside?" Apollo inquired. Hephaestus, who had only lifted his gaze upon hearing Ji Gung's words, replied, "I happen to have some matters I wish to discuss with you privately." Hephaestus cast a deep glance at Ji Gung, uttered a solemn and then rose, limping slightly as he followed Apollo out of the room. Kuei-in remarked, "So the sun god was thus pacified by you?" "Pacified?" Ji Gung chuckled lightly. "Some sentiments, once planted in the heart, take root and, regardless of how deeply they are concealed or how fiercely they are suppressed, will inevitably burgeon uncontrollably one day, ultimately breaking free from the shackles of reason." Apollo's fondness for him had now reached 96 points, and as they drew nearer to the conclusion, the increments in affection were becoming increasingly sluggish. The unexpected visit from Apollo was indeed beyond his anticipation. However, Ji Gung had always sought a catalyst to provoke Apollo's outburst. Today's incident could conveniently serve as a pretext to lay the groundwork for his future strategies. Kuei-in remarked playfully, "Oh dear, establishing a flag now. Be cautious not to lose control later." She continued, "Nonetheless, it is somewhat regrettable that the affection level for Hephaestus, the god of fire, remains at 95 points without an increase." Yet, Ji Gung did not feel particularly disheartened by this. Hephaestus was his neighbor, and their opportunities for interaction naturally surpassed those with other deities. As long as they could engage, there was potential for an increase in affection. He pondered what Apollo and Hephaestus might discuss after their outing together, driven by a tinge of curiosity. When Anasius returned from outside, some time had already passed since Apollo and Hephaestus had departed. Ji Gung sat beside the stone table, pouring himself a cup of tea, which had long since cooled, only taking a sip. Upon entering, Anasius placed the floral basket he had been carrying aside and promptly dashed over to Ji Gung. Nuzzling gently against the outer side of his thigh, Ji Gung gently swayed the teacup in his hand, allowing the tranquil tea to ripple softly, leaving moist traces upon the cup's rim. He lowered his gaze and cast a subtle glance at Anaxius. Speaking in a tone tinged with mild disappointment, I instructed you to remain outside, yet the sun god ultimately made his entrance. Anaxius immediately shuddered, his body tensing as he hung his head, adopting a woeful demeanor of remorse. Ji Gung remained silent, observing the scene with a hint of amusement. After a moment, Anaxius cautiously lifted its gaze to Ji Gung, then suddenly dashed to the side where the basket lay. Bending down to pluck a deep crimson rose from a cluster of blooms, it hurried back to Ji Gung's side, sitting down and tilting its head upward, its azure eyes shimmering with anticipation, radiating a bright and clear brilliance. Kuei-in remarked, "Ah, impressive. It seems we have a clever old tiger here, attempting to win you over with such gestures, striving to atone for its previous shortcomings." Ji Gung gazed at Anaxius for a few moments, and then suddenly broke into a gentle smile as he took the deep crimson rose from Anaxius's lips. The thorns on the stem had been worn away by Anaxius's teeth, and the petals, strikingly vivid like blood, exuded a subtle fragrance, while a few droplets of dew, yet to dry, lingered on the flower's heart. Ji Gung gazed at the rose for a considerable time, then gently plucked a petal and placed it at Anaxius's nose. "Is it fragrant?" he inquired. "The deep crimson rose, with its language signifying a desire to be with you." As night descended and the last remnants of light were enveloped by the dark clouds, the entire city of Cyprus succumbed to a profound silence. In this tranquil city, only the whispering rustle of leaves stirred by the nocturnal breeze could be heard, as if all its inhabitants had drifted into slumber. Adonis stood at the window, his posture impeccably straight, gazing quietly into the shadowy depths of the night sky. His indigo hair cascaded to his ears, and as the mottled moonlight bathed his face, accompanied by a gentle breeze, it cast delicate shadows upon his exquisitely contoured features. His lips were pressed together, as if he were contemplating something through the boundless stillness of the night, yet his gaze appeared somewhat unfocused, imbued with a hint of vagueness and confusion. In the night sky, the full moon radiated a luminous glow, seemingly draping the earth in a brilliant silver hue, reminiscent of a night long buried in memory. That night when the stranger suddenly appeared in Cyprus, bearing a nauseating arrogance and an air of superiority, intruding upon his thoughts. Confronted by this deeply buried recollection, Adonis abruptly snapped back to reality. The haze and bewilderment in his eyes were eclipsed by a surge of intense emotion, mingled with resentment and other, more complex feelings. His gaze remained fixed upon the tranquil and profound night sky, his restless mind ensuring that slumber would evade him. He loathed Aphrodite and dreaded the prospect of dreaming of entwining with her once more. Each thought of Aphrodite provoked an involuntary anxiety and agitation within him. He despised the face from his memories, unparalleled by any mortal or deity, and loathed his inability to escape the emotional turmoil that the stranger effortlessly instilled in him. Adonis sighed softly, pushed open the door, and stepped outside. The guards responsible for patrolling were well accustomed to such behavior from their prince. They held their spears firmly, resolutely maintaining the safety of the royal city. Ever since that fateful night of the prince's coming of age, when the goddess Aphrodite graced them with her presence, he had taken to wandering the nights, unable to find rest. Their feelings toward this prince were profoundly complex. They simultaneously detested the sinful origins of Adonis while feeling immense pride that their prince had been chosen by the most beautiful of deities. Under the king's instigation, this contradictory state of mind has transformed into an indifference. Listening to the occasional, faint chirping of cicadas, Adonis wandered aimlessly until he approached the palace gates. He glanced up at the night sky, then gracefully leapt onto the decorative eaves above the surrounding wall. Settling down, he tilted his head slightly back, his hands propped casually at his sides, his legs resting nonchalantly on the crimson tiles. Before him lay an unobstructed view of the immense hanging moon, the highest vantage point of the palace, where Adonis felt an almost surreal sense that he could behold the entirety of Cyprus from this elevation. Uncertain of how long he had sat there, a sudden shadow enveloped him from behind, accompanied by a cold and familiar aura of aggression. Adonis's pupils dilated sharply. In the next moment, he drew the dagger he always carried and swiftly turned to thrust it fiercely at the intruder. With a resounding clap, the dagger was kicked away, rolling across the tiles before landing with a sharp clink. Adonis quickly retreated a few steps, his expression wary as he beheld the sudden appearance of the deity. His handsome face contorted for a fleeting moment, hands clenched into fists, his body trembling slightly as it betrayed the turmoil within his heart. Beneath the night sky, a tall figure draped in a flowing white robe stood before him, slender and well-proportioned, with golden hair cascading casually down his back. He regarded Adonis, who glared at him with fury, with an air of serene composure. The moonlight illuminated his extraordinarily beautiful visage, bestowing upon him an ethereal and aloof elegance. Oh, it seems that the little prince of the human realm currently holds a favorability of 60 points towards you. It appears that your neglect during this time has diminished his affection by another 5 points. The voice of Kuwain interjected. What do you want? Adonis's tone was fierce and defensive, his gaze firmly locked on Ji Gung. Naturally, I have come to retrieve my possessions, Ji Gung replied nonchalantly. His voice languid, yet imbued with a piercing clarity that resonated in the stillness of the night. Adonis found himself irked by Ji Gung's presumptuous demeanor. Possessions, he echoed softly. Lowering his head, the strands of hair falling over his face obscuring his expression, casting a shadow of enigmatic secrecy under the moonlight. After a prolonged silence, he finally lifted his head and scoffed, Aphrodite, no one belongs to anyone. Without waiting for Ji Gung's response, Adonis charged forward. His movement swift as he nearly vanished from sight, aiming a kick directly at Ji Gung's knee. Ji Gung swiftly evaded the attack beneath Adonis's feet, deftly maneuvering around his form to position himself behind him, with a decisive strike aimed at the back of Adonis's neck. Adonis's eyes darkened as he narrowly avoided the force of Ji Gung's palm with a swift twist and roll, just as he prepared to retaliate. Ji Gung's figure flashed past him like a shooting star. Before he could react, a powerful kick struck him in the chest, propelling him backward until he crashed against the eaves of the house, the impact resonating with a thunderous sound. Blood trickled from the corner of Adonis's mouth as he coughed and rose to his feet, his beautiful gaze fixed intently on Ji Gung. Kuwain remarked, TSK. Why does this young prince resort to violence at the slightest provocation? That kick looked painful even from here. With the regenerative abilities bestowed by the plant cells within him, he would recover swiftly. Observing Adonis poised in a state of heightened alert, Ji Gung raised an eyebrow and casually commented, "A pet that displays aggression towards its master requires thorough training." As the words left his lips, Ji Gung reappeared before Adonis like a radiant flash, his long, pale hand gripping Adonis's neck with a force that rendered him immobile. Adonis felt the chilling touch around his throat, reminiscent of Aphrodite's warmth, yet separated by an impenetrable barrier of ice, a chasm that seemed insurmountable. Those flawless hands, delicate and alabaster, harbored the strength to effortlessly extinguish his life. Just a little more pressure. Perhaps a direct twist of his neck would suffice. Those born of sin should not exist, Adonis thought. Surrendering to despair as he defiantly met Ji Gung's gaze, an unexpected thrill blossoming within him. Ji Gung slightly narrowed his eyes, gradually increasing the pressure he exerted on Adonis. Ding. The plant deity Adonis's affinity increased by 10, currently at 70. Kuwain. I am somewhat bewildered by the surge in affinity. Ji Gung suddenly chuckled, leaning toward Adonis and softly inquiring, Do you wish to be liberated so easily? The rise in his tone, accompanied by a low, teasing laugh, danced through the tranquil night air like a gentle breeze, stirring a sense of unease within the listener's heart. What? Has your pet's sudden docility rendered you bored? Adonis scoffed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Listening to Adonis's words, Ji Gung's eyelids fluttered lightly, his deep black eyes tinged with a hint of ethereal blue revealing a trace of disdain and affection. He regarded Adonis, whose gaze was laced with animosity, and remarked softly, It is not boredom. I am merely contemplating your weakness as my possession. The lightness of his words seemed to carry a touch of pity and lament. You are so weak that you lack even the qualification for me to end your life. Adonis's pupils constricted sharply, his fists clenching tighter, nails digging deeply into the flesh of his palms. Are you attempting to ignite Adonis's fighting spirit? To make him stronger? After all, I am considered his father god. Are I not? A father should guide his son toward growth. Adonis fixed his gaze upon the most beautiful deity, so close at hand, a smirk playing on his lips. Yet, within that smile, he discerned a hint of composed cruelty, an icy chill that emerged from the depths of Ji Gung's being. Despite the warmth typically associated with a summer night, the breeze that swept through made Adonis feel an unsettling coldness. Am I so weak that I lack even the qualification to be killed? He bit his lip, the earlier thoughts of despair evaporating in an instant, replaced by a more profound and complex emotion. One day he would make Aphrodite, that perpetually self-assured being, taste the bitter fruits of his own actions. He would shatter his false mask, destroy the condescension and arrogance that loomed above him. Suddenly, a light unlike any he had ever known ignited within Adonis's eyes, casting a mysterious and radiant glow upon his already strikingly handsome face beneath the moon's silvery sheen. Very well, Ji Gung raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile gracing his lips. That is precisely the look I seek. Once the words left his lips, he relinquished his hold on Adonis. Adonis wiped the blood that had trickled from the corner of his mouth, casting a fleeting glance at Ji Gung before lowering his eyelids. Within his inky black pupils, a shadowy and enigmatic depth emerged. It was not until Ji Gung departed that he leaped down from the top of the surrounding wall. His gaze no longer reflecting the previous aimlessness, but rather a newfound sharpness and resolve. He swiftly retrieved the dagger that had fallen to the ground and returned to his chamber. After returning from the city of Cyprus, Ji Gung spent 2 solitary days in the Zywila mountain. It was not until the 3rd day that he emerged from the mountain, making his way to Mount Aetonis, where Hephaestus resided. Although he had been neighbors with Hephaestus for some time, today marked his inaugural venture into the latter's abode. Hephaestus, renowned for his exceptional metallurgical skills, had crafted numerous exquisite and opulent artifacts, even magnificent palaces for the gods. Yet, his own dwelling was remarkably unadorned and simple. As Ji Gung ventured deeper into the cave, he meticulously observed the intricate decor within. With each step closer, the sounds around him grew increasingly distinct. It was the resonant clang of a hammer striking a massive iron anvil. Upon reaching the end of the passage, he beheld Hephaestus, the master of Mount Etna. This divine smith, brimming with the artistry of forging, stood there with his upper body bare, clad only in loose brown trousers, diligently engaged in his craft. With each strike of his hammer, Ji Gung could almost perceive the tremendous force, akin to the tremors of an earthquake or the eruption of a volcano. Ji Gung came to a halt, standing still as his gaze fell upon the bare torso of Hephaestus. The well-defined contours of his muscular chest were strikingly aesthetic, while beads of glistening sweat emerged upon the sharply delineated abdominal muscles, small and radiant, cascading down the undulating lines of his physique, ultimately vanishing into the seams of his trousers. With each deliberate strike of his hand, the resilient and fluid muscles subtly curved in response to the resonant sound of his actions, exuding a quintessential masculinity that was both robust and intense. Amidst the flickering flames of the nearby hearth, there was an alluring sensuality that permeated the air. It is undeniably true that a man who is earnest in his endeavors possesses an irresistible charm, a sentiment that holds true even for one as dark and unhandsome as Hephaestus. Ji Gung's gaze slowly traversed from Hephaestus's half-naked torso to his face. Compared to Mount Shivaralaga, Mount Etna appeared more desolate and dim. At this moment, despite the brilliant sunshine outside the cave, the rays that filtered in were scant, illuminating the cavern merely through the flickering of simple flame lamps. These flames danced subtly, casting a peculiar sharpness on Hephaestus's face, which, from Ji Gung's vantage point, revealed an unexpected cool handsomeness. Separated by a moderate distance, Ji Gung's keen eyesight easily discerned the faint blush on Hephaestus's earlobes. Although he was evidently aware of Ji Gung's presence, he remained engrossed in his work, which Ji Gung chose to interpret as a sense of responsibility towards his craft. However, the giant clearly seemed to be losing focus. The sound of the hammer striking the anvil had diminished significantly, the rhythm faltering, suggesting that the deity of metallurgy was quite flustered. Hephaestus was acutely aware that Aphrodite was watching him. This realization brought about an inexplicable tension that compelled him to subconsciously stifle his breath. Her gaze seemed almost magical, wherever her eyes lingered. Hephaestus felt as though he was engulfed in flames, the heat overwhelming. Despite the nearby blazing furnace, to which he was accustomed, he felt an intense warmth coursing through his body, rendering his forging efforts untrue, ultimately leading him to abandon his task entirely. Aphrodite, have you come to seek me for something? Hephaestus clumsily attempted to articulate. His voice, already deep and husky, took on an even more robust timbre in the sweltering cave. Upon uttering these words, he immediately regretted their superfluity, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Meeting Aphrodite's enigmatic gaze only heightened his anxiety, though it was his domain. He felt uncomfortably constrained. Must the god of fire have a purpose to seek you? Ji Gung feigned a troubled expression, furrowing his brow. Hephaestus, anxious that Ji Gung might misunderstand, struggled to articulate his thoughts, his words becoming jumbled. It's not like that with Aphrodite. His typically deep and gravelly voice now bore the rare tremor of confusion. Ji Gung was greatly amused by Hephaestus's appearance. A hint of pleasure curved his lips as he remarked, "Since we are neighbors, it is only natural for us to visit each other. You have already graced Mount Zywila twice. This time, let it be my turn to seek you out, shall it not?" The initial part of his statement was quite normal. Yet as he ventured into the latter half, his tone shifted noticeably. He deliberately softened his voice. The previously serene and crisp timbre now transformed into a delicate and lingering cadence, filling the intimate space shared between the two with a hint of ambiguity and allure. All under the faintly oppressive atmosphere of the flickering flames. Hephaestus's face flushed an intense crimson. Aphrodite's words triggered memories of his recent visit to her abode, where he had found himself enveloped in her embrace and sharing tender kisses. The sensations of their lips brushing and the closeness of their bodies were too exquisite to forget. If only the sun god had not appeared at that moment, might there have been a different outcome for him and Aphrodite? The thought suddenly frightened Hephaestus, causing him to hesitate as his face felt as if it were no longer his own, and his throat burned with an unbearable dryness. He parted his lips, seemingly on the verge of uttering something to quell the turmoil within him. Yet, Aphrodite had no intention of letting him off easily. "Hephaestus, you are blushing," Ji-gung teased, a wicked glimmer in his eye. "What was it that flitted through your mind just now?" Hephaestus, overwhelmed with embarrassment, struggled for quite some time to articulate a coherent response. The blatant acknowledgement of his physical reaction by Aphrodite, coupled with her teasing gaze, ignited a desire within him to bury his face deep into the ground. "Oh, if you continue to tease Hephaestus, I fear this big fool might just explode," came the playful interjection from Kuei-in. Ji-gung retracted his playful expression, casting a glance at the roaring furnace emanating billowing heat, then shifting his gaze to Hephaestus, whose brow glistened with a fine sheen of sweat. In the flickering firelight, the visage of the god of forge was flushed crimson, his eyes gleaming with an unexpected brilliance. Despite the discomfort his gaze instilled, the man's expression was imbued with an unadulterated sincerity. Observing such a Hephaestus, Ji-gung was reminded of the ancient descriptions he had encountered long ago regarding this most unsightly of deities as the most unattractive god in the pantheon. Hephaestus embodied an indelible beauty upon Mount Olympus. His flames resembled a halo that eternally shone above the clouds. This most grotesque of gods might lack the capacity to emerge as a hero embodying the perfect union of strength and beauty. Yet he wielded his intellect to combat the prejudices of his mother, and thus, throughout his immortal existence, he forged a tremendous resilience, capable of countering the depths of solitude with courage. The prolonged gaze from Ji-gung rendered Hephaestus increasingly bewildered. After a moment of absent-mindedly stirring his fingers, he appeared to suddenly recall something, momentarily pausing. "What's wrong?" Ji-gung inquired. Hephaestus glanced down at his gloved hands, which were marred by deep black soot from his work in forging and smelting. As Ji-gung approached, Hephaestus instinctively stepped back, lifting his gaze to meet Ji-gung's, a flicker of panic evident in his dark eyes. He was anxious to prevent Aphrodite from detecting the unpleasant scent that clung to him, a noxious amalgamation of sweat and char. He feared that she might find him repulsive, that she would be disgusted by his presence. "Aphrodite, please wait for me a moment. I need to change my clothes," Hephaestus exclaimed, hurrying towards a closed door. Due to his physical limitations and urgency, he occasionally bumped against the surrounding metalwork, producing a cacophony of varying sounds. Kuei-in remarked, "This clumsy giant is taking such a risk. What if by the time he refreshes himself, you've already departed?" Paying no heed to Kuei-in's sarcastic commentary, Ji-gung waited until Hephaestus' silhouette vanished behind the door before meticulously surveying the workspace of the god of blacksmithing. The stone walls were adorned with an array of forge tools, and after a cursory glance around, Ji-gung approached the largest anvil. Upon it rested an unfinished piece, a black, web-like structure resembling a spider's web, intricately interwoven with countless iron strands, faintly aglow with a layer of red embers. Observing the somewhat familiar semi-finished product with a contemplative squint, Ji-gung pondered its significance. Kuei-in inquired, "What is the matter? What is this object?" Ji-gung recalled a tale from Greek mythology, wherein the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, and the god of war, Ares, were clandestinely meeting when they were discovered by Hephaestus, the god of fire. In a fit of rage, Hephaestus unfurled a masterfully crafted golden net, ensnaring the illicit lovers, thereby exposing them to ridicule before the assembly of gods as a punishment for the infidelity of the love goddess. The unfinished piece atop that substantial iron base bears a subtle resemblance to the exquisite golden net. Ji-gung's expression was rather intricate as he cast a glance at the delicate red chain adorning his wrist. In his azure eyes, a hint of contemplation surfaced. Kuei-in exclaimed, "How stimulating. It appears the tool devised by Hephaestus to punish Aphrodite and Ares has been crafted much earlier than anticipated." She continued, "Charge forth. My big fool. Prepare for the impending NTR." Before long, Hephaestus emerged from within the door, Upon noticing that Ji Gung had not departed, a glimmer of brilliance illuminated his striking black and white pupils, radiating a crystalline glow. Hearing footsteps, Ji Gung turned to face Hephaestus. This deity, renowned for his unparalleled forging skills, was clad in a deep brown outfit that, though somewhat worn, was impeccably clean and tidy. His once disheveled red hair now cascaded smoothly down his back, exuding a refreshing aura reminiscent of someone who had just bathed. Ji Gung observed Hephaestus as he clumsily and slowly approached him, pointing to the semi-finished product resting on a large iron pedestal. With a hint of curiosity, he inquired, "Hephaestus, what do you intend to create?" Hephaestus, feeling somewhat bashful upon hearing the question, replied, "My mother has instructed me to forge a golden net. This is merely the preliminary form." As he spoke, perhaps due to the buoyancy of his mood, his typically hoarse and deep voice seemed to take on a lighter tone. His expression, once devoid of animation, now sparkled with a flicker of shyness and joy. His mother, the most esteemed goddess of Olympus, Hera, had requested him to craft something for the first time, and regardless of her motives, it signified a trust bestowed upon him. In the depths of her consciousness, Kuei-in mused, Hephaestus is indeed adorably naive, still harboring affection despite Hera's past actions. Meanwhile, as she pondered, another visitor arrived at Hephaestus' abode. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Ji Gung and Hephaestus simultaneously turned their gaze toward the figure gradually emerging from the cave entrance. A deity clad in flowing robes, holding a serpent-entwined staff, entered. His gaze lingered on Hephaestus with a complexity of emotions before he turned to Ji Gung, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips, contrasting sharply with his usual mischievous and radiant demeanor. "Dearest Aphrodite, upon seeing Anasius outside the cave of Etna, I surmised that you might be with Hephaestus. And as it appears, I was correct. Since our last parting, I have eagerly anticipated our reunion, yet I regret to inform you of a rather unpleasant tidings." "What news?" Ji Gung inquired, already harboring an inkling of the revelation based on Hermes' expression and his earlier glance at Hephaestus. "Aphrodite, goddess of beauty and love," Hermes sighed softly. "Queen Hera, in her capacity as the mother of the gods and goddess of marriage, has decreed a command. She has invoked her most sacred divine authority, wishing for the union of the goddess of beauty and the god of fire, that they may become each other's most faithful companions. In 2 days, she shall publicly announce this at the banquet on Mount Olympus, in the presence of all the gods." Silence and oppressive stillness enveloped the cave. As Hermes' final word echoed into silence, an eerie quietude fell over the cavern. Only Kuei-in, in the sea of consciousness, exclaimed in astonishment, her voice animated with disbelief. "Oh my, Hera's maneuver is quite audacious. Is there truly such a reckless use of divine authority? Are you genuinely considering complying with Hera's wishes and becoming Hephaestus' partner?" "Yes, absolutely splendid. Soon, we shall behold vast expanses of verdant meadows." Hermes cast a glance at Hephaestus, who had become utterly rigid following his words, a barely perceptible furrow forming on his brow. He then turned his attention to the silent Aphrodite, who wore an expression devoid of change, which only deepened his concern. He yearned to reassure Aphrodite that the situation might not be as dire as it seemed. Yet, with Hephaestus present, Hermes found it difficult to articulate his thoughts freely. "Aphrodite." Hephaestus suddenly spoke, his voice dry and hoarse, standing out starkly in the stillness of the cave. The master craftsman, renowned for his unparalleled forging skills, appeared to have emerged from his initial shock, a wave of immense joy flooding his mind, though it was fleeting. Soon, it was supplanted by profound unease and anxiety, intermingled with a profound self-deprecation regarding his deformed body and unattractive visage. How could such a flawed being, both in form and appearance, ever be deemed worthy of the most exquisite goddess? Surely, Aphrodite would harbor disdain for him. The mere thought of this possibility sent a sharp pang through Hephaestus' heart. His dark, ink-like eyes were filled with the image of the exquisite goddess, and after clenching his fists and inhaling deeply, Hephaestus managed to part his lips, struggling to utter a single phrase. "If Aphrodite, you are unwilling to accept me, I can seek my mother and request her to rescind the decree." His tone was laced with pain and a hint of choking emotion, his words fragmented and his voice low and hoarse, though the intent he wished to convey to Aphrodite was unmistakably clear. Having finally spoken, Hephaestus noted with a sinking heart that Aphrodite offered no reply, nor did she even glance in his direction. It felt as though his heart had plummeted, weighted down as if filled with cold lead. He continued to gaze at her, feeling his spirit grow colder with each passing moment. The flames around them blazed with fierce intensity, and the fire in the hearth danced with searing heat. Yet Hephaestus felt an icy chill seep into his very marrow, as if a frigid wind had invaded his core. Zhigung turned to his side, glancing at Hephaestus, whose expression resembled that of someone on the verge of tears. Why the reluctance? A barely perceptible smile graced Zhigung's lips. Meeting Hephaestus's suddenly luminous gaze, Zhigung's beautiful visage retained its characteristic pride and nobility. He narrowed his eyes slightly and lifted his delicate chin, his serene and cold voice tinged with an elusive emotion. After all, it is rare for the Queen of Heaven to harbor such sentiments. Hermes, initially concerned for Aphrodite, found solace in Hephaestus' evident emotional submission to her, seemingly grasping why the Lord of the gods, who too harbored feelings for Aphrodite, would acquiesce to Hera's decree. The deeper the love, the more humble one becomes. When the heart is bowed low to the dust, it becomes less formidable, for it is easily swayed. As long as there exists any reluctance from Aphrodite in their relationship, Hephaestus's character would ensure he would never overstep. Thus, the acceptance of Hera's divine request by the king of gods served to sever any unworthy thoughts the deities might have harbored towards Aphrodite, while also ensuring she would not suffer in this union, as Hephaestus, with his earnest and straightforward nature, would allow Aphrodite to take an absolute leading role. The message had been conveyed, and with his thoughts already in motion, Hermes did not linger, but merely exchanged a few parting words before swiftly returning to Mount Olympus. Given the covert nature of Hera's decree, at present, the only deities privy to this knowledge, besides the involved parties, Aphrodite and Hephaestus, were none other than Zeus, the ruler of the gods, and Hermes, the messenger. And so, 2 days swiftly passed. On the third day, as the first rays of morning sunlight broke through the floating clouds, the unique essence of spring began to permeate the entirety of Mount Olympus. This steep peak, encircled by lush mountains, stood sacred and magnificent, towering resplendently above the clouds. Although the banquet had yet to officially commence, the grand hall of the Olympus Palace buzzed with life. The gods, having temporarily set aside their tedious tasks, mingled effortlessly in an atmosphere of revelry. Clad in resplendent and exquisite garments, the enchanting muses, donned in light and elegant attire, gathered to ponder how to enhance the grace and elegance of their forthcoming dances, while charming attendants deftly carried golden vessels filled with sweet fruits and fine wines, diligently serving the deities who were already well acquainted with one another, presenting them with delectable dishes. Even though such feasts were a common occurrence on Olympus, each gathering remained an eagerly anticipated event. Moreover, this particular banquet, when compared to previous ones, bore a significance that was evidently far greater. The reason is simple. 2 days prior, the Queen of Heaven boldly declared that all deities under the dominion of the god King Zeus must attend today's banquet. This implies that the goddess of beauty, residing on Mount Cythera, is highly likely to grace this gathering with her presence. The mere possibility of Aphrodite attending the feast is, to the pantheon, an irresistible allure. In truth, most of the gods had only encountered Aphrodite once, and that fleeting moment was a fortunate consequence of a previous banquet. The prospect of beholding the most exquisite goddess again fills their hearts with immense joy, prompting them to arrive earlier than usual for the festivities. At this moment, although the beautiful goddess Aphrodite has yet to arrive, the deities, despite their anticipation, maintain an outwardly composed demeanor. They gather in small clusters, engaging in lively conversation, occasionally gesturing animatedly or stifling laughter, enveloping the grand hall in an atmosphere brimming with joy. It is rumored that Hera, the Queen of Heaven, will announce a momentous revelation today, igniting their curiosity as they exchange speculations about the impending news regarding Aphrodite. Upon entering the banquet hall, Apollo surveyed the surroundings, ultimately locating Hermes, who was in a secluded corner sharing wine with Dionysus. Sensing Apollo's gaze, Hermes turned to meet his eyes. Noting the usually radiant sun god now furrowing his brow as he approached, Hermes raised an eyebrow and smiled, lifting his wine glass in greeting. Apollo offered a polite smile in return, then, once beside Hermes, inquired directly, "Dear Hermes, does Hera's announcement today pertain to Hephaestus?" In recent days, Hera's demeanor towards Hephaestus has altered dramatically. It is well known how much she despises his existence. Her contempt and disdain for the ugly, lame god of fire are never concealed. Yet, in the past couple of days, Hera not only summoned Hephaestus but also displayed an unusually cordial demeanor, accompanied by a faint smile. This sudden shift in Hera's attitude towards Hephaestus unsettles Apollo, suggesting that it may be connected to the news she plans to unveil today. As the messenger of the gods, Hermes undoubtedly possesses insight into the matter. "Oh, Apollo, the handsome and charming sun god, you shall soon learn the truth from Hera's lips." Hermes replied ambiguously. After speaking, he took a sip of his wine, the rich flavor tantalizing his palate, causing his light green eyes to squint in delight. Observing Hermes' demeanor, Apollo realized that he would likely glean no concrete details regarding the news from this cunningly eloquent god. He pressed his thin lips together, a flicker of contemplation crossing his mind. After casting a deep glance at Hermes, he chose to remain silent and casually took a seat in an empty spot. Not long after Apollo settled in, Ares strode into the banquet hall. The other gods exhibited little change in their expressions upon seeing the notoriously bloodthirsty and combative god of war. After all, Hera had underscored the significance of this gathering, and the arrival of the illustrious deity of battle as Hera's most favored son was hardly unexpected. The goddess of seasons, adorned with plants and flowers, stood at the entrance of the banquet, her elegant and poised visage displaying a hint of contemplation as she calculated the time remaining until the festivities commenced. The deities, who had previously been engaged in lively conversations, gradually selected their seats after the goddess, Eunomia, entered to announce that the banquet was about to begin. With thoughts of the beautiful Aphrodite occupying their minds, the deities, once seated, instinctively stretched their necks, their gazes darting towards the entrance. As the commencement of the banquet approached, with the king of the gods, Zeus, and the queen, Hera, already seated, the absence of Aphrodite cast a shadow of disappointment among them. Even the exquisite wine, usually a source of delight, seemed to lose its flavor in their mouths. Zeus, positioned at the head of the table, gently swirled the exquisitely crafted wine goblet in his hand, allowing the rich aroma to waft through the air. Observing the expressions of the assembled gods, he momentarily closed his eyes, tilting his head back to sip the wine. His handsome features exuded a languid and nonchalant demeanor, embodying an innate charisma that commanded respect without uttering a word. Hera cast a sidelong glance at her husband, the most esteemed man in the divine realm. Even in his casual and indifferent manner, he could not hide the unmatched aura of kingship and absolute authority he possessed. Initially, in her capacity as the goddess of marriage, she had merely wished to test the waters by proposing a union between Hephaestus and Aphrodite, never anticipating that Zeus would acquiesce. No one understood Zeus's flirtatious nature better than she did. His ease in agreeing to such a union hinted at underlying reasons that she could only surmise. Yet, what did it matter? What she desired was precisely the outcome of the most beautiful goddess marrying the most unattractive god. For this alone was a source of profound irony. The most exquisite deity of all was ultimately bound to the least appealing, a twist of fate that was nothing short of sardonic. As Hera contemplated the news set to be announced shortly, a wave of joy enveloped her, and a radiant smile graced her lips. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with a captivating brilliance, tinged with a hint of triumphant satisfaction. Even in the absence of Aphrodite and Hephaestus, the central figures of the impending revelation, Hera's elation remained undiminished. Apollo glanced at Hera, his thin lips pressed into a straight line, devoid of any trace of a smile. While a shadow of unease flickered in his deep azure eyes, he tightened his grip on the wine goblet, the inexplicable anxiety within him growing more pronounced. Seated diagonally across from Apollo, Ares observed this sudden shift in the sun god's demeanor, puzzled by why the usually radiant deity wore such a tense expression today. Could it be connected to the announcement Hera was about to make? While Ares mulled over this possibility, Apollo caught his gaze, his eyes icy, clearly aware of Ares' scrutiny. Ares was startled by his own sudden interest in Apollo. Was it perhaps due to Aphrodite? The mere thought darkened Ares' countenance, prompting him to irritably lift his goblet and drink alone. Hera, perched upon her throne crafted of gold, exuded an air of regal tranquility, her lustrous curls cascading from beneath her crown. She surveyed the assembled deities with a gentle gaze, her delicate lips parting slightly as she spoke in a melodious voice. Neither rushed nor slow, the cuckoo, favored by fragrant mists and warm sunlight, has flown to verdant woods to commence its song. The dew-laden buds of tender lilies are beginning to blossom and sway. The proud peacock, no longer empty in its chest, unfurls its resplendent tail, seeking a partner as sweet as matured honey. In the name of the goddess of marriage, I beseech you, cuckoo, lily, peacock, sing the melody of fidelity. The goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, and the god of fire, Hephaestus, shall become companions, bound by the sacred ties of matrimony. Hera's voice, perfectly pitched, resonated throughout the banquet hall, ensuring that every deity present heard her proclamation clearly. Her words struck like the final thunderclap of summer, igniting a cacophony of disbelief within Olympus. The once silent hall erupted in chaos as the gods gaped in incredulity, their emotions, shock, jealousy, and resentment intermingling, shattering the rationality expected of divine beings. They could hardly fathom that the news declared by Queen Hera was that Aphrodite and Hephaestus would be united as partners. Why should the most unseemly of gods claim the affection of the most exquisite goddess? What merit did Hephaestus possess? Is it merely the preciousness of the earnest and sincere demeanor displayed upon Olympus, coupled with a fervent affection for Aphrodite, that warrants such absurdity? Which among them does not harbor genuine love for Aphrodite? Hera's disdain for Aphrodite has long been no secret on Olympus. How ludicrous is this decree tethered to marriage? Induced by the fruit of what is termed jealousy? The wine goblet in Apollo's hand shattered with a resounding crack, a fleeting shadow of disquiet crossing his cerulean eyes. In an instant, he lowered his gaze, his golden locks cascading over his cheeks, veiling his handsome visage and shrouding his emotions in an impenetrable darkness. I disagree. The deep, resonant voice, startled by the unexpected turn of events, rose in pitch, tinged with a barely perceptible ferocity, standing out amidst the clamorous uproar. Ares, without warning, rose to his feet, fixing his gaze upon Hera above, his brow furrowed in displeasure. The smile at the corners of Hera's lips gradually faded as she regarded her son, whom she had always taken pride in, her melodious voice laced with a warning. Ares, my dear child, this is not the time for your reckless insolence and unbridled arrogance. Artemis glanced at Ares, who stood defiantly against Hera, and then at Apollo, who appeared enveloped in a pall of gloom. While her heart ached for her brother, she felt a surge of indignation regarding Hera's announcement. Such an exceptional man as Aphrodite intended, even if Hephaestus possessed a character so sincere and admirable. Artemis could not fathom him deserving of the most beautiful goddess in existence. Clenching her fists, she could not restrain her words. Noble Hera, Queen of Olympus, your announcement comes as a surprise. Is it not rather hasty to unite Aphrodite and Hephaestus as partners? Hasty? Hera smiled faintly, turning to face Zeus's most favored daughter. Her countenance regained the regal calm befitting a queen, and with a cursory glance at Ares, she continued unhurriedly, both Aphrodite and Hephaestus have consented. My daughter, the beautiful moon goddess Artemis, what grounds do you possess to dispute my divine decree of marriage? Aphrodite has indeed acquiesced to such an absurd union. The sentiments of the gods shifted to a complex tapestry of emotions, tinged with an undercurrent of bitterness. Ares, initially poised to voice his thoughts, froze upon hearing Hera's declaration. A whirlwind of shock, disbelief, confusion, and an unnameable fury coursing through him, a cacophony of feelings overwhelming his mind. What could Aphrodite possibly be thinking? In contrast to Ares' stunned reaction, Apollo surprisingly found a sense of calm. He lifted his gaze to Hera, who bore the demeanor of a victor, then turned to the silent king of the gods, Zeus, who had yet to utter a word. His divine father, exuding an innate regal aura, wore a handsome visage that concealed an air of languor, akin to an indifferent spectator observing the cacophony among the gods regarding Aphrodite's allegiance. Were it not for the deliberate indulgence of the divine father, how could Hera have acted with such audacity in this matter? As if sensing Apollo's gaze, Zeus gradually shifted his attention towards him. This son was the one he cherished most among all his offspring, remarkable, confident, intelligent, and resolute, having inherited his commanding presence and martial prowess, resembling him in many respects. However, unlike Zeus, who harbored an insatiable ambition for power and control, this son lacked any overt ferocity, radiating an astonishing gentleness instead. Yet, at times, an excess of brightness and tenderness could ensnare one within a veneer of sunlight, hindering the pursuit of one's desires. A subtle curve formed at the corners of Zeus's lips. He eagerly anticipated how his son, Apollo, with his sunlit disposition, would navigate the complexities surrounding Aphrodite. Unaware of the deeper implications in Zeus's eyes, Apollo rose, his brow furrowed, and respectfully addressed, Dearest father, the most esteemed king of Olympus, I find myself suddenly unwell. I beg your pardon for my inability to remain here indulging in the exquisite music and fine wine. Upon Zeus's gesture of consent, Apollo departed the hall without a backward glance. He needed to compose himself and clarify his thoughts, contemplating how to approach the forthcoming challenges. Ares, noticing Apollo's abrupt exit, furrowed his brow even tighter. He had little desire to partake in such a tedious banquet, and the news declared by their mother only aggravated his irritation. He could not articulate the tumult within him, feeling a pent-up frustration with an undercurrent of destructive rage. Remaining in this hypocritical environment threatened to unleash his impulses. Indeed, He should confront the source of his discontent, Aphrodite, the instigator of his turmoil. With a shift in thought, Ares declared, "Esteemed father, I have suddenly recalled an urgent matter and must take my leave." Upon hearing this, Zeus chuckled knowingly, offering no response but signifying his approval. With Apollo and Ares having departed, the other deities began to feel restless. Ever since Hera announced Aphrodite's agreement to the union, their thoughts had been consumed by her. They were eager to inquire directly of the fairest goddess why she had consented to become the companion of Hephaestus, curious if there lay unspoken truths behind her decision. Zeus surveyed the assembled deities, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke with measured gravity. A meticulously arranged banquet deserves earnest attention. A graceful dance, devoid of an audience, would lose its vitality and spirit. The voice of Zeus resonated with a deep, magnetic timbre, its ethereal tone imbued with an undeniable, commanding authority that echoed throughout Olympus and indeed among all deities. His words embodied an insurmountable hierarchy, leaving no room for rebuttal. No one dared to challenge him. Upon the utterance of their lord, the gods, previously brimming with restless anticipation, found themselves compelled to suppress their unease and reluctantly remain in attendance at a banquet they once deemed delightful, now reduced to a source of irritation and tedium. The divine assembly, shackled by Zeus's decree, simmered with discontent. Meanwhile, the object of their admiration, the goddess of beauty, exuded an air of tranquility amidst the chaos. The lush, endless canopy of trees surrounded her, embodying nature's verdant splendor. Anasius reclined on the ground, with Ji-gung nestled against him, his head resting softly upon Anasius's gentle waist. He appeared languid, lost in reverie. Surely, Hera had already announced the news. With half-closed eyes, Ji-gung gazed upward, the abundant leaves above obscuring the sky. His tone was nonchalant as he spoke, then turned his head to regard Anasius. Their eyes met, and within Anasius's azure gaze sparkled a soft, gentle light. It seemed as though Anasius was responding to Ji-gung's words, his ears twitching slightly in acknowledgement, the pristine, short fur adorning them caressed smoothly, resembling a delicate layer of fresh snow, warm to the touch, inviting a gentle caress. Indeed, Ji-gung could not resist this temptation. Ah, the allure of a large feline is simply irresistible, he mused. The majestic white tiger lowered its noble head as Ji-gung's fingers brushed against its ears, resting its chin softly on his shoulder to facilitate the exquisite touch. Delighted by Anasius's amiable compliance, a subtle smile graced Ji-gung's lips. TSK. A cunning tiger. Ji-gung paid no heed to the jests of Kuei-yin echoing in the sea of consciousness. After a while, he gently patted Anaxius's forehead, allowing it to depart first, and then leaned against a sturdy tree trunk, closing his eyes to feign slumber. Kuei-yin inquired, "What is happening here?" Waiting. Upon exiting the banquet hall, Ares made a beeline for Mount Zywila. Finding no trace of the anticipated figure, his expression darkened. After pondering atop the mountain for a moment, he set off towards the Anaxius forest. As expected, he soon spotted Aphrodite beneath a tree. Suppressing an inexplicable fury within, Ares strode directly towards her, only to discover that she was blissfully dozing with her eyes shut, for reasons unknown. The sight of Aphrodite in such a serene state rendered the words Ares intended to speak lodged in his throat, and despite his efforts, he could not utter a single syllable. Kuei-yin remarked, "Ah, look who has arrived, little wolf cub," as Ares stood beside Ji-gung. A refreshing breeze rustled the lush foliage above them, allowing dappled sunlight to cascade down, illuminating Ji-gung's flawless, alabaster skin and his impeccable facial features. The prominent bridge of his nose, the raven-black eyelashes like crow's feathers, and the sharp, well-defined line of his lips created an exquisitely beautiful visage that captivated women and stirred longing in men alike. Ding. Ares, the god of war, felt an increase in affection by 4, bringing his current admiration to 70. His eyes widened in astonishment at the rare sight before him. Aphrodite's visage was vividly imprinted in his dark gaze. Although he had gazed upon her sleeping face before, he had never done so from such an intimate distance. Regardless of his reluctance to admit it, Aphrodite was undeniably the most exquisite being in existence. With her eyes closed, Aphrodite lacked the cunning and languor she typically displayed when she playfully lured him. Nor was there the mockery and arrogance he had seen when she had been vexed by him. Instead, she emanated an astonishing softness. In that moment, Ares found himself wishing that this unpredictable being could remain so gentle forever. Subconsciously, he crouched down, extending his hand to tenderly caress her cheek. His fingertips glided from her forehead, slowly descending, the calloused pads of his fingers tracing over her brow, then down past her mesmerizing eyes to the delicate, sculpted bridge of her nose. A surge of inexplicable emotion compelled Ares to playfully prod her cool nose, followed by a gentle squeeze of her fair, delicate cheek. The soft sensation brought a smile to his lips, and he seemed to forget the initial purpose of his visit. Guided by an inner voice, his hand gradually moved toward her beautifully shaped lips. The moment their lips met, Ares felt a jolt in his heart. Memories he had deliberately suppressed surged forth like a tidal wave. He had kissed those enchanting lips before, savored the intoxicating sweetness they held. It was the taste of Aphrodite. His throat tightened as he found himself drawing closer to her lips, almost involuntarily. In that moment, everything around them seemed to freeze. The cool, delicate breeze and the rustling leaves under the sun blurred into insignificance, leaving only Aphrodite's face as the clearest presence in his mind. As his lips brushed against her closed petals, the softness enveloped him like the sweetest nectar. Unable to resist, Ares extended his tongue, gently licking, meticulously outlining the alluring shape of her lips, which glistened with a dewy sheen. Ding! Ares, the god of war, gained an additional 2 points of affection, raising his total to 72. Quine remarked, "Indeed, a little wolf dog, only knowing how to lick, oblivious to the art of conquering and seizing." At that moment, Zhigung's long, raven-black eyelashes fluttered gently, and the delicate nostrils quivered slightly. Ares was suddenly taken aback, and as he realized the gravity of his actions, he hastily withdrew from Zhigung's lips. However, just as he attempted to retreat, a hand seized his collar, preventing his escape. Zhigung opened his eyes, and within his star-like gaze, a brilliant light shimmered, bright and clear, devoid of any remnants of sleepiness. A wicked smile graced the corners of his lips as he cast a sidelong glance at Ares, whose expression had turned flustered due to his abrupt awakening. With a voice that was both crisp and melodious, laced with subtle mockery, he inquired, "What were you just doing?" He spoke leisurely, his lips parting to reveal a glistening sheen, a mark of the intimate care Ares had bestowed upon him. Ares's face instantly flushed, the embarrassment of being caught red-handed turning his ears a deep crimson, and his mind momentarily stalled. How careless! Aphrodite had been feigning sleep on purpose, and he had succumbed to temptation so easily. The thought of it darkened Ares's already rosy cheeks. Zhigung was amused, a smile curling at his lips as he looked at Ares. Enraged, Ares glared fiercely at Zhigung, poised to retort, when a gentle breeze swept through, causing sunlight to filter through the swaying leaves and illuminate Zhigung's face. The flawless beauty of his smile was now enveloped in a tender and warm glow, ethereal and graceful, imbued with an inexplicable sense of longing and intimacy. Ares found himself momentarily entranced by that smile, the ferocity of his intended reprimand losing its edge. Becoming somewhat bashful, "Aphrodite, were you just pretending to be asleep?" he demanded. "Yes," came the unhesitating reply from Aphrodite. Ares swallowed hard, expecting at least a modicum of defense. Yet the straightforward admission left him momentarily speechless. In truth, he was exceedingly agitated, wanting to unleash his anger, but upon seeing Aphrodite's radiant visage, the boldness he had felt diminished significantly. Ares parted his lips, letting out an ambiguous, disdainful grunt, then turned his head away, refusing to meet the proximity of Aphrodite's face. "What's the matter? Are you angry?" Zhigung's smile deepened. Receiving no response, he playfully poked Ares's cheek. "What are you doing?" Ares snapped, swatting Zhigung's hand away, his eyes blazing with ire. Ares's hair, wild and unkempt, mirrored his tempestuous nature, and as it framed his face, it exuded an air of rebelliousness and fierce intensity that complemented the fire in his gaze. Though his swat lacked force, it still left a red mark on Zhigung's wrist. Glancing down at the mark, Zhigung raised his eyes and said, "Ares, you hurt me." Ares scoffed at this, mockery dripping from his voice as he retorted, "Aphrodite, don't be so delicate. You're not some fragile flower." Though such words were spoken, the gaze that subtly betrayed a hint of concern was inadvertently cast upon Zhigung's wrist. Quine remarked, "A mouth that complains yet a body that is honest. Isn't it adorable?" To which Quine added, "Indeed, quite charming. I yearn for him to indulge in you. Pray, Aphrodite, why did you acquiesce to my mother's decree of marriage?" Ares had not forgotten the ultimate aim of seeking out Aphrodite. There were certain inquiries he wished to clarify, though he felt no inclination to ponder the reasons behind them. Why accept the marriage proposal? Zhigung murmured softly, the answer quite evident. Ares felt a sudden wave of nervousness. "Kiss me once more, and I shall reveal it to you." Zhigung's tone shifted abruptly. The deliberate use of once more successfully rekindled Ares' recollection of their previous clandestine kiss, causing the warmth that had just ebbed from his cheeks to surge back, as visions of his lips pressed against Aphrodite's involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Taking advantage of the moment, Zhigung edged closer to Ares, thereby narrowing the distance between them. Ares, my dear, rather than relying on your mind, which is merely a vessel of brute strength, why not experience it anew with your lips? Zhigung's gaze held a hint of playful intrigue. His voice, crisp and clear, carried a subtle magnetism, effortlessly spilling forth smooth syllables that resembled the quiet seduction of sunlight diffusing through the air, while a moist breath lingered around Ares' ear. Startled, Ares attempted to escape this ambiguous closeness, only to be caught by Zhigung, who seized his collar with decisive ease. Ares cast a fleeting glance at Zhigung's wrist, where the faint red marks upon his fair skin had yet to entirely fade. This time, Ares refrained from brushing away the hand that grasped his collar. Instead, his elegantly arched brows knitted together slightly, his lips pressing into a straight line, as if deep in contemplation. After a moment, he issued a stern warning. Aphrodite, speak properly. Yet beneath his resolute tone lay a trace of helplessness, unbeknownst even to himself. Each encounter with Aphrodite seemed to veer off course, leaving him with a disconcerting sense of being led by the nose, a feeling that unsettled Ares and compelled him to reclaim his agency. Aphrodite, do not intentionally change the subject. Did you make a pact regarding my mother goddess's betrothal with some ulterior motive? Ares inquired, his handsome features taut and his voice icy. And if I did, what of it? If I did not, what of it? Zhigung responded, cradling Ares' face in his hands, his gaze shimmering with vibrant hues as he leaned closer, asking, what does this have to do with the god of war? The gaze of Zhigung resembled an intricate web. When he fixed his eyes upon another, he wielded a power of binding. As he drew near, his warm breath lingered tantalizingly between Ares' lips, causing Ares' heart to race with an unsettling tension. He yearned to flee, yet the firm grip on his collar rendered him immobile. The reason for this inability to break free was ambiguous. Whether it was due to Aphrodite's overwhelming strength or Ares' subconscious reluctance to depart, he could not discern. Before Aphrodite, his thoughts were easily ensnared. Ares, your fervent quest for an answer from me stems from jealousy. Jealousy? Ares scoffed, preparing to retort. Yet Zhigung suddenly closed the distance with a kiss. His agile tongue, unyielding, pried open Ares' mouth, entwining with his tongue in an intoxicating dance of desire. The kiss from Zhigung was anything but tender and lingering. It could even be described as fierce and domineering. Ares let out a low murmur, passively swallowing the sweetness that belonged to Aphrodite. The flavor was so exquisite that it sent a shiver through Ares' senses. Accustomed to wielding control, the dominant figure finally took action, no longer merely evading. The arrogance and wildness, once concealed, were provoked by Zhigung and unwilling to be outdone. Ares began to turn the tables. However, just at that moment, Zhigung unexpectedly chose to withdraw, his agile tongue evading Ares' advance as he prepared to distance himself from Ares' lips. Ares narrowed his eyes, sensing Zhigung's intention, and denied him the opportunity by swiftly pursuing his tongue, reinitiating a fierce and unrestrained entanglement. He lifted Zhigung entirely off the ground, pressing his back against the sturdy trunk of a tree. To prevent Zhigung from sliding down, Ares pressed his chest firmly against him, gripping Zhigung's legs to secure them around his waist. Zhigung encircled Ares' neck with both hands, lowering his head to surrender to Ares' kiss. Ares, somewhat rough, thrust his fingers into Zhigung's golden locks, anchoring the angle of his head as he fervently kissed him. The symbolic rose garland that once adorned Zhigung's hair had long since fallen to the ground. Yet in this moment of passion, no one paid heed to such trivial details. Ares, akin to a ferocious beast savoring sweet fruit, invaded Aphrodite, the one he perceived as the unwitting seducer, expressing the deep-seated fury that had inexplicably arisen from a marriage proposal. He voraciously consumed Zhigung's breath and saliva, seizing every hidden sweetness within his mouth. He even deliberately grazed the warm, soft flesh of Zhigung's upper palate with his tongue, provoking an uncontrollable moan from Zhigung. This sound echoed like the most potent aphrodisiac, sending a jolt of electricity through Ares, a tingling intoxication racing from his spine to his neck, igniting a fervor in his mind. Ding. Ares, the god of war, affection level 3, current affection level 75. Ares' hand glided over Zhigung's thigh, feeling the soft yet resilient texture beneath the fabric. Ares' throat was parched, an insatiable desire overwhelming him as he kneaded the skin on Zhigung's thigh, gradually exploring towards his waist. Ares' large hand, rough with uneven calluses, a testament to years of wielding heavy weaponry, met Ji Gung's cool skin at his waist, creating a striking contrast of heat and cold that elicited soft gasps from both. A surge of warmth pooled in Ares' lower abdomen as he intensified the kiss. Fervent and fierce, as if he sought to consume Ji Gung entirely. He bent his knee slightly, his hands moving to Ji Gung's supple backside, splaying his palms to secure Ji Gung's body, preventing him from sliding away. When they finally parted, their lips were swollen and crimson, the fervor of their kisses leaving unswallowed saliva trickling from the corners of their mouths. Ji Gung breathed softly, his lips, moistened by saliva, glistened with a luminous sheen, while the silver strands at the corners of his mouth hinted at a touch of alluring sensuality. He lowered his gaze towards Ares, whose long, thick eyelashes seemed to be adorned with delicate droplets of moisture, and with each gentle flutter, a tender and intricate springtime essence wafted through the myriad of gaps. Ares looked up at Ji Gung. His eyes, imbued with desire, dark yet radiant, resembled a sharp and domineering blade, exuding a heavy aura of aggression, fervent and assertive. On Mount Olympus, there is neither bitter winter nor scorching summer. Above the layers of drifting clouds lies a spring filled with the songs of birds and the fragrance of blossoms. Towering, verdant trees encircle the palaces of the gods, forming a natural protective barrier that brings greenery to the deities and shields them from the prying eyes of mortals. A warm breeze dances freely among the leaves, creating a symphony of soft rustling sounds. Today, Mount Olympus welcomed yet another magnificent palace, crafted by the exceptionally talented god of forging, Hephaestus, and the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, as their marital abode and a generous gift from the king of the gods upon their union. This news undoubtedly brought joy to the majority of deities residing on Olympus. Following the banquet on that fateful day, many gods enamored with the goddess of beauty were plunged into despondency upon learning of Aphrodite's impending union with Hephaestus. Their faces were clouded with gloom, sighs escaping their lips, casting a shadow over Olympus, where laughter had once flourished, and graceful dances and melodious music had filled the air. These deities were dissatisfied with Hera's divine ordainment of their union, yet the decision was irrevocable. Even high-ranking gods like Apollo or Ares could not alter the course set by the king of gods, who had tacitly sanctioned Hera's jealous decree. Thus, despite their myriad of frustrations, they were left with no choice but to acquiesce. Fortunately, the subsequent decree from the king of gods offered them a modicum of solace. Aphrodite would reside on Mount Olympus, signifying that they would have more opportunities to behold the most beautiful goddess, no longer constrained by the fear of intruding upon her cherished solitude at Mount Zavira. With this thought, their spirits lifted considerably. The prospect of frequently encountering Aphrodite filled their hearts with immense joy. Witnessing Olympus return to its former jubilant atmosphere, Hera privately exhaled a sigh of relief, acknowledging her irritation with Aphrodite's profound influence, while increasingly convinced that her decision to orchestrate the marriage was indeed astute. After all, what significance did Aphrodite's unparalleled beauty hold? Ultimately, one must inevitably accompany the most unsightly of deities. The mere thought of Aphrodite soon becoming the consort of the hideous Hephaestus brought Hera a surge of vindictive pleasure. Reclining on the plush divan of her chamber, propped up on one elbow, she gazed at her subordinate goddess beside her and spoke with a languid tone. "Iris, has Aphrodite taken residence in her new palace?" "Indeed, dear queen of the gods," replied Iris, the goddess of the rainbow, her beautiful wings gracefully lowering as she spoke with utmost reverence. "The goddess of beauty arrived at Mount Olympus early this morning." "But did she come with my poor child, Hephaestus?" Hera inquired. Iris nodded. The goddess entered the palace alongside Lord Hephaestus. However, he soon departed to the realm of Dionysus. At this, a subtle smile curled at the corners of Hera's lips. She lifted her eyelids and, after a moment of contemplation, nonchalantly instructed, "Fetch Hephaestus from Dionysus and inform the other gods that Aphrodite has just arrived at Olympus and requires some rest. They should quell their unrealistic desires and refrain from disturbing Aphrodite, especially as she approaches the final moments of her single life before marriage." Her voice, as melodious as birdsong echoing through the mountains, carried the undeniable authority befitting the queen of the gods. In her role as the protector of marriage, Hera was revered for her gentleness and serenity, yet, as the matriarch of the deities, every word she uttered embodied an unassailable sovereign power. Thus, when the beautiful rainbow goddess Iris conveyed Hera's message to the pantheon, some of the higher-ranking gods began to ponder their options, while certain lesser deities, though irked reluctantly suppressed their urges to visit the new palace, reassuring themselves that as long as Aphrodite resided in Olympus, they would surely have opportunities to behold the most beautiful of goddesses. The newly constructed palace was a marvel of beauty and grandeur, resplendent in its golden glory. Vast and magnificent, with every shard of stone seemingly carved with meticulous care. Yet, whether by coincidence or design, its location was in close proximity to the palace of the king of the gods. The underlying significance of this arrangement was easily discernible to those who sought to understand. For Aphrodite, as the most exquisite being in the divine realm, possessed a beauty that even Zeus, the king of the gods, could not resist. At this moment, the goddess of beauty, the object of the gods' longing, was nestled within her newly built palace, leaning against a crimson stone pillar, languidly observing the charming maidens as they arranged her chambers. Onassis lay docilely at his feet, his azure eyes, as clear as the sea, slightly squinted, revealing an air of noble languor. The young maidens, perpetually brimming with vitality, busied themselves with their tasks while discreetly stealing glances at Zhigong. A faint blush graced their delicate faces, and whenever their eyes inadvertently met Zhigong's, their hearts raced uncontrollably, their ears flushed with warmth, ultimately becoming flustered due to overwhelming nerves and shyness. Kuei-in remarked, "Ah, a captivating beauty." She continued, "In 2 days, you shall officially become partners with He-Huai-Si Tuasi. Are you anxious?" "No," Kuei-in added. "I eagerly anticipate the wedding night." She giggled. "Just based on the look that little wolf cub gave you before he departed, it will surely be a lively affair on your wedding night." Zhigong no longer paid any heed to the chaotic voice of the consciousness sea, which perpetually thrived on turmoil. The kiss shared with Ares amidst the woods concluded with Ares's silent departure, leaving unspoken words lingering in the air. As for the initial inquiry regarding why he consented to Hera's betrothal, that too faded into obscurity. Since then, Ares had not sought him out again, even going so far as to deliberately avoid any encounters. Zhigong harbored little concern regarding this matter. After all, from the moment Ares began to reciprocate his kisses, the nature of their relationship had undeniably transformed. For a deity like Ares, who ardently revered strength, the time required to navigate the complexities of his emotional evolution was naturally greater than that of other gods. Zhigong, willing to grant himself more time to delve into his innermost thoughts. "Oh, beautiful deity, the harbinger of love and hope, Her Highness Aphrodite." At that moment, a young attendant entered the palace during Zhigong's contemplation. Bowing respectfully before him, he suppressed the excitement that surged within him upon encountering this most exquisite goddess. Striving to keep his voice steady and natural, "Your Majesty, the God King has sent me to inform Her Highness Aphrodite that you are to proceed to His Majesty's palace at once. He has matters to discuss with you." Ki-in, how exhilarating. Is it a discussion on how to love in a manner that brings mutual comfort? Ki-in, shall we go? Zeus currently holds a mere 20 in favorability towards him. Since Zeus has so sincerely invited him, he naturally would not let such an opportunity slip by. The new palace is in close proximity to the God King's palace, and Zhigong instructed Onassis to remain behind, following the attendant. He soon arrived at the God King's magnificent abode. As the supreme authority over all of Olympus, Zeus's palace stands as the most splendid and resplendent of all. Adorned with intricate carvings and vibrant paintings, epitomizing sheer opulence, resembling a grand golden island. After guiding Zhigong inside, the attendant cautiously withdrew, and Zhigong traversed the long corridor, encountering not a single servant or maid along the way, the silence only broken by the sound of his own footsteps. Ki-in, it seems the attendants have been deliberately dismissed by Zeus. Clearly, the God King is plotting something. Passing through the lengthy corridor, he arrived at a garden blooming with golden sunflowers. At the end of this garden, from a partially ajar room, came a series of low, cat-like, moist moans. The sounds were tantalizingly ambiguous, a blend of pleasure and pain, as if undergoing tremendous impact, imbued with a damp, spring-like essence. Zhigong hesitated momentarily, raising an eyebrow with a keen interest as he made his way toward the room. With each step he took, the moans from within grew increasingly distinct. Amidst the hurried and hoarse gasps, Zhigong caught the sound of Zeus's laughter, deep and laden with amusement, filtering through the door. Kuei-in remarked, "What a disgraceful Zeus. So lacking in restraint. He beckons you over, yet indulges in such behavior himself. It was all so deliberate." Zhigong let out a derisive laugh and pushed open the half-closed door. What greeted his eyes was a scene of Zeus engaging in passionate intimacy with a golden-haired youth. The room was suffused with the musky scent that emanated from male desire, rich and potent, infused with the essence of mature masculinity, exuding an overt aggressiveness. The golden-haired boy was scantily clad, arching his alabaster body, his head tilted back as he succumbed to the fervent demands of the king of gods. The boy bore a subtle resemblance to Ji Gong, yet lacked the innate arrogance that characterized him. Instead, the youth appeared docile and endearing. His eyes glistening with a faint blush, a testament to the overwhelming ecstasy he was experiencing. The sudden intrusion of Ji Gong did not disturb the youth immersed in his emotions. Instead, the divine king, who had been reveling in the youth's presence, shifted his gaze towards Ji Gong at the doorway. Zeus's penetrating eyes fixated on Ji Gong, and the ardor beneath him surged unexpectedly. His gaze deepened, shrouded in an intense and unabashed desire, akin to an endless forest cloaked in black mist, harboring countless perilous and ferocious beasts. "Ah, what a grand tableau of passion," remarked Kuei-in. In that fleeting moment of release, as if deliberately, Zeus parted his lips and uttered Ji Gong's name in a deep, resonant voice. The golden-haired youth's waist arched conspicuously, as Zeus's fervent essence filled him completely, causing the youth's toes to curl tightly, his hands gripping the sheets, gasping in a daze. Compared to the youth's disheveled state, Zeus appeared only slightly rumpled. After the culmination of their union, he withdrew from the youth's body and casually adjusted his attire, brushing his fingers against the youth's cheek with a fleeting smile gracing his lips as he softly murmured, "Good boy." His voice, rich and languorous post-climax, was reminiscent of exquisite wine, imbued with a lingering, intoxicating depth. Gradually, the golden-haired youth regained his focus, gazing at the most esteemed deity of Olympus. His fair cheeks tinted with the afterglow of their encounter, while his pale blue eyes shimmered with an affectionate and tender adoration. The air was saturated with a heady musk, and the spacious room was enveloped in a dense atmosphere of desire. Ji Gong leaned against the door, arms crossed, leisurely observing the dramatic scene deliberately orchestrated for him by the God King. It seemed that at this moment, the golden-haired youth finally noticed the presence of a third individual in the room, apart from the God King he admired. A fleeting blush crossed his face, and upon turning to behold Ji Gong's countenance, he was rendered utterly speechless. The man with flowing golden locks possessed an exquisite beauty, unparalleled by anything in existence. It was not the delicate charm of a woman, but rather a unique blend of masculinity that exuded both grace and strength. The youth's expression was a canvas of unabashed wonder. As merely standing there in silence, this man instilled in him a profound sense of inadequacy, overshadowing the warmth and joy he had felt from the God King's affection, leaving him feeling utterly diminished beneath the man's serene gaze. Overwhelmed by inexplicable shame, the golden-haired youth buried his head beneath the rumpled blankets, effectively concealing himself. The God King chuckled softly, refraining from chastising the youth for his rudeness. He had always indulged and spoiled his obedient pet as long as his interest remained intact. Zeus leaned closer, his voice a low, resonant echo akin to ancient bells, gently penetrating the youth's ears through the thin fabric. "My dear child, Asmorel, do not overthink it. In my eyes, you are quite endearing. You are the esteemed prince of Lubier City, a singular presence in this world." Ji Gong let out a derisive laugh. The sweet nothings of the God King Zeus might well be deemed the most ethereal and insubstantial expressions in the entire realm of deities. Upon hearing Ji Gong's laughter, the youth concealed beneath the blankets seemed to shudder slightly, pulling the covers more tightly around himself. Zeus furrowed his brow, rising to his feet as he turned his gaze towards Ji Gong, who had remained silent throughout. He stroked his chin, feigning a look of distress, and remarked, "Aphrodite, my dear, it appears that you have frightened Asmire." Ji Gong lifted his eyelids slightly and spoke with a hint of indifference. "Is it merely to indulge in a free spectacle of passionate entanglement, shrouded in the allure of honeyed sweetness, that the king of gods summoned me?" Upon hearing this, Zeus chuckled softly, yet he refrained from responding immediately. Instead, he gently patted the golden-haired youth, who was cocooned in the warmth of the blankets, and said, "Be a good child and tidy yourself up." Once he had finished speaking, he turned to Ji Gong and added, "Aphrodite, I believe you would prefer to converse with me outside." Zeus, still enveloped in the languor that followed their previous encounter, displayed his athletic form, his bare chest glistening with a radiant sheen, exuding a robust masculine aura. He advanced towards Ji Gong, who stood at the doorway, his deep-set eyes fixated on the youth, harboring a fierce light akin to a lurking predator. As if oblivious to the profound intent in Zeus's gaze, Ji Gong turned and made his way to the garden just as Zeus approached. In the heart of the garden, which was adorned with blooming sunflowers, stood an exquisite pavilion beside a crystal-clear stream, where the gentle flow of water produced a melodious sound. Beautiful cuckoo birds chirped joyfully, creating a scene that, were it not set in the palace of the king of gods, would undoubtedly be regarded as a picturesque landscape. Upon Ji Gung's arrival at the pavilion, a cuckoo fluttered before him, joyfully flapping its wings and warmly welcoming his presence. The goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, possessed a unique enchantment that evoked an instinctive sense of affinity towards all beings in the world. Ji Gung extended his hand to tease the cuckoo, allowing the delicate bird to lift its petite head, its sharp little beak gently nudging and pecking at his fingertips. The cuckoo, a sacred creature of Hera, the protector of marriage, embodied a profound significance. The scent of sunflowers wafted through the gentle breeze, tickling Ji Gung's nostrils. He squinted, a hint of sarcastic amusement curling at the corners of his lips. The palace of Zeus was adorned with a flourishing garden of sunflowers, which symbolized silent love, representing absolute admiration and loyalty. "Do you fancy this place?" Zeus inquired, approaching Ji Gung with a tone that was both warm and deep. Meeting the gaze of the king of gods, Ji Gung's elegantly shaped lips pressed together lightly as he shook his head, replying, "Not at all." "Aphrodite, your unwavering honesty troubles me," Zeus remarked, though a hint of indulgent amusement danced at the corners of his mouth. Ding. Zeus's favorability level 5, current favorability level 25. "Aphrodite, in 7 days, you shall be united with Hephaestus in matrimony," Zeus continued, raising his hand as if to touzle Ji Gung's hair, only to have it deftly evaded just before contact. Unperturbed by Ji Gung's clear avoidance, Zeus maintained his smile, casually reclining on a seat in the center of the pavilion, his hands lazily draped over the armrests. With a melodious and unhurried voice, he stated, "Aphrodite, my dear, be my lover, and I shall resolve any troubles you may have." He deliberately emphasized the word any, the implication of which was unmistakable. The so-called troubles merely pertained to becoming the companion of the most unsightly god and engaging in the most intimate unions on the night of their wedding. Ji Gung chuckled softly, addressing the god king with a tone laced with subtle sarcasm. "Your Majesty, I do not possess any troubles that necessitate your direct intervention." The deliberate use of honorifics served to underscore her veiled mockery. Furthermore, I presumed the god king would tacitly endorse the queen's matrimonial decree, harboring the peculiar malice and whimsicality characteristic of those in power, relishing the prospect of witnessing a spectacular drama unfold during his otherwise monotonous leisure hours, stirring the placid Olympus into a tempest that would remain within his control. Zeus remained noncommittal, arching an eyebrow, a glimmer of mischief flickering in his eyes. "Aphrodite, my beloved goddess of beauty, it is not the behavior of a well-behaved child to speculate upon the thoughts of the god king." Ji Gung tilted his head slightly, his melodious voice enchanting to the ear. "Did not the king of gods once proclaim that I could conquer all merely by virtue of my beauty? Thus, under his deliberate indulgence, I find myself emboldened." The smile at the corner of Zeus's lips became increasingly pronounced. "If my patience were to wane, would I reclaim that exclusive indulgence meant solely for you? My dear Aphrodite, having just rejected me, do you not fear that I may resort to forceful possession?" I believed, rather than a domineering unilateral usurpation, the king of gods favored a mutual, heartfelt connection. Ji Gung retorted, "Is it not so?" Before Zeus could respond, the messenger of the gods, adorned with a flight cap, swiftly traversed the corridor, appearing before them. "Noble king of the gods, the most esteemed deity of Olympus." Hermes discreetly glanced at Ji Gung, confirming his unscathed state, and then approached Zeus with a tone both calm and reverent. "The sun god Apollo awaits outside," seemingly with matters to discuss in detail. Upon hearing this, Zeus cast a glance at Ji Gung, his expression inscrutable. He gently lowered his eyelids, contemplating silently for a moment before addressing Hermes. "Let him enter." As Hermes exited to summon Apollo, Zeus gestured for Ji Gung to observe the garden of sunflowers. "Aphrodite, those blossoms, thriving beneath the morning sun, owe their brilliance and fragrance to its light. They chase the warm, ardent sun each day, yet, upon Olympus, the sun can never bestow upon these flowers its essential protection. Under my dominion, I could seize all the sun's radiance, rendering it dim and lifeless." "Is this a counsel from the king of gods?" Ji Gung blinked, feigning ignorance. Zeus rose, his fingers gently caressing Ji Gung's hair. This time, Ji Gung did not shy away, allowing Zeus's fingers to play with his tresses. Ding. King Zeus, favorability 5, current favorability 30. Observing Ji Gung lost in contemplation, Zeus felt an increasing delight, his gaze infused with profound affection. He leaned slightly closer, his lips brushing against Ji-gung's ear. The warmth of his breath caressing the delicate earlobe as he lowered his voice to a soft murmur. Aphrodite, my words proclaiming you as my lover are eternally valid. As Apollo entered alongside Hermes, he chanced upon this very scene, a fleeting shadow of complex emotion flickering in his golden eyes, vanishing too swiftly for even the cunning god of deception, adept at reading expressions, to capture. Has he arrived? Zeus straightened, his gaze shifting from Ji-gung to the approaching golden-haired sun god. As Ji-gung turned around, Apollo had already positioned himself 2 meters away, their gazes intertwining for a fleeting moment in the air. The golden-haired sun god was the first to avert his eyes, his face adorned with a gentle and radiant smile. Yet, the hands that hung by his side unconsciously clenched slightly, betraying that his inner thoughts were far from the serene demeanor he outwardly exhibited. As Ji-gung remarked, since the sun god has matters to discuss with the god king, I shall take my leave for now. Upon exiting the palace of Zeus, Ji-gung was pleasantly surprised to find Anaxius, the magnificent king of the forest, quietly resting at the entrance. Upon catching a whiff of a familiar scent, he swiftly bounded over to Ji-gung's side, affectionately nuzzling against his thigh with his head. Ji-gung lowered his head, a flicker of mirth appearing in his serene, azure eyes. He affectionately ruffled Anaxius's hair and said, "Let us return." Meanwhile, deep within the abyss that imprisoned the most grievous of sinners, a violent tremor erupted once more, as if heralding the forthcoming days, especially the marriage of the most beautiful goddess and the most unsightly god in 7 days, which promised to be an extraordinary affair. Chapter 53. The wedding of the most beautiful goddess and the most unsightly god, to be held in 7 days on Mount Olympus, had become an undeniable reality. Despite the gods' fervent resistance, those deities enamored with Aphrodite could only resign themselves to this fate. 6 days had elapsed since Jiga was summoned by Zeus to the palace to become his lover, as the last rays of sunlight gently descended beyond the clouds tomorrow. It signified the dawn of an unparalleled feast on Olympus. The protagonists of this grand celebration would be Hephaestus, the most unsightly god, and Aphrodite, the most beautiful goddess. In truth, while Hephaestus bore the title of the most unsightly deity, his character was anything but dull. His thoughts were remarkably nuanced. This rare sensitivity, particularly in his dealings with Jiga, was profoundly evident. He was meticulous and considerate, and although Jiga had taken residence in the new palace on Olympus 6 days prior, Hephaestus had maintained a respectful distance, ensuring that Jiga felt neither overwhelmed nor confined, granting him ample space. Even at night, Hephaestus retired to Mount Etnus. The thought of uniting with the man he cherished filled Hephaestus with immense joy, a happiness that transcended his insecurities, causing his entire being to bask in unbridled delight, transforming his facial expressions into vivid displays of emotion. The other gods observed Hephaestus's transformation with mixed feelings. Their dissatisfaction was swiftly accompanied by burgeoning jealousy. In the final days leading up to the union of Aphrodite and Hephaestus, these deities sought various pretexts to visit the beautiful goddess's new palace, striving to draw closer to her. At the break of dawn on the 7th day, Artemis, the moon goddess, was the first to step into the palace of the beauty. Aphrodite, oh, goddess of love and beauty, the morning dew has left its crystalline tears upon the tender buds of blooming flowers, as if lamenting your fate, dear friend, to be bound by marriage on the morrow. Artemis's expression was grave, her delicate brows furrowed, and her eyes bore a hint of weariness. Perhaps from a night spent vigilantly contemplating, or perhaps due to the weight of her many thoughts. Aware that Artemis genuinely cared for him, Jiga felt a closer affinity for this goddess of the hunt, more so than with the other deities. He gently brushed his fingers across Artemis's brow, smoothing her elegant eyebrows with tenderness. Artemis, I adore your joyful demeanor. Your confidence and bravery embellish your beauty with vibrancy and brilliance. Do not allow worries to ensnare you. After a brief pause, Ji-gung continued, Hephaestus is not as dreadful as many perceive. He possesses admirable qualities that warrant our affection. What about Apollo? Artemis suddenly inquired, her voice tinged with apprehension. Dear Aphrodite, what is your opinion of my brother Apollo? As she posed this question, a hint of nervousness crept into her tone. Reflecting on Apollo's recent peculiar behavior, she felt a sense of unease. She understood better than anyone the depth of Apollo's love and devotion for Aphrodite. Her brother had always been the embodiment of sunlight, his face perpetually adorned with a radiant and warm smile. Yet, in recent days, although Apollo still bore a smile, it no longer radiated the same warmth and comfort, a change she sensed was undoubtedly linked to Aphrodite. Artemis worried that Apollo might act irrationally, and she yearned to comprehend Aphrodite's true feelings towards her brother. She cherished Aphrodite and wished for her happiness, hoping that Apollo could return to his former self, as brilliant and sunlit as his divine calling. Apollo, Ji Gung softly repeated the name, meeting Artemis's clear gaze. After a moment's contemplation, he said, "I hold a fondness for Apollo, akin to my affection for you, Artemis." In Ji Gung's eyes lingered a subtle smile, his crystalline gaze shimmering with a serene radiance, evoking an almost illusory sense of warmth akin to gentle waters. Under the attentive gaze of Aphrodite, Artemis felt a delicate blush grace her cheeks, listening to Aphrodite's words. Even though Artemis understood that they were devoid of romantic affection and stemmed merely from a platonic camaraderie, her ears flushed with heat, and in that fleeting moment, her heart skipped a beat. Yet, compared to her brother Apollo's fervent and profound feelings for Aphrodite, Artemis recognized that her own sentiments were merely a natural longing and pursuit of beauty. She cherished her freedom and had no desire to be ensnared by love. If possible, she would uphold her title as the goddess of chastity for eternity. Guided by this divine aspiration, Artemis remained rational, but her brother Apollo was a different matter altogether. Despite sharing their father's romantic tendencies, he poured his heart into every relationship with passionate sincerity. Moreover, she sensed that Apollo's affection for Aphrodite eclipsed any feelings he had harbored for previous lovers. For him, Aphrodite was unparalleled. With tomorrow marking the wedding of Aphrodite and Hephaestus, a twinge of concern gripped Artemis, fearing that Apollo might act impulsively. "Aphrodite, should my brother, in a moment of reckless impulse, offend you in any way, my dear friend, I implore you to extend him some grace, considering the fervent and precious sincerity of his feelings for you." Apollo had been behaving unusually of late, and despite their sibling bond, Artemis found herself unable to fathom his thoughts, prompting her to issue a gentle warning to Aphrodite. Although she acknowledged the selfishness in her plea, understanding that nothing is more despicable than inflicting harm under the guise of affection, her personal feelings compelled her to voice her concerns. Ji Gung did not provide a direct answer. Neither did he reject nor affirm the inquiry. It was this very silence that left Artemis feeling somewhat anxious. Just as she believed that Ji Gung would disregard this rather inappropriate topic, he unexpectedly broke into laughter. Indeed, Artemis, the handsome and charming sun god, was a friend deserving of indulgence. The weight that had been pressing on Artemis's heart finally lifted, and the previously tense atmosphere dissipated entirely due to Ji Gung's mirth. Gazing at Ji Gung's smiling face, which exuded a beauty beyond verbal description and possessed an enchanting allure, Artemis felt her lips curl into a smile as well. The ensuing conversation, guided by Ji Gung, took a delightful turn. Artemis, a remarkably loquacious goddess, shared various vivid anecdotes with Ji Gung, even showcasing her musicality, which rivaled that of her brother. By the time Artemis departed, a significant portion of the day had elapsed. Utilizing the remaining time, Ji Gung returned to Mount Chivala, reorganized some belongings, and as night fell, he arrived back at the new palace on Olympus. Within the palace, apart from the two handmaidens guarding the entrance, no other deities were present, and the air was suffused with a serene tranquility. The courtyard was adorned with roses, their vibrant petals swaying gently in the breeze, releasing a captivating fragrance. Moonlight streamed into the chamber destined for Aphrodite and Hephaestus, and Ji Gung reclined on the bed, lazily half-closing his eyes. The moonlight illuminated the contours of his profile, revealing a striking handsomeness. On this rare tranquil night atop Olympus, he emanated an air of inscrutable mystery and serene coolness. In contrast to Ji Gung's relaxed demeanor, this night was destined to be one of wakefulness for the deities of Olympus. The following day, Ji Gung awoke early, the calm of the previous night having afforded him restful slumber. After donning the exquisitely woven garments provided by the handmaidens and allowing a blushing attendant to style his hair, Ji Gung exited his chamber, unexpectedly encountering Hephaestus in the rose-laden garden. He seemed to have been waiting there for quite some time, the thigh-high roses concealing the imperfections of Hephaestus's legs. Clad in a new outfit, the red-haired deity exuded a composed and restrained elegance. His attire mirrored Ji Gung's, the only distinction being the color. Ji Gung's robe was white, while Hephaestus's was a deep black, adorned with silver-edged cloud patterns. Hephaestus had evidently undergone meticulous preparation. His typically unkempt red hair now elegantly tied back beneath a small silver crown embedded with jade, and a wide azure belt cinched at his waist. Due to his attire, his left arm was fully exposed, revealing an elongated and graceful limb adorned with two silver cloud-like rings. one approximately 1 centimeter in width and the other around 3 centimeters. Hephaestus stood quietly amidst a sea of flowers. From the vantage point of Zhigang, one could see the less scarred half of his face, characterized by a prominent nose and thin, tightly pressed lips. This man, deemed the most unattractive in the eyes of the gods, momentarily lowered his eyelids, his long, thick eyelashes glistening with the morning dew. Through the minute gaps, an aura of serene coldness permeated, rendering his presence oddly detached and indifferent against the backdrop of vibrant crimson hues, transforming his simplicity and awkwardness into an air of aloofness that seemed to disregard all things with a chilling nonchalance. Zhigung's scrutinizing gaze was devoid of any concealment, and Hephaestus soon became acutely aware of Zhigung's stare. Turning slightly, he beheld Zhigang standing outside the garden. In that fleeting moment, Hephaestus's eyes widened dramatically, filled with astonishment, as he stood rooted to the spot, unable to divert his gaze. Typically, Zhigung's attire was rather casual. Yet today he donned a resplendent new outfit that accentuated his extraordinary stature and striking beauty. The golden locks that once adorned his head with a rose-woven crown were now replaced by exquisitely shaped bone braids, crafted by his maid, which exuded an air of elegance without any semblance of femininity. The delicate strands cascading from his forehead softened the previously aloof and unapproachable demeanor of Zhigang, transforming it into an aura of refined grace that seemed capable of penetrating to the very marrow of one's being. Due to the similar style of their garments, Zhigang's arms were equally exposed, revealing smooth, white limbs that exuded a fluid grace, characterized by beautiful contours devoid of excessive muscle, embodying a form of aesthetic beauty. The slender red chain adorning his wrist further accentuated the flawless porcelain quality of his skin. Ding. Hephaestus, god of fire, affection level 1, current affection level 96. Have you been waiting long? Zhigang inquired as he approached the edge of the garden, feigning ignorance. His sudden interruption broke Hephaestus from his reverie, and under Zhigang's penetrating gaze, the talented deity of metallurgy became flustered and stammered, managing to utter a few words after a prolonged silence. Not long. After speaking, as if recalling a particular thought, a shy and bashful smile crept across his lips, accompanied by a faint blush on his cheeks, rendering him endearingly earnest and somewhat dazed. Zhigang suddenly felt a playful impulse. He raised his hand, showcasing the slender red chain adorning his wrist. Do you like me wearing it? He inquired. Indeed, Hephaestus replied with unwavering clarity, although his voice was rough and unmelodious. It was a relief that he did not stammer due to nerves. Do you have any gifts to bestow upon me? Zhigang asked, catching Hephaestus off guard with his unexpected question. Is there none? Zhigang's tone betrayed a hint of disappointment. No, that's not it. Hephaestus hastily responded. I do have a gift, a bow and arrow, though it is not yet fully completed. Upon hearing this, Zhigang let out a soft chuckle. I eagerly anticipate your gift, dear Hephaestus. Zhigang paused slightly before continuing, my partner. The final 5 words were uttered with a delicate softness, their smooth cadence revealing an unmistakable hint of intimacy and affection. As expected, Hephaestus' face flushed even deeper. Those words, spoken by Aphrodite, ignited a fervent warmth within him, causing his heart to race with an overwhelming sense of satisfaction and joy. Zhigang tilted his head slightly, casting a sidelong glance at the tall figure standing amidst the sea of flowers. Come, my beloved companion, he uttered, a delicate smile blooming at the corner of his lips, akin to a fleeting blossom. Beneath the fragrant embrace of roses, symbolizing fervent love, he extended his hand toward Hephaestus. Ding. Hephaestus's affinity level 1, current affinity 97. Hephaestus gazed at the hand reaching out to him, pale and slender, with distinctly defined bones, the fingertips rounded and exquisite, each joint seemingly adorned with care. He found himself unable to resist Aphrodite's invitation, nor did he wish to. His throat constricted slightly as he stepped out of the flower-laden expanse and clasped Zhigang's hand. In that fleeting moment of their fingers entwined, the soft sensation of their skin touching caused Hephaestus's body to tremble involuntarily. Instinctively, he softened his grip, aware of the roughness of his hands, fearful that the hardened calluses would redden Aphrodite's delicate palm. Noticing the subtle shift in their connection, Zhigang intentionally caressed the back of Hephaestus's hand with the pad of his index finger, causing the already tense Hephaestus to stiffen further. Zhigang found delight in his own honest and somewhat awkward physical reactions, and the smile at the corners of his lips widened a touch more. Hephaestus stood beside him, captivated by Zhigang's smiling profile, momentarily lost in thought. It was not until Zhigang took his hand and began to walk forward. That the earnest and somewhat dull-witted red-haired deity snapped back to reality. Following Ji Gung with a flushed face, Ji Gung walked at a leisurely pace, allowing the limping Hephaestus to keep pace alongside him. However, the red-haired deity, whether due to feelings of inferiority, shyness, or some other inscrutable reason, deliberately lagged half a step behind Ji Gung, maintaining a position slightly behind him, silent and obedient. Exuding an air of docility, Ji Gung squinted his eyes, feeling quite pleased. Kuei-in remarked, "Isn't it akin to walking a large, loyal dog?" "Not at all," came the reply. Kuei-in countered, "You're deceiving yourself. Your expression clearly conveys enjoyment." As Ji Gung stepped outside the hall, Anaxius, who had been crouching at the entrance, immediately rose and nudged Ji Gung's leg with his head. With his free hand, Ji Gung gently stroked the pristine white fur atop Anaxius's head. The soft sensation softened Ji Gung's expression, a tender warmth radiating from his features. "Ah, Aphrodite," Hephaestus suddenly spoke up. "What is it?" Ji Gung inquired, turning back. Hephaestus furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly contemplating how best to articulate his thoughts. The red-haired deity, not particularly eloquent by nature, found himself even more clumsy and inexperienced in the presence of the man he cherished. Ji Gung patiently awaited the formulation of his words. After several moments, he finally heard a rather silly question emerge from Hephaestus' lips. "Do you like this white tiger?" Upon posing this query, Hephaestus seemed to realize the absurdity of his own inquiry. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment coupled with a hint of regret. "Anaxius is my pet. Naturally, I adore him." Hephaestus then attempted to speak once more. But after uttering a single sound, he fell silent, his expression a portrait of inner conflict, as if pondering whether to continue. "Dear Hephaestus, today we shall become each other's companions. I believe there was nothing between us that remained unsaid." This statement undoubtedly offered Hephaestus considerable encouragement. Each time he heard the word companion from Aphrodite, a torrent of warmth surged through Hephaestus' heart, spreading throughout his being, bringing him to the brink of trembling with joy. Disregarding all else, Hephaestus voiced his innermost thoughts. "Aphrodite, will you allow Anaxius to enter our shared chamber and remain by your side?" Ji Gung had not anticipated that what troubled Hephaestus was this matter. He could not help but chuckle. His melodious laughter resonating in Hephaestus' ears, causing the heat that had just begun to subside to subtly resurge. "If Anaxius were to accompany me constantly, my dear Hephaestus, how could I possibly immerse myself in those most delightful activities that are meant solely for the two of us?" Ji Gung emphasized those three words, fully aware that Hephaestus did not intend it in that manner. Yet he deliberately steered the conversation toward a more ambiguous and flirtatious tone. Consequently, Hephaestus' entire visage flushed a deep crimson, with even his neck beginning to display a rosy hue. Ji Gung was leisurely admiring the predicament of Hephaestus when a subtle sting pricked at his fingertips. Ji Gung lowered his head, gazing at Anaxius, who was biting his own finger with his teeth. Anaxius also raised his head, fixing his round, glistening eyes upon Ji Gung, which sparkled like an untainted azure sky, shimmering with a crystalline brilliance. At this moment, there seemed to be a hint of displeasure lurking within. Was it due to the words he had spoken to Hephaestus? Ji Gung raised an eyebrow, his hand gliding to Anaxius's cheek, deliberately tugging at the long, flowing beard of the latter as a playful reprimand. "Be obedient." He paused momentarily before adding, "Stay right here." The locale to which he and Hephaestus were bound was indeed unsuitable for Anaxius's presence. As they journeyed to the banquet, Ji Gung's visage and the intertwined fingers of his hand with Hephaestus frequently attracted the attention of the attendants and maidens. Though they meticulously controlled their gazes, they could not help but be drawn to the figure of the most beautiful of gods. Apart from these servants, Ji Gung perceived no other deities. They likely had already arrived at the banquet hall. Upon their arrival, hand in hand, Ji Gung and Hephaestus beheld the muses standing gracefully at the entrance. The young and exquisite goddesses cradled vibrant red roses, and despite their hearts marveling at Aphrodite's stunning visage and lamenting her union with the most unsightly of gods, their divine roles compelled them to wear polite smiles as they gazed upon the impending union of the fairest and the most uncomely. Ji Gung led Hephaestus into the grand banquet hall. The spacious chamber was softly illuminated by crystal wall sconces, casting a kaleidoscope of colors in the gentle, golden light of the sun. The deities of Olympus had already taken their respective seats. After casually surveying the hall, Ji Gung's gaze settled upon the most prominent position above. There, upon a magnificent throne crafted from gold, reclined the most esteemed prince of the divine realm. With legs elegantly crossed and one hand cradling his head, His long, ebony hair cascaded down to his chest, although his posture exuded a sense of leisure and languor. It simultaneously radiated an undeniable air of authority. He regarded the golden-haired beauty below, who was the focus of the god's attention, and a faint, elusive smile graced his lips. Following a brief moment of astonishment, a glimmer of amusement flickered in his ink-black eyes. Ding! The god King Zeus's favorability increased by 5, currently at 35. A collective gasp of admiration echoed through the air as the deities beheld this celestial being, who ought to be cherished by all creation. Their suppressed desires on the verge of erupting uncontrollably. Typically, Aphrodite exuded an unattainable coldness, akin to the aloofness of a plum blossom atop a mountain, creating a barrier that rendered her untouchable to those who coveted her. Yet, when he inadvertently directed his gaze towards you, there emerged an inexplicable allure and intense aggression, as if his eyes held a hint of beguiling charm. The subtle elevation at the corners of his enchanting eyes concealed a chill and distance, provoking an overwhelming desire for conquest within those who beheld her. At this moment, however, clad in a pristine white ensemble, Aphrodite stood beside Hephaestus, radiating an aura of youthful elegance and grace. Her golden tresses were elegantly braided into a simple bone braid, with a few stray strands cascading delicately, accentuating her picturesque features. She resembled a tranquil and gentle pool of water, devoid of any hint of aggression. As if any hand that gently disturbed the surface could evoke ripples of warmth reminiscent of spring's tender embrace. This alluring fragility dulled the once fervent desires for conquest harbored by the gods, compelling them to cradle her tenderly, cherishing her, and presenting all things beautiful before her, merely to elicit a lingering glance in return. Their admiration for Aphrodite deepened, as they found themselves utterly enchanted by the beauty of this divine being. Yet, simultaneously, the flames of jealousy and resentment flared ever stronger within their hearts. Their gazes shifted toward the entwined hands of Zhi-Gung and Hephaestus, their eyes swirling with turbulent undercurrents, sharp and frigid as blades, seemingly intent on stripping Hephaestus of his very flesh. Under the weight of these deities' fierce stares, even the slow-witted Hephaestus could sense their palpable displeasure and wrath, prompting him to firmly grasp Zhi-Gung's hand. Hera, seated on a throne slightly positioned away from Zeus, held a scepter adorned with cat lilies, and amidst the festivities, hers was the only sincere smile, a delightful expression born from a thirst for vengeance. Rising to her feet, her voice rang out, clear and melodious as a lark. Today marks the wedding of my son Hephaestus and the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite. The gods bear witness to their union. They deserve heartfelt blessings, joyous dances, and enchanting music to celebrate their love. Quion remarked, the little wolf dog has not arrived. Is it due to fear of confrontation? Who knows? Quion added, the sun god's favor has increased by 1 point, bringing his total to an impressive 97. Since Zhi-Gung's entrance, Apollo's gaze had remained fixated upon him, seated with fingers interlaced upon the table, listening to Hera's grandiloquent yet hollow declarations, his face adorned with his customary radiant smile. Little did anyone know that beneath his gaze lay a fervent passion, shrouded in oppressive gloom. As a tempest of longing and affection brewed within him, threatening to consume him entirely. Chapter 54, Leto sat beside Apollo, her exquisite visage marred by a flicker of profound concern in her lavender eyes. She is a Titan goddess, and according to her status, she ought not to be present here. Her companions are imprisoned in the boundless, silent abyss, and it is partly due to Apollo that she has been spared from suffering. She understands her child. There exists a profound connection imprinted in their very blood. She knows that at this moment, her child does not exhibit the indifference and composure he appears to possess. She exchanged a glance with Artemis, who sat beside Apollo, and in a voice only Apollo could hear, she gently advised, Apollo, my child, your heart is weeping. The radiant smile you usually wear is now tinged with sorrow. Do not torment your spirit any longer. While the goddess Aphrodite is undeniably beautiful, she has become the companion of Hephaestus. Apollo, what you ought to seek is a tender and nurturing woman to embrace and find solace in, to comfort your wounded heart. Apollo recognized that his mother was genuinely concerned for him. The anxiety in her gaze was unmistakable. He slightly turned, taking Leto's hand, offering a gentle pat of reassurance. Yet his words were resolute. Mother, I love Aphrodite deeply, and this will not change, even though she is now Hephaestus's partner. With that, Apollo cast his gaze once more upon Aphrodite, the most beautiful of deities, who stood quietly beside Hephaestus, her posture upright, akin to bamboo swaying in the wind, exuding an air of graceful elegance. Aphrodite possessed a fatal allure for Apollo. From that first undeniable glimpse, that instant of love at first sight, he knew his affection was destined to be eternally entwined with hers. Sensing Apollo's gaze, Adonis also turned to him, offering a slight nod as a greeting, his lips curving into a gentle smile, soft as a blooming apricot blossom. Apollo's resolve intensified, yet his heart grew increasingly agitated. He furrowed his brow, lifted the wine cup filled by the maidservant, and gulped it down, as if seeking to alleviate the mounting heaviness within him with the cool, spicy liquid. Leto glanced at Apollo, then at the goddess of love and beauty at the center of the banquet, letting out a barely perceptible sigh. The most beautiful of deities also embodies the most fearsome original sin, the incarnation of love and desire, wielding an irresistible charm. Mother, the revered goddess of marriage, could not sustain the sanctity of her own union. Even with divine prayers, one should not presume that the cuckoo will sing forever. One day, it will silence its own song, and the delicate white lilies will bow their heads, losing interest in bestowing blessings of marital bliss upon those who seek it. Apollo's words seemed to imply something deeper. Leto was astonished that Apollo would openly express such unconventional thoughts amidst the assembly of gods, for the queen's marriage had always been a taboo subject on Mount Olympus. At this moment, all the deities were captivated by Aphrodite's allure, leaving no one to pay heed to their predicament. Apollo, your warmth and radiance render you the most extraordinary presence upon Olympus. Your enthusiasm, your graceful demeanor, vitality, and exuberance are the splendid facets of your character, the very essence of your popularity among the Olympians. Thus, dear Apollo, do not let your smile become insincere, nor act foolishly. Gather your misplaced emotions and return to your former self. I believe this is precisely what Aphrodite has always admired about you. Mother, Apollo interrupted Leto. This is but an absurd wish born from the flames of jealousy. The union of Aphrodite and Hephaestus shall not become a shackle in my pursuit of love. Unlike Leto, Apollo harbored no such reservations. He was the most esteemed prince of Olympus, the apple of the divine king's eye. Though he exuded warmth and light, he possessed an innate tenacity and strength. Once he resolved upon a matter, he would not be easily swayed. This pride was inherited from the king of gods. For that which he cherished was meant to be sought after, seized, and held without compromise. With that, Apollo rose, lifting his replenished goblet, and approached the seated Aphrodite and Hephaestus. In order to meet the gaze of the couple without imposing an awkward angle upon them, the considerate sun god crouched down, a soft halo reflecting in his eyes. A gentle smile adorned his handsome visage, the curve of his lips evoking a warm illusion of a sunlit coast. Dearest Aphrodite, embodiment of love and beauty, even though you have become Hephaestus's partner, my admiration for you remains fervent and sincere. Apollo's voice was deep and magnetic, imbued with a gentle tenderness. Upon hearing this, Zhiging rubbed his chin, adopting an expression of feigned distress, and half-jokingly remarked, "Ah, Apollo, my dear companion Hephaestus sits beside me. Listening to your heartfelt confession, I must admit, it troubles me." Apollo chuckled softly, turning his gaze toward Hephaestus, who sat uncomfortably beside Zhiging. The red-haired deity clearly struggled to navigate the intricacies of such a convivial gathering, remaining quietly seated. However, upon feeling Apollo's attention shift toward him, he straightened his posture, a wave of unease washing over him, especially with Aphrodite glancing at him as well. Noticing Hephaestus's subtle transformation, the golden-haired sun god raised an eyebrow, lifted his goblet, and gently swirled its contents, saying, "Hephaestus, the god of craftsmanship, blessed with the gift of forging, how enviable it is that you are paired with the most beautiful goddess in the realm. I trust you will not refuse this offering." With that, Apollo took it upon himself to pour a generous serving of wine from the jug before Hephaestus, presenting the filled goblet to him. Glancing at the wine offered by Apollo, Hephaestus instinctively cast a quick glance at Zhiging. Zhigung rested his elbow upon the table, half supporting his head, tilting it slightly as he leisurely observed Hephaestus. His eyes narrowed slightly, reflecting an air of indifference. Apollo, of course, did not overlook this subtle gesture from Hephaestus. He raised an eyebrow, infusing his typically gentle tone with a hint of pressure. "What is it, my dear Hephaestus? Are you hesitating to partake of this exquisite wine simply because I am an admirer of Aphrodite?" Hephaestus parted his lips, about to respond, when Apollo continued. "Today marks your wedding to Aphrodite, Hephaestus. Remember, the rich flavor of fine wine is as essential as the enchanting dance. Neither should be squandered." With such words spoken, Hephaestus found no reason to refuse. He accepted the wine cup from Apollo and drank deeply. Perhaps due to meticulous grooming, Hephaestus appeared particularly appealing to Ji Gung today. His skin, originally a deep brown, seemed to take on a lighter bronze hue under the dim light of the hall. As he tilted his head back to drink, Ji Gung caught sight of Hephaestus's Adam's apple rising and falling, creating a strikingly firm line from his chin to his collarbone, endowing Hephaestus with an unexpected allure. Once Hephaestus had finished, Apollo returned to his own seat. With Apollo's initiation, other deities began to raise their cups and toast to Hephaestus. It seemed an unspoken consensus had formed. Each deity approaching offered their blessings through libations. Hephaestus, inherently awkward and lacking in eloquence, found himself unable to decline the toasts after accepting Apollo's. The deities who approached for toast held no affection for Hephaestus, despite his admirable traits. Their disdain for the ugliest of gods remained unshaken. What right did Hephaestus have to be Aphrodite's consort? What claim could he lay to sit beside her? While Aphrodite floated like an untouchable cloud in the heavens, Hephaestus resembled the most humble speck of dust on the ground. They begrudged this mere speck's companionship with the clouds. In their inability to change the situation, they could only continue to toast Hephaestus, venting their frustrations in hopes of rendering him so inebriated that he could not share in the warmth of Aphrodite's embrace. This wine was markedly different from the usual sweet and refreshing varieties. Its spicy flavor indicated a significantly higher potency. If Hephaestus were to succumb to drunken revelry under their relentless toasts, it would be a most desirable outcome. Kuei-in exclaimed, "Protest! These deities are too cruel. How can they bully the simple-hearted Hephaestus in such a manner? Do you feel sympathy? No. Please, do not hesitate to intoxicate Hephaestus. I relish the notion of everyone engaging in delightful mischief." Aphrodite exhibited no displeasure regarding the deliberate intoxication of Hephaestus. Rather, her tacit approval emboldened the deities to indulge even further. Indeed, it seemed that Aphrodite held little regard for Hephaestus. This realization brought them immense satisfaction. As they continued to pour cup after cup of wine, a noticeable flush crept across Hephaestus's face, his dark eyes becoming increasingly hazy, his gaze gradually losing focus and becoming somewhat unfocused. Zeus, seated upon his throne, maintained a casual and languid posture, sipping wine while conversing with Hera. Seemingly indifferent to the undercurrents below, Hermes glanced at Hephaestus, who was becoming dazed under the onslaught of divine libations, and approached Apollo, speaking with a knowing tone. "Oh, handsome Apollo, the suave god of the sun, you are quite wicked." Before Apollo could respond, Dionysus joined in, grinning as he chimed in. "Hephaestus is no adept at drinking. It appears he will soon be inebriated." His tone was laced with amusement and mockery. Apollo scoffed. "Is this not the reason why the god of wine intentionally brewed today's vintage to be so potent?" Dionysus offered no rebuttal, merely shrugging, his gaze drifting towards the direction of Aglaia, his curled lashes casting a slender shadow upon his cheek. He shook his wineglass, his voice low and laden with significance. "Apollo, whether it be Hermes or yourself, we both understand that this sentiment arises merely from an affection for the fairest of deities." No sooner had Dionysus spoken than Hephaestus was rendered disoriented by the divine revelry. Aglaia supported Hephaestus's swaying form, casting her gaze upon the assembly of gods who showed no intention of relenting. A smile graced her lips as she spoke with deliberate calmness. "Your enthusiastic blessings have indeed reached Hephaestus. It appears he is quite intoxicated. As his companion, I believe I must now escort him home to rest together." When Ji Gung spoke, his voice was not particularly loud. It carried a casual and nonchalant tone. Yet, due to the attention of the gods being drawn to him, whether intentionally or inadvertently, no one could overlook even such understated remarks. Consequently, the expressions of these deities reflected a momentary bewilderment. Aphrodite intended to take the inebriated Hephaestus to rest, a conclusion that was far from their desires. Observing Hephaestus, with a foolish grin as he leaned his head against Aphrodite, the gods felt a sudden sense of frustration, accompanied by an anger that had no clear outlet. While intoxicating Hephaestus was indeed a favorable outcome, they desired him to be so thoroughly inebriated that he would lose all sense and simply fall asleep, rather than remaining in a state of partial awareness as he was now. After all, should this somewhat conscious Hephaestus, under the guise of drunkenness, take any liberties with Aphrodite, it would spell disaster. Even though this least attractive of deities was known for his honesty and simplicity, alcohol could embolden the heart. Who could guarantee that Hephaestus would not succumb to his inner tumult while resting alongside Aphrodite? These pretentious gods seemed to subconsciously overlook the fact that Aphrodite had already become Hephaestus's partner, and that intimate unions were entirely natural on their wedding day. "Oh, "Dear goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite, why not have a maid escort Hephaestus back to the palace?" suggested one deity, who still held an empty wine cup. The very one who had most eagerly poured wine for Hephaestus. Another deity quickly chimed in, "Aphrodite, today marks your wedding with Hephaestus. If you, the protagonists, both depart, how sorrowful it would be for everyone present." Ji Gung glanced at Hephaestus, who was leaning against his shoulder, a foolish smile adorning his scarred visage. His long, dark eyelashes were kissed by the moist air, fluttering gently like ink-painted butterflies. His eyes, hazy and unfocused, instinctively followed Ji Gung's figure. Resembling a desperate creature in need of its master's comfort, exuding a touch of poignant vulnerability, Ji Gung deliberately reached out to poke at Hephaestus's eyelashes. And under Hephaestus' bewildered gaze, the smile at the corners of his lips widened further. The other gods, witnessing this scene, felt a bitter pang in their hearts. They were envious of this unsightly creature and wished nothing more than to wrench his head from Aphrodite's shoulder at that very moment. Aphrodite appeared to take great pleasure in Hephaestus' company. Dionysus, glancing in Ji Gung's direction, narrowed his eyes, a flicker of contemplation crossing his gaze. After all, Hephaestus was his partner, was he not? Hermes chuckled lightly, yet the significance of his smile was such that only the cunning god of deception could fully comprehend it. He cast a glance at Aphrodite, who seemed poised to reject the proposals of the other deities, and then turned to Apollo beside him, saying, "The graceful sun god never engages in any trivial pursuits. His affection for Aphrodite surely surpasses that of the others. So, dear Apollo, do you intend to simply allow Aphrodite and Hephaestus to depart?" Hermes' words were laden with meaning. Apollo shot a sidelong glance at Hermes and scoffed. "Letting Aphrodite go is not something I need to address. There are gods more suited for that task." Hermes glanced at the king of the gods seated on the throne, stroking his chin in agreement. "Indeed, you make a valid point. Aphrodite, my dear, do not squander the wedding that has been specially arranged for you and Hephaestus." Zeus lowered his gaze slightly, observing Ji Gung below, his expression gentle, his voice deep and commanding, setting aside the inebriated Hephaestus for now. "If you were to leave as well, the significance of this banquet would be lost." Ji Gung listened in silence, his demeanor calm, while the deities before him instinctively clenched their hands at their sides, growing increasingly anxious in response to his quietude. In contrast to these gods, whose every thought was laid bare upon their faces, Zeus maintained an air of serene detachment. He shifted into a more comfortable position upon his throne, and, with a deliberate slowness, continued, "I have instructed the attendants to prepare numerous carriages outside the hall. You may select any one of them to escort the inebriated Hephaestus, naturally. There will be considerate servants to ensure his safe return to your palace. As the most esteemed deity of Olympus and indeed the entire pantheon." Zeus's words carried an undeniable weight of authority. Even when expressed in the most nonchalant tone, they were not easily defied by any god. Yet, this did not intimidate Ji Gung. He lowered his gaze momentarily, contemplating before raising his head to offer Zeus a knowing smile. "Your Majesty, since you have taken the trouble to prepare carriages outside with such meticulous care and thoughtfulness, how could I possibly dare to disappoint you?" Upon hearing Aphrodite articulate the response they desired, the assembly of gods collectively exhaled in relief and exchanged secret glances of satisfaction. "I shall now assist Hephaestus out of the hall and into the carriage. The remainder will be left to the delightful maidens." As Ji Gung spoke, he began to support Hephaestus. Some deities, seeing this, wished to step forward to assist, but he declined their offer with a mere glance. Ji Gung was far from being a feeble and impotent man. Even though Hephaestus possessed a tall and robust physique, Ji Gung effortlessly helped him to his feet. However, after merely taking a couple of steps with Hephaestus, several familiar figures strode in through the grand entrance. A strikingly handsome man with flowing blue hair donned an ornate robe, gripping his signature trident, his face adorned with a brazen and audacious smile. Upon encountering Ji Gung, a fleeting glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes. And after a cursory examination of both Ji Gung and Hephaestus, he jested, "I have just arrived, and my dear Aphrodite is already preparing to depart? That simply cannot be." The final 5 words were deliberately elongated, the rising intonation subtly hinting at a certain mischievous allure. With a chime, the voice of Ki echoed, "The Sea Emperor Poseidon has gained 5 points of favor, bringing the total to 45 points. Ah, the thrill. Each time the Sea Emperor graced Olympus, it was certain he was scheming something grand. Poseidon's unexpected arrival transformed the atmosphere of the banquet, plunging it into an eerie silence. Some overly sensitive deities stiffened their lips, casting wary glances at the uninvited king of the seas. What a lively scene! Hermes remarked, his words ringing out with a hint of exasperation, piercing through the stillness of the hall. Zeus regarded Hermes with a dispassionate glance. Meeting Zeus's gaze, Hermes blinked innocently and promptly covered his lips in a gesture of silence, yet the teasing glimmer in his eyes remained unabated, clearly relishing the unfolding drama. My dear, it appears our sudden visit has startled these deities. Amphitrite, Poseidon's queen, quipped with a feigned expression of concern. Her gaze swept across the assembly of gods before settling on Aphrodite, her beautiful face breaking into a gentle smile that revealed her unabashed admiration. Aphrodite, your attire today is simply enchanting. Ji Gung responded with a smile. To receive praise from the beautiful queen of the sea, Amphitrite, is indeed a delightful matter. Being acknowledged as beautiful by the most exquisite goddess, even if merely in passing, stirs a touch of emotion within Amphitrite. Such a man as Aphrodite, apart from the famously jealous Queen Hera, would likely find no true detractors. Amphitrite cast a glance at Poseidon, slightly pursing her lips, and inquired, "Forgive my impudent question. Dear Aphrodite, are you planning to return to the palace with Hephaestus?" "No," Ji Gung shook his head. "I merely intend to assist Hephaestus into his carriage, whereupon the maidens will escort him home. As for myself, I shall remain here to partake in the festivities." He paused thoughtfully before continuing. After all, this wedding was specifically arranged by the goddess for Hephaestus and me, so it would be remiss not to have the principal characters present, would it not? The last three words were spoken lightly, as if addressing the deities who had once sought to detain him, or perhaps the god-king seated upon the throne, or simply responding to Amphitrite's inquiry. Amphitrite glanced at Hephaestus, resting against Aphrodite's shoulder, and then surveyed the varied expressions of the assembled deities, gaining some understanding. Aphrodite, dear goddess of love and beauty, Poseidon and I have come to Olympus with a gift prepared especially for you and Hephaestus, she said gently. It is something Poseidon selected with great care. A gift? Ji Gung raised an eyebrow at Poseidon. Chosen with great care? Indeed, Poseidon replied, a smirk playing on his lips as he clapped his hands. Soon, four attendants entered, bearing a massive bed. This was evidently no ordinary bed. As it was brought into the hall, it elicited a wave of astonishment. It was a waterbed, 2 meters wide, its crystalline, translucent surface resembling gelatin, soft and moist, yet devoid of turbulent currents. Just gazing upon it, one could sense the silky smoothness it promised. Poseidon placed his hand on the waterbed, pressing down gently, causing it to yield. He looked up at Ji Gung, his words laden with significance. Aphrodite, this waterbed possesses a specific temperature, cool yet not cold. When one lies upon it and engages in the delightful union of flesh and water, the pleasure and joy are magnified manifold. No sooner had Poseidon finished speaking than a black carriage suddenly appeared outside the hall. Even from a distance, one could feel the heavy, dark, and chilling aura of death emanating from the vehicle. This presence was imbued with the decay of the deceased and the icy depths of the abyss, exuding an essence that seemed capable of eroding all, casting a shadow over the once spring-like Olympus. All the deities turned their gaze towards the ominous carriage that had materialized outside the hall. The heavy aura of death emanating from the carriage caused the deities of Olympus to wear solemn expressions. In the entire divine realm, aside from those gods who resided perpetually in the underworld, no other deities exuded such a profound essence of mortality. Who could the deity within the carriage be? Was it Thanatos, the god of death? Or Hypnos, the god of sleep? Perhaps it was Hades, the ruler of the underworld? As the gods' thoughts raced through their minds, the dark curtain of the carriage was lifted by a graceful hand. Soon, a tall figure leaped from the carriage. The man possessed a cascade of beautiful golden hair and an exquisite visage, adorned with a faint smile. Upon seeing his face, the gods secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was Hypnos. However, in the next moment, the actions of Hypnos caused their hearts to tighten once more, their spirits rising to their throats. The smiling deity, after respectfully standing beside the carriage, raised his hand and pulled back the curtain once again. A deity with flowing black hair emerged from the carriage, clad in a robe of deep black. He was tall and imposing, his pallid features exuding a chillingly refined beauty. His eyes were boundless abysses of darkness, reminiscent of a silent void or a turbulent river covered in a layer of solid ice. His gaze, devoid of emotion, radiated an icy coldness that sent shivers down their spines. If the arrival of Poseidon, the sea god, had raised the gods' vigilance due to his discontent over Aphrodite, then this deity's presence instilled a profound sense of trepidation among them. Why had Hades, the merciless lord of the underworld, suddenly come to Olympus? It was well known that this king of the underworld rarely concerned himself with matters beyond his realm. Throughout the ages, his visits to Olympus had been exceedingly rare. Was this unexpected arrival connected to the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite? Did he intend to disrupt her marriage to Hephaestus? Or was there another purpose? They had not forgotten the recent incident where the twin gods had taken Aphrodite to the underworld in an attempt to make her the queen of the realm of the dead. Hermes exchanged glances with Apollo, whose golden eyes revealed no excessive emotion, yet he spoke in a tone of certainty. This lord of the underworld's arrival bears your mark. Does it not? Apollo, how can you entertain such an illogical notion? Hermes responded, feigning surprise. Apollo merely scoffed, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Instead, Dionysus observed his cunning friend with thoughtful contemplation. Under the innocent gaze of Hermes, he pursed his lips and clinked his wine cup against Hermes with a cheerful smile, saying, Dear Hermes, hereas to the increasingly lively wedding, the sovereign of the heavens, the ruler of the underworld, and the monarch of the oceans. Three deities of immense repute from their respective realms, gathered simultaneously at a banquet upon Mount Olympus. This gathering was specifically organized in honor of the most exquisite goddess among the pantheon, a spectacle seldom witnessed. Indeed, since the defeat of the Titan gods, these three divine kings had not convened together again, rendering this occasion particularly festive. Hades, his expression inscrutable, made his way toward the banquet hall. As he passed, the heavy aura of death caused the vibrant and beautiful flowers to lose their color and fragrance in an instant. His gaze languidly swept over the various expressions of the deities present, and upon noticing Hephaestus slumped against Ji-Gong, he paused briefly before finally fixing his eyes on Ji-Gong's face. In his pitch-black eyes, no emotion stirred. They resembled a tranquil, icy pool, seemingly calm yet inexplicably unsettling. Quiet, trembling in fear. Although His Majesty Hades has increased his favorability by 3 points, bringing it to 50. I can't shake the chilling sensation of witnessing a husband confronting his wife's infidelity. Is it thrilling? Quiet. Indeed, it is thrilling. Ji-Gong raised an eyebrow at Hades, the lord of the underworld, and chose to remain silent before this formidable figure spoke. The ruler of boundless hell, my dear brother. It has been many years since we last met, yet your perpetually unexpressive visage remains as dreary as ever. It was Poseidon who first shattered the silence, his voice unabashedly laced with mockery and jest, seemingly oblivious to the sudden shift in atmosphere. Hades turned his gaze towards Poseidon, then slowly shifted his attention to the translucent waterbed beside him. This is a gift I have prepared for Aphrodite and Hephaestus, Poseidon remarked, a playful smile curving his lips, his mirth increasingly evident. It appears brother is quite intrigued. Hades chose not to respond, but the courteous Siplos, standing beside Hades, interjected. The soft yet remarkably resilient waterbed is indeed a most original gift from your majesty, the Sea King. Accustomed to Hades's taciturn nature, Poseidon nodded with a smile, readily accepting Siplos's praise. I too believe it is a gift of unparalleled uniqueness. It was then that Zeus, who had remained silent, finally spoke, his tone calm and gentle, betraying no hint of emotion. Has your unexpected visit, brother, been to attend the wedding of Aphrodite and Hephaestus? Just as Hades was about to respond, Hephaestus, who had been drunkenly leaning against Ji-Gong, suddenly let out a sharp grunt, baring his teeth. The red-haired deity emitted a sound from deep within his throat, as he rubbed his temples, unconsciously nuzzling Ji-Gong's neck, seemingly in an attempt to alleviate the throbbing in his head. The deities, who had initially focused their attention on Hades, suddenly darkened in expression, their eyes glaring indignantly at Hephaestus. Ji-Gong soothingly ruffled Hephaestus's hair, not wishing to linger any longer. Under the hesitant expression of Supelos, he bypassed both him and Hades, directly assisting the inebriated god of forging out of the hall. Selecting a carriage at random, Ji-Gong helped Hephaestus aboard, then sat beside him, observing the god for a moment, gently brushing aside the strands of hair clinging to the crimson-haired deity's cheek. Ji-Gong prodded his eyelashes with his fingertip. Hephaestus's lashes were long and dense, as dark as raven feathers, yet unlike those of other deities, they grew straight forward, appearing as if they would meet the tips of his lower lashes whenever he lowered his gaze. Hephaestus. Ji-Gong suddenly leaned closer and softly uttered the name of the red-haired god. Hephaestus blinked in confusion, causing his long, somewhat coarse eyelashes to sweep back and forth against Ji-Gong's fingertip like a tiny brush, perhaps due to the sin of alcohol. They seemed to moisten Ji-Gong's fingertip slightly. Ji-Gong let out a low chuckle. In response, he YC2RC stretched his lips into a grin, revealing his pearly white teeth, and foolishly joined in the laughter. He grasped Zhigung's hand, which was playfully poking at him, and brought the delicate, fair hand to his lips, planting a soft kiss upon it. He then shifted his attention to the slender red chain adorning Zhigung's wrist. Nuzzling it contentedly with his nose, murmuring absent-mindedly, "How delightful it is to see Aphrodite wearing it." Zhigung tenderly caressed the scar on Hephaestus's face and spoke softly, "Hephaestus, I shall have a maid escort you back to our palace." Hephaestus, his eyes half closed in drunken merriment, joyfully echoed, "Our palace, that of Aphrodite and I." "Indeed," Zhigung replied, preparing to rise, when Hephaestus suddenly wrapped his arms around Zhigung's waist, burying his head in the warmth of Zhigung's abdomen. This instinctive gesture stemmed from a deep-seated yearning, raw and unfiltered. Were Hephaestus sober, he would never have dared to act in such a manner. As Zhigung looked down at Hephaestus, who had nestled against him, he could distinctly feel the warm breath emanating from Hephaestus's nose through the soft fabric that separated them. Though a man of considerable stature, at this moment, he resembled a bewildered creature, utterly devoid of focus, instinctively seeking the comforting proximity of his master. Zhigung's gaze settled upon the crown of Hephaestus's head, his lips gently pressed together, his countenance serene and composed. Yet, beneath the surface, a chilling coldness and profound indifference lingered in the depths of his eyes. Nevertheless, his tone was soft as he tenderly ruffled Hephaestus's crimson hair, whispering, "Be good, Hephaestus. I shall return shortly. For now, you ought to rest for a while." Hephaestus pouted, reluctantly releasing Zhigung. After alighting from the carriage, Zhigung signaled to a maid with a glance before turning towards the grand hall. Just as he was about to step into the banquet hall, he fortuitously encountered Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, who were just emerging. Poseidon, with a cheerful smile, addressed Zhigung, "Dearest Aphrodite, I have instructed the robust attendants to convey gifts to your palace with Hephaestus." He cast a sidelong glance at Hades, his lips curling in displeasure as he continued, "I regret not being able to share a fine wine with you, for my rather tedious elder brother, the Lord of the Underworld, insists on discussing a rather monotonous yet unavoidable matter with Zeus and myself. Although I am quite disinclined to partake, it is somewhat inappropriate to refuse, given that my brother has come all the way to Mount Olympus for this." Zhigung turned his gaze towards Hades, slightly lowering his eyes with a hint of disappointment. "I had believed that His Majesty the Lord of the Underworld came specifically to attend my wedding, yet it appears he is merely preoccupied with official duties. It seems I have misinterpreted the situation." Zeus observed Zhigung with keen interest before glancing at the taciturn Hades. A contemplative expression crossed his face as he slightly narrowed his eyes, stating, "The meticulously prepared banquet shall not lose its joy due to our absence. As long as you are present, dear Aphrodite, it will be filled with mirth and laughter. Let us proceed to the study." The latter part of his statement was clearly directed towards Hades and Poseidon. Zhigung took a few steps towards Hades, graciously making way for him. As Hades approached, Zhigung, seemingly nonchalant, raised his hand, and his cool fingers inadvertently brushed against Hades' hand, which hung by his side. In that fleeting moment, Zhigung deliberately arched his fingertips, lightly tracing the back of Hades' hand with a delicate caress, akin to a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, imbued with a hint of lingering affection and teasing ambiguity. Hades momentarily faltered, yet continued forward with an air of indifference. However, the shadow of a profound emotion flickered in his eyes, betraying the calm facade he sought to maintain. Upon re-entering the grand hall, Zhigung distinctly sensed a more relaxed and vibrant atmosphere compared to the previous gathering when Hades, Poseidon, and Zeus were present simultaneously. Queen Amphitrite, the wife of Poseidon, was seated alongside Hera, seemingly engrossed in recounting a particularly lively anecdote, her beautiful visage adorned with a perfectly timed smile. Despite the less-than-ideal circumstances surrounding her marriage to Poseidon, she undoubtedly fulfilled her role as queen with grace. Kind-hearted and gentle, sincere and approachable, she skillfully harnessed these qualities to collaborate with Poseidon, employing a refined set of social skills to bolster her husband's ambitions. "Dear Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty, look here." Upon noticing Zhigung's arrival, Dionysus enthusiastically greeted him, gesturing toward an empty seat beside him as Zhigung turned his gaze in his direction. With a cheerful smile, he extended an invitation. To his right sat Hermes, and beside Hermes was Charon, while on the opposite side of the empty seat Dionysus indicated, Apollo was seated. Zhigung cast a cursory glance around, noting the subtle shifts in the positions of the deities since his departure. The divine beings, divided by the nature of their discussions, naturally split into two factions, one of female deities and the other of male deities. Within these factions, a further distinction emerged between the youthful and the more seasoned gods. The elder deities maintained their composure, while some impetuous younger gods, despite engaging in conversation, could not help but steal glances at the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, as she entered. Among them were primarily those who had been incessantly pouring wine for Hephaestus just moments before. Upon witnessing this, Zhigung pondered for a brief moment before nodding under the expectant gaze of Dionysus, and then proceeded towards the vacant seat. He had little desire to expend effort on trivial deities. By choosing to sit among Apollo and his companions, those gods would certainly refrain from approaching him directly, thereby sparing him from unnecessary complications. Once Zhigung was seated, Dionysus expertly grasped a wine jug that was distinctly different from those before the other deities. And with a clean goblet in hand, he elegantly poured the wine. While pouring, he remarked, "Aphrodite, do try the wine I have specially crafted for you. Hermes finds its flavor too subtle, yet I believe it is just right. After all, this cunning god of deceit, even when tasting the sweetest honey, has never uttered a kind word." Zhigung accepted the wine cup that Dionysus had extended to him. Instead of hastily partaking, he gently swirled the contents, bringing the rim to his nose for a delicate inhalation. The aroma was captivating. Zhigung raised an eyebrow, casting an intriguing glance at Dionysus. "Did you intentionally add roses to the wine?" Dionysus chuckled softly, neither confirming nor denying, but merely inquired, "Do you think you would enjoy it?" This casual question left one pondering whether he referred solely to the wine or was, in fact, delving into the essence of Zhigung himself through it. In their brief exchange of gazes, Dionysus's eyes seemed to shimmer with an enigmatic sentiment, and he exhibited no intention of suppressing it. Instead, he conveyed the swirling restlessness, yearning, and excitement pulsating within him directly to Zhigung. Zhigung's lips curled slightly upwards, forming a delicate arc that seemed both alluring and coldly distant. It was a mystery that beckoned to be unraveled. He squinted his eyes, uttering enigmatic words. Dionysus's eyes brightened noticeably. Simultaneously, the deity standing closest to Zhigung underwent a palpable shift in aura. However, this transformation lasted but a fleeting moment. By the time Zhigung finished his drink and cast a glance at Apollo, the golden-haired sun god had already composed himself, masking the earlier fleeting emotion and returning to his customary elegance and charm. Noticing Zhigung's gaze shift towards Apollo, Dionysus leaned slightly, looking up at Aphrodite, hoping to reclaim the attention of the fairest goddess by inquiring, "Dearest Aphrodite, what are your thoughts on this wine?" Before Zhigung could utter a word, Hermes, seated on the opposite side of Dionysus, could not restrain himself and remarked, "The wine is infused with roses, excessively sweet, yet lacking in spiciness. Were it not for your declaration that it is wine, O dear Dionysus, I would surely mistake it for merely a refreshing concoction of fruits and blossoms." Upon hearing this, Dionysus immediately turned his head, glaring at Hermes with evident displeasure. "I speak nothing but the truth, with the rooster and lamb as my witnesses," Hermes shrugged, and ultimately added a final assessment. "Thus, as wine, dear Dionysus, it is indeed rather insipid." Zhigung smiled slightly, neither affirming nor denying Hermes' words. "Oh dear Aphrodite, the wine of the underworld is far superior to this," Plutarch suddenly interjected at that moment. Dionysus snorted derisively. "The cold, desolate underworld is perpetually shrouded in the aura of death. In such an environment, even the finest wine loses its charm." Plutarch raised an eyebrow. "The underworld is not solely permeated by the decay of the departed. At least in your majesty's palace, there are fragrant tulips and unique coconut palms, which embody the essence of life. When the queen and your majesty appear together, the atmosphere becomes even more vibrant." As he uttered the words queen, Plutarch deliberately emphasized them, his gaze intentionally drifting toward Zhigung. "Plutarch, are you reminding us of the absurd and irreverent act you once committed with Thanatos?" Dionysus's tone dripped with sarcasm. "I had thought Aphrodite held a favorable impression of the underworld. Is that not the case?" The final remark was clearly directed at Zhigung. "As for my impression of the god of sleep, Plutarch, it is at least favorable." Seemingly recalling something, Zhigung's tone carried a hint of an enigmatic smile. At that, Plutarch fell silent, lowering his brow and quietly sipping his wine. Aphrodite, Apollo, who had remained silent since Zhigung sat down, could no longer contain himself. He leaned slightly closer to Zhigung and posed a question that had been weighing on his mind for some time. "O goddess of love and beauty, my dear friend Aphrodite, forgive my abruptness, but may I inquire whether you harbor feelings for Hephaestus?" Zhigung found the question familiar. as another deity had posed the same inquiry just 2 days prior. One could say Apollo and Artemis truly share a sibling bond, as even their questions are remarkably similar. Yes, Ji Gung replied succinctly. Immediately after his words fell, Apollo followed up with, "Is it the same kind of affection you hold for me?" Although Apollo's inquiry was somewhat convoluted, the underlying significance was quite clear. Ji Gung did not directly respond to Apollo's inquiry. Instead, he lifted his eyelids and cast a sidelong glance at the visibly anxious golden-haired sun god. After a brief moment of contemplation, he spoke with profound significance. "Apollo, Hephaestus and I share a bond of partnership. Such an intimate connection, grounded in the sanctity of marriage, is inherently distinct from the relationships held with other deities." As soon as Ji Gung's words left his lips, the atmosphere grew somewhat somber. Fortunately, Apollo swiftly regained his composure and skillfully diverted the conversation away from this sensitive topic for both parties. The ensuing moments, under Hermes' intentional efforts to enliven the mood, were quite pleasant. Whether it was Apollo, Hermes, Dionysus, or Hippolytus, these 4 deities were exceptionally skilled conversationalists, vibrant, familiar, and exuberant. As long as they wished, an endless array of topics and amusing anecdotes could flow between them. With the deities eager to please and Ji Gung willing to engage, time passed swiftly. As the last rays of sunlight gradually sank into the darkening clouds, the daylight's glow would soon be completely enveloped by the night. At this juncture, the climax of the Olympian banquet truly commenced. Darkness can conceal all and amplify everything. These so-called gods are merely individuals whose desires have been infinitely magnified. Night bolstered their capriciousness and intensified the madness inherent within them. Beneath the resplendent robes of the deities lay a world of hunting, debauchery, and plunder. Whether in reverence or sacrilege, it would all transform into a raucous revelry of intoxication and delirium. Under the influence of alcohol, those deities who had previously been mindful of Apollo and his companions now began to stir restlessly, their gazes toward Ji Gung growing increasingly blatant and audacious. They fantasized about this most beautiful deity, who rendered them weak in their bones, fervently yearning for an uninhibited union with the sovereign of love and beauty. Ji Gung turned his head to glance at the somewhat inebriated Hermes, Apollo, and Sheplos, then addressed the still relatively sober Dionysus, the god of wine, saying, "The deities bound in companionship are intertwined by marriage. It would be unseemly to allow one to remain utterly intoxicated in the bridal chamber. My dear Dionysus, the hour grows late, and I must take my leave." With that, he afforded Dionysus no opportunity for response. Rising to bypass Apollo and making his way towards the hall's exit, Quine inquired, "Are Apollo and the others truly intoxicated? Dear child, do you truly think it possible?" Quine replied, "Very well, it's all a ruse. Forget I asked." Upon exiting the grand hall, Ji Gung selected a carriage at random. Once he settled within, the young attendant guided the vehicle, which gradually vanished from the entrance of the hall. The remaining deities, seeing that the principal figure, Aphrodite, had already departed, could no longer restrain their desires. They hastily boarded their own carriages, acknowledging the futility of obtaining the fairest goddess, and opted instead to retreat to their palaces to seek solace with their lovers. As Ji Gung entered the carriage, the attendant, seemingly concerned about any discomfort, drove at a leisurely pace, ensuring a remarkably smooth ride. Quine pondered, "What do you think the Lord of the Underworld and the others are discussing?" "I cannot say. Several hours had passed since Hades, Poseidon, and Zeus left, and such a prolonged absence surely indicated that they were deliberating over matters of great significance." Ji Gung recalled the tremors that had shaken the abyss on the day he departed from the underworld. Perhaps the topics of their discourse bore a subtle connection to that event? As Ji Gung was immersed in contemplation, the voice of Kuei-in unexpectedly interrupted his train of thought from the depths of his consciousness. Ji Gung, this is not the path back to you in the palace of Hephaestus, is it not?" Ji Gung furrowed his brow, curious to observe the situation outside. It was then that he realized there were no windows within the carriage, apart from the curtain at the front, preventing any view of the exterior. How intriguing. The corners of Ji Gung's lips curved slightly upward. Kuei-in exclaimed, "Guess where this road leads to?" "To the palace of Zeus." Kuei-in responded with surprise. "How did you guess that? After all, these carriages were specially prepared by the king of the gods, weren't they?" "Indeed. So let the NTR come with even more fervor." Chapter 58. The night upon Mount Olympus was both beautiful and profound. The gentle breeze, along with the leaves swaying softly in its embrace, exuded a vibrant essence of life. Such nights were a common sight on Olympus. However, tonight's moonlight, following a revelry, promised to be somewhat different. Identical carriages traveled towards various destinations. Yet none could discern which deities, eager to return to their lovers for tender moments, occupied each carriage. The carriages moved with remarkable steadiness, at a pace that easily invited one to relax and take a brief respite. The soundproofing was exceptional, as if some unseen force had muffled the outside world. Without deliberate focus on listening, the external sounds could easily be disregarded. Ji Gung reclined on the plush couch, propping his head with one hand, eyes closed in a feigned slumber. Yet, this tranquil pace did not endure for long, as the carriage suddenly came to a halt. Kuei-in exclaimed, "Oh dear, we've been stopped." Ji Gung opened his eyes and, through a veil, he heard the charioteer address a familiar name with a steady and exceedingly respectful tone. "Oh, dashing sun god, esteemed Prince Apollo, what brings you here? Is Aphrodite in the carriage?" Despite the interrogative nature of the inquiry, Apollo's tone was resolute, perhaps tinged with the huskiness of a voice softened by wine, exuding an alluring depth. "The greatest king of Olympus, the valiant god-king, has commanded me to drive this chariot to his palace." The charioteer did not directly respond to Apollo's query. Instead, he invoked Zeus's command, subtly urging the golden-haired sun god to exercise caution. After all, both the humble charioteer and the exalted Apollo were acutely aware of certain unspoken truths. It was not uncommon for deities to observe the beauty goddess alighting from this chariot. The path did not lead to the shared palace of Hephaestus and Aphrodite, and a discerning mind could easily grasp the nuances at play. Those deities, preoccupied with thoughts of Aphrodite, chose to deliberately overlook the implications, all under the weight of hierarchical intimidation, in order to preserve their status and divine roles. However, Apollo remained unfazed by the charioteer's words and had no intention of acquiescing. He was gentle, yet when he adopted a serious demeanor, he bore an undeniable resemblance to Zeus's formidable presence. The father god was currently engaged in discussions with Hades and Poseidon, leaving him no time to attend to plans fraught with uncertainties. And what these plans entailed was, of course, self-evident. This night, regardless of which chariot Aphrodite boarded, the charioteer would ultimately comply with the orders set forth by her passionate father, delivering Aphrodite to the chambers where he cherished clandestine rendezvous with his lovers. Observing the charioteer, who appeared to be weighing the pros and cons with furrowed brows, Apollo contemplated for a moment before continuing, "If my father pursues this matter, I shall explain it to him, but trust me. The wisest course of action for you at this moment is to relinquish this chariot to me." Ji Gung did not continue to eavesdrop on the ensuing conversation. He merely sensed a distinct change in the direction of the chariot. At that moment, it was unequivocal that the driver of this chariot had changed. "Quian, where is Apollo taking you? Curious to know?" "Quian, yes, indeed. I am incredibly eager to find out." Ji Gung lazily lifted his eyelids and, after sitting up, shifted to the side of the soft couch. He reached out to pull aside the curtain. Beneath the luminous moonlight, he could distinctly see Apollo's golden hair cascading down his back and his broad shoulders. As he moved the carriage, his shoulders subtly rose and fell, causing the silky, beautiful hair to shimmer with the brilliance of scattered starlight. However, at that moment, Ji Gung was not inclined to admire. Furrowing his brows, he inquired, "Apollo, this is not the way back to my palace with Hephaestus. Where are you taking me?" He exclaimed, "Oh, how direct. To a place specially prepared for you," Apollo responded, seemingly unfazed by Ji Gung's sudden action of lifting the curtain. He turned back to Ji Gung with a faint smile, his eyes still holding a hint of intoxication. His deep, magnetic voice carried a tender warmth. "Aphrodite, it is a most beautiful place, and you will surely adore it." "Apollo, I only wish to return to my palace now." Ji Gung's refusal was unmistakable, his melodious voice carrying a cool, crystalline quality in the brisk night air. Apollo, upon hearing this, let out a barely perceptible sigh. He softly whispered the name Aphrodite, then halted the carriage at a secluded corner. Entering the vehicle and crouching before Ji Gung, lifting his gaze to meet his, Apollo reached out, caressing Ji Gung's smooth and delicate cheek, gently tracing the corner of his eye with his fingertip. The most beautiful deity of this realm, the sovereign of love and desire, possessed a captivating charm in the moonlight that enchanted Ji Gung, drawing him willingly into a delightful abyss from which he could not extricate himself. Apollo leaned in slightly closer, locking his gaze with the starry-eyed figure before him. "Aphrodite, grant me a chance, will you?" His softened tone carried a tinge of pleading, imbued with an inexplicable sense of vulnerability. Zhigung gently brushed aside Apollo's hand, her expression gradually turning icy as she articulated, "Apollo, I have made it clear that I only wish to return to my palace." Though it was a night in early spring, Aphrodite's words enveloped Apollo in an unforgiving chill reminiscent of the harshest depths of winter. A flicker of hurt crossed the golden-haired sun god's eyes. As if he sought to conceal his emotions from Zhigung, he lowered his gaze, allowing his golden locks to cascade over his forehead, effectively obscuring his striking features. From Zhigung's vantage point, she could no longer discern any emotions within Apollo's eyes, only the sight of his finely sculpted lips pressed into a straight line. As time ticked away, the atmosphere within the small carriage grew increasingly peculiar and unsettling. Kuei-in exclaimed, "Yoshi, pills." Zhigung, weary of the oppressive silence, impatiently called out Apollo's name, "Apollo." When no response was forthcoming, Zhigung's delicate brows furrowed once more. He gazed at Apollo for a few moments, his pupils tinged with a hint of disdain and affection. Just as he resolved to rise and circumvent Apollo to exit the vehicle, the golden-haired sun god finally stirred. This deity, adorned with starry eyes and sword-like brows, suddenly erupted into laughter, his shoulders quivering slightly with the force of it. Initially subdued, his laughter seemed to be a deliberate restraint, gradually crescendoing into a sound interwoven with helplessness and self-reproach. It resembled not laughter, but rather the sob of sorrow. "Aphrodite, I cannot bear to put you in a difficult position," Apollo murmured softly. Zhigung pressed his lips together, poised to speak, yet at that moment, Apollo raised his head. The smile still lingered at the corners of his lips, and his eyes arched slightly from mirth. The dim, bone-colored light within the vehicle cast a gentle glow upon his face, revealing the hues within his pupils. They were a profound, dark blue, tranquil yet tumultuous. No longer the dazzling brilliance that seemed to encompass the very essence of the sun, but akin to the soft embrace of twilight. Reminiscent of a grand sunset descending from the zenith of the sky, resting upon the far side of the ocean, at the confluence of dawn and dusk. Weaving together the interplay of light and shadow, light has never consorted with darkness, for it harbors an aversion to it, instinctively repelling it. Yet, when light chooses to descend willingly, the process of merging into the abyss is far more impactful than anything else. Within the depths of his mind, Zhigung harbored thoughts. Yet his visage remained utterly unchanged. He gazed intently into Apollo's eyes as they gradually closed, then parted his lips to speak in a deep, gentle tone, "Aphrodite, before you return to your palace, might you indulge me once more with your presence to listen to my music?" As he voiced this request, Apollo had already braced himself for the possibility of rejection from Aphrodite, even formulating persuasive words in his mind. To his surprise, after a brief silence, she responded affirmatively. Good. Though it was merely a single word, for Apollo, it sufficed. He rose and seated himself beside Zhigung, retrieving a short flute that rested at his side. This flute, adorned in a vibrant emerald hue reminiscent of jade, was not crafted from the precious stone but rather from an unknown material. The craftsmanship was exquisite, merely by observing it. One could perceive the flute's smooth and rounded form. After casting a glance at Zhigung, Apollo raised the flute to his lips and began to play. Although the timbre of the short flute is inherently sharper and more piercing than that of the long flute, from Apollo's mouth, it transformed into a remarkably gentle sound. If during the encounter on Mount Shivala, Apollo's music conveyed the sweetness of love, akin to flowers unfurling in the spring breeze, this time, the melody emanating from the flute, though tender, was overly placid, devoid of dynamic fluctuations, merely exuding a pale emptiness. This deliberately slow rhythm and monotonous, repetitive notes served as an intentional directive, guiding the listener into a tranquil state. Quiet. Is Apollo attempting to hypnotize you? Quiet. Do you intend to succumb to Apollo's influence? Quiet. Fortunately, with a diligent little angel like me by your side, you are safeguarded from such hypnotic enchantments. Quiet. Let us sever ties. Our conversation can no longer be enjoyable. Apollo's favor towards him had plateaued at 97 points and had not fluctuated since. If this act today could elevate his favor further, Zhigung would gladly comply. At this moment, his task was to surrender to the sensory embrace of the music. Musical hypnosis aligns unique frequency bands with the listener's brainwaves. In truth, the hypnotic effect is minimal, yet with Apollo's extraordinary musical talent, the scenario is altogether different. As he played, Apollo observed Aphrodite with his gaze, watching as this most beautiful goddess slowly closed her eyes and rested her head upon his shoulder. Several seconds passed before he gradually ceased his performance. With the flute once more tucked at his side, Apollo gently leaned towards Ji Gung, cradling his body and laying him upon himself, his head resting upon Apollo's lap. Apollo lowered his gaze, tenderly admiring the profile of Ji Gung's face. He was a deity of unparalleled beauty, and after meticulous adornment, he became even more captivating, rendering it impossible to avert one's gaze. In terms of appearance, he was flawless. With a mere glance, he stirred a tumult of emotions, instilling both anxiety and greed within the heart. Almost every divine being could discern their favored aspect reflected in him. He could be gentle and graceful, proud and capricious, or even cold and indifferent. Apollo mused that Aphrodite sometimes seemed less like a goddess and more akin to a capricious creature, reveling in her beauty while hunting hearts, brazenly flaunting her allure, ensnaring her prey with the malevolence that transcended the 7 deadly sins, consuming all that they possessed, body, sanity, and even soul. She was like a flower steeped in poison. Apollo contemplated that perhaps the only way to sever the deadly sap was to snap the branch. The golden-haired sun god's lips curled upward slowly as he narrowed his eyes, casually twirling a lock of Ji Gung's hair between his fingers. "If only you would remain as obedient as you are now," he murmured, his voice low, tender, and lingering, akin to fine grains of sand slipping through one's fingers. Yet, were a third party present at that moment, they would unmistakably sense the chill and somber undertones concealed within his gentle tone. After a tranquil moment of toying with Ji Gung's hair, Apollo reluctantly withdrew his hand and lifted Ji Gung into his arms. He leaned down, gently kissing Ji Gung's lips. The softness elicited a deep, contented murmur from him as he traced Ji Gung's lips with his warm tongue. He did not invade directly, but instead moistened Ji Gung's delicate lips gradually with the warmth of his saliva until they glimmered with a dewy sheen, at which point he released the tender softness. Apollo's eyes had taken on a shadowy hue. He swiftly pulled down the curtain that served as the carriage's drapery, draping it over Ji Gung before gracefully leaping from the carriage, vanishing into the vastness of the night. Days prior, he had prepared 2 locations for Aphrodite. The first offered a breathtaking view, filled with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers, embodying freedom and joy within an expansive realm. This was the place he initially suggested to Aphrodite, only to be met with her effortless rejection. The second location, while equally beautiful, was confined to a small, lifeless enclave, devoid of any disturbances. Now, he intended to take Aphrodite there and leave behind a series of disordered marks upon her body with his lips. Once this thought took root in Apollo's mind, it surged forth like an unstoppable tide, awakening the primal sin of desire that lay dormant deep within him. His movements quickened beneath him, driven by the need to shield his beloved from the cool night breeze and to prevent other deities from glimpsing the true visage of the one he held. The golden-haired sun god gathered his arms, tightening his embrace around the goddess of beauty, finding an unparalleled sense of security in the tangible warmth of her form. The night effectively concealed Apollo's silhouette as he carefully navigated past the attendants, swiftly arriving at a secluded corner. Here, a chariot awaited, distinct from the ones previously prepared by Zeus. This chariot boasted a resplendent golden exterior, exuding an air of opulence and grandeur. It was drawn by 3 magnificent white steeds, each tall and robust, their powerful limbs exuding grace. The foremost horse bore a small tuft of golden fur upon its crown, a radiant hue reminiscent of sunlight, symbolizing its leadership. Upon seeing Apollo, its dark gray eyes sparkled with intelligence, keenly sensing the slumbering deity nestled in its master's embrace. Unlike its usual greeting of soft snorts, the horse merely twitched its ears, expressing its joy and enthusiasm in this understated manner. The sun god's chariot possessed the remarkable ability to traverse vast distances in the blink of an eye, a gift bestowed by the king among these horses. After placing Aphrodite gently within the chariot, Apollo approached the leading white steed, whispering a few words into its ear before returning to the interior. The divine vehicle glided smoothly and swiftly toward a destination, quickly distancing itself from Mount Olympus. Apollo gazed down at the sleeping Aphrodite, his beloved, who rested peacefully against his shoulder, her gentle warmth casting a soft breath against his neck. He cherished this sensation. The corners of his lips curled upward, and he slowly closed his eyes, unable to resist leaning down to kiss the corner of her eye. Finally, he descended further, pressing his lips against her soft ones. Lingering for a moment before reluctantly pulling away, he pressed his lips together, contemplating briefly, and maintaining his hold on Aphrodite, withdrew a short flute from his side, placing it to his lips to commence a melody. Instantly, a tune unlike any prior filled the spacious chariot, vibrant and rhythmic. infused with a magical quality capable of rousing both mortals and deities from slumber. As Aphrodite opened her eyes, Apollo, as if sensing her awakening, simultaneously lowered his gaze to meet hers, their eyes colliding in the air. The golden-haired sun god ceased his playing, narrowing his eyes slightly, a captivating tenderness shimmering within his dark, profound gaze. He smiled gently, effortlessly uttering, "Aphrodite, you are awake." His voice remained as warm and soothing as ever, imbued with a deep, magnetic resonance laced with affection. Ji Gung rose from Apollo's side and, upon sitting upright, cast a casual glance around, questioning the unfamiliar surroundings. "Where are we?" he inquired, turning his head toward Apollo, his tone laced with evident dissatisfaction. "Within my divine chariot," Apollo replied, as he deftly secured the flute back at his waist. Ji Gung followed Apollo's movements and cast a glance at the verdant short flute, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Apollo, do you not intend to offer an explanation?" Upon hearing this, Apollo did not respond immediately. Instead, he raised his hand, intending to caress Ji Gung's cheek. Ji Gung swiftly grasped his wrist, gazing coldly at Apollo, his eyes reflecting a hint of disdain. The two remained in this tense standoff. The atmosphere within the chariot of the sun god, typically warm, growing increasingly frigid. After a prolonged silence, Apollo was the first to break the stillness. He parted his lips, seemingly conceding, and let out a gentle sigh. "Dearest Aphrodite, as I have mentioned before, I wish to take you to a certain place," he spoke softly, his tone light and tender, as he regarded Ji Gung with the gaze one might offer a petulant child. With a derisive chuckle, Ji Gung released Apollo's wrist and delicately tapped the short flute tucked at Apollo's waist with his fingertip. Raising an eyebrow, he remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "Is this what you refer to as pleading? Forgive my audacity, Aphrodite." Apollo, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Ji Gung, bore eyes filled with the soft glow of affection. Illuminated by the vehicle's interior lights, it seemed as though golden rays danced upon his lashes. He spoke gently, "I merely wish to express my sentiments in a more tender manner. I am enamored by you, Aphrodite. Before you, I am but a humble man, earnestly beseeching your favor." Ji Gung sneered, "Ordinary men cannot accomplish feats such as yours." Undeterred by Ji Gung's demeanor, Apollo continued, "Aphrodite, your union with Hephaestus rends my heart asunder." He placed his hand upon his chest, declaring, "It feels as though it is filled with cold lead, leaving me with an unyielding chill. At the banquet on Mount Olympus, not even the most exquisite dance could bring me joy. The rich wine that graced my lips was imbued only with bitterness. Aphrodite, I have endeavored to cease my thoughts of you, yet I find this endeavor utterly impossible." Ji Gung, with an air of impatience, interrupted him. "So, this is the reason for my presence here?" Indeed, Apollo did not shy away from admitting his selfish motives. "I do not wish for you to be united with Hephaestus, nor do I desire for you to engage in a more intimate relationship with him." "You should not be this way," Ji Gung replied, his tone laced with incredulity. "Apollo, the sun god endowed with extraordinary musical talent, you seem unfamiliar to me." A bittersweet smile flickered across Apollo's face. "Aphrodite, I simply long to be with you, as a pair of star-crossed lovers." Though directed at Ji Gung, these words resonated more as a confession to himself. Ji Gung parted his lips, poised to speak, when Apollo interjected, "If your intention is to request my assistance in escorting you home, I regret to inform you, Aphrodite, that I shall not comply." Ji Gung cast a cold glance at Apollo. Apollo instinctively clenched his hands at his sides a little tighter. The gaze of Aphrodite unsettled him. Yet, despite this discomfort, it did nothing to sway his resolve in the slightest. Ji Gung, unwilling to linger on the topic any longer, fell silent for a moment before inquiring, "Apollo, the place you mentioned must not be within reach yet. If you are so resolute in sending me there, why not allow me to awaken only upon our arrival? Are you not concerned that I might depart now?" Apollo replied, "Without my command, the divine chariot shall not come to a halt." Upon hearing this, Ji Gung rose and lifted the curtain on the right side of the divine chariot. The stars outside raced past him like bolts of lightning, revealing only a swirling mass of black shadows. Ji Gung began to comprehend Apollo's intent. Given such velocity, even a deity, if recklessly disembarked from the chariot, would not only risk shattering their bones upon impact, but would likely emerge maimed, missing limbs at the very least. Ji Gung let out a soft tch before settling back into the plush chair. Aphrodite and Apollo approached Ji Gung, with Apollo kneeling before him. He gently took Ji Gung's hand and pressed a tender kiss upon it. Raising his gaze to meet Ji Gung's eyes, he slowly spoke, "Aphrodite, try to embrace me." You will discover that everything is not as dreadful as you perceive. Ji Gung gazed down upon Apollo, a hint of sarcasm curving at the corners of his lips. Do you truly admire me so? Not admiration, Apollo replied, shaking his head, but rather profound love. He took Ji Gung's hand and placed it against his chest. Can you feel it? It beats fervently at your proximity, through a thin layer of fabric. Ji Gung could distinctly sense Apollo's warm body and the rhythmic thudding of his heart. The heart is humanity's Achilles heel, fragile and easily struck. Halting its beat can extinguish a life. This truth holds even for deities. Ji Gung's hand delved into Apollo's garments, his cool fingertips brushing against the location of Apollo's heart. He squinted slightly, mimicking a grasping gesture, causing his meticulously trimmed and exquisitely shaped nails to graze Apollo's skin. If he were to excavate it, would it continue to throb with fervor? In that fleeting moment, Apollo's body shivered ever so slightly, his eyes devoid of fear or concern. Instead, they revealed a profound darkness, imbued with an intense hue of desire. The unimpeded touch from Ji Gung coursed through him like an electric current, radiating immense pleasure and a tingling sensation throughout his body, igniting the desire that had already taken root within him. Aphrodite, softly calling Ji Gung's name, revealed a gaze akin to a fierce beast awakening from slumber at the intersection of light and shadow, poised to pounce upon its prey in the next moment. Ready to consume it whole, he grasped Ji Gung's wrist and, rising to his feet, guided Ji Gung's hand gradually downward from his chest, traversing the seam of his trousers, until it ultimately rested upon the searing heat between his legs. In that instant, Apollo's body convulsed violently, his Adam's apple rolling with a low, husky murmur escaping his throat. Help me. These two succinct words were laden with profound desire and yearning, amplifying the heat emanating from between his legs. He gazed intently at Ji Gung, his blue irises shimmering with deep affection. Aphrodite, my dear, help me, Apollo implored once more, fervently wishing for his longing to be alleviated and comforted, believing that only this man before him could bestow upon him profound satisfaction, both physically and emotionally. Ji Gung gazed silently at Apollo for several moments, and then, unexpectedly, a faint smile graced his lips, accompanied by an enigmatic chuckle. Before Apollo could decipher the hidden meaning behind that laughter, Ji Gung's hand had already found its way to the heated hardness between Apollo's legs, beginning a slow, tantalizing motion through the fabric. The sudden surge of overwhelming pleasure swiftly captured Apollo's full attention, his thoughts entirely consumed by Ji Gung's actions. In that moment of unleashed desire, a rich, intoxicating scent of male musk enveloped the interior of the vehicle, saturating the air with a fervent and sultry tension. Apollo bit down on Ji Gung's neck, a low, satisfied groan escaping from his throat. After gently licking the mark he had left, he leaned against Ji Gung's shoulder, breathing heavily, and cast a sidelong glance at Ji Gung's exquisite profile, confidently declaring, Aphrodite, you will go mad for this. You undoubtedly will. His voice, deep and magnetic, carried a sensuous, husky quality, tinged with the aftermath of desire's release. Ji Gung pushed Apollo away and cast a glance at his other hand, now tainted with a milky, scalding liquid. With a slight furrow of his delicate brows, he expressed his disdain, remarking, It is dirty. Upon uttering these words, he lifted that hand and began to wipe it against Apollo's clothing. Observing this action, Apollo felt a resurgence of desire that had just begun to wane. Only Aphrodite could evoke such ecstasy with a mere touch. This man had become his obsession, an indelible imprint etched into his very marrow, an inseparable part of his being. Aphrodite, you cannot escape, Apollo declared. He pondered that since detachment was impossible, he might as well possess her entirely, confining her within an opulent cage, forsaking music, light, and glory, locking her away with the flames of desire, ensuring that this man remained by his side, with nowhere to flee. Ji Gung's actions momentarily faltered, yet he soon resumed his task of wiping, until the white residue on his hands was thoroughly cleaned. Only then did he release Apollo's crumpled garment from his grasp and, with deliberate calmness, remarked, Apollo, no one can eternally keep another by their side, even under the guise of love. Humanity fears the uncertainty of life's duration, while we, as deities, once we shed our resplendent exteriors, are merely human. Mortals dread death, and you, the resplendent god of the sun, should not ponder how to prevent my departure, but rather reflect upon what power you possess to retain me in the face of other deities, even the king of gods. Upon hearing this, Apollo suddenly broke into a smile, his features imbued with enchanting tenderness. The flush upon his cheeks had yet to fully fade, and his handsome visage bore the languor that followed the release of desire. He casually adjusted his attire and replied, "Aphrodite, may I interpret your words as an expression of concern for me?" Ji Gung chuckled softly, neither affirming nor denying. His ambiguous attitude, though undeniably unpleasant, provided ample space for Apollo's imagination to flourish, ensnaring the golden-haired sun god, who had never known defeat, even more profoundly. "Aphrodite, from the moment I lifted you into this chariot, I prepared myself for all that was to follow." Apollo had always been acutely aware of his desires and had long made his choices. "Apollo, your actions are far from rational," Ji Gung remarked, lifting the drapery of the chariot's window. Instantly, the night breeze swept into the divine carriage, dispersing some of the charged atmosphere within. The night sky was resplendent, the inky canvas dotted with twinkling stars, yet from within the chariot, only fleeting shadows could be discerned. Apollo's gaze followed the curtain Ji Gung had drawn aside, and he parted his lips, his voice a soft murmur. "Aphrodite, if we are to be bound by the shackles of reason before making any choices, we would lose much of the joy that life has to offer." Ji Gung remained silent, quietly observing the swiftly passing phantoms beyond the window, until the golden-haired sun god approached him. He then turned his head and, with keen interest, inquired, "Apollo, you claim that no one but you can halt this divine chariot?" Although he could not fathom why Aphrodite posed such a question, Apollo nodded in agreement. "Is that so? Then, my dear Apollo, after tonight, you shall no longer hold such a belief." Ji Gung's eyes gently closed, his melodious voice tinged with a hint of mockery and regret. Apollo, puzzled, parted his lips to speak, but before he could finish, the once stable steeds were suddenly ensnared by an unseen force, emitting furious whinnies. They seemed to struggle against an invisible restraint, thrashing their limbs and causing the entire divine chariot to sway violently. Apollo's expression shifted, and as he prepared to investigate the commotion, a pair of hands forcefully yanked down the curtain at the front of the carriage. "Aphrodite," a rugged voice boomed from the newcomer, followed by the appearance of a tall man in Ji Gung and Apollo's line of sight. His black hair fell freely down his back, and his handsome face bore an innate arrogance and defiance, reminiscent of an untamed beast galloping across the plains, bloodthirsty, fierce, and haughty. "Ares." A dangerous glimmer flashed in Apollo's eyes as he glanced behind Ares, noticing that his horses were bound by a massive iron chain around their legs. To ensnare his steeds was within the capability of any high-ranking deity, yet to restrain them while they were in full flight was beyond even the war god Ares. For Ares' speed could not rival that of his horses, unless someone had aided Ares. In an instant, Apollo's mind raced through various scenarios. He took a step forward, positioning his body to obstruct Ares' gaze towards Ji Gung. The blockage displeased Ares, causing him to purse his lips, his slanted brows arching upwards. He leaped onto the divine chariot and strode inside, but after only a few steps, he halted abruptly. The distinctive scent of male musk had not entirely dissipated, and the lingering aura of indulgence after passion subtly danced within the chariot. This unusual fragrance was familiar to any man, even to Ares, who was wholly devoted to martial pursuits and devoid of romantic experience. The imposing war god's countenance darkened, an inexplicable anger surging within him at the thought of something dear being tainted, his gaze towards Apollo transforming into a fierce, menacing glare. "What have you done?" Ares' brow furrowed deeply as he could not contain his inquiry. In contrast to Ares' evident agitation, Apollo appeared remarkably composed, the dim golden light illuminating his handsome face, revealing the sun god's extraordinary calmness in this moment. Upon hearing Ares' inquiry, he let out a derisive laugh, then deliberately lowered his voice, cryptically stating, "Naturally, I engaged in a rather pleasurable activity." As he spoke, he ostentatiously adjusted his already tidy attire. It was only then that Ares noticed the white substance on Apollo's clothing. Subsequently, Apollo deftly stepped aside, allowing Ji Gung's figure to be fully revealed before Ares. At that moment, Ares' keen eyesight discerned the bite marks adorning Ji Gung's neck. The crimson imprints starkly contrasted against his fair skin, rendering them impossible for Ares to overlook. In an instant, an inexplicable surge of fury ignited within Ares' mind, instilling him with a sense of uncontainable rage. The sensory stimulation derived from mere speculation could never equate to that of first-hand observation. "Aphrodite, what is the meaning of this?" Ares seethed, his hands clenched tightly at his sides, the veins in his arms bulging from the intensity of his agitation. His overwhelming fury contorted his features, and he gazed at Ji Gung with the ire of a husband discovering his beloved wife in the embrace of another. Kuei-in, this is a misunderstanding. The little wolf dog has clearly misconstrued the situation. Ji Gung lifted his eyelids, poised to speak, when Apollo interjected abruptly, stating, "If the god of war has no further business, please disembark. My divine chariot is not a space for the god of war to unleash his frustrations." The unmistakable tone of dismissal rendered the already tense atmosphere even more enigmatic. "Apollo, I cannot permit you to take Aphrodite away." Ares raised his chin slightly, his gaze fierce and cutting, as cold as a blade, piercing directly at Apollo. Apollo's eyes darkened, exuding a dangerous aura, yet, despite the trademark smile gracing his lips, the chill emanating from his gaze was chillingly formidable. "That will depend on your ability to thwart me." At this moment, Apollo's traditionally gentle voice was shrouded in an unyielding frost, casting an inexplicable chill throughout the confined space of the chariot. Ares met Apollo's eyes, their fierce gazes colliding without impediment. In a flash of electric tension, it was unclear who struck first. As a swift blur surged toward the other, the clash of cold, hard weapons slicing through the air with a sharp crackle. Following this brief exchange, the two unspokenly transitioned their battlefield from the confined chariot to the open air outside. Ares, a champion of martial prowess and a connoisseur of bloodshed, stood tall and imposing, exuding a power capable of obliterating all. In that moment, the man bearing the title of the god of war resembled a fierce and agile leopard, radiating an aura of perilous ferocity. Each swing of his blade charged with explosive potential. Although Apollo lacked Ares's brutish aggression, his ever-present, warm smile belied his might. As the favored child of the god king, his strength surpassed that of other high deities, unfathomable and immeasurable. Listening to the sound of clashing weapons, Ji Gung slowly exited the chariot. He surveyed the ravaged ground, now resembling a wasteland, before directing his gaze to the two deities engaged in a fierce confrontation high above. He observed in silence the gods battling in his name, the moonlight illuminating his face, revealing an expression of utter calm amidst the chilling desolation of the night, exuding an inexplicable coldness. Just then, a breeze carrying a faint fragrance wafted toward him, rustling the curtains of the chariot with a soft sound. Behind Ji Gung, the previously formless wind began to coalesce into a tall and stately figure. In the next moment, it seemed as though a pair of hands gently rested upon Ji Gung's shoulders, imbued with an affectionate tenderness. A strikingly handsome man materialized behind him, his once youthful features having matured into a gentle, non-threatening allure that easily evokes fondness, if one were to overlook the intense possessiveness gleaming in his eyes. The man's hands exerted a subtle pressure, adopting a posture akin to confinement, as his broad palms pressed firmly against Ji Gung's shoulders. Feeling the coolness of the skin beneath his touch, a satisfied smile curled at the corners of his lips. He rested his chin lightly on Ji Gung's shoulder, leaning in so that his lips brushed against Ji Gung's ear. With his eyes softly closed, he murmured, "I have captured you, Aphrodite." His voice was slow and gentle, enunciating Ji Gung's name with a rich timbre that rose slightly in pitch, conveying an intimate familiarity. As he drew closer, the delicate fragrance in the air intensified, enveloping them both. Ji Gung's demeanor remained unchanged, even as the peculiar fragrance rendered his body somewhat rigid. His tranquil countenance betrayed not a hint of panic. "Eros, whom do you believe would emerge victorious, Ares or Apollo?" Ji Gung suddenly inquired, his tone imbued with a rare curiosity. "I do not know," Eros replied, stepping closer to Ji Gung, his hand still resting on his shoulder. His gaze was solely fixated on Ji Gung, the affection in his eyes intensifying, while a faint shadow of dark mist mingled within his stare, concealing an almost uncontrollable desire and a fervent longing. "All I know is that regardless of who triumphs or falters, Aphrodite, I must take you away with me now." Upon hearing this, Ji Gung merely cast a fleeting glance at Eros, his gaze imbued with an air of aloof superiority, exuding an unapproachable indifference and disdain. In less than a heartbeat, he turned away with a cold and mocking demeanor. Eros's visage contorted for a brief moment, his other hand instinctively tightening into a fist at his side. This very expression, this nonchalant demeanor, impervious to any adversity, radiated an audacious, resplendent arrogance, yet was steeped in profound coldness. Eros harbored a deep-seated aversion to Aphrodite's demeanor, while simultaneously being irresistibly drawn to it. This contradictory emotion lingered in his heart, intensifying the fervor of his desires. Since their first encounter, Aphrodite's figure had lingered in his mind, as he bore witness to the birth of this goddess of unparalleled beauty, who conveyed her exquisite allure to the world with the freedom of the winds. Eros felt he was destined to be special in the presence of Aphrodite. His own identity felt diminutive, and he had long cherished her beauty from a distance, tasting the bitter fruit of unrequited love. Yet, the more he suppressed his emotions, the more fervent they became. Upon learning that Aphrodite was to unite with Hephaestus, the god of fire, he could no longer resign himself to a solitary despair. He yearned to claim this man, who perpetually radiated endless charm, to possess him, to intertwine with him, and to dissolve into his very being. With this thought, Eros couldn't help but chuckle softly, his handsome features as graceful and warm as the wind, yet his gaze shrouded in a profound obscurity akin to the densest ink. He glanced at Zhigang, then at Apollo and Ares. As the intensity of the battle escalated, the two noble deities drawing further away, a surge of divine energy flowed through Eros's fingertips, coalescing into a pale blue halo before Zhigang, swiftly forming a colossal vortex woven from the very essence of the wind. This vortex towered over 2 meters, spinning with a rapid ferocity, transforming into a formidable magnetic force. Its depths growing ever more unfathomable, akin to an unseen beast thrashing about in a tempest, roaring with feral fangs, poised to devour all in its path. As the vortex drew nearer, Zhigang narrowed his eyes, pondering its destination. Eros cast a glance towards Apollo and Ares, who had halted their battle the moment the vortex materialized and were now hastening towards them. With a cold smile, he gently addressed Zhigang, saying, "To a place where only you and I exist." As the sound gradually faded, Eros grasped Zhigang's wrist and swiftly leaped into the swirling vortex. By the time Ares and Apollo arrived, they could only seize a fleeting wisp of intangible wind, breathing in the lingering fragrance that still graced the air. Apollo's countenance darkened significantly. The aroma possessed a numbing effect on the nerves, although it had diminished considerably. Apollo still felt a momentary stiffness coursing through his body as he inhaled. The expression in Apollo's eyes turned ominously stormy as he thought of Eros. Ares, too, felt his features harden, rage igniting within his pupils, imbuing his visage with a fierce, malevolent aura. Upon locating Eros, he vowed to rend the miscreant to shreds. Apollo, dismissing any further interaction with Ares, suppressed his rising agitation and, channeling his divine power, contained the dissipating fragrance within a small pouch. He then mounted the nearest handsome steed and sped towards Mount Olympus. Despite Eros's relatively low standing among the gods, his divine duties rendered him elusive when he wished to hide. Apollo did not believe that Eros would take Aphrodite to the Aeolian Islands, his original abode, after abducting her. In his quest to find Eros without alarming too many deities, Apollo opted to seek assistance from Demeter rather than Flora. Upon witnessing Apollo collecting the floral scent into the pouch, Ares comprehended his intentions. Once his composure returned, he too mounted his war horse and hastened towards Olympus, though with a different destination in mind. While Apollo aimed for Demeter's palace, Ares set his sights on the residence of Aphrodite and Hephaestus. Reluctantly acknowledging the prideful Ananias's potential to locate Aphrodite, he pressed on. Meanwhile, as Apollo and Ares raced towards Olympus, Eros had already brought Zhigang to a dimly lit cave, gently laying Zhigang against the stone wall. Eros rose to ignite the candles used for illumination within the cave. As more flames flickered to life, the once cold and shadowy cavern transformed into a brighter space. This was a rather unremarkable cave, small in size, easily overlooked, and decidedly ordinary. Zhigang casually cast a glance around before retracting his gaze. "Look, how splendid this place is, free from any disturbances, just you and me." A delightful smile graced Elrose's lips as he stepped closer to Zhigang, one deliberate stride at a time. Zhigang gazed silently at Eros for a few moments before slowly articulating, "Eros, you have taken me by surprise." "Surprise?" Eros scoffed, crouching down to meet Zhigang's gaze with an air of reluctant defiance. "Do you truly believe that in your wretchedness, my actions could astonish you?" As Eros spoke, he did not await a response from Zhigang. Instead, he tenderly caressed Zhigang's cheek, continuing, "Aphrodite, you wield this unparalleled beauty to enchant the gods, driving them to madness for you, yet you remain oblivious to me, the very first deity to behold you." By the end of his words, Eros's tone had grown noticeably fervent, a peculiar smile gracing his face. His hand, now increasingly gentle on Zhigang's cheek, belied the deepening madness and desire in his eyes. Yet, these sentiments had become inconsequential. At this moment, it was solely you and I. "You must lie beneath me, enduring the punishment I shall bestow, as I leave my mark upon every inch of your body. I have awaited this moment for far too long." As he spoke, Eros leaned closer, pressing his hand against Ji Gung's side, enveloping him in his embrace. He maneuvered one leg between Ji Gung's, lowering his lips to the nape of Ji Gung's neck, whispering softly, "Tonight was meant to be a serene evening shared between you and Hephaestus. Allow me to take his place and cherish you properly, shall we?" As Eros spoke, his warm breath cascaded onto Ji Gung's neck. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a contented sigh escaped his throat. Then, he teasingly brushed his nose against the flawless alabaster skin of Ji Gung's nape. Aphrodite, the man he had envisioned through countless daydreams and sleepless nights. Eros had often fantasized about pinning this proud and noble figure beneath him, penetrating that warm, inviting space, and feeling Ji Gung's long legs entwined more tightly around his waist. Lost in the ecstasy Eros bestowed upon him, gasping and moaning in delight. Now, the scenes of his dreams were on the verge of becoming reality. The mere thought of it brought a faint blush to Eros's cheeks, his heart pounding fiercely, signaling his current joy and excitement. He licked his lips and let his warm tongue linger gently at Ji Gung's collarbone for a fleeting moment, as delicate as a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, cautiously testing before indulging in the most exquisite of feasts. After this subtle gesture, almost instinctively, he glanced up at Ji Gung, only to find him still seemingly unmoved. For a brief moment, Eros's expression twisted into something sinister, the candlelight casting an otherworldly glow upon his once handsome visage. Then, as if struck by a thought, Eros leaned onto Ji Gung, laughter bubbling forth, first a low, suppressed chuckle, then gradually escalating into a more boisterous sound tinged with madness. "How foolish of me to hope for your response. Indeed, your eyes have never held me." With that realization, Eros paused, his gaze darkening. "Since that is the case, you shall simply endure this, whether you wish to or not." With that declaration, Eros's soft lips once again found their way to Ji Gung's neck. This time, he did not merely graze the skin. His tongue danced provocatively upon the tender flesh until it glistened with his saliva. Only then did he retract his tongue, opting to tease with gentle bites, sucking and nibbling with fervor. Ji Gung lowered his gaze to the head nestled against his neck, just as he parted his lips. Intending to speak, Eros seemed to sense his intention and promptly covered Ji Gung's mouth with his hand, denying him the opportunity to utter any words of refusal. The soft touch of his palm made Eros's body tremble slightly. His Adam's apple bobbed as the pressure on Ji Gung's lips instinctively tightened. Eros was unwilling to hear any more words from this wretched individual, knowing that such utterances would only numb his senses and render him vulnerable. At this moment, Eros was consumed by a singular desire, to possess Aphrodite wholly, to mark his body with his presence. Eros's kisses grew increasingly fervent, as if he sought to devour Ji Gung entirely, merging him deeply into his very being. Aphrodite's skin acted as the finest aphrodisiac, the faint fragrance causing Eros to shudder with anticipation. "Quion, shall we continue to wait?" Quion, I am somewhat eager to see who will arrive here first." Quion, however, it seems this little wind god, Eros, has indeed struck a fortunate deal. Eros trailed kisses along Ji Gung's collarbone, his body aflame, his fingertips hot and fervent. As he gently and cautiously unfastened Ji Gung's garments, the warmth of his fingers met the coolness of Ji Gung's skin at his chest, prompting a sigh of satisfaction to escape his lips once more. After he had pushed Ji Gung's shirt down to his waist, his eyes were filled with admiration and longing. The flawless skin and the smooth, rounded shoulders captivated him deeply. Beneath the elegantly shaped collarbone lay a seamless flow of contours, and Ji Gung's slender waist exuded strength and grace, compelling Eros to reach out and touch this perfect form. Indeed, Eros did just that. He opened his hand and gently pressed his palm against Ji Gung's abdomen, which rose and fell with each breath. The cool, smooth texture of the skin was more intoxicating than the finest jade. Within the modest cave, the candlelight flickered gently, casting a warm glow upon Ji Gung, seemingly imbuing his previously aloof visage with a hint of enchanting allure. Even though he maintained an air of lofty detachment, to Eros's eyes, he became increasingly captivating amidst the thickening atmosphere. The enchanting allure of vibrant colors intertwined with the chilling demeanor of frost creates a captivating beauty, one that incites a maddening contradiction. The more pronounced this duality, the more it compels Eros to yearn to shatter the icy facade upon his face, to fiercely embrace and cherish him, and subsequently weep in ecstasy amidst their shared passions. The mere thought of such a heart-racing scene ignites a fervent blaze within Eros's eyes. his gaze lingering longingly upon the exposed torso of Ji Gung before eventually settling upon the delicate rosy points adorning his chest. A rush of warmth swiftly surged towards Eros's abdomen, with his lower body responding eagerly. He swallowed hard, poised to caress that enticing softness, when suddenly, an ear-piercing roar erupted from outside the cave. Eros's movements halted, his expression contorting once more. There was always someone intruding upon his solitude with Aphrodite. With haste, Eros dressed Ji Gung once more, and with a flick of his fingers, a vortex akin to the previous one materialized before Ji Gung. However, perhaps due to the confined space of the cave, this vortex, born of wind, was considerably smaller and its rotational speed notably slower than before. Without affording Ji Gung further contemplation, Eros encircled his waist, preparing to lift him, when suddenly, the stone door blocking the cave entrance was shattered by an unseen force, followed closely by a swift, white figure dashing towards Ji Gung with the speed of lightning. More accurately, it was charging at Eros. The figure moved with such velocity that Eros barely perceived a fleeting white shadow rushing toward him. In the blink of an eye, it stood before him, causing Eros's eyes to widen in shock as he was compelled to release Ji Gung and evade with the swiftness of the wind. Yet, despite his efforts, a gaping, bloody wound was torn across Eros's chest. Blood dripped steadily from his injury, echoing through the stillness of the cave. "Ananias, come here." Ji Gung suddenly spoke, his voice cool and alluring, akin to berries immersed in a pot of honey, imbued with an irresistible charm that compelled one to respond with utmost tenderness. Thus, Ananias, preparing to launch yet another assault, swiftly retracted his fangs. This formidable, towering white tiger temporarily relinquished its intent to attack the oblivious wind god, instead approaching Ji Gung's side. It was only then that Eros was able to discern the true form of the white specter that had inflicted his wounds. Eros had long been aware of Aphrodite's forest king named Ananias. He had assumed it was merely a creature more ferocious than the average white tiger. However, the lightning-fast strike he had just experienced had irrevocably altered his perception. The speed and strength displayed were enough to astonish him. Eros had no doubt that had he hesitated even slightly, this white tiger could have easily torn him apart. Indeed, Eros cast a glance at the wound marring his chest, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. To remain by Aphrodite's side, even a white tiger bore strength rivaling that of the gods. Lowering his gaze, he disregarded the gory, bleeding gash across his torso, allowing his long hair to veil his face. His entire countenance was shrouded in the narrow shadows, lost in contemplation, exuding an aura of profound gloom and desolation. Without casting a glance at Eros, Ji Gung remained motionless after Ananias settled beside him, silently gazing into the tiger's eyes, expressionless. As he watched his own reflection mirrored in Ananias' crystalline blue orbs, reminiscent of the sky, Ananias seemed perplexed by Ji Gung's silence, and thus, the majestic white tiger carefully lowered his body, closed his eyes, and gently rested his chin upon Ji Gung's hand, nuzzling against the back of it with the soft fur beneath his jaw, conveying a sense of comfort and appeasement. Ananias always seemed to find him effortlessly. It had been the same in the underworld. Was it the scent, or some other means? Ji Gung slightly narrowed his eyes, and at the moment when Ananias lifted his gaze towards him, he gently placed his hand atop the erect, dual ears of Ananias. The pristine, short fur densely enveloped the soft, pink beast ears, quivering delicately in response to Ji Gung's tender caress. Ji Gung's lips curled slightly as he withdrew the hand that had been gently resting on Ananias' jaw, subsequently grasping the front paw of the beast. The fierce creature had long since retracted its sharp claws, tucking the pointed talons within the soft white fur. When Ji Gung's fingertips made contact, only the plush, pink flesh remained. Ji Gung gently inhaled, a faint metallic scent wafting from the gaps between Ananias' fingers, the unmistakable aroma of Eros's blood. Ji Gung gently pressed the soft flesh at the center of Ananias' palm with his fingertip. As he applied pressure, faintly visible within the crevice was the white down, stained by a hint of crimson. The purest white was marred by the glaring red, accompanied by a subtle hint of sanguine scent. The congealed dark red clung to the delicate down, resembling spilled paint saturating a pristine sheet of paper, transforming it into a discordant hue. Ji Gung furrowed his brow and lightly uttered two words, "Dirty." Yet, these mere words seemed to have activated a switch, prompting Aeolus, who had been lost in thought, to finally react. He covered his mouth and burst into laughter, a cacophony of resentment, rage, and other intricate emotions echoing hauntingly within the cavern. Ananias quickly turned, his expression wary as he fixed his gaze upon Aeolus, baring his sharp fangs, limbs spread wide, and body slightly hunched, poised for an optimal attack. Anaeus remained focused intently on Aeolus, while Aeolus's gaze remained steadfastly on Zhigong, the most beautiful deity in existence, adored by all living beings. Though currently in a vulnerable state, seated upon the ground due to the intoxicating fragrance of flowers, exuded an air of nobility that inspired admiration. To Aeolus, however, Zhigong might merely appear as an inconsequential ant. Such unwillingness to be interrupted. The smile on Aeolus's face gradually faded as he finally turned his attention to Anaeus, narrowing his eyes dangerously, dark hues swirling within his black pupils. The atmosphere grew tense in that moment. Just then, a thunderous noise erupted from outside the cave, followed by the entrance of a tall, imposing figure. Accompanied by a voice that bore a hint of reproach and concern, a robust man swiftly appeared before Zhigong. The newcomer was strikingly handsome, with chiseled features and deep-set eyes, his elegantly arched brows framing a gaze of sharp intensity. His dark, tousled hair, disheveled from his vigorous sprint, added an air of casual defiance. "Hey, Aphrodite, are you all right?" His typically impatient and arrogant tone was laced with a subtle undertone of worry. Ares scrutinized Zhigong from head to toe, only breathing a sigh of relief after confirming that Zhigong bore no injuries. "I'm fine," Zhigong reassured him. Having already composed himself, oblivious to any signs of distress, Ares, the deity who revered strength and relished bloodshed and battle, turned his focus squarely on Aeolus, the source of his considerable ire. This reckless wind god, intoxicated by the unique powers bestowed upon him by his divine role, had forgotten his place. And now it was time for him to face the dire consequences of using Ares as a mere pawn. For those who are blissfully unaware of their own insignificance, Ares has never shown mercy when it comes to their obliteration. His blade is due to taste blood. Ares licked his lips, and a flicker of excitement appeared in his pitch-black eyes, which have long been feared by countless souls. Eros, having staunched the wound in his chest, fixed his gaze upon Ares for several moments before a derisive laugh escaped the corner of his lips. "Ares, you know all too well how dreadful Aphrodite truly is. With his unparalleled beauty, he seduces both mortals and deities alike, as if toying with the most wretched of playthings." Eros unabashedly criticized, mocking Zhigong with the utmost malice. Yet, just as his words fell, Ares parted his lips, poised to respond, but Ananias preemptively let out a warning snarl directed at Eros. Observing this, the irony in Eros's eyes deepened. He concealed his unfulfilled rage, jealousy, and resentment deep within, and even in a position of disadvantage, Eros displayed no trace of panic. Instead, he cast a sidelong glance at Ananias with a hint of pity, remarking, "You are indeed a loyal guardian to your master. However, a pet will always remain just a pet." Zhigong restrained the eager Anaxius, gently patting its head in a soothing manner, only to hear the cold, mocking laughter of Aeolus once more. Ares cast a glance at Zhigong before shifting his gaze to Aeolus, raising an eyebrow as he remarked, "Do the weak so revel in their own soliloquies?" Aeolus did not respond directly to Ares. Instead, his voice dripped with malice as he retorted, "Ares, he scorns me and cannot bear witness to any genuine affection you might receive. Have you finished?" Ares inquired impatiently, his eyes, dark as ink, simmering with rising fury, accompanied by the arrogance and madness of a superior being. Seeing that Ares remained unperturbed, Aeolus's mocking demeanor abruptly faded. He fixed his icy gaze upon Ares, swiftly conjuring a pale yellow aura with his left hand. Ares made the first move, charging towards Aeolus in an instant, just as his blade was about to make contact. The pale yellow glow enveloped Aeolus, and a tempestuous wind surged forth, slicing through the air and propelling them beyond the cave's confines. The narrow cavern had never been a battlefield to Aeolus's satisfaction. Once they emerged into the vast expanse of the open sky, the wind swirling around them became his most lethal weapon, formless yet devastatingly effective. As the god of war, Ares' prowess was never diminished by a mere change of venue. He glanced momentarily at Zhigong, who sat quietly to the side, and after a brief contemplation, he resolutely pursued Aeolus. The flames of his wrath would not be easily extinguished. Ares could not allow Aeolus to exploit this situation without consequence. This was not merely an instinct for battle, but a profound competitive drive etched into his very being. As the god of war, Ares was inherently drawn to bloodshed and strife. Furthermore, a significant underlying reason lingered. Perhaps even Ares himself was uncertain of how to confront Aphrodite, particularly after their last encounter in the forest, where he had initiated a kiss. Thus, after only a moment of reflection between Aeolus and Aphrodite, Ares chose to pursue Aeolus with unwavering determination. The wind's speed was formidable, and Ares' honed reflexes, sharpened through countless battles, matched it well. Moreover, Aeolus showed no signs of retreat, allowing Ares to quickly engage in combat with him. Quiet remarked, TSK. The little wolf pup truly lives up to his title as the god of war. His mind seems to be occupied solely with two things, battle and Aphrodite. Quiet continued. Yet, Zhigang, in the heart of this little wolf pup, you evidently do not rival the primal instincts bestowed by his divine role. Not rival? Zhigang smiled gently, neither affirming nor denying. Thus, it is even more essential to cherish the moment, is it not? Zhigang gradually rose to his feet, leaning against the stone wall for support. After stretching his limbs, he found that apart from a slight weakness in his body, he felt no other discomfort. The numbing effect of the fragrant aroma had long dissipated. Moreover, Zhigang was not originally from this world, and the transient nature of his soul's detachment had shortened the duration of the drug's effects on his body. Zhigang cast a glance outside the cave. The battlefield of Ares and Aeolus had seemingly shifted to an unknown location. Upon exiting the cavern, Zhigang beheld no trace of them. At this moment, it was already deep into the night, the inky sky devoid of any glimmer of light, as the moonlight and starlight appeared to be shrouded by ominous clouds. Zhigang lowered his head and gently caressed the soft, dense fur atop Anasius' head, revealing the delicate red chain adorning his wrist. After a brief pause, he stated, "It is time to return home." Considering Hephaestus, who might still be nursing a hangover, Zhigang felt a pang of responsibility as his nominal partner. Realizing he ought not to leave him alone in solitude, especially when Hephaestus' affection for him had stagnated at a score of 97. Anasius lifted his head, his round, azure eyes fixed on Zhigang. Noticing the contemplative furrow in Zhigang's brow, he playfully raised a paw and gently scratched at Zhigang's pant leg. Once Zhigang redirected his attention to him, Anasius, with a hint of intention, shook his back before lowering himself beside Zhigang's feet. Understanding Anasius's meaning and recalling the speed with which the white tiger had arrived, Zhigang hesitated for a moment before abandoning his original plan to fly using divine power, opting instead to mount Anasius's back. "Let us go, Anasius," Zhigang said, playfully pinching the creature's ears, a faint smile gracing his lips. Upon Zhigang's return to Mount Olympus, the once resplendent palace had melded into the night due to the deepening darkness. After escorting Zhigang to the palace gifted to him and Hephaestus by the king of the gods, Anasius reluctantly departed at Zhigang's gesture, whether it was due to the king's personal motives or some other reason. The number of attendants assigned to this palace was conspicuously fewer than those in the residences of other deities, with the absence of half or more of the usual staff. This night, aside from the maidens already asleep, not a single guard remained on duty. The entire palace exuded an eerie quietude. Traversing the courtyard, Zhigang approached the candlelit chamber at the far end. As he opened the door, he beheld Hephaestus lying on the bed with his back to him, still clad in matching festive attire. Listening to the soft cadence of Hephaestus's breathing, Zhigang's lips curled into a smile as he gently closed the door behind him and strolled leisurely toward the red-haired god. This scene bore a resemblance to a sovereign bestowing affection upon a favored consort. However, Hephaestus was no consort, nor was Zhigang a king. Their bond was one of hunter and prey. Zhigang approached the bedside and came to a halt, the candlelight casting a warm glow upon him, extending a slender shadow that gradually enveloped the head of the bed. Zhigang leaned closer to Hephaestus, gazing intently at the god of metallurgy, whose craftsmanship radiated brilliance. From this angle, he was afforded a glimpse of the striking profile of the red-haired deity. Perhaps the scar marring one side of Hephaestus's face was not as terrifying as the other, or perhaps the gentle, warm glow of the candles this evening softened his features. At that moment, Hephaestus appeared surprisingly pleasant to Zhigang's eyes. This big fellow is indeed sleeping soundly. Do you intend to rouse him?" Zhigang gently twirled a strand of fiery red hair that hung from Hephaestus's shoulder around his flawless white fingers, resembling a delicate crimson thread conveying sweet affection, yet also akin to the most intricately woven strands of a sharp and entangling net. After toying with the strands of Hephaestus' hair for a while, Zhigang grew weary and released them. As he straightened up, intending to lower the side curtains, he suddenly heard his name whispered from the lips of the crimson-haired deity. Aphrodite's voice lingered, the subsequent syllables a faint and almost imperceptible murmur. Zhigang paused momentarily, then decisively settled on the edge of the bed, his hands firmly planted on either side of Hephaestus' body on the sheets. He leaned in closer to Hephaestus than before, intrigued by the whispered words escaping his lips. With curiosity, he brought his face nearer to Hephaestus, his ear inclined toward the slightly parted lips. Aphrodite, I have prepared a gift for you. I hope it brings you joy. A gift, indeed. Jigung turned his face towards Hephaestus. Their proximity now merely a finger's breadth apart. Thoughts of the gifts Hephaestus had previously bestowed upon him flitted through Jigung's mind, causing his delicate brows to arch slightly. Perhaps it was the closeness that made Jigung's breath brush against Hephaestus's face, creating a ticklish sensation. The red-haired deity furrowed his brow lightly, his eyelashes fluttering gently before he slowly opened his eyes. Jigung maintained his posture, gazing at Hephaestus, until the red-haired deity turned his face towards him. It was then that Jigung offered a gentle smile and softly remarked, "You have awakened." In their shared gaze, Jigung found no trace of surprise within Hephaestus's dark pupils, which took him aback, prompting him to sit upright, ready to speak. However, at that moment, Hephaestus also rose, suddenly reaching out to embrace Jigung. "Aphrodite," Hephaestus softly called, burying his head in Jigung's shoulder, his crimson locks cascading down to intertwine with Jigung's golden tresses. "I adore you," Hephaestus murmured, his voice hoarse and laced with the remnants of slumber. Was he still ensnared in a dream, or was it the lingering effects of intoxication? Perhaps it was a blend of both. Sensing the faint scent of alcohol on his companion, Jigung furrowed his brows and gently patted Hephaestus's back. He could feel the solid, powerful form beneath his palm, the sleek contours indicative of its owner's resilience and explosive strength. Perhaps it was due to Hephaestus being the god of fire that his body radiated a warmth exceeding that of other deities, while Jigung's own form typically leaned towards coolness. In this moment of embrace, Hephaestus instinctively tightened his hold on Jigung, as if this closeness was the only way to bridge the distance between them. Jigung, still in this position, called out the red-haired god's name, brushing aside the strands of hair that fell across Hephaestus's cheek. Once he revealed the entirety of Hephaestus's profile, he paused with satisfaction, leaning closer to whisper into Hephaestus's ear, playfully flicking his tongue against the earlobe. The wedding night has only just begun. Hephaestus's body quivered, seemingly reacting to Jigung's words, or perhaps to that fleeting touch. Suddenly, the red-haired deity released Jigung, covering his ears and sitting upright. Jigung found himself amused by his reaction, observing with a hint of laughter the figure seated opposite him, Hephaestus, whose eyes were gradually regaining clarity, widening in astonishment. Hephaestus blinked, then vigorously slapped his own head, seemingly attempting to sharpen his awareness. Perhaps due to the current predicament, a flush crept across the expressionless face of the red-haired deity, whose gaze continually darted away, daring not to meet Jigung's eyes. Jigung observed Hephaestus's actions with an air of leisure, the amusement in his eyes becoming increasingly apparent. Hephaestus appeared to feel a tinge of embarrassment at his own demeanor, fidgeting slightly as if he wished to articulate something, yet ultimately managed only a single utterance, "I." In this moment, the red-haired deity seemed even more flustered, eventually lowering his gaze under Jigung's unwavering stare, seeking to alleviate his discomfort. "Hephaestus, look at me," Jigung commanded assertively. Hephaestus had always heeded Aphrodite's words and would never dare to contradict her. After a brief internal struggle, he obediently lifted his gaze to meet Jigung's eyes. At that moment, both sat upon the bed, and due to their height difference, Hephaestus had to slightly lower his brow when gazing up at Jigung as per his directive. Despite the fierce scar adorning Hephaestus's visage, his lashes were remarkably long. Unlike many deities whose lashes were elegantly curled, Hephaestus's lashes grew straight and proud, with the lower lashes barely shorter than the upper. Consequently, when Hephaestus closed his eyes to gaze closely at another, his raven-like lashes cast a narrow shadow upon his eyelids, delicate and quivering, evoking an overwhelming sensation of being deeply and affectionately regarded. Jigung beheld his own reflection within the inky depths of Hephaestus's obsidian eyes. He lifted his hand and, with a hint of playful curiosity, delicately brushed the tips of his fingers against Hephaestus's eyelashes. Jigung's fingertips, smooth and rounded, allowed him to distinctly perceive the fine, soft texture of Hephaestus's lashes, which, resting upon his fingertips, elicited a gentle tickle. Jigung chuckled softly, and it was only when Hephaestus's long lashes trembled involuntarily due to the gentle caress of his fingertips that he withdrew his hand with a sense of satisfaction. Hephaestus, tonight let us engage in the intimate activities befitting partners. As soon as Jigung uttered those words, Hephaestus who comprehended the profound meaning behind them, felt his face flush with an overwhelming intensity. How could he possibly refuse such an invitation? He had long harbored feelings for Aphrodite, a passion that rendered him insatiably eager. The chasm between the clouds and the mud seemed insurmountable, yet Hephaestus chose not to dwell on it any longer. Aphrodite was now his beloved, and all his shyness and insecurities transformed into an all-consuming yearning in the face of her alluring invitation. Undeniably, deep within Hephaestus's heart lay a persistent fantasy of winning over Aphrodite, a fervent desire buried beneath layers of humility, which at that moment, upon hearing Aphrodite's inviting words, finally broke free from its shackles. Hephaestus took a deep breath, trembling slightly as he reached out once more to embrace Zhigung, leaning in to gently kiss those long-desired sweet lips. The soft sensation was akin to the most fragrant of fruits. As Hephaestus observed Zhigung's expression, he cautiously extended his tongue, tentatively exploring the warm confines of Zhigung's mouth. Sensing Hephaestus's intent, Zhigung slightly parted his lips, allowing Hephaestus's tongue to delve deeper into his territory. This responsive gesture undoubtedly provided Hephaestus with immense encouragement. The red-haired deity felt a surge of joy as his tongue ventured into Zhigung's warm mouth, seeking out his own. Though they had shared a kiss once before on Mount Chivala, Hephaestus still appeared inexperienced at this moment. However, it was precisely this Navi kiss, with their tongues brushing against one another in an almost ethereal manner, that evoked a peculiar sensation of delightful tingling. Not wishing to let Hephaestus's innocent exploration linger any longer, Zhigung cradled Hephaestus's face in his hands, skillfully entwining his tongue with Hephaestus's, allowing them to intertwine freely. As they savored the sweetest of essences, Hephaestus, finally unrestrained, began to instinctively suckle the sweetness from Zhigung's mouth. The escalating fervor of their kiss intensified their mutual desires. Hephaestus felt a growing heat coursing through his body. He untied the ribbon at Zhigung's waist, drawing it away, and his hand slipped beneath the hem of Zhigung's garment, gliding along his back. Hephaestus's hands, calloused from years of wielding a hammer and forging metal, contrasted with Zhigung's smooth, delicate skin. As his hand traversed the curve of Zhigung's waist and traveled up his spine, the roughness of his calluses heightened their sensory experience. Fearing that his rough hands might harm Zhigung's tender skin, Hephaestus instinctively softened his grip, even as his kisses grew ever more fervent. Zhigung emitted a soft murmur from his throat, a seductive sound akin to the most potent spring elixir, gently caressing Hephaestus's ears. Stirring a tremor within his heart, he indulged more audaciously in the sweetness that flowed from Zhigung's lips, as the heat between his legs began to rise. Hephaestus's hand gradually traversed Zhigung's back to his waist and abdomen, lingering momentarily at the delicate navel before slowly gliding upwards along the firm, flat belly, ultimately resting precisely upon the tender peaks of Zhigung's chest. The instant their skin met, Hephaestus instinctively gazed at Zhigung, and found himself unable to look away. Under the candlelight, Zhigung's visage was enveloped in a soft, warm glow, his fair cheeks adorned with a tantalizing blush. The slight upward tilt of his eyes revealed a hint of physiological tears at the corners, glimmering like freshly bloomed peach blossoms kissed by the morning dew of early spring, captivating and resplendent. In that moment of physical and emotional union, both released a satisfied sigh, as if acknowledging the overwhelming affection that surged through their consciousness. Zhigung's lips curled into a smile, surrendering to the passionate onslaught of Hephaestus. The divine being possessed a physique far more robust and enduring than that of mortals. Lost in desire, Hephaestus glistened with beads of sweat, cascading down his muscular chest, rolling along the smooth contours of his physique as he breathed heavily, enhancing his allure with an intoxicating sensuality, even softening the harsh scar that marked his face. Both were enveloped in the immense pleasure they bestowed upon each other, their bodies entwined, reveling in the warmth they shared. Their coupling continued until the night stretched into the early hours, only halting as dawn began to break. As the sky lightened, the darkness of night surrendered to the day, and the early birds stirred the slumbering earth, heralding the arrival of a new day. The gentle warmth of early spring crept through the cracks of the window, and the daylight brightened the entire room. Upon the vast bed lay two men entwined in slumber. The scarred man slept peacefully, a faint smile of contentment gracing his features even in dreams, his red hair cascading loosely behind him, a few strands falling across his chest, intermingling with the golden locks of the strikingly beautiful man cradled in his embrace. When Apollo, disregarding his attendant's attempts to intervene, barged in, he was met with this poignant scene. His pupils dilated in shock, A tumult of unwillingness, jealousy, fury, and disbelief intermingled in his mind. He stood transfixed, his hands clenched into fists at his sides, nails digging painfully into his palms, leaving behind glaring red marks. Ji Gung slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing Apollo enter the room, there was no hint of surprise on his face. The alluring beauty that had always characterized Aphrodite now exuded an enchanting languor, a captivating charm following an encounter with passion. If previously Aphrodite's exquisite beauty carried an insurmountable sense of distance, after being nurtured by desire, she resembled a flower fully hydrated, with each petal lush and vividly red, dripping with sensuality, emanating a beguiling and decadent allure. He lazily lifted his eyelids, allowing his gaze to linger briefly on the golden-haired sun god outside the door before shifting his attention to Hephaestus, who had awakened from slumber due to the sound of Apollo's entrance. This nonchalant demeanor, perceived by Apollo as utter disregard, only intensified his fury, causing his warm and bright eyes to darken, shrouded in a heavy mist of emotion. Hephaestus furrowed his brow, not pondering too deeply as he swiftly sat up in bed, positioning himself to block Apollo's view of Ji Gung. As Hephaestus rose, the sheets that had draped over him slipped away, revealing his bare torso. His firmly built yet not overly muscular chest bore faint, ambiguous red marks, each varying in intensity, strategically located in the most tantalizing areas. Apollo's gaze upon Hephaestus was almost incendiary. He struggled to maintain composure, though the bulging veins on his arms betrayed his tumultuous feelings. He had defended against all deities coveting Aphrodite, including his own father, Zeus, yet had underestimated the least threatening, Hephaestus, who was now drunkenly asleep. He had miscalculated Aphrodite's allure over Hephaestus and overestimated Hephaestus's self-control. They had indeed become intimate. Just last night, while he anxiously searched for Aphrodite, Hephaestus had dared to cross that line. Seemingly deciphering the resentment in Apollo's eyes, the typically subdued and uncontentious red-haired deity spoke with unexpected firmness. Apollo, Aphrodite and I are partners. His voice was deep and gravelly, imbued with a stubborn determination. However, even though Hephaestus expressed this without a trace of arrogance, it resonated in Apollo's ears like the boastful triumph of a victor. For Hephaestus's words served as a constant reminder to Apollo of his bond with Aphrodite, one blessed by the queen of the gods herself, an indissoluble union of marriage. Apollo found himself devoid of any justification to reproach Hephaestus for his actions, nor did he possess the position to do so. The mere thought of this lodged a sharp, piercing pain in his throat, rendering him nearly frantic with discomfort. Reluctant to acquiesce, Apollo could not bear to witness the growing intimacy between Hephaestus and Aphrodite. Lowering his gaze, the strands of hair falling across his forehead obscured the darkness in his eyes. Slowly, he extended his hand to retrieve the short flute that had been hanging by his side. Observing Apollo's movement, Hephaestus's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness. He regarded Apollo with a watchful eye, his entire being coiled with tension. Noticing this change, Apollo let out a derisive laugh, his eyes glinting with cold menace as the atmosphere thickened with tension. At that moment, Aphrodite unexpectedly stirred, disrupting the charged ambience. Draped casually in a garment, she reached out to encircle Hephaestus's neck, her chest pressing intimately against his bare back. Hephaestus's body quivered slightly at this contact, a subtle physiological response that evidently delighted Ji Gung. Ji Gung chuckled softly, transitioning from a position draped around Hephaestus's neck to encircling his waist, drawing him into an embrace. Resting his chin on Hephaestus's shoulder, he brazenly extended his tongue to teasingly lick Hephaestus's earlobe, only relenting once he perceived the heat rising in Hephaestus's cheeks. Aphrodite, with a hint of exasperation, called out Ji Gung's name, yet her tone betrayed an unmistakable joy and indulgence. Hephaestus placed his hand over the back of Ji Gung's hand that lay upon his abdomen, gently clasping it. In times past, such intimate gestures would have been unthinkable for Hephaestus, yet in this moment, compelled by an unspoken sentiment, he tightened his grip on Ji Gung's hand in front of Apollo, as if to assert his claim. Witnessing the subtle exchanges between Hephaestus and Aphrodite, Apollo felt like an outsider, ensnared in a web of discomfort. He seethed at Aphrodite, who, with her beauty, lured him in while simultaneously rejecting his desire for closeness. His anger intensified as he grappled with the knowledge of her cruel nature. Yet he could not suppress his longing for her. Indeed, it seemed that gentleness towards Aphrodite was ill-advised. Gripping the flute tightly, Apollo was enveloped in a shroud of shadow, an almost imperceptible black mist emanating from him. Light and darkness have never coexisted harmoniously, yet the distance between them is merely a thought away. What conclusions might the warm smile of light reach after such introspection? Observing Apollo lost in his own thoughts, Ji Gung raised an eyebrow, filled with anticipation for what delightful surprises Apollo might unveil next. Ah, Aphrodite, Apollo suddenly lifted his gaze, his handsome visage half illuminated by sunlight, while the other half remained shrouded in shadow. At that moment, a peculiar smile graced his lips as he adeptly twirled the flute in his hand, addressing Ji Gung with curiosity. I wonder, Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty, how long will the fervor of your whimsical betrothal endure after last night's fulfillment of partnership with Hephaestus? Upon hearing this, Ji Gung stroked his chin, truly beginning to contemplate. At this moment, Hephaestus' heart leaped into his throat. It probably wouldn't last long. Ji Gung casually uttered these few words. The moment the words left his lips, Ji Gung distinctly felt Hephaestus' body suddenly tense up. Ji Gung squinted his eyes, and in the next moment, he shifted his tone. But who can say for certain? He leisurely reveled in the tumultuous fluctuations of emotion that his words had provoked in Hephaestus. Casting a sidelong glance at the red-haired deity, he smiled mischievously, adding, thus, it seems that it all ultimately hinges upon Hephaestus's performance. The final remark from Ji Gung brought an immediate sense of relief to Hephaestus. After Apollo's gaze flitted between Ji Gung and Hephaestus several times, he suddenly broke into a smile. Ding! Apollo, the sun god, affection level 1, current affection level 99. Kuei-in exclaimed, wow. That unexpected increase in affection from Apollo caught me off guard. Aphrodite's interest in Hephaestus would not endure for long. It was likely that she would soon grow weary of him, a notion Apollo held with unwavering conviction. After all, although Aphrodite is the embodiment of love and beauty in this world, she simultaneously represents desire and longing. Her very existence thrives on the adoration and yearning of others, and Hephaestus alone could hardly suffice to satiate her. Without a resolute demeanor, one could never hope to captivate such a capricious and unruly deity. Apollo doubted that Hephaestus could hold Aphrodite's attention for long, whether due to Hephaestus's unappealing appearance or his overly stolid character. In the midst of these thoughts, the golden-haired sun god swiftly regained his former charm, as if the initial chill, malevolence, and hostility had never existed. He gradually approached Hephaestus and Ji Gung, specifically drawing closer to Ji Gung. Pausing a meter away from the bed, Apollo unabashedly addressed Ji Gung in front of Hephaestus, saying, Aphrodite, you appeared even more enchanting in your festive attire yesterday. It is only fitting that you receive gifts as blessings. Initially, I intended to offer myself to you, but it seems that cannot be realized just yet. Apollo's voice was rich and magnetic, yet his words unabashedly revealed a potent sense of possessiveness. Apollo, Hephaestus's expression darkened. He glared coldly at Apollo, his stony visage already etched with frost, accentuating the grotesque scar that resembled a centipede. You were being rather presumptuous. Apollo scoffed. Such an openly emotional display is indeed rare for you. With that, Apollo disregarded Hephaestus entirely, fixing his gaze upon Ji Gung. Aphrodite, he said, extending the short flute towards Ji Gung, his lips curling into a subtle smile. He added softly, since I could not offer myself to you, may I settle for this gift instead? What do you say? Ji Gung did not respond immediately. His gaze lingered on the emerald flute held by Apollo. I deemed it a splendid gift, for it is this very flute that has bestowed upon us a rather enchanting memory, one ignited by the passion I unleashed through your hands. Apollo offered a gentle smile to Ji Gung. I shall always remember, and you must not forget, all right? Aphrodite, at least until we forge our next exquisite memory. Kuei-in remarked. Pineapple seems to be getting a bit strange. Hephaestus glanced at Ji Gung with concern. Aphrodite, you, before Hephaestus could finish his words, a clear male voice rang from outside. Little did we expect that the sun god had arrived first. As the voice fell, a tall and handsome man appeared at the doorway, leaning casually against the frame, his arms crossed, observing the lively scene within with an air of nonchalance. Despite his words expressing surprise at the sun god's early visit, there was no trace of astonishment on his face. When the three inside turned their attention towards him upon hearing his voice, a radiant smile blossomed on his lips, his eyes sparkling with mirth. His gaze lingered on Apollo for a moment before shifting to Hephaestus and Ji Gung. The ambiguous red marks on the chest of the red-haired deity momentarily astonished him, causing his smile to diminish slightly, and a flicker of contemplation passed through his eyes. Hermes, Apollo uttered the man's name with a hint of indifference, offering a perfunctory nod in greeting before returning his focus to Ji Gung. The flute remained in his grasp, and Aphrodite had yet to accept it. At this moment, Apollo was unwilling to ponder the purpose of Hermes' visit. Hermes was known for his cunning nature, appearing carefree and nonchalant while weaving among the deities, his intentions often inscrutable. Under normal circumstances, Apollo might have engaged in polite banter with him, but presently, Hermes clearly paled in significance compared to Aphrodite. "Please accept this flute as a gift from me, dear Aphrodite." Apollo spoke once more, his tone imbued with a pleading quality. Yet beneath the gentle facade lay an undeniable air of authority. Had this exchange occurred in the past, during moments of solitude shared solely between Apollo and Zhigong, the latter would have resolutely declined such an offer. However, in the presence of Hephaestus and Hermes, Zhigong found himself inclined to accept this extraordinary gift from Apollo. Thus, he raised his arm, reaching over Hephaestus, and under Hermes' meaningful gaze, he accepted the flute from Apollo's hand. The emerald-hued flute nestled in his grasp, its smooth and translucent body radiating an exquisite craftsmanship, the pure, tranquil green accentuating the alabaster quality of Zhigong's already flawless skin. After graciously receiving what Apollo deemed a commemorative gift, Zhigong diverted his gaze from Apollo, cupping Hephaestus's face, and gently pressed a kiss upon his lips, a morning kiss. "Good morning," Zhigong murmured, his heart warmed by the bashful reaction of Hephaestus. He then leaned in closer, whispering tenderly in Hephaestus's ear, "Do put on your clothes." His tone was affectionate and cheerful. With that, Zhigong rose from the bed and made his way toward the wooden table at the center of the room. His attire hung casually upon him, revealing his elegantly sculpted collarbone and a small expanse of smooth skin, adorned with red marks, a clear testament to the previous night's passionate encounter with Hephaestus. As he moved, the slightly loose robe hinted at his long, fair legs beneath. The eyes of the three men in the room followed Zhigong's every step. Zhigong approached the wooden table and seated himself, casually crossing his legs. He propped his head with one hand while the other grasped the kettle on the table, effortlessly raising his wrist to pour water into the cup. Despite the seemingly indifferent action, performed with a relaxed and languid demeanor, it was undeniably pleasing to the eye, exuding an air of refined elegance. However, his expression was imbued with an overwhelming languor, especially after the recent intimate encounter. His already strikingly beautiful features were further enhanced by an alluring charm. Such a contradictory aura melded within Zhigong, forming a peculiar magnetism that rendered him the most captivating presence in the world. As he filled the cup to 7/10 full, Zhigong paused and slowly spoke. "Might the divine messenger, so uninvited this early morn, have a gift to bestow upon me?" Although he posed the question to Hermes, Zhigong's gaze did not linger excessively on him. He merely cast a fleeting glance at Hermes before redirecting his attention elsewhere. "A gift, you say?" Hermes mused, stroking his chin in a thoughtful manner. Then, as if struck by inspiration, his eyes sparkled, and he took a seat across from Zhigong. Leaning on the table with his elbows, he cradled his face in his hands and mischievously winked at Zhigong, cheerfully exclaiming, "Well then, Aphrodite, I shall present myself as your gift. What do you think of this offering?" As his words hung in the air, a chuckle echoed throughout the room. Hermes glanced at Apollo, raising an eyebrow and chuckling. "What's this? Does the sun god have reservations about my proposal?" Apollo smirked slightly, about to respond, when Zhigong suddenly erupted into laughter, his voice laced with a hint of disdain and irony. "So, everyone wishes to present themselves as a gift for me." Upon hearing Zhigong's words, Hermes swiftly comprehended the underlying reason and, filled with disappointment, remarked, "Ah, how utterly against the rules." I was pondering why Aphrodite displayed no semblance of surprise, only to realize it was because Apollo had already spoken such words. Ignoring Hermes' exaggerated demeanor, Zhigong lifted his cup of water, just as a hand gently rested upon his wrist, halting his movement. Following the hand, he beheld Hephaestus, now dressed and standing beside him. "What is it?" Zhigong inquired. Hephaestus's gaze fell upon the cup Zhigong held, and he parted his lips, uttering two words, "It's cold." Zhigong did not attach much importance to this matter. Had it been anyone else, he might have remained indifferent. However, given that it was Hephaestus who spoke, Zhigong found it curious. In the past, this red-haired deity had always exhibited profound humility in Zhigong's presence, adhering strictly to his words, sometimes even stuttering from nervousness. The current shift intrigued Zhigong, prompting him to contemplate briefly before he intended to set down his cup. Yet, before the bottom of the cup could touch the table, Hephaestus swiftly took it from Zhigong's hand. Meeting Zhigong's bewildered gaze, Hephaestus said nothing. Instead, he summoned a sphere of flame into his palm through divine power. The small flame radiated a searing red glow as Hephaestus placed it atop the cup, skillfully controlling the temperature to make the flame dance above it. In a matter of moments, the water within the cup was heated. Zhigung arched an eyebrow as he accepted the steaming cup from Hephaestus, taking a sip that was pleasantly warm, neither scalding nor tepid. It was evident that Hephaestus possessed a remarkable attention to detail. Observing Aphrodite's expression, Hermes discerned his fondness for Hephaestus's considerate gesture and tilted his head toward Hephaestus, jesting. "If this continues, I shall increasingly feel a sense of urgency." Despite the playful tone, Hermes's gaze held an intense seriousness. His smile did not reach his eyes. Hephaestus frowned, seemingly at a loss for how to respond to the cunning and eloquent trickster god. In the past, he would have failed to grasp the deeper implication of Hermes's words. But given the sensitive nature of the moment and the groundwork laid by Apollo, Hephaestus easily comprehended the hidden meaning. Even though he had formed a bond with Aphrodite and their relationship had grown intimate, both Hermes and Apollo had not truly acknowledged Aphrodite as Hephaestus's partner. To them, Hephaestus remained merely Hephaestus, and Aphrodite was still the same Aphrodite as before, as if they had never been united. This realization unsettled Hephaestus, prompting him to unconsciously lean closer to Zhigung, wrapping an arm around him as if to alleviate the sudden tension within. No one anticipated that Hephaestus would unexpectedly embrace Zhigung at this moment, adopting a possessive stance, especially when Zhigung had just been contemplating how to respond. Apollo's expression darkened, while Hermes's demeanor became notably ambiguous. Kuain remarked, "Quite impressive. Who would have thought the big guy had such understanding? He knows how to silently assert his dominance over his rival." Jealousy laced Hermes's words. He poured himself a cup of water from the vessel Zhigung had previously used, then playfully offered it to Hephaestus, saying, "Oh, master of the forge, the controller of flames, do assist me in transforming this cooled water into a palatable temperature." Seeing Hephaestus remain silent, Hermes continued, "Oh, dear Hephaestus, as the esteemed host of this palace, you surely cannot deny your guest such a simple request." With the conversation having reached this point, even aware of Hermes's deliberate provocation, Hephaestus found it difficult to refuse. To warm the water for Hermes, he reluctantly released his embrace of Zhigung and accepted the cup from Hermes's hand. Lowering his gaze, he summoned red flames once more into his palm. "As the messenger of the gods, your visit today must surely hold more significance than mere social pleasantries," Hephaestus stated. As Hephaestus heated the water, Zhigung gazed at Hermes and remarked, "Indeed, there is something I must convey to you." Hermes replied, "It seems you needed me to arrive at the crack of dawn. This matter must be of great importance." Zhigung emphasized the phrase "at the crack of dawn" once more, infusing it with a deliberate weight. "Oh, dear Aphrodite, I merely wish to behold you sooner," Hermes said, as he grasped the cup of water that Hephaestus had warmed, resting on the table. The temperature felt just right against his fingertip, and with his focus entirely on Zhigung, he took a sip without hesitation. However, the next moment, with a splutter, Hermes spat out the water, gasping from the scalding heat. "Hephaestus, is this water not a tad too hot?" Hermes quipped, a wry smile on his lips. "Is it too hot?" Hephaestus replied, somewhat blankly, before reflecting seriously, "My apologies, Hermes. I was preoccupied with my thoughts and failed to regulate the temperature properly. I can certainly try again." His tone was earnest and sincere, his dark eyes devoid of any insincerity. Hermes approached Hephaestus, scrutinizing his face intently. Were it any other deity, Hermes would have dismissed such an incident as a harmless jest. However, the fact that it was Hephaestus who had committed this oversight warranted deeper contemplation. In Hermes's mind, Hephaestus was never one to engage in such trivial antics. His honest and earnest nature had earned him considerable goodwill among the gods, particularly before he became Aphrodite's consort. One could not help but ponder the veracity of Hephaestus's explanation. Was he truly distracted to the extent of mishandling the water's temperature? Or was this a subtle act of retribution? Was Hermes merely overthinking, or was Hephaestus concealing a deeper facet of himself? If it were the latter, and Hephaestus maintained this facade of sincerity, it indicated that the persona he displayed before the gods was not the entirety of his character. Such a hypothesis could lead Hermes to reevaluate his previous understanding of Hephaestus. "Dear Hephaestus, the fortunate one bound to the goddess of beauty. Was that a deliberate act on your part?" Hermes inquired with a smile, his tone laced with a barely perceptible hint of provocation. Although Hermes subconsciously believed he was merely being overly cautious, it did not deter him from seeking an opportunity to see Hephaestus humbled in front of Aphrodite. As Hermes posed this question, before Hephaestus could respond, It was Apollo, who had remained silent, that took up the conversation. The golden-haired sun god curled his lips into a faint smile, casting an enigmatic glance at Hephaestus and saying Hephaestus would undoubtedly refrain from such childish antics. The fire god, brimming with artistry and forging, has always faced the other gods with the utmost tolerance. Though somewhat clumsy, he is sincere and straightforward, devoid of convoluted schemes. Hermes shrugged off. Apollo, I am well aware of this. After all, the fire god's virtuous nature is no secret on Mount Olympus. However, he suddenly shifted his tone. You mentioned that there are not too many intricate schemes, implying there are some, does it not? Perhaps Hephaestus has facets we have yet to uncover. After all, concealing one's true self can be regarded as a commendable survival strategy. Wouldn't you agree, dear Hephaestus? Hermes then directed his words back to Hephaestus. In the face of Hermes, the eloquent trickster god, Hephaestus was inherently at a disadvantage in verbal exchanges. With Apollo's intentional support, Hephaestus found himself somewhat at a loss under the combined pressure of their scrutiny. Quion interjected, Are Hermes and Apollo perhaps overreacting? Even if our gentle giant is somewhat clumsy, it does not necessarily indicate that he has been in disguise all along. Continuing, Quion remarked, After all, when faced with a rival in love, it is only human to feel a sense of crisis, and these gods are merely beings whose desires are magnified. Their recent actions can certainly be understood. Indeed, Quion added, You concur with my perspective, do you not? Do you agree? Zhigung remained non-committal in his comparison. The mission of Hephaestus in this world is conquest. And to ascertain whether his target is indeed the intended subject, it is imperative that the affection towards him reaches a perfect score of 100. Presently, Hephaestus has indeed attained this full measure of admiration. However, the conclusion drawn is that the individual in question is not the intended target. Traditionally, when faced with a target whose affection has reached 100 yet is not the intended subject, Zhigung would distance himself and pursue another conquest. Yet, with Hephaestus, Zhigung harbors lingering doubts. According to ancient Greek mythology, the god of fire, Hephaestus, bore no scars upon his visage. Although this could be attributed to a butterfly effect stemming from his involvement, Zhigung is reluctant to attribute every discrepancy in perception to such an effect. After all, there are moments when Hephaestus evokes a sense of dissonance within him. Having traversed myriad worlds and successfully conquered numerous subjects, the vigilance cultivated over the eons compels Zhigung to refrain from disregarding Hephaestus, who has already garnered a full measure of 100 in his affections. Zhigung cast a glance at the red-haired deity, who appeared flustered and clumsy under Hermes' onslaught. Pressing his lips together, he spoke, Hermes. Rather than delving into whether Hephaestus acted with intent, it would be more prudent to convey the message you, as a divine messenger, have come to deliver today. After all, it concerns a matter of great significance, does it not? Upon hearing Zhigung's words, Hermes reined in his playful demeanor. He stepped around Hephaestus to stand before Zhigung. Aphrodite, yesterday both Hades, the lord of the underworld, and Poseidon, the sea god, visited Mount Olympus. You are already aware of the subsequent events. As they departed in the company of the king of the gods to deliberate on an important issue concerning Tartarus, Zhigung nodded, urging Hermes to continue. The tremors emanating from Tartarus have loosened its seals, allowing certain prisoners confined in the outer layers of that infernal abyss to escape. Fortunately, the escaped prisoners possess limited divine power, and Hades has dispatched Thanatos, the god of death, to pursue them. However, if the loosened seals are not reinforced, it will not be long before even the most formidable prisoners, confined in the deepest recesses of Tartarus, will find their way to freedom. Hermes paused. Observing Zhigung's expression before continuing, to restore the seals, your assistance is required, dear Aphrodite. Need my assistance? Zhigung responded, taken aback. Apollo and Hephaestus were equally surprised. Apollo inquired, is it related to Aphrodite's abilities? Indeed, Hermes nodded. We all know that Tartarus is one of the primordial deities among the original five, who subsequently fell into slumber. Another of these primordial beings, after leaving behind a certain relic, also succumbed to sleep alongside Tartarus. When Tartarus fell into slumber, it transformed its divine essence into the abyss of hell, where some of the most heinous criminals and the vanquished titans were imprisoned. As for that primordial deity, the relic it left behind was utilized for sealing purposes. This primordial deity is Eros, the embodiment of all love, desire, and passion, born from the primordial chaos. He is the essence of all affection. And you, dear Aphrodite, Hermes gazed deeply into Zhigung's eyes, possess abilities akin to those of Eros, hence, After considerable contemplation, the king of the gods has decided to have you attempt this. Hermes' words evoked memories of Hesiod's description of Eros in the Divine Chronicle, where he is deemed the most beautiful among the immortal gods, capable of rendering all beings and deities enraptured, leaving their thoughts and intellect lost in the depths of their hearts. In certain respects, his divine power indeed bears a striking resemblance to that of Eros. After all, in later Greek mythology, Eros is often regarded as the offspring of Aphrodite and Ares, depicted as a cherubic youth with wings. This thought amused Ji-gung. Quian interjected, "Oh dear, what a jest. Eros is a handsome youth wielding a bow and arrow." Handsome, youthful, certainly. I shall refine and enhance your text, indeed. I am not the mischievous little imp often referred to as Cupid. Oh, Kuain exclaimed, "Hey, how infuriating. Hermes, does the king of the gods mean for me to journey to the underworld today?" Hermes replied, "That is indeed the case," with a wry smile. Ji-gung inquired, "Why did you not inform me of such an important matter at the earliest opportunity?" Apollo scoffed, "This merely indicates that this fellow arrived earlier than father had anticipated." Hermes had deliberately come ahead of time to satiate his own desires. With an innocent flutter of his eyelashes, Hermes remarked, "Apollo, did I not mention that I simply wished to see Aphrodite sooner?" Ignoring Hermes' repeated assertion, Ji-gung directly asked, "Hermes, must I depart for the underworld now?" Hermes nodded. "I shall guide you to the underworld. I shall accompany you as well," declared Hephaestus, who had remained silent until then. Hermes, upon hearing this, was not taken aback, but merely shifted his gaze to Hephaestus' legs, shaking his head disapprovingly. "Hephaestus, dear, your legs are not suited for this journey. Your pace may hinder us." Hephaestus attempted to defend himself, but Ji-gung interjected, "Stay here, Hephaestus. I shall return shortly." Ji-gung patted Hephaestus on the shoulder, offering a promise. Hephaestus had never dared to defy Aphrodite's words. The red-haired deity lowered his gaze, and after a prolonged silence, he managed to croak out a hoarse syllable, "Fine." Upon hearing Hephaestus' response, Hermes smiled with satisfaction and turned to Apollo, as the god of the sun, "Will you once again forsake the protection of light?" Without waiting for Apollo's answer, Hermes continued, "Though you are agile, in the realm permeated by the essence of death, I do not believe your speed differs greatly from that of Hephaestus." Apollo gazed at Hermes for a few moments, then smiled softly, shrugged, and nonchalantly replied, "Since you say so, Hermes, how can I insist on accompanying you?" "Then, dear Aphrodite, let us set forth at once," Hermes declared joyfully. However, scarcely had his words faded when a faint sound of footsteps echoed from outside, followed by a hearty laughter. "So this place is quite lively." As he spoke, a striking young man with flowing blue hair entered the room. Observing the sudden appearance of Poseidon, Hermes was the first to break the silence, esteemed lord of the sea. "I had assumed you had already ventured to the underworld. I did not expect to encounter you at this hour." Regrettably, Poseidon remarked with a hint of melancholy, "I feel rather disappointed, for I had yet to engage in a meaningful conversation with Aphrodite yesterday. I had hoped to exchange more words on our journey to the underworld." Hermes, stroking his chin thoughtfully, interjected, "I recall that you, the Sea King, made a prior arrangement with the king of the gods and the lord of the underworld to traverse the realm of the dead together. Given your presence here," he squinted slightly, continuing, "it follows that the king of the gods and the lord of the underworld also." Hermes did not finish his sentence. Yet Poseidon, with a subtle smile, replied, "You are correct. Those two rascals are indeed accompanying us." Almost as if to affirm Poseidon's words, two familiar figures soon emerged within the sight of those in the room: Zeus, the king of the gods, and Hades, the unyielding lord of the underworld. The once spacious room now felt constricted by the presence of these three deities. Zeus cast a sidelong glance at the golden-haired sun god, speaking with deliberate calmness, "Apollo, it seems I have been too indulgent with you." Though his tone was ostensibly gentle, it exuded an innate authority that commanded respect. This seemingly innocuous remark bore a weight of meaning that only Apollo, the one who had intruded upon the conversation, could comprehend. Before his father, the omnipotent king of the gods, even the most favored Apollo lowered his head, adopting a posture of reverence. For his strength was insufficient to rival that of his divine progenitor. Poseidon observed the exchange between Zeus and Apollo with keen interest, sensing that the previous night had unfolded with remarkable events. Though he was intrigued, his thoughts quickly shifted to Aphrodite. "Ah, my dear Aphrodite, the harbinger of love and beauty," Poseidon remarked with a knowing smile. "It appears that you and Hephaestus shared a rather splendid evening." However, he glanced around, noticing the absence of the gift he had bestowed, and lamented, "It is somewhat regrettable that it was not upon the waterbed I provided." The words of Poseidon instantly flushed Hephaestus's face, and warmth crept to his ears. When Poseidon and the Queen Amphitrite had visited Mount Olympus the previous day, Hephaestus had been intoxicated, his mind clouded, rendering him oblivious to such a gift. Now, with Poseidon's candid remark, memories of his night with Aphrodite surged back, a tantalizing recollection that set his thoughts ablaze. If the events had unfolded upon a waterbed, Hephaestus dared not pursue the thought further, feeling overwhelmed by the heat enveloping him. Observing his reaction, Poseidon's smile took on a more mischievous quality. Just as he parted his thin lips to utter more, a notably cold voice emerged from his diagonal rear. "Poseidon, let the teasing end here." Hades directed his gaze towards Giga, his obsidian eyes deep and inscrutable, revealing no emotion beyond their usual calmness. Yet Giga was certain that, in the fleeting moment Hades's gaze settled on him, a flicker of displeasure had crossed his depths. What could be the source of this displeasure? Was it due to his partnership with Hephaestus, or perhaps another reason altogether? Regardless, intuition told Giga that this emotional shift was undoubtedly connected to them, which he deemed not an unwelcome development. "Aphrodite, the seal of Tartarus requires your attention." Hades's voice was low and detached, bearing the weight of a command. Yet, tempered by his slight nod of courtesy, it conveyed no hint of offense to the ear. "Of course," Giga replied, "we can depart for the underworld at once." Poseidon, upon hearing this, grinned broadly, shifting his body to gesture invitingly towards Giga. Gigung cast a sidelong glance at him, then leaned in to whisper a few words into Hephaestus's ear, his voice hushed to a volume meant solely for their ears. With a swift motion, he retrieved a belt from the box and deftly wrapped it around his wrist before being the first to exit the room. Upon leaving the palace, Gigung beheld a grand and opulent black carriage stationed at the entrance. This carriage was not unfamiliar to him. Only recently had he, disguised as Persephone, taken a brief respite upon it. "Ah, goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite, over here." The god of sleep, Hypnos, stood upon the carriage with exuberance, his voice warm and inviting as he waved cheerfully at Gigung. His handsome visage was adorned with a radiant smile, and the gentle curve of his brows exuded a soft and refreshing aura, effortlessly endearing him to those who beheld him. Gigung returned a smile before boarding the carriage. Without uttering a word, both he and Choplos chose to ignore the earlier incident where he had masqueraded as Persephone, the goddess of spring, only to be abducted by Choplos and Thanatos to the underworld. Apart from Choplos, who was at the reins, there were 2 rows of seats behind him. Gigung, without much thought, casually selected a seat in the front row. Following him out of the palace was Hermes, who glanced at the empty back row, and then at Gigung, already seated in the front. Without further contemplation, he leaped onto the carriage, intending to sit beside him. However, before Hermes could settle down, Zeus's voice resonated, commanding, "Hermes, take a seat beside Choplos." As the divine king had spoken, Hermes, as the messenger of the gods, understood well the authority of this ruler of the skies. The cunning trickster among the deities of Olympus, he was adept at gauging the situation. Casting a glance at Hades and Poseidon standing beside Zeus, he pondered briefly before obediently taking a seat next to Choplos. Engaging in the battlefield of the 3 supreme deities could lead to swift annihilation. It was wiser to remain on the periphery, perhaps witnessing some intriguing events unfold. Curious about who would occupy the seat beside Aphrodite, Hermes awaited the outcome. Ultimately, to his surprise, yet in line with expectations, neither Hades, Zeus, nor Poseidon chose to sit beside Aphrodite. Instead, they synchronously opted for the second row. The divine king, Zeus, settled in the center of the second row, with Poseidon and Hades flanking him on either side. Under Choplos' guidance, the carriage swiftly advanced towards the Cape of Daytonus. Choplos, noticing Hermes beside him, whose gaze kept darting to the back, chuckled, "Are you that intrigued? Don't you find it fascinating?" Hermes whispered in Choplos' ear, following his words. Choplos instinctively glanced toward the back. There sat Zeus, leaning back, playing with his ring, lost in thought. Poseidon, with keen interest, observed the enchanting Aphrodite in the front row, while their lord of the underworld had turned his gaze outside, quietly admiring the passing scenery. Despite the absence of overt actions from these 3 deities, the peculiar stillness in the air created an odd atmosphere. Undoubtedly, the source of this ambience stemmed from Aphrodite in the front row. Choplos soon diverted his gaze back to Hermes, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, it holds a certain appeal. Who do you think will be the first to fidget?" the divine king or the sea lord? Hermes automatically excluded the formidable lord of the underworld, Hades, whose heart is as unyielding as iron and who approaches all matters with remarkable composure and restraint. After pondering for a moment, Charon stroked his chin and remarked, "It is likely to be the sea king, Poseidon." "I concur," Hermes nodded in agreement. Leaning slightly closer, the mischievous Zagreus chimed in, "I overheard your whispered conversation." "What? Pray tell, does the lovely Aphrodite think? Is it His Majesty the King of the Gods, or perhaps His Majesty the Sea King, Poseidon?" Zhigung did not respond. Instead, Poseidon, seated in the rear, could no longer contain himself. His interest in Aphrodite had always been piqued, and witnessing the three individuals in front whispering amongst themselves only intensified his curiosity. True to his carefree nature, he disregarded Zeus beside him and leapt to Zhigung's side. Once comfortably settled to Zhigung's right, Poseidon casually crossed his legs, leaning his entire body towards Zhigung. With an arm outstretched, he placed his hand upon the armrest behind Zhigung, creating the impression that he had enveloped Zhigung in his embrace. "Ah, Aphrodite, my beloved goddess of beauty, cherished by all, what were you just discussing with Hermes?" As Poseidon spoke, he leaned in closer, his breath creating a warm, intimate atmosphere in the confined space between them. At that moment, a piercing gaze shot from the back row towards Poseidon. Zeus's warning glance did not temper Poseidon's exuberance. Rather, it intensified the excitement in his eyes, prompting him to speak even more audaciously. "Aphrodite, do you recall the heartfelt confession I made upon our first meeting?" Poseidon squinted as if reminiscing about something delightful, his expression radiating joy. "As I have said, dear one, from the moment you emerged from the foam, a bond between us was forged. I command the vast and profound ocean, and your birth from its depths is akin to awakening in my embrace. The ancient sea god Nereus foretold that your emergence from the ocean was an inevitable beginning, a belief I have steadfastly held." Gazing earnestly at Zhigung, Poseidon spoke with deep affection. His voice was magnetic, not overly deep, but rather possessed a subtle grit, perhaps due to his long life in the ocean's depths. This voice held an ethereal quality that contrasted with its magnetism. Between casual pauses, it flowed with a unique fluidity, perfect for reciting love poetry, each pause imbued with endless tenderness. After finishing his declaration, Poseidon leaned even closer, his nose nearly brushing against Zhigung's cheek. Suddenly, Zeus rose, placing a hand on Poseidon's shoulder with a quiet firmness. "Poseidon, enough. Dear brother, are you feeling too tense?" Poseidon disregarded the pressure on his shoulder, turning to face Zeus with an air of nonchalance. "In truth, I have done nothing to Aphrodite. I am merely expressing my affections freely." Moreover, Poseidon smirked, raising an eyebrow provocatively at Zeus. "What authority do you possess to interfere with me, my dear brother?" To this, Zeus simply smiled, his tone calm and gentle. "Aphrodite belongs to Mount Olympus." Hades had initially directed his attention outside the carriage, but at this moment, compelled by the back-and-forth banter between Zeus and Poseidon, he reluctantly shifted his gaze. However, his eyes lingered briefly between Poseidon and Zeus, and finding it rather dull, he soon averted his gaze once more. Yet, whether by intention or coincidence, in that fleeting moment of distraction, Hades cast a glance at Zhigung. This subtle action transpired so swiftly that it was nearly imperceptible. The emotions concealed within his inky, profound eyes were too swift for Zhigung to grasp. Just then, a resonant roar erupted from the swiftly approaching chariot behind them, a sound both coarse and grand, reverberating with a powerful ferocity and an intimidating presence. Recognizing the familiar roar, Zhigung turned to see Aeneas racing towards them. Aeneas was remarkably swift, and with Hyperion deliberately slowing his pace. It took only mere moments for him to catch up to the divine chariot. Beside the goddess Aphrodite was a towering, wind-like pet known as Aeneas, a white tiger, which was hardly a secret throughout the divine realm. However, in truth, the number of deities who had truly encountered Aeneas was quite limited. Yet, due to Aeneas' previous visit to the underworld, both Hyperion and Hades had previously crossed paths with him. Thus, apart from Poseidon, the remaining deities were not unfamiliar with Aeneas. At this moment, Poseidon regarded the white tiger that had leapt onto the chariot and approached Zhigung with curiosity, reflecting on the tiger's remarkable speed. A glimmer of intrigue sparked in Poseidon's eyes, clearly indicating his interest in Aeneas. Kuei-in remarked, "So this great white tiger has radar installed on you, does it? It can find you so easily." Zhigung gently stroked Anaxius's head and inquired how he had followed him. In response, Anaxius tilted his head, nuzzling his soft, fine fur against Ji Gung's palm with an endearing gesture. Poseidon raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the scene before him. Aphrodite, is this truly your pet? He remarked, extending his hand to touch Anaxius's head. However, before his fingers could make contact, a sharp claw suddenly sliced through the air, accompanied by a fierce and menacing aura directed at him. Startled, Poseidon swiftly withdrew his hand, yet he was still grazed by Anaxius's pointed nails. Instantly, a trickle of crimson blood oozed from Poseidon's wound, and the faint scent of iron filled the air. Fortunately, the injury was merely superficial, as his quick reflexes had spared him from a deeper cut. "Oh dear Aphrodite, your pet is indeed a ferocious beast," he exclaimed, though his gaze remained fixed on Ji Gung rather than Anaxius. With a pitiful expression, he indicated his wounded hand, imploring, "Though the cut is shallow, it truly stings. Aphrodite, if you could just blow on it, I assure you, the pain would dissipate." Ji Gung, with a smile that seemed to dance on the edge of mirth, inquired, "Shall I call upon Anaxius to assist you with a gentle breeze?" "That will not be necessary," Poseidon replied, a hint of regret lacing his words as he turned his gaze toward Anaxius. After all, a fierce beast is hardly suited for such tender endeavors. "However, dear Aphrodite, are you not indulging this creature too much?" Before Poseidon could finish his thought, Anaxius had already raised its formidable paw, firmly placing it between the vacant spaces of Poseidon and Ji Gung's seats. With a warning flick of its fangs, it forcefully nudged Poseidon aside. Taken aback by Anaxius' sudden maneuver, Poseidon found himself momentarily disoriented as the beast's strength pushed him aside, creating an opening. In an instant, Anaxius leaped into the now vacant seat, delicately resting its front paws upon Ji Gung's legs, then resting its chin atop them. The entire sequence was executed with remarkable fluidity, akin to a flowing river, completed in mere seconds. From behind, a low, magnetic chuckle echoed as Zeus remarked, "Poseidon, my dear brother, remaining there only serves to make you appear even more obtrusive." Poseidon cast a glance at Anaxius, who had turned its back to him. This king of beasts, previously displaying its fangs, now retracted all signs of aggression, submissively relishing Aphrodite's gentle caresses. "Intriguing," Poseidon mused, licking away the droplets of blood that had escaped onto his hand, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes. Yet, in the end, he chose to remain silent, merely emitting an ambiguous tsh before returning to his seat in the back row. Anaxius radiated warmth, while Ji Gung's natural coolness contrasted sharply. The beast's paws, resting upon Ji Gung's thighs, swiftly transmitted their own warmth through the soft layer of fur. Ji Gung could not resist the temptation to caress Anaxius's ears, the soft sensation evoking a delightful smile upon his lips. Kuei-in remarked, "Shameful large feline fluff enthusiast." Meanwhile, Anaxius, lazily half-closing his eyes, reveled in Ji Gung's touch, the beastly ears, intricately covered in white fur, quivering sensitively under his gentle manipulation. Kuei-in added, "Useless white tiger. Always playing coy." Aphrodite, however, had long harbored a question regarding Anaxius when suddenly, the previously silent Hermes interjected. Ji Gung paused momentarily, pondering his doubts. Hermes' gaze lingered upon Anaxius, who consistently managed to locate him with remarkable promptness. Not only that, but Anaxius' speed was astonishing, surpassing even that of certain higher-tier deities. "Dear Aphrodite, could you enlighten me as to the origins of this king of the forest, hailing from such an enigmatic realm? After all, it possesses such exceptional strength." Ji Gung lifted his gaze to glance at Hermes and slowly said, "Since this realm is adorned with the epithet of mystery, how could I possibly divulge its secrets so readily?" To this, Hermes smiled and did not press further. However, as he turned, he casually added, "A wild beast remains a wild beast. The primal ferocity intertwined within their veins not only bestows upon them strength but also renders their emotions sparse and unrefined." Ji Gung smiled slightly and remarked, "I appreciate this kind reminder, Hermes. The true identity of Anaxius will naturally be unveiled to him in due course." Following this exchange, silence enveloped the divine chariot as it journeyed steadily towards Cape Daytonus. The ominous gates of the underworld ascended from the depths, and the chariot soon vanished into a shroud of darkness. This marked Ji Gung's second sojourn into the realm of the dead. He had anticipated a lengthy interval since his initial departure, yet surprisingly, only a few short months had elapsed. As they traversed the river Acheron, Ji Gung once again beheld Charon, the ferryman of the underworld. This disheveled boatman sat upon his dilapidated vessel, nonchalantly chewing on a bamboo skewer while humming an off-key tune. When the chariot, piloted by Shupalos, approached, Karen's gaze was instantly drawn to Ji Gung in the front row, entirely overlooking the sovereigns of the three realms seated behind. This seemed to be the innate allure of Aphrodite. His brilliance captivated all, whether mortal or divine, who beheld him. Even the presence of the rulers of the three realms, a sight that would ordinarily command attention, paled in comparison to the radiance of Aphrodite. Upon spotting Ji Gung, Karen's jaw dropped in astonishment, causing the bamboo skewer he had been holding to tumble from his mouth and inadvertently jab into the top of his foot, prompting him to leap in a comical manner. Ji Gung could not help but jest. "Hey, Kalong, how many silver coins have you collected today?" "Not too many," Kalong responded promptly, a smile gracing his face. "I was feeling rather down about it at first, but now that I see the princess, my spirits are instantly lifted." It was unclear whether it was intentional or merely unintentional, but Kalong did not change the way he addressed Ji Gung. Ji Gung was indifferent to these titles. However, he was somewhat taken aback when Karong referred to him as the princess. Throughout the entire exchange, he remained silent. Yet he noticed a subtle increase in Hades' regard for him against the backdrop. Kuei-in. Unexpectedly, Ji Gung cast a glance back at Hades, who seemed to sense it, lifting his gaze to meet Ji Gung's eyes. In that fleeting moment, the depths of both their gazes reflected each other's figures with clarity. Ding! Hades' favorability increased by 1. Currently standing at 49. Kuei-in remarked, an astonishing maneuver. Suddenly, Poseidon interjected between Ji Gung and Hades, gesturing for Sharon to pause, and then retorted to Sharon. "As far as I know, Aphrodite holds many identities, the mistress of Mount Cythera, the companion of Hephaestus, but none that you could rightfully call a queen. So, cunning little ferryman, do refrain from such presumptions." After speaking, Poseidon turned back to Hades, offering a grin. "Would you not agree with my correction, dear brother?" Hades merely cast a faint glance at Poseidon, neither affirming nor denying his words, and instructed Sharon, "Proceed directly to Tartarus," unperturbed by being overlooked. Poseidon eagerly flitted between Hades and Ji Gung, as if he had stumbled upon something exceedingly entertaining. Poseidon had always believed that his elder brother, with a heart as solid as iron, was devoid of emotions beyond the mundane rigors of daily affairs. However, upon reflection, that might not be entirely accurate. The allure of Aphrodite was too enchanting. Should she choose to entice, even Hades might not escape her grasp. Poseidon found himself eagerly anticipating the day when Aphrodite would upheave the divine realm, convinced that it would indeed be extraordinarily entertaining. Chapter 70. Tartarus lies in the deepest recesses of the underworld, and the journey from the Acheron River to Tartarus spans a considerable duration. The distance akin to that between the earth and the heavens. The last time Ji Gung visited the underworld, he traversed nearly all of its core locations. However, he had yet to set foot in Tartarus. This was partly due to Tartarus being a significant stronghold, typically off-limits to most deities. Although Ji Gung was referred to as the princess during that time, which alleviated certain restrictions, approaching Tartarus still necessitated a series of convoluted procedures. Furthermore, the distance to Tartarus was considerable, and Ji Gung held little interest in the prisoners confined there. Under the guidance of Shupalos, they drew ever closer to Tartarus, with the surrounding black mist thickening. Eventually, the faint luminescence of the underworld moon faded from view, plunging their surroundings into a profound darkness. In this obscurity, Ji Gung's heightened senses detected an approaching warmth. He remained still, subtly applying pressure to halt the advancing Anashes, allowing a hand to gently sweep aside the hair behind his ear, tucking it back delicately. The warm fingertips glided ambiguously along the nape of his exposed neck. The touch was exquisitely tender, yet laced with an unmistakable allure. After lingering for a moment at his nape, the hand, imbued with suggestive desire, gradually moved forward, sliding toward Ji Gung's collarbone. Ding! Zeus's favorability increased by 5, currently at 40. Kuei-in, this is classic Zeus. As Ji Gung offered no resistance, the owner of the hand grew bolder, skillfully caressing Ji Gung's collarbone with calloused fingertips. The caress was so gentle that it felt akin to soft kisses, savoring rather than merely touching. The warmth enveloping Ji Gung intensified, and he heard a low, magnetic chuckle, rich with pleasure and a hint of aggression. Simultaneously, the favorability in his consciousness rose by another 2 points. The identity of the laughter's owner was unmistakable. Kuei-in. So, the king of gods is accustomed to such clandestine affairs, relishing these tantalizing gestures. Kuei-in. Why are the other two in the back unresponsive? Have they not noticed Zeus's subtle actions? How could they not notice? Ji Gung's lips curled into a smirk. The sovereign of the divine realm, endowed with absolute power, not only represented supreme authority, but also possessed the keen senses of other deities. Even in the depths of darkness, where vision was obscured, a curious heart could easily pierce through the veil. Poseidon likely refrained from intervening in Zeus's conduct, wishing to observe whether Hades would eventually succumb to temptation. As for himself, Ji Gung's smile widened, sharing a similar sentiment with Poseidon. Otherwise, had he sensed the movements behind him earlier, Ji Gung would have evaded them, rather than allowing Zeus to act unimpeded. After all, exposing his vulnerable back did not align with his nature. Currently, Hades harbored a favorability rating of 49 towards him. A mere increase would elevate it to 50, which is precisely half of the maximum level of favorability. This is an exceedingly sensitive threshold. Thus, Hades' attitude is pivotal for Ji Gung's subsequent approach. Therefore, Ji Gung was keen to observe Hades' reaction to Zeus' actions. Would he choose to utterly disregard them, observe coldly from the sidelines, or intervene? Fortunately, Hades did not disappoint him. Just before reaching the limit of Ji Gung's tolerance, a chilling presence surged forth, instantly seizing Zeus' wrist and halting his increasingly brazen attempt to reach beneath Ji Gung's garments. The air was thick with the cold aura emanating from Hades, infused with a sense of death and decay, alongside a faint, pallid fragrance reminiscent of tulips. In an instant, this atmosphere dissipated the suggestive tension that Zeus had so deliberately crafted. Zeus, cease this futile endeavor. Hades' voice resonated, deep and frigid, imbued with a dreadful chill, like an unfathomable abyss concealing boundless peril beneath its placid surface. Yet, in this moment, a hint of displeasure seeped through his typically tranquil and unwavering tone. In the darkness, Zeus raised an eyebrow, mimicking Poseidon's earlier tone, and with feigned interest remarked, "Dear brother, on what grounds do you intervene? Do not invoke the notion that we are in the underworld and Aphrodite is merely a guest here." Zeus's words plunged Hades into silence. Yet he did not relinquish his grip on Zeus. Instead, he slightly lowered his gaze, as if deep in contemplation, his pupils seemingly merging with the dark mist surrounding him. Zeus lazily lifted his eyelids, observing Hades with an amused expression, patiently awaiting his response without pressing him. At that moment, Ji Gung, who had been allowing events to unfold, slowly extended his hand, placing it over the hand of Hades that clasped Zeus's wrist, the coolness of his palm meeting Hades' even cooler skin. Then, akin to their fleeting brush at the banquet's entrance the previous day, Ji Gung deliberately curled his fingers, lightly tracing Hades' pale hand with his meticulously manicured nails, drawing gentle circles that evoked a subtle sense of intimacy. Hades turned to glance at the instigator, and from his vantage point, he caught a glimpse of Aphrodite's profile. Despite the pervasive mist enveloping the surroundings, Aphrodite's features appeared remarkably clear to Hades, and he even discerned the slight curve of her lips, a playful and delightful expression following a mischievous act. Hades was no stranger to such an expression from Aphrodite during her time in the underworld. He often encountered that same look while attending to his duties. Each time Hades inadvertently met her gaze, that smile would radiate even more brilliantly if their eyes happened to connect. This sensation was peculiar to Hades, an experience he had never encountered before. Yet it did not irk him. On the contrary, the joy that blossomed within him in that fleeting moment revealed that Aphrodite held a unique place in his heart. Undeniably, he cherished witnessing such expressions from Aphrodite, much like her appearance in the shadows at that moment. Ding! Hades, the lord of the underworld, has gained one in affection, bringing his total to 50. Quion, observing Hades' continued silence, turned to the ever-curious Poseidon and remarked with a smile, "Is my question truly so difficult to answer?" Poseidon shrugged. "Perhaps it is." After casting a glance at Poseidon, Hades slowly addressed Zeus, saying, "Aphrodite once resided in the underworld under the title of my queen, and as long as there are no more suitable successors to this title, it remains eternally valid within the realm of the dead." Setting aside the profound implications hidden in Hades' words, the mere fact that he had articulated such a lengthy response was enough to surprise Zeus. He had previously remarked that Aphrodite could conquer all merely with her beauty, and it seemed that his earlier jest was not an exaggeration. After all, how many days had Aphrodite truly spent in the underworld? In that brief span of time, Hades underwent a transformation that, though subtle to the point of being nearly imperceptible, nonetheless attests to the boundless influence of Aphrodite among the deities. His anticipation for her grows ever stronger. Ding! Zeus, the king of the gods, affection level 5. Current affection level 45. Zeus cast a fleeting glance downward, his smile deepening as he quietly observed Giga. Only when the pressure on his wrist intensified did he gradually shift his gaze to the stoic visage of Hades. Their eyes met amidst the swirling black mist. And after a moment of contemplation, Zeus raised an eyebrow, ultimately choosing silence as he returned to his seat. This brief interlude did not impede the celestial chariot's journey towards Tartarus. As they passed through the veil of darkness, the imposing bronze gates soon came into view. Above the gates, the colossal guardian, one of the offspring of Gaia and Uranus, the giant Briareus with 50 heads and 100 arms, rested with closed eyes. Below the gates lay a lengthy stone staircase, approximately 70 meters in length, at the base of which stood the three Furies, Alecto, the goddess of unrest, Megira, the goddess of jealousy, and Tisiphone, the goddess of vengeance. They were statuesque, adorned with serpentine hair and bat-like wings. Wielding a torch in one hand and a whip fashioned from viper coils in the other, these relentless goddesses did not remain at Tartarus indefinitely, as that was the purview of the hundred-handed giants. Instead, at specific times each day, they typically roamed between the mortal realm and the underworld, seeking to apprehend and punish all injustices and wrongdoings. Thus, during Giga's sojourn in the underworld, he encountered them on several occasions while they were fulfilling their duties, rendering their relationship somewhat familiar. Indeed, the three vengeful goddesses harbored a fondness for him. Giga's striking appearance and the alluring charm bestowed upon him by his divine role rendered his interactions with other deities invariably successful. Whenever he sought to bridge the gap, none could resist such camaraderie. Even the iron-willed Furies were not immune to his allure. Upon seeing Giga descend from the celestial chariot, Tisiphone, the leader of the Furies, offered him a slight nod of acknowledgement before approaching Hades. She knelt on one leg, respectfully reporting to the Lord of the Underworld on the conditions of Tartarus. From Tisiphone's words, Giga gleaned a clearer understanding of the current state of Tartarus. Some prisoners who had escaped from Tartarus have been recaptured by Thanatos, the cold-faced god of death, who is now re-imprisoning these fugitives behind the first bronze door. At this moment, what Gigung must do is await the cooperation of Hades, Zeus, and Poseidon, the rulers of the underworld, the heavens, and the seas, to unlock the sealing mechanism of the bronze door, after which he will employ divine power to restore the loosened seal. Naturally, apart from the three sovereigns and Gigung, all other deities, including Anaxius, were left behind. Once the four of them ascended to the pinnacle of the stone staircase, Gigung instinctively stepped aside while Hades, the lord of the underworld, Zeus, the master of the skies, and Poseidon, the king of the oceans, simultaneously enveloped the bronze door in their divine energy. Soon, as their powers converged, a circular bronze apparatus, formed of countless concentric circles, began to materialize on the intricately carved bronze door. This was the seal left by Eros, the primordial god governing love and desire, whose true function was psychological, imposing heavy mental shackles on the prisoners held in the abyss of Tartarus. As long as this mental shackle remained intact, these inmates would be unable to escape Tartarus. Tartarus is divided into three tiers, each guarded by a bronze door watched over by 300-handed giants, with the strength of the mental shackles increasing as one descends deeper. Conversely, the outermost layer, the third tier, has the weakest seal, which is why some prisoners managed to seize the opportunity to flee when the seal loosened. To prevent further weakening of the core mental shackles, the seal must be restored. In truth, the seal left by Eros, merely from its outward appearance, resembles a simple, even inconspicuous circular apparatus akin to a compass. At its center are two copper needles, one long and one short. The shorter one points directly upward while the longer one points downward. To Gigung, it appeared as though a diameter divided the apparatus into two sides. Gazing at the seal emanating a purple glow, Zeus addressed Gigung, Aphrodite. Concentrate your divine power into your palms, then attempt to infuse it into this. Gigung nodded slightly, removing the belt that he had deliberately brought along before his departure, which was wrapped around his wrist. Poseidon looked on in surprise at Gigung's actions, for it was evident what he meant. This was your weapon. Gigung simply replied with two words. This belt, imbued with an enchanting power, was born alongside him. It was an intrinsic part of his being and one of his fundamental sources of strength. By fastening it around his waist, the belt's magical enhancement would maximize his divine potency. The divine powers of Aphrodite were not entirely identical to those of the primordial god Eros. Rather, they bore a resemblance, which inherently suggested a degree of uncertainty. Nevertheless, Having Aphrodite undertake the trial was deemed by Zeus and the others as the most suitable choice after careful consideration of all circumstances. Although fraught with unpredictable elements, it was imperative to attempt it, for if the seal continued to weaken, the bindings that held the prisoner's spirits would diminish, ultimately leading to their complete dissolution one day. In an instant, the mention of some particularly malevolent criminals aside, even the defeated Titans alone could reignite a bloody and grand conflict among the gods. Such a scenario was certainly not what the third generation of deities wished to witness. As a member of the third generation, Zhigung naturally did not desire a war between the Titans and his generation, while he had yet to fully cultivate the affections of his current targets. Glancing at the belt in his hand, Zhigung pursed his lips and quickly secured it around his waist. Without observing the changes in the three individuals behind him after he donned the belt, Zhigung took a deep breath, gathering the divine energy that radiated a similar violet glow into his palm before placing it upon the seal. As the circular seal, resembling a compass, sensed Zhigung's divine energy, two streams of violet light swiftly merged, causing the copper needle at its center to suddenly begin to rotate. Zhigung could distinctly perceive the alien purple radiance guiding his divine power, intertwining and merging with his own. It was an enigmatic force, exuding a sense of romance, mystery, and love, suffused with desire and longing. As the divine energy surged, the speed of the copper needle's rotation increased exponentially. At the precise moment when the shorter needle aligned perfectly with the elongated one above, a magnificent purple light erupted from the center of the seal, enveloping Zhigung's entire being in an instant. He felt as though his head had been struck by an unseen force, and before he could react, his vision blurred and he succumbed to unconsciousness. To Zeus and the others, this transpired in the blink of an eye. As they reached out to grasp Aphrodite, his figure had already vanished from sight. When Zhigung regained consciousness, he found himself reclining on a verdant meadow, surrounded by a kaleidoscope of blooming roses, stretching endlessly into a seemingly infinite sea of flowers. Above him, the sun hung high in the sky, its golden rays filtering through the drifting clouds and casting gentle beams upon the earth, a few of which caressed Zhigung's face. The rich fragrance of roses permeated the air, and in that fleeting moment, Zhigung squinted, shielding his eyes from the blinding sunlight. This instant conjured within him a profound sensation, as though he were still ensnared in the realm of dreams. As Zhigung recalled the final moment before his consciousness faded, he perceived the seal, akin to a compass, with two swiftly rotating copper needles converging. Immediately thereafter, he felt an immense force. It was likely at that moment he was transported to this place. As for the source of that force, it must have been Eros. Can we sense the situation of Hades and the others? Kuei-in responded, I can only sense their presence, but I cannot ascertain their specific circumstances. Indeed, the fact that Kuei-in could detect the aura of Hades and the others suggested either that this place was not far from the copper door, or it could potentially be a dimension akin to an illusion. Regardless of the reason, the immediate priority was to discover a means of escape. With a gentle sigh, Zhigung rose from the grass and surveyed his surroundings, which indeed revealed an endless sea of flowers. Zhigung concentrated his mind, attempting to channel his divine power into the palm of his hand. However, the violet glow flickered in his grasp for but a moment before dissipating, or more aptly, being absorbed. It seemed that within this unknown sea of roses, even divine power proved futile. As the embodiment of the goddess Aphrodite, Zhigung was symbolized by the rose. And now he found himself amidst a vast expanse of these blooms, not tulips, nor lilies, or any other flower, but roses. He could hardly believe this was mere coincidence. Perhaps he could seek clues through the roses. With a shift in thought, Zhigung crouched down and plucked a petal from one of the roses, placing it in the palm of his hand. He closed his eyes, focusing intently on the essence of the petal, yet he found himself met with utter silence. It was as lifeless as an inanimate object, devoid of any trace of vitality. Kuei-in, what to do? I'm feeling a bit anxious. If you weren't so agitated, I might actually believe you. Zhigung opened his eyes, pressing his lips together tightly as he gazed at the rose petal nestled in his palm for a moment. He then clasped it firmly in his hand, crouched down, and extended his other hand towards the rose that had lost a petal. A voice echoed, Are you going to pluck it? No. After a moment of caressing the petals with his fingers, Zhigung's hand descended to the stem below. The stem was adorned with sharp thorns, and Zhigung placed his index finger upon the tip of one of these prickles, refusing to withdraw it. Kuei-in inquired, What? Before she could react, Zhigung exerted force, and the rose's sharp protective shell punctured the skin at the pad of his index finger, causing crimson blood to flow forth. Although the metallic scent of blood was faint, it was not overshadowed in the rich aroma of roses. Ji Gung rose to his feet, contemplating the blood seeping from his fingertips. His belt remained securely fastened around his waist. Logically, its enchantment should evoke a sense of affinity in all living beings. Compelling even the thorny rose to instinctively retract its thorns at the moment of his touch. Yet, this particular rose displayed no such response. Being entirely immune to the magic bestowed by the belt, Ji Gung was now certain that these roses were not merely like lifeless objects, but were indeed, unequivocally, devoid of life. Kuei-in exclaimed, Ji Gung, the petal that once rested in your hand has vanished. Ji Gung extended his hand, revealing an entirely empty palm, devoid of any trace of the petals that once graced it. Meanwhile, the puncture wound on the tip of his right finger, although the blood had ceased to flow, did not heal spontaneously as it had in the past. It was as if the very presence in this place rendered him immune to the divine powers. If his memory served him correctly, the moment the petals vanished coincided precisely with the time his finger was pierced and blood was shed. Was it due to the essence of his blood? After a moment of contemplation, Ji Gung Lian Mei raised her gaze toward the seemingly endless sea of roses. Tentatively, she took a step toward the rose from which she had plucked a petal. What transpired next was precisely as Ji Gung had surmised. As her foot made contact with the roses, all those that had brushed against her form vanished into thin air. Upon witnessing this, Ji Gung instinctively quickened his pace. As he moved faster, the vanishing roses multiplied in number. Just when Ji Gung believed he was merely transitioning from one endless sea of roses to another boundless path devoid of conclusion, the roses he touched no longer faded away. Instead, after making contact with his body, they began to float in the air, swirling around him for several circles before all converging in a singular direction. As though guided by some unseen force, Ji Gung's gaze sharpened as he swiftly ran towards the direction of the roses. This time, he did not run for long before encountering a river. The river was modest in size, adorned with floating rose petals that, from Ji Gung's perspective, resembled a magnificent bath of roses. However, at the center of the water, two naked men were engaged in a fervent embrace, their bodies entwined in passionate union. The heavy breaths and fervent whispers melded with the sounds of water, painting a vivid tableau that ignited a primal thrill. One of the men, his back turned to Ji Gung, possessed a cascade of golden hair. He straddled another man, who also bore golden locks but kept them cropped short. With each vigorous thrust from the man beneath, tantalizing and pleasurable moans escaped his lips, laced with an irresistible allure that stirred a yearning deep within. The sound was utterly captivating, evoking an insatiable desire that drew one into the abyss of longing. Had it merely been a chance encounter with another's intimacy, Ji Gung might not have felt any significant stirrings in his heart. Yet, the sight of the man with the flowing golden hair stirred an uncanny sense of familiarity within him. So profound was this recognition that, for a fleeting moment, Ji Gung believed it was his own reflection he beheld. The silhouette, the voice, both were strikingly reminiscent. How peculiar! Was this an illusion or something else entirely? As Ji Gung pondered, the golden-haired man, who had been facing away from him, suddenly turned his head. His strikingly beautiful features were unparalleled, each inch seemingly meticulously crafted, embodying all the beauty of the world, flawless in its elegance. At that moment, his face, slightly flushed with desire, resembled a peach blossom in full bloom in May, exuding a delicate allure cultivated with care, vibrant with an enchanting charm. This was a visage that Ji Gung found utterly familiar, so much so that he could see it reflected in the gaze of anyone he casually encountered. It was undeniably his own likeness, or rather, this golden-haired man bore an uncanny resemblance to him. The previously obscured short-haired man, the one who elicited delightful moans from the golden-haired figure, was now revealed due to the latter's turning motion. This was a face Ji Gung had never beheld before. It was an exceptionally handsome countenance. The man possessed a head of fine, smooth short hair, a prominent nose, and a gracefully shaped lip line. His angular features were accentuated by the sunlight, radiating a striking allure, while his eyes, a pale gray, held a hint of gold in the pupils, brimming with an intense passion and desire, unabashedly direct and fervent. Ji Gung has traversed into the realm of Greek mythology for at least several millennia. Throughout this expanse of time, none of the divine visages he is familiar with bear any resemblance to that of the short-haired man before him. He was drawn into this enigmatic place while channeling divine power into a seal left by the primordial god Eros. Apart from Eros, who shares an uncanny resemblance to him in terms of divine essence. Ji Gung could not fathom anyone else who could be matched with the identity of this short-haired figure. Moreover, he could not help but concede that the man's appearance was strikingly unique. This uniqueness transcends mere physical beauty, encompassing an exceedingly subtle aura of seduction. This allure is not the kind that evokes a spine-chilling madness or a palpable threat to life, but rather a captivating essence that lures one into the depths of desire, leading to a willing descent into the abyss of corporeal indulgence. Although the latter does not entail death, both paths are equally perilous. For once dominated by desire, it signifies a complete collapse of the spirit, akin to a creature in heat, devoid of reason, solely fixated on mating. Eros wields a power more formidable than that of Aphrodite. If Ji Gung, as the god of love, possesses divine abilities inclined towards the transmission of affection and love, then Eros's powers lean more towards pure lust and yearning. Despite their similarities, their divine essences are fundamentally distinct. One embodies a mental seduction, while the other epitomizes the physical entanglement of bodies. Ji Gung could distinctly perceive the transformations occurring within his body at that moment. A restless surge of warmth was gathering towards his lower abdomen, a sensation that had gradually emerged after laying eyes upon Eros. It was an uncontrollable instinctive bodily reaction. Fortunately, Ji Gung employed his primordial power to counteract this sensation, and as the two forces within him continuously neutralized each other, the divine influence of Eros on Ji Gung's body diminished to a negligible extent. Meanwhile, it seemed that due to Ji Gung's prolonged gaze, the short-haired man became even more exhilarated than before. His pale gray eyes fixated intently on Ji Gung, yet there was not a hint of aggression in that gaze. Rather, it could be described as exceedingly placid. Nevertheless, the intensity and rhythm of his movements grew more fervent. From the expression of the other man, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Ji Gung and was enduring the thrusts, one could readily discern the sheer ecstasy of their union. Experiencing the sight of one who looked exactly like oneself being fervently cherished and penetrated was an ineffable feeling for Ji Gung. There was indeed a sense of revulsion, accompanied by a mild discomfort, albeit this sentiment was not overwhelming. It was merely a primal aversion rooted in the depths of his psyche. Quian remarked, "The man who bears your likeness is likely a projection conjured by consciousness. Even if he possesses a physical form, it remains illusory." Ji Gung now harbors a curiosity about whether the short-haired man is merely a phantom conjured by the illusion, or if he is but a remnant of Eros's divine consciousness. Ji Gung was deep in contemplation when, at that moment, the two combatants simultaneously reached their climax. Instantly, the heady scent of male musk intertwined with the rich fragrance of roses, creating an extraordinarily bizarre and captivating allure. This aroma caused Ji Gung to furrow his brow and retreat a few steps. If the allure of the roses merely served to entice him into witnessing a gratuitously sensual spectacle, then Ji Gung believed there was little reason for him to remain. With this thought in mind, he pressed his lips together and prepared to turn away, but the short-haired man seemed to sense his intentions, suddenly emitting a low chuckle. Simultaneously, a notification sounded in the depths of Ji Gung's consciousness. Primitive god Eros, favorability 5, current favorability 50. Ji Gung abruptly halted his steps, gazing at the short-haired man in the center of the river. Ji Gung had not anticipated that the initial affinity the other held for him would amount to a remarkable 45 points, undoubtedly a considerable figure. Ji Gung was certain that this was the first encounter between himself and the other party, and that the sentiment of love at first sight would undoubtedly not manifest in this primordial deity named Eros. But what could be the reason for this? Ji Gung, filled with curiosity, narrowed his eyes slightly, observing with keen interest the short-haired man swimming towards him. The other man, who bore an uncanny resemblance to him, had vanished without a trace at the moment the alert echoed in his consciousness, as if he had never existed at all. The air, devoid of the ambiguous scent of musk, was instead saturated with an enduring fragrance of roses. As the short-haired man approached ever closer, his features became increasingly distinct, allowing Ji Gung to discern the lustful glint in his eyes, which seemed not to be directed solely at him, but rather appeared to be an inherent trait of the man himself. If the deities of Olympus were known for their capriciousness and volatile emotions, then Eros, among the original pantheon of gods, was even more unrestrained in his whims. This was the result of absolute power, akin to a hereditary dominion that was terrifying and not to be easily trespassed. Kuei-in, are you prepared to pursue Eros? No. Ji Gung chuckled softly. When it came to a deity like Eros, endowed with equally captivating divine power. It was not he who sought to pursue Eros, but rather Eros who took the initiative to court him. What Ji Gung now requires is merely to patiently await Eros's move, responding appropriately to the other's reactions. Since Eros desires to act as the hunter, would it not be a disservice to disregard his goodwill? Eros's divine power can indeed influence him, instilling a sense of warmth within his body. Conversely, if he were to subtly entice Eros on a mental level, it would undoubtedly yield similar effects upon him. The yearning that arises from spiritual desire is, without question, far more potent and unyielding than mere physical cravings. Moreover, the distinction between prey and predator is never a simplistic demarcation. The short-haired man swam swiftly, reaching the shore in but a moment. He intertwined his hands upon the land, with a few rose petals clinging to his arms. His golden, damp hair glistened against his neck, while the shimmering water trickled down his strands. He lifted his gaze towards Ji Gung, who stood less than 2 meters away, appearing quite intrigued by him. A smile graced his lips, and the slight upward curve of his enchanting eyes radiated an endless allure as he focused intently. Noticing that the short-haired man had no intention of speaking, merely gazing at him with keen interest, Ji Gung raised an eyebrow and took the initiative to shatter the silence. Eros? Though he was already certain of the answer in his heart, he deliberately infused his tone with a hint of inquiry. The deepening intrigue reflected in the man's eyes in response to his words was undoubtedly a confirmation. I know you, god of love and beauty, Aphrodite, the man suddenly declared. His voice was low, a rich timbre that seemed incongruous with his striking exterior, somewhat husky, yet imbued with an indescribable charm. Were those vanishing roses your guidance? Ji Gung inquired directly. No, Eros shook his head. To be precise, it was you who sought me out. After a brief pause, he continued. Your blood has allowed me to perceive your presence. Ji Gung let out a sardonic laugh and remarked, so you crafted a mere illusion of me through that so-called perception. And as a gift for our first encounter, you deliberately allowed me to witness you engaging in the most intimate acts with a figure that mirrors my own? My dear, you must realize that it is nothing more than a dazzling fade. But pray tell, where exactly are we? Eros did not respond immediately. Instead, he chuckled softly and beckoned Ji Gung closer, saying, Come over here, draw nearer to me, and I shall reveal the truth. Ji Gung furrowed his brow and gazed intently at Eros for several moments before gradually approaching him. When he was less than half a meter away, Ji Gung came to a halt, then crouched down to meet Eros's gaze, who was leaning against the shore. Can you enlighten me now? Ji Gung boldly posed all his inquiries. Where exactly is this place? How can one escape? How can the seal you left be restored? Although he posed 3 questions at once, Ji Gung's tone was not one of urgency. He smiled gently at Eros and remarked, I am not in haste to uncover all the answers at once, dear Eros, great primordial deity. You may take your time to share with me. I have reconsidered. Eros replied with a smile. To provide you with such a terse response would be rather uninteresting. Ji Gung was not taken aback by Eros's response. It would have truly astonished him if this primordial deity had candidly revealed all secrets. How shall we proceed? Ji Gung inquired. We shall each pose 3 questions, Eros replied, gently lifting his hand to caress Ji Gung's cheek. As he did so, the movement accentuated the elegant contours of his arm and chest, revealing a seamless flow of muscular lines. Of course, every question must be answered truthfully. Ji Gung brushed Eros's hand aside decisively. Very well. I shall first address your initial inquiry. Eros, with a smile that glimmered with mischief, replied, This is the realm of my consciousness. The residual power sealed within has intertwined with your divine essence, bringing you here. Noticing the contemplative expression on Ji Gung's face, Eros pursed his lips and once again reached out to caress Ji Gung's cheek. This time, Ji Gung did not shy away, and his acquiescence evidently delighted Eros, the primordial deity of desire and love, who began to inquire with great pleasure, My dear, what were your feelings upon witnessing that man, who bears an uncanny resemblance to yourself, gasping in ecstasy under my affection? Eros's unconventional question elicited a momentary silence from Ji Gung. Should he respond with a word like disgust, it was likely that their discourse would cease abruptly. Observing Ji Gung's hesitation as he pondered his reply, Eros's smile widened further, and a hint of mockery began to glimmer in his golden-hued gray eyes. Is this question so difficult to answer? He mused, gently tucking a few strands of Ji Gung's hair behind his ear. Alternatively, you may choose to share with me what thoughts occupied your mind at that moment. Kuei-yin interjected, How insistent you are on knowing his thoughts. I confess, the ways of adults elude my understanding. Zhigung lifted his eyelids and gazed quietly at Eros for a moment before slowly speaking. I wonder how many years it has been since the primordial god of love like you has engaged in such acts. After all, not everyone can develop feelings for a mere illusion. He remarked. Such a response is hardly distinguishable from disgust. You know, she added, Eros must be angry, right? Surely he must be furious. Suddenly, Eros burst into laughter. His handsome features illuminated by a smile that transformed his slightly upturned peach blossom eyes into a pool of bright moonlight. Zhigung's words did not displease Eros. On the contrary, they seemed to invigorate him even more. So, Aphrodite, he teased, are you subtly suggesting that I should refrain from engaging with illusions? After all, the real you is right before me. He deliberately lowered his voice on the last sentence, making his already deep timbre even more alluring. Despite the half-meter distance between them, it felt as though he were whispering directly into Zhigung's ear. It was akin to the intimate brush of lovers, as if the warmth of breath caressed the earlobe, accompanied by a tingling sensation that was both subtle and electric. One must commend the primordial god of love. He is perpetually attempting to awaken the desires of others. Yet, in the end, who will truly entice whom? Zhigung could not help but laugh, causing the strands of hair that had just been teased by Eros to cascade down once more. Eros's fingers, already moist, had transferred droplets onto these few strands, resulting in their descent being far from the previous ethereal grace. Instead, they clung together, adhering to Zhigung's cheek. When sunlight illuminated his face, it rendered those golden locks even more resplendent, akin to the enchanting and mysterious Asraman line atop Mount Zywila, a deity of love and beauty who, without effort, incites a fervent desire for ascension. Ding. Original god Eros, affection level 5, current affection level 55. Suddenly, Eros emerged from the water, revealing a substantial portion of his bare chest while his lower half remained submerged. Droplets cascaded down the contours of his muscular torso, reminiscent of a caressing hand gently gliding over skin as flawless as marble. He leaned closer to Zhigung, a smile gracing his lips, and remarked, Aphrodite, have I ever mentioned how captivating you are? Noticing Zhigung's silence, Eros remained undeterred and continued, I am enamored with all things beautiful. I delight in claiming them as my own, be it through admiration or collection. And you, Aphrodite, are by far the most exquisite I have ever encountered. Eros's affection came far too easily. Although he was the primordial god of love, intended to be a messenger of affection, he seemed solely fixated on desire. Such a deity lacks a true understanding of love and passion, pursuing only the whims of his heart. Zhigung curved his lips and remarked, what a coincidence. I too have an affinity for all things exquisite. However, he swiftly altered his tone, adding, yet, I do not wish to possess them. Rather, I desire to wield them in a spiritual sense. The torment of mental control far surpasses the mere pleasures of the flesh. Eros, with a knowing smile, replied, Aphrodite, you truly are a mischievous child. I wonder if I meet your standards of beauty? Eros stroked his chin, his expression one of keen interest as he inquired. Zhigung raised an eyebrow and replied, Dear Eros, if this is indeed the second question you intend to pose, then according to our agreement, you must first reveal your own answer. How does one exit this place? Upon hearing this, Eros's smile took on an enigmatic quality, as he responded with a cryptic tone. When the time is right, you shall find your way out of here. Such an ambiguous response was certainly unsatisfactory to Zhigung. He sought not this vague answer, but rather the truth, for it was Eros who had previously insisted on the necessity of honesty. Truly, what a wretched deity he was. A glimmer of mischief flashed in Zhigung's eyes. The rules were proposed by you. Does such a response imply that I may also respond to your subsequent two inquiries with ambiguity or inventiveness? My dear, you are unjustly accusing me. Eros blinked innocently, speaking in a tone tinged with melancholy. He was inherently handsome, with gray eyes that flickered with golden reflections, reminiscent of a dazzling light washed by sunlight. Presently, he feigned a pitiable demeanor, easily evoking sympathy and disarming defenses. Yet, before Zhigung, such a tactic of leveraging his appearance to garner favor proved futile. In truth, the beauty of Aphrodite, the goddess of love, far surpassed that of the primordial god of love, Eros. In the presence of someone even more beautiful than oneself, the advantage of appearance naturally diminishes. Eros seemed aware of this notion, quickly suppressing his earlier look of subtle disappointment. He gazed at Zhigung and stated, The divine power remaining within the seal has already merged with yours. Once this portion of power is fully transformed into your own strength, The overlapping pointer will begin to turn anew, at which point you shall be free to depart. Upon finishing, seemingly fearing Ji Gung's disbelief, Eros immediately raised his hand in a gesture of oath. "Oh, my dear, I speak nothing but the absolute truth." Ji Gung nodded, contemplating for a moment before teasingly responding. "Then your second question is whether you meet my standards of beauty?" "Not quite," Eros replied, shaking his finger, his deep voice steady and unhurried. "Although I am indeed curious about your perspective as the goddess of beauty, there is something else regarding Aphrodite that piques my interest even more." "Is that so?" Ji Gung chuckled, a playful smile gracing his lips that possessed an inexplicable allure. Eros was momentarily taken aback, before snapping back to reality, nodding vigorously. Though it was a childish gesture, it seemed oddly fitting when executed by Eros. "I wish to know," Eros said, his eyes sparkling with curiosity, deliberately elongating his words and maintaining a fixed gaze on Ji Gung. Ji Gung responded, adopting a listening posture, although intuition hinted that Eros would not pose a serious question. At that moment, inexplicably, Eros' favorability rating rose by another 5 points. For other deities, a favorability score of 60 would be considered quite high, yet in the case of Eros, Ji Gung would have this inflated figure, instinctively believing the genuine favorability to be only 30. "I wish to know, if I were to engage in intimacy with Aphrodite, my dear, what position would you prefer?" The response was stimulating. "Truly, as the god of love and desire, your mind is filled with such provocative thoughts." Alternatively, one might inquire, what posture could elicit a more profound sense of pleasure? This query, stark and unabashed, does not seem to invoke any shame in Eros, whose demeanor is strikingly composed, as if he were merely driven by genuine curiosity. However, this impression may be misleading. The body that inches closer to Ji Gung encroaches upon the sanctity of personal space, blurring the once-defined boundaries of safety. "It is your turn to respond, dear one." Eros chuckles softly, his hands resting on either side of Ji Gung, their noses nearly touching. The lingering moisture on his skin mingles with the warmth of his breath, enveloping the minuscule space between them in an atmosphere that grows increasingly intimate. "We agreed, dear heart, that we must answer truthfully." Eros deliberately enunciates the last 4 words. Observing Aphrodite, who has remained silent since the question was posed, Eros' intrigue deepens. In truth, he does not believe that this exquisite youth will genuinely respond to his inquiry. Yet this does not deter him from teasing. He has lingered in this realm of consciousness for far too long, yearning for something intriguing to stave off the ennui. The captivating presence before him fits his desires perfectly. With this thought, Eros leans in further, the tips of their noses finally meeting. He revels in this sensation, or rather, he delights in the intimacy of physical contact, whether superficial or profoundly deeper. Ding! Eros, the primal god, has gained 5 in affinity, bringing his total to 65. Eros gently brushes his nose against Ji Gung's before slowly placing his face against Ji Gung's cheek. When Ji Gung's hands cradle his face, preventing him from encroaching further, Eros extends his tongue to lightly lick his lips, his gray-golden eyes locking onto Ji Gung's as he speaks softly. "Dear one, it is quite all right if you choose not to respond, but you must accept the consequence." Before he can finish his thought, a finger silences him. Gazing into Eros' face, mere inches away, Ji Gung raises an eyebrow, a smile dancing on his lips as he replies, "It seems you ought to bind your desires," and then watches you plead for my release. As soon as Ji Gung uttered those words, Eros was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting such a response from Ji Gung. In truth, he had anticipated that Aphrodite would choose silence in response to his inquiry, as not everyone could remain composed when confronted with his probing questions. Aphrodite, however, neither shied away like some deities nor responded with flushed anger as others might. Eros had presumed that silence would be her most probable reaction. Meanwhile, he had already devised a suitable punishment. But he was surprised to hear such a candid and forthright reply from her. This was undoubtedly an unexpected delight. Aphrodite, the beauty born from the foam, was far more intriguing than he had initially imagined. Ding! Original god Eros, favorability 5, current favorability 70. Recalling her retort, Eros teasingly licked the finger Ji Gung had placed on his lips with the tip of his tongue, a glint of mischief flashing in his gray-golden eyes. Aphrodite was increasingly to his liking. Eros could hardly contain his eagerness to witness more of the surprises that the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, would bestow upon him. "Are you satisfied with my response, dear?" Ji Gung asked casually, withdrawing his hand from Eros' lips just as Eros was poised to continue licking his fingers. "My dear, You have certainly given me an enormous surprise, Eros replied, his tone brimming with unmasked excitement. However, I believe there is one aspect that I need to slightly correct. His gaze brazenly appraised Ji-gung from head to toe. Even through a layer of clothing, Ji-gung could feel the heat emanating from Eros's scrutinizing gaze. Eros's abilities were, in some respects, rather troublesome. Yet, the more troublesome they were, the more entertaining they became when it came to handling them. Wouldn't you agree? Quiet. The ultimate showdown between the perverts. Enough, Eros interjected. Now, dear Aphrodite, if the binding of the ropes were to be replaced by you grasping my desires with your own hands, and the plea for your release were transformed into you taking the initiative to mount me, perhaps such a response would truly satisfy me. As he spoke, a faint blush crept across Eros's face, and the golden hue in his eyes seemed to be gradually enveloped by a veil of gray mist, rendering his gaze somewhat indistinct. Yet, within the depths of his pupils, the visage of Ji-gung was reflected with crystal clarity. This juxtaposition was paradoxical, yet strikingly harmonious. Perhaps it was the delight Eros found in Ji-gung's non-rebuttal, or perhaps it was the very essence of the passionate images swirling in his mind that manifested before him. Eros's already deep voice grew increasingly husky, his words becoming ever more audacious. Aphrodite, when you tire of movement, I shall support your waist, lifting your whole form into the air before letting you fall, thus achieving an intimate union of our bodies, your moans oscillating between pain and pleasure. In that fleeting moment, my desire will pierce the very depths of you, and the sensation of our entwinement will undoubtedly be exquisite. Just the thought of it ignited a response within him. Eros gestured to his burgeoning arousal, the surface of the water adorned with floating rose petals obscuring its full shape. Ji-gung did not react with anger to Eros's unabashed fantasies. Instead, she offered a gentle smile and placed her hands upon his shoulders. Intrigued by what Ji-gung might do next, Eros felt a pressure urging him downward, compelling his body back into the water. Eros's hands intertwined, resting upon the bank. His gaze fixed intently on Ji-gung. The fervor of his desire elevated his spirits, and the blush on his cheeks extended down to his neck. Undoubtedly, Eros possessed a striking beauty, especially in this moment, half submerged in the water, a vision of ethereal allure. Ignoring the intense lust reflected in his eyes, even Ji-gung had to concede that it was indeed a captivating sight. Eros casually picked a rose petal from the surface of the river. Seemingly inspired by a delightful thought, he first inhaled the petal with an air of rapture, then pressed his lips gently against it. Aphrodite, do you know why these rose petals are so vividly red? After a moment of contemplation, Ji-gung hesitantly spoke. Is it due to the bloodstains? Eros corrected him, stating, to be precise, it is because of your blood. Reflecting on the circumstances that led him to awaken in this place, Ji-gung raised an eyebrow, remaining noncommittal. Aphrodite, my dearest, the rose is your emblem. After they have been nourished by your blood, when I kiss them, it is as though I am kissing you. When these petals float around me, adhering to my skin, it feels as if you were caressing my body. Eros became increasingly animated, his entire being trembling with exhilaration. Ji-gung let out a soft chuckle, casting a glance at Eros, whose face was flushed with a rosy hue. Under Eros's expectant gaze, he took the delicate rose petal from Eros's hand and began to gently crush it between his fingertips. With each motion, his originally fair and delicate fingers became gradually stained with the vibrant red of the flower's pollen. By saying this, Ji-gung began leisurely, using the crimson tips of his fingers to delicately trace Eros's lips. Am I not effectively kissing you? The slight lift in his tone was laced with a playful delight, akin to a gentle brush that lightly grazed Eros's heart, provoking a tingling sensation. The fingers that caressed his lips were smooth and soft, imbued with a cool temperature that melded the sensations of warmth and chill, intensifying his burgeoning desire. For the first time, the deity, who typically incited the desires of others, found himself ensnared by his own rising passions. It was indeed a wondrous experience. Eros's gaze dimmed slightly, yet his smile grew ever more radiant, the contours of his beautiful lips forming a graceful arc. As Ji-gung continued his gentle strokes, the originally pale hue of Eros's lips transformed into a vivid red. Just as Ji-gung prepared to withdraw his hand with satisfaction, Eros playfully bit down on Ji-gung's finger, applying only a gentle pressure as his teeth grazed the knuckle. Ji-gung maintained an expression of composure as he observed Eros's actions. Was he unmoved, or was it merely a temporary suppression? Eros narrowed his eyes and proceeded to take Ji-gung's entire finger into his mouth. While observing Ji-gung, he skillfully curled his tongue around the finger, swallowing with an artistry that imitated a sensuous and suggestive act. From Ji Gung's vantage point, he could clearly see Eros's long eyelashes and the alluring lips that incessantly enveloped his finger. With each motion, Ji Gung felt an increasing warmth surging within him, the rising heat gradually converging towards his lower abdomen. However, he found solace in the fact that everything remained within his control. For as this heat continued to accumulate, he could distinctly sense that much of the divine power lingering in the seal had been transformed into his own strength over time. Ji Gung quietly observed Eros's movements. After a few moments of silence, he seized Eros's hair with his other hand and forcefully yanked it back, an action that could only be described as brutal, compelling the pained Eros to release his lips. Oh dear, the meticulously crafted atmosphere of ambiguity has been ruthlessly shattered by your unilateral action. Anyone would find it vexing. Your lack of gentleness provokes me to respond with similar harshness. A shadow of gloom flickered in Eros's eyes as he furrowed his brow and disapprovingly remarked. As Ji Gung gently combed through Eros's golden locks, he remarked, according to the rules, Eros, it is time for you to answer my third question regarding the restoration of the seal. Although I have formed a hypothesis, I find solace in hearing your confirmation. For this indeed is the true purpose of our journey into the depths of hell. How cunning of you, Aphrodite, Eros retorted, a hint of dissatisfaction evident in his tone as he pouted. You have clearly deduced the answer from my second response. Yet you insist on wasting our time with such trivialities. After all, it was you who established the rules in the first place, was it not? Ji Gung replied with a sly glimmer in his eye, playfully challenging him. Ji Gung's eyes were not the traditional type of peach blossom eyes. Yet when they slightly tilted upwards, they exuded a captivating allure. The emotions that flickered at the corners of her eyes and brows diluted an otherwise unattainable aloofness, blurring the sense of distance. Eros, observing such a Ji Gung, clicked his tongue and suddenly leapt from the water. In an instant, he grasped the hand Ji Gung was using to tidy her hair, swiftly pushing her to the ground and positioning his entire body atop hers. His movements were executed with remarkable speed and fluidity, and with Ji Gung's deliberate cooperation, he had her pinned beneath him in the blink of an eye. His arm was propped beside her cheek, completely enveloping her in his shadow. From his elevated position, Eros gazed down at Ji Gung, his gray-golden eyes swirling with fervent desire. His body was bare, and the sunlight accentuated his athletic physique, making him resemble a leopard poised to pounce on its prey, radiating an aura of danger. His muscles, rippling with excitement, displayed a powerful grace, while his honey-toned skin glowed with an enticing flush. Crystal-clear droplets fell from Eros's golden hair, trickling onto Ji Gung's forehead, her eyelids, her nose, and her lips. Water beads cascaded from his body onto hers, quickly soaking her garments. The attire worn by the deities of Olympus was inherently light and comfortable, and the outfit Ji Gung wore had been placed in her room by a maid. The pale fabric, now wet, clung to her form, gradually outlining her silhouette. With a sense of admiration, Eros's gaze traveled from Ji Gung's face downwards, gliding over her collarbone and finally resting on her chest. Through the thin layer of clothing, he could faintly discern the alluring shapes beneath. As if lost in thought, his expression darkened, and he swallowed hard, allowing his weight to press down upon her. In that moment, the closeness ignited a sigh of satisfaction from Eros. He leaned closer to Ji Gung's ear, lowering his voice to whisper slowly, "My dear, you have already surmised that once you transfer all the residual divine power from the seal into your own strength, you shall become the new master of the seal. When you emerge, the method of restoration will naturally unveil itself in your mind." Chapter 75. Their bodies were intimately intertwined. The heat against the inner thighs signaling Eros's current yearning for Ji Gung. Ji Gung could distinctly perceive the persistent friction of the hard object against his skin between his thighs, accompanied by Eros's soft, breathy whispers in his ear. As the atmosphere between them once again grew palpably intimate, as Ji Gung's temperature began to rise steadily, it manifested as a primal physical response in the face of raw desire and passion. His previously cool demeanor transformed into warmth, ignited by Eros's actions. Ji Gung never doubted the profound influence of the divine powers bestowed upon Eros. Turning his head, he gazed at Eros, who nestled close, whispering softly against his ear. The proximity caused their lips to brush gently against Eros's cheek, a fleeting moment where soft, moisture-laden lips touched Eros's skin, akin to a delicate rose petal drifting lightly upon his face, eliciting a tantalizing itch, accompanied by a subtle, almost imperceptible stimulation. This was indeed an experience Eros had never encountered. Rather than the hesitant flirtation of ambiguity, he had always valued the more direct entanglement of bodies. However, observing the faint blush beginning to grace Aphrodite's cheeks, Eros reflected that if the object of his affections were Aphrodite, his initial choice of this teasing, elusive approach might indeed prove to be a judicious decision, as it was undeniably a rather delightful experience. Ding. Eros, the primal god, gains 2 affection points, currently at 72. Kuei-in. So, is the correct strategy to approach Eros with the notion that love is something to be enacted? Not entirely. Ji-gung placed his hand upon Eros's nape, his palm feeling the dampness of Eros's hair, which had once been meticulously arranged but was now disheveled due to a series of actions. Ji-gung narrowed his eyes, weaving his fingers through Eros's tresses. Just as he parted his lips to utter something, Eros suddenly covered Ji-gung's mouth with his hand. My dear, all you need to do is simply feel me. Eros gazed intently at Ji-gung, his gray-gold eyes twinkling with a playful smile, reminiscent of a clear starlit glow. Yet, his movements belied the innocence of his gaze, exuding a contrasting allure. He gently arched his body, his fervent heat rubbing against the tender skin on the inner thigh of Ji-gung, while his other hand slowly traced down Ji-gung's cheek, gliding over his neck. After lingering for a moment at the collarbone, he continued his descent, not caressing the 2 prominent points upon Ji-gung's chest, but rather following the gentle rise and fall of Ji-gung's breath until his hand finally rested upon Ji-gung's thigh. He gripped Ji-gung's thigh, drawing closer, intensifying the contact with his own burning warmth. Ji-gung's lips were tightly pressed together, warmed by Eros's palm. He gazed intently at Eros, neither responding to nor resisting his movements, as if truly experiencing the moment, just as Eros had suggested. Noticing Ji-gung's newfound docility, Eros felt a flicker of dissatisfaction. He ceased his teasing gestures, raising his alluring peach blossom eyes closer to Ji-gung, their noses brushing against one another. With a touch of childlike curiosity, he inquired, Aphrodite, my dear, do you find me handsome? Were this question posed by anyone else, mortal or divine, it would likely evoke a derisive laugh. For the deity of love and beauty possessed a visage that reigned supreme among the gods. To inquire about one's own attractiveness in the presence of such a god was, in itself, a ludicrous folly. However, if the question arose from the primordial god Eros, the context shifted entirely. In this moment, perhaps fueled by overwhelming excitement, a rosy hue spread from Eros's neck to his chest, a fine sheen of sweat forming on his forehead. This mingled with the scent of roses, trickling down to his cheeks, accentuating the already striking beauty of his face with an inexplicable allure. Ji-gung's soft voice emerged from beneath Eros's palm, accompanied by a gentle warmth that enveloped Eros's hand, once again igniting a delicate tickling sensation akin to feathers. Before he could fully interpret this feeling, Ji-gung continued, his lips moving beneath Eros's touch. Eros, you are quite handsome. At this, the soft caress in his palm caused Eros to involuntarily shudder, and he abruptly released his grip. Glancing at his hand, then back at Ji-gung, Ji-gung arched his brows and, with a hint of playful mockery, remarked, What's the matter? Is my candid response truly so astonishing to you? Meeting Ji-gung's smiling gaze, Eros soon joined in laughter, the golden flecks in his eyes ignited by Ji-gung's charm. He cupped Ji-gung's face and leaned in once more, a touch insistently declaring, My dear, please answer me again. You are exceptionally beautiful. If such a compliment could elevate Eros's fondness for him, Ji-gung was more than willing to offer this sincere praise. The voice of Ji-gung flowed like a gentle stream, and when he uttered those 4 words, his tone remained remarkably steady. Yet, such a response still managed to elevate Eros's spirits, akin to a child who has just received a delightful confection, his eyes brimming with joy. With a subtle smile, Eros planted a satisfied kiss on Ji-gung's forehead and remarked, My dear, you are even more enchanting. Whether it be his flawless visage or his alluringly elongated form, both are exceedingly beautiful. Ding. Primordial god Eros's affection level increased by 3, currently standing at 75. Quine, why does it feel like Eros sometimes resembles a child? Like a child? Meeting Eros's gaze, Ji-gung chuckled softly. Does a child possess such unabashed and fervent desires? Quine, however, Eros's affection for you is indeed rising rapidly. Rapidly? Ji-gung remained non-committal, while Eros exuded an exterior warmth that belied an inner chill. Kuei-in remarked, observing Eros's demeanor, which appeared, on the surface, to be reckless and frivolous, teasing mortals with an intimate tone that lured them into the depths of desire. Yet, in truth, he was far more composed, cold-blooded, and capricious than anyone else. To genuinely earn Eros's favor, one must cultivate the habit of enticing and provoking him. Over time, the pursuer may become the pursued. Even when Eros eventually awakens to this truth, he will find himself captivated by the novelty of the experience. Habit is a formidable force. My dear, what are you pondering? Eros whispered softly, his lips brushing against Ji Gung's ear, a fleeting touch reminiscent of a prior, unintentional caress on his cheek. I believe the time is drawing near. As he spoke, the residual divine power sealed within him transformed entirely into Ji Gung's strength. After casting a glance at Eros, Ji Gung pushed him away. Eros exhibited no signs of panic, as if he had anticipated this outcome. He simply rolled onto his side, lying next to Ji Gung. How uncomfortable, he murmured. Though his expression was languid, he lay there, his strong, bare physique exposed. The angle of his head revealing his alluring collarbone and smooth body curves in a dance of light and shadow. Propping his head with one hand, he watched with keen interest as Ji Gung channeled divine power to clear his meridians. With his other hand, he casually twirled a few strands of Ji Gung's hair that had fallen across his chest, playfully winding them around his fingertips. When Ji Gung glanced his way in response to his words, Eros languidly lamented, "After all, you are on the verge of departing, yet my desires remain unfulfilled. Aphrodite, my dear, my fervor still clamors for your touch." Eros's voice was low, yet the words were sharp and commanding. He gazed intently at Ji Gung, his gray eyes akin to molten metal, concealing a wild beast within. He beckoned Ji Gung to notice his ardor, the prominent evidence of longing and insatiable hunger rising between his thighs, intensifying as their eyes met. Kuei-in, how exhilarating. Eros must surely be a transformed teddy god. Kuei-in, leaving Eros like this feels somewhat heart-wrenching. After all, it is rather pitiable for desires to remain unfulfilled. Do you need me to cast you out from the sea of consciousness to appease him? Smiley face. Kuei-in, beast. I am merely a puppet. Neglecting the matters concerning Kuei-in, Ji Gung rose to his feet, beginning to concentrate divine energy within his palms. The violet radiance intensified, swiftly erupting from his grasp, and a halo of light began to envelop him in concentric circles. Observing Ji Gung encircled by this luminous aura, Eros remarked with a smile, "Do you not intend to utter anything further?" Ji Gung raised an eyebrow and replied with a grin, "Let us consider the events that transpire here as a rather enchanting dream." Is that so? Eros mused, stroking his chin, his lips pursed in contemplation. Just before Ji Gung vanished from view, Eros cryptically said, "My dear, it will not be long before we meet again, and at that time, it shall no longer be a dream." As Eros's words faded, Ji Gung vanished from his original location. In the next moment, he reappeared before the bronze door, precisely at the spot where he had initially disappeared, without a trace of deviation. Simultaneously, the method to restore the seal naturally emerged in his mind. Ji Gung cast a glance at the compass-shaped seal that lay within arm's reach, then bowed his head in contemplation, directing his gaze towards his palm. The tip of his index finger bore the remnants of floral pollen, leaving a faint red mark. Before he could ponder further, a familiar voice resonated from behind him. "Oh, dear Aphrodite, are you unharmed?" It was the voice of Poseidon, the Sea King. Upon hearing these words, Ji Gung turned around. Chapter 76. Ji Gung's attire bore distinct watermarks, remnants cascading down from Eros, the delicate fabric clinging to his form, exquisitely accentuating his alluring physique. Poseidon opened his mouth, gazing at Ji Gung, who had abruptly turned away. The words he intended to utter lodged themselves in his throat. The scent wafting through the air, a consequence of Aphrodite's arrival, was not unfamiliar to Poseidon, a fragrance of roses emanating from the goddess herself. When he stood in close proximity to Aphrodite, he could perceive this aroma. Yet now, despite the distance of over a meter, the scent was unmistakably vivid. This fragrance, as captivating as ever, seemed subtly altered upon closer inspection, almost excessively enchanting. Poseidon's throat instinctively constricted, leaving him with an unsettling dryness. Ji Gung, ever observant, noted Poseidon's subtle change. He furrowed his brow, contemplating briefly before shifting his gaze to Hades and Zeus, who stood a bit behind Poseidon. Indeed, both displayed nuanced expressions. Hades awkwardly averted his gaze, while Zeus licked his lips, his eyes betraying growing curiosity and intrigue. Was it due to Eros? Ji Gung mused. The essence of Eros had indeed infiltrated him, infusing his natural scent with an alluring quality that now beckoned desire. For an ordinary human, lacking firm resolve, a mere whiff of this aroma could incite an overwhelming carnal longing. Eros, it seemed, was a troublesome entity. Ji Gung raised an eyebrow with interest. Returning his attention to Poseidon, responding to his earlier inquiry, I am unscathed. Oh, dear god of love and beauty, Aphrodite, Poseidon approached Zhigang, stroking his chin. Curiosity etched upon his face. It appears that something remarkable transpired during your brief absence. He leaned closer, feigning to inhale the scent surrounding Zhigang. Unfazed by Poseidon's actions, Zhigang skillfully extracted two key phrases from Poseidon's slightly teasing remark. Brief absence? Zhigang narrowed his eyes. Are you suggesting I was gone merely for a moment? Though he posed the question to Poseidon, Zhigang held no doubts regarding the god's words. If his disappearance was but a fleeting moment in Poseidon's perception, it could only imply that the passage of time within Eros's realm did not correlate with reality. Indeed, dear one, such is not an exaggeration, Poseidon replied dramatically. You vanished in an instant before our very eyes, only to reappear shortly thereafter. Do you believe my description is accurate, Hades? Poseidon suddenly turned and directed the conversation towards Hades. However, Hades did not respond to Poseidon. Instead, he shifted his gaze towards Zhigang, an implicit acknowledgement that undoubtedly affirmed the veracity of Poseidon's words. The king of the underworld casually swept his gaze over Zhigang, and for a rare moment, a flicker of emotion broke the usual stoicism on his face. He compelled himself to meet Zhigang's eyes, and, in his characteristic icy tone, inquired, Aphrodite, have you encountered Eros? Though phrased as a question, his tone carried an unmistakable certainty. Yes, if you are referring to the primordial deity who once governed desire and love, I indeed have met him, and perhaps even engaged in quite an amorous liaison with that god, Zhigang began, but before he could finish, Zeus interjected. The ruler of the heavens, seemingly lost in thought, scrutinized Zhigang with keen interest, and a knowing smile graced his handsome features. As Zeus finished speaking, Hades furrowed his brow and cast a cold glance at Zeus. Undeterred by Hades' warning gaze, Zeus only seemed to revel in his mirth. Drawing closer to Zhigang and standing on the opposite side, playfully twirling a strand of Zhigang's hair, he lowered his voice conspiratorially and asked, My dear, has Eros adequately satisfied your desires? Zhigang arched an eyebrow, remaining silent. Noticing Zhigang's lack of response, Zeus leaned in closer, his lips brushing against Zhigang's ear, and in a tone audible only to the two of them, spoke cryptically. However, during your brief moment of absence, even if the passage of time may differ, you and Eros have indeed not reached the final culmination. Before Zeus could finish his sentence, a sudden burst of black flame surged toward him, accompanied by a sizzling sound. As the acrid scent of singed fabric permeated the air, stepping back a few paces, Zeus glanced down at the hem of his trousers, where the charred edge was still emitting unpleasant wisps of smoke. A smirk played upon his lips as he nonchalantly remarked, that was quite perilous. Finally, he lifted his gaze toward the instigator not far away, a glint of mischief flashing in his eyes. Hades, my dear brother. To welcome me with the flames of the underworld is hardly in keeping with the hospitality of the realm. Hades cast a sidelong glance at Zeus before promptly averting his eyes, clearly unwilling to squander time on him. Recalling the underworld fire, he addressed Zhigang directly. You must already be aware of how to restore the seal. At this, he inclined his head slightly, his handsome visage imbued with solemnity. From here on, I shall rely on you. Zhigang nodded in agreement, then turned to face the bronze door. He closed his eyes, meticulously revisiting the method for sealing in his mind, before opening them to gather divine power in his palm. Once again, a violet radiance enveloped the compass-like seal, and the needle, no longer spinning chaotically as before, began to rotate with remarkable steadiness, maintaining a precise 45-degree angle between the short and long hands. Beneath the stone steps, the god of sleep, Hypnos, and the messenger god, Hermes, exchanged glances, each discerning a hint of concern in the other's eyes. The sudden disappearance and reappearance of Aphrodite had evidently unsettled them, and now, as they observed her once again channeling divine energy into the seal, the emotions of these two deities grew subtly complex. Yet, they tacitly chose to remain silent on the matter, their gazes briefly meeting in the air before instinctively diverting away. Beside Hermes, Anaxius, a creature of fierce loyalty, was anxiously gnashing its fangs, fixated on the uppermost tier. Its body was hunched low, forepaws resting on the first stone step, tail drooping, exuding an air of taut vigilance, as if poised to disregard Aphrodite's initial command should any trouble arise. Hypnos regarded Anaxius thoughtfully, aware of the creature's status as Aphrodite's beloved pet. Adhering to the principle of loving all that is cherished, he considered that gaining a semblance of goodwill from Anaxius would be advantageous, given the creature's esteemed position in Aphrodite's heart. With this in mind, the god of sleep circled around Hermes and approached Anaxius, lowering his voice to a gentle tone. Aphrodite will not come to harm. However, his benevolent gesture proved to be of little comfort, instead inciting a warning growl and a menacing glare from Anaxius. Surprised, Shupelos blinked in confusion, just as Hermes, seemingly casual, remarked, "Oh dear Shupelos, I recall that it was you and Thanatos who initially brought Aphrodite to the underworld, under the pretense of making her the queen of Hades. Yet, Thanatos has always been taciturn, so during that time, it must have been you who constantly interacted with Aphrodite, persuading, oh no, I mean threatening, her to agree to descend into the underworld." Sensing the palpable danger emanating from Anaxius, Shupelos stiffened momentarily before nonchalantly retracting his hand, which had instinctively reached out to stroke Anaxius's head prior to Hermes' words. Returning his hand to its original position, he forced a smile and addressed Hermes, "Dear Hermes, the astute and eloquent god of rhetoric, such words seem born of jealousy, which is quite uncharacteristic of you. Although you feign indifference, it appears, Hermes, that you harbor some peculiar feelings towards Aphrodite." As Shupelos spoke, he cast a glance at Anaxius, intentionally or not, adding, "You have always been cunning and fickle, never one to come out empty-handed. Surely, you must have your own hidden motives when it comes to Aphrodite?" Hermes offered no reply, merely gazing at Shupelos, the curve of his lips widening into an increasingly radiant smile. Shupelos reciprocated with an equally brilliant grin, and the atmosphere grew thick with an ominous tension. The bewildered goddess of vengeance, already enveloped in the chill of death, remained oblivious to the sudden drop in temperature. She merely frowned at the strange tension that had arisen between the two deities, instinctively stepping back a few paces. Meanwhile, Anaxius, the catalyst for the inexplicable standoff between Hermes and Shupelos, fixated his azure eyes on the gardenia above, casting not even a glance at the two gods. Upon witnessing Aphrodite reclaim her powers, signaling that the seal had been restored, Anaxius perked up his ears and called out to the gardenia. Adhering to the previous command, it refrained from rushing forward, opting instead to pace in place. The standoff between Shupelos and Hermes came to an end with Anaxius's voice, prompting them to glance upward. The restored Aphrodite was descending, walking alongside Poseidon, seemingly engaged in conversation with her. Their Majesty, the Lord of the Underworld, and Zeus followed a short distance behind. As the distance between them diminished, Hypnos discerned the essence of Poseidon's words, which appeared to be an invitation to Aphrodite to grace the seas with her presence. This was certainly not what Hypnos had anticipated. Casting a glance at Hades, whose expression remained inscrutable, he contemplated briefly before stepping forward and addressing the enchanting Aphrodite. "Dearest Aphrodite, since you have made the rare journey to the underworld, why not linger for a few more days?" Before Zhigung could respond, Poseidon spoke first. "Hippolytus, this is quite inappropriate. After hearing my invitation for Aphrodite to visit the sea, your remarks come off as rather discourteous." Hippolytus replied with a smile. "If it means granting Aphrodite an additional choice, even if the Sea King perceives it as impolite, it is worth it. Moreover, since Aphrodite has expended divine power to mend the seal, she certainly requires some rest. Thus, rather than embarking on another long journey to the distant sea, wouldn't it be wiser for her to recuperate here in the underworld? I believe Hades shares this sentiment." Hippolytus winked at Hades. Unexpectedly, Hades, who had remained silent since Poseidon extended his invitation, seemingly detached from the matter, nodded and replied with a single word, The author wishes to convey, "Hades, everyone step aside. I am about to showcase my prowess." Chapter 77. Although Poseidon is known for his erratic and unconventional ways, at this moment, the rarity of Hades speaking, coupled with the fact that they were in the underworld, prompted Poseidon to refrain from further words after Hippolytus received Hades' affirmation. Instead, he turned his gaze to Zhigung, his brows slightly raised, a playful expression adorning his face as he awaited Zhigung's decision. Meanwhile, Zeus regarded Hades with a gaze full of intrigue. His elder brother, always calm and composed, concealed all emotions beneath a cold and serene facade, rendering his thoughts inscrutable and his vulnerabilities hidden. He had constructed an impenetrable wall, shielding himself from prying eyes. This king of the underworld was undoubtedly formidable, not revealing his depths while remaining intimately acquainted with every current. Now, Zeus felt that his previous perceptions of Hades should be cast aside, for with Aphrodite's arrival, even his brother, who had always shunned romantic entanglements, could not escape the allure of beauty. Zeus was not surprised. The desire to approach and cherish Aphrodite was, in essence, an instinctive pursuit of beauty, transcending both mortals and gods. Every sentient being in this world yearns for the sweetness enveloped in love and affection that the goddess Aphrodite bestows. At present, it appeared that Aphrodite had successfully breached the wall Hades had erected before others. Whether this would become Hades's vulnerability in the future was something Zeus eagerly anticipated. So, dear Aphrodite, what decision will you make? Zeus's voice was gentle and magnetic, yet laced with a teasing undertone. On one hand, there is the Sea King's invitation, and on the other, the Lord of the Underworld's plea. My dear, tell me, how will you choose? How will you choose? Zhigung suddenly chuckled, a glint in his eye as he glanced at Zeus, just as Anasius nudged his thigh gently with its fluffy head. Zhigung paused momentarily, then lowered his head to meet the sparkling blue gaze of Anasius. Captivated by Zhigung's attention, Anasius seemed to gain newfound confidence in that instant, nuzzling affectionately against Zhigung's thigh with increasing intimacy. Zhigung could not help but reach out to caress the fine fur on the upright white ears. The words he had intended to utter now swallowed back, beginning to brew anew within him. Xiupaluosi, having just been subjected to a bellow from Anasius and a piercing glare, was particularly vigilant of the seemingly fierce, yet genuinely wild white tiger. At that moment, witnessing Anasius sweetly ingratiating himself with Aphrodite, seemingly poised to alter her intended decision, he could not refrain from mentally exclaiming that this Anasius was indeed remarkable, graceful, ferocious, and cunning enough to leverage his own strengths to win Aphrodite's favor. Such a white tiger, perhaps, should not be merely regarded as Aphrodite's pet. My lord Hades. Xiupaluosi approached Hades, observing his calm demeanor. If it were within his power, Xiupaluosi would wish for Aphrodite to choose to remain in the underworld, whether out of consideration for the lord of the underworld or his own selfish inclinations. Aphrodite, Hades called out Zhigung's name, his deep, dark eyes resembling an unfathomable abyss, exuding a peculiar tranquility. His voice was cool and crisp, gravely earnest as he addressed Zhigung, this time as the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite. The underworld shall extend to you its finest hospitality. Very well. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhigung responded with striking decisiveness, as if the earlier hesitation born from Anasius' proximity had not been his at all. Even Hades himself did not anticipate Aphrodite would respond to his invitation with such resolute certainty. Would he be surprised? Zhigung gazed at Hades and smiled, causing his eyes to shimmer with a gentle wave, flowing and captivating. He ceased stroking Anasius' ears and instead gently patted the tiger's head before stepping forward to Hades, slightly bending at the waist, allowing Hades to clearly see his reflection in Zhigung's gaze. With an air of light-hearted joy, he remarked, since it is your invitation, it would feel quite regrettable to decline. Ding. Hades' favorability 2, current favorability 52. Ding. Zeus' favorability 3, current favorability 48. Kuein. So why does Zeus' favorability increase when you flirt with the lord of the underworld? Kuein. Moreover, it's astonishing that it increases more than that of the lord of the underworld. What kind of operation is this? Perhaps Zeus finds it amusing to hear me converse with Hades this way. Kuein. Can you respond seriously? Unexpectedly, Aphrodite chose to remain in the underworld instead of venturing to the sea. Poseidon furrowed his brow and feigned distress as he lamented, My dear, I am somewhat saddened. Although this was said, there was not a trace of regret in Poseidon's tone. Upon hearing Zhigung's response, his expression revealed no hint of surprise, suggesting that Poseidon had already surmised Zhigung's eventual choice. Zeus cast a glance at Poseidon, contemplating for a moment before addressing Hades. The lord of the underworld, my dear brother Hades, as the sovereign of the celestial realm, I must confess my unfamiliarity with the underworld. Since you have graciously invited Aphrodite today, I trust you would not mind accommodating your younger brother with a room for respite within the vast expanse of your domain. Hades remained silent, gazing at Zeus for several seconds before responding in a measured tone, As you wish. Upon hearing this, Zeus smiled broadly and turned his attention to the rather unfriendly-looking Charon, who stood beside Hades. Meeting Zeus's gaze, Charon pressed his lips together and then looked toward Hades, from where he could only discern the sharply defined profile of their sovereign. After receiving a nod from Hades, Charon spoke, Your Majesty, I shall promptly inform the attendants to prepare accommodations for the goddess Aphrodite and the king of the gods. With that, Charon turned to leave, but had taken only a few steps when he was halted. Wait a moment. Two voices suddenly echoed behind him in unison. One voice was brash, imbued with mischief and wickedness, while the other was cool, yet laced with an alluring charm. Despite the overlapping tones, each was distinctly recognizable. One belonged to Poseidon, and the other to the goddess Aphrodite. Charon turned back, awaiting their utterances. Following their simultaneous call, the gazes of Poseidon and Jigang intertwined in the air. Poseidon raised an eyebrow and remarked with a smile, "Dearest Aphrodite, have you called Charon back out of remorse for your prior choice? If so, the azure and tranquil sea would serve as a soft and nurturing bed for your sweet dreams." Jigang chuckled and remarked, "It appears that today is destined to disappoint your majesty, the Sea Emperor. Please inform Charon that there is no need for him to prepare a new chamber for me. I shall reside in the same quarters I occupied in the underworld." He turned his gaze toward Hades as he uttered the final words. "Very well." Hades responded without a hint of hesitation, mirroring Jigang's tone. Charon, observing this exchange, shifted his attention to Poseidon, inquiring what the Sea Emperor wished to convey. Rather than addressing Charon's query directly, Poseidon replied, "Since Zeus has also chosen to remain in the underworld temporarily, I, who am still relatively unfamiliar with this realm, do not wish to miss the opportunity to experience it as a guest." Upon hearing this, Charon cast a glance at Hades before responding in a measured tone. "Understood. I shall notify the attendants to prepare accommodations for your majesty, the Sea Emperor." No sooner had he spoken than Hermes, who had remained silent, interjected, But Zeus interrupted, saying, "Hermes, you must return to Olympus. You need to deliver the news of the restoration of Tartarus's seal to the gods on Olympus to ease their troubled hearts." Although Zeus's words were not delivered in a commanding tone, the authority they carried was undeniable. As the messenger of the gods, Hermes had long accompanied Zeus, the sovereign of the divine realm, and understood his temperament better than any other deity. Given Zeus's decree, Hermes had no choice but to comply. Though he yearned to remain in the underworld with Aphrodite, the divine command rendered his interest in her less significant. Despite his regret, Hermes felt compelled to follow Zeus's orders. Before departing, he lingered his gaze on Jigang for a few moments, then cast a fleeting glance at Anaxius, before taking flight towards the gateway to the underworld with the swiftness of his winged sandals. Soon after, the Furies, Tisiphone and her two sisters, exchanged knowing glances and, after bowing respectfully to Hades, quietly began their duties. The seal of Tartarus had been restored, and the current atmosphere was not conducive for their presence. Their task was to traverse between the mortal realm and the underworld, to pursue and punish all injustices and wrongdoings. As Charon needed to relay the arrangements for the rooms to the attendants, he too departed shortly after the Furies. In a matter of moments, the three sovereigns of the underworld remained, accompanied by the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, and her favored white tiger, Anaxius. "Let us depart." After Hades spoke, the remaining three deities and a wild beast followed him toward the palace of the underworld. Chapter 78. Zeus, as the third generation of divine kings, should naturally have taken the central position. However, they found themselves in the realm of the dead, not on Mount Olympus, and since Hades was the lord of this underworld, the sovereign of this dark domain, he led the way at the forefront. Although he was guiding them, Hades maintained his customary silence, walking steadily, his gaze calm as he looked ahead, seemingly indifferent to the turbulent undercurrents behind him. Just a step behind him, Zeus and Poseidon flanked the young deity, their proximity creating an atmosphere that oscillated between flirtation and childish rivalry. Their arms would inadvertently brush against the young deity's hand, which hung by his side. Yet, their eyes remained fixed ahead, with faint smiles playing at the corners of their mouths, demonstrating an unspoken understanding and preventing Anaxius from intruding between him and Aphrodite. This left Anaxius to trail behind, his ears drooping, casting cold glares with his blue eyes at the two deities who had encroached upon his rightful place. As their teasing grew bolder, Anaxius's agitation intensified, were it not for the fear of displeasing the young deity. This fierce white tiger might have long since used its sharp fangs to rend the hands of Zeus and Poseidon, whose antics were becoming increasingly reckless. On the fifth occasion that Zeus's hand seemingly brushed against the young deity's arm, his fingers lightly grazing the back of the young deity's hand, Anaxius was on the verge of a breakout when the young deity swiftly seized Zeus's wrist. "Is this amusing?" The young deity tilted his head, casting a sidelong glance at Zeus. His tone was calm, devoid of offended anger or flustered embarrassment, resonating with a graceful allure, yet his gaze held a subtly mischievous glimmer. From Zeus's perspective, beneath the raven-like dark lashes of the young deity, he he discerned an enticing charm that stirred his interest. Amusing indeed. Zeus replied with a smile in his eyes, reminiscent of a mischievous youth delighting in teasing someone dear, reveling in the successful attention he had garnered. He then glanced at the hand that the young deity had seized, noting its pale, slender beauty that compelled him to grasp it fully. And in truth, Zeus did just that. This is even better. Feeling the cool softness beneath his palm, the smile in Zeus's eyes grew ever more pronounced. At that moment, Hades, who had remained silent while walking ahead, halted his steps. He turned his gaze back, his eyes landing on the hand Zeus held around Ji Gung, his expression turning icy. Meeting Hades's frigid stare, Zeus's smile persisted, yet he tightened his grip on Ji Gung's hand with increased intensity. Poseidon stood nearby, his gaze shifting between Hades and Zeus, embodying the demeanor of an amused spectator. Ji Gung furrowed his brows slightly and addressed the king of gods. "Your Majesty, you may release her now." Upon hearing Ji Gung's words, Zeus averted his gaze from Hades and turned to Ji Gung. His handsome features bore an innate charm and an inherent aura of authority that exuded a natural pressure. A flicker of contemplation appeared in his profound eyes. And after a brief moment, he offered a wistful smile and remarked, "Though it pains me greatly, I find I would much rather witness the smile of a beauty than cause any distress to Aphrodite." As he spoke, Zeus placed a gentle kiss upon the back of Ji Gung's hand. The goddess of love, Aphrodite, indeed deserves to be treated with tenderness. Zeus's tone was indulgent. As he added, she ought to be cherished with utmost care. Ji Gung's brows arched slightly, her displeasure evident as she remarked, "Is the god-king perceiving me merely as a woman?" Zeus shook his head, responding, "No, you are not fragile." He added with a smile, "Moreover, beauty knows no gender. Am I not correct, Hades, my beloved elder brother?" Zeus then turned his gaze toward Hades. Hades examined Ji Gung's countenance and, rarely, offered a response to Zeus. Indeed, thus, under Zeus's guidance, this brief interlude was intentionally or unintentionally overlooked. Hypnos, the god of sleep, in the realm of the underworld, held a position second only to Hades, the god of the underworld. In contrast to his taciturn twin brother, Thanatos, he was agile and adept in social interactions, demonstrating remarkable efficiency in his duties. Upon Ji Gung and her company's arrival at the palace of the underworld, accommodations had been arranged for both Zeus and Poseidon, with attendants assigned to serve them. However, Ji Gung was somewhat taken aback to find that this deity, who presided over dreams, had not only prepared rooms for Poseidon and Zeus but had also allocated a spacious chamber for Hephaestus, situated a considerable distance from Ji Gung's own quarters. Ji Gung stood within the chamber prepared by Cyprius for Hephaestus, casting a glance at the somewhat agitated white tiger. He chuckled lightly and remarked to Cyprius, "Ah, the sovereign who traverses the dreams of mortals. Your considerations are indeed thorough, yet it seems that Hephaestus, this grand creature, is rather vexed by your thoughtful arrangement of a room for it." "My dear Aphrodite," Cyprius replied, deliberately ignoring Hephaestus's gaze, "your pet Hephaestus is robust and agile, a formidable presence that can leap fearlessly through the perilous depths of the mysterious forest. It is truly the undisputed ruler, commanding the respect of all creatures in this realm. The underworld reveres strength, and thus, Hephaestus's glory as a powerful being ought to be welcomed here. It is entirely fitting to provide it with a private chamber. I believe that after some time of rest here, it will find satisfaction." Upon Cyprius' conclusion, Hephaestus appeared even more restless, fixing an intense stare upon Cyprius. The azure depths of its eyes, which once held clarity and brilliance when gazing at Ji Gung, now harbored an unsettling darkness, tinged with a hint of bloodlust. Like a feral beast locking onto its prey, its cold demeanor radiated danger, sending a shiver of tension from the spine to the mind. Indeed, Hephaestus was a beast of prey, and 100-fold more perilous than the ordinary. Even Cyprius, taken aback by such an intense scrutiny, felt a flicker of surprise. Within the gaze of the white tiger lay a reckless ferocity, an overwhelming possessiveness towards Aphrodite that, upon reflection, transcended the bounds of mere pet and owner. How then would Aphrodite perceive this transgression of emotion? Regardless of Hephaestus' feelings, the decision to remain in this chamber ultimately rested with Aphrodite. Cyprius pondered, his gaze shifting to Ji Gung. Hephaestus, clearly aware of this dynamic, instantly tempered its fierce demeanor, nuzzling its plush head affectionately against Ji Gung's hand. It had always understood that Aphrodite favored a docile display in his presence. It recognized its own advantages and consistently endeavored to charm this most exquisite of deities with its most harmless demeanor. Ji Gung gazed at Anasius for a moment before responding to his ingratiating behavior, gently stroking the sharply erect ears of the white tiger. Ji Gung's response seemingly provided encouragement to Anasius, causing the white tiger to exhibit increasingly affectionate behavior. Poseidon cast a sidelong glance at Anasius and remarked, "Dearest Aphrodite, indulging a pet excessively often leads to arrogance stemming from such favoritism. Given that Hyperion has thoughtfully arranged accommodations for Anasius, this precious consideration should not be squandered." Zeus added, "Although the Sea Lord is prone to uttering remarkably startling statements, some of which I find rather irksome, I must wholeheartedly concur with his perspective regarding Anasius. As a pet, Anasius is excessively attached to you." Zeus gently lowered his eyelids, casting a languid gaze towards Anasius. Even the feeble fledgling must venture beyond its secure nest and tender shelter to flap its wings, learn to soar and forage. How much more so for the sovereign of the forest? Even if reduced to a pet, one should not permit the extinction of their wild nature, nor succumb to the temptations of a soft bed, transforming into a pitiful creature that howls in distress upon separation from its master. The white tiger expresses frustration, unable to voice its objections. Silence, dramatist. Do you intend for Anasius to remain in this room? Is there not another individual yet to express their opinion? Hades. Indeed, since we are presently in the capacity of guests, it is only fitting to regard Hades as the host, with due respect for his thoughts, is it not? Ji Gung shifted his gaze to Hades. Even when this man stood silently at the side, an undeniable aura of coldness emanated from him, as if nothing could capture his attention and everything was of no consequence to him. However, this was merely an illusion. After all, during his days as the queen of the underworld, the strategy of gradual persuasion had laid the best foundation. Now Hades' fondness for him had surpassed 50, a level of affinity that might seem inconsequential to other deities, yet it held profound significance for the usually aloof and unfeeling king of the underworld. His strategy resembled a web, intricately woven from various threads, since Hades had become entwined within it, transforming into one of those threads. This composed ruler of the nether realms could no longer remain an outsider. Ji Gung would not permit his prey to escape. Anasius will appreciate this place. This succinct phrase conveyed Hades' stance. After Hades uttered these words, regardless of Anasius' reluctance, Ji Gung ultimately decided to leave Anasius in the room prepared for him by the shiploads. Following this, Poseidon and Zeus retired to their respective chambers. Although the underworld was perpetually shrouded in darkness, the light of the underworld moon illuminated this shadowy realm, creating a dance of light and dark. When the moon shone its brightest, it was akin to daylight in this abyss. Correspondingly, even daylight bore distinctions of morning, noon, and evening. Due to Poseidon's suggestion, the underworld would prepare exquisite dishes that evening, as a basic hospitality for the visitors from afar. Ji Gung once resided as the queen of the underworld, in this realm shrouded in darkness. Her exquisite beauty afforded her numerous privileges, some of which surpassed the rights typically granted to a queen. Upon returning to the underworld, Ji Gung entered the chamber she had once inhabited, finding every detail in perfect alignment with how it had been when she departed, as though she had never truly left this place. Ji Gung closed the door behind him and reclined on the soft couch. Although the restoration of the seal had not drained him of much divine power, he had indeed lingered in the illusion conjured by Eros for a considerable duration. Despite the passage of time within that realm differing from reality, it was nonetheless a genuine experience for him. Reflecting on Eros's final words, with such certainty that they would meet again, Ji Gung felt a flicker of anticipation. After all, we are now in the era of the third generation of divine kings. Should Eros, one of the 5 primordial deities, re-emerge, it would undoubtedly create a stir. Kuei-in remarked, "My intuition tells me that Eros will certainly cause some upheaval when the time comes." Indeed, as a primordial god, Eros's esteemed status granted him the liberty to act with abandon. However, what currently occupied Ji Gung's thoughts was another equally reckless deity, Poseidon, the god of the sea. Poseidon had never been a compliant god. His suggestion to host a banquet in the underworld might stem from a desire for amusement or other unknown motives. Even the most modest of dishes would not be presented without complexity. Just as Ji Gung had scarcely rested on the soft couch, a knock echoed from the door, signaling the arrival of an unexpected visitor. Ji Gung remained reclined, propping his head with one hand, his gaze drifting lazily towards the entrance. With a languid voice, He uttered a simple invitation, "Come in." Those two unadorned words, emerging from his lips, carried a subtle softness, a delicate warmth that tinged his otherwise cool tone, evoking an enchanting sensation akin to the flutter of a feather. The visitor hesitated momentarily before pushing the door ajar and stepping inside. The newcomer boasted a striking mane of vibrant blue hair, a tall stature, and rugged features, his lips curled in a playful, audacious smirk. "Does His Majesty the Sea King require my assistance?" Ji Gung inquired nonchalantly. As he propped his head, the loose white sleeves of his attire slipped down his wrist, revealing a flawless arm reminiscent of pristine lotus petals. Poseidon remained silent, his gaze deepening with intensity. As Ji Gung lightly furrowed her brows, on the verge of speaking, Poseidon, with a leisurely demeanor, interjected, "Dearest Aphrodite, goddess favored by beauty, is there truly nothing that compels you to seek my presence?" Ji Gung lifted his gaze, observing the strong and smooth contours of Poseidon's jawline. Higher up, he beheld the beauty of his face, adorned with eyes that held a certain depth. These eyes were perpetually imbued with a smile, yet the true meaning behind that smile remained elusive and ambiguous. Ji Gung gazed at Poseidon for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, "Of course, wherever your Majesty, the Sea King, resides, intriguing events are bound to unfold. After all, your Majesty, you are a remarkably fascinating deity in your own right." Poseidon chuckled in response, "My dear, your words are indeed a most delightful compliment." As they conversed, Poseidon approached Ji Gung, his towering stature casting a shadow over the young man as he stood beside the soft couch, exuding an undeniable aura of imposing authority. Due to Ji Gung's reclining position, he had to tilt his head upward to discern Poseidon's features, a perspective he found quite unappealing. Ji Gung furrowed his brow slightly, just as he was about to rise. However, Poseidon seemed to comprehend his intent and unexpectedly knelt down, squatting directly before Ji Gung. This action brought their gazes into alignment, allowing them to meet each other's eyes at the same level. Consequently, the distance between them diminished, and it felt as though their breaths intertwined. "Is this sufficient?" Poseidon inquired with a cheerful smile. Ji Gung said, "Your Majesty Poseidon, the distance between us has surpassed the boundaries of our current relationship." Upon hearing this, Poseidon smiled even more radiantly. "My dear, we can deepen our connection. I swear by the vast and boundless sea that Nereus shall be my witness. Come closer to me, or accept my approach." As he spoke, Poseidon leaned in closer to Ji Gung. "Aphrodite, with me, you shall find immense joy." As he uttered these words, he deliberately lowered his voice, adding a touch of intoxicating tenderness to his already rich timbre. "You are tempting me," Ji Gung remarked, raising an eyebrow as she gazed at Poseidon. "Indeed, I am tempting you, my dear," Poseidon admitted candidly. He looked at the beauty before him, her flowing golden hair cascading freely, her eyes shimmering with allure and charm. Her lips, painted a soft red, parted gently like petals awaiting morning dew, delicate and exquisite. The close proximity stirred a longing within him. Truly enchanting, Poseidon unabashedly praised. Even after numerous encounters, the beauty of Aphrodite still moved him profoundly. Ding. Poseidon, the Sea King. Affection level 10, current affection level 55. Kuwain commented, "This move is quite impressive, 10 points of affection gained without any effort. My dear Aphrodite, the harbinger of beauty and love, this marks my third declaration of affection towards you. What say you in response?" Poseidon had never favored repeating himself, yet a beauty was inherently destined to shatter certain principles. "What if my response is a refusal?" Ji Gung inquired. Upon hearing her words, Poseidon's expression remained unchanged, though a hint of regret colored his tone. "Then I shall have to exert even more effort to devise new ways to express my love for you. And I shall also pray that you will give a favorable reply." After speaking, Poseidon naturally reached out, gently tucking a few strands of Ji Gung's hair behind her shoulder. Just as he withdrew his hand, a deep, magnetic male voice resonated from outside, calling Aphrodite. Ji Gung heard his name being called. It was the voice of Zeus. Ji Gung raised an eyebrow, poised to speak, when Poseidon suddenly pressed his fingertip against his lips. The soft sensation momentarily startled Poseidon, but he swiftly regained his composure, suppressing the tumult of emotions within. Casting a glance towards the entrance, a playful smirk danced upon his face. With a swift motion, he leaped onto the ebony column, effectively concealing himself from view. As Ji Gung observed Poseidon's series of actions, he couldn't help but chuckle. Initially, there was nothing amiss. Yet Poseidon's behavior evoked the uncanny sensation of a wife caught in the act of infidelity. just as her husband unexpectedly returns. Kuei-in remarked, "The Sea King is so pure and unpretentious." Aphrodite, noticing Ji Gung's silence, Zeus, standing outside the door, called out again. Kuei-in continued, "Is it not surprising that the king of the gods would adhere to the ritual of knocking? Based on his illustrious past, the king typically enters without ceremony, employing his formidable divine power and irresistible majesty to subdue the beauty he desires, engaging in those intimate pursuits. Fool, cease your imagination. We are in the underworld." Kuei-in retorted, "And what of the underworld? When has the king of gods ever been deterred by the setting when indulging in his clandestine affairs?" Choosing to disregard Kuei-in's banter within the confines of his mind, Ji Gung rose, adjusted his attire, and leisurely approached the door, opening it with a measured grace. "Is there something you need, my lord?" Ji Gung inquired, echoing a question akin to the one posed upon encountering Poseidon. Zeus offered no immediate response, instead gazing at Ji Gung with a gentle smile gracing his strikingly handsome visage. He countered, "Aphrodite, my child, a new member of Olympus. Will you not invite me in for a moment?" Upon hearing the words, Jiga gracefully shifted aside to grant Zeus passage. Once inside, Zeus cast a languid glance around the room before settling himself upon a bench carved from white jade. He poured himself a cup of tea from the kettle on the table, his gaze lowered to observe the gentle ripples on the surface of the tea, stirred by his movements. Only after Jiga had taken a seat opposite him did he raise his eyes to meet hers, inquiring with deliberate calm, "My dear Aphrodite, are you the sole occupant here? Why such a question?" Zeus took a sip from his cup, his handsome visage exuding an air of profound elegance. His eyes ever imbued with inscrutable depth. The noble arc of his nose contributed to a demeanor of steady gravitas. And every aspect of Zeus radiated a mature charm, a refined embodiment of quintessential masculinity. Even the simple act of sipping tea appeared strikingly graceful. I faintly discerned another voice. Zeus remarked with a smile, speaking casually. "Indeed, there is another voice," Jiga replied, nodding affirmatively. Zeus paused momentarily, caught off guard by Jiga's candid admission. "Poseidon, the sovereign of the seas, is concealed above." Jiga indicated towards the pillar where Poseidon was hidden. "Poseidon?" Zeus echoed, following Jiga's gaze upward. Emerging from the shadows, Poseidon chuckled softly as he descended from the pillar. "Oh dear Aphrodite, your overly sincere response may rob certain matters of their intended amusement," he remarked, adjusting his slightly disheveled attire with a hint of exasperation. Zeus narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Poseidon with a trace of frostiness in his tone. "My dear brother, what brings you here?" Poseidon met Zeus's gaze, scoffing lightly before taking a seat opposite him. "Your Majesty, the king of the gods. Even deities dwelling in the heavens may temporarily abandon their thrones in pursuit of beauty, venturing to the underworld for the company of enchanting beings. How could I, beneath the depths of the ocean, not yearn for a clandestine yet exhilarating rendezvous with the most exquisite existence? Poseidon, your mellifluous words are akin to the seemingly tranquil surface of the seas beneath Mount Sovereign, ever poised to erupt into tempestuous storms at any given moment. The flattery you dispense is even more fleeting than the clouds that drift above Olympus. If this is merely a passing fancy, you might, as is your custom, evade my inquiries with your playful banter. There is no need to engage in a pointed rebuttal of my questions." Unperturbed, Poseidon replied, "My dear brother, ruler of the skies, my desire to draw near to Aphrodite is not simply a whim of the moment." Two equally matched deities were now engaged in a civilized exchange of barbs. Observing the verbal sparring between Poseidon and Zeus, Jiga raised an eyebrow and decided to take a seat as well. With this action, the two previously locked and gazed simultaneously withdrew their eyes from one another. "Are we not to continue?" Ji Gung inquired with a tone of subtle indifference. Poseidon turned his head, directing his gaze towards Ji Gung, who was seated to his right, and feigned a look of distress, exclaiming, "O Aphrodite, my dear, in truth, I find myself rather displeased by your current aloofness. It feels akin to a valiant warrior who fights valiantly on the battlefield, striving to earn but a smile from his beloved, only to be met with her indifference. It is utterly lamentable." As Ji Gung was about to speak, he suddenly felt his ankle ensnared by a cool and supple entity. This object, slippery and moist, resembled the tentacle of some creature. Even through the thin fabric, Ji Gung could distinctly perceive a faint yet viscous humidity, which, at that moment, was gradually seeping through the hem of his trousers, encroaching upon his skin. Kuei-in exclaimed, "What an exhilarating experience! Tentacle play. The lashes of Ji Gung fluttered gently, instinctively directing his gaze towards Poseidon. Poseidon remained in his original posture, playfully winking at Ji Gung. His expression seemingly unremarkable, with his eyes betraying no emotion. Yet, beneath the table, the actions grew increasingly audacious. Ji Gung could distinctly feel the cool, slick touch entwined around his ankle gradually ascending. Ji Gung's body temperature was notably low, and his skin felt somewhat cool to the touch, as the approaching hand, significantly colder than his own, glided slowly upward. A shiver of physiological response coursed through Ji Gung's body, evoking an involuntary tremor. Clearly, this transformation in Ji Gung delighted Poseidon, the sovereign of the sea, whose eyes shimmered with a melancholic glimmer, and a smile of inscrutable depth graced the corners of his mouth. Zeus naturally observed the subtle changes in Ji Gung, his gaze shifting toward Poseidon. Within his profound and distant eyes, akin to an ancient well, a flicker of contemplation emerged. However, he swiftly averted his gaze, pressing his lips together before turning his attention back to Ji Gung. Aphrodite, he called softly. Ji Gung raised his eyes, diverting his focus from Poseidon to Zeus, seemingly dissatisfied with the diversion of Ji Gung's attention. The tendril that had lingered just beneath Ji Gung's knees gradually began its ascent up his thigh. As it moved, the sensation of its sticky warmth intensified, and Ji Gung could distinctly feel the multitude of suction cups clinging to his leg, akin to numerous open mouths, delicately kissing and sucking at his skin through the thin fabric, attempting to elicit a tingling response from his body. Ji Gung's ears began to blush faintly, accompanied by the teasing laughter of Poseidon. Ding. Sea Emperor Poseidon S affection level 3, currently at 58. Kuain. His Majesty the Sea Emperor exudes a mischievous allure. The corners of Poseidon S lips curled in delight. His gaze firmly fixed upon Ji Gung, gradually traversing from the blush of his ears to his collarbone, and then inching upwards. Meanwhile, the tentacles beneath him began to stir, tentatively exploring towards the inner thigh of Ji Gung. Kuain. It is said that among the 8 tentacles of an octopus, one serves as a reproductive organ. Is it this one? Is it this one? Silence. Ji Gung's lips pressed together in a straight line, casting a sidelong glance at the mirthful Poseidon. In his deep blue eyes, a glimmer of watery light flickered, suggestive of a hidden and tantalizing pleasure stemming from physiological reactions, mingled with a hint of offended ire and discontent. Poseidon, Ji Gung called out, raising his voice. His tone, as cold and melodious as ever, bore the semblance of an angry reprimand. Yet, at that moment, it lacked any semblance of intimidation. The subtle tremor in his voice betrayed a certain petulant charm reminiscent of a sulking child. Ding. Poseidon S favor 2, current favor 60. Poseidon S movements halted abruptly, his senses stirred by Aphrodite's unexpected call, as if a delicate hand had tantalized his nerves. Initially intending to tease Aphrodite for his own amusement, the mere utterance of her name altered his intentions entirely. In that instant, an overwhelming impulse to dominate her physically surged within him, an urge to invade her very essence with his touch. Thus, Poseidon contemplated, and indeed, he acted upon this thought. However, just as the tips of his tendrils were about to graze Ji Gung's sensitive areas, a hand intervened, halting his advance. Ji Gung, unable to endure any longer, grasped Poseidon's reckless hand firmly, coldly warning, "Your Majesty, the Sea King." In response, however, he was met with a low, indulgent hum from Poseidon. Kuain remarked, "Is it merely my illusion, or does it seem as though you are holding the Sea King's intimate parts?" He chuckled softly. Ji Gung's hand was soft and slightly cool, and at that moment, it was pressed against Poseidon's tentacle without any barrier. The elegantly defined knuckles seemed to sink into the undulating suckers of the tentacle. Poseidon's expression suddenly grew somewhat peculiar, as the tentacle, now grasped by Ji Gung, began to stir restlessly once more. Surely, the Sea King must be aware of the limits of propriety. Ji Gung spoke coldly, tightening his grip on Poseidon's tentacle. Suddenly, a low gasp escaped from Poseidon's lips as he half-closed his eyes, seemingly oblivious to Ji Gung's chilling words and warnings. His expression intoxicated as if under the influence of a potent substance. Kuain remarked, impressive yet perplexing, "Seasoned driver, you are undoubtedly doing this intentionally." With a smile, she added, "Oh Aphrodite, dear, it would be best for your hands to slide up and down a few times." Poseidon responded, and in an instant, a bolt of lightning appeared in the air. Accompanied by a deafening roar of thunder, the golden lightning surged towards Poseidon, deliberately avoiding Ji Gung's hand and swiftly striking Poseidon's tentacle. In the next moment, a sharp crack echoed as the fierce electricity cleaved Poseidon's appendage in two. The sound of sizzling flesh filled the room, quickly followed by the acrid scent of burnt meat permeating the air. The corner of the table before Poseidon was also left with a jagged cut. Kuain exclaimed, "Not bad, not bad. Grilled octopus." "Ah, dear Zeus," Poseidon straightened himself. Despite his trousers being largely destroyed, he appeared far from disheveled. Instead, he exuded an untamed defiance, a disheveled elegance. His eyes still held a lingering desire as he furrowed his brows, looking at the indifferent Zeus, and complained with mild annoyance, "What an impudent act, my brother. Jealousy has robbed you of the grace befitting a king of gods." Zeus, retracting his divine power, replied unhurriedly, "My brother Poseidon, I merely intended to ensure that you maintain the clarity befitting a sea monarch, nothing more. Is that so?" Poseidon mused, glancing at the charred tentacle on the ground before turning his gaze to the ever-composed and graceful Zeus. He raised an eyebrow. "I thought it was dear king of gods. My beloved brother, who was so famished that he disregarded decorum and resorted to devouring a pitiful, aroused tentacle." Disregarding decorum and resorting to anything? Those words might well suit you best, my dear second brother, Zeus remarked, his gaze briefly sweeping towards Poseidon's thigh, before speaking with a hint of indifference. Just as Zeus finished speaking, four attendants rushed in, evidently alarmed by the commotion caused by Zeus moments earlier. "Esteemed queen, are you unharmed?" The leading attendant approached Ji Gung first, filled with concern, and inquired about his well-being. Upon receiving an assurance of no issues, he respectfully bowed to both Zeus and Poseidon. Clearly, in their hearts, the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, held greater significance than King Zeus and the Lord of the Sea. Despite Zeus's esteemed position as the third generation of divine kings, these attendants were ultimately affiliated only with the underworld. Hence, they were not under Zeus's jurisdiction, and their obligations were limited to performing their duties with the requisite respect. As for Zeus and Poseidon, they resumed their usual camaraderie, unbothered to engage in verbal sparring in front of the underworld attendants. Although the leading attendant harbored doubts regarding the scorched antennae on the ground and the considerable piece of fabric that Poseidon had lost from his trousers, he dared not entertain any further thoughts before the queen and the two sovereigns. Upon hearing the Sea King command their departure, they exited with utmost respect. No sooner had these attendants left than the maidservants responsible for notifying Ji Gung entered. Reflecting on the delicacies of the underworld, Poseidon smirked, expressing a sense of anticipation. Zeus glanced at him, implying with his words, "Dear brother, perhaps you ought to change into something more suitable." He emphasized the term suitable with particular intent. Seemingly oblivious to the underlying sarcasm in Zeus's remark, Poseidon chuckled lightly, "This attire is perfectly fine. I wouldn't want to diminish my time with Aphrodite over a mere change of clothes." He winked at Ji Gung, adding, "Rather than waste time on trivialities like changing clothes, it would be better to draw closer to Aphrodite." Due to Poseidon's dismissal of Zeus's suggestion to change, the three of them followed the maidservants to the banquet hall together. Perhaps influenced by the earlier antics beneath the table, Poseidon appeared unusually compliant during the journey, quietly following the leading maidservant. Meanwhile, Zeus remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Ji Gung and his companions had not traveled far before they reached the banquet hall. Unlike Olympus, this somber realm of the dead, steeped in decay, seldom hosted feasts. It lacked the incessant melodies and laughter characteristic of Olympus. However, when a banquet was held, even the most mundane of dishes would be served exclusively to a select few. Under the guidance of Hypnos, the entire hall exuded a unique, understated elegance, embodying the essence of the underworld. The ever-present hues of black and gray served as a backdrop, yet they conveyed a simple, yet exquisite luxury. Upon their entrance, Hypnos greeted Ji Gung with a gentle smile before courteously addressing them. "Esteemed guests, it is an honor to welcome you on behalf of His Majesty, Zeus, ruler of Olympus, the sovereign of the azure seas, Poseidon, and the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite. The exquisite dishes have been prepared, and the fragrant wines and sweet berries await you on the table. May you indulge in the culinary delights of the underworld this evening." This clever and affable god of dreams, the most beloved in the realm of the dead, seemed to disregard Poseidon's tattered attire, adhering to the highest standards of hospitality as he warmly introduced the specially prepared feast. Once Hypnos completed his introduction, Ji Gung surveyed the banquet hall and inquired, "Dear Hypnos, why do I not see the presence of His Majesty, the king of the underworld?" Hypnos replied, His Majesty is currently occupied with some pressing matters, dear Aphrodite. He has instructed that you may begin your meal, and he will join you shortly." Upon hearing this, Zhiging nodded slightly and approached the central round table, casually selecting a seat to settle into. Zeus and Poseidon, in unspoken agreement, took their places on either side of Zhiging, closest to him. As the guests were seated, Hephaestus quietly instructed a few words to the maidservants before departing the banquet hall. Once Hephaestus had left, aside from the 4 maidservants responsible for pouring wine, only Zhiging, Poseidon, and Zeus remained in the hall. Observing the array of delicacies upon the table, Poseidon seized the wine jug before him and began to pour, a rich, fragrant aroma gradually pervading the air. He halted when the cup was approximately 8/10 full, then, raising the goblet in one hand and holding the jug in the other, he stood and approached Zhiging with the words, "Dear Aphrodite, the beautiful goddess of love, I have never shared a drink with you, and what a splendid opportunity this is. Even here in the cold and lifeless realm of the underworld, in this dark kingdom devoid of love and affection, I sincerely pray that you grant me a moment to toast together in romance." Without allowing Zhiging a chance to refuse, Poseidon poured the wine into the goblet before him. As he watched the fragrant liquid fill the cup, a thought flickered through Zhiging's mind. The goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, possessed a low tolerance for alcohol, and when intoxicated, her allure became irresistibly enchanting, a fact that had spread among the gods. Under Zhiging's deliberate allowance, this became a well-known truth following his first official attendance at the divine banquet on Mount Olympus in the guise of the beautiful Aphrodite. Zhiging does not believe that Poseidon, who has always been meticulous in his observations of the slightest happenings on Mount Olympus, would be unaware of this fact, which can undoubtedly be regarded as common knowledge. Knowing full well that the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, is not adept at consuming alcohol, would he still deliberately provoke her? Zhiging felt a flicker of anticipation regarding the potential antics that Poseidon might orchestrate, or rather, the extent to which Zeus would permit Poseidon to indulge himself. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Zhiging extended his hand to grasp the wine cup that Poseidon had poured. However, just as his fingers brushed against the rim of the cup, they collided with another hand, equally poised to claim the vessel. Zhiging tilted his head, locking eyes with Zeus. A slight smile graced Zeus's lips as his hand gently caressed the delicate back of Zhiging's hand. He spoke to Poseidon with a measured tone. "Aphrodite possesses a rather limited capacity for alcohol, my dear brother Poseidon. Even the most artfully crafted words cannot disguise the underlying truth that this beauty is somewhat of a strain." Poseidon's gaze fell upon the intertwined hands of Zeus and Zhiging, narrowing his eyes as he responded with an enigmatic smile. "Oh, dear brother, this is my sincere invitation to Aphrodite, and it is not for you to decide. Moreover, dear Zeus, your relationship with Aphrodite does not seem to be so intimate as to grant you the authority to make such decisions." As Poseidon finished speaking, Zeus opened his mouth to reply, but Zhiging simply lifted his wine glass, for it was merely a cup of wine. Zhiging found it somewhat amusing that Poseidon, a capricious deity with a penchant for revelry, derived immense pleasure from grandiose antics. His insistence on offering drinks seemed to stem, in part, from a curiosity to witness Aphrodite inebriated. As for Zeus's inclination to intervene, one could hardly dismiss the notion that it was merely the possessiveness inherent in man rearing its head. When one reflects on the current exchange of barbed words between these two sovereigns of sky and sea, it appears instigated by Zhiging, yet in truth, Aphrodite, at this moment, merely served as a beautiful embellishment amidst the protracted power dynamics of suppression and subjugation shared by Zeus and Poseidon. However, this was only true for the present. Zhiging, adept at winning hearts, recognized that these deities were merely individuals with more severe dispositions. Disengaging from Zeus's grasp, Zhiging raised his glass before Poseidon and began to drink. This action revealed his alabaster neck to both Zeus and Poseidon. The graceful arc created by tilting his head reminiscent of a beautiful white swan bending to kiss the water. It was an image of elegance, fragile yet imbued with an alluring softness that evoked a sense of tenderness. As he swallowed, the delicate contours of his throat undulated enticingly, prompting an irrepressible urge to caress this captivating feature. The maidservant, stealing glances, felt her cheeks flush, struggling to maintain her composure amidst a quickening heartbeat. Zeus's gaze remained fixated on Zhiging, a shadow of intrigue flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, Poseidon, with a parched tongue, licked his lips and drained his cup, reluctantly conceding that Aphrodite embodied the pinnacle of earthly beauty, Even the subtle movement of his throat was mesmerizing enough to capture everyone's attention, stirring desires within the hearts of onlookers. Is it empty? Zhigung turned his glass upside down for Poseidon to see. Indeed, Poseidon replied with a smile, acknowledging that although he had not shared a drink with Aphrodite, the opportunity to behold such a spectacle was not without merit. In fact, Poseidon found himself eagerly anticipating the sight of Aphrodite's cheeks flushed with intoxication, undoubtedly an enticing vision. As Poseidon returned to his seat, the doors of the banquet hall swung open, revealing Hades clad in black. His expression was serene, with pale, finely drawn features and lips pressed in a slight line. His deep, inky eyes lingered briefly on Zeus and Poseidon before settling upon Zhigung. "My dear brother," Poseidon ventured first, lifting his empty glass towards Hades. "The wine of the underworld surpasses my expectations in flavor." A faint smile curved the corners of his mouth, exuding genuine delight. "Indeed," Hades replied. Hades responded coldly. Poseidon had long grown accustomed to his brother's taciturn demeanor, and at that moment, he found nothing amiss in such a frigid reply. Just as he was about to jest with Hades, he noticed Hades striding directly towards Aphrodite. Upon reaching the side of Zhiga, a chilling and ethereal aura enveloped her senses. Zhiga lifted her gaze, a hint of perplexity evident as she looked at Hades. Before she could finish her sentence, the Lord of the Underworld unexpectedly crouched down, bringing his face closer to hers. With a quiver of her long lashes, Zhigung gazed at Hades, perplexed by his proximity. As their noses nearly brushed against one another, Hades finally halted, his eyes fixated on Zhigung's with an unwavering calmness, though an icy aura enveloped her, impenetrable and suffocating. His gaze gradually descended from her eyes to her lips, and for a fleeting moment, both Zeus and Poseidon believed Hades might lean in for a kiss. For few could resist the allure of Aphrodite's beauty at such close quarters. Yet, Hades merely inhaled the scent of her lips with a gentle nudge of his nose. "You have been drinking," he remarked, his brow furrowing as he straightened. Poseidon, overhearing, let out a derisive laugh. "Dear brother, is not the fine wine laid out before us meant to be savored?" Despite his jest, Poseidon felt a twinge of surprise. Hades' recent actions towards Aphrodite, while not a direct kiss, were indeed quite intimate, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Zeus, too, was taken aback, observing Hades' chiseled profile, his eyes glinting with contemplation. Ignoring Poseidon, Hades continued to regard Zhigung. Finding the situation tedious, Poseidon shrugged. Hades stood tall beside Zhigung, his stature reminiscent of a stately cypress, exuding an aura of austere restraint. His gaze, dark and profound, resembled a cold river flowing beneath the moonlight, where beneath its chilling surface lay a realm both fierce and untainted. He was a man who gazed into the abyss, and in turn, was gazed upon by the abyss. After gazing at him for quite some time, Zhigung finally spoke. "Are you concerned about me?" Zhigung's inquiries remained unanswered by Hades, the sovereign of the Dark Empire. After uttering his initial remark, he maintained a stoic silence, his thin lips pressed together as he regarded Zhigung. Growing weary of this fruitless exchange of glances, Zhigung furrowed her delicate brows in impatience. At that moment, however, Hades unexpectedly extended his hand, gently caressing the corner of Zhigung's eye. His fingertips traced the outer edge of her eye, the chilling touch causing her eyelid to flutter, while her long, dense lashes trembled ever so slightly. In that instant, Hades' demeanor softened, the previously taut line of his lips curving into the faintest arc. His fingers gradually descended from the corner of Zhigung's eye, the coolness of his touch ultimately resting upon her cheek. The wine of the underworld was far more potent than that of Mount Olympus. Even the goddess of beauty, with her renowned capacity, would find herself flushed after merely a single sip. Presently, a delicate blush began to grace Zhigung's flawless complexion. After lingering for a moment on the rosy hue that adorned her face, Hades withdrew his hand and uttered, "Do not drink anymore." It was neither a plea nor a command, merely a straightforward assertion. Yet, Hades' voice, already crisp and ethereal, imbued even the most mundane words with an unmistakable chill. Zhigung nodded in agreement, prompting Hades to take a seat directly opposite him. Poseidon glanced between Zhigung and Hades, emitting an inexplicable tch sound. The atmosphere during the meal grew notably somber. Poseidon's attempts to tease Hades yielded no response, while Zhigung engaged in conversation with Poseidon only half-heartedly, rendering Poseidon somewhat dispirited. In contrast, Zeus maintained a composed demeanor, dining with unfaltering elegance throughout the meal. Kuein remarked, "It seems this is the first occasion where the three rulers of the realms dine together." Indeed, came the reply. Among these three deities, is there one who truly serves as a target for conquest? I cannot say, was the response. After all, it would only be after their favor reached 100 points that Zhi Gang could ascertain this. Moreover, winning the favor of these three gods was no trivial endeavor. Whether it be Zeus, Poseidon, or Hades, it would require considerable time. Fortunately, Zhi Gang possessed an abundance of patience. Currently in the underworld, his primary focus was on courting Hades. After returning from the banquet, Zhi Gang lingered in his chamber only briefly before making his way to Hades' palace. At this hour, Hades would likely be in his study attending to underworld affairs. Navigating the familiar path to the study, Zhi Gang cast a glance at the closed door, then peered through the adjacent window, observing the flickering candlelight within. After a brief moment of contemplation, he chose not to knock, but rather to gently push open the door. Upon entering, he found Hades absent from the desk. Treading lightly, Zhi Gang ventured further inside, and soon spotted Hades reclining on a soft couch to the right of the bookshelf, eyes closed in repose. Hades' hand hung over the edge of the couch, a book resting unfinished upon his chest. His features, inherently handsome and refined, boasted a prominent nose and sharply defined lips, attributes that should have rendered him quite attractive. Yet, his habit of maintaining a stoic expression and tightly pressed lips imbued him with an air of chilling indifference. Coupled with the aura of death that lingered from his long residence in the underworld and his tranquil, unperturbed gaze, he evoked both fear and an impression of unapproachability. At this moment, perhaps due to Hades' closed eyes, his long black lashes cast slender shadows upon his eyelids. The warm glow of the candlelight enveloped him, softening the otherwise stark angles of his striking visage. Zhi Gang took a few steps forward, halting at a distance of 1/2 meter from Hades. The light of the dark moon cast shadows upon him, which extended to envelop Hades as well. At that moment, Hades, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, and his gaze collided with Zhi Gang's penetrating stare. In Hades' gaze, Zhi Gang discerned neither the slightest hint of drowsiness nor the disorientation typical of one just awakened. Instead, those deep, ebony eyes remained as tranquil and unruffled as ever. Hades continued to observe Zhi Gang, seemingly devoid of any intention to speak, clearly poised to allow Zhi Gang the first word. Zhi Gang raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Did you anticipate my arrival?" Hades remained silent. Zhi Gang continued, "Perhaps I should rephrase that. Are you here waiting for me?" As he spoke, a subtle smile graced his lips, and due to his current position, the flickering candlelight cast a halo upon Zhi Gang's face, illuminating half while shrouding the other in shadow. The boundary between light and dark lingered at the seams of his lips, gradually fading as the corners of his mouth lifted, ultimately transforming into an ephemeral mist that adorned his visage, reminiscent of a captivating enchantress who lured souls in the witching hour. Observing such a Zhi Gang, Hades' gaze flickered with an inscrutable expression, yet he remained reticent. Having received no answers to his previous inquiries, Zhi Gang felt a surge of irritation and boldly advanced, leaning forward to brace himself against the soft couch, effectively ensnaring Hades within the confines of his arms. This sudden movement elicited a subtle change in Hades' calm demeanor. He raised his eyes to meet Zhi Gang's gaze, and due to their positioning, Zhi Gang's hair cascaded down from his shoulders, golden strands glistening with a lustrous sheen. The tips, imbued with the fragrance of roses, lightly brushed against Hades' face, provoking a ticklish sensation. Instinctively, Hades furrowed his brow and finally spoke, "Aphrodite, remove yourself from me." "No," Zhi Gang replied, shaking his head. With this motion, even more of his hair tumbled down, sweeping across Hades' lips and nose. In that moment, Hades was enveloped by the sin of Aphrodite, the rich bouquet of roses imbued with an alluring, decadent essence, momentarily disorienting him. "My lord of the underworld, after you exhibited such intimacy towards me in the banquet hall, you ought not to reject my proximity any longer." Zhi Gang curled his lips into a faint smile, releasing a soft, low chuckle. Seizing the moment, he extended his hand and began to caress Hades' neck. Hades pressed his lips together and turned his head to evade the touch. Yet Zhi Gang denied him any chance of escape, pressing his body against Hades' form and cradling his face in his hands. At this juncture, Hades ceased his avoidance, succumbing to the weight of Zhi Gang's body. He gazed up at Zhi Gang, the depths of his dark, soulful eyes shimmering with a subtle, tantalizing light. "Aphrodite, you are tempting me." "Indeed," Zhi Gang candidly confessed, "I seek to awaken your desires." As he spoke, his hand, which had been tenderly stroking Hades' neck, gradually descended. After removing the book resting upon Hades' chest, He placed his palm directly over Hades' heart. "Here, my lord of the underworld, I wish to make it beat more fervently." Hades locked his gaze onto Ji Gung's eyes, seemingly appraising the sincerity behind his words. Ji Gung met Hades' gaze with composure, leaning closer so that their breaths intertwined in the air. Gradually, one of Ji Gung's legs slipped between Hades' thighs, just as Ji Gung's knee approached the base of Hades' thigh. Hades suddenly flipped over, pinning Ji Gung beneath him, instantly reversing their positions. Ji Gung squinted slightly, gazing up at Hades. The once impassive man now bore an expression that was anything but indifferent. In his inky black eyes, there flickered a subtle ember, almost imperceptible beneath a veneer of deliberate restraint. After gazing at him for a considerable time, Ji Gung reached out and wrapped his arms around his neck, exerting little force as he drew Hades down to him. He then slightly arched his upper body, bringing his lips close to Hades' ear, whispering softly, "My lord of the underworld. You harbor feelings for me as well, do you not?" As he spoke, Ji Gung playfully flicked his tongue against Hades' earlobe. In an instant, Hades' body tensed, and the next moment, he grasped Ji Gung's shoulders and pressed him onto the soft couch. "Aphrodite, you have become the consort of the god of fire," Hades stated with a cold expression. With a scoff laced with irony, Ji Gung remarked, "So, is His Majesty the king of the underworld advising me to maintain fidelity in marriage?" In the end, Ji Gung's hand caressed Hades' face, which, being inherently cool, bore little warmth. Hades, having dwelled in the underworld for so long, had skin that was equally frigid. At that moment, Ji Gung's hand rested against Hades' face, and neither could offer warmth to the other. Hades' handsome brow furrowed slightly, his lips pressed tightly into a cold, unyielding line. In stark contrast, the mirth in Ji Gung's eyes grew ever more pronounced. Observing the flicker of restraint and endurance deep within Hades' gaze, Ji Gung's smile widened, his breath carrying a faint, delicate fragrance. His cool, slender fingertips gradually traced Hades' brow, as he absent-mindedly smoothed the furrow while casually stating, "Your Majesty, I do not require those exalted praises of fidelity, nor do I concern myself with the scorn and derision that others or the gods may cast upon me. I, Aphrodite, am indeed a deity of a rather reprehensible nature. I find joy in your presence, in being close to you." As he spoke, Ji Gung's hand moved from Hades' brow to his tightly sealed lips. He was captivated by Hades' mouth, particularly when it was pressed into such a straight line, its sharp contours exuding an aura of cold, ascetic allure that made Ji Gung yearn to touch it, to delve into that warm cavern beyond. In truth, Ji Gung did indeed proceed to do so. However, just as his fingertips brushed against Hades' lips, they were seized by Hades' firm grasp on his wrist. Ji Gung lifted his eyelids slightly, and as his gaze shifted, the exquisite glimmer in his beautiful eyes sparkled. He parted his lips, revealing a tongue as delicate and pink as a flower's stamen. "Why do you seek to hinder me? Hades, do you not desire my kiss? To caress your lips with the tip of my tongue, to immerse myself in your warmth, entwining our breaths, and then there would be nothing left to follow." Before Ji Gung could finish his thought, Hades captured his words with a kiss, silencing his teasing remarks. Chapter 83. Hades' lips, much like his persona, bore a chill and an air of detachment. Initially, he intended merely to silence Aphrodite, but upon encountering Ji Gung's soft lips, he found himself unwilling to let go, yearning to delve deeper. Following his instincts, Hades extended his tongue, parting Ji Gung's pearly teeth to ensnare his tender, agile tongue. Yet, Ji Gung seemed to intentionally evade Hades' advances. The delicate scent of wine lingered between Ji Gung's lips, intertwining with the fragrant notes of roses that enveloped him, creating a rich and tantalizing aroma. Thus, even as he deliberately evaded Hades' probing tongue, the exquisite flavor left Hades in a state of delightful disbelief. He lowered his eyelashes to gaze at Ji Gung, whose inky black hair cascaded beside his cheek, seemingly softening the chill in his eyes and brows. Those deep, ink-like orbs, typically devoid of emotion, now glimmered with an unusual tenderness. Ding! Hades' affinity level increased by 5, currently standing at 57. In the depths of Ji Gung's eyes lingered a hint of a smile. The corners subtly lifted, reminiscent of peach blossoms dancing exuberantly under the summer sun, exuding a captivating allure that seemed on the verge of dripping. Hades, softened by affection, brought immense joy to Ji Gung, who at last ceased his playful teasing and transitioned from a passive to an assertive role. He raised his hand to caress Hades' strong back, his delicate tongue playfully entwining with Hades' own. Initially, Hades had harbored hopes that Aphrodite would reciprocate, Yet upon experiencing Ji Gung's sudden fervor, he instinctively yearned to retreat. However, this fleeting sensation quickly dissipated. The sublime sweetness shared between their lips ignited a reluctance to part. In the midst of Hades' hesitation, Ji Gung had already ensnared his tongue, gently drawing him in. Hades' gaze deepened as he observed Ji Gung's slightly quivering breath. Unable to resist the urge to tenderly trace the alluring blush at the corners of Ji Gung's eyes, before responding in kind, the flickering candlelight cast a patchy glow, illuminating the silhouettes of the two men locked in a kiss. Their bodies bore a coolness, yet the fervent entanglement of their lips and tongues was undeniably passionate. As their kiss intensified, the surging warmth within Hades was swiftly kindled, shattering the icy fortress that had long been deemed impregnable. Hades' skin, pale as if encased in a millennium of frost, contrasted starkly with the cascading dark strands of his hair, creating a striking interplay of hues. This juxtaposition of black and white embodied a beauty of restrained desire and cold detachment. At that moment, stirred by longing, a faint blush blossomed upon Hades' typically pallid visage. Reminiscent of the glaciers along the coast of Skadira, where sunlight had begun to melt the icy Hephaestus, leaving traces of thawing snow. Ji Gung's hand glided down from Hades' neck, coming to rest upon the exquisite, delicate collarbone, where his meticulously manicured, smooth, and rounded nails gently caressed the skin. At this moment, Hades' body temperature had ceased to be the frigid, unyielding chill it once was. Instead, his skin began to radiate warmth, a sensation that enveloped Ji Gung in a profound sense of comfort. The hand, initially playfully exploring Hades' collarbone, now grew increasingly audacious. The coolness of Ji Gung's hand did little to quell the fervent heat within Hades. Instead, it only intensified his thirst. The two shared a prolonged kiss. When Ji Gung reluctantly withdrew his lips from Hades, he tilted his head back, breathing slightly heavier, revealing a graceful, snow-white neck that resembled an elegantly drawn bow, curving smoothly yet with a hint of rigidity. Ding. Hades affection level 3, current affection level 60. Hades lowered his gaze, suddenly turning his face away, seemingly attempting to suppress the desire stirred within him by Ji Gung's teasing. However, at that moment, Ji Gung playfully extended his tongue to delicately lick away a glistening droplet of saliva from the corner of Hades' lips, then pressed his lips against the seam of Hades. Softly exhaling, "Why do you pull away? You clearly feel something." As he spoke, Ji Gung nudged the inner thigh of Hades with his knee, where the most honest reaction had already manifested. Key's voice echoed. Hermes said that size matters little. What truly counts is endurance. For instance, Zeus, who can remain vigorous even after 300 years of battle, reaching deep within your being. Logically, Hades, as Zeus' elder brother, should surpass him in this regard, especially with a sovereign like the cold and restrained Hades. Once his desires are unleashed, it will undoubtedly be intense. So, teasing him now might lead to an extended encounter. And if that oaf Hephaestus comes knocking, it won't end well. "Oh, are you not eager for an NTR scenario?" He cleared his throat. "Ahem, let us keep it discreet. Important matters should be emphasized thrice." Why the silence? Ji Gung's lips brushed against Hades' cool, thin ones, not rushing to deepen the kiss, merely lowering his voice to gently inquire. Hades remained silent, his brow slightly furrowed, allowing Ji Gung to act while his gaze remained fixed on him, his dark, ink-like eyes betraying a flicker of restrained desire. Ji Gung's exquisite brows arched slightly, and without further ado, he extended his hand to launch an assault on Hades. In that fleeting moment, Ji Gung acutely sensed a subtle increase in Hades' breath. "Do you not desire this?" Ji Gung inquired softly, a delicate curve gracing the corners of his lips. The intimacy shared moments ago seemed to have left a glimmer of moisture in his eyes. As he spoke, a tear, stirred by the gentle flutter of his eyelashes, cascaded to the corner of his eye, exuding an air of innocent vulnerability. Yet, his gaze remained enchantingly alluring, a beguiling contradiction that rendered him utterly captivating. Ding. Hades, the Lord of the Underworld, affection level 3, current affection level 63. Hades instinctively swallowed hard, his gaze locked onto Ji Gung's enticing demeanor. At last, the chains of reason were shattered by the surge of desire. He deepened his gaze and once more pressed his lips against Ji Gung's, and from that moment forth, everything unfolded smoothly. Ji Gung squinted slightly, a soft moan escaping from between his lips entwined with Hades. The sound was faint, akin to the gentle whimper of a kitten, barely audible. Nevertheless, this delicate murmur caused a shadow to flicker across Hades' gaze. He once again coaxed Ji Gung's tongue, kissing him with increasing fervor. as if he sought to consume Ji Gung entirely. Kuei-in exclaimed, "Well, this is quite the start. Intensely thrilling." Just as Kuei-in prepared to clandestinely observe a passionate display within the realm of consciousness, the study door was abruptly thrust open with force. Kuei-in cursed under his breath. I knew this wouldn't come to fruition. Upon hearing the door's sudden opening, Ji Gung halted the kiss with Hades, slightly lifting his head. To his surprise, the intruder was neither Zeus nor Poseidon, but rather the white tiger, Anaeus. At the moment their eyes met, Anaeus' expression brightened. However, as it registered Ji Gung's current posture and the intimate closeness with Hades, its once clear blue eyes transformed to a deep crimson at an almost imperceptible speed, a shadowy aura beginning to shimmer within the depths of its pupils. Anyone would feel displeased at such an interruption. Hades adjusted Ji Gung's attire, turning to confront the unexpected arrival with a chilling glare. Anaeus' gaze, no longer docile and harmless, was laden with malice and a desire for destruction. The fury and ferocity hidden within its pupils seemed poised to erupt at any moment, manifesting as piercing beams directed towards Hades. Ji Gung furrowed his brow, poised to speak, when Hades, locking eyes with Anaxius, suddenly let out a faint, almost imperceptible chuckle from his throat. Yet, due to Ji Gung's proximity, he distinctly heard it. Before Ji Gung could ponder the deeper implications of Hades' laughter, Hades straightened up and, with an inexplicably casual tone, remarked, "Aphrodite, my dear pet, you are quite fascinating." Hades' voice, typically crisp and aloof, now bore a subtle, slightly hoarse timbre, laced with a hint of languor, a remnant of the desire stirred by Ji Gung moments prior. Ji Gung also rose, encircling Hades from behind, his chest pressed against Hades' back. He rested his chin on Hades' shoulder, casting not a glance at Anaxius, but tilting his head towards Hades, whispering in that same inexplicable tone, "Now, my lord of the underworld, you are the most intriguing to me." The air around them was filled with the warm breath escaping Ji Gung's lips. Hades turned his head slightly, lowering his eyelids to gaze at Ji Gung, as if pondering something profound. His lips, as pale as water, were pressed together, while his obsidian eyes, reminiscent of an icy and shadowy abyss, bore an intense darkness that seemed to unveil every secret, leaving one feeling utterly exposed. Yet, the one under such scrutiny was Ji Gung, which meant that Hades could only perceive what Ji Gung chose to reveal. In this exchange of glances, the originally central intruder had faded into the background, seemingly unnoticed. A mere white tiger with greater spirit than usual, Anaxius. Kuei-in, the overlooked white tiger is quite pitiful, don't you think? Shall I pull you from the sea of consciousness and arrange a more intimate encounter for you and Anaxius? Kuei-in, the smile gradually faded from her lips. Kuei-in, regardless, I am well aware that Anaxius is no ordinary tiger-turned-spirit. He has a knack for appearing precisely at pivotal moments, more accurate than any radar. Indeed, Ji Gung has never harbored trust towards Anaeus. Ever since this white tiger appeared by his side, he has observed every change with keen eyes, awaiting the moment when the creature would succumb to its primal nature and unveil its true intentions. Nonetheless, whether in its current guise or when it might eventually reveal its authentic self, Ji Gung feels that he could never genuinely despise it. For a large creature like Anaeus, he is inclined to extend the utmost tolerance. Chapter 84. Although Ji Gung and Hades did not reach a conclusive end due to Anaeus' sudden intrusion, their intimate encounter undeniably transformed Hades' perception of Ji Gung. Upon leaving Hades' chambers, Ji Gung noted a substantial increase in Hades' affection, now standing at 65 points, a commendable figure that indicated Ji Gung had achieved his objective. Returning to his own quarters, Ji Gung settled onto the plush couch, observing Anaeus, who entered with eyes still ablaze with lingering fury, exuding an aura of suppressed malevolence. Raising an eyebrow, Ji Gung casually inquired, "Anaeus, have I been too indulgent towards you?" In times past, Anaeus would have approached Ji Gung, affectionately nuzzling his palm, yet now the tiger merely stood aside, fixated on Ji Gung, its blue eyes reflecting a flicker of hostility and menace. Quiet chimed in, "Oh dear, the big white tiger is upset. Ji Gung needs to give it some love and hugs." "Fool, be quiet," Ji Gung retorted nonchalantly. Perhaps Ji Gung's indifferent demeanor irked Anaeus after the words left his lips. The once-still tiger let out a low growl, leaping forth to pin Ji Gung down upon the couch. Quiet exclaimed, "What a clumsy move. Are you that easy to tackle? Try to be less obvious." "Silence," Ji Gung commanded. As a sovereign of the forest, Anasius possesses a remarkably robust physique, weighing several times more than an average adult male. When he suddenly lunged, there was a fleeting moment when Giga felt as though his chest might be crushed under the weight of his formidable opponent. Fortunately, Giga's body is far from ordinary, so this sensation was merely transient. However, the abruptness of Anasius's assault caused his claws to graze Giga's shoulder, leaving a vivid scratch on the otherwise smooth and supple skin, from which crimson blood oozed, staining the pale surface with a strikingly beautiful shade reminiscent of fallen plum blossoms. Soon, the air was permeated with a faint metallic scent of blood, which mingled with the floral aroma surrounding Giga, transforming into an alluring scent of decadence, rich and sweetly pungent. Provoking Anasius's eyes to gradually turn a deep crimson, Zhigung furrowed his brow and coldly commanded Anasius, "Come down." Anasius remained unmoved, a flicker of flame burning deep within his gaze. "Anasius, do not compel me to repeat myself." Before Zhigung could finish his sentence, Anasius suddenly lowered his head and, with the tip of his tongue, licked Zhigung's wound. The tongue of a beast is far coarser than that of a human and possesses a higher temperature. Moreover, it is adorned with fine backward-facing barbs. When Anasius unexpectedly licked Zhigung's injury, Zhigung felt a sharp sting, accompanied by a vague sensation of tingling pleasure. It was a feeling difficult to articulate. What is so difficult? It's the sensation of pain intertwined with pleasure. A voice chimed in. "Enough." Zhigung's tone bore an unmistakable warning as his hand brushed against the back of Anasius's neck, fingers sinking into the thick fur with an implicit force. This area is particularly vulnerable for humans, and it holds the same truth for Anasius. Anasius ceased his licking, retracting his tongue while keeping his mouth close to Zhigung's wound. A reluctant low growl emanated from his throat, releasing a wave of scorching breath upon Zhigung's injury, making him feel as though his skin were on the verge of being seared away. Fortunately, this sensation was fleeting. Ultimately, Anasius obediently withdrew from Zhigung's side. Yet in that moment of departure, a fleeting emotion flickered in Anasius's eyes, so ephemeral that Zhigung could scarcely perceive it. In terms of companionship, Anasius's feelings transcended the mere realm of beasts. Had he become an enlightened creature, or was he a deity transformed into a beast? This indeed presents a fascinating inquiry. If it were the former, it would be of little consequence. If the latter, however, it invites deeper contemplation. After all, if Anasius were to embody the divine, who exactly would that deity be? Zhigung's eyes narrowed dangerously as he sat up, straightening his garments before directing a cold, unyielding gaze towards Anasius, who sat with his head drooping beneath the soft couch. His voice was frigid and devoid of inflection. "Remember, there shall be no next time," Kuei-in remarked. "TSK. That's hard to say." At her words, Anasius's ears twitched, yet his head remained bowed, sinking even lower, evoking a sense of pitiable vulnerability in stark contrast to his earlier menacing demeanor. With a cold chuckle, Zhigung was about to utter more words when Anaxius sluggishly moved toward Zhigung's feet. Zhigung watched Anaxius's actions with a composed demeanor, anticipating the next move of the white tiger. Once Anaxius had positioned itself beside Zhigung's feet, it finally raised its head to gaze at Zhigung. At that moment, the color of Anaxius's pupils resembled nothing extraordinary. Its blue eyes, upon meeting Zhigung's frigid stare, shrank back slightly in a display of vulnerability. Tentatively, it lifted a paw, and noticing that Zhigung remained silent, merely observing, it gently placed its raised paw upon Zhigung's knee. As Anaxius retracted its sharp claws into the soft confines of its paw, only the harmless flesh remained resting against Zhigung's knee. Zhigung remained unmoved, though the earlier chill that enveloped him had dissipated considerably due to Anasius's recent actions. Quite so. Anasius is indeed quite cunning. Seemingly aware that his display of vulnerability had softened Zhigung's demeanor, Anasius gently fluttered his long, thick white eyelashes and then placed his palm upon Zhigung's knee, tenderly massaging it, as if providing a soothing balm. The pads of Anasius's hand were soft and resilient, and as he skillfully controlled the pressure, the warmth radiating from his palm seeped through the thin fabric, caressing Zhigung's skin in a manner that was rather pleasant. Zhigung observed Anasius with a bemused expression, recognizing the cunning of this great white tiger, who had learned to strike before bestowing a sweet reward. "Things follow their masters," remarked Kuei-in. "Oh, then why are you still so foolish?" she added. "Having loved, we part ways," was Kuei-in's retort. As Zhigung and Kuei-in exchanged few words in the realm of consciousness, Anasius's hand, which had initially rested on Zhigung's knee, began its slow ascent. At first, Ji Gung paid little heed, until Anasius's restless palm ventured onto his thigh, showing an inclination to delve further inward. Aha! A lustful tiger, identification complete, Kuei-in exclaimed. The fox's tail has finally been revealed. No need for speculation. This great white tiger must surely be the transformation of some deity. And which deity do you suppose it is? Ji Gung inquired. Well, at present, I lack sufficient intelligence and shall require further contemplation, Kuei-in replied. Ji Gung merely inquired casually, for he had always regarded the key system as unreliable. He never truly expected a response regarding which deity Anasius might be transformed from. In truth, while he had occasionally speculated that Anasius could be the manifestation of some god, given that Greek mythology frequently depicts deities transforming into animals to seduce mortals, he remained uncertain about Anasius. This uncertainty arose from the fact that figures such as Zeus and other deities he had contemplated had appeared alongside Anasius, thereby eliminating the possibility that they could be the source of his transformation. The remaining deities who had not coexisted with Anasius were largely unknown lesser gods. Apart from a few renowned titans ensnared in the endless abyss, the likelihood of the former was slim, as lesser gods lacked the formidable strength to rival higher deities like Anasius. As for the latter, the possibility was similarly minimal, considering the stringent guardianship of the abyss known as Tartarus. Moreover, should any disturbances arise within that realm, Hades, the lord of the underworld, would undoubtedly take notice. Thus, Ji Gung had long harbored doubts about whether Anasius was indeed a transformation of some deity. However, Key's offhand remarks inadvertently struck a chord. Anasius's recent behavior had grown increasingly audacious, his emotions laid bare, with a fierce possessiveness gleaming in his gaze, hinting at an almost reckless desire to abandon all pretense. Whether this was a deliberate act following some provocation or due to other undisclosed reasons, Ji Gung found himself nearly certain that Anasius was indeed a transformed deity. Yet, he felt no urgency to ascertain which god it was, for Anasius's inability to suppress his desires today would inevitably lead to the revelation of his true identity. What Ji Gung needed to do now was simply wait. Wait for this white tiger to finally break free from the shackles of reason and unleash the beast lurking within. Grasping Anasius's hand, which continued to delve deeper, Ji Gung gently pinched the white tiger's ear. The soft fluff against his palm softened his demeanor considerably. Meeting Anasius's gaze, he found the clear blue depths of his eyes filled with his own reflection. Within those depths flickered a complex array of emotions, an ineffable blend of sorrow and helplessness, fleeting yet leaving behind an enduring sentiment of yearning and restrained affection. This deep, passionate gaze suggested that Ji Gung was indeed Anasius's entire world. Such intricate emotions should not manifest in a beast, yet Anasius revealed none of it in disguise. Ji Gung paused for a moment, his words momentarily swallowed back. After a considerable interval, he finally spoke. Anaxius, as a companion, you must heed my words. I do not wish for a repeat of today's events. Remember, I have no need for disobedient pets by my side. Chapter 85. After Ji Gung concluded his words, he promptly allowed Anaxius to depart. Initially, Ji Gung anticipated that the latter part of the night would unfold with relative tranquility. However, to his surprise, it was not long before another unexpected guest graced the room. The newcomer possessed a strikingly exquisite and radiant visage, adorned in a splendid blue polar gown. A vintage floral belt encircled her slender waist, while her long black hair cascaded elegantly down her back, with a few gently curled strands cascading onto her forehead. Atop her head rested a delicately woven floral crown fashioned from pomegranate vines. The legendary lover of Hades, Mythology, had arrived, and she was no stranger to him. Ji Gung raised an eyebrow, patiently awaiting the goddess, whom he had encountered on 2 previous occasions, to speak first. Regarding this deity, the only one recorded by name among Hades' numerous rumored lovers in Greek mythology, Ji Gung felt neither affection nor aversion. Although he was intent on courting Hades, he maintained a stance of mutual non-interference with Mythology. However, it was evident that she did not share his perspective. The timing of her visit to his chamber led Ji Gung to believe that this was not merely a courteous call. Oh, messenger of love and beauty, Aphrodite. Our past encounters have not been particularly delightful. They are not cherished memories worth revisiting. As Minnie approached Ji Gung, she did not conceal her intentions. Directly addressing the matter at hand, my dear, please forgive my previous discourtesy. This time, I hope you will accompany me to a special place, where I have prepared an array of delectable delicacies from the underworld just for you. Mythology spoke with heartfelt sincerity, her voice radiant and melodious, imbued with a clarity and grace unique to femininity, easily evoking fondness in the listener. After delivering her words, she bestowed upon Ji Gung a gentle smile, which, in contrast to her exuberant grin during their initial meeting, resembled a blooming hibiscus, vivid yet suffused with tender charm. Minta gazed at Ji Gung with utmost sincerity, eagerly anticipating his affirmative response. Ji Gung remained silent, meeting Minta's gaze. His crimson lips formed a slight, enigmatic curve, while his eyes shimmered like rippling waters. Seemingly smiling, yet not quite. Kuei mused to herself, "It is evident even to my toes that this young lady, Minta, harbors ulterior motives." Minta, feeling somewhat uneasy under Ji Gung's inscrutable stare, pressed her lips together and, before he could speak, interjected, "I am aware that you have already dined. Yet the exquisite wine and sweet berries ought not to be so easily neglected. Culinary delights are blameless. They deserve to be treated with tenderness." Her tone was imbued with genuine emotion. Ji Gung found Minta rather intriguing. Such presumptuous statements were all too common on Olympus. Utilizing such a pretentious excuse as a means of persuasion was utterly inadequate. Kuei inquired, "So, are you prepared to decline her? To refuse?" Ji Gung remained noncommittal regarding the matter. He took a few steps forward, closing the distance between himself and Minta. As Ji Gung approached, they were now merely half an arm's length apart. Minta caught a whiff of the scent emanating from Ji Gung. A blend of rose fragrance intertwined with a faintly sweet metallic tang of blood, merging seamlessly with his chilling aura, reminiscent of a specter lurking in the depths of midnight. Imbued with a perilous and decadent contradiction, Minta found herself momentarily entranced, and in that fleeting pause, Ji Gung lifted his hand, effortlessly tucking a few strands of hair that had fallen across her forehead behind her ear. "Why do you presume I would acquiesce?" Ji Gung's voice flowed gently, yet the movements of his fingers exuded an indescribable tenderness. Suddenly, Minta felt a warmth rising in her cheeks. She parted her lips, ready to utter something. But the next moment's action from him rendered her body still. The words she intended to speak caught entirely in her throat. Ji Gung gently tucked Ming Ta's hair behind her ear, his fingertips caressing her delicate neck and shoulder. This gesture signified a man's interest in a woman, a timeless truth that transcends all eras and realms. Ming Ta's expression shifted to one of acute discomfort as she abruptly turned her head, awkwardly evading Ji Gung's touch. However, upon hearing the soft chuckle that escaped him, she stubbornly redirected her gaze towards him. A frown creased her brow as she met Ji Gung's playful gaze, a flicker of indignation akin to being offended shimmering in her eyes. "Aphrodite, why must you humiliate me so, even if I resort to the feeble pretext of culinary delights? It is merely to assuage your doubts and secure your acceptance of my invitation, thus allowing bygone grievances to dissipate into nothingness." Before Ming Ta could finish her thought, Ji Gung interjected, "All right." Ming Ta paused, momentarily taken aback. He lightly tapped her nose with his index finger, his tone cheerful as he declared, "I accept your invitation." With that, Ji Gung bypassed Ming Ta and strode towards the door. After a few steps, noticing she remained rooted in place, he raised an eyebrow, amusement dancing in his expression. "What? Aren't you going to take me to that special place?" Only then did Ming Ta snap back to reality. She gazed at Ji Gung, remaining silent for a moment, her lips moving as if to articulate something. Yet in the end, no words escaped her. Just as she was about to follow him, a complex emotion flickered in the depths of her eyes. Subsequently, Ming Ta led Ji Gung to her room, and true to her word, the table was laden with an array of delectable dishes, some of which seemed utterly out of place in the realm of the dead, where the lifeless Black Empire lacked the nourishment for such fruits to thrive. Ji Gung sat upon a stone bench, his gaze drawn to a transparent bottle filled with a crimson liquid resting on the table. Ming Ta, following his line of sight, picked up the bottle and explained, "This is a fruit wine crafted from pomegranate juice, acquired from the hands of a most talented human vintner. Though it pales in comparison to the multifaceted artistry of the wine god Dionysus, it possesses a unique and exquisite sweetness of its own." "Pomegranate?" Ji Gung raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with playful mockery. "Given that it originated from a human source, it must be unrelated to the pomegranate of the underworld, correct?" "Indeed. It is made from the most ordinary of pomegranates. However, under the skilled hands of the winemaker, it has attracted countless humans." Ming Ta, who had no intention of allowing Aphrodite to linger in the underworld, naturally avoided using the cursed pomegranate to invite trouble. "By that reasoning, it certainly qualifies as a fine wine," Ji Gung replied, his posture relaxed as he propped his head on one hand, observing Ming Ta with a languid expression. As of now, he could not discern the true purpose behind Ming Ta's invitation. Yet this did not hinder his enjoyment of her clumsy theatrics and awkward justifications. "My dear Aphrodite, I am immensely grateful that you have accepted my invitation. This first cup of exquisite wine should rightfully be offered by me to you," Ming-Ta declared. Pouring the wine into an empty glass, she set down the bottle and, with a graceful gait reminiscent of a golden-footed fairy, approached Ji Gung with a radiant smile. Just as she neared him, her foot unexpectedly twisted, and in a chain of events that seemed almost inevitable, her body lurched forward uncontrollably, sending the wine in her glass spilling towards Ji Gung. Ji Gung did not evade. He allowed the crimson pomegranate wine to spill onto his garments. He steadied Minta's unsteady form and, with a gentle hand at her waist, drew her closer to him. The force of inertia caused Minta to settle directly onto Ji Gung's lap, ignoring the red stains upon his attire. Ji Gung encircled Minta's waist with one arm while raising her chin with the other. With a teasing tone, he remarked, "A gesture of gratitude, perhaps?" His voice was laced with playful irreverence, and his gaze was imbued with mischief, leaving Minta with the distinct sensation that all her schemes had been laid bare, rendering her utterly exposed. Seated upon his thigh, she was enveloped by his chilling presence, her cheeks betraying her with an unwelcome flush. Ji Gung leisurely observed the changes in Ming-Ta's expression. After gently caressing her chin a few times, he withdrew his hand. The cool sensation that lingered at her chin dissipated, prompting Ming-Ta to exhale sharply. Yet, in the very next moment, her heart raced again, brought to her throat by Ji Gung's actions. Ji Gung's hand rested gently upon Ming-Ta's nape, his fingers intertwining with her silken strands. With a slight pressure, he guided her head to nestle against his shoulder, tilting his head slightly, his eyes softly closing, his face brushing against her hair. In a voice both tender and resonant, he murmured, "Ming-Ta, why not choose to cherish me?" Ming-Ta found her entire visage enveloped by Ji Gung's shoulder, his low voice resonating beside her ear. While the rich and chilling essence of him filled her senses, a heaviness clouded her thoughts, as if they were all stifled. As his fingers glided through her hair, there was a fleeting moment when she nearly acquiesced to his proposition. Yet, the profound affection she harbored for Hades swiftly jolted her back to clarity. What a jest! To fall for Aphrodite would be far more agonizing than loving Hades. Regaining her composure, Ming-Ta extricated herself from Ji Gung's embrace. She straightened her posture and glanced at his attire, stained by the crimson pomegranate wine, before pointing towards a screen behind him. "You may bathe within," she suggested, "while I fetch you some fresh garments." Without waiting for his response, she hastened out of the room. Kuei-in remarked, "Ah, Ming-Ta has cleverly overturned your charming scheme and continues with her own plan." Ji Gung cast a glance at the crimson stains upon his attire, and after closing the door, he proceeded towards the screen indicated by Ming-Ta. Behind the screen lay a bath constructed from exquisite white jade, its surface gently rippling, emanating a mist of opaque, silvery vapor. It appeared no different from an ordinary bathing pool. However, Ji Gung was not naive enough to believe that Ming-Ta's twisted ankle was merely an unfortunate accident. In fact, upon his arrival, he had harbored suspicions that Ming-Ta might have tampered with the wine or the delicacies, yet he had not anticipated that the individual would deliberately orchestrate the spilling of fruit wine upon him. After a convoluted series of events involving divine beauty and sweet wine, it now seemed evident that the intent was simply to entice him into bathing here. With his thoughts swiftly shifting, Ji Gung summoned Kuei-in from the depths of his consciousness, disregarding her protest as he unceremoniously tossed her into the bath. With a splashing sound, the plush figure arced through the air before plunging into the water, creating a cascade of white droplets. "Goodness!" Kuei-in thrashed about in the water for a moment before swimming towards the edge of the pool. Ji Gung crouched down and inquired, "How is it?" Kuei-in shot him a glare, and after climbing up, she shook off the water from her body before reluctantly replying, "The water contains aphrodisiac components. Prolonged exposure can induce desire. However, in your case, due to your mental prowess being from a different era, the aphrodisiac effect would be diminished by at least half." Upon hearing the words, Ji Gung gazed thoughtfully at the rippling surface of the bath. "Are you planning to go in?" Kuei-in inquired. However, before Kuei-in could articulate her thoughts further, Ji Gung swiftly cast them back into the depths of his consciousness. "What a jerk! Just toss me aside after use," Kuei-in exclaimed, heartless. Before she could finish her protest, Ji Gung severed the connection with his inner realm, shedding his outer garment. Ji Gung donned only a thin layer of underclothing as he entered the bath. Meanwhile, on the other side, the once resting deity, Zeus, emerged from his chamber and made his way towards the scene. Chapter 86. Despite the bath exuding wisps of steam, Zhigang soon discovered that the water was not particularly hot. Rather, it was at a remarkably comfortable temperature. With his eyes closed and head slightly tilted back, he leaned against the stone wall, his hands lazily draped over the edges of the bath. Golden strands of hair cascaded onto his chest, some damp tendrils clinging to the pale contours of his face, while the remaining curled ends disappeared beneath the water, swaying gently with the rippling surface like dancing seaweed. After not long, Zhigang began to sense a subtle warmth stirring within him. He dipped a hand into the water, stirring the surface. Who could have anticipated that this colorless, odorless liquid contained an aphrodisiac? The effects of this potion, even upon a deity, were utterly irresistible. Zhigang harbored doubts regarding Ming Ta's ability to procure such a potion. This realm, the underworld, is steeped in the pallor of death and the mournful sighs of lost souls, enveloped in an eternal gloom devoid of sunlight. The deities inhabiting this domain exhibit a stark contrast to those of Olympus or other celestial locales. Their desires are scarcely palpable. From Hades to other high-ranking gods, there exists an indifference that seeps into their very marrow, an unwavering resolve that remains steadfast against the tides of temptation. They regard many matters with a detached indifference, rendering it implausible for them to concoct or seek out substances that would compromise their intrinsic essence. As for the lesser deities, they lack the power to acquire potions that even the higher gods cannot resist. Thus, Zhigang leans towards the notion that it is perhaps a deity from outside the underworld who has supplied Ming Ta with this aphrodisiac. Thus far, the only outsiders to the underworld, aside from himself, are Zeus and Poseidon. At this juncture, the only candidates capable of providing such a potion to Ming Ta would likely be one of these two. Zhigang finds it difficult to conceive of anyone else possessing such leisure. The truth regarding whether it is Poseidon or Zeus will soon be revealed. As for Ming Ta, since the individual claims to have gone to retrieve a change of attire, it is likely that this clothing will not be returned anytime soon. In fact, if one were to overlook the potion's presence in the water and consider merely the act of bathing, Zhigang perceives it as rather pleasant. His body is born of this world, yet his soul remains independent. Under the influence of his mental prowess, the effects of this world's elements are halved for him. Therefore, even after soaking for some time, he feels only a slight warmth within, devoid of any discomfort. Upon hearing footsteps, Zhigang was engaged in the task of washing his hair. As the newcomer entered, he turned his body slightly, peering through the screen towards the approaching figure. The mist from the bath clung to the screen, rendering its already thin fabric even more translucent. Zhigang tilted his head slightly, affording him a clear view of the visitor's tall stature, standing upright like a stately pine. Yet, this form seemed somewhat disproportionate in relation to both Zeus and Poseidon. Could it be that he had misjudged? Zhigang pressed his lips together, suppressing the doubts that stirred within him, and tentatively inquired, "Who?" The other party offered no response. Engaging in silence, perhaps? Could this taciturn demeanor belong to Hades? However, if it were indeed Hades, what purpose would Mint's actions serve? As thoughts whirled in his mind, Zhigang was about to speak again when he observed the figure behind the screen suddenly turn and stride toward the door. "Halt!" Zhigang called out, his voice not particularly loud but sufficiently audible to be heard. Perhaps due to the time spent in the bath, his voice lacked its usual clarity. Instead, imbued with a languid softness, reminiscent of sand washed by the sea, gently cascading through his fingers, enticing enough to compel the other to pause in their intended departure. Zhigang rose from the bath, his thin undergarment clinging to his form due to being thoroughly soaked, accentuating the exquisite contours of his physique. Beads of water cascaded down his body as he stood barefoot upon the ground, gracefully maneuvering around the screen. The figure before him stood with their back turned. Although he could not see their face, the unique aura of restrained indifference, coupled with the deep ebony of their hair and the signature black attire, unmistakably revealed their identity. Just this very night, they had encountered one another, a moment interrupted by Anaxius, and Zhigang had not anticipated that the visitor would be Hades. Perhaps this was the original design of Minta, or perhaps unforeseen circumstances had diverted Minta's intentions. Regardless, neither possibility held significant weight for Zhigang. With Hades having approached him willingly, Zhigang found no reason to let this opportunity slip away. Swiftly advancing towards Hades, Zhigang extended his hand, embracing him from behind. Sensing the brief moment of surprise in Hades' body, a smile tugged at the corners of Zhigang's lips as he tightened his grasp around Hades' waist. Gung rested his chin upon Hades' shoulder, tilting his head slightly to gaze at the chiseled contours of Hades' profile. The warmth of his breath brushed against Hades' neck. And in that moment, the latter's lips were pressed together firmly, not merely a manifestation of his usual stoicism, but rather an indication of an underlying tension. Leaning closer, Gung whispered softly into Hades' ear, a playful smile gracing his lips. Now that you are here, why would you wish to leave? Hades lowered his gaze, fixating on the hands that encircled his waist, and responded with an answer that skirted the question. You ought to rest. Gung let out a disdainful laugh. Rest? Certainly. But not at this moment. With that, he released Hades and continued. I have yet to finish washing my hair. You shall assist me. Without waiting for Hades' response, Gung seized his hand, forcefully pulling him towards the bathing pool. Hades' gaze fell upon Gung's golden locks, trailing down the gentle curls of his damp hair, briefly pausing at his waist and hips before shifting to their entwined hands. A flicker of emotion passed through his deep, enigmatic eyes, and though he had intended to voice a refusal, the words never escaped his lips. Instead, he allowed Gung to lead him around the screen, step by step, toward the pool. Absolutely. Our lord of the underworld is quite stuffy and rather flirtatious. Upon reaching the edge of the bathing pool, Gung finally released Hades' hand, casting a glance at the steaming water before he immersed himself once more. Help me wash my hair, he called back, addressing Hades who stood at the pool's edge. As if it were a matter of course. Meeting Gung's gaze, Hades fell silent for several seconds before crouching down, his eyes aligning perfectly with Gung's. He extended his hand, poised to caress Gung's hair. At that moment, however, Gung abruptly intercepted Hades' wrist, shaking his head in disapproval. This method is rather inconvenient. Before Hades could respond, Gung grasped the collar of Hades' attire and forcefully yanked him into the water. As he wiped the splashes caused by Hades' sudden plunge from his face, Gung mischievously observed the handsome visage of his companion, now slightly flustered from the unexpected immersion. Aphrodite. Hades furrowed his brow, calling out Gung's name. His voice was cold and devoid of inflection, yet in that moment, amidst Gung's sudden prank, he exuded an unexpectedly adorable charm, touched by a hint of flustered indignation. Gung chose to disregard him, turning instead to face away from Hades, hands clasped over the edge of the bath. After a moment, he glanced back at Hades and said, Come here, it will be much more convenient this way. As he spoke, a subtle smile graced his lips, his skin akin to white jade, smooth and delicate. In the misty ambience, it radiated a soft, ethereal glow, reminiscent of an orchid blooming after rain, fragrant and alluring, evoking an irresistible desire for tender care. Hades parted his lips, as if to utter a response, yet ultimately remained silent, moving instead to stand behind Gung, gathering his flowing hair. The moonlight seeped through the gaps in the window, merging with the flickering candlelight within the room, casting their silhouettes upon the screen. From a distance, it appeared as if Hades enveloped Gung entirely in his embrace. Hades' fingers gently caressed Gung's hair, his pale fingertips weaving through the golden strands. His expression remained as stoic as ever, yet the movement of his hands conveyed a tenderness and seriousness that starkly contrasted with his usual demeanor, perhaps due to the warmth of the bath. The chilling aura of death that typically surrounded Hades had dissipated, replaced by a serene coolness, akin to a snow lotus thriving amidst the icy mountains, showing signs of melting after being plucked. Gung rested his chin upon the back of his hand, slowly closing his eyes to savor the movements of Hades. The air around Hades was suffused with the intoxicating fragrance emanating from Gung's hair, intense, rich, and almost stifling, imbued with an aggressive essence that Hades found himself reluctant to relinquish. In contrast to Gung's usual playful teasing and provocation, the serene presence of Aphrodite at this moment stirred within Hades a peculiar, ineffable flutter. Listening to Gung's gentle breaths, a hint of tenderness surfaced in Hades' obsidian eyes, and the corners of his lips gradually lifted into a subtle smile. When the seemingly unyielding man softened his gaze and shed his icy exterior, it rendered the moonlight of the underworld unexpectedly gentle. Ding. Hades' favorability 2, current favorability 67 Quine. In truth, I prefer it when His Majesty the Lord of the Underworld is a bit more tempestuous. Smiley face. Quine, however, when we have the main course later, the favorability should increase further, right? Quine. As the saying goes, there's nothing that a single encounter cannot resolve. If it doesn't work, then perhaps 2 encounters will do. I believe I severed the connection to the sea of consciousness, yes? Quian. Ahem, it's simply because the time barrier has elapsed. I just want to check if your license is steady. Can you arrange a seat for me? Ignoring Quian, as Hades' hand once again glided through Zhigung's hair. Zhigung softly called out Hades' name. Hades paused his movements. I'm feeling warm. Zhigung turned to face Hades directly. Due to the prolonged immersion and the effects of the aphrodisiac, a delicate blush adorned Zhigung's face, transforming the once dainty orchid into a strikingly vibrant begonia. The soft pink blending with the rosy hue, his eyes shimmering like rippling waters. Witnessing Zhigung in such a captivating state, Hades' gaze darkened, and a wave of heat began to rise within him. This sensation was not unfamiliar to Hades, even though he typically remained indifferent to matters of desire. It did not mean he was entirely oblivious to such emotions. Furthermore, not long ago, he had experienced similar urges in the presence of Aphrodite. However, the sudden surge of heat he felt now was somewhat perplexing. Despite recognizing the peculiarity of this desire, as he beheld Zhigung's enchanting visage, flushed with alluring vibrancy, an uncontrollable warmth surged through him. Zhigung leaned against Hades, burying his head in the crook of Hades' collarbone. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, he shifted his body slightly. He parted his lips ever so slightly and softly uttered, Hades, I am feeling warm. The voice of Zhigung is soft and sweet, akin to the gentle purring of a kitten seeking its owner's affection. The warm breath escaping between his lips lightly kisses Hades' collarbone, igniting a tingling sensation that intensifies the heat coursing through Hades' body. Instinctively, Hades lowers his gaze. Due to their position, he can only see the crown of Zhigung's head. Lost in thought, Hades quietly observes Zhigung from this angle, his eyes, as dark as an ancient well, shrouded in a hazy veil of black mist, reflecting emotions that are both profound and distant. Receiving no response from Hades, Zhigung burrows his entire body into Hades' embrace, nuzzling against Hades' collarbone while softly murmuring his name. As if this act alone could quell the heat within him. Hades' lips tighten into a straight line, one hand entwined in Zhigung's golden tresses, while the other firmly secures Zhigung's waist, restraining his restless movements. The fervor swirling within Hades' body is far too potent to allow Zhigung to remain passive in his arms. Initially obedient, Zhigung soon begins to struggle more vigorously. His erratic movements cause his loose inner garment to slip from his shoulders, cascading down to his waist, the damp fabric adhering to Hades' wrist as he encircles Zhigung. Hades, half closing his eyes, lets out a low, involuntary groan from deep within his throat. He gathers Zhigung's hair to one side, revealing the delicate contours of his shoulder blades, resembling the gossamer wings of a butterfly, exuding an air of fragility. Hades feels a parched sensation in his throat, the tumultuous heat within him converging towards his lower abdomen. His expression darkens. It is evident that Aphrodite's current state is a result of an aphrodisiac, though he is uncertain whether it is her own design or a trap laid by another. Yet, in this moment, Hades finds little inclination to ponder such matters. The water in the bath poses a problem, and he fears that if he lingers any longer, he may truly lose control and succumb to his desires for Aphrodite. Suppressing his urges, Hades steadies Aphrodite's restless form and prepares to lift her from the bath, only to be taken by surprise as she suddenly shifts, pressing him against the edge of the tub. The hard, smooth wall of the bath meets his back, and Hades gazes at the Aphrodite atop him with a hint of resignation as her hands flit about his chest, reigniting the desires he had so painstakingly restrained. Unable to endure any longer, Hades coldly utters, Aphrodite. His voice, naturally crisp, now resonates with a deep, magnetic timbre due to the heat and longing that envelop him, rendering his reprimand devoid of any real authority. Zhigung's hands ascended to Hades' neck, whispering softly in his ear, Hades, assist me. With a resounding bang, the string of reason within Hades' mind finally snapped at that moment. Ding. Hades, the Lord of the Underworld, affection level 8, current affection level 75. Kuei-in remarked. Though it is unfortunate that you two have only aided each other once, the increase of 8 points in affection is evidently significant. Kuei-in continued, if this trend persists, should the Lord of the Underworld engage in a true exchange of physical intimacy with you, the affection level would surely rise even more swiftly. Indeed. Zhigung had not anticipated that Hades could maintain his final defenses under such circumstances. In a sense, even Zhigung had to concede that Hades was an exceedingly restrained man, possessing an unparalleled calmness, composure, and a captivating self-control. Such a man either does not love at all, or loves deeply to the marrow of his being. Kuwain posed, "So, does your conscience ache? What do you think?" Kuwain added, "I believe it does not." "Oh." Kuwain continued. Hades sat at the edge of the bath, cradling Zhigung in his arms, his hands soothingly caressing Zhigung's back. In this moment, silence enveloped them, yet an extraordinary warmth lingered in the air. After a considerable period of tranquility, as the heat of their bodies subsided, Hades' hands regained their characteristic coolness, as he gently stroked Zhigung's back with his cool palms. The refreshing sensation brought immense comfort to Zhigung. "Are you still uncomfortable?" Hades inquired, his cool voice transformed into a slightly husky tone, mingling with the moist and intimate atmosphere, creating an alluring allure. Upon hearing this, Zhigung lazily turned his head to glance at Hades, his gaze ascending from the flawless line of Hades' chin, traversing the high bridge of his nose, and ultimately resting upon his eyes. From Zhigung's vantage point, Hades' already elongated eyelashes appeared as though meticulously enhanced, those raven-black fringes accentuating the star-like brilliance of his pupils, reminiscent of a cold moon reflected in the depths of the river of the underworld. Perhaps Zhigung lingered too long upon Hades' visage, for this typically taciturn and noble man gently lowered his eyelids, seeking to meet Zhigung's gaze. Thus, their eyes collided within the confined air of the moment. It was not merely a figment of Zhigung's imagination. In that fleeting instant of connection, he undeniably perceived a tenderness within Hades' eyes. This revelation brought Zhigung great delight, and he curved his lips into a subtle smile, addressing Hades softly. "Hades." "Yes? It's nothing. I merely wished to call your name." Zhigung squinted playfully, languidly leaning against Hades' shoulder, akin to a contented kitten unconsciously seeking affection. As he slightly lifted his half-closed eyes, he resembled a flower petal that had absorbed ample moisture, its vibrant core now exuding an exquisite allure. Unable to resist, Hades reached out to caress the corner of his eye. The world often remarked upon Hades' frigid demeanor, his dark, profound gaze obscuring his emotions. Yet, in this moment, Hades felt such descriptions might be more aptly applied to Aphrodite. Aphrodite's eyes, a deep blue, when gazed upon for too long, resembled an inky depth that was unfathomable. To the public, she was an unattainable figure, dazzling in beauty, exuding a certain haughty reserve and nobility. Initially, Hades' impression of Aphrodite mirrored that of others, yet upon closer acquaintance, his perception shifted dramatically. Was Aphrodite reserved? Not in the slightest. This individual exhibited boldness in demeanor, and his words, often laced with unintentional provocation, relentlessly assailed Hades' rationality. Aphrodite seemed indifferent to everything, guided solely by personal whims. Even when expressing affection for Hades on multiple occasions, he remained skeptical. Aphrodite possessed myriad facets, and Hades was uncertain which represented the true essence of this being. Nevertheless, when Aphrodite professed his fondness, Hades undeniably felt a flicker of joy, albeit subtle, yet undeniable. And it was heightened by the proximity of the other. The goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, emanated an irresistible charm, and under the deliberate allure of this man, Hades was compelled to acknowledge that his internal defenses were gradually crumbling. This transformation did not bode well for him. Ironically, he found himself devoid of any inclination to resist. "What are you thinking?" Zhigung casually inquired, her delicate fingers lightly brushing against Hades' unconsciously furrowed brow. Hades did not respond to Zhigung's question, but instead grasped her hand, gently lowering it before asking, "What brings you to this room?" Zhigung offered no reply, but instead posed a counter-question. "Then why do you find yourself here?" Hades moved his lips as if to speak, yet before he could articulate a word, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from beyond the room. The sound was a curious blend of lightness and weight, suggesting the urgency of the approaching individual, whose gait and rhythm conveyed an unmistakable sense of anxious anticipation. Upon hearing these footsteps, Hades' brow, which had just been smoothed by Zhigung, furrowed once more. He lowered his gaze, studying Zhigung for a brief moment before relinquishing the hand that had been firmly clasping Zhigung's waist, seemingly intending to rise and assess the situation outside. Zhigung, however, denied Hades this opportunity. Upon sensing the possible identity of the visitor, he instead embraced Hades tightly, deliberately preventing him from rising. Observing Zhigung entwining him like an octopus, Hades let out a resigned sigh, gently caressing Zhigung's hair and uttering, "Do not play around." Quine interjected, "Humph. I shall play. I demand kisses, hugs, and to be lifted high." She continued, "Ahem, by my calculations, judging by the varying footsteps, it must certainly be that clumsy giant. Hephaestus, Quine added. If you were to release Hades now, he could still explain himself to Hephaestus forcefully, for that foolish giant is truly innocent and straightforward. However, this current scenario is indeed quite stimulating. The legendary NTR plot, as Quine's thoughts echoed in the depths of consciousness. The door to the room was suddenly thrust open with great force. When Hephaestus limped around the screen, what he beheld was an intimate scene of Hades and his companion Aphrodite, their bodies closely entwined. In that moment, a torrent of complex thoughts flashed through Hephaestus's mind, leaving him ultimately in a void of silence. He stood there, dazed, unsure of how to shatter this terrifying impasse, his gaze fixated on Ji-Gung, a flicker of hurt passing through his eyes. Hades' gaze swept over Hephaestus' face before lowering to Ji-Gung, who was nestled in his embrace. He patted Ji-Gung's shoulder and said, "Aphrodite, please rise." Obediently, Ji-Gung complied and emerged from Hades' arms. He regarded Hephaestus, standing a short distance away, his expression devoid of any remorse, appearing utterly natural. "What brings you here?" Ji-Gung inquired, whether it was Ji-Gung's indifferent demeanor that struck a chord of heartbreak. For some other reason, Hephaestus lowered his head upon hearing Ji-Gung's words. His hair was thick and longer than that of most deities, and at that moment, as he bowed his head, the strands obscured his eyes, casting a shadow in the flickering candlelight. Ji-Gung could not discern the emotions that flickered in his eyes at that moment. He merely observed him moving his somewhat parched lips, clumsily uttering a few words. "I am worried about you." Hephaestus' voice was inherently hoarse, and it was uncertain whether it was due to the tumult of emotions that his already rugged and deep timbre now bore an added tremor, rendering it exceedingly unpleasant to the ear. Coupled with his drooping head, he exuded an air of pitiable vulnerability. Ji-Gung found the situation somewhat amusing, not due to the appearance of Hephaestus at that moment, but rather because of the words he had uttered. Were his concerns rooted in unease about Ji-Gung's safety, or perhaps in doubt regarding his ability to remain composed? Kuei mused, surely, this lumbering god of fire cannot be speaking in double entendres? Yet, who could ascertain such matters? After all, since his arrival in this world as the embodiment of the goddess Aphrodite, the course of fate had already been irrevocably altered. Even the gentle flutter of a butterfly's wings can incite a tremendous storm, how much more so in an era steeped in myth and unpredictability. Thus, even though Ji-Gung had successfully navigated the complexities of winning Hephaestus' affections, achieving a perfect score of 100, the conclusion remained that he was not the true target of his aspirations. Ji-Gung could not entirely relinquish his concerns for Hephaestus. "Are you upset?" he inquired. Hephaestus remained silent. Moments slipped by, and just as Ji-Gung began to think that silence would prevail, Hephaestus finally lifted his gaze, gradually closing the distance between them. He removed his outer garment and draped it over Ji-Gung's shoulders, taking his hand and softly uttering, "Aphrodite, let us return home." His voice, low and imbued with a profound yearning, resonated with an almost desperate humility. Ji-Gung adjusted Hephaestus' outer garment, then slightly raised his gaze, locking his eyes onto Hephaestus for several moments. In those dark orbs, which had once reflected sorrow and melancholy, only a plea now remained. Ji-Gung wished to articulate his thoughts, but ultimately said nothing, merely pressing his lips together and responding with a single word, "Good." After a moment, he turned to Hades and remarked, "I shall take my leave." Pausing briefly, he glanced at the bathing pool and touched his lip, where a faint trace of blood lingered from an impassioned kiss with Hades. With a meaningful tone, he added, "Please remember to convey my thanks to Minta for her hospitality." Understanding the underlying significance of Ji-Gung's words regarding hospitality, Hades coughed awkwardly and averted his gaze, saying, "I will have the attendants prepare the divine chariot." "No need," Hephaestus interjected promptly, avoiding Hades' eyes and fixing his gaze on Ji-Gung. In a low, gravelly voice, he articulated, "I crafted a divine chariot for Aphrodite. It is the very one I arrived in." With Hephaestus' clumsy conclusion, the legendary NTR narrative swiftly lost its allure. Hephaestus, that lumbering giant, proved utterly ineffective, and Hades, too, remained disturbingly indifferent in this situation. Where was the confrontation between rivals? No fierce exchange of words, no piercing glances, no palpable tension. Neither Hades nor Hephaestus were gods prone to quarrels. So, has my NTR tale come to an abrupt halt? Disregarding the lamentations of Quinion, Ji-Gung followed Hephaestus out of the room. On the journey back to Mount Olympus, Ji-Gung learned from Hephaestus that Zeus had returned to Olympus an hour prior. summoned by the messenger Hermes at Hera's urgent request. The timing of Zeus' departure coincided closely with Minta's invitation. Originally, Ji Gung had suspected Zeus and Poseidon as primary conspirators, and it now appeared likely that Zeus was indeed orchestrating Minta's scheme. As for why it was Hades who arrived in the room, it might be related to Hermes' unexpected summons for Zeus to return. However, there seemed to be additional factors at play, preventing Ji Gung from discerning the true intentions of Zeus and Minta. After all, one individual had gone to retrieve the garments and then vanished, while the other had abruptly returned to Olympus, leaving the involved parties absent. Nonetheless, for Ji Gung, these matters were not of paramount importance. At present, his interest lay with Hephaestus. Deep within, Ji Gung harbored some lingering doubts about Hephaestus. Before him stood a figure radiating an almost bone-deep humility. This limping man was excessively honest, kind, sincere, and forgiving. When such admirable traits aligned so perfectly with Hephaestus, Ji Gung found himself questioning their authenticity. How benevolent could a god truly be? Could one possess a temperament so forgiving as to endure all the pain inflicted by others? Is it not remarkable to lower one's head in discomfort upon witnessing one's partner in an intimate embrace with another deity, devoid of any furious outburst or confrontational inquiry? Ji Gung could contemplate only two possibilities. Either Hephaestus truly humbled himself to an extent that his profound sense of inferiority led him to subconsciously believe he was unworthy of Aphrodite, convincing himself that even if Aphrodite were to engage in clandestine liaisons with other deities, it would be a consequence of his own inadequacies. Alternatively, Hephaestus might have concealed his true emotions so deeply that, even in such circumstances, he could flawlessly mask the most genuine feelings hidden within his heart. In the original Greek mythology, Hephaestus ensnared the beautiful goddess and the god of war in a grand web during their affair, exposing their folly to the world. As you have noted, that is the original myth, and variances are inherently unpredictable. Hephaestus, Ji Gung called, moving from the back seat to the front. The moment he sat beside Hephaestus, he distinctly sensed the other's body tense momentarily. Amused by Hephaestus' nervousness, Ji Gung propped himself on one knee and turned his face to gaze at Hephaestus. Ji Gung was adorned in the garments of Hephaestus, and as he turned his face, his golden locks cascaded gracefully to one side, revealing his flawless, alabaster neck. The fragrant aroma emanating from his damp hair intensified, a scent favored by Hephaestus, who inhaled deeply, feeling a rush of exhilaration mixed with an undercurrent of melancholy. Yet, the memory of the scene he had witnessed beyond the screen weighed heavily upon him, filling him with profound sorrow. He yearned to articulate his thoughts but found himself at a loss for words, ultimately choosing silence. Observing the turmoil within Hephaestus, Ji Gung deliberately refrained from speaking, merely gazing intently at the profile of Hephaestus. In truth, if one were to overlook the grotesque scar marring his visage, Hephaestus could be deemed exceptionally handsome. His eyelashes were notably long, particularly the lower ones. When he cast his eyes downward to regard another, those lengthy lashes fluttered gently, evoking a sense of sincerity and deep affection. At that moment, Ji Gung realized that while those lashes could convey profound emotion from the front, viewed from the side, they, combined with the harsh scar upon Hephaestus' otherwise silent countenance, conveyed an unsettling air of indifference and coldness. Perhaps Ji Gung had gazed for too long, for Hephaestus began to feel the pressure, and the rhythm of his long, thick lashes fluttering quickened. This discomfort transformed the earlier indifference and coldness into a semblance of foolishness and bewilderment. Ji Gung could not help but chuckle, his gaze lingering for a moment on the flushed tips of Hephaestus's ears before returning to the latter's face. Perhaps it was due to excessive worry, but pronounced dark circles and bags were evident beneath Hephaestus's eyes. Quine remarked, "In truth, Hephaestus has it quite tough, truly. Just look, everyone has their struggles." Quine then added, "How frustrating. Why speak such blatant truths?" With a sigh, Quine turned to Hephaestus and reiterated the question posed earlier in the room. "Are you angry?" This time, Hephaestus did not remain silent nor divert the conversation. Instead, he promptly replied, "I do not know." Ji Gung raised an eyebrow, poised to speak. When Hephaestus interjected, "You resemble a cloud, while I am but clay. My heart aches, yet I am powerless to restrain you." Upon hearing these words, Ji Gung gently touched the delicate red chain encircling his wrist. "Do you wish to restrain me?" This question rendered Hephaestus silent for a prolonged moment. He turned to face Ji Gung, his deep black eyes ablaze with fervent affection and sincerity. Yet, for a fleeting instant, Ji Gung perceived a faint dimming in the clear reflection of himself within those eyes, as if a thin, almost imperceptible mist had enveloped the depths of his gaze. The mist arrived with such swiftness that it eluded capture, and it dissipated just as quickly, leaving one to wonder if it had all been an illusion. Then, Ji Gung heard Hephaestus utter, "Aphrodite, I wish for your happiness." In chapter 89, as Hephaestus spoke these words, his hand tenderly caressed Ji Gung's hair, his fingertips twirling a few damp strands in a gentle dance. This was not an action one would expect from Hephaestus, who typically maintained a stance of great deference before him, almost too cautious to step beyond the bounds of propriety. Yet, in this moment, his gesture appeared remarkably natural. Ji Gung gazed into his eyes, attempting to discern a different emotion within those deep, dark orbs. However, to his disappointment, apart from a fleeting haze, he found only fervor and admiration. Hephaestus was profoundly enamored with Aphrodite, or perhaps it could be said that he was deeply in love with him. "Do you wish for my happiness?" "Indeed, I desire your joy," Hephaestus nodded in affirmation. Ji Gung let out a derisive laugh. "Is it true that as long as I am happy, you will not become angry no matter what I do?" Hephaestus lowered his hand, which had been tenderly caressing Ji Gung's hair, and fell into silence. In this moment, Ji Gung pulled aside Hephaestus' robe, revealing the kiss marks upon his collarbone. Seeing these, "Are you not angered?" Upon witnessing the ambiguous crimson marks, Hephaestus pressed his lips together, his gaze drifting away, visibly troubled. Ji Gung firmly grasped Hephaestus' face, turning him to face himself, persistently inquiring, "Is it that you feel unworthy, thus devoid of any jealousy?" The latter part of his statement carried a somewhat frigid tone, even hinting at a confrontational essence. At last, Hephaestus ceased to evade the question, exclaiming, "It is not so." His voice elevated in volume. "Oh, then how is it?" Ji Gung retorted with a cold smirk. "I merely," Hephaestus stammered, his voice dwindling once more, emerging from his throat with a gravelly rasp. "Ahem. May I ask, dear, how do you manage to brazenly adorn the god of fire with such infidelity?" "Silence. Do not interrupt my conquest. Isn't the conquest already complete?" "Ah, men, what is it?" Ji Gung leaned forward, his hand, which had been cradling Hephaestus' face, now encircling his neck. Ji Gung pressed his face against Hephaestus's, his lips brushing against the latter's ear as he lowered his voice seductively. "What is it? Tell me." Hephaestus remained silent. But this time, the reason was not uncertainty, but rather an overwhelming nervousness. His ears began to flush with warmth, and as Ji Gung drew closer, the fragrance wafting from his hair enveloped Hephaestus, filling his senses and deeply inhaling into his lungs. Hephaestus's heart began to race uncontrollably once more. "Hades and I did not go all the way," Ji Gung explained. At that moment, Hephaestus distinctly felt a wave of relief wash over him. "It seems you care after all," he remarked. Ji Gung chose not to respond to Ki's comment and shifted from his original position to sit upon Hephaestus's lap. Noticing the sudden stiffness in the other's body, Ji Gung couldn't help but chuckle mischievously. The sound of Ji Gung's laughter only heightened Hephaestus's tension, and a hint of embarrassment surfaced on his previously stoic face. He parted his lips, attempting to articulate something, yet ultimately fell silent. Ji Gung had witnessed this scenario unfold far too often with Hephaestus. At times, the deity appeared almost expressionless, akin to a mask. Yet within his gaze lingered a fervent affection and a passion as intense as fire. It was indeed a perplexing contradiction. "Hephaestus, I am pondering a question." "What is it?" Even having shared the most intimate of connections, Hephaestus remained so anxious that he was uncertain where to place his hands. Ji Gung squinted slightly and said slowly, "I wonder, is your dull and obtuse disposition innate, or has it been shaped by certain circumstances?" Hephaestus's Adam's apple shifted as he uttered a few words, "I do not know." Ji Gung could not help but chuckle. He opened his mouth and playfully nibbled on Hephaestus's earlobe. After Hephaestus's body quivered slightly from this unexpected action, Ji Gung continued, "Indeed. You seem to know nothing at all." Pausing for a moment, he shifted his tone, "Yet sometimes I feel, dear Hephaestus, that you know everything. Do you think I might be overthinking this?" Ji Gung straightened his posture, facing Hephaestus directly. Hephaestus replied, "I do not know." "Aphrodite, do you find me dull?" Hephaestus inquired. His gaze lowered, his voice barely above a whisper. "What if I said yes?" Ji Gung retorted. Hephaestus fell silent once more, his head drooping along with his eyelids. Consequently, his flowing red hair cascaded down, obscuring his features. This aspect of Hephaestus displeased Ji Gung. for it meant he could not discern the myriad expressions that danced across Hephaestus's face, each one that he longed to witness. Zhigung furrowed his brow and seized Hephaestus' hair, yanking it upwards to compel him to raise his gaze. "Look at me," Zhigung commanded, his tone imbued with a certain assertiveness. He fixed his gaze upon Hephaestus' eyes, denying him the opportunity to avert his gaze. Under such direct scrutiny, Hephaestus' breath quickened slightly. Zhigung's hand brushed against the scar on Hephaestus's face, a grotesque mark that traversed his entire visage, as unsightly as a centipede. Marring his overall beauty, Zhigung's fingertips were smooth and delicate, merely grazing the scar sent a shiver through him. "Hephaestus, my dear, how did this scar come to be?" It seemed that Zhigung's inquiry stirred unpleasant memories within Hephaestus, casting a shadow over his expression. "It was inflicted when I fell from the cliff, cut by sharp stones." Zhigung recalled that in the original Greek mythology, Hera cast Hephaestus from a great height due to his unseemly appearance, resulting in the god of fire sustaining a permanent limp. This unfortunate fate rendered Hephaestus the most unattractive deity in Greek lore. However, this conclusion seemed inapplicable to the Hephaestus before him. Time and again, he pondered that had Hephaestus been devoid of scars, he would undoubtedly be an exceedingly handsome god. Moreover, if the scars on Hephaestus's face were indeed the result of his fall, it suggested that when Hera abandoned him, his visage was unmarred. Even in his current scarred state, Hephaestus still exuded a certain charm. One could only imagine the allure he possessed as an unscathed infant. Surely, he would not have been unattractive. And even if he were not exceptionally good-looking, he would certainly not be associated with ugliness. Yet, the widely accepted narrative remains that Hephaestus was discarded by the queen of the gods due to his lack of physical beauty. Kuei remarked. Perhaps this is merely a bug in the narrative. She continued, moreover, many individuals who were deemed unattractive in their youth blossom into striking figures in adulthood. This is not contradictory. Does it hurt? She inquired. It did back then, Hephaestus replied. Of course it hurts. Any normal person would feel pain. Kuei insisted. It doesn't hurt. Hephaestus shook his head. I stand firmly by my previous statement. Hephaestus is not a normal individual. He is a fool. And I refuse to entertain any rebuttal. To avoid further banter with Kuei in the realm of consciousness, Zhigung severed the connection. At that time, I understood nothing. Hephaestus remarked. Zhigung gently pinched Hephaestus's cheek and remarked, You seem rather foolish now. Perhaps it was due to the fact that this marked the first time Zhigung expressed concern for Hephaestus's past, that the once anxious and tense god of craftsmanship, renowned for his forging and smelting talents, began to relax. The body that had remained rigid ever since Zhigung settled upon his lap now eased into a state of tranquility. Observing the subtle transformation in Hephaestus without making it apparent, Zhigung continued, And what transpired thereafter? Was it the sea goddess Thetis and the Oceanid Eurynome who rescued you and nurtured you into adulthood? A smile graced the corners of Hephaestus's lips as he replied in a gravelly voice, filled with heartfelt gratitude. They are the most exquisite of goddesses. I am deeply thankful to them, and wish for them to possess all that is beautiful. They are my dearest family. Zhigung raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with playful mockery as he inquired, What about me? Upon hearing this, Hephaestus gazed at Zhigung for several moments before responding. You are different. You are indeed unique. He reiterated with unwavering clarity, his tone imbued with solemnity, his voice deep and resonant. Aphrodite, I cherish you, holding you in higher regard than life itself. Zhigung paused momentarily, for no other reason than the profound intensity reflected in Hephaestus's obsidian gaze. The emotions flickering within his pupils burned with an ardor akin to a flame, consuming everything in its path and rendering the world into a realm of ash and shadow, an oppressive and silent existence. Zhigung found himself ensconced within the depths of that gaze, enveloped by an unwavering affection that left no room for escape. Under the weight of Hephaestus's scrutiny, a fleeting sense of peculiarity flickered within Zhigung's heart, though it lasted but an instant. Having traversed countless realms and encountered an array of souls, the passage of time had rendered his spirit indifferent. Even the profound love emanating from Hephaestus failed to stir his heart. Zhigung smiled softly and rose to resume his seat beside Hephaestus. Nothing can equate to life, dear Hephaestus. Hephaestus intended to say something, but Zhigung silenced him with a gentle press of his index finger to his lips. Hephaestus blinked his long lashes, gazing at Zhigung with a hint of confusion. You know, Hephaestus. Zhigung leaned his head on Hephaestus's shoulder, his gaze drifting over the scenery they had traversed, and casually remarked, "Your sincerity and integrity render you remarkable even amidst the assembly of gods upon the divine mountain. This is a rare quality, and I hope you will always retain it. Do not change, just remain as you are." Chapter 90. Once, Hephaestus guided the divine chariot out of the realm of the underworld. Daylight had fully enveloped the night, the morning glow spreading across the horizon. The cuckoo sang joyfully among the branches, heralding the arrival of a beautiful day. Zhigung gathered Hephaestus's hair at the nape of his neck, revealing the rugged contours of Hephaestus's face. Sunlight spilled from his side, and Zhigung, with half-closed eyes, languidly observed the delicate halo that outlined Hephaestus's profile, capturing every detail: the long, thick lashes, the prominent bridge of his nose, the grotesque scars, and the sharply defined line of his lips. The blazing sunlight seemed to envelop the stoic man in a veil of luminescence, reminiscent of the color of beauty and fervent passion. "Aphrodite, let us return home." Hephaestus's low, hoarse voice emerged, his eyes reflecting a tranquil emptiness, which softened upon hearing Zhigung's affirmative murmur. Once they returned to Mount Olympus, Zhigung insisted that Hephaestus take a proper rest. Unable to resist, Hephaestus complied and lay down on the bed. Perhaps due to his overwhelming concern for Zhigung, he soon succumbed to slumber. It was uncertain what dreams haunted him, but his noble brow furrowed restlessly. Zhigung sat at the bedside, quietly observing Hephaestus for a while before gently smoothing the furrowed brow. Having done so, Zhigung changed into another garment and rose to leave the chamber. As Zhigung stepped out of the palace, he unexpectedly encountered the formidable god of war, Ares. Since that fateful night when Ares pursued the wind god, Boreas, Zhigung had not crossed paths with this imposing deity of battle. At this moment, their meeting elicited little emotional upheaval in Zhigung. In contrast, Ares radiated a palpable fury upon seeing Zhigung. His slanted brows arched in displeasure, and his deep-set eyes revealed an intensity akin to strong spirits, sharp as a blade, defiant and aggressively charged, as if he had just emerged from a slaughter. Even from several meters away, Zhigung could sense the metallic tang of blood emanating from Ares. "What transpired between you and Hephaestus?" Ares queried, locking his gaze onto Zhigung without reservation. "What do you think?" Zhigung found it somewhat amusing. Bound by marriage, he and Hephaestus were indeed lawful partners, and their intimacy was entirely natural. Ares's brow knitted tighter, his tone laced with an unacknowledged blend of grievance and ire. "You do not truly care for him." "And what of it?" Zhigung replied. "Affection or indifference can never be distilled into mere words." "Hypocrite." Ares strode forward, halting before Zhigung, his voice cold and scornful. "Aphrodite, you are utterly hypocritical." Upon hearing this, Zhigung leisurely retorted, "Then what does it say about you? Drawn to the hypocritical me?" Ares was momentarily rendered speechless. "How unseemly." "Ares, you are envious." "I am not." Ares promptly countered. After a brief pause, he added, "Do not presume too much, Aphrodite." "Ares, you are feeling guilty," Zhigung said, placing his hand over Ares's chest, where the sudden acceleration of his heartbeat betrayed his inner turmoil. "This place is far more honest than your words." Ares swatted Zhigung's hand away and stepped back, his voice cold and laced with sarcasm. "Since you are now the partner of Hephaestus, refrain from such disgraceful seductions." Observing Ares' retreat, Zhigung slowly remarked, "Ares, you are afraid of me." Ares scoffed, his handsome face adorned with indifference. "Why would I fear you?" "Is that so?" Zhigung deliberately elongated the last syllable, hinting at something elusive. Perhaps it was due to his newfound bond with Hephaestus, or perhaps there were other reasons. After a few days apart, Ares's demeanor towards him seemed to revert to its original state. Like an irritable hedgehog, he bristled at any approach, launching verbal assaults and mockery while simultaneously seeking to flaunt his presence before Zhigung. "Quian, Ares currently harbors a 75 affinity towards you." His demeanor clearly betrays a disconnect between his words and feelings. "Quian, go ahead. Bring down this little wolf pup and teach him a lesson." "Quian, ideally. Envelop him with your affection, making him utterly unable to resist, melting into your embrace." "Enough," Ares declared. "You are irresistibly drawn to me, and that is why you feel fear." Ares opened his mouth to argue, but Zhigung interjected, "Do not rush to refute. That will only reveal your deeper insecurities." "Aphrodite, your eloquence is unmatched. I naturally cannot contend with you," Ares scoffed. Zhigung calmly remarked, "Is it really so difficult to admit that you have feelings for me? Why should I acknowledge something that does not exist?" Ares's expression grew increasingly disdainful and indifferent. Zhigung pressed his lips together and suddenly chuckled. "In that case, Remain where you are and do not move. Not moving? What tricks can you conjure? Ares dismissed the notion casually. As his words fell, Ji Gung stepped forward, cupping Ares's face in his hands and pressing his lips against his. In that instant, Ares's thoughts felt as if they had been abruptly obstructed, leaving behind an expanse of emptiness, with only the soft sensation of those lips remaining vividly in his awareness. The fragrance that flowed between their lips permeated Ares's mouth, invading his throat and forcefully assaulting his lungs without restraint. The determination Ares had painstakingly built crumbled in that moment. Ding. God of War Ares, affection level 2. Current affection level 77. Almost instinctively, Ares slightly parted his lips, unconsciously extending his tongue to savor the exquisite intertwining of their mouths. However, just as his warm tongue was about to touch Ji Gung's pearly teeth, Ji Gung suddenly withdrew from Ares's lips. Ares was left bewildered, while Kuei-in remarked, "You claim to be unwilling, yet your body tells a different story." Ji Gung retreated to his original position, casting a nonchalant gaze upon Ares, as if the recent events had never transpired. "You did it on purpose." Ares' brow furrowed deeply, the fury in his eyes threatening to ignite uncontrollably. "Indeed, I acted with intention," Ji Gung replied with a hint of mockery, slightly lifting his exquisite chin to regard Ares with a blend of pride and disdain. "The god of war, Ares, is hardly impressive." "How tedious, how dreary," Ji Gung lamented as he shook his head. Ares clenched his hands at his sides, his grip tightening to the point where the veins on his arms became prominent. "What did you say?" "I said, the god of war, Ares, is hardly impressive." Ares' gaze turned icy, a cruel glint passing through his dark pupils. "You seduced me merely for amusement? If I were to claim it was out of affection for you, Ares, would you believe me?" Ji Gung blinked, his serene and flowing eyes resembling a tranquil pool, rippling gently with an enchanting allure. It was a captivating illusion that rendered all defenses utterly futile, let alone the flames of anger and annoyance. Ares, slightly unsettled, averted his gaze from Ji Gung's face, his restlessness evident as he raked his fingers through his hair. "Aphrodite, you speak not, but lies. As long as you believe, it becomes reality." Ares raised an eyebrow. "Are you suggesting I should deceive myself?" "I did not assert such a thing," Ji Gung shrugged, remaining non-committal in his response. Ji Gung's dismissive attitude reignited Ares' recently quelled fury. "Aphrodite!" Ares exclaimed in exasperation as he called out Ji Gung's name. Ji Gung regarded him with a peculiar expression. "Ares, do you not find your current demeanor rather odd?" "It is all because of you, Aphrodite." Before Ji Gung could finish his sentence, Ares strode over, seizing Ji Gung's wrist with a firm grip and leading him towards the exit of Mount Olympus. Ares' actions were decidedly forceful, bordering on brusque, as he clasped Ji Gung's wrist tightly, as if fearing he might escape. "Where are we going?" Ji Gung inquired, noticing the palpable restlessness radiating from Ares, akin to a wolf desperately seeking to vent its pent-up frustration and fury. This little wolf pup wishes to unleash its wrath, not to succumb to desire. "Why drag you along? We are going hunting," Ares declared. "Aphrodite, let us engage in a proper contest, devoid of your accursed girdle. I desire to truly compete with you." "What hunting? What contest? Would it not be more delightful to stumble into the thicket and indulge in more intimate pursuits?" Disregarding the musings of the voice in his consciousness, Ji Gung's gaze fell upon Ares' hand that gripped his wrist. "Ares, you are hurting me." "Ugh, how bothersome. You are like a woman," Ares retorted, yet instinctively eased his grip. Before Ji Gung could speak again, the hand that had initially clasped his wrist shifted a few inches downward, enveloping Ji Gung's entire hand within his palm. Ji Gung did not break free. Instead, he spoke calmly. "Ares, a contest without stakes is utterly meaningless." Upon hearing this, Ares did not turn around, but directly inquired, "What shall we wager?" His tone was far from pleasant, laced with a hint of ire. For Ji Gung had incited an inexplicable restlessness within him. "If I win, I shall bestow a kiss upon you. If you prevail, then you may kiss me." Ares turned his gaze, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions as he regarded Ji Gung. Ji Gung offered him a faint smile, lowering his voice to a gentle, mellifluous tone. "Is that agreeable?" In an instant, the last vestige of Ares' anger dissipated without a trace. Chapter 91. Ares found himself perplexed by the sincerity of Aphrodite's words. He could not comprehend her, or rather, he had never truly fathomed the depths of the most beautiful goddess, adored by countless deities. Their time together had been fleeting. And while Aphrodite was cunning, Ares himself was rather straightforward. Although Aphrodite had uttered such ambiguous phrases, everyone understood that the stakes of their contest were no mere jest. Despite the fact that Ares' inner ire had been quelled by a single remark, he still furrowed his brow, calling out Ji Gung's name with a cold tone, attempting to infuse a note of warning into his challenge. Very well, let us alter the stakes. After a moment of contemplation, Ji Gung narrowed his eyes and said leisurely, the loser must agree to fulfill a request from the victor, regardless of its magnitude or any exceptional circumstances. Ares, shall we compete? Ji Gung emphasized the last three words, his tone laced with an intriguing inflection. His gaze fixed on Ares, whose eyes, though clear like rippling waves, held an indescribable allure that drew Ares in, much like a youth ensnared by a siren's call. Fully aware that delving deeper would lead him into a perilous trap, yet unable to resist the temptation of this unpredictable darkness. However, Ares was ultimately arrogant. Or perhaps it was his absolute confidence in his own prowess that rendered him heedless of the risks involved. Very well. A smirk played at the corners of Ares' lips. He did not believe he would lose, especially without Aphrodite's enchantingly beguiling girdle. With the stakes altered, it was only fitting that the nature of the contest be transformed as well. Ji Gung's lips curled into a slight smile. Let us leap from the highest peak of Olympus, the five-water summit, into the vibrant pool below. We shall use no divine powers. Whoever touches the water first shall be deemed the loser. Ares was somewhat taken aback. What sort of contest is this? Shall we not compete? Ji Gung replied nonchalantly. If not, so be it. He added, true courage never falters at any challenge. Is the illustrious god of war truly retreating from a slightly unconventional contest? Ares could not abide such provocations regarding his strength. He clicked his tongue, fully aware that there might be ulterior motives at play, yet ultimately acquiesced. Fine. Let us proceed as you suggest. As the two individuals swiftly approached the precipice of Five-Water Peak, Ares felt the biting wind against his face. He glanced sideways at the jovial Ji Gung, suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of being deceived. Initially, he had envisioned a genuine contest with Aphrodite. Yet the unfolding circumstances seemed to diverge entirely from his original intentions. The more Ares pondered, the more he sensed something amiss. However, now that they had arrived at the cliff, he could afford no further contemplation. The tall and imposing god of war lowered his gaze to the seemingly endless abyss below, raised his elegantly arched eyebrows, adjusted his demeanor, and directly inquired, when you say go, shall we leap without hesitation? Indeed, we shall turn our backs, and upon my cue, we will jump together. Kuei-in remarked, in this scene, one might mistakenly believe you two are about to commit a tragic act. Ignoring Kuei-in, Ji Gung cast a sidelong glance at Ares, whose face now bore an expression of utmost seriousness. Beneath his prominent nose, his thin lips were pressed tightly together, while his gaze remained fixed on the depths below, exuding fearlessness, determination, and confidence. Ji Gung withdrew his gaze from Ares' profile and glanced down at the abyssal pool shrouded in white mist below, slowly turning away. Once Ares had also turned his back, Ji Gung promptly declared the commencement. As his words resonated in the air, two figures, one black and one white, simultaneously plummeted over the cliff's edge. The sheer velocity of their descent caused Ji Gung's hair, which had merely been loosely tied, to cascade freely from its confines. The forceful wind generated by their fall struck Ji Gung's face. He kept his eyes wide open, refraining from looking down, instead fixating on Ares' face as they both descended together. Ji Gung's gaze was intensely focused, his eyes slightly narrowed, as if holding a hint of laughter. Infused with a romantic allure that seemed both playful and profound, it appeared to be simply observing. In this moment, the sensation of weightlessness and the uncertainty of the distance behind him should have rendered Ares' spirit taut with tension. However, being regarded by Ji Gung in such a manner unexpectedly stirred within Ares a peculiar emotion. It felt as though, amidst the cosmos, only he and Aphrodite existed. Rivals in competition, yet also comrades bracing for unforeseen changes, or perhaps lovers entwined in the dance of life and death. The last two words abruptly sprang to his mind. Startling Ares, upon realizing the implications of his thoughts, his expression darkened, morphing into an increasingly grim countenance. His brows furrowed as he became ensnared in a web of inner turmoil. With his thoughts in disarray, his awareness of the surrounding environment naturally waned. Just as Ares regained his composure and recognized that he was amidst a contest, Ji Gung suddenly flashed him a subtle smile, and before Ares' astonished gaze, he flipped over, effortlessly landing atop Ares, who was caught off guard. The sudden weight caused Ares' heart to lurch. The coolness of Ji Gung's body and the distinctive fragrance emanating from him surged into Ares' heart. Before Ares could contemplate further, Ji Gung cradled his face in his hands and pressed his lips against Ares's. With remarkable finesse, he slipped his tongue into Ares's slightly parted lips, prying open his teeth to invade the warmth of his mouth. The intrusion was undeniably bold and unyielding, yet when Ji Gung's tongue met Ares's, it slowed, transforming into a cautious exploration, entwining tenderly in a manner that was astonishingly gentle. His form lay atop Ares, as fluid as water, akin to a boneless spirit, ensnaring Ares and rendering him utterly motionless, ensnaring him in the sweetness of their mingling lips. The weight upon him instilled both a sense of grounding and an unbearable heat. Ding. God of War Ares, affection level 3, current affection level 80. All of Ares's attention was captured by Ji Gung, his gaze fixated on Ji Gung's eyes, within which his own reflection was vividly mirrored. Unconsciously, Ares's hand encircled Ji Gung's waist, responding to him as he gradually transitioned from a passive role to an assertive one. It was only when a hint of mischief flickered in Ji Gung's eyes as he withdrew his lips from Ares's and forcefully pushed him away with both hands against his chest that Ares suddenly realized he was engaged in a contest with Aphrodite. At that moment, any reaction was far too late. With a resounding splash, Ares plummeted into the multicolored waters, sending a cascade of droplets into the air. The overwhelming impact plunged Ares deep beneath the surface, where the vibrant waters rushed into his parted lips, forcing him to ingest several mouthfuls of the oddly flavored liquid. Realizing he had been tricked ignited a blaze of fury within Ares, prompting him to hold his breath and swim rapidly towards the surface. However, as he emerged from the water and beheld Ji Gung sitting at the water's edge, smiling at him, his rising ire was suddenly doused. The white fabric of Ji Gung's clothing clung to his form, accentuating his long, perfect curves, while he reclined slightly, propping himself up with his hands behind him. Tilting his head, just so, a faint smile gracing his lips. His golden hair cascaded down his back, with a few strands falling delicately across his chest, subtly obscuring the unique allure that the water had imparted. Sensing Ares's gaze upon him, Ji Gung innocently blinked, feigning ignorance, embodying the demeanor of an unsuspecting Na'vi rabbit. Yet, how could he be a mere rabbit? Aphrodite was a cunning fox. No, he was far more sly and unpredictable. Ares clicked his tongue in annoyance. This fellow, Aphrodite, you did this on purpose. Ares raked his fingers through his damp hair, expressing his dissatisfaction. Defeat was defeat, as he observed Ji Gung swimming toward him. Ji Gung composed himself, shedding the pretense of innocence, and remarked leisurely, Ares, you must admit that this contest is a loss for you. Ares, unwilling to concede, began to protest, if it weren't for you, only to trail off. If it weren't for me. What? Ji Gung feigned ignorance, and as he spoke, he casually licked the corner of his lips. The sight of Ji Gung's delicate tongue peeking out from that action made Ares's face flush. He hurriedly climbed ashore, clearing his throat and deliberately raising his voice to mask his sudden discomfort. Aphrodite, you played a trick. Indeed, Ji Gung nodded, looking solely at the outcome. Ares, you have lost. However, he did not elaborate further, instead turning to face Ares, gradually closing the distance between them. As Ji Gung drew closer, Ares felt an involuntary tension coursing through his body. He feigned composure as he accepted Ji Gung's words. But what was it? Ji Gung remained silent as he drew closer to Ares, scrutinizing him with an intensity that only proximity could afford. Perhaps it was the effect of the pond's water drenching his entire being, for the multicolored liquid seemed to dilute the previously palpable aura of bloodshed and violence surrounding Ares. It appeared to temporarily wash away the fierce and tumultuous spirit that instilled fear in others. Ares embodied untamed ferocity, brimming with arrogance and defiance. Yet, when confronted by Ji Gung, he resembled a disheveled wolfhound. Despite his ferocious growls, his sharp fangs remained sheathed. Such exquisite beauty could render all the world's assaults impotent and feeble. Ji Gung is a creature of intrigue, a being of enchantment, adept at ensnaring all prey with his exquisite beauty. However, his voice has grown faint, and his fingertips delicately trace the firm and resilient muscles of Ares, highlighting the strength and allure of this physique. Noticing the sudden tautness of Ares' body, Ji Gung remarked with a playful smile, your physique is quite commendable. Upon hearing such words from Ji Gung, whether as praise or otherwise, Ares felt a flush creeping to his ears. The intoxicating fragrance emanating from Ji Gung inexplicably stirred a sense of restlessness within him. Having lost the wager, he was obliged to fulfill the terms. Ji Gung fixed his gaze upon Ares, asserting, I trust the renowned god of war would never be untrue to his word. Now, tell me, What is it you wish for me to promise? At this juncture, Ares felt a remarkable confidence. Ares, Zhigung softly spoke his name, his tone laced with tender affection. As the sin of his breath enveloped Ares' face, creating an illusion of being entranced. Ares, do you not perceive what I desire you to do? Zhigung's voice was gentle yet laden with ambiguity, his eyes brimming with unspoken emotion, as he leaned closer until their lips nearly touched. My dear, I am the goddess of beauty, but I am also the embodiment of love and desire. Realizing the seductive influence of Aphrodite, Ares felt an unexpected thrill surge within him. His heartbeat quickened, and despite envisioning 1,000 mundane scenarios, he could not suppress the fleeting fantasies that arose in that moment. What I ask of you is, Ares' throat tightened nervously, instinctively calming his breath. Observing Ares' expression, Zhigung raised an eyebrow and cheekily patted his face, grinning, be my servant for a month. At my beck and call, attending to my every need. Ares, pour me a glass of water. Zhigung languidly reclined on the soft couch, resembling a serpentine creature. Propping his head with one hand, unceremoniously commanding the once mighty god of war. Regardless of the contest proceedings, the outcome was clear. Ares had indeed lost. The stakes were high. And even though he harbored dissatisfaction and reluctance towards the result, he had no choice but to endure the penalty of defeat. This led to the days ahead where he would serve as a mere attendant to this cunning and vexing individual. Witnessing Zhigung's unrelenting enjoyment, Ares burned with indignation but was compelled to comply. Ares seems to have a submissive streak, a voice chimed in. After days of being at his beck and call, your favorability has increased by 5 points, and now Ares holds an 85-point affinity towards you. What are you still doing standing there? Seeing Ares remain unmoved, Zhiga raised his eyebrows and elevated his voice slightly. To Ares, this demeanor was nothing short of the essence of a petty individual reveling in their fleeting triumph. Ares shot Zhiga a fierce glare before reluctantly approaching the table to pour a glass of water. Here. Ares thrust the filled cup towards Zhiga, his expression sour. Zhigung lifted his eyelids and glanced at Ares before leisurely accepting the cup of water. After taking a sip, he immediately frowned in mild disdain and remarked, "It is too cold." Ares, discontented with Zhigung's demeanor, snorted coldly and retorted, "The water in that kettle is naturally at this temperature. How can it be too cold? If you don't believe me, try it yourself." Zhigung rotated the cup and then offered it to Ares, eager to witness just how cold the water truly was. Without overthinking, Ares accepted the cup and tilted his head back to drink. After quenching his thirst, he wiped the excess water from the corners of his mouth with his sleeve and glared at Zhigung, asserting, "The water temperature is perfectly fine." "Oh, is it?" Zhigung replied languidly, his gaze drifting to Ares' lips before glancing at the now empty cup, wearing an expression laden with significance. Initially perplexed, Ares suddenly grasped the implication. He glanced down at the empty cup, realizing that he and Aphrodite had just shared an indirect kiss. Meeting Zhigung's teasing gaze, Ares instinctively averted his eyes. But feeling embarrassed, he furrowed his brow and turned back to meet Zhigung's eyes once more. Aphrodite was undoubtedly scheming. Lost in thought, Ares shot Zhigung another glare, his expression darkening further. Meanwhile, a notification chimed. Ares, the god of war, affection level 5, current affection level 90. Quiet. This god of war seems to have a slight protrusion in his lumbar region. Zhigung sat up, brushed off his legs, and raised his gaze to Ares. Gesturing for assistance with a massage, Ares' eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of incredulity. "You want me to massage you? What's the matter?" Zhigung remained unfazed. "Isn't it the duty of a servant to perform such tasks?" "You." Ares pointed at Zhigung, intending to retort, yet found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "Enough with the you." Zhigung grasped Ares' fingers firmly, urging him to act swiftly. The hands of Zhigung were frigid and devoid of warmth, and when they enveloped Ares' warm fingers, it felt akin to an electric shock, startling Ares to instinctively withdraw his hand. Zhigung observed Ares' exaggerated reaction, choosing not to provoke the young pup further. He gently patted his own thigh, raising his gaze to meet Ares's, his eyes shimmering with a serene glow akin to rippling water. In a soft tone imbued with subtle yearning, he implored, "Help me." What should have been a mundane request was imbued with an air of intimacy, transforming the atmosphere into something palpably charged. "Can you speak properly?" Ares murmured, his ears growing warm, unable to suppress his soft grumbling. "What did you say?" Zhigung feigned ignorance, inquiring playfully. "Nothing," Ares retorted immediately, though the defensiveness in his tone was unmistakable. Clearing his throat and regaining his composure, he crouched down, ready to massage Zhigung. However, As his hands made contact with Zhigung's thigh, the smooth and taut sensation rendered him momentarily speechless. Even through the fabric, he could discern the flawless perfection of those long legs. "Are you satisfied?" Ares scoffed, beginning the massage while simultaneously making a jibe. "Lacks any strength, like a wilting flower." "Ares, your contradictory nature is rather endearing," Zhigung remarked. Ares bristled. "Who are you calling endearing? Can a man truly be described as such?" "Aphrodite. You're not only frail like a woman, but your eyes are also severely lacking," Zhigung interjected, cutting him off. "All right, that's enough. Just adjust the pressure of your hands." Ares clicked his tongue but remained silent, focusing intently on the task at hand. Zhigung had initially assumed that Ares, as the god of slaughter, would have no interest in the art of massage. However, he was unexpectedly skilled at modulating his strength. Setting aside everything else, Ares' technique was indeed commendable. Seemingly perceiving Zhigung's thoughts at that moment, Ares retorted with a hint of annoyance. "Sustained combat prowess is one of the hallmarks of a true warrior's valor. Yet a body subjected to high-intensity exertion necessitates appropriate relaxation." For reasons unknown, Ares earnestly added, "Aphrodite, do not perceive me as a mere fool who knows nothing beyond battle. None of the deities on Mount Olympus are truly innocent. These beings feign admiration for your exterior, granting you boundless tolerance while concealing their grotesque intentions beneath a facade of hypocrisy. Why do you feel compelled to remind me of this?" Zhigung inquired. His gaze slightly lowered as he silently scrutinized Ares. Ares averted Zhigung's gaze, responding with impatience. "I merely cannot stand to see you flaunting your beauty like a peacock at every turn." Zhigung smiled faintly, neither affirming nor denying Ares' words. Noticing Zhigung's lack of further inquiries, Ares secretly breathed a sigh of relief and devoted himself to the massage. Unexpectedly, as he continued his work, a faint, delicate murmur drifted down from above. Zhigung half closed his eyes, emitting a low, comfortable moan. Upon hearing this sound, Arestin reacted as if he had stumbled upon a scalding hot potato, swiftly pushing Zhigung's legs apart. Once he regained his composure, reflecting on the momentary fluster he had just experienced, Arestin felt a pang of embarrassment. He immediately adopted a serious expression and couldn't help but exclaim, "Aphrodite, why are you calling out so nonsensically?" Zhigung blinked and earnestly stated, "Because your massage is indeed quite pleasurable." At this moment, Ares moved his lips but chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, the affection meter in the sea of consciousness chimed once more. Ding. God of War Ares, affection 2. Current affection level 92. Quian remarked, "Logically, Ares' affection for you has already reached an impressive 92 points. Why does this fellow stubbornly refuse to admit his feelings for you?" Quian continued, "Could it be that Ares is one of those individuals who only reveals his true self when his affection hits a perfect 100? The day he finally confesses, will it be akin to a ferocious wolf dog baring its fangs in the midst of a hunt?" Quian exclaimed, "Wow, a possessive wolf dog. Fierce and unyielding. Just imagining it is exhilarating." However, as Quian's chatter grew too loud, Zhigung, weary of the incessant prattle, abruptly severed the connection to the sea of consciousness and redirected his focus to the task at hand. "Ares, given your remarkable massage skills, would it not be delightful to be together every day and indulge in such pleasures at any moment?" The seemingly casual words of Zhiga made Ares' heart skip a beat. He lifted his gaze, staring intently at Zhiga, lost in thought as his chiseled brows furrowed slightly, a complex expression emerging on his ruggedly handsome face. "Aphrodite, cease to provoke me." Zhiga, gently inclining his body, placed a hand upon Ares' chest. "Is this how you feel here as well?" Though he posed the question, Zhiga did not afford Ares the opportunity to respond. "Your heart races swiftly. Your lips may deceive, but your heart remains truthful. Aphrodite, do not be so presumptuous." Ares' words trailed off as a cacophony of footsteps approached from outside the door. Hephaestus entered, his dark gaze lingering momentarily on the hand Zhiga had placed on Ares' chest before shifting to Zhiga's face. The conversation abruptly ceased with Hephaestus' arrival, and Ares felt no inclination to continue. Instinctively, he preferred to avoid excessive interaction with the fire god, known for his sincerity and honesty. Perhaps it was a clash of natures. Ares despised Hephaestus' tolerant demeanor in the face of others' bullying, perceiving it not as kindness but as foolishness and cowardice, a form of hypocrisy. Ares did not believe Hephaestus to be as wholly innocent as other deities claimed. The fire god's unattractive exterior, coupled with the admiration he garnered for his character, revealed a cunning nature. Any deity who could maintain a position on Mount Olympus was never truly harmless. Casting a glance at Hephaestus, Ares' gaze lingered on his feet for a few moments before he turned back to Giga and declared, "I shall take my leave." With that, he rose to depart. Ever since he had lost a bet and agreed to serve as Aphrodite's attendant for a month, he had found that whenever Hephaestus was present, Aphrodite would always insist he leave first. Thus, without waiting for Giga to speak, Ares made a conscious decision to exit, not wishing to engage further with Hephaestus, whose presence intensified his sense of superfluity. As he brushed past Hephaestus, Ares glanced at the fire goddess' legs before striding out of the room. Once Ares had departed, Hephaestus approached Giga with deliberate, steady steps, halting at the spot where Ares had once stood. Imitating Ares' earlier demeanor, he crouched down and gently placed his hand on Jigung's leg. He lifted his gaze to meet Jigung's, his eyes resembling a vast expanse of stars, yet also embodying profound darkness. The corners of his lips subtly moved as he earnestly declared, "Aphrodite, what Ares is capable of, I am equally willing to undertake. In the future, if you require a massage, allow me to be the one to provide it. Shall we?" His tone was imbued with sincerity. Despite his typically deep and gravelly voice, it flowed smoothly and passionately in this moment. Chapter 93. Jigung remained silent, lowering his gaze to meet Hephaestus's eyes, shedding his feelings of inferiority. The intense emotions reflected in the other's gaze resembled the seething magma of a volcano, fiery and profound. Most of the time, Hephaestus was quiet. So quiet that one could easily overlook his presence. Yet, at times, Jigung felt that Hephaestus resembled a beast concealed in darkness. His clumsiness was merely a facade concealing a chilling silence. Hephaestus was the first individual in this world to reach a perfect affinity of 100 points with Jigung. Yet he was also the one Jigung cared for the most. The more time Jigung spent with Hephaestus, the more he sensed an odd dissonance surrounding him. Tolerance, honesty, sincerity, these were the hallmarks of Hephaestus. Even Jigung had to concede that Hephaestus had crafted this persona exceptionally well. Perhaps these qualities were inherently part of Hephaestus's character. Rather than a mere disguise, he simply amplified this aspect while concealing another deeper within. Thus, in the eyes of the gods, few deities regarded this as hypocrisy. Of course, these were merely Jigung's speculations, but he had always trusted his intuition, which had proven remarkably accurate. Therefore, even with the indication that Hephaestus's affinity for him had reached the pinnacle of 100 points, Jigung still harbored doubts. Noticing Jigung's prolonged silence, a flicker of anxiety crossed Hephaestus's eyes. He parted his lips and gently inquired once more, "How is Aphrodite?" Jigung suddenly smiled, extending his hand to gently caress the face of Hephaestus. The contrast between his fair, smooth hand and the scars adorning Hephaestus's visage was striking. Rather than responding with a simple affirmation or negation, he leisurely inquired, "Hephaestus, between the ferocious, bloodthirsty wolf and the valiant, cunning tiger, which one poses a greater danger?" Upon hearing this, Hephaestus hesitated momentarily before placing his hand over Jigung's, speaking with utmost seriousness, "Aphrodite, I shall not allow any harm to befall you." Hephaestus, are you truly unaware, or are you merely feigning ignorance? Jigung retracted his hand, his tone tinged with an inexplicable emotion. Hephaestus gazed at his empty palm, lowering his eyelids, his countenance reflecting a hint of melancholy. Jigung raised an eyebrow and deftly shifted the topic of conversation. "I recall that Hermes conveyed a decree from Queen Hera the other day, requesting you to craft another divine throne. Have you completed it yet?" "Not yet," Hephaestus replied, shaking his head. "Then you should attend to that first," Jigung said, rising to his feet and casually adjusting his garments. He added without hesitation, "I happen to have matters to attend to in the city of Cyprus." "The city of Cyprus?" Hephaestus inquired, also standing. Jigung smiled slightly, remarking that the little prince had been given too much freedom for too long and ought to settle down. After uttering these words, he did not spare another glance at Hephaestus, but rather circumvented him and exited the room. Hephaestus lowered his head, his long hair obscuring his unattractive and dark visage, rendering his expression indecipherable. His hands hung by his sides, tightly clenched into fists. Kuein inquired, "Did you do it intentionally? To provoke Hephaestus?" "Indeed." Kuein continued, "By the way, what did you mean by the wolf and the tiger? If the wolf refers to Ares, does the tiger signify Hephaestus? But why Hephaestus?" "Kuein, whose intelligence do you inherit? What's wrong with that? Is it my fault if I'm not clever enough? Wait, tiger, white tiger. Are you implying that Hephaestus is connected to the white tiger in Asia? For now, it is merely conjecture." "Thus, were you testing Hephaestus just now?" "Indeed. In truth, the notion did not arise from a vacuum. If one were to revisit the initial appearance of Hephaestus, it would be evident that apart from him and Ares, Hephaestus was the only other presence. This original scene serves as an excellent entry point for speculation. Of course, had it merely been due to Hephaestus lurking in the shadows at that time, Zhigung would not have pondered so deeply. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Hephaestus has always been the first to discern his whereabouts. Whether during the initial instance when he accompanied Hypnos and Thanatos back to the underworld, or during the encounter with the wind god Adonis and Apollo, Hephaestus consistently located him first. If it were merely based on scent, even the keenest of beasts could not track across vast distances, spanning miles and traversing lands to reach the abyss, unless he possessed something on him that served as a medium for tracking. Aside from the red thread Hephaestus crafted for him, he had never adorned himself with anything else from others or other deities. This is also a significant reason for his suspicion regarding the connection between Hephaestus and Hephaestus. Over the past few days, Zhigung has occasionally contemplated whether Hephaestus's seemingly honest and somewhat foolish demeanor in front of others might be due to his divine consciousness being split into two parts, one as the honest god of fire, Hephaestus, and the other as the white tiger, Hephaestus. If one were to describe the fire god Hephaestus as honest yet somewhat dull, then the white tiger Hephaestus embodies a character that is vibrant and multifaceted, fierce and possessive. It seems as though they represent two extremes, one stoic, the other animated. It appears that the dullness of one is merely a reflection of the emotional depth bestowed upon the other. This elucidates why Hephaestus's naive and benevolent nature, bordering on foolishness, does not come across as insincere. It is an intrinsic part of his character, manifesting authentically, akin to a deeply ingrained habit. Contemplating this, Zhigung cast a glance at the slender red chain adorning his wrist, and he couldn't help but acknowledge that Hephaestus had genuinely piqued his interest. Kuei-in interjected, however, Hephaestus's favor towards you has already reached the maximum of 100 points. Data indicates that he is not a legitimate target for conquest. While it is true that data cannot perpetually maintain accuracy, given that the complexities of emotional fluctuations elude quantification, Zhigung nonetheless found himself inclined to trust the information provided by the Sea of Consciousness. The rationale behind this skepticism lay in the notion that if Hephaestus and Hephaestus were indeed intertwined, the situation would take on an exceptional quality, one that singular data could not fully encapsulate. After all, if Hephaestus and Hephaestus were truly two halves of a divided consciousness, then the ultimate measure of their mutual affections might well require both parts to achieve a full score of 100 points. In the realm of consciousness, he could perceive Hephaestus' fondness for him, yet Hephaestus' favor remained elusive. Thus, should Hephaestus be a transformation of Hephaestus, a fragment belonging to him, it would necessitate a recalibration of the displayed affection for Hephaestus. This suggests that only upon Hephaestus reaching a comparable score of 100 points could he ascertain whether Hephaestus was indeed a genuine target for conquest. What initially seemed to be yet another mundane endeavor now unexpectedly escalated in complexity. With this thought, the corners of Zhigung's lips curled upward slightly. The unfolding events were becoming increasingly intriguing. As for Hephaestus, there was no rush. Presently, his task was to ascertain whether the wayward young prince had preserved the roses within the opulent castle, awaiting his arrival. Upon exiting the palace, Zhigung encountered Ares, leaning casually against a column. The previous night, for reasons unknown, the usually temperate Olympus experienced an unprecedented rainfall, causing the once warm air to become somewhat thin and nebulous. As the wind dispersed the remnants of the rain, today's Olympus mirrored a pristine mirror, exuding a refreshing and invigorating aura. In this moment, Ares stood below the palace, his gaze slightly lowered, lazily leaning against the column, a posture rendered even more striking by the post-rain atmosphere, which lent him an air of nonchalant elegance. Despite his reluctance to serve as Zhigung's attendant for a month, Ares had surprisingly exhibited a remarkable degree of compliance over the past few days. Where to next? Upon seeing Zhigung emerge, Ares naturally inquired, Cypress City? What brings you there? Ares's expression was somewhat peculiar, as if questioning the veracity of certain rumors. Noticing Ares's demeanor, Zhigung became intrigued. What rumors? Ares cast a sidelong glance at Zhigung, his tone laced with a hint of discontent and sarcasm. The prince of Cypress City, Adonis, is your kept lover. Zhigung nearly burst into laughter. Lover? He shook his head and corrected, it is a pet. Upon hearing this, Ares let out a soft grunt. His tone softened from its earlier harshness, yet he could not refrain from a mocking retort. Aphrodite, you are indeed quite the romantic. My dear, I am the god of love, the embodiment of affection and desire. Your jibe holds no significance for me. After a brief pause, Ji Gung continued. Just as your role as the god of war dictates that battle and slaughter are your true calling, you should not abandon your formidable armor and sharp blade to become merely a youthful poet who revels in the elegance of the arts. Ares furrowed his brow, eager to counter, yet found no words potent enough to respond, ultimately forcing out a stiff retort. Aphrodite, I cannot match your wit. With that, he turned away from Ji Gung, sulking as he strode to the front. After a few paces, noticing Ji Gung had not followed, he turned back and shouted, Are we going or not? Yes, Kuei-in remarked. I must say, the young wolf's behavior can be rather childish at times. The distance between Cyprus and Mount Olympus is not great, making it one of the few territories in close proximity to Olympus. This proximity contributes to Cyprus's greater prosperity and affluence compared to other cities. Cyprus has a tradition of hosting a flower festival each year. On this day, if a man is enamored with a woman, he presents her with a floral wreath. Should the woman reciprocate his feelings, she will don the wreath he bestowed upon her, thus marking the beginning of their romantic union. Consequently, every year during the flower festival, regardless of social status, all unmarried individuals eagerly participate. Today happens to be the annual flower festival in Cyprus. Chapter 94. The flower festival is a grand occasion in Cyprus. The entire city is adorned beautifully, and all unmarried young men and women don their finest attire in hopes of finding a heartfelt connection. Ji Gung had heard of this festival, but was unaware of the exact date it occurred, so he felt a sense of surprise at encountering it today. As Ji Gung and Ares approached the gates of Cyprus, they could already hear the jubilant cheers of the youth within. Ares, who had been walking slightly ahead of Ji Gung, suddenly halted upon hearing the sounds. What's wrong? Ji Gung inquired, glancing at Ares, who stood rooted in place. Ares frowned and replied, It is too noisy inside. Upon hearing the words, Ji Gung raised an eyebrow and forcefully pushed Ares forward by his shoulder. Taken aback by this unexpected action, Ares stumbled momentarily. Regaining his balance, he swiftly turned around, glaring at Ji Gung with a hint of irritation. Aphrodite, what are you doing? Can't we go in without all this noise? Ji Gung replied coolly, A servant has no choice but to obey. Ares pointed an accusatory finger at Ji Gung, struggling to articulate a more fitting retort, ultimately lowering his hand in frustration. Fine, let us go. Suddenly, Ji Gung called out to Ares once more, prompting Ares to turn around impatiently. Ji Gung glanced at Ares' attire. Ares was strikingly handsome, tall and imposing, yet the aura of menace surrounding him was palpable. Even when merely standing still, he effortlessly drew the gaze of others. Our entrance is far too ostentatious, Ji Gung remarked. Ares rolled his eyes, retorting, The only one being ostentatious here is you. Ji Gung cast a glance at the distant city gate, where he could faintly discern the radiant smiles of young men and women within. After pondering for a few seconds with his brows furrowed, he suddenly lifted his gaze and offered a subtle smile to Ares. Ares felt a jolt in his chest, an unsettling premonition stirring within him. Indeed, his intuition was quickly confirmed. Ares, you must assume a different guise, masquerading as an ordinary woman. What did you say? Ares exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he pointed to his own nose. You want me to disguise myself as a woman? Impossible. Without a moment's hesitation, Ares resolutely rejected the notion, his demeanor laced with a hint of indignation. Ares, a servant should unconditionally obey the commands of their master, Ji Gung countered, wielding his trump card. At this, Ares fell silent, turning his head away in feigned ignorance. Consequently, Ji Gung remained quiet, observing him with a bemused expression. The sudden stillness in the air made Ares' heart race, and he could not resist stealing furtive glances at Ji Gung. A bet is a bet, Ji Gung emphasized, underscoring the finality of his words. Is there no room for negotiation? Ares turned his head back, his gaze meeting Ji Gung's, though his tone had noticeably softened. Ji Gung pondered for a moment before saying, It's not entirely impossible. Ares immediately replied, Just say it directly. Ji Gung then pointed to his lips with a playful smile, adding, If you kiss me, you won't need to disguise yourself as a woman. Upon hearing this, Ares' expression darkened, yet as his gaze involuntarily drifted to Ji Gung's lips, a sudden warmth surged within him. Stop hesitating. Make a choice. Ares fixated on Ji Gung's lips, which were exquisitely shaped, not overly full, with a moderate hue that was neither garish nor dull, but rather a delicate, lustrous pink that exuded an enchanting allure, akin to a beautiful blossom perpetually releasing a captivating fragrance. After a brief moment of silence, Ares stepped closer to Ji Gung, who was slightly shorter in stature. Aries lowered his gaze, observing Ji Gung for a brief moment before leaning down to bestow a gentle kiss upon his lips. It was a fleeting contact, reminiscent of a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, a delicate touch that departed almost as quickly as it arrived. This ephemeral sensation lingered, akin to a feather softly landing upon the heart, light and subtle, yet filled with an ambiguous thrill. Ding. Aries, the god of war, affection level 3. Current affection level 95 points. Is this satisfactory? Aries' tone was somewhat awkward. Despite having shared more intimate moments than this kiss, he sensed that this experience was distinctly different. He could not articulate what set it apart, but in that instant, a delightful itch stirred within him. It was not unpleasant. Rather, it bore a sweetness. Upon seeing Ji Gung nod, Aries transformed himself into an unremarkable young man, seamlessly blending into the crowd. Yet, despite this fade, the fierce aura of battle and a chilling air of authority emanated from him, creating a stark contrast between his ordinary appearance and the regal, commanding presence that seemed to clash with the mundane surroundings. Ji Gung cast a few glances at the transformed Aries, but refrained from urging him to soften his gaze. Having also donned the attire of an ordinary youth, Ji Gung patted Aries on the shoulder and departed. The Flower Festival, a grand annual celebration in the city of Cyprus, attracted not only the local youth but also many from neighboring territories. Thus, upon their entrance into the city, Ji Gung and Aries garnered little attention. Observing the vibrant revelers around them, whose faces radiated with joy amidst their carefree singing and dancing, Aries crossed his arms and could not help but scoff, remarking on the alarming lack of vigilance among the crowd. If an attack were to occur at this moment, it would undoubtedly spell disaster, he noted. Though his voice was not particularly loud, it was sufficiently audible for the nearby dancers, who halted their movements in surprise, casting looks of discontent and scrutiny in Aries' direction. Ji Gung swiftly extended his hand and delivered a forceful slap to Aries' nape, then turned to the displeased assembly of men and women, smiling apologetically. I sincerely apologize. My elder brother has many admirable qualities, yet his intellect is somewhat lacking, and his words often escape his mouth without passing through his mind. Aries, cradling his sore head, glared at Ji Gung with evident dissatisfaction. You. However, before he could utter another word, Ji Gung swiftly covered his mouth and dragged him away from the crowd. Aphrodite. Whom did you just imply has a problem with their intellect? Aries immediately inquired as soon as Ji Gung released him. Ji Gung rolled his eyes, exclaiming, Isn't this blatantly obvious? If I allow you to continue, it will only attract an increasing number of onlookers. However, before Aries could finish his words, Ji Gung interjected. Since we are here, and it is such a fortunate coincidence to encounter this festival, we ought to partake in the experience. Upon hearing this, Aries immediately looked at Ji Gung with a wary expression, asking, Experience what? Ji Gung found amusement in Aries' expression, which resembled that of a startled bird, and couldn't help but chuckle. Do not be anxious. With that, he took Aries' hand and led him toward the more vibrant streets. As they passed a small stall, Ji Gung purchased a bamboo strip and skillfully crafted it into a floral crown, disregarding Aries' protests as he placed it atop Aries' head. Aries, with a displeased expression, remarked, Why are you putting a woman's adornment on me? As he spoke, he prepared to remove the crown from his head. As Ji Gung remained silent, the elderly flower vendor beside him, smiling warmly, gestured to Aries, saying, Once you don the flower crown, you are bound as partners. It cannot be removed. Aries paused, bewildered. Partners? The custom of our flower festival dictates that on this day, whoever gifts you a hand-woven floral crown signifies their affection and once donned. It represents the binding of destinies. Ji Gung turned Aries' face towards himself, then raised a hand to secure the slightly loose crown, earnestly stating, Look, I have placed this crown upon you. According to local custom, you are now my partner. A sudden tightening gripped Aries' heart, laced with a mix of confusion and an undercurrent of joy. Aphrodite, what are you babbling about? My dear, I speak no nonsense, Ji Gung whispered softly into Aries' ear. I wish to ensnare you like this flower crown, binding you so you cannot escape. Ding. Aries, the god of war, affection level 1, currently at 96 points. Aries felt enchanted, for why else would his heart race so fiercely, accompanied by a secret thrill? Partner? Aphrodite had married Hephaestus. What did this mean for him? As if sensing Aries' thoughts, Ji Gung leaned in and gently nibbled Aries' earlobe, declaring him a lover. Ding. Aries, the god of war, affection level 1. Currently at 97 points. Quian exclaimed, Yes, Aries' affection has been rising unexpectedly fast these days. just 3 points away from maximum. Indeed, Shi Gung had laid ample groundwork, allowing Ares' affection to naturally flourish. Yet, reaching the final 3 points would not be an easy feat, despite Ares now holding 97 points. Quian continued, however, I find Lord War God's thoughts rather intricate. Despite his increasing affection, he seems more awkward and evasive, quite the drama king. Whatever happened to the fierce little wolf dog? Quian remarked, he may be fierce, but he certainly does not pounce like a little wolf dog. Quian pondered, could it be that only upon reaching a full 100 points can his wolf dog attributes be unleashed? Quian reassured, but I'm not anxious, not at all. The prolonged foreplay with Lord War God will make the main course all the more exhilarating. Chapter 95. In stark contrast to the bustling vibrancy of the streets of Cyprus, the palace exuded a palpable chill. The guards, steadfast in their loyalty, remained vigilant, undeterred by the rare celebration of the floral festival. Shi Gung skillfully evaded the guards alongside Ares, swiftly arriving at the palace of Adonis. After casting a glance at the towering walls before him, he pondered for a brief moment before leaping upward with determination. Once he steadied himself on the crimson-tiled roof, he turned back only to find Ares still rooted in place, his countenance dark and brooding, resembling an immovable statue of a great Buddha. Shi Gung, disinterested in pondering what had caused this previously composed individual to suddenly become so irritable, simply gestured with his eyes for Ares to hasten his ascent. Ares remained unmoved. Shi Gung furrowed his brows, poised to unleash his trump card. However, Ares seemed to anticipate his intentions, leaping unwillingly to Shi Gung's side. Shi Gung gently prodded Ares' cheek with his finger, speaking in an affectionate tone, my servant, why do you appear so discontent once more? The moment he uttered these words, Ares' expression darkened further. Kuei-in remarked, what a farce. Just a moment ago, you referred to the god of war as your lover, and now he is merely a servant. Aphrodite, are you attempting to pacify a child? Ares disdainfully retorted. After his words, he averted his gaze from Shi Gung and made his way toward the inner palace, navigating through the rubble. Adonis, favored by the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, resided in the most opulent palace despite the disdain shown by King Cyprus due to his origins. When Shi Gung and Ares arrived at the inner palace, they chanced upon Adonis practicing his swordplay. Perhaps owing to his birth beneath the myrrh tree, Adonis' palace was devoid of superfluous flora, instead adorned with towering myrrh trees, so abundant that they were nearly ubiquitous. At that moment, a large tree obstructed Shi Gung and Ares' view, while Adonis, unaware of their presence, continued his sword practice with his back turned to them. It had not been long since Shi Gung last beheld Adonis. Yet for a young man in the throes of growth, mere months could transform a tender youth into a strikingly handsome young man. Adonis was undoubtedly one of the most exquisite beings among mortals, surpassing even many deities in beauty, due to the numerous myrrh trees in the courtyard. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a dappled glow upon the ground, creating an ethereal tapestry of light. Some of this luminescence fell upon Adonis, who donned a blue garment. The warm rays of sunlight harmonized with his attire, reminiscent of the early morning on the Styx River where dawn met the azure waters, exuding a serene allure akin to a sunlit coastline. However, there was a distinction. Adonis' form was in constant motion, his lithe body and sword dancing with vitality. Now a fully grown youth, he stood tall and robust like a verdant tree, brimming with youthful energy and the vigor of life. Kuei-in observed, how remarkable. Adonis' affinity for you has inexplicably soared to 80 points, despite your limited encounters. In dreams, Aphrodite has always regarded Adonis as something extraordinary. From the moment she extricated him from the myrrh tree, it became evident that his life would be inextricably linked to the name Aphrodite, a bond from which he could neither escape nor sever. It resembles a bond of blood, yet it is a connection far more profound than mere flesh and kinship. This deeply ingrained connection compels Adonis, despite his outward resistance, to succumb to the fervent desire for intimacy that lies within the depths of his heart. The more he resists, the stronger the yearning becomes. He simultaneously loathes this aspect of himself while uncontrollably longing for it. With frequent contemplation, it is only natural that such thoughts invade his dreams at night. Dreams are ephemeral yet enchanting, for they unveil the innermost desires of the soul. As the saying goes, one dreams of what they ponder by day. The entanglement that follows only intensifies the longing, creating a cyclical contradiction that leads him back into dreams. Indeed, although these are mere dreams, they evoke an unexpected depth of affection. It seems that Adonis's dreams undoubtedly contain scenes of a more risky nature. How I long to delve deeper into this. The allure of a younger partner is undeniably captivating. Ah, having followed you for so long, have I not been exposed to enough scandalous imagery? Just gaze upon the current Lord of Fire. The green hats are practically raining down. The verdant pastures above are ample enough for me to gallop through for a year, perhaps aware that Ji Gung would inevitably sever his connection with the sea of consciousness. Aoin, like a machine gun, articulated her thoughts in rapid succession before instinctively disconnecting. With the cacophony in his mind finally silenced, Ji Gung redirected his full attention to Adonis. In comparison to deities, humanity's physical prowess is inherently limited. However, perhaps due to Adonis's birth from the Mer tree, he possesses greater speed, strength, and flexibility than the average person. At this moment, he wields his long sword with precision and elegance, each movement deliberate and unhesitant, the blade slicing through the air with fierce gusts. This beautiful and proud prince is akin to a sword yet to be unsheathed, a resplendent gem that captivates all who behold him. Ji Gung observed intently, while Ares beside him grew increasingly discontented. He furrowed his brow, glancing at Ji Gung, then at Adonis, and finally his gaze returned to Ji Gung's face. Noticing that Ji Gung remained utterly engrossed in watching Adonis, a sense of irritation welled up within him. He was not a man known for his patience, nor did he conceal his displeasure. He despised the way Aphrodite gazed at Adonis, even though Adonis was merely a frail human with a fleeting lifespan. Adonis's status was too peculiar. Despite not having paid much attention to Aphrodite's affairs, Ares was aware that in the city of Cyprus, there was a prince named Adonis, a possession of the goddess of beauty, born from her essence. For a mere mortal, Ares should have felt disdain. However, upon beholding Adonis's visage, an acute sense of crisis suddenly arose within him. This youth was strikingly handsome, radiating a youthful beauty imbued with an innocent naivety, his flawless features surpassing even those of the deities. Such captivating looks inevitably attracted more attention, despite his sardonic remarks about Aphrodite's appearance. He found himself moved by Adonis's beauty. Thus, Ares could not guarantee that Aphrodite would be impervious to Adonis's allure. After all, the goddess of beauty had an affinity for things and beings of equal splendor, a truth well known across Olympus and the entire realm of the divine. Reluctantly, Ares acknowledged that his heart had long been invaded by Aphrodite. She effortlessly stirred his emotions, whether in anger or joy. At this moment, undeniably, a wave of jealousy surged within him. As the god of war, he was destined from birth to be accompanied by bloodshed and martial fervor, his very essence infused with rage and ferocity, possession and plunder. Though he managed to restrain himself for now, Ares was uncertain when Aphrodite might unleash his true nature. Thus, he yearned to distance himself from the source of his turmoil, Aphrodite, the architect of his distress. Yet this insufferable being seemed relentless in provoking him. Adonis felt helpless, torn between his irritation and an undeniable longing to draw closer. On one hand, he felt vexed. On the other, he experienced a burgeoning delight. All of this was due to Aphrodite. With this thought, Ares' gaze gradually shifted from Ji Gung's profile down to his neck, fair-skinned and slender. From his vantage point, one could discern a graceful and fluid curvature. Even the slightly protruding Adam's apple appeared exquisitely refined. Had it not been for Aphrodite, or rather, had she not intervened in his life, perhaps all troubles would have been averted. In that fleeting moment, a torrent of negative emotions surged through Ares' mind, spiraling uncontrollably into madness. His gaze fixed on Ji Gung began to darken, and within his pupils, shadows of despair and a yearning for destruction began to surface. If Aphrodite were but a mortal, he would merely need to grasp her throat, for it would be the most vulnerable part of her being. With a firm squeeze, she would be forever deprived of life's breath. At that moment, Ji Gung, seemingly sensing the shift, abruptly withdrew his gaze from Adonis and turned to face Ares. "You cannot bear to do it." Ji Gung spoke softly, a faint smile gracing the corners of his eyes. His gaze, a deep cerulean, should have resembled the crystalline clarity of water. Yet, when locked in such close proximity with Ares, it bore the depths of an unfathomable ocean. The tenderness in his eyes ensnared Ares like a chain, rendering him utterly trapped and bereft of escape, compelled to endure the offerings bestowed by Aphrodite. Who? The commotion from Ji Gung finally drew the attention of Adonis. The young man, engrossed in his sword practice, turned his vigilant gaze towards Ji Gung and the others, cautiously advancing with his sword in hand. However, Ji Gung paid no heed to the approaching Adonis. Instead, he reached out, wrapping his arms around Ares' neck, pressing his face against Ares' cheek, and softly murmured, "Ares, you cannot kill me, nor would you wish to." His tone was tender, reminiscent of intimate whispers between lovers. Indeed, it was impossible to kill him. Aphrodite was, after all, not a fragile mortal. She was a goddess, a master of enchanting hearts. Even if one were to grasp her throat, it would not impede her from wielding her beauty for malevolent deeds. Ares lowered his brows. The murderous intent that had flickered in his eyes moments ago now replaced by a gentle resignation. Aphrodite, you are the bane of this world. As he spoke, his hands, which had been resting on Zhigung's shoulders, prepared to push him away. Meanwhile, the overlooked Adonis was nearing the myrrh tree that obscured Zhigung and Ares' figures. A single step forward would grant Adonis a clear view of the two, concealed by the dense foliage. Who is there? Adonis tightened his grip on the sword, his gaze piercing towards Zhigung and the others, sharp as a blade. Just as Ares intended to release Zhigung from his embrace, upon hearing Adonis' voice, his hands instinctively shifted downward, encircling Zhigung's waist instead. Following Ares' movement, Adonis took a step forward and was met with the intimate sight of the two men embracing. By some instinctive intuition, Adonis' gaze fell upon Zhigung, who was disguised as an ordinary person. This glance caused Adonis' heart to tremble violently, his eyes widening in shock. From his vantage point, he could only see Zhigung's profile, an unremarkable face, devoid of any striking features, utterly ordinary. Yet, in that fleeting moment, this mundane visage ignited an uncontrollable flutter in Adonis' heart. It was Aphrodite. This man was the indifferent, willful, and haughty goddess of beauty, Aphrodite. Ding. Plant god Adonis' favorability increased by 5, currently at 85 points. Adonis found himself at a loss to articulate the tumultuous emotions surging within him: excitement, joy, or perhaps hatred and resentment. Perhaps it was a blend of all these feelings. Was Aphrodite here specifically to see him? Adonis dared not delve too deeply into his thoughts. He believed he should harbor a disdain for Aphrodite. However, when she unexpectedly appeared before him, he could not suppress a surge of joy. To him, Aphrodite was ultimately unique. He was born of her essence, and the first sight that graced his eyes was that of Aphrodite herself. On one hand, he loathed the mark she had imprinted upon him, yet on the other, he felt an irresistible urge to draw closer to her. Such conflicting emotions swirled within Adonis's heart, transforming his initial hatred for Aphrodite into a complex and indescribable sentiment. Their relationship, which ought to have been the most intimate, was ironically one where he was merely a fleeting pet rescued from whimsy by Aphrodite. In a fleeting moment, countless thoughts flickered through Adonis's mind. He gazed at Zhigung, who was entwined in an embrace with another man, and a wave of resentment and restlessness surged within him. His bond with Aphrodite had never been one of equality. Thus he instinctively despised this man who could share such intimacy with her, even though he knew the man was likely transformed by a powerful deity. Who was he? The handsome youth furrowed his brow, observing the two as they parted, his tone laden with a hint of inquiry and grievance that he himself had yet to recognize. Upon meeting Zhigung once more, Adonis's first utterance revolved around the question of Ares' identity. Zhigung, servant; Ares, lover. As Zhigung and Ares spoke simultaneously. Upon hearing Zhigung's response, Ares cast a solemn gaze towards him. Meeting Ares' eyes, Zhigung innocently blinked. In the next moment, the two spoke in unison once more. Zhigung, the lover; Ares, the god of war. Adonis. Adonis furrowed his brow more tightly as he observed the intense gaze exchanged between Zhigung and Ares. A growing sense of frustration stirring within his chest. He felt like an extraneous presence, loathing the sensation of being an outsider, and detesting the unspoken bond shared between Ares and Aphrodite. Unconsciously, Adonis tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, his fingers turning pale from the pressure. Aphrodite, what brings you here? He could no longer suppress his voice, interrupting the moment. Of course, I've come to see you, Zhigung promptly replied. Adonis, however, let out a scoff, laced with sarcasm. You brought your lover to visit me? Should I feel honored? Adonis, you are too sharp-tongued. Zhigung shook his head, then leapt down from the wall, approaching Adonis while stating, as your divine progenitor, Adonis, you have no right to question my choice of company. Enough. Adonis pointed his sword at Zhigung, halting his advance, the sarcasm in his tone deepening. Aphrodite, your air of superiority is irksomely persistent. This is the second time. Zhigung remarked, gazing at the tip of the sword, his voice calm. Adonis, every action has its limits. Adonis parted his lips, about to speak, when Ares suddenly jumped down from the wall, standing beside Zhigung and disdainfully appraising Adonis. Aphrodite, this fellow is merely handsome. Beyond that, he is quite unremarkable. In response, Adonis coldly retorted, "The illustrious god of war Ares, aside from brute strength, is hardly anything to write home about. Even that strength merely culminates in distasteful slaughter and bloodshed." Having unleashed his pent-up feelings, Adonis lowered his sword aimed at Ji Gung, his gaze now directed sharply at Ares. At least the fire god Hephaestus possesses unparalleled forging skills. And the sun god Apollo is adept at creating music that brings joy to the world. As for you, Ares, beyond your brutishness and volatility, there is little else worthy of admiration. Unfazed by Ares's darkening expression, Adonis relished the moment. "Ares, what right do you have to judge me?" "Kuei-in, indeed. The little prince is quite attentive to you, even familiar with your various romantic interests." "Kuei-in, honestly, I did not expect Adonis to be so articulate. In a verbal spar, Ares would certainly be no match for the little prince." "Adonis," Ares licked his lips, a glint of dark light emerging in his deep, obsidian eyes. His voice low and laden with unmasked malice and disdain. "At least my strength can ensure your eternal silence. In my eyes, you are pathetically weak. As a deity, I am naturally superior to you." "Aki, very well, I retract my previous statement. The god of war certainly possesses a talent for striking at one's vulnerabilities." Adonis felt a sudden tightness in his chest. His ignoble origins had always been a thorn in his heart. He despised the lofty demeanor of these deities and loathed his own human form, no matter how hard he endeavored. The chasm of power between him and the gods appeared as an insurmountable abyss. Adonis pressed his lips tightly together, his gaze heavy as it lingered on Ares. His pupils were a shade of tea gray, and when he delved into deep contemplation, a faint mist seemed to veil his eyes, imparting an ethereal beauty that further accentuated his already impeccable features. At this moment, sunlight filtered through the myrrh trees, casting a dappled light upon his handsome visage, half illuminated and half cloaked in shadow, akin to the interplay of light and dark. This chiaroscuro effect enhanced Adonis's striking appearance, adding an inexplicable allure. In terms of looks alone, even Giga had to concede that Adonis was indeed exceptionally handsome. Perhaps Giga's gaze upon Adonis was too overt, for Ares furrowed his brow, stepping slightly forward to shield Giga's view with his own body. Sensing Ares's intent, a sardonic smile crept across Adonis's lips. "Ares, what troubles you?" No sooner had Adonis spoken than a young attendant clad in blue hurried towards them from the corridor, calling out, "Prince Adonis! Prince Adonis!" His face beamed with joy as he clutched a beautifully adorned small box. As he drew closer, he noticed Giga and Ares, who were disguised as ordinary figures. Quickly sensing the subtle tension in the air, something felt amiss. The usually carefree attendant, emboldened by Adonis's indulgence, became acutely aware of the peculiar atmosphere. His gaze flitted between Giga and Ares before finally settling on Ares, a man exuding an aura of cold menace that instinctively put him on guard. Thus, he positioned himself in front of Adonis, like a hen protecting her chick, eyeing Ares warily. "What do you hold in your hands?" At this moment, Ji Gung unexpectedly spoke up. Despite having disguised his appearance, his voice remained distinctly his own. His tone was naturally melodious and pleasant, reminiscent of gentle water droplets cascading down a mountainside. Even in its unembellished monotony, it possessed an ineffable charm. Curiosity tinged his intonation with a hint of questioning, causing his voice to rise slightly at the end, infusing it with an alluring quality that caressed the ears like a soft caress to the heart. The attendant in a blue robe couldn't resist craning his neck to glimpse behind Ares, feeling that someone with such a voice ought not to bear the utterly ordinary visage he had just witnessed. Lost in this thought, the attendant strained even harder to catch a closer look at Ji Gung, entirely forgetting that Ares had just placed him on a perilous list. It was only when Ares's cold gaze, infused with lethal intent, swept toward him that the attendant jolted back to reality, retracting his head abruptly. "What do you hold in your hand?" This time, it was Adonis who inquired. "Your Highness." This appeared suddenly during His Majesty's blessing. The attendant replied hastily, presenting the box to Adonis. "The bottom of this little box bears a rose seal, identical to the mark on your collarbone, Your Highness. His Majesty instructed me to deliver it to you." The attendant mumbled softly, his face betraying an insatiable curiosity. It was no wonder he was so intrigued. During the royal blessing, a sudden gust of wind had swept through, raising sand and dust that instinctively made them close their eyes. When they opened them again, the box had miraculously appeared before the king. As Adonis held the box, a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. He traced his fingertips over the rose seal at the bottom. The familiar pattern was indeed identical to that on his collarbone. The very individual who had etched this mark upon him stood less than 3 meters away. Adonis furrowed his brow, beginning to scan the vicinity for Ji Gung. Not long after Aphrodite had arrived, his father had received such a box. This coincidence compelled Adonis to cast a suspicious glance toward Jigung. Jigung stepped away from Ares, meeting Adonis's gaze, which was filled with suspicion and wariness. He found it somewhat amusing and remarked, "Don't look at me. This is not my doing. If you are so eager to uncover the truth, why not simply open it and see for yourself?" Upon hearing this, Adonis pressed his lips together tightly, lowering his gaze to the small box in his hands. After a moment of silence, he reluctantly decided to open it. However, upon glimpsing the contents within, the formerly serious expression on Adonis's face rapidly flushed a deep crimson. "What is it?" Jigung inquired with curiosity, stepping closer to take a look. Yet, as if suddenly realizing something, Adonis swiftly snapped the box shut with a decisive thud. Jigung raised an eyebrow, expressing surprise. "Such a strong reaction? Does it concern me?" Adonis did not respond to Jigung's inquiry. Instead, he placed the box into the hands of the attendant clad in blue, urgently commanding, "Dispose of it." The blue-clad attendant appeared somewhat troubled. In the hesitation that ensued, Ares, under Jigung's subtle gesture, swiftly seized the box. It must be said that despite Ares's visible annoyance at being reduced to Jigung's servant for a month, he executed the task with remarkable efficiency and decisiveness upon receiving Jigung's command. Without granting Adonis the opportunity to reclaim it, Ares opened the box. Due to Jigung's proximity, he could now clearly see the contents within. Inside the perfectly rectangular box lay a spherical piece of amber, intricately carved with the figure of an extraordinarily handsome man standing atop a shell, beneath which flowed a sea of azure waters. The man's tall stature was captivating. His body partially bare, adorned only with a light blue satin wrap around his waist. The craftsmanship of the carving was strikingly lifelike, every detail, from the man's fair, elongated arms and smooth, exquisite feet to the delicate pink accents upon his flawless chest, magnificently captured the ethereal allure of his seemingly decadent beauty. It was unmistakable who this figure encased in amber represented. He remarked, "This technique would hold its own even in modern times." She added, "No wonder Adonis blushed. This small sculpture, illuminated by the amber's soft yellow hue, exudes a certain sensuality, though the young prince appears rather innocent. Did this object materialize out of thin air?" Jigung inquired of the blue-clad attendant. "Indeed," the attendant replied, glancing at the amber. As the gentle warmth of sunlight bathed the amber, it seemed to cast a faint halo around the visage of the man within. "It is truly beautiful," the attendant commented, a delicate blush appearing on his fair face. Ares shot the attendant a glance, his tone somewhat frosty. "Be more specific." The attendant pursed his lips, diverting his gaze from the amber, and after a moment's reflection, began. While His Majesty was offering prayers for the annual flower offering festival in the Royal Forest Hall, a sudden gust of wind swept through outside. Before the blue-clad attendant could finish his sentence, the amber, which had been peacefully resting in the box, suddenly emitted an intensely dazzling purple glow. This purple aura. Jigung's gaze turned sharp as he intended to urge Ares to close the box. However, the purple halo had already enveloped Ares, whose figure began to rapidly fade, as if being drawn into the luminous aura. Just as Ares was on the verge of complete disappearance, Jigung seized his wrist, and in that fleeting moment, as if contagion had struck, the halo began to spread over Jigung, swiftly enveloping him as well. Adonis, witnessing the transformation of Ares and Jigung, was immediately struck with dread. Seeing Jigung on the brink of vanishing alongside Ares, he instinctively grasped Jigung's hand without a second thought. By the time the young attendant in the green attire comprehended the situation, he found himself alone, with only an empty box lying on the ground. Blinking in confusion, the young attendant could hardly fathom how, in the span of mere seconds, 3 vibrant individuals had suddenly vanished. Meanwhile, the 3 individuals drawn into the purple halo found themselves in a realm reminiscent of an untouched forest. Towering shrubs soared towards the heavens, and the branches of the trees intertwined, their dark green leaves rustling in the breeze, resembling the heavy breaths of a beast poised to pounce. The cloud cover was entirely obscured by the great trees, and the earth was marred by fissures that spread like the tracks left by a gigantic serpent slithering across the grass. Jigung and Ares stood upon a tree, with the still unconscious Adonis situated just behind them. The sudden shift in their surroundings felt akin to a light-speed traversal through time and space, causing the otherwise human-like Adonis to plunge into a state of unconsciousness. Ares lowered his gaze to his hands, attempting to channel his divine power into his palms, only to discover that his abilities were utterly ineffective. His brow furrowed involuntarily, That recent purple aura. Do you know Eros? Zhigung suddenly inquired. Eros. Ares pondered for a moment. The Eros, one of the 5 primordial gods? Indeed, Zhigung nodded. A little over 2 weeks ago. There was a tremor in the abyss of the underworld, where the copper doors of the abyss prison, sealed by the primordial god of love, were breached. I subsequently used my divine power to mend the seal. During the repair, I felt Eros's primordial essence, almost identical to that recent purple aura. Reflecting on the moment of sealing, Zhigung recalled his encounter with Eros in the illusion. The current environment bore a resemblance to that previous vision. Although the scenery had shifted, it seemed to be of the same ethereal fabric. Eros had mentioned they would meet again. And now it appeared that their arrival at this place, prompted by the purple aura, might serve as a harbinger of that encounter. Are you suggesting that our presence here is orchestrated by Eros? Ares pondered, bewildered. If Eros was indeed behind this, what could his intentions be? Was it for Aphrodite? Or Adonis? Or perhaps all 3 of them were ensnared within this scheme? If Aphrodite were the target, then why was the box containing amber cast down during the king's blessing in Cyprus? After all, how could Eros ensure that Aphrodite would be present when the box was opened by Adonis? There were far too many variables at play. Moreover, Ares found himself inexplicably unable to summon his divine power, as if it had been sealed away by some unseen force. Frustrated, he raked his fingers through his hair. This is merely conjecture. I can only assert that our presence here is undeniably linked to Eros. Zhigung cast a glance at the towering tree, its height seemingly infinite, with interwoven branches resembling dark talons obscuring the daylight. In the dimness, the occasional growl of a hungry beast echoed ominously. This forest felt like an illusion crafted from dreams, yet it bore an unsettling authenticity. What shall we do to escape this illusion? Ares surveyed their surroundings, the murky environment rendering the oddly shaped trees even more foreboding. Night conceals malevolence, while simultaneously amplifying peril. The forest they inhabited was shrouded in darkness, with its branches obscuring the clouds and casting a shadowy pallor upon the land. Setting aside his irritation at feeling manipulated, Ares found within himself a burgeoning curiosity to explore this enigmatic forest fraught with unknown dangers. Listening to the distant howls of wolves, a glimmer of excitement gradually appeared in Ares' eyes. He decided to wait for Adonis to awaken before proceeding. Zhigung approached Adonis, who, lost in a dream, remained in a deep slumber with his brow furrowed in distress. Zhigung could not resist the urge to poke the furrowed brow of Adonis with his fingertip. Ares leaned against the tree trunk, casting a glance at the still slumbering Adonis, and with a hint of impatience remarked, "When will this fellow awaken?" Indeed, humans are the most fragile of beings. Zhigung paid no heed to Ares, instead choosing to concentrate on the delicate brow of Adonis. As the most exquisite youth among humanity, Adonis possessed not only striking features, but also skin that was impeccably firm and smooth. At this moment, with his eyes closed, his long eyelashes fluttered gently due to Zhigung's playful antics, casting a slender shadow upon his eyelids in the faint, nearly imperceptible play of light. Zhigung, in a playful mood, deliberately pressed his fingertip gently upon Adonis's eyelashes. Observing the raven-like lashes fluttering more intensely, a subtle smile graced Zhigung's lips. He then slowly moved his fingertip downward, delicately tracing along Adonis's nose, ultimately pausing at his lips. Ares, witnessing Zhigung's increasingly audacious actions towards Adonis, felt his expression darken. When he saw Zhigung attempt to delve his fingertip into the tightly sealed crevice of Adonis's lips, he could no longer contain himself. Aphrodite. Ares called out Zhigung's name, striding over to him and pulling him up with an irritable demeanor. Aphrodite, can't you behave yourself? Ares, are you feeling jealous? Zhigung replied with a cheerful grin. I am not. Ares retorted instantly. You are. I am not. You are. I've told you, I am not. Ares elevated his voice, nearly roaring. To emphasize his point, he added, Aphrodite, stop being so self-righteous. Ares, as the god of war, your sulking is even more feminine than that of a woman. Zhigung quipped teasingly. At this remark, Ares' temper flared. He fixed a penetrating gaze upon Zhigung, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, Aphrodite. Do you dare compare me to a woman? Zhigung shrugged nonchalantly, meeting Ares' fiery gaze, and remarked, Am I not speaking the truth? Ares, eager to retort, barely began before Zhigung interrupted him. All right, Ares, Zhigung affectionately pinched Ares' cheek. Let me tell you a story. Ares swiftly swatted away Zhigung's inappropriate hand, lifting his chin with an air of indifference, and replied, What is the point of telling a story at this moment? After speaking, he seemed to believe that out of sight would mean out of mind, and turned his head away, presenting Ji Gung with a cold, handsome profile. Observing Ares' self-assured aloofness, Ji Gung felt a chuckle bubbling within him but chose to remain silent, gazing at Ares' side face. As time passed, Ares, having waited in vain for Ji Gung to speak, furrowed his brow and glanced back. "Hey, Aphrodite, weren't you going to tell a story? Didn't you express your disinterest?" Ji Gung countered leisurely. Ares began to speak again, but was once more interrupted by Ji Gung. Previously, Ji Gung had taken Ares' hand and led him to kneel beside Adonis. Gazing at the unconscious figure, he then spoke in a measured tone. In a prosperous kingdom, there was a little princess, born with divine intervention. However, due to her disregard for the gods' words, she lost their favor and was cursed by a devoted believer of the deity to fall into a deep slumber on her coming of age. Yet, as the princess grew, her beauty blossomed, and the deity, moved by her appearance, ultimately forgave her on the night she fell into a deep sleep, awakening her with a heartfelt kiss. Quine interjected, "Is that how the story of Sleeping Beauty goes?" Ji Gung, with a twinkle of mischief in his eye, pointed at Adonis' tightly sealed lips and mused, "I was just pondering if I were to kiss him, would Adonis awaken from his slumber like the princess in the tale? The author has a word to say, goddess of beauty. I foresee that with just a kiss from me, Adonis will awaken instantly." Ares rolled his eyes. "I can almost envision a fool." Chapter 98. Ares wore a skeptical expression. "Aphrodite, have you lost your marbles? You are not that god. And this fellow is certainly not that princess." Ji Gung's meticulously crafted brows arched slightly. "How would one know without trying?" "No way," Ares replied without a moment's hesitation. "Why not?" Upon hearing this, Ares instinctively shifted his gaze to Ji Gung's lips, pausing momentarily before assertively declaring, "No means no." Ji Gung leaned closer to Ares, his long, thick eyelashes fluttering gently. In the dim light, his eyes, a deep blue tinged with ebony, shimmered with an ethereal glow. Lowering his voice, he infused it with a hint of seduction. "Ares, my dear, is it truly so difficult to admit your fondness for me?" Despite Ji Gung's facade of an ordinary visage, the proximity elicited a subtle pressure upon Ares, not born of physical force, but rather an urgent yearning suppressed deep within his being. Ares could not deny that even if Aphrodite bore an unremarkable appearance, the mere allure of her eyes was enough to stir one's heart. Did he harbor feelings? At this juncture, Ares found it increasingly implausible to deceive himself into claiming indifference. As the god of war, he was never intimidated by any challenge, always decisive and relentless in his pursuits. Yet, in the presence of Aphrodite, he instinctively recoiled. The more he recognized his own desires, the more he sought to evade them. This reluctance was alien to his nature, yet when it came to Aphrodite, he found himself ensnared in hesitation. He had long perceived Aphrodite's heart as frigid. Even as she professed her affection and tantalized his senses with intimate gestures, he felt her indifference was ingrained to the core. He dreaded the prospect of falling deeply in love with her, only to discover that her declared affection masked an icy heart. Such an unbalanced relationship repulsed him. Aphrodite did not genuinely care for him, yet she persistently provoked him. Perhaps this was the very reason he had always evaded acknowledgement of his feelings. It seemed as though everything was orchestrated by Aphrodite. Regardless of his desires, he could only passively endure. He loathed her capricious and carefree demeanor. Yet he could not deny the joy that her proximity brought him. This tumultuous clash of emotions left Ares, typically so resolute, in a state of uncertainty. "My dear Ares, is my inquiry truly so difficult to answer?" Ji Gung inquired, leaning in even closer. The narrowed space entwined their breaths in the confined air. Ares slightly lowered his gaze, his eyes shimmering, while errant strands of hair fell across his forehead, accentuating his dark brows. With a weighty seriousness, he fixed his gaze upon Ji Gung and spoke earnestly. "Aphrodite, cease your provocations." His sharply defined features bore an earnestness, and his magnetic voice resonated with a hushed intensity. Ji Gung suddenly smiled, his tone inexplicably inquiring. "Ares, what exactly are you worried about? Or is it that you possess such little confidence in yourself?" Ares remained silent, gazing at Ji Gung, his eyes reflecting a depth of complexity. Ji Gung gazed back at Ares, his flower-like, exquisite lips curling slightly, a gentle ripple of delight spreading at the corners of his mouth. The atmosphere suddenly fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the crisp rustle of leaves stirred by the biting wind and the distant, ravenous howls of wolves. Adonis murmured, his voice abruptly shattering the stillness. The handsome youth, cradling a throbbing head, slowly awakened to the sight of dark green foliage surrounding him. "Where are we?" Adonis asked, propping himself against a tree trunk as he surveyed the seemingly endless expanse of verdant wilderness. A realm of illusion, Ji Gung replied. A realm of illusion? Adonis frowned. Is it related to that violet aura? Indeed, Ji Gung answered almost reflexively, his attention entirely shifting from Ares to Adonis upon the latter's awakening. The tall youth stood like a graceful bamboo, exuding a blend of youthful vigor and solitary resilience, presenting a rather pleasing sight to the beholder. Adonis' appearance was truly exceptional among humans. Ares cast a glance at Ji Gung, then at Adonis, and once again positioned himself protectively between them. Tut, tut, tut. Kuei-in chimed in. My dear god of war, such possessiveness is unwarranted. You wish to avoid entanglements with him, yet you forbid him from engaging with other men. Ares' affinity for Ji Gung had reached an impressive score of 97. At this level, it was akin to hitting a saturation point. To advance further, a catalyst was essential. At present, leveraging this realm of illusion could indeed serve as a splendid opportunity. As Ji Gung pondered deeply, a sudden peal of evening drums resonated from afar. The resonant clang began with a steady and rhythmic cadence, then surged forth like a mighty torrent, stirring up dust and striking the gravel against the colossal stones, producing a profound and muffled echo. The sound of the bells emanated from the direction behind Ji Gung. Ji Gung turned around, gazing in the direction from which the sound emanated. Apart from the towering, ink-green trees, there was nothing else of note. Yet, both Ares and Adonis understood that the sudden chime ringing out at this moment was no mere coincidence within the realm of illusion. Shall we proceed? Ares observed the source of the sound. It was not merely their imagination. This direction was darker than the others, and tendrils of black mist spread forth at a visibly alarming pace, suffusing the air with a chilling and sinister aura. Excitement flickered once more in Ares' obsidian eyes. Though his divine powers could not be wielded, it was precisely this uncertainty and peril that heightened his desire for exploration. Let us go? Ji Gung's crimson lips curved into a beguiling arc, reminiscent of a red rose swaying in the night, exuding a captivating and intoxicating fragrance. How could one resist? Perhaps at the end of this path, where the sound of the bell resonates, lies the gateway out of this illusion. Although Ji Gung was still unaware of Eros's role in this unfolding narrative and his true intentions, instinct whispered to him that Eros would surely be encountered where the bell tolled. Despite their current entrapment in an illusion, the fact that it was crafted by primordial gods ensured that it was more than just ephemeral shadows. What appeared to be illusory was, in truth, tangible reality. They found themselves in a primeval forest, one that was even more treacherous and enigmatic than the ordinary wilderness. After Ji Gung leapt down from the tree, the underbrush enveloped his thighs. Ares followed closely behind, casually parting the foliage with his feet, his gaze fixed ahead. The black mist thickened, obscuring the once clear outline of the trees, which now appeared as mere shadows. I will lead the way, Ares declared. Adonis was the last to descend from the tree. Upon hearing Ares' words, he furrowed his brow, seemingly on the verge of speaking, yet ultimately refrained, instead choosing to silently position himself behind Ji Gung, an unspoken intention of guarding their rear. Ji Gung made no remarks regarding the positioning of Ares and Adonis, who stood in succession, as they advanced further. The resonant tolling of the evening bells grew louder, while the dense black mist thickened, ultimately becoming so profound that not a sliver of light could pierce through. Though the divine powers of Jiga and Ares could not be manifested, they are far from ordinary mortals. In this pitch-black environment where visibility is utterly obscured, their sight remains unimpeded. As for the human Adonis, perhaps due to his origin from the myrrh tree, he possesses an innate affinity with flora. He can sense the presence of every plant surrounding him, as if he were perceiving them with perfect clarity. Ji Gung initially anticipated an assault from a ferocious beast, as the howls of the wolves had not ceased since the onset of their journey. However, to his surprise, the path remained remarkably unobstructed. Despite this, Ji Gung remained vigilant. For the essence of an illusion lies in its capriciousness, teetering between the realms of the real and the unreal. After traversing for a while, Adonis suddenly came to a halt. He extended his hand, placing his palm against the trunk of a nearby tree. The gnarled and textured bark contrasted sharply with Adonis's smooth, fair hand, yet within this peculiar illusion, there emerged an inexplicable harmony. What have you discovered? Ji Gung inquired as he approached Adonis. With his eyes closed in deep concentration, Adonis attuned himself to the intricate veins within the tree. Moments later, he opened his eyes, his tone shrouded in ambiguity. The roots of these trees are all interconnected. They are in motion. Upon hearing this, Ji Gung was not taken aback. In the illusion crafted by Eros, any circumstance could transpire. Moreover, as they progressed forward, the space around them became increasingly expansive, as if the trees were gradually parting to either side. Jigung glanced ahead, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. He had initially thought that the seemingly endless road would require some time to traverse, yet it appeared that such was no longer the case. As if to affirm Jigung's conjecture, the trees, which had been slowly parting, suddenly accelerated their movement. Within mere seconds, the once narrow path widened significantly, while the dense black mist began to dissipate gradually, revealing an imposing silhouette. The resonant sound of the evening drum echoed once more, its clarity piercing through their eardrums. As the last remnants of mist faded completely, Jigung squinted at the ancient city now emerging before him, a hint of shadowy coldness glimmering in the depths of his gaze. Chapter 99. With the towering trees no longer piercing the clouds and the dark green leaves no longer shrouding the sky, the true colors of the heavens were fully unveiled. Dark clouds floated ominously above, casting a gray pallor over the entire landscape. The grand city gate stood resolutely before Jigung and his companions. The sound of the evening drum transforming into a clarion call for battle, flags unfurling, and smoke rising ominously. A row of soldiers clad in armor stood atop the gray gate, their expressions stoic, each holding a bow drawn taut, aimed at the trio with an air of solemnity and grandeur. They seemed to have stumbled upon a battlefield, or perhaps it was a grand spectacle prepared specifically for them. He remarked, "Eros, this welcoming gift is indeed extravagant." Adonis widened his eyes, unable to fathom whether this was an illusion or reality. Ares licked his lips, a spark igniting in his eyes. The long-forgotten fervor of battle surged within him, provoked by the sound of the horn, instantly awakening his innate warrior spirit. Regardless of its authenticity, Ares smirked, his expression wild and audacious. He brandished his weapon, a spear forged from countless layers of soft iron, symbolizing bloodlust, fear, and power. Beneath the gray and murky sky, as he drew it forth, a blinding and fierce glint flashed momentarily. He raised his weapon, the ominous spear directing its sinister aura toward the soldiers atop the city wall, radiating an air of defiance. "Come forth." With those two simple phrases, a conflict between millions and three was initiated. Sharp arrows were swiftly loosed from the soldiers' hands, cascading like a torrential downpour, fierce lightning streaking toward Jigung and his companions. The once closed city gate swung open, and cavalry warriors on fierce steeds charged forth with a thunderous roar. Given the unfolding events, Adonis found it increasingly difficult to chastise Ares for his earlier provocation. In truth, prior to Ares' taunt, he had perceived no murderous intent emanating from these soldiers. A sudden realization dawned upon Adonis. These soldiers resembled a still tableau, their activation hinging solely on them. Whether to confront with weapons or to welcome with open gates entirely depends on their attitude and words. Just as he was about to speak and test the waters, Ares arrogantly and unilaterally initiated the battle. At that moment, Adonis, disregarding all other thoughts, drew his sword and stood alongside Ares to shield Jigung from the torrential rain of arrows. To both Ares and Adonis, Aphrodite, unarmed, was ill-suited to face the onslaught of arrows. Though they found themselves within an illusion, every attack was tangible. Jigung, positioned behind Ares and Adonis, could vividly witness the glint of blades clashing. The barrage of arrows intensified, and the cavalry drew ever closer. Ares' excitement grew more palpable, gripping his spear tightly. He leaped forward to meet the advancing soldiers. With a bloodthirsty yet composed smile, Ares navigated through the chaos of blades, his agile and explosive form weaving through countless soldiers. Each of his strikes releasing cries of anguish and flashes of steel, as crimson blood splattered from the tip of his spear. Beneath the swirling mist of blood, wails echoed across the battlefield. In the heart of the fray, Ares embodied the duality of his divine nature, murderous yet commanding. The god of war, drenched in the chaos of battle, emanated a formidable aura that commanded both awe and fear, resembling a proud beast surveying the pitiful, prostrate ants below. Even as soldiers fell before him, more surged forth relentlessly, a vast tide that could never deplete the god of war's stamina, let alone inflict any harm upon him. Observing Ares maneuvering effortlessly amidst the flashes of blades, Jigung could not help but concede that Ares, the god of war, was inherently born for battle, radiating brilliance on the battlefield and drawing every gaze toward his formidable presence. As Jigung was intently observing Ares, a projectile suddenly whizzed towards him with lightning speed. It was only when the arrow was on the verge of grazing Jigung's eye that he diverted his gaze from Ares. swiftly pivoting his body to evade the lethal missile that had been precisely intercepted by Adonis, yet somehow managed to slip through unnoticed. Ah, Ji Gung heard a cold huff, laden with irony. Why pretend to be so engrossed if you're merely going to avert your gaze? Adonis remarked with a sardonic tone while fending off the last wave of arrows. Kuei-in added, jealousy is palpable, undeniably. Ji Gung uttered the young man's name with a detached demeanor, casting a glance at the thronging soldiers that continued to surge forward. He rolled up his sleeves and began to unwind the belt that coiled around his wrist. As your divine father, you are not my divine father, Adonis interjected, his irritation evident, and do refrain from that condescending, self-righteous attitude. He had no desire for Aphrodite to assume the role of his divine father. Aphrodite was not his divine father, despite the undeniable fact that his very existence was bestowed by her. The abrupt interruption left Ji Gung somewhat displeased. He pressed his lips together and cast a fleeting, indifferent glance at Adonis. Though his gaze bore no significance, it sent a jolt of apprehension through Adonis, compelling him to fall silent instinctively. Adonis, deities are, at their core, merely human. Ji Gung narrowed his exquisite phoenix-like eyes, a subtle curve of chill and indifference gracing his lips. Instead of wasting time resenting the haughty demeanor of the divine, invest more of it in cultivating your own strength. Adonis remained silent, his lips a stubborn line. When you become formidable in your own right, you shall embody the divine. After Ji Gung finished speaking, he paid no further heed to Adonis. He cast a glance at the increasingly fierce battle surrounding Ares, tested the belt in his hand, and then wielded it as if it were a long whip. The pale golden belt transformed under Ji Gung's motion, its supple fabric morphing into the sharpest and most enigmatic of blades, effortlessly deflecting the onslaught of arrows. The white flowing clouds upon the belt resembled drifting wisps, while the two crimson roses blooming in tandem outshone the radiant sun. The goddess Aphrodite fulfilled the aesthetic fantasies of all mortals and deities alike. Yet, beauty does not equate to fragility. In that moment, the cessation of the rain of arrows liberated the soldiers mounted on their steeds from their shackles, emboldening them to launch an even fiercer assault without hesitation. Ji Gung wielded his weapon, directly confronting the soldiers, deftly navigating through the dance of blades and shadows. His form was elusive and inscrutable, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath, radiating a chilling brilliance reminiscent of frost and snow. When a soldier swung an axe towards him, Ji Gung leaned back, then pivoted, raising his leg to deliver a powerful kick to the steed the soldier rode. With a sickening crack, the robust horse fell to the ground, howling in anguish. In swift succession, Ji Gung flicked his belt, sending it hurtling to strike a soldier attempting a sneak attack from the right, and as he retracted it, the belt effortlessly sliced through the throats of several others. Blood gushed forth in an instant, the soldiers barely having time to struggle before their lives were mercilessly harvested. What should have been a soft belt exuding the fragrance of roses became, in Ji Gung's hands, sharper and deadlier than any blade. Blood filled the air, thick and suffocating, as if staining the very sky a deep crimson. Adonis watched in stunned silence as Ji Gung continued to reap lives, an inexplicable emotion rising within him. This was his first sight of Aphrodite in battle. Unlike Ares, whose indiscriminate slaughter left no room for precision, every strike by Aphrodite was marked by clarity and swiftness. Her movements were devoid of unnecessary flourishes, the pale golden belt in her grasp shimmering with an ethereal blue hue, its lethal glint evident in every decisive blow. Efficient, ruthless, and resolute, Aphrodite at this moment bore no resemblance to the revered goddess of love and beauty. She embodied instead a spectral demon, emerging from the cold, dark abyss of the underworld. Clad in pristine white, she harvested lives in the blink of an eye, allowing the vivid crimson blood to splatter upon her, her expression serene. The curve of her lips cold and indifferent, akin to a pool of icy autumn water beneath the moonlight, exuding a chilling radiance. What should have been a horrifying tableau held Adonis captive, even as Aphrodite's visage remained unremarkable. Her ethereal and ruthless agility revealed a beguiling allure that was both fallen and sinister, drawing him in with an irresistible magnetism. Ding. Plant god Adonis, favorability 5. Current favorability 90. Ding. War god Ares, favorability 1. Current favorability 98. Quine. War god, this is an unexpected gain. Quine. Adonis, this harvest is quite impressive. Yet your favorability is nearing saturation. Aphrodite. Adonis could not help but softly utter Ji Gung's name. At this moment, Adonis found his feelings for Ji Gung remarkably intricate, as an overwhelming visual impact left his heart in turmoil. Jealousy, resentment, admiration, infatuation, reverence. and a myriad of other obscure and indistinguishable emotions surged into his heart like a relentless tide. As the battle intensified, Adonis's hand began to tremble slightly, not out of fear, but from an ineffable excitement that he could not articulate, as if his very blood were infected by Aphrodite's movements. Yearning for a fierce and exhilarating clash to release all the pent-up emotions within him. Gripping his sword tightly, he plunged into the sea of carnage. Just then, the overcast sky suddenly unleashed a downpour. The fine rain fell softly, its gentle sound overshadowing the call of war drums and the roars of soldiers engaged in bloodshed. The raindrops mingled with the blood on the ground, creating a crimson river that flowed across the battlefield strewn with debris and devastation. The heavy stench of blood heightened the sensory experience as Ares wiped the blood splattered on his face, mixed with the rain. And the once jet-black pupils gradually turned a shade of red. Observing Ares's relentless fury, seemingly oblivious to fatigue, Ji Gung furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding suddenly stirring within him. "Quian, what is wrong? Something feels amiss." Before Ji Gung could ponder further, he observed Ares, who had been reveling in the thrill of slaughter, abruptly narrow his pupils and suddenly cease all movements. As Ji Gung Lian advanced with a cold expression, he swiftly approached Ares. Ares, momentarily stunned, gazed ahead. The once pungent scent of blood had vanished, replaced by a fragrant and intoxicating aroma of roses wafting into his senses. In that instant, everything around him transformed into mere phantoms. No soldiers with whom he battled fiercely, no clashing of metal, not even the chaos and remnants of war remained. Before him stood only a sudden apparition, a figure tall and statuesque, possessing the most exquisite visage one could behold, the goddess Aphrodite. She stood amidst the rain, her body partially bared, adorned solely with a delicate blue satin sash around her waist. The glistening raindrops cascaded from her brow, tracing a path down her nose, gliding over her lips, and cascading to her collarbone and chest, ultimately rolling down to the gently quivering rosy peaks, before disappearing into the elegant contours of her abdomen beneath the fabric. Her lips curled into the faintest of smiles, reminiscent of a beguiling begonia after a rain, tenderly swaying her fresh buds while her dewy petals danced in the breeze with a captivating allure. Ares, momentarily entranced, widened his eyes in disbelief. Reason dictated that this figure before him could not possibly be Aphrodite. Yet, adorned with her countenance and presenting such an alluring posture, even the awareness that it might be an illusion caused his heart to tremble slightly. However, being the seasoned god of war, Ares quickly regained his composure. Gripping his weapon tighter, he prepared to sweep his spear through the illusory figure, only to be taken aback as another figure clad in black suddenly appeared beside Aphrodite. The man in black was tall, with strikingly handsome features, exuding an air of untamed arrogance and defiance. He lifted Aphrodite into his arms, her legs wrapping around his waist, while his hands grasped her form possessively. Their lips met, and in that position, he began to move against her. This figure was all too familiar to Ares. It was none other than himself, or rather, a reflection of his own likeness. Ares beheld Aphrodite entwined with a reflection of himself, engaged in tender kisses and caresses, their lips parting to release enchanting and delightful moans. He observed the reflection as it withdrew one hand from Aphrodite's shapely form, pushing aside the light blue silk that clung to her waist from her knees to her thighs. The scene before him was both exquisite and carnal. Ares's throat tightened. He was acutely aware that it was but an illusion, yet he found himself unable to divert his gaze. Admitted, he yearned for Aphrodite, just as this reflection did. To possess her gradually, both in body and soul. This desire stemmed not solely from lust, but also from the deepest recesses of his heart, where secret admiration and yearning resided. The tableau before him was illusory, yet it resonated with the most profound truth he concealed within, the most repressed yet fervently desired act. Ding. Ares, the god of war, affection level 1, current affection level 99 points. Quian. This increase in affection leaves me somewhat bewildered. In that moment, Ares found himself hesitating. Despite knowing it was a mere figment of his imagination, the presence of Aphrodite and his reflection within the illusion compelled him not to shatter the moment. He wished to linger, to witness Aphrodite in this version of himself engaging in even more tantalizing and thrilling endeavors. However, this hesitation cost Ares the opportune moment for defense. As the bloodthirsty soldiers surged forth, brandishing their weapons and striking toward him. "Ares, what are you doing?" Ji Gung raised his voice sharply, effortlessly swatting away the soldiers surrounding Ares who were intent on attacking. He then leaped forward, grasping Ares' wrist in an attempt to pull him away from the most densely contested area of the battlefield. Ares, yielding to the force, turned around but did not immediately depart. He gazed at Zhigang, his eyes sparkling remarkably, akin to brilliant stars twinkling in the midnight sky. Just as Ares began to speak, Aphrodite. An arrow suddenly pierced the air with tremendous force, hurtling towards him. Be careful. Zhigang's expression hardened. In a split second, he yanked Ares towards himself with great strength, swiftly turning to embrace him and throw him to the ground. However, the arrow's momentum was too fierce. Despite Zhigang's quick reflexes, the sharp projectile still pierced his skin, driving through his shoulder and eliciting a stream of vivid crimson. A muffled groan escaped Zhigang's lips as blood oozed from his wound, instantly filling the air with a faint scent of roses mingling with the metallic tang of blood. In the next moment, the rain abruptly ceased, and everything around them transformed. The ancient city vanished, the soldiers disappeared, and the debris-laden earth blossomed into a vast sea of roses. Ares paid no heed to the sudden change in surroundings. Instead, he focused on the figure of Zhigang, who was pressed atop him, regarding him with an expression that Zhigang had never witnessed before. Zhigang gazed at Ares, his hands resting on either side of Ares' face. Just as he was about to rise, Ares suddenly encircled his waist and forcefully pulled him back down. As Zhigang tumbled into Ares' embrace, Ares held him tightly. Soon after, Zhigang heard Ares' laughter, a low sound that whispered into his ear. Aphrodite. Ares called Zhigang's name, his obsidian eyes reflecting a celestial brilliance. You did that on purpose. This seemingly nonsensical remark, lacking coherence, was laden with unspoken understanding between Ares and Aphrodite. Indeed, Zhigang acknowledged, it was intentional. His long, dark lashes fluttered, casting a captivating shadow over his eyes. The delicate arch of his brows resembling a peach blossom glistening with morning dew, blooming in the dawn light. Observing Aphrodite in such a state, and recalling her unwavering act of shielding him from harm, Ares suddenly found his earlier hesitation in her presence laughable. He, Ares, was not one to waver or yield. Fear had no place in his nature, which was inherently fierce, destined for conquest and domination. Why had he been apprehensive? The thought amused him, filling him with a newfound clarity and an unwavering resolve. If Aphrodite did not harbor affection for him, then he would bind her to his side until she genuinely came to love him. Since she had initiated the pursuit, Ares would not allow Aphrodite to escape him again. Ares cradled Zhigang's head, his fingers weaving through Zhigang's hair. Burying his nose in Aphrodite's golden locks, he seemed to make a profound decision. After inhaling the sweet fragrance of Zhigang's hair, he chuckled softly. Aphrodite, you have won. This willful goddess could have effortlessly evaded the arrows. Yet she chose to shield him with her own body, shattering the final defenses of his heart. Aphrodite had ultimately triumphed, leaving him utterly vulnerable. Ding. Ares, the god of war, has gained one affection, reaching a total of 100. With this final increase in affection, Ares' feelings reached their zenith. Yet the anticipated notification of success did not resonate. Kuei-in, seated within the sea of consciousness, shook her head and sighed repeatedly. What a pity, what a pity. Ares is not truly the intended target. Zhigang felt a fleeting pang of melancholy, yet it was but a momentary sensation. He pressed his lips together, rising from Ares' embrace, and clutching his still bleeding shoulder, uttered a single word, pain. It was as if Ares suddenly awakened to the gravity of the situation, anxiously inspecting Zhigang's wound. At that moment, Adonis had just arrived at Zhigang's side. His handsome face set in a stern expression as he fixed his gaze upon the injury on Zhigang's right shoulder. The fabric around the shoulder was already stained crimson with blood, and the pale skin bore a glaring wound where an arrow had pierced through. Vivid red blood continued to seep from the injury, igniting a fiery fury within Adonis. Aphrodite, you truly possess remarkable fortitude. Adonis was incensed, angered that Aphrodite had deliberately shielded him with her body, and frustrated by Zhigang's apparent disregard for his own well-being. First, we must bandage it. Ares swiftly tore apart a clean inner garment and gently swept Zhigang's golden hair to the left. Since all divine powers were rendered ineffective within this illusion, they had no choice but to resort to the most primitive means. Just as Ares was about to tend to Zhigang's wound, the delicate red chain around Zhigang's wrist suddenly emitted a blinding red light. Accompanied by a sudden searing sensation at his wrist, the crimson radiance surged toward his injury, as if a fierce inferno was spreading from his wrist to his right shoulder. As all the red light converged upon the wound on Zhigang's right shoulder, he felt as though his entire shoulder had plunged into molten lava, scorched by intensely heated flames, threatening to incinerate his very skin. In the next instant, the red light rapidly penetrated his flesh, and the wound on his right shoulder began to heal at an astonishingly visible pace. Though termed healing, it felt more akin to fire obliterating the damaged skin, only to be replaced by a new layer. The swifter the healing, the more intense the sensation of being burned became. Ji Gung clenched his teeth, stifling a sound as beads of fine sweat emerged upon his brow. Kuei-in remarked, "This bracelet gifted by Hephaestus, that oaf, is indeed problematic." She continued, "No, that is not right. Given that the divine power within this bracelet can defy the confines of illusions, perhaps Hephaestus is not merely a simpleton after all." Observing the wound on Ji Gung's right shoulder rapidly healing, Adonis widened his eyes in astonishment. Ares, with lips pressed tightly together and brows furrowed, felt a deep contemplation pass through his dark pupils. Unlike Adonis, as a deity, he could distinctly sense the formidable divine energy contained within that crimson light. It bore a resemblance to the divine essence of Hephaestus, the god of fire, yet it was not quite the same. The divine power of Hephaestus was pure fire, intense, fervent, yet singular in nature. Conversely, the divine energy within this red light was more unrestrained and domineering, akin to an indistinct fog, seemingly amalgamating myriad forces into a formidable and elusive essence. When the crimson light surged into Ji Gung's skin, the wound on his right shoulder completely healed. Although his clothing remained stained with blood, the area that had once been pierced by arrows reduced to a skeletal ruin, now revealed skin that was smooth and unblemished as if restored to its original state. Ji Gung lowered his gaze, fixating on the delicate red chain encircling his wrist. Perhaps it could no longer be aptly termed a mere red chain. In the fleeting moment when the crimson light surged into his wound, mending it, the red bracelet transformed into a silver bangle intricately engraved with a rose motif. Does it still hurt? Ares gently wiped the fine beads of sweat that had formed on Ji Gung's forehead, then cradled him in his arms, allowing Ji Gung's chin to rest upon his shoulder. Meanwhile, Adonis, with a stern expression, fixed his gaze intensely on the entwined figures of Ji Gung and Ares, feeling a knot of discomfort tighten within him. He yearned to pry Aphrodite away from Ares' embrace, yet realized he lacked the standing to do so. Ares caressed Ji Gung's golden tresses, casting a sharp glance at Adonis. His eyes glinting like blades, imbued with a warning and a sense of intimidation, rife with a possessive desire that brooked no competition. Adonis's heart constricted, not out of fear, but because he discerned that Aphrodite harbored no love for Ares. Yet, she willingly shielded Ares with her body from harm, prompting Adonis to wonder if, were their positions reversed, Aphrodite would extend the same sacrifice for him. Perhaps not. A self-deprecating smile played upon Adonis's lips. What a striking prince he was. Yet here he stood, exuding a heartbroken demeanor that evoked a pang of sympathy. Suddenly, a jarring male voice resonated throughout the illusion, laced with a hint of low laughter, magnetic and beguiling. The deliberately elongated tones exuding an allure that could render one weak in the knees. Who? Adonis instinctively tensed, surveying his surroundings, and noted that apart from himself, Aphrodite, and Ares, no one else was present. This voice. Ji Gung rose to his feet, his tone composed as he remarked, "Eros, lurking in the shadows is hardly in your character. Since my dear Aphrodite is so eager to meet me, it is only fitting that I present myself before you." The captivating, sinister voice resonated once more. This time, as the final syllable lingered in the air, a man clad in crimson materialized before Ji Gung and his companions. The man's appearance was strikingly handsome, embodying a beauty that blurred the lines between masculinity and femininity, his exquisite features accentuated by the vibrant red attire that highlighted his flawless, pale skin. His eyes, a light gray, possessed a faint golden hue within the pupils. At that moment, they were half closed, and the corners of his lips curled into a dazzling arc. "Aphrodite, my dear, we meet again." Eros's gaze fell upon Ji Gung, his expression laced with disdain as he scrutinized the guise Ji Gung had adopted. When his eyes lingered momentarily on the bracelet fashioned from delicate chains around Ji Gung's wrist, there was an imperceptible pause before he nonchalantly averted his gaze. "You truly look more pleasing in your original form," Eros remarked, speaking as though their relationship was one of intimacy. Ji Gung, already somewhat skeptical of Eros's true intentions, noted the fleeting hesitation in Eros's gaze, rendering him acutely aware of even the slightest details. The moment Eros's sight had halted at his wrist was sufficient to capture Ji Gung's attention. "What troubles you, dear? Seeing me appear yet choosing silence?" Eros feigned distress, furrowing his delicate brows. "A mere act," Ares interjected coldly, casting a sidelong glance at Eros. Finding the reputed primordial god of the 5 original deities exceedingly displeasing, he had not forgotten the architect of their current predicament. Upon hearing Ares's words, Eros seemed to suddenly acknowledge his presence, casting a casual glance in Ares's direction before responding leisurely. While I was close with Aphrodite, you were likely tucked away in some corner, engaging in your childish skirmishes with a troop of weaklings. Ares's expression darkened. What do you mean by that? Eros interrupted him directly. When I converse with Aphrodite, when did it become your place to interject? Stubborn and insufferable, Aphrodite. How can you possibly take a liking to such a character, and even shield him from danger? Eros pouted, his face a portrait of bewilderment. Ares's demeanor had now completely soured, his eyes directed at Eros brimming with palpable hostility and a chilling glare. Upon witnessing this, Ji Gung firmly grasped Ares' hand, suddenly applying pressure to silently urge him to calm down. Ares cast a glance at Ji Gung, ultimately suppressing his fury, yet his brows knitted tightly, his gaze piercingly fixed upon Eros. Eros, slightly displeased, glanced at Ji Gung holding Ares' hand, but then suddenly broke into a smile. Let me ponder. What is it about him that captivates you? Rubbing his chin, he contemplated for a moment before seeming to come to a sudden realization. His gaze fell between Ares' legs, and he spoke meaningfully. Could it be that you find his tall stature appealing, believing that he must surely be enduring in bed? Yet, as far as I know, you two have not yet consummated your relationship, have you? Aphrodite, my dear, are you not concerned that this were God Ares might, when the time comes to shed his trousers, reveal himself to be a man of diminutive size, incapable of lasting even 10 seconds? In response to this, Ares, unable to endure any longer, hurled a spear with great force. Seasoned by the battlefield, he was accustomed to the embrace of combat, as the god of war. His very existence signified strength. Even stripped of divine powers, his speed and might remained unaffected. The bloodthirsty spear flew from Ares' hand with lightning speed, and though Eros reacted swiftly, a shallow wound was still etched upon his cheek. Wiping the blood from the scratch, Eros smirked, his eyes glinting with amusement. Ares, are you envious that I am more handsome than you? Ares, however, did not respond. He retracted the spear with a simple motion and observed the wound on Eros' face as it rapidly healed. He then lowered his gaze slightly, exchanging a meaningful glance with Ji Gung. As the caster, Eros indeed found his divine power unrestrained within this illusion. Eros, you have gone to great lengths to create such an illusion. It cannot merely be for the sake of seeing me. Ji Gung raised an eyebrow, glancing at the man in red not far away, and added with a hint of curiosity, I am rather intrigued as to what your true purpose is. Purpose? Eros echoed, suddenly laughing, his gaze fixed on Ji Gung with an affectionate intensity, his light golden eyes brimming with deep love and desire. His tone was teasing and ambiguous. My purpose, naturally, is to embark with you on a journey of passion. Do you expect me to believe that? Ji Gung replied with a gentle laugh. Why not? Eros countered. Our primordial divine powers are so remarkably similar. Is it not natural for me to be drawn to you? Ji Gung spoke with profound significance. What perhaps attracts you are certainly other qualities I possess. As he uttered these words, his long lashes, reminiscent of raven feathers, gently fluttered. Within his ink-black eyes, tinged with a hint of ethereal purple, lay an abundance of shimmering starlight, akin to the unfathomable depths of the ocean, calm in the face of glory or disgrace, exuding an air of indifference, aloofness, spontaneity, and wisdom. Some individuals, even when masquerading in the guise of the most ordinary countenance, continue to radiate an infinite brilliance that captivates the gaze of all around them. Ding. The primordial god of love, Eros, affection level 5, current affection level 77. Eros blinked, his exquisite features imbued with earnestness. Aphrodite, I truly hold deep feelings for you. The creation of this illusion was solely to meet you. Ji Gung remained silent, gazing at Eros with a smile that seemed to teeter between amusement and indifference. Eros, feeling somewhat exasperated, touched his own face and remarked with a hint of discontent. Is my demeanor so overt? Noticing Ji Gung's continued silence, Eros paid it no mind. Instead, he smirked and pointed at the bracelet adorning Ji Gung's wrist. Let me be frank, he declared. I desire the bracelet upon your wrist. As Ji Gung lowered his gaze slightly, caressing the bracelet upon his wrist, he spoke softly. I fear I cannot part with this bracelet. Eros, seemingly anticipating Ji Gung's response, allowed a cryptic smile to grace his lips and remarked enigmatically, My dear Aphrodite, you have dwelled within my illusion. Thus you must be aware that the passage of time here is not commensurate with that of the external world. Ji Gung's gaze turned icy. What do you mean by that? Ji Gung recalled that the last time he emerged from the environment, only a brief moment had passed in the outside world. If this instance were to be the same, Eros need not deliberately remind him at this juncture. Unless, of course, this occasion differed significantly from the last. A sense of foreboding inexplicably arose within Ji Gang. The last time he lingered in the illusion for several hours. Mere moments had passed in the outside world. If this time the passage of time were entirely contrary to the last, then they must have been in the illusion for several hours, and outside, at least. It seems you should have already surmised. Eros narrowed his eyes, casting a glance at Ares and Adonis, before finally fixing his gaze on Ji Gang, his voice languid and deep. My dear, you have been in this illusion for 6 hours, while 600 days have elapsed in the outside world. 600 days, to the gods. This is but a mere drop in the ocean of their interminable existence. Yet Eros continued, even though the deities have little regard for the passage of time. 600 days and nights are sufficient for monumental transformations to occur in the outside realm. What have you done? Ares inquired, his expression darkening with a frosty tone. At this juncture, no one could still believe that this illusion conjured by Eros was merely a ploy to obtain the bracelet. Undoubtedly, there lay a far greater conspiracy at play, one that was likely intertwined with significant upheavals occurring in the outside world. This time, Eros did not dwell on Ares's interruption while he spoke with Ji Gang. He merely cast a sidelong glance at Ares before leisurely producing a golden arrow and tracing a red circle in the air. Soon, vivid images began to materialize within the crimson circle, swiftly revealing the events that had transpired in the outside world over the course of those 600 days. Ji Gang beheld the Titan gods, previously imprisoned in the abyss of endless darkness, emerging in a grand escape. Led by the second-generation deity, Kronos, they commenced a large-scale war against the gods of Olympus. He observed Zeus uniting with Hades and Poseidon, among other deities, to counter this formidable threat. Apart from the familiar faces of Apollo, the sun god, Artemis, the moon goddess and huntress, Hermes, the messenger god, and Dionysus, the god of wine, Ji Gang also noticed a striking woman clad in battle attire, wielding a golden shield and spear. An owl perched upon her shoulder, her golden helmet gleamed, and her snake-patterned armor enveloped her form. With a captivating visage and an air of aloofness, she radiated an innate aura of ferocity and authority. Could it be Athena? He pondered. Indeed, came the response. Besides Athena, Ji Gang could hardly conceive of another female deity who could embody the essence of the woman before him. However, as he continued to observe, a grave expression overtook him, even though the subsequent scenes depicted the third generation of gods, led by their king. Achieving victory and imprisoning the Titans once more in the abyss, Ji Gang's heart grew heavy. What troubles you? Inquired the voice. Hephaestus did not appear, he replied. The god of fire, Hephaestus, despite his physical limitations, was undeniably one of the 12 main deities, possessing formidable power. Yet, whether during Kronos' declaration of war against the Olympian gods, amidst the tumultuous clash of divine forces, or in the aftermath of their triumph, Hephaestus's absence was conspicuous. Never once did he make an appearance. This was indeed peculiar. And Ji Gang's suspicions regarding Hephaestus deepened as the scenes unfolded without him. Not only Ji Gang, but even Ares noticed this anomaly. His affection for Aphrodite led him to be particularly attentive to those in her company, with Hephaestus, as her consort, drawing even more of his concern. In Eros's portrayal, Hephaestus remained elusive. Ares recalled the crimson light that had emerged from the red bracelet moments prior. Its fiery essence bore a striking resemblance to Hephaestus's divine power. The red light had healed Aphrodite's wounds, transforming the bracelet into a bangle, only for Eros to suddenly appear and declare his intent to remove it. Undoubtedly, there was a connection, and Hephaestus might very well be a crucial element in this unfolding mystery. Observing the shifts in Ji Gang and Ares' expressions, Eros lightly pressed his lips together and remarked casually, after the Titans escaped, Zeus imprisoned Hephaestus. Ji Gang furrowed his brow. Imprisoned? The escape of the Titan gods signifies an inevitable conflict. With the war god Ares also missing, Olympus should be in dire need of strength at this time. Yet they chose to confine Hephaestus. This raises the possibility that the Titan gods' escape might be directly or indirectly linked to Hephaestus, compelling Zeus to detain the god of fire for precautionary measures. This very point filled Ji Gang with doubt. How could the gods of Olympus associate the Titan escape with Hephaestus when all his actions seemed utterly normal? Aphrodite, have you perhaps forgotten the reason for our first meeting? Eros chuckled softly, seemingly reminiscing about their encounter in the illusion. At this moment, Eros's gaze upon Ji Gang grew fervent. He licked his crimson-tipped tongue across his lips, revealing a hint of desire and the essence of decadence. Eros's words jolted Ji Gung into realization, conjuring a possibility in his mind. He fixed his gaze on Eros, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. Do the gods of Olympus suspect that I manipulated events during the moment the seal weakened? Eros placed a finger on his lips, smiling mischievously as he replied, You are correct. Ji Gung squinted slightly. It was from that moment that you began orchestrating the events that followed. The seal of Tartarus, a profound abyss, serves as a mental shackle, intricately entwined with Eros' divine power. At its core, it is Eros who transforms divine energy into mental force for control. Even if Ji Gung had not intervened at that time, should Eros desire it, he could easily leave significant flaws in the seal, allowing the Titan gods to escape. Aphrodite, all deities are aware that you reinforced the seal. Yet the ultimate outcome was the Titan's emergence from the abyss. Hera incited the gods to point fingers at you, declaring that all suspicions inevitably led back to you. And as your partner, Hephaestus could not escape the cloud of suspicion either. Eros spoke slowly. And what of Anaxius? Ji Gung inquired. Ah, Anaxius. Eros mused with a hint of significance in uttering the name of the white tiger. Your beloved pet is indeed included in the list of suspects. However, this white tiger has not been captured and is currently engaged in a relentless chase with the gods of Olympus. After Eros spoke, he casually waved his golden arrow, and within the crimson circle, the scene of Anaxius being pursued by the gods gradually materialized. The towering and robust white tiger, facing the onslaught of the deities, had its azure eyes darkened to a deep, shadowy hue, exuding an icy coldness and lethal intent that burst forth from its pupils, sharp as a blade. Yet, despite Anaxius' formidable strength and swiftness, it was still wounded by the combined efforts of the gods. A gash on its flank oozing crimson blood that starkly contrasted with its pristine white fur, a striking red against immaculate white, reminiscent of a vibrant bloom flourishing defiantly in a winter landscape, indifferent to time and season. These deities initially sought only to capture Anaxius, never intending to inflict genuine harm. However, the obstinate white tiger had managed to rend much of Hera's right leg flesh. As Eros recounted this, his tone took on a playful lilt. Anaxius' claws are indeed razor-sharp, even though the gods possess the innate ability to heal their wounds. The flesh torn from Hera's leg cannot be rapidly mended with divine power in such a short span. As Eros continued, he plucked a rose casually, its vibrant red accentuating the alabaster quality of his hands. Aphrodite, tell me, what could account for such an extraordinary power in a white tiger? Ji Gung pressed his lips together in silence. Eros, observing this, continued, Why is it that so many deities besiege Anaxius? Yet this white tiger has chosen to strike fiercely at Hera? And why specifically at her right leg? The mention of her right leg prompted Ares, who had remained quiet until now, to speak up. He glanced at Eros, whose eyes reflected a deepening significance, and then turned to the silent Ji Gung. A bizarre conjecture suddenly took root in his mind, causing his brows to furrow tightly. At this moment, Ji Gung chuckled softly. Eros, I presumed you would appear here to converse with me, having undoubtedly familiarized yourself with Anaxius, this formidable white tiger. If so, why must you inquire with such veiled implications? Ah, Aphrodite, you have indeed surmised correctly, Eros replied with a smile. In response to Eros's ambiguous remarks, Ji Gung remained noncommittal. He cast a glance at Ares, who seemed lost in contemplation, and spoke to Eros in a calm tone. If this is merely a stalling tactic, Eros, it has already sufficed for quite some time. Eros's smile deepened, and he cast aside a rose he had grown weary of, saying with keen interest, Since you are aware that I have been stalling from the very beginning, why do you continue to play along? You have delayed time, and from your lips, I have gleaned the information I sought. It is simply a mutual cooperation. So, dear one, are you willing to continue this collaboration? Eros's gaze fell upon Ji Gung's wrist. At that moment, the silver bracelet, which should have been adorned with a rose motif, had transformed. The silver had darkened to black, and the rose emblem had morphed into the shape of flickering red flames. My dear Aphrodite, remove it for me. Only in my possession can it fulfill its greater purpose. Eros's voice lowered, resonant and alluring, laced with a hint of challenge and temptation. Do you truly believe I would part with it? Ji Gung laughed lightly. Then it seems there is no alternative, Eros replied, shaking his head with a hint of regret. O bearer of love and beauty, my dear Aphrodite, your visage captivates me. If it were possible, I would wish to cause you no harm. Ji Gung remained silent, while Ares, with his bloodthirsty spear aimed at Eros, spoke in a chilling voice laden with ferocity and menace. Who injures whom is yet to be determined. Ares, as the god of battle and slaughter, acknowledged that he possessed a modicum of strength compared to other deities of Olympus. However, Eros interjected, his alluring phoenix-like eyes slightly narrowing, a fleeting pallor crossing his beautiful visage. His tone dripping with disdain. This is my illusion. Within this illusion, there exists a mere mortal prince. You may see through my deception. But the princess' fate remains uncertain. At that very moment, Adonis, who had been quietly observing, suddenly drew his sword and launched an attack on Zhigang. After Zhigang evaded the initial strike by sidestepping, Adonis lunged again, his crimson pupils and pale complexion betraying a lack of focus, emanating an overwhelming aura of death as he relentlessly assaulted Zhigang with vicious and precise moves. Observing the clearly manipulated Adonis, Zhigang scoffed, Eros, to control others while refraining from acting yourself is rather dishonorable. My dear, you need not provoke me. Eros waved dismissively. This little prince will only fight more fiercely. Before Eros could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted by Ares' fierce assault. Oh, war god Ares, how rude you are, Eros complained while deftly dodging Ares' strikes. Are you not concerned about the prince? Will you really leave Aphrodite unguarded? Adonis could never harm Aphrodite. Ares was well aware of Aphrodite's prowess. Even during their prior encounters, her mesmerizing techniques could outmaneuver him, let alone Adonis. With this thought, Ares focused entirely on Eros, eager to discern whether Eros, as one of the primordial gods, possessed the strength befitting such a title. As his thought shifted, Ares intensified his onslaught. The bloodied spear still glistening with the remnants of battle, its crimson hue steeped in endless carnage and malevolence. Eros showed no signs of fear, evading Ares' attacks and slyly remarked, previously, the little prince could not harm Aphrodite, but whether he can now remains to be seen. Ares halted abruptly at these words. What do you mean? Eros retreated a few steps, raising his exquisitely sculpted chin. You shall see for yourself. Ares swiftly glanced towards Zhigang. The blood-red-eyed Adonis was attacking Zhigang with frenzied determination, each blow ruthless and uncompromising. At first, Zhigang merely evaded the strikes. But as Adonis's assault grew increasingly ferocious, he began to retaliate. After each time he was sent flying by Zhigang, Adonis continued to assault with an unwavering tenacity. As if fatigue and pain were mere illusions, his countenance and body bore the marks of the wounds inflicted by Zhigang's strikes. The more injuries Adonis sustained, the fiercer his onslaught became, seemingly unleashing every limit concealed within him. As the battle progressed, his speed of attack increased, rendering Zhigang's task increasingly formidable. Look, my dear Aphrodite, you are reluctant to strike the little prince too hard, Eros remarked, his tone laced with amusement and mockery. If this passive stance continues, it is only a matter of time before the little prince inflicts harm upon Aphrodite. Ares, furrowing his brow, attempted to intervene, only to be thwarted by Eros, the mischievous primordial deity who toyed with his golden arrows, leisurely declaring, Ares, I suddenly find myself regretting my earlier decision. I no longer wish to allow you to assist Aphrodite. Get out of my way. Ares retorted, disinterested in banter, as his bloodthirsty spear swept toward Eros. With a light scoff, Eros did not dodge this time, but instead initiated his own assault. As one of the primordial gods, Eros possessed immense strength, far surpassing that of ordinary deities. The illusionary realm constrained Ares' divine powers, and coupled with his own hesitations, his thoughts already drifting toward Zhigang, his attacks lost their precision, gradually revealing his disadvantage. Meanwhile, facing the entranced Adonis, Zhigang, while refraining from delivering a decisive blow, showed no inclination to relent. Adonis' once handsome visage was now marred with bruises, and blood seeping from the wounds had mingled with his garments, rendering him a pitiful sight. Yet, despite his plight, Adonis's assault remained fierce. Aphrodite, if you do not swiftly resolve the situation with the little prince, your divine warrior lover may soon find himself in peril. Eros said with ease, a satisfied smirk gracing his lips, his light golden eyes glinting with cunning and calculation. Silence. Ares shouted at Eros, intensifying his attacks. His innate pride would not permit him to become a burden to others. Zhigang's gaze was as cold as ice, his lips pressed into a straight line. This time, as Adonis lifted his long sword once more to strike, Zhigang leaned back, swiftly evading the attack. In the blink of an eye, he delivered a lightning-fast kick that sent Adonis's sword flying from his grasp. Seizing Adonis's left wrist with both hands, he twisted forcefully, and with a sharp crack, the shoulder dislocated. Adonis let out a muffled groan, raising his right foot to kick at Ji Gung's knee. Anticipating his move, Ji Gung met his kick with his own, and at the moment of impact, he twisted his waist, his toes lightly curling, executing a spin that swept toward Adonis's rear knee. Another crack echoed, accompanied by the sound of dislocation, as Adonis's knee buckled, forcing him to kneel. Just as his knees were about to touch the ground, Ji Gung seized the opportunity. Gripping Adonis's dislocated shoulder, swiftly sidestepping to gain control behind him, and executed a clean shoulder throw. With a thud, Adonis crashed to the ground, producing a dull sound. He attempted to rise, but the series of fierce retaliations from Ji Gung had taken their toll. Adonis struggled on the floor for a considerable time, yet ultimately remained unable to stand. Ji Gung cast a fleeting glance at the bruised and battered Adonis before lifting his foot, intending to circumvent his form and hasten towards Ares. It appeared that the young prince indeed paled in comparison to the charming lover, Eros remarked with a bemused smile. However, scarcely had his words faded when Ares suddenly bellowed a warning in Ji Gung's direction. "Watch out!" Ji Gung suddenly lowered his head, only to be tackled to the ground by the forceful leap of Adonis. Ji Gung furrowed his brows, tightening his grip around Adonis's neck, intent on flinging him aside. Yet, at that very moment, Adonis's previously crimson eyes suddenly dulled. This change in Adonis caused Ji Gung to pause in contemplation, and he loosened his hold. However, Adonis's right wrist suddenly flicked, revealing a dagger that emerged from his sleeve. Grasping the hilt, he thrust it towards Ji Gung with fierce intent. Ares, with fury in his eyes, disregarded all else and concentrated every ounce of his strength into a singular point. His bloodthirsty spear soared from his hand, cutting through the air with a fierce wind, transforming into a streak of golden light that darted towards Adonis with astonishing speed. Witnessing the spear's rapid approach, Ji Gung's pupils constricted sharply. He gripped Adonis's neck once more, forcefully flinging him away from himself. In that fleeting moment of chaos, the bloodthirsty spear grazed Adonis's shoulder, piercing Ji Gung's chest directly, leaving him no time to evade. A gasp escaped Ji Gung as he spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as though countless ants were voraciously gnawing at his flesh, as if a powerful artillery shell had exploded within him. Even Ji Gung, in this moment, couldn't help but curse inwardly. He had never anticipated Ares would launch such an unexpected assault. Kuei-in, the cost this time is rather steep. Kuei-in, yet. There was no other choice. Had Ares' spear struck Adonis, the young prince would have met his end. The intense pain began to cloud Ji Gung's consciousness. Aphrodite. For voices echoed simultaneously. Ji Gung found himself increasingly unable to distinguish between the identities of those around him, Ares, Eros, Adonis, and a voice that remained elusive. He blinked, striving to maintain his awareness, yet his consciousness drifted beyond his grasp. In a haze, Ji Gung beheld Adonis, his scarlet eyes now faded, with verdant foliage swirling around him. Concurrently, a notification chimed from Adonis's affinity interface. Ding. God of Plants Adonis, Affinity 10, Current Affinity 100. The sudden surge in Adonis's affinity caught both Kuei-in and Ji Gung off guard. However, it was lamentable that the God of Plants Adonis was not the true target of their pursuit. Ji Gung found it somewhat amusing, yet tinged with a sense of regret. In the fleeting moment before closing his eyes, he seemed to perceive a vast orb of white fluff. Oh, it appears that the unknown voice he had just heard was indeed emanating from this white sphere. Chapter 104. Upon reopening his eyes, Ji Gung discovered himself reclining upon a stone bed within a cavern. He propped himself up and lowered his gaze to his chest, where the wound inflicted by the bloodthirsty spear had now completely healed. Ji Gung once again glanced at his wrist. Indeed, the bracelet had vanished. He attempted to channel his divine power, but found himself utterly unable to do so, as if he were ensnared within a mirage conjured by Eros, completely restricted. Yet, the location he occupied was not within Eros' illusion. How long have I been asleep? Not long, merely half an hour in total. What transpired after I lost consciousness? Adonis was provoked, awakening his power and becoming the god of plants, while Eros fortuitously constructed his illusion upon the very backbone of a forest. Consequently, the awakened divine might of Adonis inadvertently unraveled the illusion. The unraveling of the illusion by Adonis signified that Ares' divine power would no longer be constrained. With Adonis' awakened divinity and Ares' restored might, the odds had shifted to 2 against 1, placing Eros at a distinct disadvantage without the natural advantage of his illusion. Furthermore, Ares and Adonis, considering the severity of his prior injuries, likely possessed little inclination for combat. Thus, the most probable outcome was a temporary stalemate, with both parties opting to withdraw and cease hostilities. At present, Zhigung found himself preoccupied with questions regarding how he had arrived at this place and the whereabouts of his bracelet. Who brought me here? Where has my bracelet gone? Akun, do you not recall? As Zhigung contemplated the moment of closing his eyes for the last time, he hazily perceived a white tuft. Is it an ashes? Yes. Kuei-in responded, a hint of excitement in her tone. Let me tell you about your injury. However, just as Kuei-in began to delve into the depths of consciousness, a subtle disturbance suddenly emanated from a stone door to Zhigung's right. Zhigung pressed his lips together, quietly descending from the stone bed and slowly making his way towards the open stone door. Beyond the threshold lay a lengthy tunnel, illuminated at intervals of approximately 1 meter by flickering candlelight. The warm, reddish glow gently elongated Zhigung's shadow as he progressed. Noticing the peculiar, intricate symbols carved into the stone walls on either side, reminiscent of an ancient script, he felt a sense of intrigue. The further he ventured, the more the inscriptions multiplied, until he eventually beheld murals depicting his own life. Each scene unfolded before him, from his emergence from the foam to his experiences on Mount Zywila, his inaugural attendance at the Feast of the Gods, adventures in the Anashis forest, and moments within the Palace of Olympus. It was as if these murals encapsulated the entirety of his existence. The artist behind these vivid portrayals must possess an intimate understanding of his life, capable of rendering its myriad moments with such striking authenticity. The answer he sought was on the verge of revelation. Zhigung gazed at the partially concealed stone door ahead, from which the sound had emanated. He pressed his lips together and gradually approached. As if sensing his arrival, the noise from within abruptly ceased, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the flickering flames of the candles, swaying gently in the breeze stirred by Zhigung's movements. Zhigung raised an eyebrow and pushed the partially concealed stone door wide open. The candlelight within was significantly brighter than that of the stone corridor, and in that instant of opening the door, Zhigung found it almost blinding. Zhigung slightly narrowed his eyes and stepped inside. To his surprise, yet in a way that made sense, he beheld his pet white tiger, Anasius, turning away from him as it gradually transformed into human form within a 1-meter-deep azure bath. The sharp claws slowly morphed into elongated hands, continuing their extension from the back, neck, and finally to the head. The once snow-white fur, which Zhigung had caressed countless times, was replaced by a cascade of crimson hair that fell gracefully across its bare back. Sensing Zhigung's gaze, Anasius slowly turned to face him. Now, Zhigung could fully discern Anasius's appearance. The creature possessed an extraordinarily handsome visage, one that was both familiar and strikingly unfamiliar to Zhigung. The chiseled contours of his face, deep and beautiful eyes reminiscent of cold winter stars, a proudly elevated nose, and delicately pursed lips exuded a kind of aloof, seductive charm. His lower half vanished beneath the azure water, while the flickering candlelight illuminated his bare torso, perfectly outlining his athletic physique. Beneath his honey-hued skin lay a seamless blend of latent power and fluid muscle, taut yet not overly pronounced, with clearly defined and robust lines that hinted at a wild, untamed beauty. Strands of red hair cascaded onto his chest, adding an air of nonchalance and languor. He made no movements, yet exuded an undeniable allure. Perhaps it was the blinding candlelight, or perhaps the surreal nature of the moment. Even though he had anticipated this transformation, Zhigung felt as if he were caught in a dream upon witnessing Anasius's remarkable change. Aphrodite, a deep, magnetic voice emerged from Anasius's lips, low and somewhat frigid, laced with an underlying melancholy and an emotion that Zhigung found difficult to decipher. Should I call you Anasius, or should I refer to you as Hephaestus? Zhigung had often pondered that if Hephaestus were devoid of that hideous, grotesque scar upon his visage, he would undoubtedly possess an exceedingly handsome countenance. Indeed, it has been revealed that, stripped of his scars, Hephaestus is, in terms of mere appearance, a rare gem among men. He is neither the youthful Adonis, whose beauty still bears a hint of naivety, nor the brazen and wild masculinity of Ares, nor does he embody the sunlit charm of the radiant Apollo. The red-haired man before him exudes an aura that is both chillingly aloof and enchantingly sinister, a striking blend of two utterly contradictory extremes seamlessly intertwined within his very being. How you address me is inconsequential, Aphrodite. What truly matters is that you recognize yourself as my companion. The red-haired man, having shed his facade, gazed intently at Zhigung. His obsidian eyes, deep as ink, brimming with a mixture of tenderness and affection, yet his tone remained icily detached. Gone was the stammering of the past, the shyness and embarrassment that accompanied their encounters, and the voice that once resembled the harsh, grating sound of wood being severed. As he spoke, a subtle undertone of warning and possessiveness seeped into his words, a deliberate provocation that Ji Gung discerned with clarity. This red-haired man, or rather this Hephaestus, was undoubtedly a stranger to Ji Gung. It was only at this moment that the affection previously harbored in his consciousness for the god of fire underwent a transformation, akin to a restructuring of data, diminishing from a perfect score of 100 to 96. Kuei-in, wow. You were indeed correct in your assumptions. Hephaestus's favor had been bifurcated. One aspect represented the honest and somewhat dull god of fire, while the other encapsulated the great white tiger, Hephaestus. Now, these two facets had merged, and naturally, the overall favor had been recalibrated. Kuei-in. So, Hephaestus is the true master of performance. It's as if he were an entirely different person. Is he truly the ultimate target of this world as pursuits? Uncertain, until he thoroughly engages with him. Ji Gung would refrain from making hasty judgments. However, one thing was certain. Regardless of whether Hephaestus was the genuine object of pursuit, he had undeniably piqued Ji Gung's interest. Hephaestus was shrouded in enigmas. You have always been in disguise, Ji Gung remarked, a frown etched upon his brow, his deep blue eyes reflecting unmistakable discontent. Yet, Hephaestus merely shook his head gently. Aphrodite, that has always been a part of my divine essence. After uttering these words, Hephaestus emerged from the water. Now, without the pool's water serving as a veil, his bare form lay entirely exposed before Ji Gung's gaze. It was a physique brimming with masculine allure, broad chest. The exquisite lines of his waist reminiscent of a merman, long and straight legs, and the formidable presence nestled between them, each inch exuding a latent yet potent power. The glistening water cascaded down Hephaestus's body, appearing blue, yet transforming into a cascade of crystalline droplets as it flowed over his skin. At that moment, Ji Gung noticed a wound on Hephaestus's right side, perhaps neglected and swollen from prolonged immersion in water, with faint traces of blood seeping from it. However, Ji Gung's attention quickly shifted to Hephaestus's legs, which bore no evidence of any limp. My legs have indeed been injured, and the scars on my face are real. Hephaestus spoke slowly, seemingly understanding Ji Gung's confusion. His words reminded Ji Gung of the injury Hephaestus sustained while shielding Ares from an attack. When the arrow wound on his shoulder had been healed by the red light emanating from Hephaestus's bracelet. The searing pain felt akin to skin being burned and then reborn anew. In retrospect, that sensation was perhaps a semblance of reality, with Hephaestus embodying a magnified version of that experience. When you first awakened, this was what I intended to convey. Do you recall the severe wound inflicted by Ares' bloodthirsty spear? Ultimately, it was the power within the bracelet that healed your injury. Yes. Ji Gung had surmised that the healing of his wound was indeed due to that bracelet. And where's the bracelet now? You consumed it. Really? Surprised? Unexpected? Enough. All right. No more jesting. In truth, it was taken by Hephaestus. It should now be referred to as Hephaestus. He removed it in his great white tiger form and cast it into the furnace, transforming it into a red-black pill, which he then fed to you. Reminisced about the scene. TSK, I had no idea. The sight of the bloodied figure lying on the ground was as if the great white tiger was poised to devour a human. His fierce demeanor almost led me to believe he would pounce and tear everyone apart. Aphrodite, do you know? Hephaestus suddenly chuckled softly, reminiscing about the myriad events of the past, both during the days when he was still the physically unappealing and limping Hephaestus, as well as in his existence as the white tiger Hephaestus. I can endure your presence as my partner while harboring no affection for me. I can tolerate your capricious nature, seducing others with abandon, even whispering tender declarations of love and devotion to various men. For I am aware that your heart is so frigid that no warmth can truly penetrate it, and you will never genuinely be moved by anyone. Thus, despite the ache within me, I can restrain myself and feign the role of a simple, awkward, and inarticulate Hephaestus before you. However, Hephaestus's tone shifted, his brows darkening with a hint of menace, when I shattered the illusion to witness you pushing that mortal aside, willingly bearing the bloodthirsty spear. I abruptly realized that perhaps I had been somewhat naive in the past. As he spoke, Hephaestus stepped closer to Ji Gung, declaring, at that moment, I was genuinely furious. He halted before Ji Gung, gently lowering his dark eyes, casting a narrow shadow across his countenance with his long, straight lashes. I found myself pondering as Hephaestus raised his hand, tenderly caressing Jigen's face. His gestures were imbued with profound affection and gentleness, yet his deep, resonant voice was laced with malice and lewdness. Is it that I failed to satisfy you? Or have I not taken you with sufficient fervor? Is that why you find yourself with so much time to entice others, even risking your very life to capture a heart? Hephaestus smiled at Jigen, and in that moment, the long-suppressed desires and fury within his ancient, abyss-like gaze were laid bare. Aphrodite, tell me, do you not crave it? Jigen furrowed his brow. Forcefully brushing aside Hephaestus's hand, and locked his gaze onto the latter's eyes, his exquisite face marred by an expression of offended ire. Hephaestus, mind your tone, he exclaimed. Am I mistaken? Hephaestus curled his lips, managing a cold smirk, and leaned closer to Jigen, his towering figure casting an encompassing shadow over him. As the distance between them diminished, Jigen caught a whiff of the scent emanating from Hephaestus, an embodiment of pure masculinity, reminiscent of the rich fragrance of aged dragon incense, intense, potent, and searing. Jigen despised the current situation, feeling subtly oppressed by Hephaestus, as it instilled within him a sense of vulnerability. Hephaestus, it is I who should be incensed. Incensed by your persistent fade and deceit, Jigen declared. You are evading the topic, Aphrodite. Hephaestus's hand once more caressed Jigen's cheek, tenderly stroking as if he were handling the most exquisite and fragile of treasures. What a beautiful visage, especially when I am beneath you, indulging in your soft whispers. Hephaestus remarked, his tone oscillating between a sigh and a smirk. Hush. Hephaestus gently pressed his fingertip against Jigen's lips. The warmth and softness of his touch darkened Hephaestus's gaze, lingering on Jigen's slightly parted, moist lips before tracing along his flawless jawline, down the slender curve of his neck to the delicate collarbone, beneath which lay concealed a hint of spring's allure. Aphrodite, I no longer wish to debate with you, Hephaestus murmured, allowing his calloused fingertip to glide slowly from Jigen's lips, tracing a faint line along his alabaster neck. At this moment, all I desire is to claim you fiercely. His voice was deep, laced with unabashed desire and an audacious, unrestrained aggression. Commentary, what on earth? This isn't the Hephaestus I know. Is he really this twisted? Commentary, but are we really heading towards that? I'm beyond excited. Get away. Jigen retorted coldly, attempting to push Hephaestus aside. Yet, Hephaestus seemed to have anticipated this very action. As Jigen raised his hand, Hephaestus swiftly seized his wrist, then captured both of his hands, forcefully pushing him back until his spine collided with the stone door with a resounding thud, closing it in the process. In the next heartbeat, Hephaestus leaned in swiftly, pinning Jigen between the stone door and his own body. With a firm thrust of his waist, his hardened heat pressed against the inner thigh of Jigen. The absence of fabric due to Hephaestus's bare form allowed Jigen to feel the pulsating warmth of the blood vessels beneath that ardent surface. Do you feel it? Hephaestus's gaze was ravenous as it scrutinized Jigen, unwilling to miss even the slightest shift in his expression, his dark eyes reflecting a profound intent to possess. Jigen lifted his gaze to meet Hephaestus's eyes, and for a fleeting moment, he seemed to perceive the transformation of Hephaestus's irises into the vertical pupils of a beast poised to pounce. This vision evoked memories of Hephaestus's eyes during his incarnation as a white tiger, when they shone with a clear and cerulean brilliance, in stark contrast to the present, which brimmed with a feral hunger and possessiveness. At this moment, Hephaestus exuded an aura of palpable danger. His long hair, reminiscent of flames, was cast in a dark crimson hue by the flickering candlelight, resembling blood-soaked stalactites flowing through the abyss of darkness, exuding an ineffable wildness and malevolence. Hephaestus, it seemed, embodied the basest instincts of the animal kingdom, relying solely on primal urges to navigate the complexities of existence. Jigen coldly retorted, adopting a posture of icy resistance. Yet, Hephaestus merely smiled, unconcerned, and pressed his body closer to Jigen's. As he did so, droplets of water cascaded onto Jigen's garments, swiftly saturating them. The air between Jigen's breaths was thick with the scent of Hephaestus, and the warmth radiating from their conjoined forms was alarmingly intense, the heat both searing and damp. As if the delicate streams of water on Hephaestus silently infiltrated Jigen's very being, instilling an overwhelming sense of vulnerability. Hephaestus, I shall repeat myself. Remove yourself from my presence. Aphrodite, do you believe I will heed your words? Hephaestus grasped Ji Gung's chin, his finely sculpted lips curling into a faint expression of both tenderness and disdain. Jiga's lips were pressed tightly together, and without uttering another word, he launched an assault on Hephaestus. Hephaestus effortlessly deflected Jiga's attack, seizing his hands and firmly pressing them against the top of his head. Then, he leaned in closer, his lips brushing against Jiga's ear, and softly murmured, "Do not squander your strength. Your injuries have only just begun to heal. Otherwise, I fear you may succumb to exhaustion and lose consciousness." Ji Gung let out a cold laugh, lifting his foot to kick at the wound on Hephaestus's right side. Hephaestus let out a muffled groan, yet did not release his grip on Ji Gung. Instead, he bit down on Ji Gung's delicate earlobe. In a fit of anger, Ji Gung exclaimed, "Hephaestus, are you a dog?" Before he could finish his words, Hephaestus silenced him with a kiss. With practiced ease, Hephaestus pried open Ji Gung's lips, his fiery tongue invading deeply, forcefully entwining with Ji Gung's own, savoring the sweet nectar within. The kiss was fervent, hot, and moist, as if his tongue harbored a searing flame, intent on engulfing Ji Gung entirely, burning him away to nothing. A sudden heat surged within. All of Ji Gung's resistance transformed into a form of amusement in the eyes of Hephaestus, and then there was no further development. Only the lingering entanglement remained. Ji Gung had never fathomed that Hephaestus could possess such overwhelming intensity, akin to an unfathomable abyss, seemingly unleashing all the repressed emotions that had long been bottled up within. It surged forth uncontrollably, relentlessly colliding and demanding, as if fueled by an inexhaustible vitality, drawing Ji Gung into a tumultuous sea of desire. They transitioned from the stone door to the bath, and from the bath to the stone bed, each encounter growing increasingly fervent, each wave more tempestuous than the last. In this cavern where neither sunlight nor starlight could penetrate, Ji Gung lost all sense of the passage of time, perceiving only the flickering flame of a candle that seemed eternally ablaze, casting a dim glow upon their entwined forms. It was unclear how long this fervor persisted, until Ji Gung's voice had grown hoarse, and their passionate union began to wane. When Hephaestus finally released himself for the last time, he buried his face in the crook of Ji Gung's neck, breathing heavily. Ji Gung, somewhat dazed, gazed upwards at the stone wall, feeling as if his very being were on the verge of disintegration. Every inch of his body bore the traces of their carnal entanglement, with no part remaining unscathed. His golden locks, as supple as seaweed, cascaded across the stone bed, mingling the fragrance of roses that wafted from his hair with the musky scent that lingered in the air, creating an intoxicating aroma steeped in decadence and shadowy allure. Ji Gung, feeling somewhat powerless, weakly pushed against Hephaestus, who still lay upon him. Yet this feeble gesture, lacking in strength, appeared more as a tender caress than a rejection. The corners of his eyes were slightly reddened, and a droplet of moisture lingered in his gaze, nestled beneath the dense, raven-black lashes, exuding a hint of fragile delicacy that evoked sympathy. Upon sensing Ji Gung's movement, Hephaestus lifted his gaze and beheld the pitiable expression etched upon Ji Gung's face, causing his heart to soften. Unable to resist, he pressed a gentle kiss to the corner of Ji Gung's lips. Ding. Hephaestus, the god of fire, affection level 1. Current affection level 97. Quine, yes. Indeed, love is something to be cultivated. Aphrodite, you may only remain by my side. Hephaestus gazed deeply into Ji Gung's eyes, his voice low and husky, imbued with the sultry resonance that follows intimacy. Ji Gung cast a sidelong glance at Hephaestus, coldly uttering a single word, leave. Unperturbed by Ji Gung's frosty demeanor, Hephaestus deftly turned over, reclining beside Ji Gung. One hand casually propped up his head, while the other playfully entwined a lock of Ji Gung's golden hair that had tumbled across the stone bed. Aphrodite, do not provoke my ire any further, Hephaestus murmured softly. Then, with a hint of childishness, began to twirl the golden strand around his forefinger in gentle spirals until the shimmering hair ensnared his digit, enveloping it entirely. Only then did Hephaestus curl his lips into a faint smile of satisfaction. He regarded Aphrodite as akin to this hair, exuding an alluring scent of temptation and decadence that ensnared his very soul, luring him, igniting within him a fervent blaze of desire that rendered him spellbound, infatuated, and utterly entranced. Hephaestus, it is you who compels me, Ji Gung retorted with a cold smirk. Not compulsion. Hephaestus shook his head, his dark, oceanic gaze fixed intently upon Ji Gung as he earnestly and obstinately proclaimed, it is punishment. After a brief pause, he continued, in truth, it is not entirely your fault. My previous respect for your wishes allowed you to trivialize your own life in pursuit of enticing others. Zhigang furrowed her delicate brows, unwilling to engage in further conversation with Hephaestus. She resolutely turned her face away, refusing to look at him. Observing her reaction, Hephaestus leaned down and sank his teeth into the nape of her collarbone. Instantly, tiny crimson droplets of blood emerged from the exquisite bone, resembling blood lotuses blooming upon a jade surface bathed in white mist. Zhigang winced in pain and turned his face to shout at Hephaestus. "What are you doing?" Hephaestus, with a flick of his tongue, licked away the droplet of blood, then raised his gaze to meet Zhigang's furious expression and said, "If you refuse to listen to me, I am left with no choice but to act this way." Zhigang let out a cold scoff, his gaze fixed intently upon Hephaestus. Hephaestus, I detest those who seek to dictate my will. His tone carried an icy chill and an undertone of malice. Yet, the raspiness that had crept into his voice due to the circumstances rendered it utterly devoid of intimidation. In this moment, it resembled more the plaintive wails of a petulant kitten, sounding akin to a tender complaint rather than a threat. Hephaestus felt his heart soften in response. After a gentle sigh, he cradled Zhigang's face, leaning down to bring their noses together, and spoke softly, "Aphrodite, as long as you remain by my side, I shall heed your every wish as I once did." Zhigang parted his lips slightly. Yet before he could articulate his thoughts, Hephaestus denied him the opportunity. His long, dense eyelashes were delicately veiled, casting a gray shadow upon his eyelids in the flickering candlelight, which accentuated the abyss-like darkness of his eyes. Imbued with an inscrutable coldness and a feral intensity that exuded an oppressive aura. "Should you harbor any desire to flee, I shall shatter your legs and bind your hands, condemning you to remain here eternally, enduring the relentless demands and ravages I impose upon you, unceasingly, day and night." Zhigang understood that Hephaestus was serious, and thus the words he intended to speak lingered on the tip of his tongue before being swallowed back. Instead, he merely flared his nostrils and emitted an ambiguous, soft hum. Observing this, Hephaestus's lips curled into a satisfied smile. He appreciated Aphrodite's sense of propriety, maintaining his pose of cradling Zhigang's face. Hephaestus bestowed a tender kiss upon Zhigang's forehead as a reward. He then rose to his feet, one hand slipping beneath Zhigang's knee while the other rested on his fair back, lifting him effortlessly into his arms as he made his way toward the bath. Aware that Hephaestus intended to cleanse him, Zhigang complied, his body still slightly weakened from their earlier passionate encounter, his hands limply draped around Hephaestus's neck. Hephaestus relished Zhigang's docile demeanor, unable to resist leaning down for another kiss on Zhigang's slightly swollen lips. Later, in the bath, Hephaestus tended to Zhigang's body. But as he washed, the heat that had just subsided surged back with fervor, culminating in another fervent exchange between them. It was not until Zhigang's voice became hoarse and tinged with tears, his legs barely able to close, that Hephaestus finally relented. At that moment, Zhigang lacked the strength to speak, merely gasping for breath. Even the simple act of raising a finger felt overwhelmingly laborious. "Voice of Ki, do you realize how long you two have been at it?" "A full 2 weeks. 2 weeks, mind you." "Voice of Ki, such divine bodies are truly remarkable. Enduring, vigorous, and ever resilient. Get lost." "Voice of Ki, nonsense. Dare you claim you didn't enjoy it?" Hephaestus gazed intently at Zhigang's exquisite face, the damp corners of his eyes resembling fragrant blossoms glistening with dew, exuding an alluring fragrance that beckoned to be plucked amidst the rippling waters of spring. Hephaestus watched, his throat involuntarily shifting, yet this time he restrained the surging desires. Choosing instead to embrace Zhigang, his palm cradling Zhigang's cheek, fingers gently caressing the slightly flushed corners of his eyes, soothingly. Finally, he tenderly stroked Zhigang's golden locks, one gentle sweep at a time. As Zhigang regained some strength, he abruptly seized Hephaestus's hand, a hint of petulance in his voice. "You promised that if I stayed by your side, I would have my way." "Indeed." Hephaestus chuckled softly. "So, when I just asked you to stop, why didn't you listen?" "Because your body, your heart, do not align with your words," Hephaestus nearly whispered against Zhigang's neck, his deep voice and warm breath exuding a primal and seductive intensity. "I am attuned to your heart." Ding. Hephaestus, God of Fire, affection level 1. Current affection level 98. Zhigang parted his lips, poised to articulate a retort, yet ultimately uttered naught but a scornful huff from his throat. He remained silent until Hephaestus assisted him in cleansing his form, donning his garments, and settling upon the soft couch. In truth, Ji Gung found himself perplexed. Why was their encounter not conducted upon the plush couch, but rather upon the unforgiving stone bed, whose frigid hardness left his back aching? It seemed Hephaestus discerned Ji Gung's bewilderment, for he casually draped a towel around his waist, then seated himself on the soft couch, casting his gaze downward. He addressed Ji Gung with measured words, "Because I am punishing you. I wish for you to remember every sensation birthed from my presence, be it pleasure or pain." Ji Gung scoffed, "Hephaestus, how is it that I never noticed your eloquence before? The grotesque and limping Hephaestus of your stands in stark contrast to the present version of you. One was earnest, reticent, and restrained, while the other is cold, unrestrained, brooding, and wicked. You must have realized it long ago, Hephaestus, reflecting on the myriad events of the past. Your skepticism towards that former Hephaestus was evident, which is why you never truly placed your trust in him, even after you had become companions. The same applies to your feelings towards the white tiger Anaxius." Ji Gung raised an eyebrow. His tone inexplicably pointed. "Is it not your occasional display of an aspect that is uncharacteristic of both Hephaestus and the white tiger Anaxius that aroused my suspicion? Yet now you turn the tables and accuse me of distrust?" Hephaestus did not refute this. "For it was precisely through such behavior that you would cast your gaze upon me, and your doubts would compel you to pay closer attention. Kuei-in, as deities. How can we entrap one another in this manner?" Hephaestus's words evoked memories within Ji Gung of the moments when he perceived the chilling and discordant facets of Hephaestus, as well as the icy ferocity reflected in Anaxius's cerulean eyes. It was for this reason that Ji Gung extended more patience and concern towards the limping and taciturn Hephaestus, as well as the white tiger Anaxius, than he did to other deities. What had previously appeared to be his conquest of Hephaestus was, in truth, a silent infiltration of his thoughts by both Hephaestus and Anaxius, subtly steering his mind in a different direction. Whether it was the occasional display of something unusual or the inescapable reason behind it all, the crimson bracelet that could be traced wherever he went, these thoughts lingered in Ji Gung's mind. Contemplating the bracelet, he found himself pondering deeper. Although he had once suspected that the slender red chain was no ordinary trinket, he had not anticipated that it harbored formidable healing powers. After it first healed him, the bracelet transformed into a bangle emblazoned with red flames. And it was then that Eros truly sought to remove the bangle from his wrist. There must be some underlying reason for this. Ji Gung speculated that this might be related to the bracelet itself. When it was in the form of a bangle, even Ji Gung found it impossible to remove. The object bestowed upon him by Hephaestus seemed to possess a will of its own, stubbornly remaining on his wrist. However, after that, Hephaestus could easily take it off, which suggests two possibilities. Either the object recognized its master, as Hephaestus was its creator and could remove it effortlessly, or the bracelet, having transformed into a bangle, was inherently removable. Judging by Eros's behavior before and after, Ji Gung leaned towards the latter. This implies that only when the bracelet becomes a bangle can it be removed from his wrist. The transformation occurred after it healed his wound, indicating that he was injured, and the bracelet emanated a red light to mend his injury. This might serve as a crucial moment for the bracelet's metamorphosis into a bangle. Divine beings inherently possess a formidable power that transcends that of mortals, stemming from their primal essence. This power enables deities to automatically heal from bodily harm. However, in the environment created by Eros, divine powers could not be exercised, meaning that once injured, he could no longer rely on his innate divine strength for self-healing. At this juncture, the power of the bracelet came into play. Therefore, Eros fabricated an illusion and employed deceptive divine power within this mirage to obscure Ares, solely to ensure he would be wounded, as Eros anticipated he would shield Ares from harm. Subsequently, the bracelet would heal his wounds and transform into a bangle, which could then be removed. Nonetheless, a further condition needed to be fulfilled. After the bracelet transformed into a bangle, a period of waiting was necessary, perhaps to allow the residual power of the bracelet to fully transition from its silver rose-carved form to a fiery black mark. Consequently, even after his wounds were healed, Eros continued to engage with them, merely to buy time. It must be said that Eros is indeed meticulous. One must consider that as one of the original five gods, the god of love possesses the ability to enchant both mortals and deities. It could not merely be attributed to his appealing appearance. Quiet, however. Later, when you pushed aside Adonis and accepted Ares' bloodthirsty spear, Eros' eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, Eros did not anticipate my profound concern for Adonis, a mere mortal. Hence, when he witnessed my injury while attempting to save Adonis, his astonishment was palpable. Moreover, Eros likely did not foresee that Hephaestus would dare to come in the end. The scene of Ananias surrounded by the gods within the illusion serves as a testament to this. Eros was using those deities to delay Ananias. Quion, that. Yes? Quion, you are quite terrifying in your own right. Many matters remain unresolved, and yet you deduce so much from the minimal occurrences within the illusion. As Zhigung pondered, it seemed that his contemplative demeanor amused Hephaestus, whose hands began to move restlessly yet devoid of any suggestive intent. His fingers caressed Zhigung's forehead, then traced the line of his brow, his eyes, and the bridge of his nose, ultimately lingering on Zhigung's soft lips, tenderly rubbing them with his fingertips. The sensation lingering long after. Hephaestus' hands bore thin calluses, and the repeated caress of Zhigung's lips elicited a ticklish, yet fervent warmth, prompting Zhigung to finally swat Hephaestus' hand away in exasperation. What is the significance of that bracelet? Zhigung inquired directly. Hephaestus replied, it can heal your wounds. And what else? Zhigung raised an eyebrow. After a brief silence, Hephaestus added, I can track you through the bracelet. You know I am inquiring about something else, Zhigung stated, locking eyes with Hephaestus. Do you suspect the bracelet possesses other powers? Indeed. Given that Eros had gone to such lengths to create an illusion merely to obtain the bracelet, it was evident that the bracelet, or rather the bangle, was extraordinary. As one of the original 5 deities, Eros already held a transcendent status and immense divine power. Thus, something that could provoke such elaborate schemes from him must inherently conceal some inscrutable mysterious force. This further solidified Zhigung's conviction that the bangle, transformed from the bracelet and now forged into a pill by Hephaestus and ingested by him, surely possessed more than mere healing properties. Rather than speculating aimlessly, it would be far simpler to inquire directly from the individual most likely to know the truth. Aphrodite, do you truly wish to know? As he spoke, a shadowy glimmer flickered in Hephaestus' obsidian eyes, an aura that seemed capable of engulfing all dangers that spread like night. Yet Zhigung, far from retreating in the face of Hephaestus' gaze, felt an exhilarating sense of rivalry. He yearned to uncover the truth. And for the first time, he felt a compelling desire to truly understand Hephaestus. Zhigung rose from the soft couch, meeting Hephaestus' gaze directly. He licked the corner of his lips, his exquisite face resembling a crimson flower imbued with poison, both stunning and lethal. His melodious voice carried an inexplicable allure. Hephaestus, what hidden power lies within something even Eros yearns for? I am genuinely eager to uncover this mystery. However, Hephaestus shook his head, his deep voice tinged with a somewhat hoarse and icy quality, reverberating through the vast stone cavern. Aphrodite, I cannot reveal this to you just yet, for there are matters I remain uncertain about, and you, being as cunning as you are, make it impossible. Upon hearing this, Zhigung's delicate brows furrowed slightly, prompting her to invoke Hephaestus's earlier promise. Is this what you meant by saying you would heed my every word? Hephaestus replied, Aphrodite, I can reveal to you the true nature of the bracelet, but you must understand that it is certainly not the whole truth. I do not wish to deceive you further. Therefore, rather than concocting a flimsy excuse, it is better to leave certain matters unspoken. Impatiently, Zhigung interrupted, turning her head to recline on the soft couch, then rolling onto her side, deliberately avoiding Hephaestus's gaze in a fit of pique. Hephaestus was amused by her antics. He had never witnessed such a side of Aphrodite, whether in his own form or as the awkward and unattractive Hephaestus, or even as the regal Ananias. Aphrodite had always exuded an air of coldness and haughtiness, impervious to intrusion. Yet, in this moment, her somewhat childish demeanor intrigued Hephaestus, stirring within him an unprecedented sense of novelty. He yearned to see more facets of Aphrodite. Ding. Hephaestus, the god of fire, favorability 1, current favorability, 99. Quine, hee. Men. Hephaestus gently patted Zhigung's shoulder, his tone softening. Aside from that matter, feel free to inquire about anything else, and I shall gladly provide answers. Anything. Zhigung straightened her body, gazing up at Hephaestus. Indeed, Hephaestus smiled and nodded, playfully tapping the tip of Zhigung's nose with his finger, leaning closer to whisper in her ear. But before we proceed, would you help me tend to my wounds, please? The final 3 words were drawn out intentionally, his voice, low and rich, lacked the harshness of his former self. Instead, it resembled a fine wine, aged in a cellar for years, exuding a deep, intoxicating elegance. At that moment, he softened his tone, sounding almost like a child seeking affection, emanating an irresistible magnetism. As he spoke close to her ear, the warmth of his breath brushed against Ji Gung's earlobe, causing a slight flush to rise at her neck. Ji Gung raised his arm to press against Hephaestus' chest, pushing him back before retorting, "Tend to the wounds if you must. But why are you suddenly getting so close?" Upon hearing this, Hephaestus' lips curled into an even wider smile. He blinked, his thick and straight eyelashes fluttering gently like little brushes, casting a slender shadow upon his eyelids, and replied, "Because I am tempting you." Upon hearing this, Ji Gung emitted an ambiguous, soft grunt from deep within his throat. "Did you think I was unaware of pain?" Ji Gung turned his gaze towards the right side of Hephaestus, where a grievous wound had been inflicted, further exacerbated by a brutal kick. Ji Gung was acutely aware of his own strength. Even though he had just awakened from a severe illness and could only muster 10% of his usual force, it was by no means a feeble blow. At this moment, the wound had begun to fester and decay, with the blood oozing forth taking on a dark, crimson hue. Ji Gung recalled the scene from the illusion, where Eros had shown them the struggle of the white tiger Anaeus, with Hephaestus besieged by the gods, a blade piercing his waist. The wound on his right side must have originated from that moment. Why do you not employ divine power to facilitate the automatic healing of the wound? Ji Gung found it perplexing that a wound, which could be swiftly mended, had lingered on Hephaestus for so long. If it were true that within this cave, Hephaestus's divine abilities, like his own, were constrained and unable to operate, what about prior to entering this cavern? If I were to use divine power to heal the wound, I would be unable to reach you more swiftly and bring you here, to forge the bracelet into medicine and administer it to you. He had to allocate more of his divine energy to hasten his speed. And what of the medicine for the wound? Ji Gung inquired, shifting the topic slightly. Hephaestus retrieved a small knife, a blue vial, and a strip of white fabric resembling a bandage from a small cabinet. After taking these items from Hephaestus, they switched positions. Ji Gung guided Hephaestus to lie on the soft couch, turning his body to the left, while he seated himself behind Hephaestus. From Ji Gung's vantage point, he could only see the chiseled profile of Hephaestus, perhaps due to the warm flicker of the candlelight, which cast a gentle glow upon Hephaestus, making him appear akin to a slumbering leopard. His honey-toned skin was relaxed, and his red hair cascaded casually behind him, exuding an air of languid satisfaction after the events had unfolded. As Ji Gung observed the scene, he could not help but let out a cold chuckle. This fellow was quite impressive. After having dealt with him, he now expected him to tend to his wounds. With such thoughts in mind, Ji Gung deliberately increased the pressure of his movements, only to notice that Hephaestus remained utterly unfazed. Suddenly, he found his own behavior rather amusing. When had he become so childish? Ji Gung shook his head and began to meticulously tend to Hephaestus's wounds. As he recalled Hephaestus's earlier words and the myriad questions swirling in his mind, Ji Gung cautiously remarked, "Hephaestus, this cave evokes a sensation reminiscent of the illusions conjured by Eros." Hephaestus responded with a low murmur, neither affirming nor denying. His eyes slightly narrowed in enjoyment of Ji Gung's ministrations. "The crimson light emanating from the bracelet, which purports to heal my wounds, does not entirely resemble your divine power." Ji Gung recalled the glowing aura meant for healing. At that moment, even Ares, who was merely a spectator, sensed the peculiar strength contained within that red light. As a direct recipient, how could Hephaestus remain oblivious? The force encapsulated within the crimson glow bore semblance to Hephaestus's divine prowess, yet diverged from it. Amidst the pure flames of the god of fire, there lingered a more ferocious and domineering essence. This energy seemed to be shrouded in mist, yet simultaneously, it was as if nothing separated it, embodying a chaotic amalgamation. Such a formidable chaotic force naturally aroused Ji Gung's vigilance. The very strength that captivated Eros, one of the primordial 5 deities, compelled Ji Gung to entertain thoughts that, while seemingly impractical, were by no means absurd. Hephaestus's subsequent revelation confirmed his suspicions. The crimson light that heals your wounds contains the divine power of the chaos god, Chaos. Seemingly unfazed by the explosive nature of this information, Hephaestus's tone remained remarkably calm. "How do you possess the power of chaos?" Ji Gung inquired. Upon hearing this, Hephaestus paused, preparing to turn his body to address Ji Gung. But as he moved, Ji Gung swiftly struck his head, admonishing, "Do not move recklessly." "Just say it," Ji Gung insisted. How audacious! You dare strike the head of the forest king. Do you seek punishment? Fool. Aphrodite recounted, after Hera cast me off the cliff. I fell into a pool of black water, where a whirlpool formed in its depths, drawing me into the river Phlegethon of the underworld. At the southernmost point of Phlegethon lies the entrance to Tartarus. And then, is that how you acquired the power of chaos? Zhigung's tone was ambiguous, ultimately finding amusement in his own words. Not quite, Hephaestus continued. I was enveloped by this whirlpool, trapped in Phlegethon for 200 years. During this time, the lamentations and anguish moans of restless souls echoed around me. I was ensnared in the whirlpool, unable to escape, while these souls, including the deities of the underworld, remained oblivious to my existence. As he reminisced about his most wretched past, Hephaestus's gaze remained utterly impassive, his obsidian pupils resembling a starless winter night sky, devoid of light, enveloped in pure darkness. Although the existence of these spirits was imperceptible to both the dead and the divine, their negative emotions penetrated through the vortex without restraint, infiltrating my mind and rendering me a passive vessel for the memories of those departed souls. Gradually, I began to sense that alongside the influx of these malevolent feelings, there emerged another enigmatic and chaotic force. Was it the divine power of chaos? The act of Zhigung applying ointment to Hephaestus momentarily halted. Indeed, Hephaestus's lips curled slightly, revealing an indescribable smile. No one could have anticipated that the god of chaos would intertwine a fragment of his power within the skin of the river Phlegethon, populated entirely by the deceased. Well, plummeting from a cliff to uncover celestial secrets, Hephaestus has undoubtedly seized the protagonist's script. It's no wonder you are favored by the decree of heaven, a masterful actor with a triumphant comeback. This is quite the bargain. Silence. Reflecting upon the span of 2 centuries, Zhigung cast his gaze downward, a flicker of contemplation crossing his features. I recall that not long after your fall from grace, you were taken in by the sea goddess Thetis and Eurynomy, which does not align with the 200 years you mentioned, unless... Zhigung contemplated a possibility. What if Hephaestus spoke nothing but the truth? Unless the passage of time within the river of Phlegethon was disproportionate to that of the outside world, just as he had initially succumbed to an illusion while reinforcing the seals of the abyss, or as if that seemingly Pandora-like box had been opened, drawing them into a realm of phantasm. Indeed, I was ensnared within the river of Phlegethon for 2 centuries, yet upon my emergence, merely 2 days had elapsed in the external world. Thus, could it be that the power of the chaos god has the ability to manipulate the flow of time within a confined space? Zhigung speculated. One might say so. Hephaestus replied with an enigmatic tone. Zhigung cast a perplexed glance at Hephaestus. Immediately, Hephaestus replied, I shall not deceive you. But what of Eros? Zhigung did not forget that both times he entered the illusion, it was intricately linked to Eros. Within the dreamlike realms crafted by Eros, the passage of time bore a striking resemblance to that within the river Phlegethon. Given that Hephaestus openly acknowledged the entanglement of chaos divine power, it followed that Eros' abilities must also stem from a fragment of that divine essence. However, if this were the case, how did Eros acquire his powers? What was the source of his connection to the god of chaos? The answers eluded him. Indeed, Hephaestus shared this confusion, yet regarded Eros as a trivial figure, unworthy of his contemplation. Thus, he chose not to dwell on the existence of one he deemed inconsequential. Nevertheless, Hephaestus could surmise the motives behind Eros' elaborate schemes. For both he and Eros harbored a portion of the divine power of chaos within themselves. Although Hephaestus could discern some reasons, he had no intention of disclosing them to Aphrodite, at least not at this moment. As for Eros, while Hephaestus held little regard for him, he was determined not to let him escape unscathed. After all, having plotted against him and Aphrodite, Eros would inevitably have to bear some consequence for his actions. Zhigung cast a fleeting glance at Hephaestus but refrained from further inquiries. After sealing the vial, he picked up a white bandage and instructed Hephaestus to sit up for the dressing. Obediently, Hephaestus complied, rising to a seated position. However, just as Zhigung was poised to apply the bandage to his wound, Hephaestus unexpectedly draped his arms around Zhigung's neck, resting his chin upon Zhigung's shoulder, as if he were a marionette devoid of bones, surrendering his entire weight to Zhigung. Hephaestus had always maintained a higher body temperature. Thus, this embrace transmitted warmth through the thin fabric of their garments, enveloping Zhigung's skin. In the next moment, Hephaestus buried his face into the side of Zhigung's neck, gently nuzzling his skin with his nose. inhaling the subtle fragrance that emanated from within Ji Gang. Ji Gang's brow twitched at the actions of Hephaestus, a hint of unacknowledged helplessness seeping into his tone. What are you doing? Wait until you help me with the bandaging. Hephaestus chuckled softly, his response flowing with remarkable ease, the warm breath escaping his lips brushing against Ji Gang's neck, provoking an almost ticklish sensation. How can I assist you with the bandaging in this manner? Ji Gang forcefully attempted to push Hephaestus away. Yet he clung on like a stubborn adhesive, refusing to detach himself from Ji Gang's side. Kuei-in, what happened to the promised cold and dark demeanor? Why has he suddenly become so clingy? Is this the legendary capriciousness of a serpentine madness? Kuei-in, or could it be that Hephaestus has spent too long in the company of the divine white tiger Anaxius, unwittingly adopting the habits of felines? Hephaestus, if you continue like this, you shall tend to it yourself. A chill edged into Ji Gang's voice. This subtly threatening remark appeared to have a modicum of effect, as Hephaestus' nostrils flared slightly, reluctantly lifting his head from Ji Gang's neck. Upon witnessing the scene, Ji Gang unhesitatingly struck Hephaestus' face, inadvertently adopting the demeanor he had previously exhibited while interacting with Anaxius. In an almost commanding tone, he instructed, "Sit properly." Hephaestus moved his lips, emitting an ambiguous chuckle from his throat, and then straightened his posture, arms wide open, presenting himself obediently for Ji Gang to tend to his wounds. This gesture revealed his bare chest directly before Ji Gang's gaze. Hephaestus possessed an exquisite physique, with a broad chest, muscular yet not excessively so, and a smooth, attractive form reminiscent of a lithe cheetah. Each inch of his skin exuded a subtle blend of restrained strength and beauty, while his honey-toned complexion glimmered under the soft, flickering candlelight. However, what captured Ji Gang's attention were the ambiguous scratch marks adorning Hephaestus' chest. The varying depths of these crimson traces unmistakably indicated the intensity of prior encounters. Ji Gang involuntarily conjured the image of being fiercely overwhelmed beneath Hephaestus, who, at that moment, seemed oblivious to restraint, relentlessly demanding possession until, exhausted and hoarse, Ji Gang could barely lift a finger, at which point the fervor finally subsided. Reflecting on this, even Ji Gang felt a tinge of embarrassment. As if perceiving Ji Gang's slight discomfort, Hephaestus suddenly grasped his delicate, alabaster wrist, gently caressing it within his palm. Hephaestus had always known of Aphrodite's beauty. Every part of her form was exquisitely flawless. Yet now, as he lowered his gaze to examine her closely, he recognized that the term beautiful may not suffice. He had never encountered hands as long and lustrous as Aphrodite's, with each joint resembling meticulously carved jade, and every nail perfectly trimmed and rounded, exuding a subtle pink hue. It was these enchanting hands that left behind lingering, ambiguous red marks upon him in moments of passion. Contemplating this, a playful smile tugged at the corners of Hephaestus's lips, forming a subtly meaningful arc. With a mischievous tilt of his head, he raised Ji Gang's hand and precisely captured the tip of his finger between his lips. This time without applying pressure, merely brushing it with his soft, warm tongue in a teasing and frivolous manner. As Ji Gang withdrew his hand, Hephaestus slowly remarked, "Aphrodite, your hands, in their fervor, have left their marks upon me, evoking a most profound sensation." While speaking, Hephaestus's gaze shifted from Ji Gang's hand to his face, his deep voice tinged with an unmistakable allure. Ji Gang furrowed his brows, poised to retort with a touch of irony. When he lifted his gaze and found himself locking eyes with Hephaestus, who was intently observing him. Ji Gang stands half a head shorter than Hephaestus. At this moment, from Ji Gang's perspective, Hephaestus' excessively elongated eyelashes seem magnified. Among all the individuals Ji Gang has encountered, Hephaestus possesses the most extraordinary eyelashes, long and dense, yet distinctively straight, diverging from the gentle curl typical of most. His eyelashes are remarkably straight and closely set, while the lower lashes are equally elongated. When he gazes at others, these straight lashes obscure much of his eyes, rendering his already inky black pupils shrouded in a veil of mystery, exuding an enigmatic and profound depth of emotion. Ji Gang must concede that, at least in terms of appearance, Hephaestus undeniably meets his standards. However, even so, Ji Gang found himself somewhat irate. "Hephaestus, do you even wish for my assistance in bandaging you?" Upon hearing this, Hephaestus blinked, and the previous aura of mystery and aloofness abruptly vanished, replaced by an expression of innocent bewilderment, as if he had not committed any wrongdoing yet was being admonished. If at this moment Hephaestus were still in the form of the white tiger in Asius, Zhigung had no doubt that he would be playfully twitching his fluffy ears, nuzzling his beautifully soft fur against Zhigung's leg in a display of endearing affection. Qian. Very well, large felines can indeed be fierce when provoked, yet when they soften, they become rather clingy. Zhigung scoffed, displaying a remarkable talent for pretense. Hephaestus leaned closer to Zhigung, stating, Aphrodite, I assure you, I did not. Zhigung, uninterested in his ramblings, lifted his hand and grasped Hephaestus' hair, pulling his head outward. However, just as he was about to withdraw his hand from the strands of Hephaestus' hair after pulling his head away, a soft, fluffy entity emerged from the gap between Zhigung's index and middle fingers. Gardenia. Zhigung lowered his hand, observing the two delicate red beast ears atop Hephaestus' head, which were subtly twitching in a cautious manner. Coupled with Hephaestus' handsome yet slightly wicked visage, this striking contrast ignited an embarrassing realization within Zhigung. He found it unexpectedly endearing. In this manner, Aphrodite, do you not feel inclined to accept a fragment of this? Hephaestus chuckled softly. Zhigung remained silent. Do you not like it? Hephaestus frowned, reminiscing. I recall that during the days of Anaxius, you took great pleasure in caressing those pair of beastly ears. Zhigung maintained a stern expression, suppressing the urge to reach out and caress, and coldly commanded, turn back. Upon hearing this, Hephaestus stared at Zhigung for several moments, seemingly verifying the authenticity of Zhigung's words. Then, with a decisive motion, he leaned closer to Zhigung's face. Do you not like me this way? Hephaestus squinted slightly, his tone laced with mischief and amusement, purposefully twitching his beastly ears as he spoke. Like hell. Zhigung could no longer contain his frustration, cursing for the first time as he forcefully pushed Hephaestus' face away, standing up abruptly. Coldly, he declared, you come here yourself. With that, he turned to leave. Seeing this, Hephaestus' gaze turned icy. Aphrodite, where do you think you are going? Simultaneously, he firmly embraced Zhigung's waist from behind, pressing his face against Zhigung's back. His deep, resonant voice was imbued with an endless yearning and a palpable possessiveness. You bandage, and I promise I won't trouble you any further. Inadvertently softening his tone, Hephaestus buried his face in Zhigung's back. Zhigung could not see Hephaestus' expression at that moment, only feeling the searing warmth of his breath on the spot they were connected, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of heat. Zhigung lightly tapped the hand of Hephaestus, which was encircling him. Release your grip. Do not even think of leaving. Hephaestus reiterated, his voice low and imbued with a hint of melancholy and chill, alongside another emotion that was difficult to discern. Let go, and I shall tend to your wounds, Zhigung replied. Yet he did not acknowledge or assure Hephaestus' words. Hephaestus tightened his hold on Zhigung's hands, a gesture that conveyed an overwhelming sense of insecurity coupled with a profound possessiveness. Zhigung felt a tightening in his breath, and an uncomfortable frown creased his brow, just as he was about to reprimand. Hephaestus unexpectedly released his grip. Please tend to my wounds, came the deep, resonant voice of Hephaestus from behind Zhigung. Upon hearing this, Zhigung turned around, only to discover that the two pairs of crimson beast ears adorning Hephaestus had yet to revert to their original form. At this moment, Hephaestus sat cross-legged, his hands casually resting on his thighs, his striking face raised, gazing intently at Zhigung. His visage exuded an icy, devilishly handsome allure, if the former Hephaestus was characterized by self-doubt and reticence. Then this unmasked version was an embodiment of the fiery brilliance of blazing flames intertwined with the quietude of shadowy darkness. He radiated a chilling, austere aura. Yet when he lifted the corners of his lips, the sharply defined line of his mouth conveyed a sense of piercing intensity and fervent pressure. This was a countenance that easily instilled a sense of distance. Ironically, the presence of the two beast ears atop his head introduced an incongruous charm, a contrast that was quite endearing in its own right. This charm was not of the innocuous kind. Rather, it suggested a mischievous nature, an unmistakably fierce beast that, while deliberately retracting its fangs to appear harmless and docile, still allowed hints of its underlying ferocity to seep through. As Zhigung's gaze fell upon the crimson beast ears, they audaciously quivered ever so slightly. Zhigung, did I not ask you to revert this? Zhigung pointed at the pair of crimson beast ears. Yet, I sense that you rather enjoy it. Hephaestus licked the corner of his lips, his tone seemingly innocent, yet his gaze brimmed with an unmistakable aggression. Ji Gung fixed his gaze upon Hephaestus for several moments before coldly remarking, "You know me so well?" In response, Hephaestus shook his head, a subtle flicker of light passing through his ink-black eyes as if recalling a distant thought. He lowered his eyelids, the dense and elongated lashes veiling his gaze, rendering Ji Gung unable to discern the emotions within. All he could perceive was the slight movement of Hephaestus's lips as he offered a self-deprecating smile, uttering, "Not enough. Aphrodite, I still do not know you well enough." Ji Gung remained silent, and after a few moments of contemplation, he chose not to dwell on the matter of the beast ears any longer. Instead, he picked up the bandages and returned to sit beside Hephaestus. This time, Hephaestus made no further movements, allowing Ji Gung to assist him with the dressing. However, as Ji Gung wound the bandages around Hephaestus's waist, the cool pads of his fingers brushed against Hephaestus's skin, causing his breath to quicken slightly. Once the bandaging was complete, Ji Gung could not resist the temptation to gently squeeze the plush red ears atop Hephaestus's head. "I am quite curious," he ventured. "Why did you choose to divide your consciousness into the form of a white tiger? Or rather," Ji Gung paused momentarily, "what compels such a division of consciousness?" Hephaestus, who had been lazily enjoying Ji Gung's touch with his eyes half closed, lifted his eyelids slightly upon hearing the question. He replied languidly, "If I were to say it is because I perceive your gaze upon the white tiger to be more genuine than that which you cast upon other creatures, even humans and deities, would you believe me?" "Shut up," came the retort. "I wish to draw closer to you through the identity of the white tiger, to experience a different facet of you," Hephaestus said earnestly, his dark eyes shimmering with a brilliant light, reminiscent of withered leaves transformed into vibrant hues by the nectar of blooming flowers, radiating a dazzling brilliance under the sun. Yet Ji Gung merely smiled gently and responded, "Hephaestus, do you truly think I would believe that? You present a valid reason, yet it is not the primary one. The act of dividing one's consciousness may seem straightforward, yet the execution of such a feat is far from simple. Few deities, if any, have accomplished this." And prior to Hephaestus, Ji Gung had never witnessed any deity achieve it. This is not due to Ji Gung's ignorance, but rather because the division of consciousness demands an extraordinarily powerful mental fortitude, alongside divine power sufficient to separate such formidable mental energy, akin to splitting one's soul in twain. Ji Gung did not believe that Hephaestus' decision to fragment his consciousness was solely due to a preference for the white tiger. There must be deeper, hidden reasons involved. "Hephaestus, I wish for you to reveal to me the true motive behind your division of consciousness." Hephaestus gestured towards Ji Gung's lips and said, "Kiss me first, and then I shall tell you." His voice, soft and gentle, stripped away the chill and sharpness, resembling a playful plea. Ji Gung let out a cold laugh, his hands gripping tightly as he pulled forcefully on Hephaestus's beastly ears. Hephaestus winced in pain, innocently calling out Ji Gung's name. "Aphrodite, are we still playing?" "No more games," Hephaestus replied, shaking his ears and abandoning his playful demeanor. "Coin, to be fair, the Lord of Fire does possess a bit of mischief. Coin, if we refrain from discussing your impending departure, the Lord of Fire is indeed quite amiable and easy to please. Coin, see, when he becomes fierce, he resembles a tiger, yet when he is docile, he takes on the guise of a cat. Though this may be a facade, it is rather delightful. Most importantly, when the mood strikes, you both can indulge in a delightful beastly play. I am utterly looking forward to it. Get lost." Ji Gung directly severed the connection with the sea of consciousness. At that moment, Hephaestus shifted from a seated position to reclining on the soft couch, resting his head upon Ji Gung's legs. Feeling the sudden weight on his thighs, Ji Gung glanced down at Hephaestus, who was also gazing back at him. After a few moments of silent contemplation, Ji Gung frowned and grasped Hephaestus's hair, intending to forcefully lift his head. Yet, at that very instant, Hephaestus began to speak. "After emerging from the river of Phlegethon, although I obtained the power of chaos, which healed my lameness and the scars on my face, this power is exceedingly overwhelming." The words trailed off abruptly, leaving the thought hanging in the air. Ji Gung remained silent, while Hephaestus gazed unwaveringly at him, equally silent. After a few moments of this tense standoff, Ji Gung raised an eyebrow and relinquished his grip on Hephaestus's hair, thereby abandoning his intention of lifting him from his lap. Consequently, Hephaestus lazily squinted his eyes, adjusting himself into the most comfortable position upon Ji Gung's legs, before continuing. "At that time, I was unable to exert complete control to prevent an uncontrollable eruption. I forcibly extracted that portion of power belonging to chaos from within me by means of separating my consciousness. Upon hearing this, Ji Gung pondered for a moment and inquired, "What existed before the white tiger, which bore a fragment of your consciousness?" "Fire," Hephaestus replied. "I transformed the separated consciousness into an inconspicuous flame and placed it upon Mount Etna's, while gradually exerting control over this power with my primordial divine energy, all the while living the life that Hephaestus was destined to lead, devoid of that extraordinary encounter. Living the life that Hephaestus was meant to lead." Ji Gung found it amusing. Mocked by the gods for its ugliness? Ridiculed for its disability? "I hardly believe you would endure such indignities, repaying grievances with virtue." Indeed, Hephaestus did not deny this. "Had you not existed, I would have fused my consciousness after fully mastering that power and sought revenge against Hera. I am not inherently benevolent. Having spent 2 centuries in the river of lamenting souls, I have long been tainted by its inky waters. But your existence altered everything. You are the singular variable that disrupted my entire rhythm." As he spoke, a complex flicker of emotion crossed Hephaestus's eyes. This sentiment arrived swiftly, ephemeral in nature, leaving Ji Gung no time to delve into its depths before Hephaestus continued, "On the day I fully mastered this power, it coincided with your contest with Ares in the Anash's forest. You surely did not realize that when you donned that belt, it captivated all living beings. I tracked your location through the bracelet, wholly drawn to you. I am fond of you, for you are unique. Thus, when I observed your gaze lingering on that white tiger for a few extra moments, a gaze distinctly different from that of others or the gods, I suddenly realized that instead of merging my consciousness to exact revenge on Hera, remaining by your side in the guise of this white tiger would be far more intriguing. For I wish to experience a different facet of you." "And then your consciousness transferred to the white tiger?" "Indeed," Hephaestus chuckled. "Look at Ares. His gaze is filled with provocation and seduction, yet the reality is that you harbor not even the most fundamental, genuine interest in him. However, the look in the eyes of that white tiger, though cold, conveys a most authentic attitude." Ji Gung parted his lips, seemingly on the verge of articulating a thought. Yet Hephaestus interjected, "Do not be hasty in your denial. You are merely masquerading, adopting the demeanor befitting a deity of love and beauty. Much like I am leading a life that reflects the essence of a god of fire, devoid of the adventures with Pygmalion and his beloved Galatea. Perhaps other deities can perceive that your heart is indeed frigid. Even as you profess affection, you harbor no genuine emotions towards them. Yet, they remain oblivious to the truth that you possess not only a complete lack of sentiment, but also an utter absence of even the slightest interest." Hephaestus spoke slowly, his voice tinged with a low, somber tone. Ji Gung's lips curled slightly, the corners of his mouth lifting to reveal a delicate yet chilling arc. He caressed Hephaestus's cheek, his icy fingertips gliding over the spot where a scar should have been. "Hephaestus, by what right do you believe you witness more than the other deities? We are of the same kind." Hephaestus grasped Ji Gung's hand, enveloping it within his own, gently pressing it against his cheek. "Only those adept at masquerade can discern that I have transformed the act of embodying the seemingly simple and dull Hephaestus into a habitual performance, so ingrained that it has become an integral part of my character. Thus, Aphrodite, I yearn to witness your truer self, which is why I have shifted the consciousness that should have merged into the white tiger. Should I then feel honored? For you have chosen the latter. Seeking revenge against Hera while drawing closer to me? No." Hephaestus shook his head. "It is I who should feel honored." He brought Ji Gung's hand to his lips and kissed it, honored that after I chose the latter, you granted me the opportunity to draw near. Ji Gung raised an eyebrow, remaining noncommittal. "Hephaestus, I harbor a modicum of doubt regarding your stance. Although you have not fused your consciousness but rather transferred it to the white tiger, this does not seem to impede your quest for vengeance against Hera. Even without the portion of Chaos's power, while you may not be able to slay Hera, you could certainly make her suffer. Yet, it appears you have not exacted any substantial retribution upon her." Ji Gung recalled that even in the original narrative, Hephaestus had sought vengeance against Hera. "I find it hard to believe that you are merely striving to embody the character of Hephaestus, who repays grievances with virtue and harbors no grudges," Ji Gung remarked. "For only if Hera thrives does it serve my interests," Hephaestus replied cryptically. Ji Gung furrowed his brows slightly, clearly dissatisfied with Hephaestus's ambiguous response. At that moment, Hephaestus unexpectedly rose, placing his hands on either side of Ji Gung, leaning in closer with a slight smile and said, For only when Hera is content can she afford to indulge in jealousy, and only then does she possess the energy to eliminate all that piques her husband's interest. Quoin, what does this mean? Who prompted you to open my connection with the sea of consciousness? Quoin, don't sweat the details, just enlighten me. What does the god of fire mean by this? Who bestowed this marriage between me and Hephaestus? Quoin, it was none other than Hera. Good grief. The god of fire is quite the schemer. Observing Ji Gung's expression at such close quarters, Hephaestus's breath, warm and fervent, brushed against Ji Gung's face. I contemplated revenge against Hera, yet I discerned her jealousy towards you, her apprehension of you. When Hera gazes at me, her eyes are rife with disdain and loathing. I am but a blemish in her sight. I understand Hera all too well. She despises you for your beauty, and me for my lack thereof. She would conspire to bring us together, hence I remain in her grasp. Is this not overshadowed by the importance of vengeance? None of this can compare to the temptation of being in your presence. As he spoke, Hephaestus leaned even closer, their noses nearly touching. I know she will go to great lengths to unite the two individuals she loathes most. I shall feel more self-conscious due to your disposition. And you will suffer for my unattractiveness. This is what Hera desires to witness. Thus, if I merely grant her a modicum of satisfaction, she will readily acquiesce to my wish of uniting with you. Quoin, god of fire. Ji Gung curled his lips in a smirk. Hephaestus, you truly are a scoundrel. For you, I would go to any lengths. Hephaestus finally pressed his nose against Ji Gung's. Ji Gung pressed against Hephaestus's chest, gently pushing him away. Let us converse properly. Do not come so close. It is warm. Hephaestus grasped Ji Gung's hand, a joyful smile illuminating his face. Yet, I yearn to be near you. The closer I am, the more at ease I feel. Thus, I wish to linger within your embrace forever, day and night. Never depart. Hephaestus deliberately emphasized the word linger, his gaze fixed intently on Ji Gung, his eyes a blend of excitement, obsession, and desire. Quoin, the sudden suggestive remark caught my ears off guard. Ji Gung did not withdraw his hand from the grasp of Hephaestus. He lifted his eyelids slightly and spoke in a nonchalant tone. I shall sever at the moment you become rigid. Hephaestus laughed heartily. You would not dare, and besides, how could I bring you pleasure if it were to be severed? Ji Gung squinted his eyes, remarking, indeed. The former Hephaestus resonates more with my preferences. Yet your gaze indicates that you are far more captivated by the present incarnation of Hephaestus. Quoin chimed in. I too find the current Hephaestus more intriguing. Oh, I am emotionally drawn to him. With that, the jest came to an end. Ji Gung withdrew his hand, rose to his feet, surveyed his surroundings, and then spoke. Hephaestus, you ought to enlighten me about our whereabouts. A cave, Hephaestus replied languidly. You are aware of the deeper meaning behind my inquiry. This is indeed a cave, Hephaestus retorted, reclining on a soft couch, propping his head with one hand as he gazed at Ji Gung, exuding an air of languor throughout his being. Ji Gung directly seized a small vial from the side and hurled it towards Hephaestus. Hephaestus did not evade, and with a resounding thud, the vial struck his forehead, leaving a small bump. Aphrodite, you truly show no mercy, he remarked, rubbing his swollen brow. Ji Gung, with his hands clasped around his shoulders, gazed down upon Hephaestus and inquired, Pray tell, where exactly is this place? A mundane cave could not possibly possess the capacity to confine divine power as this one does. In truth, this cavern bore a striking resemblance to the illusions crafted by Eros, yet Ji Gung was certain that it was not merely a figment of imagination. This was a cave within the Anasius forest, destined to be our home in the days to come. As he uttered the latter part of his statement, Hephaestus reined in his languor, his tone transforming into one of exquisite gentleness. Do you intend to keep me confined here indefinitely? Not confined, but rather restrained. Ji Gung felt a hint of amusement. Is there a distinction? Indeed, Hephaestus replied, as long as your heart harbors no desire to leave. This cannot be deemed as confinement. Naturally, if you wish to depart, then this is both our home and your prison. Hephaestus' gaze deepened, transforming into an unfathomable abyss, and a prison is invariably accompanied by punishment. The punishment I impose upon you, you are aware of what it entails. Although I derive great pleasure from witnessing you succumb to my whims, I would prefer to be gentle with you rather than resorting to brutality, Aphrodite. Nonsense. Ji Gung instinctively disregarded the latter part of Hephaestus' statement. Upon hearing this, however, Hephaestus merely lowered his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips, choosing not to contest the notion. Ji Gung gazed at him for a few seconds, pondering for a moment before speaking. Since this is our home, should you not allow me a tour? Of course, Hephaestus stood up, casually shedding his bath towel and donning a simple undergarment, then approached Ji Gung, taking his hand. Wherever you wish to explore, I shall accompany you. Anywhere at all? Indeed. What about the cave's exit? Hephaestus remained silent, tightening his grip on Ji Gung's hand. He slightly lowered his dark eyes, seemingly in contemplation, his long lashes casting a shadow in the flickering candlelight. Just as Ji Gung thought he would not acquiesce, Hephaestus parted his lips and uttered a single word. All right. Ji Gung's request to have Hephaestus lead him to the exit was not a whimsical fancy, nor an attempt to provoke him. In truth, at this juncture, Ji Gung was not inclined to engage in conflict with Hephaestus. There remained a final trace of goodwill, which could easily be enhanced, as they were but a step away from complete rapport. However, achieving such a state was not without its challenges. Once goodwill reached its zenith, absent a significant opportunity, it would not fluctuate further. The act of shielding oneself from harm had proven sufficient on one occasion. The incident with Adonis was a mere anomaly. Ji Gung would not employ the same tactic with Hephaestus, nor did he wish to, for it would serve no purpose. Hephaestus was fundamentally different from Ares. Ji Gung could almost predict that employing this tactic on Hephaestus would certainly not enhance his favorability. If he were to suffer due to Hephaestus, the latter would not feel touched. Rather, he would be incensed, overwhelmed by a surge of negative emotions that would compel him to act in an even more uncontrollable manner. Thus, at present, Ji Gung had no desire to court disaster or provoke Hephaestus. Instead of contemplating an escape, he recognized that remaining with Hephaestus offered a greater chance to foster that elusive final measure of goodwill. However, while Ji Gung had no intention of leaving this place, he was genuinely curious about the location of the cave's exit. In the room where he had awakened, there was but a solitary stone door, behind which lay the corridor he had traversed to arrive here. At the end of that corridor stood another stone door. Pushing it open had led him to his current locale. The only entrance in this space, aside from the door connecting to the corridor, was that very same stone door, rendering the entire cave a sealed environment. Having stayed here for some time, Ji Gung surmised that both Olympus and Eros would not relent easily. Surely they were in pursuit of them. Yet, the absence of any disturbances from the cave indicated that Hephaestus had concealed its existence through some means. This only heightened Ji Gung's curiosity about the cave's exit. Perceiving the intrigue in Ji Gung's eyes, Hephaestus pressed his lips together in silence, merely guiding Ji Gung towards the corridor. They halted at a bend in the corridor, where Hephaestus bit the tip of his finger, allowing blood to drip onto a candle flame embedded in the stone wall. The crimson liquid mingled with the pale yellow flame, and in an instant, the small fire flared up, transforming into a wellspring of fiery passion that surged forth, illuminating the stone wall and following the intricate patterns of the murals, expanding to either side. Within the blink of an eye, the entire corridor was aglow with flames, casting the murals depicting Ji Gung in a striking crimson hue. Coin. So these murals are not merely for aesthetic appreciation. At this moment, you ought to remain silent. Coin. Oh, very well. Almost as soon as Koyan completed this thought within the sea of consciousness, the wall directly before Ji Gung cracked open. Immediately, a swirling mist, gray and murky, materialized within his line of sight. This was the exit. Hephaestus leaned slightly forward, whispering enigmatically into Ji Gung's ear. Ji Gung chose to disregard Hephaestus. His gaze fixed upon the murky fog ahead that obscured his vision, a flicker of contemplation passing through his eyes. Are you considering departure? No. From the very beginning, Ji Gung had been resolute regarding the notion of leaving. If he were to choose to depart now, setting aside the question of whether he possessed the ability to slip away under Hephaestus's watchful eye, even if he did manage to escape, the inevitable outcome would be his retrieval by Hephaestus, followed by a harrowing entanglement of love and captivity. Rather than enduring such convolutions, it would be wiser to remain temporarily by Hephaestus's side, for only through prolonged interaction could the potential for fostering affection arise. Moreover, he had already formed some understanding of whether Hephaestus was indeed a genuine target for pursuit. Aphrodite, Hephaestus extended his hand, resting it upon Ji Gung's shoulder, drawing him closer. In his obsidian gaze, a different emotion surfaced. Have I ever mentioned that the way you ponder deeply is as enchanting as when you are moved beneath me? Ji Gung brushed aside Hephaestus's hand, his tone somewhat frosty. Hephaestus, what exactly do you wish to convey? You know I dislike convoluted expressions. Here, Hephaestus gestured to his own head. Aphrodite, every time you converse with Ki in your consciousness, your lips are always pressed tightly together. Thus, I have often been tempted to pry open your lips with my tongue, kissing you fervently, rendering you weak and incapable of attending to anything else. Wholly immersed in my presence. Ki, the mask has slipped. Hephaestus has discerned my existence within your sea of consciousness. You seem to know quite a lot, Ji Gung remarked ambiguously with a light hum. Because you've never made an effort to conceal it, Hephaestus replied matter-of-factly. Initially, Hephaestus, like other deities, perceived the crimson puppet named Ki as merely Aphrodite's pet, akin to how Hera cherished her peacock or Zeus adored his falcon, simply a living emblem. He had interacted with Ki in his guise as the white tiger in Aegis and recognized Ki's unwavering loyalty to Aphrodite. It wasn't until later, when Hephaestus began to notice the absence of Ki's presence, that he started to suspect that Ki might not be a mere pet after all. Where had Ki gone when not in public view? Reflecting on his own circumstances, Hephaestus formed a tentative hypothesis regarding Ki's identity. I initially believed Ki was merely a manifestation of your divine consciousness, but I later realized it resembles a wholly new entity birthed from your divine essence, Hephaestus said slowly. Hephaestus, my dear companion. Ji Gung gently caressed Hephaestus's cheek and smiled faintly. You are too astute, which unsettles me. Hephaestus smiled in return. Yet his intuition suggested that you prefer the Hephaestus of the present. Ki, astonishing. It seems Hephaestus knows far more than he lets on. Ki, why are you not the least bit anxious? Why should I be anxious? Even if Hephaestus truly knew everything, it would not impede his pursuit. Well then, Aphrodite, Hephaestus grasped Ji Gung's hand firmly in his, stating, since you have now explored the exit of this cave, remaining here serves no purpose. Without waiting for Ji Gung's response, Hephaestus took up the candlelight with his other free hand. A diminutive flame hovered in the palm of Hephaestus, spinning twice before abruptly transforming into a blaze the size of a basketball. Hephaestus then gently cast it forth, causing the flame to split into two, each racing towards the fissures in the stone wall. The instant the flames made contact with the rock, they ignited with fervor, rapidly spreading like wildfire. This fire acted as an adhesive, gradually sealing the once-split stone wall, just as the two stone surfaces were on the verge of rejoining under the influence of the flames. A sharp spear shot forth from the murky mist with lightning speed, piercing the air with a resounding thud, and firmly wedging itself between the walls, halting their closure. Observing the spear that obstructed the exit, Ji Gung's brow furrowed slightly. This was not Ares' sanguinary spear. At first glance, it appeared rather ordinary. Yet its resilience against the searing heat of the flames was a testament to its extraordinary nature. Athena's name echoed in Ji Gung's mind. He recalled that in the illusions conjured by Eros, the image of Athena wielding this very spear during her battles against the Titans had lingered in his memory. Ji Gung did not believe that Athena, who held no direct connection to him, would arrive alone at this moment. This implication was profound. Before Ji Gung could finish analyzing, he was enveloped in the warm embrace of Hephaestus. Hephaestus rested his chin upon Ji Gung's shoulder, rendering Ji Gung unable to perceive the expression on Hephaestus's face at that moment. All he could hear was the sound of Hephaestus's breath, entwined and fervent, yet devoid of any hint of panic. It seemed as though he had anticipated all of this long ago. Ji Gung parted his lips, on the verge of speaking, when the spear that had been braced against the exit suddenly began to tremble violently, emitting a sharp wail. In the next instant, a thunderous sound erupted as a tremendous force struck the stone wall from outside, shattering it into fragments that cascaded down. As the stones fell, the entire cavern began to shake violently. Surrounding Hephaestus was a sphere of crimson light, akin to a protective shield, which repelled all falling debris. Ji Gung found himself securely embraced in Hephaestus's arms, standing steadfastly without a hint of disturbance. Aphrodite. Hephaestus's soft voice whispered in Ji Gung's ear. Would it be wise to eliminate these bothersome beings entirely? Hephaestus buried his face against Ji Gung's neck, nuzzling his skin with the tip of his nose. That way, no one could interrupt us again. Hey, Hephaestus, what gives you the audacity to boast about exterminating us? A sudden irate voice rang out. Despite the mist obscuring his vision, Ji Gung recognized the owner of that voice. Hephaestus tightened his embrace around Ji Gung, as if wishing to merge him wholly into his being. At that moment, a wild wind surged forth, scattering the murky fog with great haste. Once the mist had dissipated completely, Ji Gung was finally able to discern the newcomers. Athena and Ares were to be expected, while Apollo and Hermes were somewhat predictable as well. However, he was slightly taken aback to see both Hades, the lord of the underworld, and Poseidon, the god of the sea, present. Besides them, Zeus, Hera, Artemis, and Dionysus also appeared. It seemed that all of the 12 Olympian gods, save for himself and Hephaestus, had gathered, creating quite a lively atmosphere. Hephaestus, you truly are remarkable. Poseidon was the first to speak, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. After all this time spent in disguise, why not continue the charade? Upon hearing this, Hephaestus merely lifted his eyelids, casting a fleeting glance at Poseidon before averting his gaze, showing no inclination to respond. Poseidon, unperturbed, allowed his smile to deepen, tilting his head as he glanced at Hades beside him, maliciously remarking, "My dear brother, it appears you have been completely forsaken by Aphrodite. Yet, given your gloomy disposition, it is hardly surprising that one would find it difficult to maintain interest." Hades paid no heed to Poseidon. Once the mist had completely dissipated, his gaze remained fixated upon Ji-gung, whose eyes, akin to a pitch-black abyss, held depths that no sunlight could ever reach. Hera cast a glance at Hades, then at Zeus, who similarly directed his attention towards Ji-gung. A trace of distortion flickered across her exquisite features as she coldly laughed and addressed Ji-gung. Still cradled in Hephaestus' embrace, Aphrodite, the instigator who compelled the Titans to escape from the abyss, we shall impose upon you the most severe and merciless punishment. To assert that I am guilty without a shred of evidence is, quite frankly, absurd, Ji-gung replied slowly. Finally, she shifted her gaze to Hades. And you, my dear lord of the underworld, do you also believe that I tampered with the seal? Hades remained silent, at this juncture, faced with Aphrodite. He could no longer claim impartiality. His presence here was solely due to Aphrodite herself. It was evident to all that Hephaestus held a unique place in Aphrodite's heart, not merely because they were partners, but for reasons that ran deeper. Hades had no desire to delve into this matter. The lord of the underworld, having tasted love, was but an ordinary youth troubled by the fears and anxieties that such feelings entail. He wished to separate Aphrodite from Hephaestus, particularly after witnessing the ambiguous marks of affection upon Aphrodite's neck. His motives were purely personal, devoid of any ulterior intentions. Zeus, wielding his thunderous scepter, stood at the forefront, his tone gentle as he urged, "Aphrodite, my dear child, please comply and return with us to Mount Olympus." Before Ji-gung could utter a word, Hephaestus interjected, asserting that no one could take Aphrodite away. He stepped in front of Ji-gung, shielding him with an assertive and domineering presence, effectively barring the gaze of all the deities. Zeus chuckled lightly, remarking, "Hephaestus, do you believe you possess the authority to object?" After a brief pause, Zeus continued, "Having disguised yourself in such an unseemly and clumsy form for so long, Hephaestus, I have every reason to suspect you and could justly cast you into the endless abyss, where you would remain for eternity. Father, why waste further words with them?" Athena interjected, brandishing her spear, its sharp tip aimed directly at Ji-gung and Hephaestus. Her curiosity towards the pair had lingered for some time, and today she was eager to test her mettle against them. "Hephaestus," Ji-gung whispered, rising slightly on his toes to bring his lips close to Hephaestus' ear, a cryptic smile playing on his lips, "You cannot overpower them. But you cannot stop me from departing." In the depths of consciousness, a voice mused, "Hephaestus' divine power has yet to be fully restored. He would surely struggle against the gods of Olympus, not to mention Poseidon and Hades." Just as this thought echoed in the recesses of the mind, a golden arrow, imbued with palpable murderous intent, hurtled towards Hephaestus and Ji-gung. Swiftly, Hephaestus turned and embraced Ji-gung, leaping backward to evade the incoming arrow. Observing the fissure in the ground where the arrow had struck, Ji-gung was taken aback. It was unexpected that Apollo, the sun god, would be the first to break the stalemate. This arrow marked the commencement of their conflict. Ji-gung stood calmly to the side, observing the red-haired man who remained unfazed amidst the united onslaught of Apollo, Artemis, Athena, and Ares. Presently, Hephaestus had assimilated a portion of Chaos's power. Even though his divine strength had not fully returned, he was formidable enough. A faint, disdainful smile curled at the corners of Hephaestus' lips as he beckoned Zeus with a mere gesture. "Come?" This single word was not solely directed at Zeus, but also addressed Poseidon and Hades, who stood beside him. Hades remained silent, his gaze growing increasingly somber, while Poseidon erupted in laughter, brandishing his trident. "Hephaestus, you are quite audacious." This was indeed a compliment, at least in Poseidon's eyes. For not everyone possessed the courage to provoke the rulers of the three realms. Initially, he had merely intended to spectate, but it seemed that more surprises awaited. In the entirety of the divine realm, there was no notion of unfairness in numbers, only a distinction between strength and weakness. To challenge the gods with such audacity, in the eyes of these deities, one must be prepared to pay the corresponding price. The involvement of the three realm masters elevated this confrontation to its zenith. Quoin, Hephaestus cannot win this battle now. Yes. Quoin, will you not lend a hand? No. For is it not more intriguing this way? Ji Gung's gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon Hephaestus. This crimson-haired man could not possibly be oblivious to the fact that his current prowess was utterly inferior to that of the deities residing on Mount Olympus. Alongside the formidable Poseidon, the god of the sea, and Hades, the god of the underworld. Nevertheless, even with the glaring disparity in strength, Hephaestus continued to issue provocations, leading Ji Gung to believe that this was not merely an act of arrogance. Hephaestus was not a deity prone to impulsive sentiments. Even Ji Gung had to concede that. After merging with divine power, Hephaestus had not only restored his appearance but also possessed unfathomable thoughts. Kuei-in, indeed. Your feelings towards Hephaestus are distinctly different from those you harbor for other deities. For it is highly likely that Hephaestus is the true object of conquest. Kuei-in, but what if the final outcome suggests otherwise? My instincts have never led me astray. If Hephaestus truly is not the target of conquest, then it is simple enough to abandon him. Kuei-in, heartless, unfeeling. Ji Gung chuckled softly, remaining non-committal regarding Kuei-in's accusations. At that moment, a faction of deities, who had previously directed their assaults towards Hephaestus, abruptly shifted their focus, launching their attacks in his direction. The first to strike was a weapon resembling a pan flute, its sharp end aimed directly at Ji Gung, replete with a palpable aura of menace. Ji Gung recognized this object, recalling an occasion at a banquet where Hermes had produced enchanting melodies with it. After Ji Gung dodged, he raised his gaze towards the nearby god of deceit. What a pity, my dear Aphrodite, that I failed to strike you. Hermes, wielding his caduceus adorned with twin serpents and wings, spoke with a smile that, while unchanged in tone, carried an undercurrent of frost. Honestly, at this moment, it feels as though we are besieged by a collective of vengeful ex-lovers you've toyed with, quipped a voice. Oh, you heartless little scoundrel. Do you wish for death? I could release you from the sea of consciousness this very moment. Oh, no, I was wrong, came the hasty reply. Aphrodite, you must return with us. Ares urged Ji Gung with palpable urgency. I can attest that the Titan's escape has nothing to do with you. After a brief pause, he added, Adonis can also vouch for you. This is all Eros' scheme. Ares. Zeus cast a sidelong glance at Ares, his eyes laden with a subtle warning. As Ares parted his lips to speak, a sudden gust of wind swept through, reminiscent of the breeze that had previously dispersed the fog, yet upon closer inspection, it bore a distinct quality. Hephaestus, who had been locked in battle with the three sovereigns, narrowed his eyes, abandoning the confrontation and hastening towards Ji Gung. Zeus observed Hephaestus's retreating figure, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, while Hades glanced at Zeus, his dark eyes revealing an unfathomable depth without uttering a word. In contrast, Poseidon leisurely watched Hephaestus's frantic dash, a mocking whistle escaping his lips. Suddenly, amidst the fierce gale, a surge of purple light emanating a chilling aura materialized, exuding a murderous intent that struck with the swiftness of lightning, akin to a colossal hand descending from the heavens with overwhelming might. Ji Gung furrowed his brow, gazing at the colossal hand that enveloped him in darkness. Just as he was about to draw his long sword, which had transformed from the belt at his wrist, Hephaestus suddenly appeared before him, unceremoniously embracing him and retreating swiftly. They came to a halt by the edge of the azure pool, while their previous position had already been struck by the purple giant's hand, leaving a gaping pit nearly 100 meters deep. Ji Gung, Quian, oh my. This is akin to the Tethagata's palm requiring yet another Tethagata's palm. Should you have attempted to receive this strike head-on, it would have undoubtedly resulted in at least a minor concussion. Quian, this defies logic. Is Eros truly this formidable? Ji Gung found himself cradled in the embrace of Hephaestus, and through the latter's shoulder, he gazed into the vast abyss below. Above this chasm, the figure of Eros emerged, his deep blue eyes glimmering with a hint of coldness. Eros floated above the pit, his gaze directed at Ji Gung, filled with entwined affection and playful seduction. Behind him stood Aeolus, the wind god, wearing an expression of utmost reverence. Who would have thought that this meddlesome wind god is in cahoots with Eros? Aphrodite, my dear, we meet again, Eros remarked, playfully toying with the golden arrow in his hand. Clearly delighted to greet Zhigung, Zhigung pressed her lips together. Just as she was about to speak, she sensed the sudden, disordered breaths of Hephaestus, who was holding her tightly. Zhigung lowered his brows and cast a sidelong glance at Hephaestus, only to find him with closed eyes, his expression marred by pain, and a sheen of fine perspiration glistening on his forehead. Hephaestus, Zhigung called out, placing his hand upon Hephaestus's back, only to feel a warm, viscous fluid. You are injured. His brow furrowed in concern as he recalled the earlier scene. He was certain that the violet light had merely grazed Hephaestus's back, insufficient to inflict such a dire state. Seemingly perceiving Zhigung's confusion, Eros curled his exquisite lips into a teasing smile and spoke with deliberate calmness. My recent strike was indeed aimed at Hephaestus. This fellow had just merged with divine power, rendering him unstable, and within my attack dwelled the force of chaos. Even a mere brush would cause this power to attract the energies within Hephaestus, leading to a violent repulsion and collision within his body, culminating in an explosion. As he concluded, Eros exaggeratedly mimed an explosion with his hands. At this moment, Hephaestus is likely teetering on the brink of losing his senses due to the turmoil within him, Eros lamented. Zeus, casting a glance at Eros, turned his gaze upon Zhigung with a look of tender pity. Parting his lips slightly, he spoke in a deep, resonant voice tinged with seduction. Aphrodite, my dear child, behold how Hephaestus is utterly incapable of safeguarding you. Be obedient and return with me to Mount Olympus. Zhigung remained silent, his lips pressed together, seemingly contemplating whether to depart or stay. You are not permitted to leave. The voice of Hephaestus resonated in Zhigung's ear, a low tone imbued with palpable restraint and endurance. Upon hearing the words, Zhigung did not immediately respond to Hephaestus. Instead, he gently caressed Hephaestus's crimson locks with a hand stained with his blood. The vivid red of the blood intertwined with the equally brilliant red strands of hair, exuding an eerie, almost spectral charm, rendering it impossible to discern which had bled into the other. Hephaestus, I have previously stated, Zhigung murmured softly, bringing his lips close to Hephaestus's ear. If you cannot defeat them, you cannot prevent my departure. Hephaestus abruptly lifted his head, his once obsidian pupils now suffused with a scarlet hue, locking his gaze onto Zhigung, his aura brimming with murderous intent. Then I shall kill you. In that very moment, Hephaestus unleashed a sudden surge of power, a searing flame erupting from his hand as he thrust it towards Zhigung. Aphrodite. A chorus of voices echoed simultaneously, filled with tension, regret, panic, and fear. With his eyes closed, Zhigung braced himself to endure the strike from Hephaestus. Yet, in the next moment, a searing sensation grazed his hair, swiftly moving towards his rear. As Zhigung opened his eyes, he met Hephaestus's gaze, which was laden with complexity. A subtle yet beautiful arc graced his lips, imbued with a hint of cunning and a touch of pride as he remarked, I know. Hephaestus, you cannot bear to part with it. Aphrodite, I genuinely desire to ravage you. Hephaestus's voice, rendered hoarse by the pain coursing through his body, was filled with malice and yearning. Zhigung wished to articulate his thoughts, yet was abruptly silenced by Hephaestus, who clamped his hand over Zhigung's mouth. A flicker of exhilaration ignited in his crimson eyes. Indeed, Aphrodite, I cannot bear to take your life. Yet I am willing for us to perish together. As Hephaestus uttered these words, Zhigung felt a sudden surge of searing heat rising behind him, akin to the intense warmth radiated by molten lava as it blazes with fervent flames. As Zhigung turned around, he beheld the once azure waters of the bathing pool transformed into a seething cauldron of molten lava, emanating an intense heat that would reduce any living being to ashes upon contact. This was the result of the flames unleashed by Hephaestus, and Zhigung's eyes widened in astonishment. Aphrodite, let us embrace our fate together. At that moment, Hephaestus's tone unexpectedly softened to a gentle warmth. Zhigung gazed at Hephaestus for a few moments, then embraced him tightly, sensing a tremor in Hephaestus's body at that instant. Closing his eyes, Zhigung whispered a single word in Hephaestus's ear, good. Then, as they both plunged into the molten lava, a long-forgotten sense of affection echoed in Zhigung's consciousnness. Ding. God of Fire Hephaestus. Affection 1. Current affection level 100. Scanning in progress. Target 4. Hephaestus, the god of fire, craftsman and smith from Greek mythology. Compatibility 100. Detection complete. True target confirmed. Guain. Finally, I have found it. Guain, we have 1 minute before we leave this world. Hephaestus, you truly are a cunning deceiver. As Ji Gung embraced Hephaestus, immersed in the magma, their bodies were not consumed by the searing flames. As if the place they occupied was not molten rock, but rather an ordinary pool of water. So, was that a test? Ji Gung chuckled lightly. Yes. Hephaestus laughed as well. Though unspoken, Ji Gung could sense the genuine joy radiating from him at this moment. I will take you to a place, Hephaestus said, steadying Ji Gung's waist as they swam deeper. I'm afraid it won't work. Ji Gung pinched the red beast ears atop Hephaestus's head, his tone somewhat cool. I have lingered in this world for far too long. It is time for me to depart. As Ji Gung uttered these words, his body began to dissipate gradually. What surprised Ji Gung was that Hephaestus seemed unfazed. The gaze he directed at him was eerily calm. Hephaestus held Ji Gung tightly, burying his head in the crook of his neck, inhaling deeply before gently saying, "You cannot escape, from the moment you allowed me to love you completely. The entirety of time and space became your prison. For soon, I shall find you." A ghost of a smile curled at the corner of his lips, revealing a somewhat enigmatic expression. Chapter 112. Hephaestus's side story. For soon, I shall find you. When Hephaestus beheld Aphrodite's true vanishing before him, he discovered that his anger was not as fierce as he had anticipated. Instead, an unsettling tranquility enveloped his heart. Perhaps this was due to his prior foreknowledge. Aphrodite did not belong to this realm. Rather, one could say that the authentic Aphrodite of this world ought not to have disappeared so completely from his sight. This was a truth he had long been aware of. The goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, was an enigma. During the 2 centuries he was ensnared in the fiery river of Phlegethon, he was surrounded by the mournful sighs and anguished wails of restless spirits. Enveloped in a vortex, he was unable to escape. Neither the phantoms nor the deities could perceive his existence. Yet, despite their inability to sense him, the negative emotions of these spirits permeated the whirlpool, infiltrating his mind and compelling him to absorb the memories that belonged to them. Initially, he resisted these alien emotions and memories vehemently, but regardless of how fiercely he struggled, it was futile. A century was sufficient to erode his patience, and he gradually transformed from vehement opposition to reluctant acceptance. At the very least, the diverse memories of these spirits served as a means to alleviate his solitude. Thus, within the recollections of these phantoms, he witnessed their lives, their honors and shames, their regrets and grievances. Some were valiant leaders, drenched in blood upon the battlefield, who sang songs of life and ultimately perished for their beloved homeland. Others were idle youths, unlearned and living by deceit, who met their end beneath the axe of their victims. There were also shrewd merchants, who lived a life of avarice, only to die bitterly due to familial strife over inheritance. And there were many more. Hephaestus regarded these memories as a form of amusement, much like watching a farcical play unfold in his mind, until one day, he encountered the memory of a young man. This memory stood apart from those of the other spirits, so remarkable that upon absorbing it, Hephaestus was overwhelmed by a surge of profound anger. In the memory of this youth, the world he inhabited was merely a tome left behind by history. Within its pages lay Olympus, Zeus, Hera, and a multitude of deities. He witnessed his own life, cast off by Hera due to his ugliness, only to be nurtured by the sea goddesses Thetis and Eurynomy. Upon reaching adulthood, he returned to Olympus, where, despite being labeled the most unattractive god due to his appearance and lameness, he garnered the affection of the gods for his honesty, kind-heartedness, and exceptional forging skills. He also saw himself wed to the most beautiful goddess of all, Aphrodite. Indeed, she was a goddess, not a fellow male like Aphrodite. At that time, he found himself ensnared within a vortex, oblivious to the world beyond, with the memories of the deceased serving as his sole comprehension of existence. He then beheld his wife, Aphrodite, repulsed by his deformity and scornful of his disability. He witnessed her illicit affair with Ares, and in a moment of humiliation as her husband, he ensnared the 2 deities in a golden net, subjecting them to the ridicule of the other gods. To Hephaestus, this was undoubtedly foreign. He felt like a mere spectator, absorbing fragments of memories that were intricately linked to him. He replayed these scenes repeatedly over the long passage of time, which instilled within him a deceptive sense of having personally endured these experiences. Yet, he understood that reality was far from this illusion. The fact that he was trapped in the vortex, confined within this river of flames, signified that a paradigm shift had occurred, and his life's trajectory would no longer mirror the memories of the deceased. He began to anticipate the days that awaited him beyond this confinement. gradually harnessing the formidable power that surged within him, a power that did not belong to him. His intuition whispered that he would not remain forever ensnared in this lamenting and sorrowful river of souls. As it turned out, his instincts were not misplaced. He broke free from the shackles of the vortex, embarking on a life that was distinctly his own. What transpired thereafter mirrored the memories of the deceased. He was rescued by the sea goddesses Thetis and Euryclea, who nurtured him into adulthood. During those days, he pondered deeply about his existence and the nature of the world. Upon discovering that the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, shared his masculine identity, an unprecedented flutter surged within him. Aphrodite was not the exquisite woman depicted in the memories of the deceased. This was a divergence from what he had known. This very difference sparked an increasing fascination with Aphrodite. The more he focused on her, the more he found himself irresistibly drawn to her, captivated by her distinct charm, which diverged entirely from the goddess of his recollections, and by her constant teasing and allure. This Aphrodite exuded more allure than the goddess of memory, tempting him into a spiral of decadence. Moreover, as the goddess of love and beauty, she epitomized the world's finest interpretation of beauty. It was only natural for anyone to succumb to the pursuit of beauty, and thus, his attraction to Aphrodite was inevitable. The advent of Aphrodite, or rather her very existence, disrupted his original plans, compelling him to approach her with a demeanor of dull simplicity. To uncover more facets of Aphrodite, he placed a portion of his consciousness endowed with the power of chaos within the white tiger, adopting the identity of Anasius to remain close to her. However, as he spent more time with Aphrodite, savoring the sweetness of their interactions, an unsettling disquiet began to stir deep within him. Aphrodite brazenly enticed other deities, yet there was no flicker of emotion in her gaze. This was alarmingly abnormal, as if she were mechanically executing a task, which prompted Hephaestus to question for the first time, what purpose does Aphrodite truly serve, regardless of the reasons for his existence? What Hephaestus desired most was merely to capture Aphrodite's gaze for a longer duration. Thus, whether as the white tiger Anaxius or as the most unsightly of gods, Hephaestus would intentionally reveal subtle differences that deviated from the character he embodied. For instance, as Anaxius, he would exhibit a possessive glint in his eyes, while as Hephaestus, he would occasionally display a chilling detachment. He understood that only in this manner would Aphrodite grant him her attention. He had believed that he could continue to coexist with Aphrodite in this dual identity of Anaxius and Hephaestus indefinitely. However, the emergence of Eros shattered his long-held self-deception. When he broke through the illusion and beheld Aphrodite, bloodied and collapsed on the ground while saving that mortal, the ruthless aspect that had long been suppressed within him finally erupted. In that instant, he even felt an overwhelming urge to strangle Aphrodite directly. Yet, ultimately, he did nothing. He could not bring himself to do so. Later, as he removed the bracelet and cast it into the flames to be melted, he once again infused a portion of his divine essence into that tiny pill. When Aphrodite inquired about the hidden powers within the bracelet, he chose to evade the question. After all, how could he ever reveal such a truth to her? Half of his divine essence had merged with that pill, intertwined with Aphrodite's very soul, ensuring that he could locate her wherever she might flee. Perhaps it was precisely for this reason that, at the moment he witnessed Aphrodite vanishing from his sight, his heart remained oddly tranquil. He would find Aphrodite. The day his wounds were fully healed would also mark the day he would reunite with her. Hephaestus, caressing his chest, smiled softly before swimming alone into the depths.